Chapter 1. Emotional Bonds. Lin Zhaoye. From this moment onward, our paths diverge. She had already stepped into the fabled territory of the fifth-tier zombies, where the crimson soil seemed to be stained with the blood of other ability users. Astonishingly, this zombie hardly wandered, remaining fixed in its place. It was said that none who entered its domain ever returned alive. The person speaking at the forefront was her cousin, Lin Zhaoye, a cousin with whom she had engaged in playful banter for over a decade. She was also the one who had deceived her into this perilous situation. "Why? Did you not say you had discovered news of Uncle here?" Her trembling voice and tear-filled eyes seemed to please Lin Zhaoye. "Do not blame me." Lin Zhaoye began slowly, her petite cheeks still adorned with dimples, though her gentle smile gradually turned sinister. "In truth, my father passed away long ago. I feared you would not come, so I used his news as bait." A burly figure nearby could no longer bear it and interrupted Lin Zhaoye, speaking directly. "The apocalypse has endured for 3 years, yet your awakened water abilities cannot provide us with water. Many can slay zombies, we do not require you specifically, but those who can supply water are few. You have wasted our resources. What use do we have for a liability? Considering your relation to Zhaoye, we shall not charge you for any previous expenses. You may leave." At this moment, Lin Zhaoye stepped forward a few paces. "Yezi, for the sake of the bond one once shared with my father, do not hold it against me. Let us part ways here." Ah, the bond. With nearly no chance of survival within this place. Was this not a push towards her demise? Where was the slightest semblance of compassion? Lin Zhaoye curled her lips, surveying the group before her, all of whom appeared relatively well-groomed and robust, a rarity in this apocalyptic world. Yet, due to the limited utility of her abilities, she had refrained from claiming too many resources, instead eagerly serving them to alleviate her feelings of guilt. Now, not only was she emaciated to the point of resembling a mere skeleton, but she had also been deceived into this legendary place from which no one had ever returned alive. She had upheld her conscience, yet they were unworthy of her sincerity. Lin Zhaoye watched as Lin Zhaoye's delicate figure was encircled by her team members for protection while she stood alone, as if a river divided them. Suddenly, she recalled the childhood days when they vied for their uncle's embrace. Orphaned at a young age, it was their uncle who had raised Lin Zhaoye. The two sisters often competed for attention, even for his affection. To prevent either from feeling sad, their uncle would hold them both, one on each side, caring for their every need with the devotion of both a mother and father. Now, however, Lin Zhaoye had used the pretense of exterminating zombies to lure her into the fray, dismissing her under the guise of their uncle's favor. "Ha ha ha!" Lin Zhaoye's mocking laughter echoed, releasing emotions that had long been suppressed. The one who had always cautiously sought a modicum of love was perceived by her cousin as a usurper of paternal affection, leading to resentment and relentless bullying. She remained silent, enduring, for this was her uncle's daughter. Though her only desire was to survive in this apocalyptic world, she was deemed a waste, a drain on resources. She could no longer endure. After years of contribution that went unnoticed and unappreciated, she was now facing a threat to her life. "You do not deserve to utter Uncle's name. He taught me that family is meant to embrace and love. Yet what do you know of such things? You are well aware of how you have treated me all these years. You do not deserve." Lin Zhaoye felt a surge of madness. Forsaking her uncle had been her driving force for survival. Yet Lin Zhaoye had deeply wounded her with this betrayal. Suddenly, the people before her widened their eyes, collectively retreating several paces, their faces etched with fear as they gazed behind Lin Zhaoye. Danger! Before she could react, she found herself ensnared by a rope nearly as thick as her wrist, tightly binding her like a zongzi, and she was hoisted into the air. For what felt like an eternity, she was swung around, the motion making her stomach churn. With a thud, she landed on the ground, the culprit being a gnarled willow tree, its branches flailing with malevolent glee. A mutated willow tree. Lin Zhaoye was astounded. No wonder the zombies did not venture out. It must have formed an alliance with the mutated plants to annihilate so many teams, for it likely lacked the strength to do so alone. Yet, the pain radiating from her insides left her with no strength to ponder further. "Pain!" Lin Zhaoye's mind screamed in warning as a foul odor rapidly approached her. In a swift motion, she evaded the zombie's first strike. The spot where she had just stood was now a crater the size of a watermelon. The robust arm glinting under the sunlight hinted at its augmented strength. The putrid saliva was almost dripping onto her. Damn it! Lin Zhaoye was filled with anger. Anger at her inability to slay the zombie and anger at the deceitful Lin Zhaoye. Better to end her own life than to be gnawed upon by a zombie, becoming a mindless, unfeeling husk. If there were a next life, she, Lin Zhaoye, would ensure that Lin Zhaoye would not have an easy time. Everything she had endured must be visited upon Lin Zhaoye. With thoughts of ending her life, Lin Zhaoye gathered all her strength to crush her own crystal core. Yet her strength faltered, and the pain coursing through her body overwhelmed her consciousness, her hand poised for self-destruction falling midway. Yezi. Following the voice, Lin Zhaoye glimpsed a blurry figure rushing toward her, tall and frantic in its approach. Yet her eyes slowly closed, lacking the strength to open them. It is said that the last sense to fade upon death is hearing, and indeed, this proved true. Lin Zhaoye heard the sounds of that person swiftly eliminating the zombie and the mutated willow tree, extracting their cores, along with a hoarse voice calling her to awaken, each syllable tearing at her heart. How wonderful! There are still those who care for me in this world. Those who care for me are safe. Chapter 2. The Bud. Yezi. The sound of that voice jolted Lin Zhaoye awake. She sat up abruptly, her blue and white hospital gown soaked with sweat, her hair clinging to her face, her eyes wide with residual shock. Before her lay the familiar furnishings of a hospital room, the acrid scent of disinfectant serving as a reminder that this was a hospital, the very one where she had once worked. Her phone displayed the date, June 17, 2037, 11 o'clock. Only 4 days remained until the apocalypse officially commenced. She swung her legs over the side of the bed and noticed the bustling corridor filled with people going about their business. Lin Zhaoye exhaled deeply. Gone were the defenses born of survival in the apocalypse. She resolved to cleanse herself thoroughly, as she had not bathed in months. Standing before the mirror, she lifted her hand and touched the reflection of herself, still bearing the youthful visage abundant with collagen from 3 years prior. A heart-shaped face, willow-like eyebrows, her features possessing a hint of heroism, softened by the flesh on her cheeks, rendering her appearance gentle and even somewhat endearing. This face bore no scars, was not gaunt, but rather reflected a sense of estrangement, for it had been far too long since she had smiled. As she attempted to smile, her dimples appeared, yet she noticed a small vermilion mark on her earlobe, trailing delicately down to the back of her ear. Slightly turning her head, she saw a flower, or perhaps a tightly formed bud, poised to bloom, leaving her puzzled as to its identity. This flower had not existed before. Lin Zhaoye gently caressed the bud, feeling warmth emanate from it, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. System bound, host identity activated. The unfamiliar voice in her mind caused her to widen her eyes, a sense of wariness creeping in. What system? The apocalypse survival system will safeguard your resources. Resources? Countless souls had perished in the apocalypse due to resource scarcity. Could this system truly be trusted? Please collect items. Lin Zhaoye felt bewildered. Please collect items. Unsure of how to collect items, she approached the nearest faucet. Clear tap water flowed forth, a resource longed for and scarce in the apocalypse. Can I collect this? Please silently recite collect to proceed. The system prompted. Collect. Lin Zhaoye complied with the system's instructions. Collection successful water source manufacturing function acquired. She turned off the faucet, witnessing a panel materialize before her, displaying a quantity of mineral water and illuminating a gray row of manufacturing options. Water source manufacturing. In her mind, she silently commanded, manufacture water source. Palms damp and glistening, droplets rapidly coalesce and soon cascade to the ground below. She smiled, for with the discovery of a water source, survival in this apocalyptic world was already half assured. This time, Lin Zhaoye seemed to have uncovered the secret, her heart racing as she gazed upon the array of icons below. Each of them represented the very essence of survival. Not permitted. Not permitted? The current situation was rather awkward. To her surprise, she was confronted with a rather unyielding system. Yet, with an opportunity at hand, she felt it would be foolish to let it slip away, and thus she relented. Very well, please unlock other features now. Apologies, other functionalities are temporarily inaccessible. Speechless. The cold, mechanical tone extinguished Lin Zhaoye's curiosity in an instant. All she wished was to erase this wretched system from her mind. Dangerous thought detected. Please exercise caution, host. Lin Zhaoye. Though the conditions for unlocking remained unclear, the issue of water supply should be resolved perhaps? With only 3 days remaining until the onset of the apocalypse, Lin Zhaoye resolved to prepare diligently, striving to amass essential supplies. Her account still held a considerable sum, a combination of her hard-earned money and the living expenses bestowed by her uncle. Her uncle, the CEO of a publicly listed company, had only one daughter, her cousin. After the tragic loss of her parents in a car accident years ago, her uncle had taken her in, raising her as his own. Lin Zhaoye had long regarded him as a father. As for her cousin, she was merely a foe disguised as a family member, often proclaiming her regard for kinship. While descending the stairs to retrieve her car from the underground garage, Lin Zhaoye dialed her uncle's number. "Uncle, could you purchase some supplies at the villa in the coming days? I plan to take a vacation there soon and would like to stock up on food." On the other end, a deep voice of a middle-aged man responded, rich and warm. "You, my dear girl, are thinking of your uncle even with a day left. Quite rare indeed." Upon hearing the familiar voice she hadn't heard in 3 years, Lin Zhaoye faltered, her hurried steps slowing, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Uncle, please take good care of your health." Noticing the change in her tone, her uncle scratched his head, unsure how to console her. "Sweet girl, whatever's on your mind, do share with your uncle. Your tears break my heart." "All right, he'll heed your words. Whatever you say, uncle will do. Please, no more tears. Yes, I must go now. Goodbye, uncle." Lin Zhaoye quickly ended the call, resting her forehead against the steering wheel, her shoulders shaking as tears streamed down her fair cheeks. "Uncle, it seems I may yet see you again." After taking 5 minutes to compose herself, she promptly drove to the nearest large supermarket for shopping. Staples such as rice, flour, and oil were indispensable, but most crucial were sources of water and lighting tools. In the 3 days following the apocalypse, nearly all places would face water, electricity, and internet outages. Everything conceivable needed to be stockpiled, and she sent a list to her uncle to ensure he had the basic necessities for survival in the early days of the catastrophe. Though the system seemed capable of producing items, the quantity and variety remained uncertain. Relying on others was less preferable than relying on oneself. Before long, the audacious shopper drew the attention of the store manager. "Miss, your purchases have met the delivery fee threshold. We can arrange for them to be delivered to your residence." Lin Zhaoye provided her address and dismissed the manager, wandering the aisles instead, experimenting to discover which items the system could absorb. Thus, the entire supermarket bore witness to the figure clad in casual attire, resembling a curious child, exploring every nook and cranny. Only Lin Zhaoye was aware that the unlocking notifications continued uninterrupted. Acquired 1 unit of flour can unlock the creation of wheat seeds. Acquired 1 unit of potato can unlock the creation of potato seeds. After listening for approximately an hour, Lin Zhaoye finally speculated, under the relentless prompts of this emotionless system, that it could indeed collect items and manufacture similar ones. Chapter 3 begins, for instance, by acquiring an iron bowl. One can unlock the creation of a knife. A knife? Are there other weapons available? Perhaps. Missiles? A perilous thought. Please exercise restraint, host. Very well. Lin Zhaoye understood that this merely implied a negation of his own musings. He stored a portion of all the items he had purchased within his manufacturing space. This manufacturing space, an innate feature of the system, allowed for the limitless collection of anything that could be gathered. The remainder was placed in the living room, as a sense of security was derived from filling the entire space to the brim. After a long day, Lin Zhaoye finally organized everything around 10 o'clock at night and lay in bed, familiarizing himself with his manufacturing system. The system presented an overwhelming abundance of seeds. Aside from water and grains that could directly yield finished products, the majority of the food items were merely seeds. With so many seeds, must I cultivate them myself? She felt a twinge of frustration, as she was utterly inexperienced in the art of planting. Indeed, one can utilize manufactured water for irrigation to expedite growth. Lin Zhaoye hastily grasped that he would need to engage in extensive cultivation moving forward. Growing various species would yield different experiences. Simple vegetables could mature in a day, but would only grant a meager 1 to 2 experience points. In contrast, cultivating trees would provide 30 to 50 experience points upon the ripening of their fruits. Accumulating experience would enable upgrades in the exchange for a wider array of items, not limited to food, but even including small firearms. Truly, this system is a remarkable asset. The more Lin Zhaoye delved into its intricacies, the more exhilarated he became. The greater one's abilities, the higher the likelihood of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, and the greater the chance to protect those one cherishes. With this thought, Lin Zhaoye suddenly turned over and sat up, busily manipulating her phone. Utilizing several prepaid SIM cards she had purchased earlier that day, along with the assistance of a hacker, she sent a message online under various aliases. The apocalypse has arrived. What should we do? After completing this task, Lin Zhaoye exhaled softly and reclined back on her bed, contemplating that perhaps this was the final contribution she could make for the greater good. Before long, the day of the apocalypse arrived. Following the viral spread of information online, many individuals flocked to supermarkets to stockpile supplies, even if some were merely joining the frenzy and buying a few items. It nonetheless served as a safeguard for the impending crisis. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye, having just undergone surgery, was resting in her office when her phone vibrated, capturing her attention. The screen displayed a message. Mu Hong Xiao. I'm in the garage of your hospital. I need a favor. Lin Zhaoye furrowed her brow. Mu Hong Xiao was the elder brother of her childhood neighbor, with whom she had maintained occasional contact even after they moved away. They had visited their ancestors' graves together in the past. Clearly, today was not a day for such observances. Moreover, hadn't he gone out on a mission? ZY. All right, give me 5 minutes. Sensing that this message held greater significance, Lin Zhaoye quickly changed her attire and made her way to the basement. Upon entering, she had not been there long when a high-end SUV flashed its lights, signaling her to approach. As she climbed into the vehicle, the perceptive Lin Zhaoye immediately sensed something was amiss. Hong Xiao, are you injured? Mu Hong Xiao reclined against the chair, his tall figure of over 6 feet appearing pitifully hunched. His handsome face was devoid of color, with thin lips pressed tightly together, a pallor etched across his features. In stark contrast to his usual vibrant and charismatic demeanor, he now seemed gravely injured. Yes, he was on a mission. However, at this moment, I could not openly seek assistance at a hospital, which is why I thought of you. Could you perhaps manage to stitch me up? His phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Zhaoye, revealing little about his mission, which was evidently confidential. Lin Zhaoye understood and nodded, stating plainly, I have nothing with me. Just wait. Stay in the car and don't move. I will come to find you. No more than half an hour. Whatever you do, do not fall asleep. Lin Zhaoye began to feel anxious. Mu Hongxiao's condition was far from optimal, and his arrival had somewhat disrupted her plans. Upon returning to her office, Lin Zhaoye gathered her belongings, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a commotion erupted downstairs, a cacophony of mixed screams from men and women that drew the attention of many. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye recalled her busy colleagues from earlier, and her initial intention to seize the opportunity for herself was swiftly abandoned. Although she had no desire to intervene, thoughts of her fellow co-workers compelled her to resign herself to the task of isolating the zombies, hoping to save as many lives as possible. While her kindness urged her to assist others in escaping, Lin Zhaoye recognized the boundaries of her benevolence. Once her capabilities were exceeded, her foremost priority would always be her own safety. The scene was far more chaotic than Lin Zhaoye had ever envisioned. The first to succumb to the transformation into a zombie was the hospital's security guard, who fell victim to a horde of ravenous undead that surged through the streets. They relentlessly devoured new prey, feasting not only on flesh but also on the vital energy of their victims. Upon descending to the first floor, Lin Zhaoye observed a gaunt man being savagely bitten. Initially, he fought valiantly, calling out for help, but those around him stood frozen in shock. Even as they rushed to pry the zombies away, their efforts proved futile. Within mere seconds, the venom infiltrated his body, causing his skin to take on a ghastly hue, an unsettling gray. His eyes became vacant, reflecting a grotesque expression for a brief moment before the infection took hold. The man, now sprawled on the ground, arched his abdomen upward, his legs rising involuntarily while his upper body remained bent backward. With a sudden force, he lunged forward, transforming into a grotesque caricature of the man he once was. And without hesitation, he bit down on the unsuspecting wife who had just moments before been weeping for him. In a matter of just 2 or 3 minutes, nearly half of those on the floor had succumbed to the infection, their eyes glowing red as they advanced menacingly toward the horrified crowd. Run. Get in the cars if you have them. Seek shelter if you don't. Lin Zhaoye's commanding shout jolted those nearby into action, causing the unbitten to scatter in panic. At that moment, he retrieved the surgical knife he had hastily taken earlier, its sharp blade perfectly suited for severing flesh. With 3 years of apocalyptic experience, Lin Zhaoye dispatched the newly infected zombies with ease, as if slicing through melons, each strike precise and lethal. Chapter 4. Fishing. Observing Lin Zhaoye's petite figure effortlessly eliminating zombies, many were inspired to emulate her, launching fervent counterattacks. Some frantically constructed obstacles, darting about in a chaotic frenzy. As the crowd began to flee, Lin Zhaoye seized the opportunity amidst the turmoil to sneak into the storage room, gathering an array of surgical tools, sheep sutures, alcohol. Collected sheep sutures 50, collected alcohol 10, enabling the crafting of alcohol. At this moment, a cacophony of notifications echoed in her mind, yet the chaos outside left her no time to ponder. She hastily gathered everything within reach. In this desolate world, accessing medical care and supplies had become a luxury. Most people struggled daily for their safety and sustenance. No base would prioritize establishing a hospital. If someone fell ill, they had no choice but to endure. Thus, amassing sufficient medical supplies and materials was Lin Zhaoye's motivation for risking her life by coming to work today. The pharmacy on the first floor was unguarded, and she proceeded to methodically strip the shelves bare. Yezi! A loud shout attracted a horde of zombies toward her. A wave of panic washed over her. Mu Heng Xiao. This was bad. Lin Zhaoye cursed inwardly, realizing that his wounds remained untreated, yet he had come seeking her. The scent of blood was drawing the horde closer. Time was of the essence. Lin Zhaoye pulled Mu Heng Xiao and dashed towards the underground garage. Although Lin Zhaoye had arrived in a fortified vehicle, it paled in comparison to Mu Heng Xiao's modified car. Ultimately, he abandoned his own vehicle, opting for one that offered greater safety and assurance. Throughout their escape, the two remained silent. Lin Zhaoye climbed into the driver's seat and sped away. At that moment, many were still battling the zombies in the garage, and Lin Zhaoye found himself unable to rescue anyone else. The only assistance he could provide for others was to honk the horn incessantly, drawing the attention of the undead. At this juncture, the zombies' most acute sense was their hearing, coupled with an acute sensitivity to blood. Once they reached the main road, numerous zombies emerged from the garage, following the sound of the horn. Behind their vehicle trailed a dark mass of zombies, who had yet to exhibit any mutated characteristics, moving only at a speed akin to that of a normal human. This is the gauze. You should replace it. Hold the used gauze outside to lure them. Following her instructions, Mu Heng Xiao removed the bloodied gauze from his person and dangled it out of the window to entice the zombies. The scent of fresh blood sent the horde into a frenzy, gradually swelling their ranks. Lin Zhaoye glanced at the fuel gauge. Having lured the zombies for about 20 to 30 kilometers, they had now reached a sparsely populated forested area. Convinced that most of the zombies had been drawn away, he hoped that many others would seize the opportunity to survive. A bundle of gauze fell to the ground, and those trailing behind the vehicle, who were inhaling exhaust fumes, immediately lunged forward as if they had encountered a delectable feast, eagerly tearing at the fabric in a frenzy. The subsequent horde of zombies soon joined in, vying for a share, but the gauze was too scant, leading many to turn on one another in a brutal struggle. Lin Zhaoye promptly pressed the accelerator to the floor, swiftly distancing herself from the chaos. As she glanced in the rearview mirror, she couldn't help but smile at the sight of those creatures, still lacking intelligence, ensnared in a comical dance around the gauze. However, she overlooked the man beside her. You seem well acquainted with them. Those monsters? Lin Zhaoye altered her course. seeking a relatively safe route towards her home. Indeed, I watched numerous films. They are not monsters, they're zombies. They relish human flesh and blood, as you just witnessed. Mu Hongkong nodded, striving to phrase his words in a manner that would not sound absurd. I saw you earlier, collecting an entire pharmacy's worth of medication. Lin Zhaoye tightened her grip on the steering wheel before relaxing slightly. Yes, it seems I can gather a few items. She turned to Mu Hongxiao, hoping to discern any hint of unease on his pallid yet striking face, which appeared almost translucent from blood loss. She was taking a gamble. Just as Lin Zhaoye focused intently on driving to reach home swiftly, Mu Hongxiao spoke again, his voice trembling slightly. Do not speak of this to others. It is not safe for a girl. Zhaoye's heart was warmed, and his throat was slightly choked with emotion. She nodded in acknowledgement, without uttering a word or turning her head, indicating that she understood. Her gamble had paid off. In reality, Lin Zhaoye's small apartment was also situated near the hospital. Due to the commotion they had caused earlier, many zombies had been lured away, leaving only a handful within the residential complex. Lin Zhaoye retrieved the surgical kit and other essential items, preparing them before rousing Mu Hongxiao, who was on the verge of unconsciousness. Mu Hongxiao accepted the towel and proceeded to use the knife to cut open his own upper garment. The flesh had long congealed with the fabric, forming scabs. He took a deep breath and, with great resolve, tore apart the clothing in one swift motion, revealing the wound. Lin Zhaoye, who had been focused on driving, had not noticed the extent of his injuries. A blade had struck his body at an angle, and there were also bullet holes. With the tearing of the fabric, the old and new wounds mingled together, causing blood to gush forth. The injury was far more extensive than she had initially imagined. While medical professionals are typically accustomed to matters of life and death and may not be easily affected, everything changes when the injured party is a loved one. Lin Zhaoye's hands trembled uncontrollably. It's all right, Yezi. I have faith in you, he said, his face pale, still reassuring the anxious person before him. Lin Zhaoye swallowed hard, mustered her courage, and began her work. Throughout the procedure, Lin Zhaoye dared not look up. Mu Hongxiao, a man of fortitude, remained motionless, allowing her to tend to his wounds as if they were not his own flesh. As time gradually passed, and everything was finally completed, Lin Zhaoye collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted. After all, having spent 3 years dealing with zombies in the apocalypse, she found that this body did not possess such formidable capabilities. Today's experience of fleeing and tending to her wounds had already exceeded her usual physical exertion. She fell asleep outside, drenched in sweat, under a blanket of darkness, while her phone, set to silent, displayed several missed calls. In the early days of the apocalypse, there was still internet access, electricity, and water. However, by the third day, various resources began to dwindle. Her uncle's phone remained perpetually busy, which caused Lin Zhaoye a sense of urgency. Chapter 5. Working Uncle, I'm safe now, so you need to worry about me. As soon as the call connected, Lin Zhaoye reassured him, I've managed to stock up on some supplies. Did you manage to put away the items I asked you to buy last time? On the other end, her uncle expressed his deep concern. I'm relieved to hear you're okay. I tried calling you several times, but no one answered. It scared me to death. Can you find a way to come over? It would be safer for you here, or I could come to you. Lin Zhaoye quickly interjected, Xiao Gu is with me. Once the situation improves, we'll come over. That good. Lin Zhaoye understood his worries, and they exchanged information to reassure one another before ending the call. It wasn't that she didn't want to visit her uncle. It was simply that her current supplies were insufficient. Since she had the chance to start anew, she intended to seize the opportunity to navigate the apocalypse safely alongside her family and friends. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the government indeed intervened promptly. However, the established bases, much like other private shelters, required residents to surrender all their resources in exchange for housing and water. Food, however, still had to be procured through the spoils of slaying zombies. Many bases operated under a familial system, outright rejecting outsiders. After relinquishing all their provisions, it was not uncommon for them to eliminate witnesses under the cover of night. In such a world, murder and plunder had become disturbingly commonplace. For Lin Zhaoye, who possessed her own stockpile yet lacked considerable strength, Surrendering all her resources was far from advantageous. Perhaps in this lifetime, she could rely on her own system to construct a small refuge amidst the chaos, safeguarding those she cherished and ensuring their survival. Yezi, come eat something. Mu Hongxiao's voice shattered Lin Zhaoye's reverie. She looked up to see the towering figure of the man, who had appeared pale moments ago, but now donned a strawberry-patterned apron, the color returning to his face. His robust constitution seemed to allow him a swift recovery. Dinner consisted of tomato and beef brisket noodles, the noodles delightfully chewy. The fragrant combination of tomatoes and beef brisket tantalizing the senses. Lin Zhaoye raised an eyebrow. So Brother Xiao can cook. It's quite normal to know how to cook, especially with the inconveniences of missions. I have other specialties as well. I'll prepare them for you in the future. As Lin Zhaoye indulged in her meal, she remained oblivious to Mu Hongxiao's gaze, which tenderly traced her features. The codename Lin Xiao was no more. Mu Hongxiao has become homeless. I wonder if Lin Zhaoye would be willing to take him in. Lin Zhaoye, who was savoring his noodles, suddenly found himself unable to continue eating. The figure before him, tall and robust enough to safeguard the nation, was once the child who sat at the entrance of the courtyard, watching other children play. Their childhood friendship was severed by the passing of Lin's parents, and although they occasionally kept in touch, they seldom met. Well then, Mu Hongxiao could work for Lin Zhaoye. They exchanged smiles, yet this moment of tranquility was interrupted by a sound from outside, akin to zombies scratching at the door, producing a series of unsettling noises. The door at home was a reinforced steel door, specifically chosen by Lin Zhaoye, accompanied by a thick wooden door for added defense. While the zombies posed no immediate threat, the incessant noise was quite bothersome. After discussing, they resolved to eliminate the zombies the following morning. At dawn, after tending to their morning rituals, the two set about confronting the zombies. Due to Mu Hongxiao's injuries, Lin Zhaoye took the lead while Mu Hongxiao provided support. This arrangement stemmed from Lin Zhaoye's private concern. Despite her 3 years of experience surviving in the apocalypse, her body had not undergone any enhancements, rendering her somewhat inadequate in confronting zombies. Only through continuous training could she improve her physical capabilities, allowing her to effectively deal with the undead even without the awakening of her powers. Lin Zhaoye resided on the 5th floor, and during the day, the zombies on this level seemed to have mysteriously vanished. The two descended the stairs, barricading the unit door with an iron rod, effortlessly dispatching a few minor zombies along the way. They aimed to cleanse the entire stairwell of the undead, hoping to create a temporary sanctuary for themselves. Surprisingly, they encountered very few zombies up to the 8th floor, perhaps due to it being a weekday. Indeed, the number of zombies in the apartment was considerably less than those roaming the streets. Kneeling down, Lin Zhaoye observed a recently slain zombie, adorned in a white shirt and a blue knitted vest, resembling an elderly teacher who lived just above her. It was truly a pity. Before she could fully lament, the elevator, which had been stagnant on the 8th floor, abruptly opened its doors. A cacophony of guttural sounds mixed with the stench of decay erupted as a horde of zombies surged towards Lin Zhaoye. Mu Hongxiao, who was leaning against the wall by the elevator, felt a sharp jolt of alarm. Yezi, behind you. Without a moment to spare for his wounds, he propelled himself forward, running with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaoye, upon rising, suddenly felt her legs go numb. A rush of blood surged, and her vision darkened. Acting purely on instinct, she stumbled towards the approaching Mu Hongxiao, unable to react in any other way. The body is uncontrollable. However, Lin Zhaoye felt a peculiar familiarity with the figure of Mu Hongxiao rushing towards him, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. Mu Hongxiao pushed Lin Zhaoye back and stood up to confront the zombies. True to his training in a special department, even while injured, he managed to keep a portion of his focus on Lin Zhaoye's condition. In less than 5 minutes, he adeptly dispatched all the zombies, ensuring that any potential ambush was thoroughly eradicated before hastily checking on Lin Zhaoye. One hand rested on Lin Zhaoye's forehead, the warmth emanating from it conveying a sense of security and reassurance. Feeling the concern from the person before him, Lin Zhaoye felt a twinge of embarrassment, reluctant to admit that he had stumbled due to a numb leg and insufficient blood flow to the brain. Mu Hongxiao noticed her cheeks and earlobes, turning crimson, seemingly scorched by his touch, and let out a soft chuckle. The gentle rush of air against Lin Zhaoye's neck and the muffled laughter resonated in her mind, leading her to realize she could no longer maintain her facade, just as she contemplated whether to bury her head in the sand or feign ignorance. She found herself effortlessly lifted by the man, much like a sack. Upon arriving home, Lin Zhaoye nestled into the couch, closing her eyes to collect her thoughts. It took her a considerable time to remember that Mu Hongxiao was still an invalid. Initially worried about needing to tend to him again, she suddenly opened her eyes, locking gazes with the ailing man. In a flash, the earlier incident came rushing back to her, and she sprang to her feet, exclaiming, I'm going to tend to the garden, before hastily retreating to the balcony to immerse herself in her studies. On the balcony, there stood the large box she had previously purchased for cultivating vegetables, though she had yet to thoroughly research the nuances of cultivation to gain practical experience. The apocalypse had arrived. As Lin Zhaoye pondered where to begin, the sound of Mu Hongxiao's footsteps drew near, lightly tapping on the glass. Here, essay stool for you. I fear you might faint again upon rising. Chapter 6. Planting vegetables. Mu Hongxiao appeared remarkably composed. You carry on with your tasks. I shall attend to my wounds. It was evident that his injuries had likely reopened, yet his spirit remained resilient. Lin Zhaoye retained confidence in his ability to self-administer treatment. Her face flushed with indignation. She took a seat on the small stool and inhaled deeply twice to prepare for the tasks ahead. The planting box was made of iron, and when purchased, it had been supplied with specialized soil and nutrient solution. In pursuit of gaining experience points, Lin Zhaoye opted to use seeds and water produced by the system for her cultivation. Based on her research, she selected a variety of plants that were both easy to grow and quick to mature as her initial experiment. She scattered the seeds and lightly covered them with a layer of soil, then extracted water from the system to irrigate the planting box, thus completing the task. The sun outside shone just right, casting a languorous warmth upon her, and soon, drowsiness began to envelop her. In her half-conscious state, Lin Zhaoye contemplated how many more days of such tranquility lay ahead. After a sufficient respite, she unceremoniously enlisted Mu Hongxiao as her bodyguard to continue clearing the corridor of zombies. Only when the sun dipped below the horizon did they finally conclude their efforts. Today, the two individuals have roughly discerned the current state of the building, excluding the possibly unoccupied residences. There are two elderly women who reside in adjacent rooms on the second floor, appearing to be in their 60s or 70s, timid and reserved. One of them is a short-haired pregnant woman, exuding an air of competence, her pregnancy just beginning to show, likely around 4 to 5 months along. She lives alone, as it is said that the child's father is no longer present, residing in the apartment above Lin Zhaoye. Additionally, there is a middle-aged man from the countryside, seeking his son. The child is alive and contact has been established, yet he has not had the opportunity to visit, living on the top floor. That very night, a sudden knock echoed at Lin Zhaoye's door. The sound of the knocking was distinctly different from the scraping of zombies, prompting the vigilant Mu Hongxiao to approach the door. While the relatively petite Lin Zhaoye concealed himself, poised to act, the visitor was the pregnant woman from the upper floor. Nevertheless, Mu Hongxiao remained cautious, apart from his teammates. No one was to be trusted, and now, aside from Yezi, there was no one else to rely upon, even a seemingly defenseless pregnant woman. My home has been robbed, she lamented, by those two elderly women downstairs. They took advantage of my slumber, entering with a kitchen knife. I dared not make a sound for fear of harming my child. There are no resources left in my home. Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao exchanged glances. Despite her evident plight, they felt no obligation to assist her. Could you help me arrange a meeting with them? She pleaded. This matter is our conflict. There is no foolproof method to guard against thieves. It is imperative that we resolve this issue now. Lin Zhaoye was indeed taken aback by the audacity of a single pregnant woman confronting two individuals, which certainly commanded respect. She gestured for Mu Hongxiao to let her in. In truth, I come not only to invite you to witness this matter, but also with sincerity, hoping to join your ranks. She settled onto the sofa, only then revealing a laptop in her hands, its screen seemingly running some program that cast an air of mystery beneath her blue light blocking glasses. This contains content from various national systems online. As many countries are still in a state of instability, the information is not yet comprehensive, but you may peruse it to grasp the current situation. With confidence, she slid the laptop screen toward them, allowing both to view its contents. This is my sincerity. Anything available online, whether presently or in the future, I can assure you will have access to the latest research. That I can guarantee. Lin Zhaoye observed the woman before her, slender in stature, and even in her pregnancy, she did not appear overweight. The atmosphere shifted palpably the moment she opened the laptop. Such a person must possess a profound confidence in her professional abilities. Otherwise, the transformation would not be so stark. Mu Hongxiao did not engage in the matter, remaining vigilant at the side. After all, he was also someone Lin Zhaoye had taken in, was he not? Lin Zhaoye merely gazed at the woman's excited countenance, remaining silent for a moment before slowly inquiring, "May I ask your name?" "Wang Jiahui," she replied. Lin Zhaoye nodded, his expression revealing little. Yet his heart was tumultuous with waves of emotion. Wang Jiahui had gained notoriety in the second year of the apocalypse, primarily due to her contributions to data research for the higher-ups. Tragically, her child was abducted by the leader of a private base during a moment of her inattention. And later, when she waged an open war against the base with her makeshift weapons, her child perished amidst the chaos. Since that fateful day, Wang Jiahui had become a source of distress on both personal and professional fronts. Her revelations permeated every frequency and network, manifesting in various forms. Prior to that incident, no one had been aware of her prowess in weapon development. Otherwise, such a significant upheaval might have been avoided. At the time, Wang Jiahui had vanished without a trace. Yet her legend persisted. A woman so passionate and decisive, she was often regarded as a female tyrant by many. Lin Zhaoye found a sense of secret delight in discovering that the individual he had encountered was indeed someone of considerable renown. Furthermore, Miss Lin, there is a network expenditure bill amounting to 50,000 yuan that requires your confirmation. Wang Jiahui further provoked his curiosity. The network expenditure bill likely pertains to that trending topic. So is you. Indeed, it was merely a trivial matter. Yet, I am surprised at how much you know. Miss Lin, Wang Jiahui reclined against the sofa, one hand lightly resting on her abdomen, her body relaxed, albeit slightly weary, as she was with child. The knowledge Lin Zhaoye possessed of future events was a leverage in her hands. If he was unwilling to eliminate her, he would have to seek her alliance. It seems you have come to recognize my capabilities. I, too, hold a different perspective regarding you, and I am confident that we shall collaborate harmoniously in the future. May I address you as Yezi, just as Mr. Mu does? Wang Jiahui, employing both gentle persuasion and firm resolve, maintained a courteous demeanor. Lin Zhaoye raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, though she had already accepted the likelihood of having no secrets in the presence of this individual. Much like how the powerful figures from her past life took delight in the scandal of red undergarments, she was still astonished. In the span of a single day, the terms of address between her and Mu Hongxiao had become unequivocally clear. No objections. I comprehend your desires, and you grasp my intentions. I hope for a delightful collaboration in the future, Sister Zhaoye. This left Mu Hongxiao alone before the computer, pondering the peculiar nature of women. Chapter 7. Points at 4 in the morning, Lin Zhaoye stealthily exited the room. The vigilant Mu Hongxiao instantly opened his eyes. For several days, they had been taking turns on watch, one keeping vigil during the first half of the night, the other during the latter half, ensuring safety and guarding against the threat of zombies overwhelming them in their slumber. Thus, Lin Zhaoye sat alone at the balcony entrance, gazing at the moon, lost in thought, while Mu Hongxiao reclined on the sofa bed, not asleep but attentively observing the solitary figure bathed in moonlight. For a moment, all was still, with only time flowing quietly. Lin Zhaoye broke the silence. What do you think would happen if the moon were to disappear and the sun turned blue? After a night's passage, where did these 4,000 points come from? Congratulations, host. These are points earned for rescuing your kind. 1,000 points per person? Lin Zhaoye suddenly realized that the items she had longed for in the point shop were now within her reach. Power potion, 1,000 points. Consuming this potion grants 1/2 an hour of strength equivalent to the same tier, but results in 5 hours of exhaustion afterward. Energy pill, 2,000 points. Ingesting this will replenish a random amount of energy. These are the 2 items Lin Zhaoye had already unlocked, each requiring a significant expenditure of points to redeem. However, for her current situation, they held little utility, as both she and Mu Hongxiao had yet to awaken their abilities. At present, it seemed far more practical to focus on enhancing her physical fitness. The vegetables on the balcony, nourished by the system's water source, had begun to ripen rapidly. Lush greens of lettuce, cilantro, and chives flourished abundantly. Lin Zhaoye reached out to harvest, and once again, a series of notification sounds echoed. Harvested lettuce 1. Points 1. Harvested lettuce 1. Points 1. Lin Zhaoye had grown accustomed to these notifications and could now easily disregard them. As she plucked the vegetables, she mused, it would be even better if she could raise some chicks. At 8 in the morning, Lin Zhaoye prepared a simple breakfast and roused the 2 individuals. She handed each of them a bottle of water for their morning routines. The water today appeared somewhat unusual. For safety's sake, she opted for mineral water instead. As she turned on the faucet, the water seemed clear to the naked eye. Yet, upon shutting it off, a faint yellow residue lingered on the basin's wall. The 3 of them understood the implication. The water was likely contaminated. In Lin Zhaoye's heart, he understood all too well that the impending severance of water and electricity would herald the true beginning of the apocalypse. The calamity facing humanity was merely in its nascent stage. Setting down her bowl and chopsticks, Wang Jiahui declared with solemnity, I shall descend to confront those 2 individuals. After all, such matters necessitate direct confrontation. At that moment, the entire corridor had been cordoned off, and there were currently no zombies in sight. Thus, even if Wang Jiahui ventured out alone, her safety was assured. Yet, the 3 of them chose to act in unison. Lin Zhaoye had numerous thoughts swirling in his mind, for this was a precious asset. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, he could count on this internet savant to intercept vital information ahead of time. What lay ahead? The source of information would largely hinge on Wang Jiahui. As for Mu Hongxiao, naturally, he would follow wherever his guardian went. The trio descended the stairs together, and Wang Jiahui rapped 3 times on the iron door to her left, while Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao stood obediently behind her. The door was opened by an elderly woman, her face a tapestry of deep wrinkles, exuding a benevolent demeanor. Upon recognizing Wang Jiahui, she immediately trembled and attempted to close the door, only to be thwarted by Mu Hongxiao's hand. What are you doing? The old woman inquired, her expression turning grave. A rustling sound emanated from the door on the right, yet no one dared to open it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhaoye scoffed inwardly. They had the audacity to act, yet lacked the courage to acknowledge their actions. Did they not fear retribution for bullying even the pregnant? In the apocalyptic world, one should refrain from being overly altruistic. While embodying the spirit of a saint is commendable, it is essential to consider oneself with a sense of moderation. To prey upon the weak is indeed a disgraceful act. Wang Jiahui remained remarkably composed. Could you please return the items you took last night? That was the formula I prepared for my child. I understand that you have run out of food, but it is rather unethical to bully a pregnant woman. The elderly lady looked up at Wang Jiahui with a smile, feigning ignorance. What are you talking about? I'm completely unaware. Look at you, dear. Are you not a bit daft from hunger? Wang Jiahui cast a subtle glance at the 2 expressionless individuals behind her before turning back to the frail old woman. You know precisely what I am referring to. It seems, however, that my 2 friends are not in the best of moods. You see, the elderly lady scrutinized the 2 tall, slender figures for a long moment before recalling that they were the ones who had vanquished zombies in the corridor that day, and the words she had intended to utter were abruptly swallowed. Reluctantly, she cast a venomous glance at the tightly shut door across from her, muttering curses under her breath as she vacated the entrance. She exchanged a knowing glance with Mu Hongxiao. This individual's acumen extended beyond mere technological prowess, as he was also a master in navigating interpersonal relations. This ally was undoubtedly valuable. With this thought, Lin Zhaoye felt a renewed sense of joy. The path to survival in this desolate world seemed a tad safer. The child was still quite young, yet preparations had been made so thoroughly, indicating that the couple harbored great hopes for their impending arrival. It was simply unfortunate. The two of them were not hesitant, in a world ravaged by chaos. Who would ever complain about an abundance of supplies? After a morning of toil, Lin Zhaoye, after a brief respite, once again urged Mu Hongxiao to venture forth and confront the zombies. After all, she was still quite feeble, and in a few weeks, as the zombies began to mutate, her current capabilities would likely prove insufficient. The number of zombies had increased since the onset of the apocalypse. The fateful day had been a weekday, and the neighborhood was predominantly populated by housewives and the elderly, with the youth being notably scarce. Lin Zhaoye observed that the strength of the zombies seemed correlated to the physical condition of the individuals prior to mutation. If a person had not possessed formidable strength before the transformation, it was likely that the resulting zombie would also lack power. The feeble zombies in this community were ideally suited for Lin Zhaoye to hone her skills. Chapter 8. Awakening Before Long. The nearby apartment blocks had been largely cleared of zombies, with several doors ajar, likely indicating that their occupants had either succumbed to zombification or fled. Naturally, Lin Zhaoye seized the opportunity to claim the unclaimed supplies. The sound of the notification chime, heralding her accumulated points, brought her a unique sense of satisfaction as she watched the numbers increment on her control panel. Thus, she remained occupied for 2 days, successfully cleansing 2 buildings in the vicinity. During this time, the residents, deprived of water and electricity, began to adapt to a lifestyle governed by the rising and setting sun. Apart from Lin Zhaoye, who ventured out nightly to gaze at the moon, few noticed the once silver moonlight gradually dimming, nor did they observe the subtle changes in the daylight sun. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred when it was time to scour building number 7. For reasons unknown, the zombies in this unit were alarmingly abundant. As they entered the building, nearly 100 zombies surged forth, their grotesque faces a dark, menacing wave descending upon them. By now, Lin Zhaoye was adept at confronting these undead creatures. With a silent curse, she resigned herself to the situation and charged forward. A leap, a knee strike, and a back throw sent the first zombie crashing down. A swift slice with her scalpel split open the zombie's skull. It was then that Lin Zhaoye noticed something peculiar about this particular zombie. Unlike the others, whose brains were soft and pulpy, this one's head had hardened considerably. As the scalpel pierced its skull, it struck something solid with a distinct ding. Lin Zhaoye realized, with a start, that the zombie had developed a crystal core. Only a week had passed, yet zombies with first-order crystal cores were already emerging. Could it be that some individuals had already developed supernatural abilities? Engaged in a fierce battle, Mu Hongxiao noticed Lin Zhaoye's predicament and sensed the danger. He swiftly grabbed 2 zombies, using their momentum to smash them together, resulting in a gruesome explosion of white matter. With those threats neutralized, Mu Hongxiao dashed towards Lin Zhaoye. Simultaneously, Lin Zhaoye became aware of the danger behind her. She rolled away, narrowly avoiding the zombie's attack. Mu Hongxiao executed a flying kick, temporarily resolving the immediate threat to Lin Zhaoye. The two quickly retreated to evade the relentless pursuit of the zombies. Mu Hongxiao was about to scold her for her carelessness, but upon seeing Lin Zhaoye crouching there, he found himself unable to utter any harsh words. Xiao Yezi, please hold on to this for now, Lin Zhaoye said, lifting her hand to reveal her recent discovery, a small, nail-sized tuft of off-white material, glimmering under the sunlight. Though not nearly as radiant as the smile of the girl before her, Lin Zhaoye observed the subtle sheen of perspiration on the man's forehead, surmising he had grown anxious on her behalf. He stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to respond to her words, prompting her to reiterate, "This is truly useful. If you encounter other zombies, you must take it out." Mu Hongxiao could not fathom why she placed such importance on this object, yet he eventually acquiesced with a nod. After much hesitation, he finally managed to utter a single phrase. "Be careful. Life comes first." Lin Zhaoye was perplexed by Mu Hongxiao's behavior, mistakenly believing he was upset about the matter and was venting his frustration on the zombies, leaving none for her practice on. Thus, They both moved with remarkable speed, their blades slicing through the air like one would cut through a watermelon, swiftly dispatching the majority of zombies. However, Lin Zhaoye found herself devoid of any first-tier zombies to confront, and Mu Hongxiao remained motionless, seemingly without any success in obtaining crystal cores. It was only when Mu Hongxiao plunged his twin blades into a zombie's skull that he sensed something peculiar within. Upon extracting his weapon, he was astonished to discover a small crystal core nestled inside, identical to the one Lin Zhaoye had shown him. Mu Hongxiao extended his hand to grasp the crystal core, intent on observing its unique properties. As he held it, a tingling current surged through his body. In that fleeting moment, his eyes turned crimson, and he gasped for breath, veins bulging as his body began to emit a faint mist. This scene startled Lin Zhaoye, for in the apocalyptic world, extensive experimentation had shown that crystal cores were toxic and required careful disinfection in precise proportions before use. Otherwise, one risked fatal poisoning from the core itself. Just like Mu Hongxiao at that moment, whose energy was overflowing, unable to be contained. Despite the toxicity, the crystal cores were fervently researched for their ability to replenish energy and enhance the abilities of those with supernatural powers, thus inciting a fervent obsession among many. However, the direct usage of an untreated crystal core typically ended in dire consequences. Panic-stricken, Lin Zhaoye exclaimed, "Xiao Ge, drink some water. Take it slow. Take it slow." Her words stumbled forth, laced with concern for Mu Hongxiao's condition. The water produced by the system was unique, but whether it could alleviate the effects of crystal core poisoning remained to be seen over time. After approximately 5 minutes, Mu Hongxiao remained seated on the ground, his breath erratic, fists clenched tightly, sweat soaking his clothes. He appeared flushed, as though he had been subjected to steam, with wisps of vapor rising from his body and dissipating into the air. Lin Zhaoye stood vigilantly by his side, silently guarding him. Simultaneously, many individuals were covertly observing the situation from their windows. However, Lin Zhaoye found herself unable to ponder extensively. She dared not move Mu Hongxiao and could only await developments. In a flash, Mu Hongxiao abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing, and unleashed a powerful punch towards the ground to his right. This strike was infused with tremendous energy, causing cracks to radiate outward from the epicenter of his fist across the stone floor. Remarkably, he had created a dent in the hard surface. Lin Zhaoye was profoundly astonished, contemplating that he must have awakened a power-related ability. Yet, she vaguely recalled that absorbing crystal cores required extensive learning and immense mental fortitude to access the energy within. How could Mu Hongxiao, with merely a touch, absorb energy so effortlessly and truly awaken his abilities? If it were that simple, why would so many individuals live their entire lives without such powers? Chapter 9. Dual abilities, although the utility of power-related abilities might diminish in later stages. Their effectiveness in the early phases is undeniably formidable. Particularly, awakening such abilities within just a week is a momentous occasion worthy of celebration. Mu Hongxiao's previously calm demeanor transformed into a fierce visage as he suddenly let out a deafening roar, a wave of heat emanating from him. Lin Zhaoye, sans signe danger, swiftly retreated a few steps. This roar lasted for approximately 2 to 3 seconds, and despite their location being relatively safe and spacious, several zombies soon appeared, evidently drawn by Mu Hongxiao's thunderous cry. Mu Hongxiao turned to the dazed Lin Zhaoye and said, "Yezi, I believe I may have awakened the ability you mentioned." Lin Zhaoye furrowed his brow in contemplation. Given the current strength of your power, it is likely that you have awakened a force-oriented ability. In its early stages, this can be quite formidable. However, your current situation is rather peculiar. Before she could finish her thoughts, Mu Hongxiao dashed forward a few steps to confront the most robust zombie in a one-on-one challenge. Mu Hongxiao's unique identity rendered her formidable even before the awakening of any abilities. Yet this time she chose not to engage in close combat. Instead, she raised her hand and snapped her fingers, summoning a flame that erupted from her fingertips, a blend of orange and red hues, delicate yet unwavering, flickering at her touch. With a swift gesture, the flame transformed into a slender fire dragon that surged toward the nearest zombie. As she twirled her fingers, the fire dragon seemed to comprehend her intent, ensnaring the zombie in its fiery grasp. Though the flames appeared diminutive, they caused the zombie to writhe in agony. Mu Hongxiao gradually brought her hands together, tightening the fiery embrace. The zombie was cleaved apart as if sliced by a blade, resulting in 4 or 5 fragmented pieces. With a decisive motion, she raised her hand, and the entire zombie was engulfed in a sea of flames. The entire spectacle lasted merely 3 to 5 seconds, leaving Lin Zhaoye utterly astonished. In her previous life, she had witnessed numerous fire-based ability awakenings, and even those who had mastered such techniques displayed truly remarkable prowess. Never before has anyone been able to master their extraordinary abilities with such proficiency within a mere minute of awakening. More alarmingly, Lin Zhaoye had always believed that Mu Hongxiao's awakening was solely of the power type. Could it be possible that he has simultaneously awakened both power and fire abilities in such a brief span? Lin Zhaoye's worldview began to crumble. He never anticipated that this neighbor, who had grown up alongside him and seemed so intrinsically linked to his fate, possessed such formidable talent. Was it truly so easy to encounter a strong individual? Observing Mu Hongxiao wielding fire abilities without displaying any signs of exhaustion or discomfort had become a matter of little surprise for Lin Zhaoye. As for the issue of the crystal cores lacking disinfection and dilution, he chose to remain silent for the time being. The nation had not yet delved into this matter. Voicing his concerns could easily invite suspicion. With only himself having awakened his abilities and being immune to the toxins of the raw crystal cores, it was prudent to keep this information to himself. While Lin Zhaoye quietly processed these revelations, Mu Hongxiao was equally exhilarated. Could this be the sensation that Yezi had mentioned regarding ability users? It felt as though there was an inexhaustible reservoir of power within him. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to practice his abilities, urging Lin Zhaoye to take a rest. Lin Zhaoye, understanding the situation, stepped aside, wishing to offer encouragement without overexerting himself to the point of exhaustion. As words lingered on the tip of his tongue, Mu Hongxiao raised his hand, conjuring forth a familiar flicker of flame. However, this time, the flame was merely the size of a fingernail, a stark contrast to the much larger blaze that had appeared moments before. Lin Zhaoye could not help but chuckle softly at this sight. Indeed, the world remains just. Even someone as inherently gifted as Mu Hongxiao, newly awakened, could not summon an abundance of energy. The tips of Mu Hongxiao's ears flushed a deep crimson, a clear indication of his embarrassment at the failed attempt to impress. Observing his discomfort, Lin Zhaoye beamed with a radiant smile, an endearing sight that brightened the atmosphere. Despite the earlier awkwardness, Mu Hongxiao found himself smiling alongside her. The two exchanged knowing glances and seamlessly fell into a synchronized rhythm of dispatching the zombies. At that moment, many individuals began to cautiously venture out from their homes in search of supplies, emboldened by the dwindling number of zombies in the vicinity. The increasing confidence of the ordinary citizens was palpable. Due to the extensive coverage of Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao, some people discreetly attempted to mimic their actions, prying the contents from the heads of the fallen zombies. Previously, many had surreptitiously gathered supplies after the duo had cleared the area, and Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao had understood their plight, opting not to confront them. However, the significance of the crystal cores was far greater than that of the earlier supplies. The zombies had been vanquished by their hands, yet the cores were being furtively snatched away. During the onslaught, the absence of these individuals was conspicuous. Lin Zhaoye felt a flicker of indignation within her. After all, the actions of others were truly disheartening. Even though her efforts in exterminating zombies were not driven by a desire for validation or gratitude, they only solidified her resolve to depart from this place swiftly. To her surprise, the endeavor of extracting zombie crystal cores involved not only adults but also a child who found herself amidst the crowd, a diminutive figure, strikingly conspicuous. She was a girl, perhaps only 6 or 7 years old, yet she bravely attempted to extract the crystal core from a zombie, displaying a courage that had outmatched many adults. As Lin Zhaoye collected the zombie crystal cores, she observed this fearless child. The little girl, with her sparkling eyes, raised her hand and ran towards Lin Zhaoye, presenting the crystal core she had just unearthed. "Sister, you're looking for this, right? I found it for you." Lin Zhaoye was taken aback. She had not anticipated the child's willingness to assist her. This realization deepened her discomfort. Even a 6- or 7-year-old child comprehended the principles of kindness and sharing, while the adults, who were still engrossed in hastily stuffing their pockets with crystal cores, seemed oblivious. Indeed, human desire knows no bounds. Chapter 10. Exchange Thank You. Lin Zhaoye said, gently ruffling the child's hair. "Please wait for me here, little sister." Upon receiving a nod in agreement, Lin Zhaoye hurried to the side to retrieve some vegetables and water. These greens were the fruits of her recent endeavors in cultivating a small garden on her balcony. The water from her spatial pocket was remarkably efficient. It could yield a bountiful harvest of vegetables within a day, far exceeding what a few individuals could consume. These vegetables have become priceless treasures in the current world, and with a few bottles of water, they would suffice as compensation for the children. Upon seeing Lin Zhaoye present a bounty of vibrant green vegetables, the child appeared somewhat bewildered, exclaiming, "I don't need these, I don't want them." Observing Lin Zhaoye's unwavering insistence, she delicately brushed aside a few leaves, stating, "This is more than enough." The child's innocent smile was a rare and precious sight amidst the desolation of this apocalyptic era. Lin Zhaoye chose not to persist in the matter, nodding in agreement as they engaged in a barter. "Water, I have water," the little girl said, raising her hand as drops of crystalline water trickled through her fingers, cascading onto the ground. A water-based supernatural ability possessed by such a young child. Lin Zhaoye felt a pang of envy. Having awakened her own powers late in this bleak reality, wishing fervently for an earlier awakening in this lifetime. "In the future, I can also exchange vegetables and water with you," Lin Zhaoye cheerfully remarked to the child, simultaneously disseminating the news to others. Crystals could be traded for vegetables. Many people instantly lost interest in the crystals they held, as these items currently served no purpose, with any potential utility remaining uncertain until the future. Suddenly, a few individuals approached. "I have 2 crystals which I was about to offer you. Can I trade them for some vegetables?" "I have 1. Lin Zhaoye replied with a smile. "Of course, crystals of other colors are acceptable as well. I have water and vegetables. 1 crystal can be exchanged for 1 pound of vegetables or 1 bottle of water." In the previous life, this price would have been considered a disadvantageous deal for Lin Zhaoye. Even for those newly thrust into the apocalypse, the conditions presented were readily acceptable, akin to receiving a gift without any strings attached. In no time, Lin Zhaoye found herself surrounded by a few more individuals. Numerous people eagerly vied to offer her the crystal cores they had scavenged, while others discreetly concealed their finds and departed from this treacherous locale. Through this approach, Lin Zhaoye inspired many to fend for themselves, slaying zombies in exchange for resources. In the days that followed, they gradually cleared much of the entire community. It was only after some inquiry that Lin Zhaoye learned of a child's awakening, which had occurred one day when she suddenly developed a fever. Upon awakening, she found herself surrounded by water. "My mother said I am someone who can create water," the child explained, "so I serve water to my family. Now, I can help my mother like an adult." The innocent words of the child elicited laughter from those around. Yet Lin Zhaoye understood that the circumstances of everyone's awakening to their abilities were indeed varied and peculiar. Regrettably, she felt no anomalies within her own body, fearing that her own awakening was still far off. After a week, they had managed to seal all the entrances to the community. Nearly the entire area had been cleansed, devoid of any zombies. Concurrently, some individuals had awakened their powers, which filled Lin Zhaoye with a twinge of envy, compelling her to falsely claim that she possessed wood-based abilities limited to cultivating vegetables. The myriad emotions she experienced were comprehended only by Lin Zhaoye and the informed Mu Hongxiao. The community boasted several property personnel and security guards, who maintained the security system of the electric fences that had existed prior to the apocalypse. Now, with the backup generator activated, the entire community is safeguarded by a circuit of high-voltage lines. Should any zombies approach, an alarm will sound. simultaneously delivering an electric shock to the intruders. In this manner, the security system of the neighborhood is effectively established. Lin Zhaoye consistently trades vegetables and water resources for crystal cores, inadvertently amassing a significant collection, over 100 cores, each brimming with energy potent enough to elevate Mu Hongxiao to the second tier. However, Lin Zhaoye refrains from disclosing the usage of these cores to those who have found them. According to the timeline from the previous life, approximately a month and a half later, designated personnel from the government would relay information via radio regarding the function of the crystal cores and methods to neutralize their toxic effects. That day is fast approaching, so as long as they refrain from haphazardly experimenting with the cores, they will remain unaffected. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaoye and her companions have prepared all necessary supplies, ready to depart the community in search of her uncle's villa. Only a cup of translucent water remains, distinct from the muddied liquid they had previously soaked in. Yet, all of this remains speculative, which leaves Lin Zhaoye feeling somewhat anxious. Xiao Ge, give this a try. Noticing her unease, Mu Hongxiao jested, "What? Do you think I've eaten too much? Trying to poison me?" Despite his light-hearted words, he did not hesitate to drink the entire cup of water. As soon as he finished, Mu Hongxiao seemed to react. "You really did try to poison me, didn't you?" He endured the surge of energy within while amusingly observing Lin Zhaoye's response. Observing her tightly furrowed brow and anxious gaze, Mu Hongxiao chuckled, seemingly devoid of concern. A layer of orange flames emanated from his body, instantaneously illuminating the dimly lit room. Lin Zhaoye could sense the flow of energy, yet felt no hint of burning sensation. "It appears he intends to roast me," he remarked with a playful tone, entirely unfazed by any pain. With that, Lin Zhaoye felt a wave of relief wash over him. Sheepishly rubbing his nose, perhaps he simply craves barbecued meat. The flames enveloping Mu Hongxiao gradually dimmed, and with a snap of his fingers in the darkness, a flame the size of a palm manifested at his fingertip, significantly larger than when it had first awakened. Second tier? Indeed, second tier. The firelight cast a glow upon the two of them, and Lin Zhaoye's eyes sparkled with barely contained joy as he oscillated his gaze between the flickering flame and Mu Hongxiao. A sense of warmth filled Mu Hongxiao's heart. He found a young girl before him irresistibly adorable. I. Both spoke simultaneously, then fell silent, awaiting the other's words. "You go first, Yezi. I'll check on the vegetables on the balcony. You should get a good night's sleep." Chapter 11. Departure. Wang Zhaoye let out a soft laugh within the room, yet said nothing further. An enduring silence spread through the night. Even in the absence of sunlight during the night, these plants thrive, meeting the demand for a daily harvest with an income of 500 points, complemented by the previous 4,000 points earned from saving lives, accumulating over 7,000 points in total. The two individuals in the house are chosen companions, serving as pillars of support in this apocalyptic world. Each possesses their own skills, and with the elders still alive, these are perhaps the most gratifying aspects of Lin Zhaoye's life in the wasteland. Tonight, the moon hangs in a silvery hue, merely a waning crescent, surrounded by a shroud of dark mist that seems to encroach upon the scant moonlight. Yet, this is beyond Lin Zhaoye's control. Everything follows its own rhythm, and all she can do is pray for her own strength to grow, to become even more formidable. The water that Xiao Ge consumed without hesitation symbolizes the trust that exists between them. Mu Hongxiao has bestowed upon her an immense sense of security, especially considering the figure that rushed towards her earlier, which Lin Zhaoye strongly suspects was Mu Hongxiao. Now, she is convinced that her journey through the apocalypse will not be one of solitude. By the second week, the zombies at the outskirts of the community had significantly diminished, with only a few emerging occasionally. That midday, they continued their routine of receiving radio transmissions from the government, which included updates regarding the establishment of national bases. Many residents of the community overheard this news and eagerly shared the hopeful tidings of their impending salvation. A few days prior, Wang Zhaoye had already informed them about this matter, though the specific date for sending the message had yet to be determined. Now, With the public announcement of the base's location and news that several teams had passed through certain areas capable of rescuing survivors, excitement had surged among the people. Wang Zhaoye remained indifferent, asking, "Are you planning to go?" Lin Zhaoye's intention was to reach his uncle's residence, where the villa's terrain would be more conducive to survival. As for how long they could sustain themselves, under the current system, and provided they were not attacked by a horde of zombies, they should be able to live quite comfortably for an extended period. Mu Hongxiao understood that Lin Zhaoye was concerned for her uncle and would not seek refuge at the large base. Their time spent together had fostered a mutual understanding of each other's character, with Wang Zhaoye primarily focused on her child. "I will follow your lead, but I do not recommend going to the large base," she stated. Lin Zhaoye nodded in agreement. Until their supplies were exhausted, he did not intend to rely on any base, whether public or private. The trio reached a consensus and ceased to dwell on the matter. "Where shall we prepare to go? This community does not seem particularly safe. To my knowledge, it was once the site of a large plaza, and I fear it won't be long before a multitude of zombies arrives." Lin Zhaoye mused on the power of big data, nearly matching the information available to her as a reborn individual. "We should leave in the next couple of days." At this moment, Mu Hongxiao also joined in, urging, "Then we must act swiftly." They had already begun to follow the instructions relayed through the radio broadcast. Outside the community, vibrant fabrics were tied up, ready to be swept away by any passing group. The fear lingered that such gatherings would attract a horde of zombies. Once they departed, we would find ourselves encircled. It would be prudent to set forth sooner rather than later. Lin Zhaoye shared this sentiment. With Mu Hongxiao's powers now at the second tier, he could confidently declare himself invincible. Meanwhile, Lin's agility and skills had been honed through recent encounters with the undead, bringing them to a level akin to his previous life. Even with the addition of a pregnant woman, their strength was more than adequate. After deliberation, the trio decided to embark on their journey during the third week of the apocalypse. They gathered their supplies, loaded part of their belongings into the vehicle, and siphoned fuel from several abandoned cars before preparing to depart. Each time they left the community, it was customary to inform the security guard to open the gate. In the past, they would exit empty-handed, but now, with the rugged vehicle at their disposal, their departure was markedly different. "What is all this gear for?" someone inquired. "Weren't we told the convoy would come to escort us to the main base? Why are you leaving now?" The crowd bombarded Lin Zhaoye with questions, astonished by their decision to depart at such a precarious time. Lin, reluctant to delve into lengthy explanations, adopted a dramatic flair. "I've been in contact with my uncle. He is still alive. He is my only remaining relative, and naturally, I wish to reunite with him. It has been 3 years since they last met." This matter spread like wildfire, and nearly every household is now aware of it. Some lament the lack of a place to exchange vegetables, while others genuinely express concern for the safety of the three individuals. The words of a child warmed their hearts. Wang Zhaoye had taken quite a liking to the child, and, in place of Lin Zhaoye, graciously replied, "Thank you. Annie will also give you something." With a surge of maternal instinct, Wang Zhaoye placed a portion of supplies intended for her own child into a box, concealing the recently acquired bottle of water within, and handed it to the child. Lin Zhaoye added some vegetables as a gift for the little one. As the three of them sat in the off-road vehicle, heading towards the villa complex in Y province, Lin Zhaoye, seated in the passenger seat, gazed out the window at the swiftly passing scenery, filled with unspoken gratitude. In this apocalyptic world, survival is no easy feat for anyone. All he wished was for the residents of the community, regardless of their nature, to grow stronger and endure in the days to come. Numerous zombies, drawn by the roar of the engine, pursued their vehicle. Wang Zhaoye exclaimed from the back seat, "Look!" Chapter 12. Speedy appeared to be no more than a teenager, still clad in a school uniform, his round face squishing his eyes into mere slits. As he ran, the fabric of his uniform seemed on the verge of tearing. The ashen hue of his skin betrayed his identity as a zombie. Yet this little zombie astonishingly matched the speed of their vehicle. At 50 miles per hour, he was effortlessly keeping pace. It was a manifestation of speed ability that allowed him to maintain such velocity. "Do not worry, he will not attack." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, an individual outside, raised his hand to strike the car window, even bellowing loudly. "Curse be the harbinger," Lin Zhaoye lamented internally. For none could have anticipated such a remarkable turn of events. This individual not only began to assault, but also howled to attract other zombies. Was there an open space nearby? We must deal with him first. Lin Zhaoye pondered this matter. It had barely been 3 weeks since the apocalypse began. Yet some zombies had already attained the first level of their powers, while awakened humans remained scarce. If humanity did not rise to slay the zombies now, their future existence would surely become more arduous. Wang Jiahui observed the differing expressions on their faces and made a decisive proclamation. "Let us turn right at the upcoming intersection." I recall a small park in that direction, which I used to frequent. The vehicle's speed gradually increased, the zombie trailing slightly behind. Clearly unwilling to relinquish the meal, so tantalizingly close, relentlessly pursuing the car. In mere minutes, the trio reached their destination. As soon as the vehicle came to a halt, Lin Zhaoye restrained Wang Jiahui's hand as she attempted to open the door. "We will disembark. You stay in the car and wait." Their eyes met, and Lin Zhaoye discerned her apprehension, gently patting the back of her hand. "We have a secret weapon. Do not worry." With that, the two exited the vehicle, already able to glimpse the silhouette of the zombie in the distance. Mu Hongxiao nodded, indicating his readiness. In the blink of an eye, the zombie drew near, prompting Mu Hongxiao to swiftly dart forward, launching a powerful punch at it. The flabby flesh on the zombie quivered as it encountered an assault, provoking an immediate surge of animosity directed towards him. Mu Hongxiao's speed was insufficient to strike the creature, serving merely as a means of intimidation and a test of his capabilities. This was precisely why he had been dispatched. His strength and agility surpassed that of the other two. Unable to inflict harm through swiftness, the only option was to prolong the encounter. Indeed, the zombie was swiftly enraged, emitting a series of guttural cries, its viscous, pale fluids splattering everywhere. It lunged ferociously at Mu Hongxiao, who reacted with remarkable swiftness, evading the attack by sidestepping and delivering a powerful kick, instantly conjuring his fire dragon ability to ensnare the zombie's body. The creature's speed reached its zenith, allowing it to narrowly evade the assault. "Brother Xiao," Lin Zhaoye quickly interjected, reminding him that their strategy did not necessitate an actual kill, as that would present an insurmountable challenge. Receiving the signal, he promptly retreated. The zombie, oblivious to the ruse, immediately pursued Mu Hongxiao's retreating form. 3, 2, 1. Lin Zhaoye silently counted down, and upon the conclusion, he squeezed the trigger. As Mu Hongxiao fell to the ground, the zombie lunged without hesitation, only to be struck by a tranquilizer dart midair. A sigh of relief escaped Lin Zhaoye. Thankfully, everything unfolded according to their plan. At present, the zombie's defenses remained low, and the tranquilizer would swiftly take effect. The zombie, affected by a tranquilizing injection, moved with a certain lethargy, its head inadvertently resting upon Mu Hongxiao's upper body, instinctively parting its lips and closing them a few times. Mu Hongxiao, in a swift motion, overturned the zombie's form, and his extraordinary ability ignited its body, ultimately leaving behind merely a small crystal core upon the ground. Now, Mu Hongxiao had gained the ability to exercise control over himself, refraining from fully absorbing the core upon contact. He rose to his feet, his shirt tattered by the zombie's bites, revealing a concealed plastic bottle beneath. This plan had been meticulously devised prior to their departure, to have the formidable Mu Hongxiao divert the zombies, engaging them in combat when possible, and when not, creating an opening to resolve the situation with a tranquilizer. The makeshift armor was ingeniously crafted using tape to secure the plastic bottle, providing a barrier against the zombies' gnawing. To their surprise, their first unscripted collaboration unfolded seamlessly, bringing immense joy to both. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Mu Hongxiao handed the crystal core to Lin Zhaoye, saying, "I worked up quite a sweat. You take the wheel." As Lin Zhaoye turned to open the car door, his arm was suddenly halted. "Someone at 3 o'clock," he stated. Upon searching, he was astonished to see a vehicle approaching from a distance. "Xiao Yezi? What a relief! You're still alive." The newcomer, impeccably dressed in a suit, spoke with evident delight at encountering an old acquaintance. I never expected to find you here. It was then that Lin Zhaoye found a moment to greet him. Li, how wonderful to see you again. He then introduced Mu Hongxiao, saying, "This is Mu Hongxiao. Xiao Ge, meet my neighbor Li Yiha." The two men, meeting for the first time, clasped hands firmly for 3 or 4 seconds before finally releasing their grip. Lin Zhaoye had not anticipated the mutual respect they held for one another. "Is brother Yiha planning to join us?" Lin Zhaoye inquired, aware that they were about to leave this place. He had a good understanding of Li Yiha, who worked as a manager at a local media company and was quite adept at handling personnel. If they could leave together, it would be advantageous for future endeavors in establishing their own base. He would undoubtedly make an excellent manager. "That sounds wonderful. I happen to have nowhere else to go. I would appreciate your support in the future," Li Yiha responded smoothly. However, Mu Hongxiao was taken aback by Lin Zhaoye's penchant for gathering companions. First Wang Zhaoye, and now Li Yiha. Yet Yezi smiled at him. Without hesitation, Mu Hongxiao removed his clothes, stripped off his armor, and, seizing Li Yiha's body, equipped him with the armor, leaving no room for resistance. "This armor has been specially designed. It effectively protects against zombie bites. I have already tested it for you. Rest assured." Lin Zhaoye observed Mu Hongxiao's boldness as he shed his upper garments, revealing a physique that was quite pleasing to the eye. He urged the two, "Hurry up, or it will be dark before we reach the other side." Li Yiha glanced at the saliva-stained armor and then at the two already seated in the front of the vehicle. With a resigned smile, he followed suit. Chapter 13. The Villa. "Hello, my name is Li Yiha. I am Wang Zhaoye." After exchanging introductions, they shared a glance and simultaneously stated, "I have seen you before." Mu Hongxiao made a turn and stopped at a gas station. "Someone has been here. I wonder if there is still fuel available. One can easily ascertain the situation." Mu Hongxiao parked the vehicle in a location conducive to a swift escape, and together with Lin Zhaoye, they ventured forth to procure gasoline, leaving Li Yiha behind to safeguard Wang Zhaoye. After several winding minutes, they finally discovered a cache of a dozen or so barrels of gasoline within a warehouse. Lin Zhaoye caressed the gasoline barrels, silently invoking the collection prompt. Collected gasoline, 200 L. However, there was no auditory cue indicating the unlocking of crude oil or petroleum manufacturing. A wave of despondency washed over her. In this apocalyptic era, the production of gasoline was a formidable challenge, and nearly all modes of transportation required fuel derived from refined crude oil. It was likely that future conflicts would revolve around the acquisition of such resources. As the journey continued, the two companions behind struck up an easy rapport, engaging in fervent discussions about the reconstruction and operation of networks in this post-apocalyptic world. Their visions for the future were remarkably well-formed, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to showcase their capabilities upon reaching their destination. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaoye remained silent in the vehicle, lost in contemplation regarding every facet of establishing a small base in this new world. Throughout the 6-hour drive, her brow remained furrowed. The most pressing issues of food and water sources had been resolved. As for the remaining challenges, they would address them as they arose. Family must be protected at all costs, and friends should not be abandoned. Lin Zhaoye harbored an insatiable desire to safeguard both her family and friends. Drawing from the lessons of her previous life, she felt a sense of confidence, hoping her friends would not betray her trust. Only through collective effort could they hope to secure a foothold in this perilous new reality. Lost in thought, they soon arrived at the villa complex where her uncle lived. The night still cloaked the surroundings, and remarkably, there were no zombies in sight, showcasing the formidable strength of the security system. Two individuals in the back seat could hardly contain their eagerness to alight, while Lin Zhaoye remained ensconced in her own thoughts, unresponsive to the world around her. Enough of that. "I am here." A gentle hand, belonging to Mu Hongxiao, caressed her hair, warming her heart with the realization that someone truly understood her. Not all comrades would betray her trust. "Who are you?" A blinding beam from a flashlight illuminated the group, prompting Lin Zhaoye to squint as she attempted to confront the security guard wielding the light, only to be shielded by Mu Hongxiao, who positioned himself protectively in front of her. Wang Zhaoye raised her hand to shield her eyes, also being pulled behind him. "We are here to find someone," Lin Yuanshan, owner of Unit 3 to 15. Then please wait a moment. Someone will be notified to escort you, the guard replied, subsequently extinguishing the bright light, leaving only the glow from the vehicle's headlights to illuminate their surroundings. It was then that they discerned the villa complex clearly, its perimeter encircled by barbed wire, serving as a rudimentary defense mechanism, though whether it was electrified remained uncertain. From a distance, only a handful of residences still gleamed with light, while the remainder lay shrouded in darkness. Most striking were the guards stationed at the entrance, 3 in formation, impeccably disciplined, each adorned with firearms, their serious demeanor suggesting they were not mere security personnel. Lin Zhaoye speculated that they were a patrol team organized by the residents, taking turns to ensure the safety of the entire villa community. The presence of such weaponry surprised the group. While the area appeared secure, it also harbored an inherent danger. The adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing treasure resonated with them. Lin Zhaoye had an abundance of resources, and it was likely to attract unwanted attention. The others were also observing one another. In an unfamiliar place, the more information one possesses, the greater the chances of survival. Soon, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. The girl has finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. The speaker, a plump man with a gentle tone, was none other than Lin Zhaoye's uncle, Lin Yuanshan. Uncle! Lin Zhaoye exclaimed, striding forward and embracing Lin Yuanshan. Good, uncle is here. His hand gently patted Lin Zhaoye's back, soothing the emotionally stirred girl. Seeing Lin Zhaoye in such distress brought Lin Yuanshan immense heartache. He comforted her. Look at you, nearly crying like a little kitten. What will you do if you can't get married later? Aware that he was merely teasing her, Lin Zhaoye quickly transformed her tears into laughter, while her friends looked on, moved yet amused. Particularly, Wang Jiahui felt both astonished and relieved. She hadn't expected this seemingly cool and composed girl to break down in tears upon reuniting with her family. This demonstrated the significance Lin Zhaoye placed on those she recognized as kin. With such individuals by her side, the upcoming days promised to be extraordinary. Once she had composed herself, Lin Zhaoye introduced her friends to her uncle. Suddenly, a figure emerged behind Lin Yuanshan, a robust and sturdy individual who introduced himself. Startling Wang Jiahui. You can spar with him. He is quite skilled, Lin Yuanshan added, also introducing the newcomer. Lin Zhaoye was well acquainted with him as well. He had been standing behind Lin Yuanshan, almost invisible. Were it not for his initiative to greet, Wang Jiahui might not have even noticed his presence. In his youth, he was trained within a prominent family, mastering elusive movements and excelling in close combat. Following a schism within the sect due to certain circumstances, he was taken in by Lin Yuanshan as a bodyguard, yet he was regarded as family long before that, a fact that reassured Lin Zhaoye. The summer night was exceedingly pleasant, as the two engaged in light-hearted conversation and laughter, prompting many lights in the surrounding houses to flicker to life. The villa community housed only a modest number of residents, roughly 30 households, all of which belonged to the affluent elite. Each household, to some extent, employed bodyguards, and the arrival of new faces often altered the dynamics of this temporary alliance against external threats. Thus, Lin Zhaoye observed their circumstances openly, while they, in turn, scrutinized her with equal candor. Her intention for being here was merely to establish her own sanctuary, with no desire to provoke anyone. Should anyone dare to challenge her, she would unequivocally demonstrate that one ought not to tread upon the tail of tiger. Chapter 14. Aunt Li. The diminutive figure engaged in conversation was Aunt Li, who had devoted over a decade to caring for Lin Zhaoye. Despite her slightly hunched posture now, her presence within the Lin household was formidable. Lin Zhaoye approached cheerfully, linking her arm with Aunt Li's, and introduced her to the others. This is Wang Jiahui and Li Yihe. As for Mu Hongxiao, he was a child she had known since childhood, thus requiring no introduction. Wonderful. Aun exclaimed. Seeing you young people brings me joy. I shall prepare some delicious food for you. A person with yellow hair emerged from the villa, offering a nod as a form of greeting, and stood silently to the side. This time, Uncle happened to have 2 bodyguards by his side, who had been his personal bodyguard since childhood, and the recently introduced individual named A, whose previously restless demeanor had transformed into a reticent one following the onset of the apocalypse. Although Lin Zhaoye was not particularly familiar with him, he found himself casting a few extra glances due to A's unusual behavior today. After a mutual introduction, they followed Aunt Li's arrangements and settled into guest rooms on the second and third floors to rest. Lin Zhaoye's room had always been kept immaculate by Aunt Li, with the adjacent room belonging to Lin Zhaoye. "Come have a glass of milk before you sleep." Aunt Li knocked on Lin Zhaoye's door. "We can discuss anything else tomorrow. Tonight Zui is on night watch, so you can rest assured." With that reassurance, Lin Zhaoye felt at ease. Although it was their first experience with the apocalypse, their preparations were thorough. Upon returning to his room, Lin Zhaoye began to unpack his iron box filled with vegetables from the apartment, harvesting the mature crops and replanting a new batch. Despite possessing over 10,000 points, the items available for exchange required thousands of points, making it difficult to part with them. More importantly, he discovered that crystal cores could be exchanged for points. Unfortunately, all previous crystal cores had been dissolved into crystal core liquid, leaving him with only one, which had been acquired during the swift extermination of zombies by Mu Hongxiao earlier that day. Early the next morning, Lin Zhaoye thoroughly surveyed the surrounding environment, gaining a comprehensive understanding of his surroundings. This villa comprises 3 floors, featuring a total of 9 habitable bedrooms, along with a living room, kitchen, and storage space. Including the area of the basement, the entire structure spans approximately 500 square meters. A quaint courtyard of about 60 square meters graces the front of the villa. According to Lin Zhaoye's estimations, if the front yard is entirely cultivated with vegetables, it could yield around 5,000 points daily, with an estimated produce weight of approximately 125 kilograms. Situated roughly 1 kilometer from the villa lies a scenic hill within the residential area, which is essentially a small mountain that has fallen into neglect and is rarely visited. It remains an unclaimed territory, with the potential presence of zombies not to be dismissed. Between the villa and the hill, there is considerable land that, if cleared, could be repurposed for tree planting. Based on her accelerated timeline, the saplings could mature into fruitful trees within approximately 3 to 5 months. While planting does not yield points, each ripe fruit harvested would grant 100 points. The immediate priority is to tidy the front yard, establishing it as a crucial source of daily points, while also remaining vigilant against the potential emergence of zombies from the mountain. The swift accumulation of points is essential to exchange for items in the system shop, such as chickens, ducks, and fences. Lin Zhaoye has not enjoyed fresh meat for quite some time. Additionally, she plans to gradually clear a portion of the area behind the villa each day to plant fruit trees, with the anticipation of enjoying fresh fruits in a few months. Regarding the surplus vegetables harvested daily, Lin Zhaoye intends to engage in barter with the neighboring residents or utilize crystal nuclei as a medium of exchange, reminiscent of the earlier arrangements made within the community. However, the terms have been adjusted to 5 crystal nuclei for 1 pound of vegetables and 3 crystal nuclei for 1 liter of water, with a daily supply limit. After surveying the area, Lin Zhaoye proceeded to discuss the feasibility of the proposed plan with the gradually awakening residents. Aunt Li brought breakfast for everyone and prepared to leave. Opting not to participate in their meeting, you all discuss serious matters. There's no point in involving an old woman like me. I shall not listen any longer. With that, she departed to attend to her own tasks. Having awakened to wood-based abilities, my current capacity allows me to cultivate a plethora of vegetables. I can also address the water situation. Simply follow my lead. The plan is to transform the front yard into a vegetable garden and plant some trees in the back. Thanks to my powers, the vegetables will be ready for consumption by tomorrow. Lin Zhaoye continues to feign the extent of her wood-based abilities, as the concepts of rebirth and systems are too fantastical for her to disclose to others. The uninformed crowd, upon learning that she can hasten the growth of vegetables overnight, could hardly conceal their astonishment. This was particularly true for Lin Yuanshan, who knew that another wood-based ability user within this villa community could only accelerate the growth of a few plants each day. How could one possibly mature an entire garden? Wang Jiahui, however, was unfazed and was the first to offer her thoughts. I am quite in favor of this plan, but I need to address the wiring first. The voltage in the villa is quite unstable, and the flickering lights at night are rather uncomfortable. To everyone's surprise, Li Iha concurred. I will accompany Zhaoye, and while we are at it, we shall organize the network cables and see if we can establish contact with the outside world, gaining further insights. Lin Zhaoye acknowledged this sentiment, recognizing the importance of specialization. Casting a glance towards Lin Yuanshan, he cryptically remarked, "The front yard was previously adorned with numerous flowers and plants, and there is a considerable stock of nutrient-rich soil. If it proves useful, you can have Zui guide you there." Zui's silence signified his agreement. Mu Hongxiao nodded in affirmation, aligning his thoughts with Lin Zhaoye's. Unexpectedly, Aunt Li, who had overheard the engaging topic, chimed in with delight. "That is splendid. I can prepare a plethora of delectable dishes. Let me tell you, I purchased a significant amount of vegetables previously, and after 3 weeks they have wilted, which pains my heart." At 60, Aunt Li had endured a life of hardship, losing her husband in her youth and her son in middle age. She had resided with the Lin family, diligently overseeing the 3 members, often with a penchant for admonishing them. Although Lin Yuanshan had intended for her to enjoy a respite, she found it impossible to remain idle. The responsibilities of cooking and managing the household had fallen squarely upon her shoulders from her youth to the present day. Lin Jia patiently listened to all of Aunt Li's musings, contemplating that with the increased number of residents in the villa, the task of cooking had indeed become a bit burdensome. "Aunt Li, you should take a break for a while. We can handle the cooking for a few days." Upon hearing this, Aunt Li became flustered. "Are you tired of my cooking, you girl?" "Let me tell you," Lin Zhaoye quickly interjected, casting a spell of persuasion. "No, I love your cooking. Please continue." A warning glance from Aunt Li served to silence her objections. Chapter 15. Amusement. Lin Zhaoye continued. "As our daily vegetable yield is quite abundant, we find ourselves unable to consume it all. Thus, it would be prudent to consider selling to our neighboring households. We could exchange 5 crystal cores for a pound of vegetables, and 3 crystal cores for 1 liter of water." She held up a crystal core in her hand, roughly the size of a fingernail, with a faint azure hue. It was indeed the crystal core from the speed-type zombie encountered yesterday. Before Lin Zhaoye could explain what it was, she began speaking again. "After all, it represents a human life. If we incur a loss, so be it." Her words elicited laughter from the crowd, yet upon reflection, there was a certain truth to them. This crystal core belonged to a zombie, only obtainable from those that have advanced to at least a first tier or a higher level, rendering the price quite reasonable. The colors of crystal cores vary slightly depending on the type of abilities possessed by the zombies, and even transparent ones are not uncommon. Everyone passed around the crystal core to examine its appearance. "Since this item would be of use to me, I shall temporarily collect the cores that we gather. Should anyone require some, feel free to come to me." Lin Yuanshan watched Lin Zhaoye speak with such confidence, feeling a deep sense of pride. He had not anticipated that the once delicate young girl would grow into someone capable of making significant decisions. "She will not perish," he remarked, and his words fell like thunder in the silence. Wang Zhehui and the others, uncertain of this so-called sister's true nature, lowered their heads and fervently resumed eating. Lin Yuanshan, however, appeared unfazed, responding in a casual manner. "It's good to hear you say that, haha." Clearly, he was well aware of the discord between the 2 individuals. Lin Zhaoye, unusually silent, refrained from engaging in conversation. As for Lin Shirong, she would go to great lengths to avoid any confrontation with Lin Yuanshan. Should she face her directly, it was likely that Lin Zhaoye would lose control and resort to violence against her in front of their elder uncle. After all, a calamity that has persisted for millennia would not simply vanish. Lin Shirong had to be made to suffer, and it would be far more satisfying for her to exact her own revenge. Thus, the meal concluded under somewhat peculiar circumstances. Lin Zhaoye prepared his belongings and promptly set out to work, with Mu Hongxiao following closely behind. To his surprise, Lin Yuanshan donned an apron to protect his clothes from stains. The piglet pattern on the front was animatedly stretched across his rotund belly. Unable to contain himself, Lin Zhaoye burst into laughter. "You heartless girl, I'm merely helping you." Without needing to think twice, he recognized that in this apocalyptic era, it would be beneficial for him to engage in physical activity. Thus, he directed Lin Yuanshan to clear the flowers. Lin Zhaoye commanded Lin Yuanshan to move here and there, exerting himself despite the minimal amount of work accomplished, yet he was already drenched in sweat. "You crafty girl, what should I do?" Suddenly startled by a presence. Lin Zhaoye was caught off guard by Xiao Yezi's unexpected arrival. However, Mu Hongxiao, who was nearby, showed no reaction to the newcomer, likely having sensed Xiao Yezi's presence long before. "Go to the right side of the courtyard and tidy up. I wish to raise the height of the fence," Lin Zhaoye instructed. Complying with the order, Xiao Yezi busied himself with his tasks, choosing to overlook the fact that his superior had been slighted. As Lin Zhaoye searched for but found nothing, she noticed Wang Jiahui approaching, cradling her abdomen. "I came to take a look at where the wires should be laid. I remember we brought a generator with us." Aunt Li, beaming with warmth, chimed in, "It's all stored in the basement. You can follow me, Miss Wang. Just call me Aunt Li. Miss Wang feels too formal." With a chuckle, she added, "Oh, let us go then. Teach this old lady how to handle those high-tech gadgets." Their conversation gradually faded into the background as the others in the yard focused intently on their tasks, enveloped in a serene silence. The afternoon slipped by quietly, and the flowers and grass in the courtyard had been meticulously cleared, while the soil had been turned over anew. Everyone watched Lin Zhaoye as she delineated various sections, sowing different seeds into the earth, and using the water she had previously exchanged to nourish the soil, indistinguishable from ordinary planting methods. "Is that all there is to it?" Aunt Li observed in awe, having witnessed her every move. She had expected the powers of the supernatural to manifest like magic, with greens and shoots soaring through the air, yet was surprised to find it no different from regular planting. Hearing Aunt Li's hopeful expectations for the miraculous abilities, Lin Zhaoye couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps true wood element practitioners could fulfill her imagined spectacle, but she was merely a faux wood element user. Meanwhile, Mu Hongxiao leaned in with a soft smile. "Aunt Li, let me show you a little demonstration." With that, he summoned his powers, and a fire dragon spiraled upward, not merely a metaphorical dragon, but a true embodiment of flames, dancing gracefully before the onlookers. Only his gaze, often intentionally or unintentionally, fixated on a particular direction. Following his line of sight, Lin Zhaoye discovered it was towards the elusive A. It seemed that this action was not merely intended to amuse Aunt Li. Perhaps there were other motives at play. The others, all ordinary individuals devoid of supernatural abilities, regarded Mu Hongxiao's prowess with both astonishment and envy, especially Lin Yuanshan, whose eyes sparkled with fervor. "Xiao, your ability is quite remarkable. Could you possibly teach me how to obtain one?" After all, the circumstances surrounding his awakening were indeed extraordinary, likely triggered by his involuntary absorption of energy from the crystal core he had encountered. With some harboring ulterior motives, he hesitated to divulge the details. It had occurred during a zombie encounter when he suddenly felt unwell and awakened his powers. "If you train diligently, you'll have a greater chance of acquiring abilities," Lin Zhaoye reassured him. Understanding his apprehensions, he jestingly added, "I am counting on you to protect me in the future." Lin Yuanshan nodded, a look of sudden realization crossing his face as he began to envision what abilities he might acquire. Calming Lin Yuanshan was a task Lin Zhaoye was well equipped to handle. While his words may have seemed flattering, they contained Lin Zhaoye's genuine hopes. In this apocalyptic world, only by strengthening one's own capabilities could one safeguard themselves and their loved ones. Chapter 16. Impressive at this moment. Wang Jiahui and Li Yihe had thoroughly assessed the situation surrounding the villa. Upon witnessing their jovial exchange, I casually interjected into their conversation. I utilized an excess generator here to reinforce the backup power circuit and lay down a network cable sufficient to cover the entire villa. If time permits, one may observe that the connection between the computers, mobile phones, and the external network has been established. Provided someone from the outside world logs back into the original network, they will be able to receive the messages dispatched from it. Numerous officials have posted information there, which you might find intriguing. I skimmed through it briefly and discovered a wealth of details regarding the characteristics of awakened abilities among those with extraordinary powers. She recounted this information with great enthusiasm, prompting the impatient Antly to exclaim, "Oh, I must tell you, this girl is remarkably formidable." Antly then resumed her chatter, while the others listened with patience, though the Lin couple merely allowed her words to drift in one ear and out the other, having endured such tales for many years. Their ears now calloused. As dusk approached, Lin Zhaoye organized the night watch schedule, a demanding task. Hence he excluded Lin Zhaoye and Antly from the roster. Everyone else participated, dividing into shifts for the first and second halves of the night. Lin Zhaoye himself volunteered for the latter half of the night watch. "You are showing disrespect towards the elderly. This is unfair treatment." Aunli prumli objecta. Wang Jiahui also voiced her dissent. "Indeed, do you hold contempt for pregnant women?" Yet, in a surprising turn, Antly shifted her stance. "I also believe that pregnant women should not be on night watch." The comedic exchange between the two elicited laughter from the onlookers. Lin Zhaoye disregarded them and spoke directly. "You two should go to bed and not concern yourselves with anything else." Regardless of their disagreement, they had no right to resist and were subdued. The latter part of the night is when one feels the most relaxed yet also the most fatigued. Sitting alone in the courtyard, Lin Zhaoye observed that the vegetables had reached a semi-mature state, filling her with a profound sense of satisfaction. Suddenly inspired, she poured the pre-soaked crystal water onto the nearest patch of vegetables, and the soil merely bubbled with a few air pockets before absorbing all the water completely. Beyond that, there was no discernible change. Lin Zhaoye was not disheartened. After all, experiments do not always yield favorable results, and she had long prepared for this. Looking up at the sky, she noted that the moon had waned to a crescent. With fullness comes decline, and the forthcoming full moon might herald a storm of blood and chaos. Such tranquility seemed improbable. The following morning, everyone was astounded by the sight in the front yard, their jaws agape in disbelief. In just one night, a garden of vegetables that had been mere seeds the day before had fully matured. Only, who adored tending to flowers and plants, hurried over to inspect, utterly incredulous that so many vegetables could ripen overnight. "Oh, you little girl, how impressive you are! To transform all these vegetables in a single night makes me envious. I wish I could become an extraordinary being too." The one being complimented found it amusing, never imagining that in Aunt Lee's eyes, the ability to hasten the ripening of vegetables was the most remarkable feat of all. Aunt Lee still has a chance to become a superpowered individual. As long as you maintain good health, that day will surely come. Lin Zhaoye chuckled as he grasped her arm, saying, "I will need your assistance to gather everything." Lin Yuanshan was well aware of the other superpowered individuals in the villa area and silently contemplated the numerous matters concerning this young lady. However, he had not found an opportunity to engage her in a private conversation. After completing the gathering of all the vegetables, it was already afternoon. Following a brief respite, the restless Lin Zhaoye proposed an expedition to eliminate zombies. Although the bodyguards from various families had already eradicated all nearby zombies, the presence of any lurking in the mountains remained uncertain. The first enthusiast, Lin Yuanshan, raised his hand, declaring, "I wish to join." The second enthusiast, Aunt Lee, was not to be outdone. "I will go too." Along with them was a certain pregnant woman who merely sought to join in. "You shall not go." They all interjected in unison before she could finish her sentence. In a playful manner, Lin Zhaoye smiled as he wrapped an arm around Aunt Lee, stating, "You are the head of our household. It is imperative that you remain here today to oversee things. We have yet to sell the freshly harvested vegetables, so let us offer some to the neighbors for a taste. Once they sample the freshness, they will surely come knocking to purchase." After contemplating, Aunt Lee agreed, "All right, I shall stay home to prepare the vegetables. Then I shall leave it with you to assist." The two individuals found an immediate rapport, and ultimately, Lin Zhaoye set out with Lin Yuanshan and Zui Yi, leaving the remaining members to guard the home. This roster was meticulously curated by Lin Zhaoye. At present, not every household within the villa complex had electricity, and it was likely that the external perimeter lacked power as well, rendering it merely ornamental. This posed a significant security risk, since the issue of electricity could not be resolved swiftly. It would be prudent to seize the opportunity to hone their skills while the zombies were still relatively weak. Awakening any latent abilities would be an added boon. Moreover, Lin Yuanshan had been unusually reticent in recent days, which warranted providing him some reassurance. While they could refrain from discussing the matter of reincarnation, they could offer him other comforting words. Simultaneously, Zhuyi proved to be a more dependable ally than A, and some information could be shared without concern. Retaining Mu Hongxiao at the villa would also serve to maintain a balance of power. Thus, a low-carbon means of transportation was conceived: cycling. Lin Yuanshan had never directly confronted a zombie before. His previous experiences had solely involved Zhuyi and A. Consequently, he was a complete novice. The plastic bottle armor that Mu Hongxiao had previously donned was now repurposed as Lin Yuanshan's protective gear. After some time spent fiddling with his own vehicle, Mu Hongxiao mysteriously produced an item for Lin Yuanshan, who promptly expressed his disdain. "What is this? You claim it can save my life? Are you trying to dupe me?" After all, Lin Zhaoye was known for her clever schemes. Under suspicion, Lin Zhaoye patiently explained, "This device will prevent zombies from penetrating your body, effectively granting you an extra life. Is that not a treasure?" Uncertain whether he had been convinced, Lin Yuanshan furrowed his brow while donning the armor, muttering incessantly, "Humph. If it weren't for you dressing me, I wouldn't wear such an unsightly thing." Indeed, Lin Zhaoye had not anticipated that the once decisive and astute president, who had made significant achievements in the business world, would now resemble Aunt Li, becoming rather loquacious. Chapter 17. The first battle. Once they exited the villa complex, they proceeded westward for approximately a kilometer, where they encountered a trembling zombie meandering by the roadside. It was evidently separated from the main group, and with no food in sight, its movements were notably sluggish. Lin Zhaoye meticulously surveyed the surroundings and discerned that there were no potential hiding spots for other zombies, thus confidently allowing Lin Yuanshan to confront the solitary undead creature. Upon leaving the villa, Lin Zhaoye moved like a shadow, easily overlooked if one were not attentive, ensuring Lin Yuanshan was protected from a distance. Consequently, he felt assured that Lin Yuanshan could manage this lone zombie. The gaunt figure was hardly a challenge to subdue. Armed with a dagger, Lin Yuanshan gestured towards the zombie, which was approximately 30 meters away. The zombie, upon noticing the enticing presence of fresh, succulent flesh before it, hastened eagerly in that direction. Observing its approach, Lin Yuanshan's rotund form quivered slightly. Lin Zhaoye offered him an encouraging glance, and receiving the signal, he swallowed hard, tightened his grip on the dagger, and charged forward to meet the foe head-on. Fortunately, Lin Yuanshan merely felt a slight trepidation as he gazed upon the emaciated zombie, which appeared little more than a mere skeleton. The creature lunged forward, jaws agape, intent on biting him. Its face, grotesque and oozing with pus, was utterly repulsive. The blood-red maw was mere moments away from an intimate encounter with Lin Yuanshan, yet he swiftly raised a hand to brace against the zombie's shoulder, deftly pushing it aside while plunging a dagger into its chest. After withdrawing the blade and delivering a second thrust, he sent the creature sprawling with a kick. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, he maintained a furrowed brow, for the scene was too ghastly to confront directly. To his astonishment, the kicked zombie lunged at him once more, baring its teeth as it sought to gnaw at his face. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp. He raised his arm in defense, only to have the creature bite down on a plastic bottle strapped to his arm. The crunching sound echoed, yet he emerged unscathed. Truly, the protective artifact proved invaluable. Observing this unsettling spectacle of mutual struggle, the two onlookers urged him to conclude the battle swiftly. Their words jolted him back to reality, and it was at that moment he comprehended the truth. Zombies were no longer human. Who could survive 2 knife wounds and remain so animated? He retaliated with a punch to the creature's eye socket, propelling it several meters back, then took a moment to stretch his limbs. Witnessing Lin Yuanshan's earnest preparedness, Lin Zhaoye felt a measure of relief. After all, zombies were once human. Many could not bring themselves to confront these abominations, even when their lives were at stake. This was a threshold that countless individuals could not cross. Truly, he was worthy of the title my esteemed uncle. Aim for the head. A blade thrust into the skull would suffice. Upon hearing Lin Zhaoye's prompt, Lin Yuanshan realized that the heart within his chest had become inconsequential in the face of this living dead. He swiftly engaged the approaching zombie, seizing its shoulder and, with a deft maneuver, brought it crashing to the ground. With his knee pressing against its chin, he plunged his knife into the creature's skull. Contrary to his expectations of a vivid crimson, a viscous white substance oozed forth instead. Lin Zhaoye approached the battlefield. This was a recently mutated zombie, still devoid of a crystalline core in its brain. Given more time, a hardened mass would form within its head, resembling the kind one might have encountered before. When a knife pierced its brain, one would feel the disconcerting sensation of striking something solid, even if one were unable to directly assault the head. Severing the spinal cord from the back of the neck would yield equally effective results. At that moment, Lin Yuanshan gazed at Lin Zhaoye, who was earnestly elucidating the intricacies of the situation, and he truly comprehended that the child he had nurtured since infancy had undergone a profound transformation. Lin Zhaoye, believing there was something significant to discuss, adopted a sincere demeanor, ready to lay bare his thoughts. However, to his surprise, he heard, "I know you harbor some secrets that cannot yet be divulged to Uncle. But if you find yourself weary, remember that Uncle remains a pillar of support for you. I will strive diligently." Prepared for a heartfelt conversation, Lin Zhaoye was taken aback by the genuine comfort that unfolded between them. Yet, the notion of rebirth felt too fantastical. The world had begun to alter in numerous ways since her arrival, and even he was uncertain whether confiding in him about his own rebirth would inadvertently affect his destiny. She could not speak of the matter, so she merely nodded. "Uncle, if the zombies you kill today possess crystal cores, please remember to save one for me. I cannot divulge their future utility just yet." "Uncle, what is not yours? Just wait. I shall slay a few more zombies for your amusement." Lin Zhaoye knew he was merely indulging her, yet he did not expose the pretense. "Very well. Let us see who can slay the most." Thus, the three divided into two groups, with Lin Zhaoye going solo. Lin Yuanshan and Zhuo Yi formed the other team, with Lin Yuanshan taking the lead and Zhuo Yi observing closely. Lin Yuanshan's movements were indeed somewhat sluggish. After dispatching only a few zombies, he grew fatigued. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Zhaoye presented the diluted crystal core water to the duo. It was merely an ordinary mineral water bottle, unremarkable in appearance. Lin Yuanshan harbored no particular thoughts about it, but Zhuo Yi distinctly sensed its unusual nature. Upon receiving it, he locked eyes with Lin Zhaoye and gulped it down in one swift motion. Lin Yuanshan, after swallowing the liquid, candidly remarked, "This isn't particularly pleasant." A hint of sourness lingered, yet he refrained from voicing his true sentiments upon noticing Lin Zhaoye's demeanor. "It may not taste good, but it will be beneficial for you. It helps to clear the meridians." Shortly after she spoke, Lin Yuanshan, perhaps due to a psychological effect, began to feel a profound pain throughout his body. He gradually curled over in discomfort, enduring the agony for quite some time, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Lin Zhaoye initially believed that he had awakened his supernatural abilities due to a few sips of water. He observed for a considerable time, only to realize that aside from the pain, there were no discernible changes. Just as he pondered whether to continue his observations, so he suddenly took the initiative to speak. "Could I have a bit more? I feel as though something is stirring within me." Lin Zhaoye was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a diluted essence could still trigger latent powers. It appeared that Zhuo Yi's physique had been remarkably enhanced. He handed him a bottle of water with a normal concentration, saying, "This one is more potent. It will be more uncomfortable, but it may also yield surprising results." So he nodded earnestly and tilted his head back, consuming the entire bottle in one go. Lin Yuanshan also reached out for another bottle, but was met with disappointment. Perhaps next time. His condition was rather bleak, and he decided not to press the matter further. The two continued to observe and eat until the sun dipped below the horizon, yet there were still no notable changes. Aunt Lee at home had prepared dinner, and the gifts had all been delivered. They awaited Lin Zhaoye to plant all the seeds. Nearby, A's gaze was filled with eager anticipation. Lin Zhaoye was perplexed as to why she insisted on doing it herself. "You could simply scatter them. I can come by later to encourage their growth. I didn't want to delay you. Next time, I'll know better," he explained with a cheerful smile. and the group proceeded inside for dinner. You have no idea how delighted the old Qin family was. They have already begun cultivating vegetables, and even before they matured, they received our fully grown produce. Aunt Li began to vividly recount the scene from their vegetable delivery earlier that day. Chapter 18. Selling vegetables indeed. Several households have accepted the vegetables we delivered, and they came to inquire if they could purchase some. Among them, you might recognize the Wang family from the house at the entrance. A young lad emerged from there, his eyes widening at the sight of our produce. He eagerly called out to us, addressing me as good aunt on one side and good brother on the other, pleading for us to sell him some vegetables. Aunt Li, overwhelmed with excitement, stood up to commence her performance, while the mentioned individual remained engrossed in his meal. I simply shook my head, informing him that we were not selling today. This caused him to panic, tugging at my sleeve, yearning for more vegetables. I found this quite amusing and assured him that we would have vegetables for sale tomorrow. After receiving this assurance, he expressed immense gratitude as he escorted us out, clearly demonstrating their genuine desire for our produce. If only we could offer some staple foods as well. Lin Zhaoye quietly took note of this option for staples. It must be acknowledged that everyone faces challenges, and you have indeed done a commendable deed. They should sincerely thank you. I have also reaped benefits, so do not portray me as overly virtuous. Lin Zhaoye does not consider himself a good person. After all, humans are inherently selfish beings. Aunt Li did not press the matter further and continued her discourse. I relayed the prices you suggested directly to them. Some were aware of the core offerings, while others remained oblivious to this. Following my delivery of vegetables, the entire villa community has become aware of our daily vegetable sales. The majority of households are eager to come by tomorrow to exchange for our produce. Aunt Li was indeed enjoying herself, blissfully eager to continue her storytelling, when Lin Yuanshan took over the conversation. I am utterly exhausted today. That little girl Lin Zhaoye truly put me through my paces. Thankfully, my agility is commendable, and when it comes to battling zombies, I am exceptionally fierce. Except for the informed Lin Zhaoye and Zui Yi, the others began to fall under Lin Yuanshan's charm. In no time, everyone was indulging in food and drink, reveling in the moment. However, Lin Zhaoye noticed that Zui Yi seemed particularly fond of the oil-drenched lettuce. Lettuce? Suddenly, she recalled the small experiment she conducted the previous night. The patch she had chosen under the faint moonlight was indeed lettuce. To her surprise, through a fortunate twist of fate, the vegetables irrigated with crystal core water made their way to the dinner table. And this perceptive individual discovered the unique qualities hidden within the lettuce. Savoring the taste of the lettuce, she chewed thoughtfully but found no significant change. Mu Hengxiao, who had been watching her intently, naturally noticed the interaction between her and Zui Yi and emulating their behavior. He picked up a piece of lettuce to taste it carefully. He then subtly nodded towards the frowning Lin Zhaoye. How'd he notice that too? Nothing seems to escape their attention. The other few, sharp as ever, quickly caught on to Lin Zhaoye's and Zui Yi's interest in the lettuce and followed suit, taking a few bites. The flavor was fresh and savory, crisp to the palate. Aunt Li truly possessed remarkable culinary skills. Only Aunt Li appeared oblivious, continuing to urge everyone to eat and drink. After the meal, the activity was to set up the fence that Lin Zhaoye had exchanged from the system. This fence was not inexpensive. It required 100 points to obtain just half a meter. Regrettably, Lin Zhaoye had just accumulated over 10,000 points, and before she could fully savor her achievement, she exchanged them all for this contraption. The black fence gradually melded into the night, appearing scarcely different from an ordinary enclosure. The others, unable to discern the true nature of the fence, obeyed her commands and buried it deep into the ground. A and E assist Brother Iha in connecting the wires. A few men diligently undertook the task, and within half an hour, the entire villa was encircled. Wang Jiahui waved her hand and pressed a button. A faint luminescence emanated from the fence, a soft azure glow indicating that the installation was complete. Aunt Li was overjoyed, exclaiming, "The outer fence lacks electricity. If zombies were to come, they would surely topple it in no time." Thankfully, our home now boasts a high-voltage electric fence, which should provide some resistance in the event of an emergency. Li Iha naturally interjected, You underestimate Zhaoye. She possesses considerable expertise in high-tech devices. Not only will it hold for a short while, but it could withstand an assault for a day or two without issue. Wang Zhaoye, flattered by his praise, did not object, adding, these items are rather straightforward. In the future, I might even create larger gifts for everyone. The prospect of Lin Zhaoye's creations excited her, as they were sure to be extraordinary. The others enthusiastically supported her, though perhaps they somewhat underestimated her abilities. Wang Zhaoye smiled radiantly, the gentle light casting an enchanting aura around her. Initially, her somewhat assertive demeanor was a means of self-protection, but over the course of their interactions, she gradually softened, evolving into her current self. Observing the harmonious camaraderie among everyone as they engaged in lively conversation filled Lin Zhaoye's heart with immense satisfaction. Even this moment was the very scene she had long yearned for in her previous life, yet could never attain. Early the following morning, there came a knock at the door. Uncle Qin, has he arrived so early? The visitor was none other than Professor Qin, whom Aunt Li had mentioned at the dinner table the previous day. Lin Zhaoye welcomed him with a smile as she ushered him inside. He accepted the invitation without hesitation, striding in with eagerness, rubbing his hands together as he addressed Lin Zhaoye. I heard that today we could exchange crystal cores for some vegetables, so I rushed over. I hope I'm not intruding. Professor Qin's demeanor was humble and courteous, neither obsequious nor overbearing. Lin Zhaoye, in turn, warmly welcomed him. The garden is filled with ripe vegetables. Please feel free to choose whatever you desire. We can deliver them to you later, or if you prefer, you may pick them yourself right now. Professor Qin was quite pleased with this arrangement. If the opportunity arises, I would prefer to gather them myself. He handed Lin Zhaoye a kilogram of crystal cores. I shall begin now. Do attend to your own matters. He appeared quite at ease, soon navigating the vegetable patch with great care, diligently avoiding any damage to the surrounding crops. His movements were remarkably adept, which surprised Lin Zhaoye. She had not anticipated that such a distinguished professor would be not only accomplished in his research endeavors, but also possess such down-to-earth skills in daily life. Soon, he had gathered the vegetables he desired, bid farewell to Lin Zhaoye, and agreed to return the following day. Subsequently, a steady stream of neighbors arrived to purchase vegetables, predominantly bodyguards, with few homeowners making an appearance. They expressed unwavering trust in Lin Yuanshan's proclamation that fresh vegetables would be available daily. Each visitor exchanged precisely the quantity needed for a day, with no one engaging in frenzied hoarding. Chapter 19 would element as the sun descended beyond the western hills. Lin Zhaoye estimated that no further customers would arrive for vegetable exchanges and prepared to collect the remaining produce into the manufacturing system. Aunt Li, noticing that a substantial amount of vegetables remained in the garden, felt a pang of regret. There is still so much produce. We cannot consume it all. What shall we do? Consequently, she enlisted Wang Zhaoye, Li Yihe, and others to wash several large containers, embarking on her journey of pickling vegetables. Unbeknownst to Lin Zhaoye, rumors began to circulate among the people outside the villa, claiming that a superpowered individual resided within the Lin family estate, capable of instantaneously ripening all vegetables. This gossip spread fervently for quite some time, and Lin Zhaoye remained oblivious, although she discerned the hint of reverence in many gazes directed her way. After all, while people had encountered various abilities, such a miraculous power was indeed rare, with some even deeming her a savior of the apocalyptic era. Thus, approximately a week passed, coinciding with Lin Zhaoye and Li Yihe's venture alongside Lin Yuanshan to confront the zombies. A few other individuals, spontaneously joining Lin Zhaoye and his companions, emerged from their residences. This endeavor served to hone their skills while also earning crystal cores for purchasing provisions, achieving a dual purpose. As was customary, they exited the villa complex, intending to head east. However, to their astonishment, despite the previously clear skies, a dark mass of clouds loomed in the distance, gradually approaching their location. Having witnessed numerous anomalies during the apocalypse, Lin Zhaoye had never encountered such a phenomenon before. He promptly signaled for the team to remain on standby. In a mere 10 minutes, the ominous cloud had drawn within approximately 2 kilometers, casting a shadow over the road ahead, now visibly darkened. Accompanying this visual disturbance was a cacophony of rumbling. Suddenly, a vehicle sped towards them, and a figure clad in a security uniform lowered the window, exclaiming, "Xiao Lin, what are you doing here? You must come and help us." The back door swung open, revealing the young girl who had previously offered Lin Zhaoye a few bottles of water. To encounter a familiar face from the neighborhood in this situation was unexpected. Noticing their panicked expressions, Lin Zhaoye felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed that trouble was brewing. As the two individuals disembarked from the car, another man emerged from the back seat. Dressed in a white shirt and jeans, his distinct peach blossom eyes were barely concealed by his glasses, exuding an air of intellectualism. Lin Zhaoye had never seen this man during his 3-week stay in the community and remained curious about his background, keeping a close watch on him. "We have come seeking your aid. It doesn't have to be you, anyone will suffice. We urgently need your assistance." The security guard, Xiao Gao, appeared visibly shaken. Lin Zhaoye had previously encountered him. Despite his youth, he had ascended to the position of security team leader and was typically composed in the face of adversity. It was unexpected to see him so flustered now. "Please, articulate the situation clearly," Lin Zhaoye urged calmly. Gathering his composure, Xiao Gao replied, "The community has been tied up with colorful cloth strips, intending to seek refuge at the government's base. Although the time for the government's plan is nearly upon us, it seems that within your building, 2 elderly women have become embroiled in a dispute. The rumors suggest that the allocation of supplies was unequal, which led to their argument. Their quarrel itself was inconsequential, but one of them consumed something and soon transformed into a zombie. She bit into the neck of the other woman with a single, lethal strike. Were she a typical zombie, we might have managed, but she morphed into a bizarre form, her body resembling that of a mummy, albeit enveloped in branches rather than cloth." Xiao Gao's voice trembled with regret as he continued, "We suspect she is a plant-type zombie, yet this knowledge proves futile. Many men have perished at her hands. It is exceedingly strange. With each person she consumes, more branches entwine around her. We found ourselves utterly incapable of vanquishing her and could only flee in terror. The child is also a tragic figure. Her mother, in a bid to secure a future for her, insisted that I take the child away while she faced the zombie alone. We have not ascertained whether she is still alive. It is presumed that she has." Xiao Gao's words trailed off, yet those present comprehended the meaning behind them. The zombie, though not particularly swift, had certainly consumed a considerable amount of time. "I implore you, save us. I know you possess great abilities." Lin Zhaoye nodded in agreement. She had previously encountered wood-type zombies, but after searching extensively, she had not seen one that matched the description he provided, leaving her somewhat apprehensive. However, they had sought help at their very doorstep, even if they did not reach out to them. The presence of so many individuals within the villa community would likely attract the attention of that solitary zombie. After all, Mu Hongxiao was a second-tier ability user, specializing in fire. Regardless of the circumstances, his combat prowess was formidable. With the child taken away, Xiao Gao chose to remain and continue. That zombie possesses something peculiar. It seems to attract various creatures, as many were not bitten by it, but rather stung by the bees surrounding her. Was it an insect or wood type? The expressions of the group turned grave. They had encountered the most formidable zombie thus far. The current situation was dire. None possessed abilities, and close combat was ill-suited. Lin Zhaoye observed a profound sense of combat determination etched upon their faces. Behind them lay their families. Retreat was not the optimal course of action. Fighting was. After a further 2 minutes, they finally beheld the so-called zombie itself. The branches entwined around the zombie's form displayed a grayish-white hue, each thick enough to resemble a human finger, yet surprisingly pliable, impeding not the zombie's movements. What exacerbates the situation is that behind her swarms not only bees, but also butterflies and various other insects, creating a dark and oppressive cloud. The deafening roar reverberates, threatening to attract the attention of nearby zombies if left unaddressed. At present, the most fortunate news is that she is merely a first-tier zombie and lacks the capacity for sonic attacks. Otherwise, Lin Zhaoye mused darkly, the circumstances would undoubtedly be 100-fold worse than they currently are. As they gradually approached within approximately 500 meters, Lin Zhaoye squinted and finally discerned the visage of the zombie. Chapter 20. Collaboration. Her features had contorted dramatically in a short span of time. Her eye sockets were deeply sunken. The flesh on the left side had deteriorated, revealing a gaping wound of dark red hue. Her teeth were sparse and peculiarly. Her hair was not the expected white of an elderly person, but rather a greenish blue, swaying backward like willow branches. Upon closer inspection, Lin Zhaoye realized this was not the individual they had confronted earlier. It must be another door, the one where no one had emerged. As for the reason behind her transformation into a zombie, Lin Zhaoye could easily deduce it. She had hastily consumed the crystal core without allowing it to dissolve properly. The zombie toxins within the core were not fully neutralized and had been entirely absorbed by her. At her age, her immunity could hardly withstand the onslaught of zombie toxins. Thus, her transformation was entirely predictable. It would not be long before the government issued a corresponding notification regarding the toxicity of crystal cores. Lin Zhaoye reflected on the fact that some individuals hoarded crystal cores, astonished that some dared to consume such dubious substances. The consequences had arrived swiftly, leading them to their own demise. Lin Zhaoye was merely concerned about how many survivors remained in the community. The current circumstances were beyond the resolution of any supernatural ability, and she anxiously awaited the arrival of Mu Hongxiao. The two exchanged a nod, and Mu Hongxiao promptly approached her side. "What is the situation?" he inquired. "It is a first-tier wood-type zombie from the household downstairs that has been locked for some time. Preliminary estimates suggest it has consumed a crystal core, thus transforming into a zombie," she whispered, revealing the truth of the matter to Mu Hongxiao. "It seems that only a few individuals managed to escape. The zombie is of the wood type and is accompanied by a multitude of mutated insects, predominantly bees and butterflies. We require your long-range attack. We are unable to intervene." During their brief exchange, the zombie drew ever closer, now merely 100 meters away. Her vision appeared somewhat impaired as it ambled forward at a leisurely pace. However, its sense of smell was remarkably acute, having successfully tracked Xiao Gao and the other's vehicle to this location without faltering, which was an impressive feat in itself. Mu Hongxiao asked Lin Zhaoye in a low voice, "Do wood-type zombies always appear in such a formidable manner? It seems far more challenging than the speed-type zombie." "No, they typically only possess the ability to manipulate branches, which is already considered formidable," Lin Zhaoye replied, her brow furrowed in regret. "Had I known, I would not have allowed them to carelessly gather crystal cores. Let me move a bit closer. I can attack from there. This distance is simply too great, exceeding my attack range." Mu Hongxiao mentally calculated the range of his attack. In the vicinity of two individuals clad in white shirts, one proposed, "I can harness the wind to extend our attack range. I wonder if we might collaborate." Upon hearing the mention of enhancing distance, Lin Zhaoye's eyes gleamed with excitement. It was indeed true that wind abilities could synergize with fire, yet this was their first encounter, leaving uncertainty about the potential for success. Should they fail to eliminate the zombie and instead provoke its wrath, they might find themselves facing dire consequences. This was one of the few feasible strategies at their disposal. Mu Hongxiao glanced at Lin Zhaoye, signaling her to make the decision. After a moment of contemplation, she concurred with this assessment. The man continued, "You unleash your skill. I possess a method to ensure its potency remains unaltered, perhaps even amplified, up to a distance of 100 meters. Beyond that, I cannot guarantee the outcome. 100 meters would suffice." The trio gestured for the others to retreat, positioning themselves at the forefront. Lin Zhaoye stood closest to the core, quietly perusing items on the crafting page. Throughout the week, her agricultural endeavors had garnered 500 points, prompting her intention to exchange for an energy pill to replenish Mu Hongxiao's strength. Previously, she had impulsively redeemed one, which had remained unused until now, making it the perfect opportunity for a trial. Her hand, clutching the energy pill, experienced a slight perspiration as she dared not relax. Should Mu Hongxiao falter, she would promptly place it into his mouth. After Mu Hongxiao exchanged a glance with the other person, he held his breath, concentrating deeply. He brought his left and right hands together, and as he raised them, The flames in his palms fused into one. The vibrant red and striking blue blazed fiercely, intertwining yet distinctly separated. Lin Zhaoye, standing nearby, could also feel waves of heat washing over him, astonished at how Mu Hongxiao's extraordinary abilities had progressed at an astonishing pace. Unexpectedly, the other person showed no sign of hesitation, simply stating, "You need only to begin, and I shall assist you." The two locked eyes intently. Suddenly, Mu Hongxiao raised his hand, and the flames surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The white shirt followed closely behind, his left index finger slightly bent in preparation, all 10 fingers extended with palms facing outward, the thumb and index finger connecting to complete the gesture. Win, go. Without any prior indication, Mu Hongxiao's flames shot toward the zombie's face as if propelled by an unseen force, requiring far less energy than he had anticipated. The searing heat scorched the zombie's body, which reacted with desperation, roaring wildly. Under Mu Hongxiao's guidance, the flames twisted and probed, colliding and igniting nearby branches, causing the fire to blaze even more intensely. In an instant, the crackling sounds erupted around the creature. Indeed, fire was the nemesis of wood. Lin Zhaoye silently marveled at this. Mu Hongxiao's flames were not only effective against zombies, but also caused the zombie insects to fall sporadically to the ground. Meanwhile, the mutated insects were locked in a fierce battle, and Mu Hongxiao's situation was equally dire. Lin Zhaoye extended his hand, offering an energy pill to Mu Hongxiao's lips, and subtly formed a shape with his mouth. He comprehended her intentions and promptly swallowed the pill. As the dual flames of the fire dragon persisted, Mu Hongxiao's complexion grew increasingly pallid, revealing that he was approaching his limits. A thin sheen of perspiration adorned his brow, and the veins in his neck subtly protruded. Yet his countenance gradually regained some color. It appeared that the energy pill was indeed taking effect, albeit belatedly, as it would take several seconds to manifest. She internally lamented this delay, also harboring concerns regarding how much longer Mu Hongxiao could sustain himself on the energy provided by the pill. The zombie, not being a fool, would not overlook the presence of potential nourishment before it. Consequently, it quickened its approach, and the mutated insects trailing behind sensed her agitation. Uncertain of the zombie's actions, the insects clustered closer to her, akin to moths drawn to flame, even as the fire around her began to extinguish within mere seconds. Observing that his flames had dissipated, Mu Hongxiao once again summoned his supernatural abilities to reignite the fire. At this juncture, the expression of the man in the white shirt also soured. Chapter 21. Shared fair. Lin Zhaoye felt a flicker of anxiety in her heart. She possessed only 2 energy pills. One had already been given away, and the other was initially intended as a reserve for Mu Hongxiao. Within their group, Mu Hongxiao was their primary source of offensive power, and she was uncertain how long he would need to endure. Thus, Lin Zhaoye hesitated to part with the remaining pill. In that moment, she felt a blend of urgency and regret, pondering why she had not accumulated more points in the first place. Mu Hongxiao gritted his teeth, summoning a flame more robust than the last, while the figure in the white shirt observed the coalescing fire dragon, his pupils constricting, a frown creasing his brow as he nodded in acknowledgement. The resolute determination mirrored in their eyes rendered words unnecessary, and in perfect harmony, they unleashed the fire dragon. This time, the proximity intensified the acrid scent of burning wood, a pungent odor that stung the eyes of those present. The self-destructive actions of the mutated insects had diminished the horde of zombies to less than 1/3 of their original number. Nevertheless, the remaining figures were still formidable, numbering perhaps in the hundreds of thousands. I have one last bullet here, originally meant for myself. If you find it useful, take it. Lin Zhaoye's heart trembled slightly. A child's voice broke the tension, and he turned to see a girl, appearing no older than a high school student, clutching her clothing as she gazed at him. One could only wonder what sorrowful tale lay behind her forlorn expression. Lin hesitated. This zombie's strength seemed to surpass that of a typical first-tier undead, and he feared that ordinary firearms might prove ineffective against her. Suddenly, the figure in the white shirt materialized beside Lin Zhaoye, his voice raspy yet resolute. "It's fine. Let me give it a try. I will ensure you understand." Without waiting for the child's response, he advanced with the gun, drawing ever closer to the zombie. With Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao following closely behind, he found a tree to steady himself, raised the handgun, and aimed at the undead creature, yet hesitated to take the next step. After a brief silence, he closed his eyes, seemingly lost in contemplation. At this moment, the distance between them and the zombie had dwindled to less than 50 meters. The zombie began to react, swiftly advancing towards them. The sound of branches whipping against the ground with each of its frantic movements resonated incessantly, echoing in the hearts of the solitary group. Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao flanked him, vigilant and attentive to their surroundings. Suddenly, the man in the white shirt pulled the trigger. The bullet shot forth, slicing through the surrounding air, leaving a silvery wake in pursuit of its target. With a resounding bang, the zombie's head erupted in a violent display. At that moment, the man in white also opened his eyes. Lin Zhaoye caught a fleeting glimpse of a silver glint in his gaze, pondering its significance. His ability was not of the wind type. Rather, it resembled a mutated mental prowess. Mu Hongxiao grasped someone firmly, urging them to retreat swiftly. As they withdrew, the mutated insects began to stir violently. Lin Zhaoye felt a twinge of regret. The crystal core of this particular zombie would undoubtedly be more valuable than that of others. Yet, when weighed against the lives of her companions, it seemed trivial. She had speculated that upon the zombie's demise, the insects would uncontrollably abandon the vicinity. What she did not anticipate was the incessant buzzing that erupted, as the mutated insects displayed an intense interest in the zombie with its head blown apart, akin to flies drawn to carrion, eagerly descending upon its remains. They were likely feasting on the corpse of the zombie. This was no different from their previous cannibalistic behavior. The man in the white shirt wiped the corners of his mouth, erasing the traces of blood. "Can you still attack? One last time, if not, we retreat." Mu Hongxiao understood the truth in his words, gritting his teeth as he conjured a dozen fireballs the size of fists. The two of them coordinated seamlessly once more. Yet regrettably, the number of fireballs he produced was pitifully insufficient against the horde of mutated insects. To make matters worse, they had inadvertently disturbed the creatures. The leading few ceased their feeding, turning their gaze towards them with malevolent intent. "Retreat! Retreat!" Lin Zhaoye shouted, urging everyone to fall back in haste. Xiao Gao chose to remain at the rear, and within mere breaths, a massive earthen wall rose, momentarily hindering the advance of the insect vanguard. "We've arrived." Suddenly, a multitude of individuals emerged from behind, all endowed with abilities from the villa complex. "We are late. Now, let us witness the spectacle." In an instant, a kaleidoscope of various powers erupted into a dazzling display, forming a floral tapestry of skills that decimated numerous mutated insects, allowing humanity to regain the upper hand. For approximately 2 minutes, the slaughter was predominantly on the side of humanity, as the mutated insects were held at bay, unable to advance. However, this fortunate turn was fleeting, as their abilities began to wane from excessive use. Fortunately, Mu Hongxiao had successfully absorbed the second energy pill, revitalizing his strength. With a mere wave of his hand, a rain of flames descended, incinerating the remaining mutated insects untie upon hearing this. Lin Zhaoye's countenance underwent a dramatic shift. The consumption of their own kind's remains would purportedly yield a doubling of energy, swiftly leading to the proliferation of numerous first-tier mutated insects. Should they then feast upon the corpses of these first-tier insects, the emergence of second-tier mutated insects would be nigh inevitable, and so on. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. They could not remain stationary. They must be lured away from the corpses of their brethren. Further consumption would precipitate their accelerated evolution, causing them to grow ever more rapidly, ultimately overwhelming them. The others, upon hearing this, were duly alarmed. They resolved to disperse, forming small teams to draw away a portion of the swarm's attention, with the aim of eliminating them piecemeal in an open area. Lin Zhaoye and his companions also retreated, initially intending to secure an unoccupied villa as a strategic base. However, as they withdrew, their expressions betrayed a sudden realization. A substantial portion of the mutated insect swarm, nearly half, was doggedly pursuing them. They retreated with haste. Lin Zhaoye swiftly assessing the situation. It appears your early aggression has made you the focal point of their animosity. She extended an energy pellet to Mu Hongxiao. Procured from the system, replenish your energy. We shall make for the villa situated furthest to the right upon entering. There's a lotus pond nearby, which may serve as a fallback position if necessary. As Mu Hongxiao listened to his personal navigator's incessant stream of strategic directives, he hurled fireballs at the pursuing mutated insects, maintaining a precarious distance, goading them onward. At this juncture, the man who had initially separated from them rejoined their company. My abilities are nearing exhaustion. I must needs accompany you for the time being. Chapter 22. White Sugar. A few individuals meandered through the winding paths, deliberately avoiding the houses inhabited by others. The mutated insects trailing behind them grew increasingly audacious. With Mu Hongxiao's energy waning, he could only conjure small fireballs as warnings, which only emboldened their pursuers, who pressed on relentlessly. Finally, when both Mu Hongxiao and the man in the white shirt had grown pale and their abilities were nearly depleted, they caught sight of their home. The man in the white shirt could no longer endure. His body contorted in pain, and he succumbed to a fit of coughing, droplets of blood splattering onto the ground. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye, driven by the will to survive, continued to run, intent on grasping his arm. Just ahead, a distance of 200 or 300 meters, hold on. Unexpectedly, before she could reach the fabric of his white shirt, Mu Hongxiao intercepted her gesture. Both of them, weakened in body, had not anticipated his stubbornness at such a critical juncture. Mu Hongxiao seized each of them by an arm and urged them forward. Lin Zhaoye felt discontent, but refrained from voicing it, and the trio formed a connected chain. Meanwhile, the droning sound behind them intensified, yet they did not sense an imminent attack. At that moment, Wang Jiahui emerged, surprisingly with a noticeable bulge in her abdomen, followed closely by Li Yihe, who dragged along a large object covered in a red cloth, reminiscent of a ceremonial ribbon-cutting event, whimsically tied with a bow. "What is this?" Lin Zhaoye inquired, echoing the collective curiosity of the group. Wang Jiahui offered them no time to ponder the riddle, swiftly gesturing with her arms for them to step aside. "Make way, for it is my turn to perform." Her commanding presence bore a striking resemblance to the local mountain chief. Yet, while she proclaimed her intent, it was ultimately Li Yihe who took action. Li Yihe hoisted the large apparatus into the center of the road, with a grand sweep of his hand. He unveiled the crimson cloth draped over it, revealing a silver-white cylindrical object, approximately 1 meter in length, glinting so fiercely in the sunlight that it nearly blinded the onlookers. It was a rocket launcher. Mu Hongxiao, a former insider of the establishment, recognized it instantly. It was not official equipment, but rather an ingenious creation of her own design. The degree of modification was commendable. Upon hearing Mu Hongxiao's explanation, Lin Zhaoye felt a surge of excitement. At last, she had the opportunity to witness Wang Jiahui's prowess firsthand. Wang Jiahui directed Li Yihe to load a shell into the launcher, meticulously estimating several angles with her hands to establish the trajectory for launch. Lin Zhaoye and the others had already retreated to the sidelines, attentively observing the surrounding battlefield. As Wang Jiahui began the countdown, 3, 2, 1, Li Yihe pressed a button on the side of the launcher, and the shell shot forth, soaring skyward. After ascending approximately 200 meters, it began its descent, ultimately landing with precision at the spot where the mutated insects had momentarily halted. The shell struck down several of the creatures, rolling forward a couple of times before coming to a stop. To their astonishment, the mutated insects exhibited an intense curiosity towards the shell, swarming over it in droves, layering themselves upon it. After a prolonged wait, the anticipated explosion of the shell had yet to occur, leaving the crowd in a state of anxious uncertainty. Even Li Yihe found himself conversing with Wang Jiahui, yet she remained remarkably composed, gently caressing her abdomen and responding with a smile. However, the distance rendered Lin Zhaoye unable to discern their words. Observing her tranquil demeanor, Lin Zhaoye sensed that there was still hope for the situation. Their gazes intertwined in the air, with Wang Jiahui raising an eyebrow at him, conveying a message of reassurance. "Just watch." Though Lin Zhaoye could not hear her voice, he understood that the matter was under control. The surrounding mutated insects were not spared from the impending chaos. The space within a 10 cubic meter radius was nearly cleared by the bomb. Fortunately, Mu Hongxiao's quick thinking prompted him to pull the two down to the ground. The corpses of the insects rained down around them, providing the trio with a rather intimate encounter, albeit with the lifeless remains. Only Wang Jiahui and Li Yihe, positioned farther away, were unaffected. As Lin Zhaoye rose, he instinctively shook his head. The bomb's power was undeniably formidable, and a persistent roar echoed in his ears. At this moment, Wang Jiahui approached slowly, inquiring, "So, how do you like your first gift?" Mu Hongxiao, more familiar with such devices, offered praises. "Indeed, the modifications are impressive. It has retained nearly half its power. To achieve this through personal craftsmanship is quite remarkable." Wang Jiahui, brimming with confidence in her expertise, shared some intriguing trivia about the creation process. "I discovered a wealth of resources in the basement, including a considerable supply of sugar. Suddenly, I recalled having encountered reports on this subject, which led me to experiment by mixing white sugar with gunpowder to create this projectile. I merely intended to test my hypothesis, yet to my astonishment, it proved quite successful." Her humble yet proud remarks elicited a chuckle from Lin Zhaoye. He had assumed that the gentle Wang Jiahui he had observed in recent days was her true self, unaware that the capable and radiant Wang Jiahui of yore had never truly vanished. It was all their gluttony that had transformed them into this state, still yearning for sweetness. Lin Zhaoye could not help but laugh at her murmured words, though her laughter was abruptly interrupted. Xiao Gao noticed the figure in the white shirt teetering precariously, while the others nearby remained oblivious to his condition, prompting an exclamation that alerted the group. Quick to react, Mu Hongxiao stepped in to steady the individual in the white shirt, collaborating with Xiao Gao to escort the already fainted person to the villa for rest. Lin Zhaoye meticulously searched the ground for complete specimens of the mutated insects, discovering that their exoskeletons were significantly harder than those of normal insects, gleaming black and reminiscent of metallic materials. Collecting them. Insufficient level. This was the first time she had encountered such a prompt, indicating that these specimens were undoubtedly valuable. It was merely a matter of her current low level. Naturally, Lin Zhaoye would not overlook these resources. She retrieved several vials from her system and gathered a few specimens with relatively intact bodies, reserving them for future research. The remaining insects were collected as long as their glossy black portions exhibited no significant damage. Chapter 23. The Wish. What are you doing? I believe this object will prove useful. Do you see this black thing? As long as it remains intact, we shall place it in the bottle. With that, Lin Zhaoye handed him an empty vial. If there are any living specimens, we should collect a few. Mu Hongxiao raised his hand in an approving gesture, and upon receiving the command, he set off to gather the insects, even capturing the remaining scattered foes to store them in a treasure jar. Xiao Gao also emerged, declaring, "I will turn over the soil and bury the insects beneath the ground." Lin Zhaoye hastily intervened, suggesting, "Let us incinerate them instead." After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Gao concurred that burning was indeed the better option, thus leaving the area for Mu Hongxiao to execute his tasks. This, too, was a question that lingered in Lin Zhaoye's mind. He could not fathom why they had been relentlessly pursued, yet these creatures refrained from entering the villa. It was as if there existed something within the residents that instilled fear in them. Lin Zhaoye subsequently followed Mu Hongxiao to assist others in their battles, seizing the opportunity to collect additional corpses. Before long, Mu Hongxiao presented Lin Zhaoye with a jar brimming with specimens, cautioning him, "Be careful. Should you transform into a zombie, I would no longer be able to find Lin Zhaoye." Lin Zhaoye was engrossed in the contents of the jar, paying little heed to his words. Soon, they had gathered all the insects that could be found within the villa, finally bringing this conflict to a close. Although there were no casualties, the tension had been palpable, and now that they could finally relax, fatigue began to set in. Lin Zhaoye allowed Xiao Gao to find a room to rest, while the man remained unconscious on the third floor. As for the little girl, who had been a source of trouble, she had long been taken upstairs by Wang Jiahui. As dusk approached, The group finally settled down, and several of them began to engage in casual conversation in the living room on the first floor. I am Gao Qingyan. My mother named me with the hope that I would inherit good fortune and ascend to greater heights. Xiao Gao chuckled as he recounted the origin of his name. Though a hint of bitterness lingered at the corners of his lips, for his mother could no longer witness his achievements. He sniffed and added, "Let us not dwell on that. What about you all?" Wang Jiahui and Li Yihe took turns introducing themselves. Mu Hongxiao, indeed, bore a striking resemblance to his namesake, embodying an aura of majesty and strength. Mu Hongxiao merely smiled and remarked, "I chose that name for myself when I grew up. I never expected you would find it fitting. I shall share my name as well." The familiar Xiao Gao interjected eagerly. "After all, we have shared life and death together. I don't even know your name yet." "That is a lovely name," Wang Jiahui praised, appreciating its simplicity and directness. "I haven't yet decided on a name for my child, but a name like that would be quite nice." Upon hearing this name, Lin Zhaoye felt a sudden wave of unease wash over him. He anticipated that this seemingly gentle person would turn out to be him. In a past life, he had been the second in command of a private base. Even amidst internal strife, regardless of who ascended to leadership, he had steadfastly maintained his position as the right hand. The individuals within the base regard him with profound reverence, for he is taciturn and unassuming, seemingly devoid of any particular interests. Attempts to coerce him through threats or temptations invariably culminate in failure. After countless lives have been extinguished by his extraordinary abilities, everyone finally comprehends that his power is not only the most perilous but also the most coveted. Like his name, Su Yuan, his ability is remarkably unique, transcending fundamental elements. If one were to categorize it, it might bear some semblance to the realm of psychic powers. In simple terms, whatever he articulates or contemplates, once infused with his ability, is destined to succeed. Naturally, the magnitude of his powers required varies with the complexity of the task. No one knows whether this seemingly refined and amiable young man, after having slaughtered thousands, still possesses the capacity to take lives. Just how formidable is his power? There are even whispers that during the 2 years of the apocalypse, his abilities were already sufficient to annihilate fourth-tier zombies. The veracity of such claims remains unverified, yet Lin Zhaoye's threat assessment of him stands at SSS. Despite it being July, Lin Zhaoye finds himself drenched in cold sweat. It is no wonder that after uttering merely "the wind blows," Mu Hongxiao's powers seem to have multiplied several times over. What wind is this? The wish granted appears to elevate Mu Hongxiao's abilities to the 5th tier. Su Yuan, at present, emanates a gentle demeanor, entirely devoid of the aura of a future mass murderer. What is his true nature? Having never interacted with Su Yuan, Lin Zhaoye hesitates to draw any conclusions. Unable to defy his wishes, he can only strive to comply. With nowhere else to go, might he remain here? Xu Yuan suddenly cast a glance at Lin Zhaoye, asserting that they would not remain idle, for they possessed both hands and feet, capable of slaying zombies. "Isn't that right, Xiao Gao?" Xiao Gao, unexpectedly called upon, appeared momentarily taken aback, then shyly smiled and remarked, "It would be wonderful to stay here." Lin Zhaoye gaped at Xun, a myriad of objections swirling silently within her. Yet she found herself unable to articulate a single dissenting word. Xiao Gao, unexpectedly interjecting, remarked, "I noticed there are many vegetables growing in the yard. Did you plant them?" He inquired if they could once again exchange crystal cores for vegetables as they had before. This question was directed at Lin Zhaoye, but was Lin Yuanshan who readily responded, "That is certainly feasible. 3 crystal cores for a pound of vegetables or a liter of water." Xu Yuan was quite impressive. There were indeed rooms available here, and if they did not mind, they could occupy the 3rd floor without any rent charged. Lin Zhaoye, unable to decipher Xu Yuan's intentions, interrupted, "That won't be necessary." Her voice carried a hint of agitation, and she cleared her throat to steady herself, continuing with a calm demeanor. "It's sufficient for us to venture out and combat zombies together. No exchanges are required. Feel free to consume the vegetables from the yard. There will be plenty." As she spoke, she endeavored to divert her attention from Xun, striving to regard him and Xiao Gao on equal footing, deliberately avoiding any eye contact with either of them. Those who understood Lin Zhaoye's notoriously frugal nature began to ponder the underlying reason for her willingness to forego earning crystal cores in exchange for free lodging and sustenance. Lin Zhaoye's warm demeanor revitalized Xiao Gao, who readily replied, "That is fantastic. Thank you, Xiao Lin. I also extend my gratitude to this individual." Ling Yuanshan displayed a gentle demeanor towards the youth. "I am her great-uncle. You may simply address me as such." "Thank you, great-uncle." Chapter 24, Vows. Su Yuan naturally whispered her thanks to Lin Zhaoye. "I am unaware of Miss Lin's name." Lin Zhaoye chuckled softly, feeling somewhat embarrassed yet inwardly fuming. As she noticed his unwavering gaze upon her, Lin Zhaoye realized evasion was futile. Lin Zhaoye. The thoughts of this esteemed individual eluded her comprehension. Zhaoye, like the gentle waves, echoed in her mind. As she recited this phrase, her eyes flicked toward Mu Hongxiao. I did not anticipate this. Their gazes locked. Mu Hongxiao maintained a calm expression, while Su Yuan was the first to divert her eyes with a smile. The lack of continuity in their conversation left Lin Zhaoye utterly baffled, her mental faculties nearly exhausted in trying to decipher the meaning behind his words. Xiao Yezi, may I be allowed to leave tomorrow? There are countless matters within the villa. I haven't ventured outside in ages, and today's outing proved utterly unproductive. Allow me to go tomorrow. If you refuse, you shall never find peace in your own outings again. This mess is beyond my concern." Lin Zhaoye was taken aback to find her great-uncle resorting to blatant stubbornness. "Is it not because you are capable of leading us forward? You are our leader, and thus must ensure our safety. Furthermore, we can certainly manage this minor issue without troubling you. The affairs at home are of paramount importance and require the head of the family to oversee them. How should one deal with a capricious patriarch? Naturally, one must indulge them. Do not flatter me. I have no desire to assume the mantle of leadership among you. Just consider how many there are now. Many more are outside, coming to inquire daily about joining your ranks to combat the zombies, while you focus solely on battling the undead. You remain oblivious to my plight here, struggling to organize their schedules." Lin Zhaoye hastily sought assistance, pleading, "In this household, your words are law, are they not, Brother Xiao?" Mu Hongxiao, observing her subtle cues, readily chimed in, "Uncle, it is only your voice she heeds. No one else can rein her in. Perhaps you might show some pity for others and manage her properly." Lin Zhaoye was taken aback to discover that the ally she had enlisted was inadvertently undermining her. She was acutely aware that she was in the wrong, for the initiative to establish a small base had been her own. Yet was Lin Yuanshan who had taken on the role of guardian, while Antly managed the home, selling crystals and vegetables. "Alas, this was not my forte, and I need your assistance." Lin Zhaoye flashed a silly grin and employed her charm on Lin Yuanshan, her tried-and-true strategy for success. Lin Yuanshan's demeanor softened considerably. "You, girl, are utterly unrefined. Indeed, you are remarkable," Lin Zhaoye exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Her gaze swept the room, filled with those reveling in her misfortune, leaving her with no choice but to resign herself to her fate. With a delicate gesture, she pointed to a certain individual. "Ego, I recall you were once a manager at a company, overseeing numerous people. How about you and my uncle take turns on duty?" Li He also desired to venture out. Yet, should he dare to voice a refusal, Lin Zhaoye preempted him. "I have no use for your crystal cores, and I still provide you with wages." He found himself unable to utter words of dissent, nor did he wish to forego this opportunity. The expressions on their faces mirrored each other, both replete with reluctance. Lin Zhaoye, in his persistent entreaties, managed to persuade them to undertake this monumental and arduous task. They divided the responsibilities. Lin Yuanshan would oversee the odd days, while Li He would manage the even days. Their primary duties entailed recording the information of those wishing to join them in exterminating zombies, assessing their reliability, selling the day's vegetables, and handing over all the crystal cores to Lin Zhaoye. Though their agreement was born out of desperation, Lin Zhaoye was confident that once the arrangement was established, they would execute it splendidly. Thus, Lin Zhaoye resumed his carefree role as an overseer. Mu Hongxiao quietly leaned against a corner, observing Lin Zhaoye's antics. His playful gaze inadvertently met Su Yuan's, and their eyes gradually drifted apart, each nodding in silent acknowledgement before missing each other's gaze once more. Following the day's ordeal of lacking points to exchange for energy pills, Lin Zhaoye's thirst for points intensified. However, that evening, she received points for rescuing 3 individuals, resulting in an immediate increase of 3,000. A flicker of solace brushed against her otherwise desolate spirit. As usual, she tended to her small garden, watering the plants and gazing at the moon. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. What could have provoked this esteemed gentleman? Lin Zhaoye remained oblivious to the source of his ire. Today, what did Mu Hongxiao consume? It was a pill crafted by me, capable of restoring some extraordinary abilities. However, I only possessed 2 of them at the time. Thus, I could only grant him the power to strike, as we share a certain familiarity. Yet, such sentiments cannot be expressed openly. Please do not take offense. There will be opportunities in the future. Do not be angry. Spare me my life. Lin Zhaoye truly feared inciting the wrath of the smiling tiger, uncertain of what actions might provoke his displeasure, fearing she might meet a dire fate. Su Yuan let out a scoff, then earnestly reassured her. You acted wisely. I would have done the same. I shall look forward to savoring your pill in the future. Certainly, Lin Zhaoye quickly acquiesced, her smile becoming somewhat strained. She silently sighed, having anticipated a formidable persona upon her rebirth, only to unexpectedly encounter a formidable lord. This lord bore no malice, yet Lin Zhaoye remained unsettled, pondering how to persuade him to depart. Perhaps Su Yuan possessed some form of mind-reading ability, as if she could discern Lin Zhaoye's hidden calculations. Do not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Moreover, my extraordinary abilities do not activate at all times. I can solemnly swear that my powers will never harm you in any form. In the darkness, Lin Zhaoye distinctly perceived a faint silver glow emanating from him, a testament to the vow he had made with his extraordinary abilities. Uncertain of the madman's intentions, Lin Zhaoye could only chuckle awkwardly. How about we gaze at the moon? No sooner had he uttered this than the lights on the second floor flickered to life, illuminating the adjacent room where Lin Qiron resided. A tall silhouette appeared on the balcony, exuding a palpable sense of strength with its robust arms. Thus, 2 figures materialized before Lin Zhaoye. At a loss for words, she could only turn away with a forced smile to admire the moon. In that fleeting moment, her expression faltered, internally cursing profusely. For a time, only Mu Hongxiao and Lin Zhaoye remained, one above and the other below, silently appreciating the luminous orb in the night sky. Chapter 25, Icicle. The following day, July 22nd. Amidst the sweltering heat of summer, Lin Zhaoye routinely requested Aunt Li to remain at home in the morning to await visitors for vegetable harvesting, planning to finish the remaining produce in the afternoon for potential buyers. She set forth again with her team to eliminate zombies, tempted by the alluring crystal core of the previous day's defeated foe. Accompanying Lin Zhaoye this day were Mu Hongxiao, and Li Yihe. As for Lin Yuanshan, he had been dispatched under Wang Jiahui's insistence to organize supplies. After all, resources like sugar remained in abundance, and situations akin to yesterday's would likely recur. Wang Jiahui aimed to promptly tally the supplies and prepare additional weaponry. She had also requisitioned a portion of the insect corpses collected the previous day from Lin Zhaoye, as such unique materials might prove useful in the future. It is said that no matter how skilled one may be, a kitchen knife can still pose a threat. In the current circumstances, the absence of abilities places them at a disadvantage. However, the possession of weapons could alter the balance of power. Since neither Lin Zhaoye nor A possesses any powers, and Mu Hongxiao had sustained some injuries the previous day, they chose to exercise caution and establish their camp within a 10-kilometer radius. Conveniently, the battlefield from yesterday's encounter with the mutated insects had yet to be fully cleared, so Lin Zhaoye decided to lead his team in recovering the bodies before proceeding to their originally planned destination. As they journeyed westward, they encountered neither zombies nor any living souls. Lin Zhaoye found himself pondering whether this eerily tranquil world was a blessing or a curse. Barely 3 seconds had passed when a distant rumble reached their ears, the unmistakable sound of a motorcycle engine. a rarity in this post-apocalyptic reality. Such noise could easily attract a horde of zombies. Creating such a commotion in a villa cluster would be tantamount to sealing their own fate. Consequently, groups maintained strict control over noise levels, striving to cultivate a safe haven for themselves and others. Upon hearing that sound, the group was momentarily startled. Truly, those skilled in their craft possess a certain audacity. Mu Hongxiao, ever the cautious one, suggested, should we consider retreating? It would be prudent to avoid a confrontation with them. His reasoning was sound, for encountering others in this desolate world was not always a fortuitous event. Thus, he signaled to the dozen or so individuals trailing behind him, and they concealed themselves amidst the trees, initially intending to wait for the motorcyclists to pass before continuing their journey. They were surprised to discover that the motorcycle group had halted nearby. It was precisely a sunken area of the road, repurposed as a temporary parking space. When they came to a halt, this group of 12 formed a small squad, each motorcycle adorned with a large barrel, presumably containing oil, alongside a sizable box of unknown contents. A substantial bag of food dangled openly from the back of one bike, showing no apprehension of theft. More than half of them were bare-chested, their arms inked with a myriad of colorful tattoos, creating a striking spectacle from a distance. They certainly did not appear to be upstanding individuals. Lin Zhaoye resolved to observe the situation quietly. Though the engine noise had ceased, they possessed something even more exhilarating. A slight, beggar-like figure struggled to set down an object larger than his upper body, trembling as he placed it on the ground, then clapped his hands and surveyed the surroundings. It was a black device, adorned with shimmering blue and pink embellishments, too distant for Lin Zhaoye to discern its true nature. Unable to contain his curiosity, he nudged Mu Hongxiao. What is that? After a prolonged gaze, Mu could only shake his head in uncertainty. The little beggar adjusted his posture and began to fiddle with the large box, which soon erupted with a deafening sound. If I drove a tractor, would you still love me? Lin Zhaoye realized that this was an exceedingly loud speaker, blasting some rather unsophisticated tunes. These individuals were indeed reckless. The thunderous cacophony seemed designed to attract zombies. Hopefully, they wouldn't endanger others in the process. In the event that zombies were to swarm from all directions, escape would be impossible. Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao exchanged glances, unable to reach a decision on whether they should conceal themselves here or boldly make their exit. Should they choose to venture out, they might be misconstrued as attackers upon discovery, leading to an undesirable confrontation. Conversely, remaining hidden might attract an alarming number of zombies, rendering their situation perilous and inappropriate. Before any resolution could be made, a radiant zombie approached. Why was it described as radiant? It could be said that this zombie was the wealthiest in the realm of the undead. Its body sparkled with a transparency reminiscent of diamonds, casting a kaleidoscope of colors in its wake. The dazzling light emitted was almost blinding. Correspondingly, its movements were sluggish and heavy, each step resonating with a distinct sound. Lin Zhaoye, not well-versed in the nuances of diamonds or crystals, could not ascertain whether it was composed of the former or the latter. However, this distinction was of little consequence. What mattered most was the striking, resplendent purplish-red crystal core nestled within its head, exuding a deadly allure. It was not merely the size of a typical first-tier nail. By estimation, it was about the size of a lychee, teetering on the border between the first and second tiers. Lin Zhaoye was reluctant to withdraw. If the opportunity arose, she yearned to seize that crystal core. The zombie, drawn by the sounds, soon realized there was an abundance of food nearby and quickened its pace, charging towards them. Regrettably, his pace was exceedingly sluggish, and the rhythmic sound of thuds echoed along the path, infusing a semblance of vitality into the dreary road. Suddenly, a massive pit loomed before him. Before he could react, his foot had already plunged into it. As he attempted to surge forward, he discovered that his foot was ensnared, enveloped by the ground, firmly entrenched like a tree embedded in the earth. One foot was trapped, while the other struggled desperately. Soon his upper body lost its balance, and with a resounding thud, he toppled to the ground. In that fleeting moment of contact with the earth, numerous sharp edges on his body began to crack, with a few fragments shattering off his foot, sending glistening shards the size of a thumb scattering about, their translucent beauty captivating. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, the onlookers demonstrated their understanding of the principle. Strike while the iron is hot. Their skills were meticulously arranged in a systematic manner, all composed of combined abilities, each one directed at the undead creature. There is a classic synergy of wind and fire elements, alongside an enhanced combination of water and lightning skills. Ice magic was also at play, effortlessly piercing the zombie's skull with the precision of slicing through tofu. Witnessing such a formidable foe succumb to a mere ice spear, no thicker than a pin, Lin Zhaoye couldn't help but marvel at the audacity of those skilled individuals. They possessed both the courage and the prowess to navigate the apocalyptic world. Chapter 26. The transaction. Once the zombie had perished, the little beggar rushed forward, brandishing a small dagger to excavate its crystal core. The dagger, both diminutive and dull, transformed in an instant as he gripped it and thrust downward, its blade elongated, and its tip became extraordinarily sharp. To his astonishment, even the most inconspicuous individual possessed a mutated steel-based ability, granting him the power to manipulate the shape of steel at will. The presence of these 12 individuals was indeed a source of considerable surprise. Lin Zhaoye, opting to forego the crystal core, resolved to guide her companions to circumvent the woods. Engaging in combat with such adversaries could prove disadvantageous. She was acutely aware of the value of both crystal cores and life. Within a span of 2 days, she had encountered 2 exquisite crystal cores, yet she had been afforded no opportunity to claim them. A profound sorrow engulfed her, rendering her spirit despondent as she trailed behind the group. Come fort. His voice resonated like a bell, directed at a cerulean dragon tattoo adorning his arm, embodying the essence of a socially aware elder. Reluctantly, they exchanged pleasantries before proceeding. It was best to avoid conflict whenever possible. Lin Zhaoye led the way, while Mu Hongxiao remained taut, poised to defend her at a moment's notice. A figure lurked at the rear, yet Lin Zhaoye chose to disregard him. No need to be so tense, dear friends. It has been quite some time since I encountered fellow survivors in this desolate world. I merely wished to extend a greeting. The robust man's demeanor was surprisingly amiable, though Lin Zhaoye understood that this was not the true reason for his request to halt. She began to observe the others. They appeared relaxed, leaning against their motorcycles or engaging in light conversation in small clusters. Yet, their mental vigilance remained intact, with each individual subtly monitoring both parties, none fully relinquishing their guard. Among them stood a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a tank top and shorts. His bald head gleamed under the sun, and his skin was a deep shade of brown, gripping an ice pick in his hand. He was clearly the one who had just shot through a zombie skull. His countenance was grim, exuding an air of unapproachability. He was the leader of this group. I surmised that a few of the younger fellows must reside nearby, appearing well-fed and cared for. Might they possess some surplus resources to exchange with us? The notion of bartering for resources brought a sense of relief to Lin Zhaoye, though he remained on guard. Our sole intention was to avenge ourselves upon the zombies. We held no interest in the lives of others. Do not worry. We harbor no ill will. If you have supplies, we shall trade. If not, we shall depart swiftly. Lin Zhaoye was intrigued by the prospect of supplies. What do you seek? The burly man replied, anything to eat or drink will suffice. I am not particular. A substantial amount of clean water would be splendid. And if you have any gasoline, that would be even more desirable. Indeed, he was a discerning individual. Gasoline was a precious commodity, diminishing with use. However, Lin Zhaoye maintained a composed demeanor. We do possess food and drink, yet I am curious if you have what I desire. What might this young lady wish for? He inquired with a broad smile, though his massive frame contrasted starkly with the delicate Lin Zhaoye, rendering him somewhat unappealing. Nevertheless, Lin Zhaoye was not swayed by his appearance. Would it be feasible to exchange for crystal cores? It is precisely the substance extracted from the brains of the zombies you just dispatched, regardless of its color or size. 3 small crystal cores can be exchanged for a pound of vegetables or a liter of water. As for other supplies, I possess none. To this day, this man has yet to utter a word, maintaining an air of mystery that intrigues Lin Zhaoye regarding the leader of this small group. concerning the crystal cores of a similar size to those you just eliminated, should you provide them to me. I could offer you 50 liters of water or 50 pounds of vegetables in return. The leader at the back nodded in agreement. I will accept as many as you have. Lin Zhaoye's lips curled into a cunning smile. Are you truly able to exchange for all the crystal cores we possess? Upon his utterance, Lin Zhaoye's team was momentarily taken aback. The nearly 2-meter-tall man spoke with a surprisingly childish voice. Were he not the leader of the motorcycle gang? Lin Zhaoye would have burst into laughter. The bald man scratched his nose and remarked, "If you wish to laugh, then laugh away. After all, I am not the first to be the subject of ridicule. However, that is not the crux of the matter. We are also in need of some seasonings. And ideally instant noodles. Do you happen to have any? I possess about a bag of that substance, though I am uncertain of its utility. I never anticipated I could barter it for something with you. We do have grains and seasonings available. As for instant noodles, we shall not engage in a trade for those." Lin Zhaoye made a concerted effort to maintain his composure, shaking his shoulders slightly to suppress his emotions. "We have 50 crystal cores in our possession. You may count them." With a wave of his hand, a man in his 30s emerged from behind him, his face marred by pockmarks. "Little sister, this is what you desire. Go ahead and collect the supplies, for I have prepared them." Lin Zhaoye accepted the crystal cores from his hands, meticulously counting them. There were indeed 50 in total. 35 were first-tier cores, 10 were nearly second-tier in size, and 5 were undeniably second-tier, each resplendent in color. Transparent cores are attribute-less and beneficial to all types of abilities, while the colored ones signify their inherent attributes. By locating the corresponding attribute cores, one could expedite their advancement in level. The cores must be submerged in water to purify toxins. Those without abilities can awaken their powers from them, while those with abilities can amass energy to facilitate their ascension to the next level. These were minor in quantity, totaling 35, while the major ones amounted to 15. I concede a slight loss, allowing for an exchange of 762. Would you prefer to trade for water, or perhaps a bit of grain and vegetables? Let us have 500 liters of water and 262 pounds of vegetables. We possess some grain. Very well. Without hesitation, Lin Zhaoye extracted 500 liters of water and 262 pounds of vegetables from his system. These vegetables were remnants of their previous meals, preserved in Lin Zhaoye's system, remaining fresh. Now, as she presented them, they appeared vibrant and appealing, captivating the eyes of those who had long been deprived of fresh produce. "Little sister, you truly are remarkable. I shall return here to exchange items with you again when the opportunity arises." The leader of the motorcycle gang spoke with a hearty demeanor. It was challenging to infuse grandeur into his words. The man with a pockmarked face withdrew his hand from his pocket. It was slightly larger than that of an ordinary person. As his hand made contact with the water and vegetables, they completely vanished from sight. Both parties appeared satisfied with the transaction, and thus the young leader, with a voice reminiscent of a child, clasped his fists in farewell to Lin Zhaoye. Subsequently, they mounted their motorcycles and roared away from the scene. Chapter 27. Exchange after bidding farewell to the motorcycle gang. Lin Zhaoye and his companions continued their journey as per their original plan. "Have you developed a second ability? You never mentioned it to us." A, who had become taciturn after the apocalypse, couldn't help but inquire. Lin Zhaoye naturally took the cue. "It just manifested a few days ago. I intended to acclimate before discussing it." A, having gleaned no useful information, felt somewhat embarrassed. "Oh, I see." She had already revealed her storage ability, but had no intention of elaborating further. Some might speculate that this was a second ability unrelated to the wood element, or perhaps view it as some magical artifact. Lin Zhaoye chose not to clarify. She understood the wisdom of concealing one's wealth, yet within the confines of the villa community, she felt confident in her ability to protect herself. Those behind her, regardless of who they were, would need to weigh their actions carefully before daring to challenge her, considering whether they possessed the strength to bear the consequences. Meanwhile, she harbored a growing anxiety. The absence of abilities was indeed a distressing predicament. In close combat, her agility sufficiently compensates for the disparity brought about by her abilities. However, in range combat, she finds herself at a disadvantage due to her shorter reach. As they continued forward, they encountered numerous first-tier zombies. Yet Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao refrained from intervening, allowing the others behind them to hone their skills. Nevertheless, none of this could dampen her spirits. Lin Zhaoye incessantly toyed with the crystal core of the recently defeated zombie, its vibrant hues suggesting a unique energy. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the patterns on the crystal resembled that of a bird in flight, but the moment she blinked, it vanished from her sight, causing her to chuckle at her own fleeting hallucination. She then produced a green crystal core, presumably of the wood element, and before her appeared a line of text. Wood element crystal core, second tier, value, 500 points. This seemed to indicate a new function of the system, capable of identifying the tier of crystal cores and even annotating their point values for exchange. She retrieved the previous crystal core once more. Unknown crystal core, second tier. Value, 800 points. Astonishingly, this core was classified as unknown, commanding a higher point value. She then laid out all the other second-tier crystal cores. Whether they were basic water or fire types, or the mutated lightning and ice types, each held a value of 500 points. Intriguingly, the first-tier cores were merely worth 10 points. Though a small sum, it was better than nothing. From the perspective of points, it was evident that with each tier advancement, the crystal cores from zombies offered greater redemption values. The stark contrast between 10 and 500 points clearly illustrated the significant disparity in combat prowess between first and second-tier zombies. Now, holding these 15 secondary crystal cores in his hand, Lin Zhaoye contemplated whether to transform them all into purification crystal core water for consumption or exchange them for points. He had yet to reach a decision. Thus, he temporarily cast them into the system. Presently, within the villa, only Su Yuan, Xiao Gao, and Mu Hongxiao possessed supernatural abilities. The remainder lacked such powers. A month had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and the awakening of abilities had been somewhat sluggish. Before long, the government would announce that crystal cores could stimulate energy and fortify abilities, while also revealing that some cores were tainted with zombie toxins. By the third month, the populace would likely come to understand how to purify crystal cores for ordinary individuals to absorb, thereby catalyzing their abilities. In business, one capitalizes on the disparity of information. Thus, gathering crystal cores would become significantly more arduous than it is now. Therefore, during these 2 months, if outsiders came to trade for supplies, Lin Zhaoye would welcome them with open arms. Rushing home, Lin Zhaoye noticed that many neighbors were anxiously pacing near their residences, straining to see through the fence. They could barely discern the unfolding chaos and hurriedly opened their doors. The ground was a chaotic flurry of black and white, and an involuntary shiver coursed through Lin Zhaoye. Not only were his family members engaged in exterminating rats, but several other young neighbors had also entered to assist. Instantly, pandemonium erupted within the enclosure. The vegetable garden was teeming with palm-sized rats, their elongated tails darting about, while black cats leapt energetically across the garden, hunting the rodents. Some individuals sought refuge, while others wielded various weapons to combat the rats and pursue the black cats. The mouse, elusive and slippery, proved difficult to capture, while the cat exhibited remarkable agility, darting about in pursuit, leaving only fleeting shadows in its wake. A chaotic game of cat and mouse ensued, with humans chasing the cat attacking the mouse, and the mouse scurrying in every direction. Although the mouse's offensive capabilities were minimal, its ability to create havoc was at its zenith. This bizarre scene reeked of human intervention. In an instant, an unsettling feeling washed over her, prompting her gaze to shift toward the empty corner of the rooftop on the 3rd floor. Lin Yuanshan's shout drew Lin Zhaoye's attention. Following the direction of his finger, she spotted Wang Jiahui. Positioned between the house and the large banyan tree in the courtyard was a vine, as thick as an infant's arm, connecting them. At its center, nestled within a woven net of vines, was Wang Jiahui, curled up. Due to her elevated position, neither the cat nor the mouse could reach her. But those on the ground fared far worse, tasked with the dual responsibilities of capturing mice and fending off the cat's assaults. In uncertain circumstances, any foreign species would be deemed hazardous. The group dared not underestimate the potential threat of a zombie virus. Lin Zhaoye rushed beneath Wang Zhaoye and reached out to touch her. Sister Zhaoye, are you all right? The response that came was tinged with a tremor of survival. Indeed. Lin Zhaoye recognized that individuals with abilities often struggled to control their powers in such moments. Seeing her still spirited enough to speak animatedly, his concerns began to ease. All right, you rest here for a while. We'll be right here with you. She began to rummage through the system, recalling the bees and butterflies she had encountered yesterday. Lin Zhaoye, lacking any supernatural abilities, found it quite challenging to engage in long-range attacks, and now faced with the presence of cats and mice, her frustration doubled. Chapter 28. Medicinal powder. Fortunately, during her leisurely moonlit hours last night, she had perused the exchange section of the system, where she discovered several unfamiliar items. However, she found nothing specifically for dealing with mice, only an item labeled unconscious. The notes indicated that it would induce a narcotic effect on humans, while its efficacy would be doubled on animals. Contemplating the other peculiar pills, such as well-fed and no more rice, she decided to purchase this one, as nothing seemed more fitting for her predicament. With a heavy sigh, she reluctantly inserted 10 second-tier crystal stones, exchanging them for 5,000 points. Before she could fully appreciate the value of those points, she hastened to acquire the seemingly formidable unconscious. All her hard-earned crystal cores were now gone, and to add to her dismay, her home was in utter disarray, a situation truly lamentable. With the 5,000 points, Lin Zhaoye exchanged them for a small vial of powder. The glass container, no larger than the palm of her hand, held a fluorescent pink powder that appeared rather appealing. As she engaged the approaching adversaries, she simultaneously surveyed her surroundings and noted that most of the creatures were congregated in the yard, with significantly fewer near the house. She quickly called out to those who were valiantly fighting, urging them, "Come here for a moment to rest. I will handle this." She donned the latex gloves obtained from the hospital and, to err on the side of caution, provided them with masks to prevent the inhalation of any medicinal powder that could cause unintended harm. They gradually ceased their tasks and gathered around her. "Rest within the circle if you feel fatigued," she proclaimed, as she meticulously drew a large circle beside the house, which instantly became a forbidden zone. Instinctively, the mice and cats seemed compelled by their nature to flee from the area. This was effective. She further sealed off this space, establishing it as their sanctuary. Still uneasy about Wang Zhaoye, she scattered some powder beneath her corresponding vine. Thus, half of the canister of medicinal powder was exhausted. Lin Zhaoye, having organized the others, was not to lag behind the two of them. Armed with his trusty dagger, he plunged into the fray. Upon seeing her enter, Mu Hongxiao adeptly positioned himself behind Lin Zhaoye, and together they executed a flawless synergy, swiftly dispatching a considerable number of foes. However, these black cats moved more swiftly than the mice. Many mice fell victim to their predatory antics, as the cats regarded the act of hunting mice as mere sport, showing no inclination to consume them. An idea struck Lin Zhaoye, and he handed Mu Hongxiao the remaining third of the powder. "Let us refrain from killing the mice. Instead, let us sprinkle the powder upon them, and naturally, the cats will take care of the rest." He then approached the nearby, muttering, "Su Yuan, take this. See if you can distribute the powder more evenly across the yard." After saying this, he allocated a third of the powder to him as well. "All of you should rest within the circle, keeping as far away from the powder as possible." Fortunately, several individuals bore no injuries, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She applied a sprinkle of medicinal powder to her gloves, re-entering the fray. Together with Mu Hongxiao, they launched an assault, advancing from opposite sides. Initially wielding short blades, they now used the powder to ensnare the rodents. Before long, more than half of the mice were coated in the pink powder, and as dust descended, the phosphorescent hue grew increasingly radiant. As the powder in her hands dwindled, the movements of the drugged mice appeared to slow down to a fifth of their normal speed, becoming playthings in the paws of the black cats. Fortunately, they had the foresight to wear gloves. Given the potency of the drug, even its anesthetic effects would have been too much to bear. Indeed, as Lin Zhaoye had anticipated, the black cats toyed with the mice, intermittently licking their paws. Soon, they seemed tipsy, wobbling about, tongues lolling, their gazes becoming increasingly dazed and unfocused. Without the advantage of their former speed, exterminating them became an effortless task. Lin Zhaoye felt a pang of regret for the 5,000 points spent on the powder, yet acknowledged its worth. All right, everyone come out. They have been anesthetized. She summoned her companions, who had regained their strength and were eager to continue the hunt. A few young individuals were eagerly preparing for a vigorous engagement, but to their astonishment, the mice suddenly shook their heads and darted away in an orderly fashion. Lin Zhaoye looked up just in time to see a dark figure rapidly descending from the rooftop, garments billowing, lightly touching down before swiftly disappearing from her sight. So he contemplated pursuing, yet Lin Zhaoye obstructed him. There is no need to chase. We are unaware of how many adversaries lie in wait, and falling into an ambush would be disadvantageous. The darkness has descended, and the zombies become increasingly rampant. Our capabilities will be significantly diminished under the cover of night. This time, he failed to eliminate a single individual, thus not achieving his objective. Surely, he will strike again. We must merely enhance our vigilance. She earnestly advised those within the courtyard. One day, this coward will reveal his true nature. Lin Zhaoye chuckled inexplicably and urged them to continue clearing the battlefield. Eliminate all those who did not escape. Xiao Gao, dig a pit and incinerate their remains. At that moment, vines gracefully descended, and Wang Jiahui landed on the ground, after which all the vines vanished without a trace. This is the true essence of wood-based abilities. Lin Zhaoye, the pseudo-wood ability user, secretly envied those with genuine powers. Last night, I crafted an apparatus capable of absorbing smoke and dust, originally intended for the timely extraction of toxic gases during experiments. Just as we burned the corpses of those insects yesterday, you can utilize it now. It is located in the basement. I am uncertain whether this device emits toxic gases when ignited, or if it is better to absorb them. She gently caressed her abdomen, smiling as she explained, I felt a bit unwell after staying up there for too long, so I remained still. Please fetch it for me. Lin Zhaoye requested her to create a small swing for him, and then called overly Iha. Brother Iha, please keep an eye on Sister Zhaoye. She gently patted Wang Jiahui's hand to offer reassurance and lowered her voice. Having arranged everything, Lin Zhaoye ventured alone into the basement. Chapter 29. Protection. It had been quite some time since she last visited this basement, which was likely to be filled with various items. She had already switched on the light upstairs. The basement was enveloped in silence as Lin Zhaoye stepped inside. According to Wang Jiahui's description, the machine should be located straight ahead 10 meters from the basement entrance, on the table to the right. She controlled her breathing, striving to make no sound as she gradually made her way in. Midway through, a shadow flickered in her peripheral vision. Lin Zhaoye, having anticipated such an encounter, promptly pursued it, only to be confronted by a black cat. With its yellow-green eyes and black slit pupils, it lunged at her with claws bared. In a swift motion, she delivered a punch to the cat's head, while her other hand retrieved a knife from the system, swiftly slitting its throat. Blood splattered across the ground. Yet her own attire remained pristine. However, the shadow had vanished. She instinctively tightened her grip on the knife, keeping it close to her body for readiness. Her senses heightened as she scanned her surroundings for any signs of danger. As she approached the corner of a shelf, she held her breath and moved cautiously. As expected, she encountered another figure. The person was clad in black, their face obscured by a black cloth, revealing only a pair of penetrating brown eyes, heavy brows, and a deep-set, sculpted face. She did not possess the typical features of a native, suggesting a possible foreign influence. Lin Zhaoye found herself perplexed as to whom she had offended to invoke such external forces. As she attempted to grasp the woman, intending to remove her veil, she was taken aback when the man had no intention of engaging in a confrontation. Instead, he turned and fled. Naturally, Lin Zhaoye gave chase with great urgency. The basement was cluttered with various items, and the figure ahead sprinted swiftly, hurling objects behind him to create obstacles. Lin Zhaoye was forced to weave and dodge her way forward, the cacophony of crashing sounds resonating throughout the disordered space. Before her loomed a wall. You cannot escape, Lin Zhaoye called out, demanding to know who had sent him. Ignoring her plea, the man continued his frantic flight. With determination, Lin Zhaoye surged forward, seizing a portion of his clothing on his shoulder and yanking him back. In response, the man struck at her wrist. Instinctively, she released her grip, yet her left hand lunged toward his back. He swiftly pivoted, using a peculiar flute to block her advance. In an instant, the two were engaged in a flurry of strikes, exchanging blows for several rounds. Just as Lin Zhaoye prepared to launch an attack aimed at his face, the man found himself cornered near the wall. He dashed toward it, and Lin Zhaoye had no choice but to follow closely. The man propelled himself off the wall, executing a remarkable spin in midair and deftly maneuvered behind Lin Zhaoye. At this moment, Lin Zhaoye dashed out once more, yet his figure had already disappeared. Fortunately, those outside had not been subjected to his assault and continued with their respective tasks, oblivious to the recent escape of an individual from this location. Zwa, upon seeing her emerge empty-handed, inquired what transpired. Lin Zhaoye, filled with regret, exclaimed, "Damn it, he managed to flee." The person had concealed themselves in the basement, clad entirely in black and adorned with a veil. They exchanged several blows. "Be cautious," she warned, scanning the surroundings, but alas, everything had merged into the darkness, rendering further search futile. I am at a loss as to when I had provoked such an individual or whom they sought to target. Regardless, it is imperative to enhance our vigilance henceforth. Upon exiting the confines of his own yard, he noticed that the lights of the neighboring houses remained illuminated. A sinking realization dawned upon him. Their home had become the focal point of an attack, inadvertently endangering the surrounding neighbors. Professor Qin, noticing Lin Zhaoye's emergence, inquired with concern, "Child, is everything all right on your end? Had they not fled so swiftly, I would have surely intervened." "Everything is fine now. I trust there are no rodents in your abode?" He replied, No, quite the contrary. It is indeed peculiar that only your household was affected. Fortunately, I heard the commotion and promptly summoned several sprightly youths to assist. Lin Zhaoye expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "I'm truly thankful. I shall take care of the vegetables for the next month." "Oh, there's no need for such gratitude. Truly, it is a calamity, both natural and man-made." "Indeed, natural disasters and man-made calamities," Lin Zhaoye murmured, having formed a judgment on whether it was truly a natural disaster or a consequence of human actions. The yard was awash in a pink glow, and she remained uncertain of its potential impact on the new vegetables. Fortunately, some produce was stored within the system, ensuring that a few days without planting would not disrupt their lives, though it would result in a loss of points income. She contemplated irrigating the entire vegetable patch with crystal core water for several days, saturating the soil until the fluorescent hue faded. This was the best solution she could devise at present. The system's water source seemed immensely valuable, and she hoped it could counteract the effects of the powder. Water capable of thoroughly purifying the zombie virus within the crystal core should certainly be effective in addressing this issue. Having nearly tidied up, Lin Zhaoye knelt on the ground, surveying the vegetables ravaged by pests. Not only were there prominent bite marks from larger creatures like rats and cats, but she also noticed numerous small ants on the leaves that she had previously overlooked. These ants, a striking crimson hue, appeared translucent, their wings glistening far more than those of ordinary black ants, and they were noticeably larger. Crimson crystal ants. They were a third larger than any she had encountered before, likely a product of human interference. She picked one of the ants off a leaf, intending to study its peculiarities. Unexpectedly, she felt a sharp tap on her neck, causing her head to tilt slightly. Before she could inquire, Mu Hongxiao preemptively explained, "You had a bug crawling on you. I thought you were seeking revenge." He extended his hand to reveal the nearly lifeless insect he had swatted, demonstrating that his actions were unintentional. Similar to the ant that Lin Zhaoye had just observed on the dish, this one was even larger, with wings as substantial as a fingernail. Its fiery red hue seemingly ablaze. Lin Zhaoye furrowed her brow, pondering the unsettling notion that she felt no sensation at all. If it were to bite her, the unspoken dread lingered between them. Neither dared to ascertain whether this ant bore the zombie virus. Moreover, it appeared far more perilous than both rats and cats. "Fear not, for I am here." Mu Hongxiao gazed at Lin Zhaoye, his demeanor radiating an extraordinary gentleness under the illumination, the coldness of his features softened by a veil of warmth, his eyes reflecting her visage. Lin Zhaoye concurred indeed. Yet, we remain unaware of who lurks behind scenes. The two were clearly on divergent wavelengths. Yet Mu Hongxiao remained unfazed. Do not overthink. Our adversaries will multiply in the future. If you wish to establish a lasting presence and transform this place into a small base, you will inevitably make enemies. Only by accelerating your growth can you safeguard everyone here. Mu Hongxiao understood her desire to create a sanctuary for her family, and he too wished to protect her. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zhaoye was overwhelmed with a profound sense of understanding and gratitude. However, she soon noticed his expression shift from tenderness to rigidity. Chapter 30. Greed. Following his gaze, Lin Zhaoye beheld the feeble crimson crystal ant, now clamoring upon his hand. Having consumed human blood, the crimson crystal ant suddenly sprang to life, its previous near-death state replaced by an exuberant vitality. Seizing the moment while they were momentarily stunned, he flapped his wings and struggled to take flight. Mu Hongxiao increased his effort, twisting and turning until he finally brought it to a definitive end. Yet, it was too late. The wound on his hand continued to bleed profusely. Despite being merely a tiny ant, it had managed to inflict a wound as large as its own body. With no time to hesitate, Lin Zhaoye retrieved a crystal core water from the system to cleanse his injury. However, it bore no effect. In fact, the color of the blood began to darken, taking on a sinister hue. She looked up at Mu Hongxiao, exclaiming, "What should we do?" The blood seems to be turning black. Meeting her anxious gaze, they shared a moment of silence, both at a loss for words. "You need to say something. What am I supposed to do?" Her voice began to quaver. Recalling how Mu Hongxiao had always been by her side, safeguarding her growth through numerous trials. They had faced countless challenges together, yet never did they imagine they would falter against a mere ant. Suddenly, he grasped Lin Zhaoye's hand and strode away from the scene. The onlookers were oblivious to what had transpired, calling out their names, but neither responded. He led Lin Zhaoye away, heading towards the northern mountains. As they journeyed, the lights flickered and gradually dimmed, eventually leading them into the woods. This forest they had previously scoured several times, still occasionally attracted a few zombies. Yet this time, they had remained in silence for 5 minutes, with no unwelcome undead intruding upon them. However, Lin Zhaoye now fervently wished for an unwitting zombie to appear, eager for the opportunity to unleash her wrath. Mu Hongxiao sat on the ground, leaning against a grand tree, observing Lin Zhaoye pacing beneath its boughs. He watched her in silence, and suddenly a smile broke upon his lips. "You dare to smile at such a time?" Lin Zhaoye could no longer contain her emotions, tears cascading down her cheeks as she sank to her knees beside him. "What is there to cry about? I have endured for 20 years. Is that not enough? You once stood before me, protecting me, granting me 2 decades of life, and now, having grown up, I find myself weeping." Mu Hongxiao gently rested a hand on Lin Zhaoye's shoulder, using the other to wipe away her tears. "You resemble a drenched kitten, not at all becoming. Please, offer me a smile." In a fit of defiance, Lin Zhaoye resisted his attempts to dry her tears. What kind of protection is that? Merely a few words of consolation. With such a grave situation at hand, how can you remain so unperturbed? Her tears began to subside. Yes. Just wait a moment, please. Hold on for me," she murmured absent-mindedly, recalling that there were numerous items yet to be exchanged in the shop's redemption system. She had scarcely perused them properly. There were many pills, though they seemed to be deceptive, causing faintness or concealing one's presence, among others. None of them were what she desired, yet she refused to relinquish her search. At last, she finally spotted a heat-clearing and detoxifying pill, priced at 5,000 points. Lin Zhaoye carefully examined her account, noting that she possessed 5 second-tier crystal cores, including one valued at 800 points, totaling a mere 4,000 points. It was insufficient. The points were inadequate. Lin Zhaoye silently urged, "System, show yourself." She poured some crystal core water from Mu Hongxiao, her hands trembling. "Don't waste it. It's of no use." Mu Hongxiao felt an unsettling chill enveloping him. As a fire element ability user, he had always radiated warmth since his awakening. Yet now he felt as if he were caught in an internal struggle between ice and fire. He understood that Lin Zhaoye's collection of these crystal cores was tied to the secret she bore, which made him meticulous about each core. You might still have use for it. I won't need it anymore. His smile appeared frail, his complexion almost translucent in the moonlight. Please bind me. If I turn into a zombie, you must put me down yourself. That way, I'll have no regrets. He added with a hint of jest, you mustn't hesitate. If I become a zombie and you can't defeat me, and I take a bite out of you, transforming you into an ugly zombie, you would be heartbroken. Lin Zhaoye was both exasperated and amused by his teasing, unable to resist delivering a gentle punch to his shoulder, only to be overcome with tears afterward. Stop crying. May I hug you? It has been so long since we parted ways. I haven't held you for ages. He made an effort to sit up straight. Striving to maintain the words spoken against me are indeed true. Who could blame me for being born without parents? I had nearly grown accustomed to this reality, yet your sudden arrival has shielded me. He turned to Lin Zhaoye, his lips curling into a laborious smile, having tasted the sweetness of protection. I can no longer endure being bullied alone. I am grateful that I encountered you in my childhood, and I am equally thankful that you have consistently chosen to safeguard me. In truth, I possess the strength to vanquish my foes, but I desire your protection, which is why. His words were interrupted by a series of coughs. After moving, I lost contact with you. During that time, I missed you dearly, as well as Uncle and Aunt Lee's cooking. Upon reaching adulthood, I aspired to grow stronger to protect you, which is why I changed my name. I hope to always remain behind you, watching over you in the role of a guardian. Since the apocalypse unfolded, I have countless times secretly rejoiced at having found you in the nick of time, even gaining my abilities before you. You cannot fathom my elation. I have practiced tirelessly during moments of respite. Perhaps fortune has favored me, for my efforts have borne fruit. I should now be considered quite adept, wouldn't you agree? Lin Zhaoye nodded, her heart aching, having never realized that in Mu Hongxiao's world, she was once his guardian. Alas, fate is capricious. I have only just transformed into a manufactured adept, yet I cannot protect you as I once wished. You harbor numerous secrets within you that I cannot decipher. However, I am indifferent. He let out a deep sigh and began to worry about other matters. Lin Zhaoye knew whom he was referring to. Su Yuan was indeed an enigma. If he could be grasped, he would be retained. If not, it was better to resolve the situation promptly. Either he would leave, or he would perish. Listening to his every admonition, Lin Zhaoye could not help but lean against him and weep. I understand. Stop speaking. Just rest for a while. They all must be entrusted to your resolution. Mu Hongxiao observed her head pressed tightly against him, wanting to raise his hand, but finding himself unable to do so, thus relinquishing the opportunity to stroke her hair. You've soaked my clothes with your tears. You should bind me. I am also a second-tier fire element. Uncertain if I possess a crystal core. If I do, after you take my life, keep the crystal as a memory, or if nothing else, to expand your little treasury. This tree is one I specifically chose. It is the tallest and grandest in this area. Should you return to this grove, you will surely recall me. What should I do? I desperately wish for you to forget, yet equally desire for you to remember me. His voice was low and resonant, flowing quietly through the darkness. I am so greedy. He lowered his head, smiling foolishly, yet gradually his laughter faded into silence. Chapter 31. The black cat Lin Zhaoye widened her eyes. Striving to contain the tears that threatened to blur the scene before her, she wished to etch every image into her memory. Alas, she was unsuccessful. She sat quietly, seeking to calm her tumultuous emotions, as if time itself had come to a standstill, with the chill seeping into her very being. The cold rendered her nearly immobile. Gently, she approached to assess Mu Hongxiao's condition. The figure before her exhibited no change in complexion, yet his skin was chillingly cold. His pulse was present, his heartbeat steady. Lifting his eyelids slightly, she observed that his pupils appeared entirely normal, devoid of any issues. Lin Zhaoye was awash in confusion, perplexed by the pervasive coldness of his body while being uncertain of the underlying circumstances. Her brow furrowed deeply as she speculated that conflicting forces within him might be at odds, causing him to lose consciousness. Yet she remained uncertain of the precise reason that had spared his life. A glimmer of hope was a blessing, but would he awaken, or would he succumb to transformation into a zombie? Only time held the answer. In the woods that night, the occasional presence of wandering zombies lingered. If the enigmatic figure clad in black had not departed, they would be in grave peril. Just as she reached out to lift him, her eyes inadvertently met his. Now awakened, his gaze was intense. "It's all right." Lin Zhaoye's anxious heart began to ease. He had not succumbed to death. She would continue to protect him. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer of life, and though his expression was neutral, the anticipation for the future shone through. After uttering this, he succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Lin Zhaoye could only scold him while lifting him up. The courtyard was brightly illuminated, the earth meticulously turned, and everything had been tidied up by them. Lin Zhaoye shook her head, remaining silent. The matter at hand bore no immediate resolution, and she had no intention of confiding in others, especially with the presence of those whose intentions were uncertain. Please carry him upstairs." Having borne the considerable weight of a grown man on her back, Lin Zhaoye felt her legs begin to tremble, devoid of the strength to continue the ascent. In her childhood, Mu Hongxiao had been adopted, yet his adoptive parents were frequently absent, rendering him bereft of both biological and adoptive familial ties. Lin Zhaoye often played with him, while other children cruelly labeled him as the unwanted child, oblivious to the truth of his situation. Lin Zhaoye herself was without parents. Her uncle had taken her in to live with her cousin, as her own parents had departed from this world long ago. Mu Hongxiao's parents had forsaken him forever in pursuit of their own mission, while her parents had merely succumbed to the whims of fate. Thus, she empathized deeply with Mu Hongxiao, dismissing the taunts of other children and even taking it upon herself to champion justice. In protecting Mu Hongxiao from bullying, she was simultaneously safeguarding her own spirit. Thus, they spent many cherished moments together, to the extent that Mu Hongxiao came to possess a room of his own here. Eventually, he moved away with his adoptive parents, and it would be many years before their paths crossed again. To her surprise, the depth of his emotions far exceeded her expectations. Though profound, they were not suffocating. The room remained unlit, and Lin Zhaoye, bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, gazed upon Mu Hongxiao, who lay pallid on the bed. Though his brow was furrowed, it did not detract from his inherent beauty. Leaning against the bedside, she peered through the small window at the crescent moon. With a long sigh, she felt as though the moonlight could cleanse the unrest within her heart. "I'm still alive. Why do you sigh?" Lin Zhaoye turned her head and saw Mu Hongxiao resting his arm on his head, smiling at her like a celestial being. "Are you feeling unwell?" Her voice carried a slight nasal tone, imbued with gratitude for being reborn after a deathly separation. "I feel quite well. It's just that my body craves enough sustenance to devour an entire ox." Only. It's time to eat. We must have our meal." She turned and ran, calling out for Antli to prepare the food. "Oh, you little girl. Is Xiao Mu all right?" Only exclaimed. "I've been cooking for quite a while. Come and eat." One after another, she brought forth a lavish spread of dishes. "Go wash your hands. Come and eat." Lin Zhaoye had endured so much that the thought of food had slipped her mind, while Mu Hongxiao, having navigated through near-death experiences, seemed unaffected, devouring his meal with a graceful yet fervent appetite. Only Su Yuan's gaze lingered on Lin Zhaoye's face, catching the inquisitive look in his eyes. Lin Zhaoye merely smiled awkwardly, devoid of any desire to provide answers. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber until Lin Yuanshan dropped a bombshell. "Today, while dealing with a small black cat, I experienced a moment of disorientation. It was right before me, yet I saw its trajectory as it lunged at me. Not only that cat, but even the footprints of people. I can trace back earlier paths, though I'm uncertain of the time frame." Reflecting on what Xiao Yi had mentioned earlier, I began to suspect that I had awakened some peculiar supernatural ability. He surveyed his surroundings, building suspense before continuing. Eventually, I could no longer endure it. My head throbbed intensely, and I felt somewhat disoriented. When I regained consciousness, I discovered that I had awakened an extraordinary ability known as the flow of time. Although I cannot foresee what the future holds, the events that transpired in the past are vividly clear to me. Others were mostly delighted for his sake. Lin Yuanshan cleared his throat and proceeded. While you were tidying up the front yard, I observed numerous occurrences from times gone by. I found that a rather remarkable man had once visited here, clad in black, adorned with a dark veil and a black turban, rendering his features obscure. He possessed a rather peculiar bone flute. Lin Zhaoye, intrigued by the bone flute, remained attentive to Lin Yuanshan's tale. When he played the flute, he summoned a multitude of mice and black cats using his ability. It was puzzling, for he conjured two opposing entities. Yet, I could not hear his voice. The act of playing the flute was merely my assumption. Additionally, there were a dozen red ants. Shortly thereafter, chaos ensued in the household. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhaoye pondered for a long while, but could not recall any relevant information. As for the extraordinary ability Lin Yuanshan spoke of, Lin Zhaoye was skeptical, perceiving it instead as a form of unique mystical art. His flute playing resembled that of an Indian snake charmer, though the snake charmer merely engages in theatrics. However, this individual indeed summoned a considerable amount of trouble. Since the enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light, we must exercise caution, even in the presence of those endowed with extraordinary abilities. As she uttered these words, her heart brimmed with a lemon-like expression. Wang Jiahui exhibited a remarkable sense of identification. Have you all noticed? True abilities are only awakened through real combat experience. Upon hearing this, Li Iha nodded vigorously in agreement. To her surprise, Zui shared the same sentiment. I witnessed them activating their powers. These two were startled by a single cat, the very same feline. I wonder when I will have the chance to experience the sensation of being startled by a cat, or rather, the thrill of awakening my own abilities. The group erupted in laughter, while behind Wang Jiahui, several tendrils lay poised, ready to seize Zui Yi's canine head. Chapter 32. A kiss. Lin Zhaoye's post-dinner activities transformed into watering the plants, commencing with a layer of water generated by the system, followed by a layer of crystal core water. This process continued until the soil before him morphed into a quagmire. Seeing my recovery is remarkably good. Are you seeking to assign me some tasks? Mu Hongxiao approached from the side, waving his hand to evaporate a significant portion of the moisture. Perhaps we should enlist Xiao Gao to turn over the soil and bring in new earth. Lin Zhaoye found this suggestion plausible and intended to discuss it with him. The site for digging was decided to be the small woods they were visiting that night. However, a suitable location for the display soil had yet to be determined. Mu Hongxiao intervened. Wait, it's already quite late. Let us consult him tomorrow. It was indeed past 11, making it an inappropriate hour. Lin Zhaoye dismissed her thoughts and scrutinized Mu Hongxiao from head to toe. He appeared vigorous and his complexion was rosy. He hardly resembled someone on the brink of death. Her gaze was almost tangible, leaving Mu Hongxiao perplexed as he pondered what she could be observing, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Look at you, robust as an ox. How will you repay all the tears you caused me? Anything you desire, he replied. Really? Indeed. Suddenly, Lin Zhaoye raised an eyebrow, took 2 steps closer, and whispered, Tonight, do not sleep. Await my return. Her words trailed off, and Mu Hongxiao's heart raced with anticipation. Do you understand? She was akin to a flirtatious dandy, teasing him before darting away. In an instant, the light in her room on the 2nd floor flickered to life. Mu Hongxiao murmured to himself, I will wait for you. As night fell as anticipated, Mu Hongxiao remained in his room, awaiting Lin Zhaoye. It was not until he heard faint sounds from the adjacent room that he sensed something amiss. When he attempted to open Lin Zhaoye's door, he discovered it had been securely locked. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye had no chance to grant him entry. Just as she had surmised, the figure in black had indeed remained nearby, lurking rather than departing. With a clever instinct, she chose not to rest as usual. Instead, she pretended to extinguish the lights and feign sleep. Soon enough, she noticed a figure stealthily entering her space. Had she not been attentive to the subtle movements around her, she might have been oblivious to the presence of a living intruder. Indeed, a sudden gust of wind swept through, and a blade struck precisely where she had just lain. You are still awake, he exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, I anticipated your arrival. Evading the attack with a deft sidestep, he retaliated with an elbow strike, toppling Lin Zhaoye. With his other hand, he thrust the knife downward. In a flurry of movement, Lin Zhaoye hastily wrapped herself in a bedsheet and lunged at his blade, managing to narrowly escape a lethal strike. She quickly descended from the bed and soared towards the door. In that very instant, the knife soared alongside her, and as Lin Zhaoye sidestepped, she witnessed the blade embed itself directly into the door. The figure clad in black adeptly evaded the blade. However, Lin Zhaoye still possessed her trusty knife, which she hurled with precision, striking true to her prediction. The dagger pierced his abdomen, causing the figure to break into a cold sweat, clutching his stomach in agony. Lin Zhaoye responded with a swift side kick, shattering the door lock. Outside, Mu Hongxiao seized the opportunity to enter. Realizing he was outnumbered 2-1, he swiftly retreated towards the balcony, only to discover that it was ensnared by a dense tangle of vines, woven into a cage that trapped him within the room. Caught in a trap, he uttered a clumsy phrase in Mandarin. Indeed, your comrades are no longer your allies. Curse be it. He cursed vehemently. How dare they betray my great sage? His body began to sway, and he slid down to kneel beside the bed. Lin Zhaoye sat beside the bed, tossing the black-clad figure's dagger. Who is your sage? His fierce expression began to morph into something sinister. The name of the sage is one you are unworthy to know. As for that traitor, how will you deal with him? Lin Zhaoye was oblivious to the nature of the elixir concealed within his gourd. He had yet to devise a course of action. He pondered if he might possess a viable solution. Those who betray the sage shall ultimately face divine retribution. In the absence of the sage, I shall enact punishment upon this traitor in his stead. His expression was frenzied, his lips murmuring incomprehensible, mellifluous mantras. He, having brought A to this chamber, knelt abruptly at the threshold. Upon witnessing the dark-clad figure with a blade embedded in his abdomen, his countenance shifted to one of panic. Not me. Not me. He widened his eyes, fervently denying, I did not betray the sage. The figure in black paid no heed to his protestations. A, upon hearing the incantations from the dark figure's lips, began to cough blood and convulse. So he hastily grasped his face, only to discover that he had neither poisoned himself nor taken his own life. It seemed he was afflicted by a lethal curse. As the venom surged within him, he was on the brink of a catastrophic demise. In mere moments, he convulsed into silence. So he shook his head at Lin Zhaoye, signaling that A was irrevocably deceased. Witness the price of betraying the sage. And what of you? Having slain one of my own, have you contemplated the cost you shall incur? Lin Zhaoye narrowed his eyes, pressing the blade against his face. This so-called sage's reach was excessively far. The dark figure laughed heartily. To the victor belong the spoils. I concede to your superior skills and the misstep in strategy that has placed my life in your hands. However, to compel me to betray the sage is an impossibility. He lowered his mask and placed the bone flute upon it, bestowing a reverent kiss. Lin Zhaoye grasped his neck with one hand, lifting him up. Is it so? Your life and death now lie in my hands. Can your saint still save you? His face turned crimson from the choke, his eyes bulging, even beginning to roll back. Yet he did not forget his saint. I never imagined I could be so fortunate as to receive the saint's redemption. His words came out in fragmented bursts, revealing nothing but his boundless veneration for the saint. Lin Zhaoye increased his grip, slowly allowing him to savor the sensation of nearing death. To his surprise, he did not resist. Lin Zhaoye signaled Mu Hongxiao to take the door with him. In the room, only she and the cloaked man remained. She produced the system's manufactured water, sealing the cloaked man's mouth with a mask to prevent him from taking his own life. She sprinkled the water upon his wounds, and soon the profuse bleeding began to subside. She rummaged through her previous supplies from the hospital, liberally applying Yunnan Baiyao as though it were free, while also spending 50 points to redeem some itching powder. The combined effects of the itching powder and Yunnan Baiyao, accelerated by the water source, would likely cause his wounds to clot and scab over in about half an hour. He writhed in agony, desperately seeking relief from the unbearable itch, but to no avail. He was laughing so hard that he trembled, tears streaming down his face. Finally, he raised his hand and grasped Lin Zhaoye's clothing, signaling his surrender. Chapter 33, Dignity. He had endured enough of this painful, itchy sensation that made his heart race, feeling as if he could tear himself apart. Was he finally willing to speak? Indeed, he was a man, having held on for most of the night before succumbing. Yes, it's Rong. Why was he speaking so hesitantly? Lin Zhaoye noticed the changes in his mouth, but heard no sound. Rong what? Lin Zhaoye was perplexed by his words. The Rong you mentioned, what plans does he have? I have been cursed and cannot utter her name, nor disclose the command she has given me. Lin Zhaoye did not provide him with an antidote. The excruciating itch persisted, forcing him to catch his breath as he spoke. She is not the Holy Master, and I shall not betray the Holy Master. It was Rong who gave the command. Now that I have spoken her name, the curse will undoubtedly be triggered, and she will know. You might as well grant me a swift end, as a testament to my loyalty to the Holy Master. Did you wish to conclude before I finish my inquiry? Lin Zhaoye scoffed, thinking it too good to be true. Is your ability merely to summon these rats and cats, or perhaps the crimson crystal ants? His Chinese was a jumble in his urgency, yet Lin Zhaoye grasped the general meaning. I shall not teach you, nor will I betray my Holy Master. You may torment my body, but I will yield. Yet my soul remains sanctified, unshackled by any constraints. He appeared as one willing to sacrifice for the Lord. While Lin Zhaoye could not comprehend his madness, I have articulated all that I could. It is now your turn to fulfill your promise. Grant me a swift release. With a countenance steeped in a yearning for death, Lin Zhaoye recognized that his words and the information he could impart had reached their zenith. Though clarity eluded him, he had become devoid of any worth. Lin Zhaoye took both his knife and the bone flute, the latter destined for research, though she could not utilize it. The wish might yet hold potential. He left the knife of the cloaked figure with him, deeming it honorable to conclude his life with his own weapon. By uttering these sentiments, he had, in a sense, betrayed his organization. For one who revered the Lord so deeply, it was inconceivable that he would continue to exist in this world. Lin Zhaoye granted him this dignity, taking matters into her own hands. Exiting her chamber, she found that the incident involving it had concluded, the ground now meticulously cleaned. Only Wang Jiahui was privy to the events of the previous night, assisting in the apprehension of A, while others remained uninvolved. Yet did not imply ignorance of such a significant commotion. Leaving behind a casual remark, I'm going for a walk, Lin Zhaoye departed from that place. Her mind incessantly pondered the question of honor. Lin Zhaoye. This was the most plausible possibility she could conceive. She had not anticipated that this cousin would still torment Lin Zhaoye even in his rebirth, capable of causing her trouble from afar. She wondered how her uncle would react upon discovering that Lin Zhaoye was behind these events. As she wandered, she found herself back in the small grove. At this moment, 2 zombies roamed nearby, and she managed to capture them. Of course, there was no pleasant outcome for them. After a brutal display of power, Lin Zhaoye felt a slight sense of relief. The events of the day had been overwhelming, leaving her heart in turmoil. Especially at a critical juncture, she discovered her points were alarmingly few when attempting to exchange for medicine. Faced with an unexpected situation, she was utterly unprepared, and that wretched system chose to remain silent at such a crucial moment. How infuriating! In her frustration, she kicked a nearby tree, seeking an outlet for her pent-up annoyance. Yet, why direct her ire towards an innocent tree, which had neither provoked nor offended her? Mu Hongxiao had been following her, observing her alternating between staring at the ground and lifting her gaze, kicking pebbles and stomping her feet. He could naturally empathize with her inner turmoil and melancholy. However, he was at a loss on how to alleviate her distress. Some matters cannot be resolved instantaneously. No one can flawlessly navigate every situation. What we can do is strive to the best of our abilities to alter our circumstances. He grasped her shoulders, compelling her to meet his gaze. But you're already remarkable. Look at you. You took me in, provided Wang Jiahui with a stable home. And we have even gained special abilities. Let's not even mention Li Yihe and Su Yuan. Xiao Gao is also happily here. Thanks to your reminders. Uncle and Aunt Li now have plenty of food, and the others in the villa community, if it weren't for your assistance, they would have long since run out of food and water. He gently tousled Lin Zhaoye's hair, the soft texture a delightful sensation. You are already in the process of achieving what you desire. It is because of you that our fates have been altered. As for those lurking in the shadows, wishing to harm you, there will come a day when you confront them directly. All you need to do now is to strive for growth, so you can face those hidden adversaries. Lin Zhaoye found solace in his tender gaze, absorbing each word he articulated. Whatever you wish to pursue, I will stand by your side. Uncle will, Aunt Lee will, and I believe that Jie Jiahui and the others will as well. Muhengyao patiently resusciter. He understood that Lin Zhaoye was not despondent, but merely facing a minor setback, a transient moment of frustration. Consider today as your initial encounter with the world regarding trust. Allow yourself one last moment of vulnerability. From this point forward, may you shed no tears for betrayal. May you cultivate strength amidst departures. And may your tears flow only for those who are truly deserving. However, I would prefer that you refrain from crying, for it brings pain. He gestured towards his heart, candidly expressing how intimately it was connected to her every joy, sorrow, and emotion. Lin Zhaoye gazed at him, witnessing a depth of feeling she had never observed before. He, who had always been indifferent and silently preoccupied with his own affairs, now appeared entirely consumed by thoughts of her. Your room is no longer tidy. Why not spend the night in my room? I happen to be on duty during the second half of the night, so I shall forego sleep. We can tidy up your space tomorrow. Upon contemplating the fate of the men in black, she understood that the scent of blood would inevitably permeate her room, and thus she acquiesced to his goodwill. Yet her mind was preoccupied with other matters. The cleaning and cooking were primarily managed by Aunt Lee. Occasionally, others would lend a hand. But as more people gathered, it became increasingly burdensome for Aunt Lee. Fortuitously, she had discovered a robotic maid within the system, requiring 5,000 points for acquisition. In Chapter 34, titled Professor, if all proceeded smoothly on the morrow, Xiao Gao would be able to exchange all the soil and commence a new round of planting. She wished to reserve the crystal core, hence the 5,000 points would need to be entirely earned through vegetable cultivation. 10 days would suffice to accumulate this amount, allowing them to assist more and consequently ease Aunt Lee's workload. Did you hear that, little crybaby? Mu Hongxiao's voice carried an implicit threat. Yes, sir, Lin Zhaoye responded, feigning a salute to diffuse the somewhat oppressive atmosphere between them. Their rooms were identically arranged, both featuring large double beds, with his pillow dutifully positioned on the far left. Concerned for her comfort, Mu Hongxiao fetched a pillow for her. July was indeed a sweltering month, and a simple blanket sufficed for warmth. Lin Zhaoye was not particular, choosing not to use his quilt or blanket, opting instead to sleep on the opposite side of the large bed, fully clothed. At the break of dawn the following day, Lin Zhaoye rose early, intending to inspect the soil in the front yard, only to discover that there was not a trace of fluorescent pink left. Unexpectedly, the utility of the water was quite significant, thereby alleviating Xiao Gao from the task of replacing the soil. She had early on sown the seeds into the earth and affixed a notice outside the fence, proclaiming, "Vegetables for sale tomorrow." Once she had completed this task, Wang Jiahui descended the stairs. "Quick, let's go fetch Nuan. Nuan was the girl who could summon the rain, and Wang Jiahui held a deep affection for her, treating her as if she were her own daughter. After the incident yesterday, Wang Jiahui promptly arranged for Zhuo Yi to send the child away. Nuan was taken in by Professor Qin and his wife, Professor Shui. Professor Qin was amiable and was eager to assist with the child as fostering. Lin Zhaoye felt assured in leaving her in their care. "All right, let us go and bring Nuan back." Lin Zhaoye attempted to offer his arm to Wang Jiahui, but she gently declined. At 6 months pregnant, she still diligently engaged in exercise, creating many wonderful things in the basement, so the child was not a burden to her. Naturally, she preferred not to be supported by Lin Zhaoye. He remained vigilantly behind her, cautious of any unforeseen circumstances. The pair knocked on Professor Qin's door, and it was Professor Shui who opened it, for bodyguards followed her. Lin Zhaoye recognized that these were assigned by the state due to the professor's sensitive position before the apocalypse. Now, with the onset of the New World, unable to contact their superiors, they continued to provide protection for the family. Suddenly, She recalled the last encounter with the mutated insects and felt compelled to seek the professor's assistance. Before the apocalypse, Professor Qin had worked in human genetic research, while Professor Shui specialized in botany. This matter is perfectly suited for Professor Shui's assistance, while the development of the zombie virus serum ideally calls for Professor Qin's expertise. Upon opening the door, Professor Shui greeted them with a warm smile. Her upper body adorned in a silk blouse, complemented by a black skirt and dainty leather shoes. Even in the apocalypse, she maintained a polished appearance, exuding a gentle demeanor that harmonized splendidly with the vivacious nature of Professor Qin. "Are Professors Shui and Qin at home? I seek your assistance," Lin Zhaoye stated directly, eschewing any circumlocutory approach befitting individuals of their esteemed stature. "Ah, do come in. Nan Nan is still asleep. I shall rouse her at once," Professor Shui replied, unexpectedly revealing the little girl's knack for charming the elders wherever she went. She promptly ushered them inside, calling for Professor Qin to greet their guests while she ascended the stairs to awaken Nan Nan. Seated on the sofa, the two awaited the arrival of Professor Qin, who soon emerged, impeccably dressed to receive them. Lin Zhaoye's demeanor was noticeably more fervent, fueled not only by gratitude for assistance with the child, but also by aspirations for collaboration. "To be candid, my purpose today extends beyond merely taking Nan Nan with me. I wish to inquire if you and Professor Shui would be open to collaborating with us on matters concerning the zombies," Lin Zhaoye inquired straightforwardly. Professor Qin pondered momentarily before responding. "I find myself in a precarious position, lacking both experimental equipment and assistance, which may render my involvement somewhat challenging." Listening to his tone, Lin Zhaoye discerned that he harbored intentions, yet lacked the necessary research conditions. "Indeed, Professor Qin, I now possess a certain understanding of zombies and can strive to provide you with conducive conditions, whether it be machinery or manpower. Should you require assistance, I will make every effort to procure it. I am aware that you do not turn a blind eye to the apocalyptic circumstances, and I hope you will reconsider. If we could develop some findings, particularly a serum or injection, it would be a boon for us. To be candid, the number of humans capable of awakening extraordinary abilities has dwindled significantly. Numerous mutated second-tier zombies have emerged outside. Without these abilities, ordinary individuals will gradually find themselves overmatched by the zombies. If their current rate of evolution continues, humanity may soon find itself entirely consumed by them." Professor Qin harbored a desire to contribute to the research, yet he lamented the lack of suitable conditions. Now that someone was willing to create such conditions for him, he would not refuse. "However, regarding Professor Shui, she is my wife, and I must respect her views. As for the prospect of collaboration with you, it necessitates a thorough discussion with her." Lin Zhaoye's words were interrupted as Professor Shui descended the stairs with their daughter in hand. "I will certainly assist. It is commendable to have such intentions. However, my research focus lies in botany, which has no relation to human genetics. What assistance could I possibly offer?" Lin Zhaoye hurriedly recounted the events concerning the mutated insect from a few days prior, particularly their peculiar behavior outside his doorstep. It was revealed that Professor Shui was equally astonished, remarking that it was the first time he had heard of mutated insects pausing in their quest for nourishment. "What connection do those insects have with me?" Lin Zhaoye patiently elucidated. "My household cultivates an abundance of vegetables, the very same ones that Professor Qin previously exchanged with us for crystal nuclei. I suspect that incident is linked to the plants in my garden, for it is solely the vegetables in my front yard that were cultivated using my unique method. No other household has experienced such phenomena. This distinctive cultivation method entails watering with crystal nucleus-infused water, though Professor Qin remains unaware, naturally attributing the peculiarity to her exceptional wood-based abilities." Chapter 35. Treatment. The two professors, having familiarized themselves with her, were inclined to trust Lin Zhaoye's explanation and expressed considerable admiration for her vegetable sales. "Now that we understand, what experiments can I conduct?" Professor Shui inquired. "If you do not mind, you could come to my residence, or I could cultivate a batch of vegetables at your home as experimental materials. I actually preserved quite a number of living specimens at that time. Should you require live specimens for research, I can provide those as well." While this endeavor may not yield definitive results, I merely wish to ascertain whether my hypothesis aligns with reality. Without a moment's hesitation, Professor Shui agreed. Then let us proceed at my house. I happen to have a plethora of flowers, but lack the verdant presence of vegetables. Lin Zhaoye naturally agreed, even calculating in her mind. If you don't mind, I could come over every day to plant vegetables. The vegetables in the yard can be enjoyed to your heart's content. I promise that from the moment we begin the experiment, I will unconditionally cultivate for you daily, without any time constraints, continuing indefinitely. Regardless of whether you or Professor Qin achieve conclusive results in your research, I will uphold my promise. Her words were undoubtedly motivated by her own considerations. Her own yard could only yield 500 points a day, but with their yard included, the total could reach 1,000 points. Lin Zhaoye believed that both individuals were once esteemed professors of integrity and would not covet these vegetables, even in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet, it remained a temptation. Even professors need sustenance, and this condition would surely entice them to assist with the research. Trusting their character, Lin Zhaoye felt emboldened to offer such a generous proposal. Another stipulation was that the produce could not be sold or given to others. Only the few of you may partake. Qin and Shui exchanged glances, clearly elated. This is truly wonderful. We accept your terms. Shaolin, I can commence the experiment today. Since the onset of the apocalypse, I have had little to occupy my time. It feels nostalgic to be working again. Thus, the three of them reached an agreement, while Nuan obediently sat beside Wang Jiahui. The two holding hands like a picture-perfect mother and daughter. Our two families share adjoining backyards, and I recall that both residences possess basements. I wish to connect the basements and transform one into my research laboratory. This villa still retains some previous experimental equipment, although it is not comprehensive. If you are able, I would appreciate your assistance in visiting a particular location. Professor Shui lowered his voice, revealing that it was once a site for the production and operation of laboratory machinery. Consequently, numerous completed laboratory machines are displayed there. Most importantly, Professor Qin suddenly leaned closer to Lin Zhaoye and mentioned a hidden chamber that he had never entered. He was uncertain about the location of its access button, but was convinced it must be somewhere on the wall. Once the button is pressed, the laboratory's grand entrance would swing open, revealing a clandestine laboratory within. Lin Zhaoye harbored concerns that his system might not adequately capture the experimental machines, and thus sought a reliable spatial ability to ensure absolute safety. Should you require live specimens of zombies, do let me know, as I can assist you in procuring them, ranging from the most ordinary first-tier to second-tier mutated zombies. However, I would need the crystal cores in exchange. I currently lack the capability to provide more than that. I notice that your household is still accompanied by several bodyguards. If you trust them, it would be prudent to have them protect you at all times during your experiments, ensuring they possess a certain level of strength and reflexes to prevent any unfortunate encounters with zombies. Professor Qin expressed satisfaction with Lin Zhaoye's thorough considerations, assuring him, rest assured, these young men in my employ are entirely trustworthy. A hint of sorrow tinged Professor Qin's tone, as he had already prepared himself for the impending loss of his junior. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements, and will reach out to you again before departure. For today, let them till the land ahead. I shall come by in the afternoon to sow seeds and water them. There is no need for you to engage in any additional tasks. Simply wait for approximately 24 hours, and they will mature automatically. Thank you for your kindness in providing us with such favorable treatment. Lin Zhaoye, with her eloquence, remarked, our collaboration is mutually beneficial. For me, it is merely a trivial effort. However, should you both uncover any significant findings, it would greatly benefit humanity, and for that, we owe you our gratitude. Indeed, she continued, I trust that with your presence, many will find solace and security in these tumultuous times. Kindness? Lin Zhaoye pondered, realizing her own selfish motives. Her research was primarily aimed at ensuring a better survival for herself and her family. As for kindness, she possessed it, albeit in limited measure. As soon as Lin Zhaoye stepped outside, she was seized by Mu Hongxiao. You seem quite busy this morning. Once you finish here, another matter awaits. Lin Zhaoye was perplexed by his words. Mu Hongxiao pulled her forward. A considerable number of individuals have arrived early today. Since you were scheduled to discuss matters at Professor Qin's home, I refrained from disturbing you. However, they have been waiting at our doorstep for quite some time. You should go and see them. Chapter 36. Cold moon. At the forefront stood a slender woman, her frame gaunt and draped in black attire. 2 daggers were sheathed in her trousers, while a firearm rested at her waist. Her short hair lay close to her ears, and her expression bore an air of discontent. Greetings, I am Cold Moon. I have been informed by Biao that you possess a considerable supply of water and food, prompting our visit to seek refuge with you. Who is Biao? Lin Zhaoye questioned, perplexed by this enigmatic figure. Biao is the leader of the motorcycle gang. He sent us here on his recommendation. Cold Moon replied. Allow me to introduce my companions. We are a total of 19 individuals, 5 elderly, 3 children, and 11 young adults, 3 women and 8 men. Among the women, apart from myself, there is another with special abilities. Of the 8 men, 4 possess unique powers. Our abilities primarily encompass earth and metal, with a touch of strength and water manipulation. We are capable of safeguarding ourselves, yet we lack sufficient resources. We hope you might extend your assistance by providing us with essential supplies and shelter. This is my request. Cold Moon maintained a calm demeanor, presenting her case with a businesslike tone. Are you proposing to sell your labor? I do not require additional manpower, Lin Zhaoye responded coldly, firmly declining the offer. Although their abilities were indeed commendable, she felt no need for such assistance. Cold Moon appeared difficult to manage and might not heed Lin Zhaoye's directives. If she were to join and subsequently cause discord, it would likely lead to further complications. Lin Zhaoye is an individual averse to trouble. She prefers to refrain from extending excessive assistance to strangers. While she may lend a hand casually, she is unlikely to offer wholehearted help without any personal gain. She is no altruist. Those who wish to help may do so at their discretion. We possess crystal cores. Ling Wei hastily presented her point of interest, holding a bag filled with objects that jingled with every gentle shake. Biao Ge had mentioned that they required crystal cores, and indeed they had them. She struck a chord deep within Lin Zhaoye's heart, effectively grasping her attention. This compelled Lin Zhaoye to reassess the small team led by this girl. Though their journey appeared arduous, none of them seemed frail, suggesting that this group possessed formidable abilities. They even had some backup supplies. The mere presence of these 6 supernatural beings was sufficient to safeguard the 19-member team as they traversed mountains and rivers to arrive here, accumulating crystal cores along the way. Clearly, Ling Yue, as their leader, was not an ordinary individual. While Ling Yue permitted Lin Zhaoye to scrutinize her, she was also appraising whether Lin Zhaoye's strength warranted their allegiance. According to Biao Ji's account, she was a space-type supernatural being, uncertain if she was first or second tier, known for her straightforwardness and generosity. However, the critical factor was that her team included a second-tier fire-type supernatural being, whose power Biao Ge had felt was exceptionally formidable and should not be underestimated. After a prolonged standoff, Lin Zhaoye addressed Ling Wei, instructing her to allow the others to rest in the nearby villa. She pointed to a person behind Ling Yue and said, "Bring him in for a detailed discussion." Biao Ge certainly did not misjudge, despite having only met once. Lin Zhaoye could identify the most formidable individual in the team aside from her. This Lin Zhaoye was undoubtedly extraordinary. The second-tier fire ability user must be the tall, handsome man standing behind Lin Zhaoye, though his expression was rather unpleasant. Ling Yue regarded Mu Hongxiao with a hint of disdain, while he appeared utterly perplexed by her disapproval. So he swiftly led the others to the vacant villa on the west side of the estate. This unoccupied villa had long been coveted by Lin Zhaoye, yet she had refrained from overtly claiming it. The furniture within remained relatively intact, and the power supply functioned normally. However, there was a lack of a water source. "If you don't mind waiting, I can go fetch some water," Lin Zhaoye proposed. She had already constructed a shelter on the top floor, filled it with water, and connected it to all the plumbing of the villa, ensuring that everyone could drink freely. Whenever the supply ran low, she would replenish it, so he could bring water from there. Providing water would be even better. If it proves impossible, we have a water ability user among us. The mentioned water ability user laughed heartily, a young man in his early 20s. It is commonly said that water users are gentle, with women predominantly possessing water abilities. However, it was surprising to encounter such a robust and spirited man awakened to water powers. There are no issues. We have ample water supply here. You may take a moment to rest, and shortly, we shall provide you with some food. However, no one is available to cook, so you will need to tend to the fire yourselves. Thank you, thank you. The one expressing gratitude is an elderly gentleman, perhaps in his 60s or 70s, who exudes an aura of authority. A young individual is attentively assisting him. After bidding them farewell, I proceeded to address the water source issue between the two villas. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaoye invited Lung Yu and the man behind him to the living room. Today, Lin Yuanshan and Li Yihe have gone out on an expedition. Initially, they were to alternate shifts, but since Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao had no intention of venturing out today, the two promptly abandoned their duties. Wang Jiahui is upstairs with her daughter. In the living room, only she, Mu Hongxiao, Lung Yu, and the man behind him remain, while Zui busies himself with the water pipes. The villa is enveloped in tranquility. Xiao Yi, possessing lightning-based abilities, is on the verge of advancing to the second tier and serves as the vice-captain of the team. After Lung Yu introduced the man behind him, he proceeded to introduce himself. I'm a second-tier psychic ability wielder. A psychic ability wielder. She also cast a glance at Lung Yu and thought to herself, both of you are remarkably powerful. This was her genuine sentiment. Second-tier abilities are indeed formidable, particularly as both of their powers are mutated, which is exceptionally rare. Lin Zhaoye quietly felt a pang of sorrow at the realization that he had yet to show any signs of awakening his own abilities. But he swiftly redirected the conversation. Do you have any crystal cores? Please, let me see them. I'm aware of your criteria for judgment. By your classification, I would approximate my worth to be this number. She gestured with her fingers, indicating an 8. Lin Zhaoye felt a sudden flutter in her heart. This was no trivial sum. She feigned indifference. 80? Ling Yuan nodded in affirmation. Clearing her throat, Lin Zhaoye was now genuinely exhilarated. 80 crystal cores were sufficient for myriad endeavors. Yet she endeavored to maintain poise, avoiding the appearance of someone unacquainted with the world. Have you truly contemplated this? The utility of crystal cores is manifold. Will you not regret it? 80 cores would serve as our means of sustenance here. Given our capacity to acquire 80 cores, we are likely to vanquish more zombies in the future. Hence, according to your calculations, how long might we be able to reside here? Chapter 37. Original intent as for accommodation. The nearby uninhabited villa is available for your use. Since your group is sizable, I shall provide an adequate supply of water and electricity daily. I will cultivate vegetables and grains in your courtyard. You may request specific produce for the following day. However, you must tend to the soil and harvest yourselves, with the stipulation that you cannot distribute or sell the produce. Cooking will also be your responsibility. The fee is 6 second-tier crystal cores per month, with a deposit of 1 and a payment of 3. If you are amenable to this arrangement, you may move in tonight, providing me with 24 crystal cores. Be prepared for potential price increases as your abilities advance. Lin Zhaoye felt a twinge of anxiety. Second-tier crystal cores are not easily obtained. However, not every homeowner can offer such generous provisions. Resources such as water, electricity, and fresh produce have already begun to dwindle in other areas. Her conditions are enticing, yet the requirements are stringent, designed to ensure that those who enter possess a certain resilience and will not impose additional burdens. After all, establishing a small base does not imply reliance on a mere handful. Only through collective strength can they withstand the apocalypse. Ling Yu felt a surge of joy. This offer was considerably lower than her own ideal price, especially since they were not a small group of 19. Access to water and electricity, coupled with the ability to consume fresh vegetables, represented a veritable dream come true. However, she did not accept her price without hesitation. The two women locked eyes, the flames crackling between them, each unwilling to yield, maintaining their stance for nearly a minute. Our safety is our own responsibility. You need not worry. Should the need arise for us to venture out and eradicate zombies, you may call upon us. However, when the youth go out, we would appreciate your assistance in safeguarding the elderly and the weak. They were all relatives and friends, with the younger generation eager to explore, while the elders sought stability. Both groups were invaluable and must not be harmed. In that moment, Lin Zhaoye felt a stirring within, realizing that these young individuals were merely striving to secure a safe haven for their families, aligning with her own intentions. A sense of mutual understanding blossomed. While her heart softened, her resolve remained firm. Your safety is your own concern. This afternoon, we shall cultivate the land in your courtyard. I shall cultivate some vegetables in your yard, and by this time tomorrow, we shall reap the harvest. Each day I will come, and you need only await my arrival to plant. Lung Yu hesitated slightly. After all, based on Biao Ji's information, this little girl appeared to be merely a first or second-tier space practitioner. How could she possibly cultivate vegetables? Do you doubt me? Lin Zhaoye suddenly smiled. Not at all. I believe you possess a firm grasp on your endeavors. I am simply a bit taken aback. This thought remained unspoken by Lung Yu, yet it echoed silently in her mind. She glanced at Zhu Yi, who was diligently occupied, acknowledging their acquaintance, and did not forget to remind Lin Zhaoye, by the way, remember to call us when you head out. It has been ages since we last stretched our limbs. Lin Zhaoye was surprised. Not only was she cold on the surface, but she was also a warrior at heart. Of course, that will not be an issue. After Lung Yu and her companion departed, Lin Zhaoye held the 24 crystal nuclei she had just received, a third of which were transparent, while the remainder were colored, with a predominance of red. She admired the splendid radiance emanating from the crystals. Mu Hongxiao, observing her avaricious demeanor, realized that Lin Zhaoye's expectations were considerably lower than the 6 crystal nuclei she had been offered as monthly rent. Have you struck it rich? His words were laced with curiosity, yet he felt an undeniable clarity in his heart. This girl seemed easily satisfied. She shook her finger, signaling her disagreement. My true aim is to have her provide me with all 80 crystal nuclei and earn a few more sets of 80. Now, that would be truly delightful. He was not afraid of her. The unspoken words of Mu Hongxiao were well understood by Lin Zhaoye. Not everyone is worthy of trust. Much like A, who lingered by his uncle's side for nearly a decade, yet remained unattainable as he belonged to another. Now, our relationship is merely transactional. It is prudent to remain vigilant. My intention is not to engage in emotional discourse with her, but to discuss the crystal cores. She flicked the crystal core in her hand, producing a melodious, clear sound that was undeniably enchanting. Observing her whimsical expression, Mu Hongxiao realized he had overthought the matter. Do as you wish, as long as you are aware of the situation. Lin Zhaoye beckoned him over, and Mu Hongxiao willingly approached. She whispered softly, her breath fragrant. A substantial quantity of red crystal cores signifies fire-type cores, which can elevate you by 3 levels. She smiled. What do you think? Naturally, Mu Hongxiao could not decline her offer, not out of self-interest, but as a recognition of her goodwill. I will heed your advice. The two exchanged smiles, their gazes locked. As for the new tenants, Lin Zhaoye felt compelled to check on them. They had begun preparations for moving in. The house had long been vacant, and they were diligently cleaning, with even the children pitching in. 5 or 6 men had already started tilling the land, while the women busied themselves with cooking over a fire. Everyone performed their duties with remarkable orderliness. Lin Zhaoye approached to ensure they were adjusting well, as it was her first experience as a landlord, and she felt it necessary to attend to her tenants' needs. Upon seeing Lin Zhaoye's arrival, Lung Yu remarked to everyone, "This is our landlord." Lin Zhaoye, feeling somewhat intimidated in the presence of the adults, quickly introduced himself. "I am Lin Zhaoye. You may call me Xiao Lin or Xiao Yi." He courteously greeted each of them, and even the children giggled as they became acquainted with him. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Zhaoye inquired of Lung Yu, "Where's your kitchen?" A woman clad in a pink floral vest promptly approached to assist him, saying, "Follow me, Xiao Lin." She led him to their kitchen, which contained only the basic necessities of the indigenous inhabitants, a simple gas stove and a refrigerator with scant evidence of a lived-in space. "Did you bring any dishes? How will you eat?" the woman asked, a hint of awkwardness in her voice. She nervously tugged at her apron and smiled sheepishly, replying, "When we arrived, we faced the elements without shelter, with our primary concern being safety and avoiding zombies. Our meals consist of biscuits and bread." or we simply eat with our hands. We rarely cook, just manage with some water, which is why we lack these utensils. Chapter 38. Social Anxiety. Well, I shall prepare something for you, she offered. I'm not sure what you would like to eat today, so I'll just bring out some vegetables for you. She located an empty countertop in the kitchen. Could you please wipe this down? She asked. Oh, certainly. She swiftly and deftly cleaned the area until it was spotless. Lin Zhaoye then raised her hand to retrieve some vegetables previously stored in the system. With 19 individuals present, half of whom were elderly or young children, the youthful men, particularly those in their 20s, possessed appetites that could rival 3 times that of an average person. Concerned that there might not be enough for their meal, Lin Zhaoye purposefully prepared an ample amount, neatly arranging a table full of fresh greens. As the aunt watched her meticulously take out the vegetables, her mouth widened in astonishment and remained agape. Oh my goodness, everyone come quickly, she called out, summoning the others who crowded into the kitchen to observe Lin Zhaoye. The throng of onlookers induced a significant amount of pressure upon her, a sensation akin to performing for an audience. Even more daunting than being scrutinized by a horde of zombies. This compelled her to hasten her actions, not only retrieving vegetables, but also 5 pounds of rice that she had previously stockpiled for herself, now generously offered to them. In the afternoon, she planned to plant a bit of wheat and rice. The means of obtaining food thereafter would be their responsibility. Witnessing her conjure such provisions, as if by magic, left them utterly astonished. In Cold Moon's heart, Lin Zhaoye's kindness was further solidified in her assessment. Indeed, she was benevolent. Otherwise, how could she offer so much? This will serve as your lunch. I feared there might not be enough, so I prepared extra. Currently, both water and electricity are plentiful. I shall return for dinner, bringing more vegetables to ensure that every meal features fresh produce. You need not hold back on your meals. In the future, these delicacies will be available to you daily. Regrettably, I currently possess only a modest supply of meat, thus I can only share a little with you. As she spoke, she conjured a piece of meat, substantial enough to exceed the size of her hand by a considerable margin. Our remaining provisions are scarce, so please accept this offering without reservation. In the future, there will be opportunities to enjoy more meat. What you say is quite unnecessary. Merely having a meal brings us great joy, regardless of whether it includes meat. The mere fact that we are alive and have something to eat is a blessing. This woman exuded a generous spirit and possessed a natural warmth, which alleviated the slight discomfort felt by Lin Zhaoye. A small child gazed at Lin Zhaoye and discreetly tugged at the adult beside them. Mommy, will we really be able to eat such delicious food in the future? The adult was momentarily uncertain, unsure if Lin Zhaoye's words were mere pleasantries. Cold Moon immediately knelt to meet the child's gaze, saying, Indeed, in the future, Sister Lin will provide us with plenty of delicious meals. Therefore, you must eat well, grow quickly, and assist Sister Lin in combating the zombies. Lin Zhaoye was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Cold Moon, who appeared so stoic, would speak in such a manner, portraying her as a benevolent figure. I will protect you all, and I will also safeguard Sister Lin. The little boy clenched his fist, expressing his resolve, and the onlookers could not help but smile at his sincere demeanor. Lin Zhaoye advised them, Please send someone to fetch some bowls and chopsticks shortly. I shall not intrude any longer. I will take my leave now. She yearned to swiftly escape this place, constantly under the gaze of others. Previously, she had been an inconspicuous figure within her team. In this new life, surrounded by familiar faces, the presence of such a fervent crowd of strangers induced a slight sense of social anxiety. Yet, despite this discomfort, her mind was teeming with schemes. They lacked proper utensils, which implied they were devoid of other necessities as well. Perhaps it was time to extort another favor from Lung Yu. To her surprise, the unsuspecting Lung Yu shared her sentiment. Since Lin Zhaoye possessed ample resources, they could exchange some crystal cores for essential supplies. Thus, an unspoken accord was struck between them. One would sell provisions while the other would offer crystal cores, leaving both parties exceedingly satisfied. Lin Zhaoye relinquished her pre-apocalypse inventory of pots, bowls, tissues, toothpaste, blankets, and mattresses. In return, she received 2 second-tier crystal cores, an honest transaction indeed. Consequently, Lin Zhaoye's first tenants successfully settled into the western side of her villa. However, as the exchange was concluding, Lin Zhaoye suddenly recalled an important matter. Please refrain from venturing outside for the time being. I will arrange for your surveillance around the clock for a full day. Lung Yu was perplexed by her intent. This is because I cannot ascertain whether you carry the zombie virus or bear any signs of scratches or bites. You will have a 24-hour observation period. If none of you transform into zombies, you may then step outside. However, should anyone change, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. We will not hesitate to end it swiftly. At the mention of firearms, Lin Zhaoye felt a pang of unease. She noticed that Lung Yu had a gun holstered at her waist, and indeed, so he also bore a firearm, while a few others were scattered throughout the villa community. The individual most laden with ammunition was undoubtedly Mu Hongxiao, given his previous affiliations with such matters. Based on her conjectures, many had expended their bullets on the first day of the apocalypse, slaying zombies. Thus, ammunition had become increasingly scarce. Unfortunately, she lacked the means to manufacture bullets. Therefore, she resolved to carry a gun to monitor their surroundings, ready to fire upon any mutated zombies at the slightest hint of danger. Though this was a considerable waste of resources, it was a necessary course of action. Lin Zhaoye's heart ached. Every single bullet was priceless, at least in her eyes. Lung Yu comprehended her caution. I understand that this poses a threat to your lives, and I can assure you of my active cooperation on their behalf. Indeed, in accepting your presence, I must also provide assurances to other families that you will not face the peril of mutation. At this moment, it was an opportune time for the plants to be watered, so Lin Zhaoye first tended to her own seeds, reserving them for sale the following day. Afterward, she proceeded to her neighbors' homes. Professor Qin resided to the south of their villa, while Lung Yu and her group dwelled to the west of Lin Zhaoye's abode. She knocked on Lung Yu's door, and by this time, those who needed rest had recuperated. Children played merrily while adults busied themselves with chores or engaged in light-hearted banter. Upon her arrival, she was spotted, and a voice exclaimed, "Ah, little Lin is here. Everyone look." Lin Zhaoye felt an acute sense of social embarrassment. She weakly raised her hand in greeting, saying, "Hi, I'm here to farm, so please go about your own business and don't mind me." With a cheerful smile, she explained, hoping that the nearly tangible gazes would quickly shift away, as they were rather difficult for her to endure. Lung Yu understood her predicament and pulled her to a corner by the vegetable patch, beginning to tease her. "It's all right. If you come a few more times, you won't feel so awkward." They were all quite warm-hearted, harboring no ill intentions. Lin Zhaoye sighed deeply. "I know there are no bad intentions. It's just that I'm not accustomed to it." Little did she expect that her first step in establishing a base would involve overcoming the enthusiastic stares of others. Chapter 39. Guess what I'll tell them next time? Don't greet her so loudly. When Lung Yu's eyes crinkled into crescent moons while she smiled, a hint of charm graced her otherwise cold visage. "You look quite lovely when you smile. You should smile more often." Lin Zhaoye sincerely complimented her, realizing that Lung Yu was not as rigid as she initially appeared. "I would love to smile more, but opportunities for laughter are scarce. If I were to frolic with them, I fear I would be devoured by zombies before long." "What is your ability?" Lin Zhaoye began her farming work, sowing seeds while conversing with Lung Yu. "The mountain?" Lin Zhaoye exclaimed in surprise. "Can you see that far?" "My mental reach only extends so far." Thus, those second-tier zombies are positioned halfway up the mountain. As for their appearance, it is rather peculiar. Having resided here for quite some time, have you never encountered him? "He saw me." Lin Zhaoye shook his head, remarking on your extraordinary ability. "The zombies you mentioned have yet to cross my path. I have ventured there numerous times. While a few zombies may occasionally wander in the mountains, we have thoroughly eradicated them, yet I have never encountered a second-tier zombie. Can you still sense that it has seen you? It seems capable of perceiving my ability to observe it. If it can trust me, I shall capture it shortly." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Zhaoye suggested, "Then you shall wait for me to accompany you tomorrow. I still have to tend to the garden elsewhere. Once my work concludes, we shall go together." Indifferent to the timing of the expedition, expressed her concern. "I fear you may not be able to defeat it." "What type are you exactly?" "The rapid cultivation of vegetables indicates an affinity with the wood element. Your ability to produce such an array of items truly baffles me." Lin Zhaoye deftly sidestepped her straightforward inquiry, tilting his head with a playful demeanor. What do you think? He then resumed his tasks. Lin Yue stood still, a smile gracing her lips. Very well. Whether you choose to speak or remain silent is of no consequence to me. I still doubt your capacity to best me, and you may not stand a chance against that zombie either. Lin Zhaoye, unfazed by her provocation, retorted, I simply refuse to divulge that information. She continued her work, swiftly completing the sowing of seeds before beginning to irrigate the land with crystal core water. From her system, she procured a substantial bucket of crystal core water, purified with a transparent first-tier crystal core, ensuring not a drop was wasted. The water purified by 10 crystal cores is sufficient to irrigate an entire courtyard, and the same crystal cores can be exchanged for a mere 100 points. The bounty from harvesting an entire courtyard of vegetables yields 500 points, a truly remarkable profit. She reserved a bottle of this water for Lung Yu, explaining that the soil irrigated with it would expedite the growth of plants. You may give it a try. Just water the plants again before going to bed tonight, she advised. After handing it to Lung Yu, she bid farewell to everyone and departed for her next destination. At Professor Qin's residence, the land was being tilled, with only 4 bodyguards and the professor himself present. Their efficiency paled in comparison to the more youthful and vigorous Lung Yu's team. After a considerable delay, Lin Zhaoye arrived just as they were finishing up. She circled the tilled land and remarked, Indeed, Professor Xue, this soil is perfectly balanced. Professor Xue chuckled. It's somewhat akin to my old profession. If you wish to get your hands dirty, I can help you plant some seeds right now, she offered, producing several packets of seeds. You may choose to cultivate whichever variety you desire, or even section off the entire courtyard for planting, much like our own. Selecting a few types of seeds from her collection, Professor Xue and Lin Zhaoye began planting from opposite ends towards the center. When they met, Professor Xue inquired, if the plants will mature more rapidly, does that mean the flowering plants will also accelerate their blooming period? Will they still require pollination to bear fruit? How will they achieve this without bees or butterflies? Professor Xue posed a question that prompted Lin Zhaoye to ponder deeply. I find myself unable to provide answers to your inquiries. The flowering period indeed exists, and the duration has proportionately diminished. I have not observed their pollination, yet they can still reach maturity. It seems I am rather perplexed myself. Professor Xue chuckled, remarking that many matters have become incomparable to the past. It is I who have been confined by those constraints. Nevertheless, I believe that these anomalies can unveil their truths under the scrutiny of scientific experimentation, though we may not yet fully comprehend them. Lin Zhaoye, too, held faith that everything follows a traceable path. Otherwise, she would not have sought the expertise of both professors to conduct experiments, researching serums and the transformations associated with these uprisings. I have collected numerous seeds from various flowers. If you wish to cultivate some, would you care to explore whether these flowers exhibit any further changes? Let's commence our research with these plants. Once we obtain results, I shall bring them to you as a reward. What do you think? That would be splendid. The specimens are already prepared. You may send someone to collect them tomorrow morning. However, there is a stipulation. The entire process must be safeguarded by bodyguards for your security. Professor Xue regarded the meticulous young individual before him with a smile. That poses no issue. I also value my safety. Utilizing my extraordinary abilities, we detected several zombies that had recently traversed that location, and we followed the guidance of my powers to locate a Tier 1 zombie. Xiao Gao ensnared those zombies below their calves with earth, leaving their upper bodies to thrash helplessly, unable to escape. This provided ample opportunity for the others to hone their skills. Lin Yuanshan proudly boasted of his unique abilities, revealing an intriguing tidbit. That Wang kid at the entrance. I wonder if you remember him. Today, while battling zombies, he felt quite unwell. According to your assessment, he must be on the verge of awakening his powers. I quickly had him take a few sips of the water you gave me. And guess what? He halted. He paused, awaiting Lin Zhaoye's response, who naturally nodded in agreement. Satisfied, Lin Yuanshan continued. Not long after he drank the water, he was drenched in sweat, and we couldn't bear to witness his agony. However, before long, he awakened his powers. His ability is somewhat amusing. He can enlarge his fists to the size of hammers, and with a single blow, he sent a zombie reeling. Lin Yuanshan took a sip of water and went on. He swung his fists, and the zombies were utterly pulverized. I'm not sure what his ability is called, but it's quite entertaining. Chapter 40. The sinful daughter. Listening to this delightful news, Lin Zhaoye felt even more despondent. Why was everyone else beginning to manifest powers while she remained empty-handed? Uncle, I have something to share with you as well. A tinge of unease washed over her. After all, recruiting 19 individuals was no trivial matter. The initial arrangements for the team members had already sparked a considerable uproar for over half a month. Furthermore, with an additional 19 individuals requiring coordination, one could only anticipate even greater resistance. Both of them turned their attention to Lin Zhaoye, poised to absorb her every word as they settled onto the sofa. Speak plainly if there is something to discuss. I have taken in a small group today, and having accepted the crystal core, there is no turning back, she declared, effectively sealing off any avenues of retreat and informing them that once the crystal core was accepted, they could not shirk their responsibilities. Oh, is that all? Let be then. It is merely a matter of 3 or 5 individuals. They can simply be assigned a day out at random, and that would suffice. Lin Yuanshan had grown accustomed to her decisiveness and regarded this trivial matter with indifference. After all, the provisions and sustenance were her responsibility. He had no need to concern himself with it. Their attitudes were in perfect harmony, showing little regard for this small team. This team consists of 19 members, Lin Zhaoye cautiously articulated. He nearly raised his hand in exasperation, wishing to silence this troublesome girl. I do not desire this either, but the offerings she provided were simply too abundant. Not everyone is required to be integrated. There are 11 who could be arranged into the team. However, it is essential to keep 2 to 3 individuals at home each day. Lin Yuanshan was fuming, while Iha promptly interjected, that is manageable. It is not a large number. If only they possessed abilities, it would be even better. More than half of them have abilities, though not all are offensive in nature. The specifics remain unclear. We shall need you to verify their abilities, Brother Iha. Let this matter rest upon my shoulders. Tomorrow, I shall investigate. Lin Zhaoye clasped her hands in gratitude. The formidable obstacle of the day had finally been surmounted, and the weight in her heart cascaded downwards. Presently, she possessed 3 courtyards, each cultivated with the utmost care, conservatively estimated to yield 500 points daily. She had taken a significant step closer to acquiring the coveted caretaker robot, which required 10,000 points, and her heart swelled with excitement, lifting her spirit. Mu Hongxiao observed Lin Zhaoye, who had succumbed to slumber against the sofa, likely exhausted from the day's tribulations. A pang of sympathy stirred within him, prompting him to gently lift her. Mu Hongxiao promptly reported, Uncle, Yezi has fallen asleep. I have taken her upstairs. As he cradled her, Lin Zhaoye felt as though she were nestled among a pile of crystal cores on the brink of joyous ascent. Indeed, she was soaring, lifted by him with effortless grace. Mu Hongxiao carried her upstairs and laid her gently in her own room, which he had tidied meticulously during the day. After placing her on the bed, he endeavored to arrange her in a more comfortable position. However, Lin Zhaoye unexpectedly reached out, inadvertently brushing her fingers against his face, specifically his lips. The encounter was not painful, merely awkward. Upon awakening, she found her fingers resting on Mu Hongxiao's face, leaving him momentarily bewildered as she hastily withdrew. After dinner, Lin Zhaoye prepared a larger flower pot on the balcony of her room. She utilized the specially reserved nutrient soil, which is said to be superior to the soil found in the garden. After all this preparation, it was for a seed she had set her eyes upon today. This seed was rather expensive, requiring a full 8,000 points for redemption. It was marked as unknown. Once again, the unknown. There are quite a few unknowns within the system. This seed was the only one among all she had encountered that bore the label of unknown, rendering it exceedingly precious. Lin Zhaoye felt a flutter of excitement. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to exchange for that caretaker robot. Thus, she restrained her eager hands. Having resolutely decided against swapping for the seed, she began to concoct a specialized crystal core water for Mu Hongxiao. From her understanding, Mu Hongxiao was now approaching the third tier of fire-based abilities. Transcending to the third tier is a formidable challenge, one that many fail to accomplish in their lifetime. Yet, she believed that Mu Hongxiao would undoubtedly surpass the third tier. Lin Zhaoye hoped to assist him in swiftly breaking through with the crystal core water. Time waits for no one, and as of now, she had yet to manifest any abilities. If she remained without powers when the fateful day arrived, it would be difficult for this place to endure the consequences. She carefully examined the crystal cores that Lung Yu had given her today, selecting the two finest red cores. Though differing in shape, both were noticeably larger than the standard second-tier cores. The energy contained within them would surely be more potent than that of ordinary second-tier cores. It's decided then, Lin Zhaoye murmured to the two crystal cores. She then procured a slightly larger cup than usual for dissolving the crystal nucleus, placing the nucleus within and filling it with water. The shimmering appearance of the crystal nucleus in the water was truly enchanting. Even at night, it emitted a gentle glow. This was indicative of exceptional quality, as only high-grade crystal nuclei would radiate light in water. The brighter the luminescence, the higher the quality and the greater the energy contained within. Lin Zhaoye began to envision how formidable the masters she would create could be. She meticulously sifted through other colored crystal nuclei and discovered one of the wood element. She set aside a cup specifically for Wang Jiahui. There was also a spirit-type crystal nucleus, a milky white hue, reminiscent of the transparent one, and she selected two for Xiyuan. Though she was uncertain whether Xiyuan's level was first or second tier, suspecting a higher likelihood of it being second tier. Additionally, she placed another spirit-type crystal nucleus into a separate cup. Consuming this crystal nucleus water would bring them only benefits, with no drawbacks. Thus, a bustling day came to an end, and by the time she retired for the night, it was already quite late. There had been no opportunity to bask in the moonlight. Upon awakening the next day, she found it was nearing noon, and unexpectedly, no one had summoned her for breakfast, leaving her routine somewhat disordered. As Lin Zhaoye descended the stairs, she encountered Lung Yu. "Did you come looking for me?" Lung Yu nodded, leaning against the sofa. "This afternoon, I plan to confront that second-tier zombie. Do you wish to join?" Indeed, she was a warrior at heart. Lin Zhaoye silently complained. Yet she was also curious to take a look. "All right, I will handle some matters in the afternoon, and then I shall come to find you." After their agreement, Lung Yu departed from the scene. Chapter 41. Descent. By the way, I wanted to mention something to you. The 19 individuals are residing there, and it is somewhat cramped. They were discussing the possibility of expanding the space. Expand? Lin Zhaoye realized she had overlooked the issue of whether the 19 people could fit comfortably, feeling a tinge of regret. There isn't really any room to expand. I've planted vegetables in front. Perhaps they could reduce the vegetable planting by half, sufficient for sustenance, while they could build their own houses with the other half. Would they even be able to construct houses? Some had previously worked as masons, and it was said they could manage simple constructions of small bungalows. Lin Zhaoye was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that these individuals possessed such diverse skills. That is of little concern, as long as the houses are sturdy. If they are willing to undertake the task, they can begin after harvesting the vegetables today. Their intention was to maintain some distance between the two houses and, if feasible, to extend outward a bit more. That could be arranged. Lin Zhaoye pondered for a moment. The spacing between the houses was quite ample, and constructing a new one should not pose significant challenges. They would be responsible for safety, ensuring that pathways were not obstructed, as she still needed to traverse to the other side of the mountain. I will discuss this matter further with them. He made a note in his notebook. No problem. By the way, could you inquire if anyone is willing to assist us in harvesting the vegetables? Similar to how Anli does it. I believe she is rather fatigued, and having a partner would make the task more manageable for her. Of course, it would not be without compensation. We would provide them with some goods. Currently, we lack meat, but we could offer them 10 pounds of it each month. What do you think? In the future, we plan to raise chickens and ducks, so meat will not be in short supply, and I will also increase the remuneration for the meat. For now, let's start with 10 pounds. Li Yihe contemplated the feasibility of this proposal. Very well, I can discuss this with them. Thank you, Brother Yihe. In the future, there may be others who come to help. If there's a need for accommodation, or if they require rent for their stay, we might need to expand further. So it is imperative to solidify our groundwork here first. I understand all of this. Did we not discuss it previously? I will go and negotiate with them regarding this matter, and if anyone agrees, I will inform you later. Lin Zhaoye nodded in agreement with this arrangement. Everything must be approached gradually, and now is the opportune moment to take action. When Professor Shui saw Lin Zhaoye arrive, he engaged in a friendly conversation. You mentioned it takes 24 hours to mature, but in reality, when we awoke this morning around 5 or 6 o'clock, those vegetables were already ready. I went over to collect the insects, which were given to us by that girl, Zhaoye. Lin Zhaoye felt a flush of embarrassment. At 5 or 6 o'clock, he must have only recently fallen asleep. I have discovered this insect. It seems indifferent towards others, yet exhibits a marked aversion to this particular one. It led Lin Zhaoye before a patch of chives. They displayed an extraordinary resistance to the chives, becoming remarkably active upon approaching them. To ascertain whether this behavior is indeed related to the chives, further experimental investigations are required to obtain conclusive results. In addition to this, there exists another specimen that reacts even more intensely. With an air of mystery, she guided Lin Zhaoye to the base of a wall where garlic was cultivated. These insects are predominantly sensitive to strongly scented substances. Lin Zhaoye began to conjecture boldly, echoing our own thoughts. If you have other herbs, such as coriander, we could also experiment with them. After a meticulous search, Lin Zhaoye confirmed the presence of coriander, exclaiming that tonight would be dedicated to an experiment with it. Very well. You shall need to plant more coriander today and observe the outcomes. Lin Zhaoye entrusted the seeds of the day to Professor Shui, along with the crystal nucleus water, specifically advising him, the seeds have been treated and this water is exceptional. For instance, today, one half should be watered with this liquid, while the other half receives mineral water. Currently, the water consumed within the villa community is primarily that exchanged by Lin Zhaoye. To eliminate any variables associated with the crystal nucleus water, mineral water will serve as a comparison. Plants irrigated with mineral water tend to grow at a significantly slower pace. Thus, it is advisable to select those with longer growth cycles. Professor Shui's experimental prowess far surpasses that of Lin Zhaoye, who naturally responded, "You need not worry about these matters. Leave them to me. Then you may continue with your tasks. Should any issues arise regarding the experiments, feel free to seek assistance at the villa. I shall take my leave now." With this vague conjecture in mind, Lin Zhaoye began to form a clearer understanding. She had not anticipated that the vegetables nurtured with crystal core water would possess such remarkable properties. What, then, will be the outcome for those vegetables not treated with crystal core water? As she contemplated this, she soon arrived at Lung Yue's villa, where Lung Yue and her companions, including children, were busy harvesting vegetables. Upon her arrival, the others greeted her with smiles, their previous enthusiasm somewhat tempered, while the children cheerfully exclaimed, "Hello, Sister Lin." Upon seeing her enter, Lin Yue remarked, "Brotherly has spoken to us about seeking help for the vegetable harvest. The aunt who cooked yesterday expressed a strong desire to participate. Do you think that is acceptable?" Lin Zhaoye was not particular about who would assist. However, she felt a twinge of guilt regarding the portion of meat provided, stating, "Regrettably, my supply of meat is somewhat limited. There are pregnant women in need of nutritional support. At this time, the amount I can offer seems reasonable and within a feasible price range." Lin Yue, however, appeared entirely unconcerned, saying, "We do not mind such matters. The meat is primarily for the children, as the adults will not partake. Moreover, you have already provided us with such a splendid environment, along with vegetables and grains. The basic necessities have been met, rendering the significance of meat somewhat diminished. Did you not promise us that you would raise some chickens and ducks in the future? We are still anticipating that day. However, along our journey, we have encountered numerous mutated creatures that are no longer suitable for consumption. Should you wish to proceed with raising them, careful consideration is essential." Cold Moon's kind reminder was understood by Lin Zhaoye, yet her chickens, ducks, and geese were all hatched from eggs sourced from the system. Whether they would successfully hatch remains uncertain. Presently, Wang Zhaohui's intake of meat, eggs, milk, and nutritional supplements is derived from previous stockpiles, which are sufficient to sustain her until she gives birth. Thus, there is no immediate urgency. Moreover, the aspiration to exchange 1,000 points for a single egg, such an extravagant plan, still lies at a considerable distance from realization. Chapter 42. Influence come. Let's venture forth to slay some zombies. Cold Moon extracted the knife, tucked into her pants, and tossed it playfully into the air. The two companions made their way into the forest. Lin Zhaoye indeed spotted the tree where Mu Hongxiao had bound him that day. It was tall and imposing, easily discernible from afar. "What are you daydreaming about?" Cold Moon inquired, noticing Lin Zhaoye standing motionless, gazing at the tree as if recognizing an old acquaintance. "It's nothing. Just recalling some events that took place here previously." Cold Moon assumed Lin Zhaoye had lost a friend in this spot and felt a sense of empathy. "I once had a very good friend, or perhaps one could say a friend on the verge of becoming a boyfriend. During our arduous journey outdoors, she departed from us in an effort to safeguard our retreat." Her voice trembled slightly, reflecting the overwhelming events of the past month. Lin Zhaoye had not anticipated that her mere reflection on that fateful night would unearth a sorrowful memory for Lin Yue. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, the foremost desire of everyone is to protect their friends and family. Lin Zhaoye gently patted Lin Yue's shoulder, momentarily at a loss for words. The image of Mu Hongxiao lingered painfully in her mind, akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles, though it had merely been a false alarm. The sorrow still resonated deeply within her. Yes, it is all in the past now. In truth, it had only been a few days since the onset of the apocalypse. Not even a month, yet it felt as though an entire year had elapsed. Thankfully, we all survived, which in a way honors his memory. Lin Yue struggled to continue, uttering that everything was behind them, yet in her heart, it would forever remain a thorn. The sorrow was palpable. Let us slay the zombies. Let be our vengeance, our release, and our growth. She began to imbue Lin Yue with motivational thoughts, though she was essentially speaking to herself. The two of them remained in contemplative silence as they ascended the mountain, the atmosphere slightly chilling, each absorbed in their own reflections. However, a sudden hissing sound jolted them into alertness. Lost in her own thoughts, Lin Yue felt a twinge of regret. She had sensed its presence earlier, but had been momentarily distracted. She believed that this particular zombie possessed a psychic ability, capable of influencing their thoughts. Lin Zhaoye furrowed her brow. Indeed, she was not particularly one to lament the changing seasons, yet a fleeting moment brought forth a myriad of memories from her past life. Memories of Lin Shirong, Lin Yuanshan, and the last pretense of death by Mu Hongxiao. The sensation was akin to witnessing their demise repeatedly before her very eyes. It was true. This zombie possessed remarkable abilities. Both of them had fallen under its spell. The two women gathered their spirits, especially Lin Zhaoye. Lin Yu, being a psychic ability user herself, had some degree of defense against this mental-afflicted zombie, but Lin Zhaoye relied solely on her own skills. Each woman gripped a knife, trusting in the formidable nature of their powers, yet believing even more in their own abilities, which would never betray them. With blades drawn, they advanced, their speeds nearly indistinguishable. In an instant, they stood before the zombie. One aimed to thrust upward while the other lunged downward. The strategy of a coordinated attack seemed infallible, yet they found themselves striking at nothing but air. It appeared this zombie was indeed a formidable adversary. Lin Zhaoye's gaze turned steely, though she had missed her mark. She felt no dismay. The situation had become intriguing. "Have you encountered it before?" Lin Yu inquired, flexing her wrist. "I have not, or perhaps I have, but it did not reveal itself as a threat, and we remained oblivious to its presence. Had you not been here, I might still be unaware of this zombie's existence. Why don't you hurry up and thank me?" Cold Moon, having rare moments of jest, remarked, to which Lin Zhaoye replied, "Of course, if you slay this zombie, the crystal core shall be yours. I shall refine it, ensuring you receive something of greater value than the core itself." Lin Zhaoye anticipated her inquiry regarding what would happen if he were the one to vanquish the zombie. However, Cold Moon did not pose that question. She was resolute in her victory in this endeavor and had even begun to look forward to discovering what Lin Zhaoye deemed valuable. Gripping her knife, she commenced using her mental prowess to ascertain the precise location of the zombie. Observing Cold Moon's eagerness, Lin Zhaoye could not suppress a chuckle. Are you truly so delighted over such a trivial matter? The valuable items the master of the house speaks of are undoubtedly splendid. Who wouldn't be overjoyed to gain an advantage from you? Lin Zhaoye had not anticipated that in just a day's time, Cold Moon would perceive him as a miserly figure, calculating every little detail. Yet, it was unavoidable. He needed to rely on the profits from the crystal cores to sustain his group. Thus, a meticulous approach was warranted. Cold Moon recognized that her frugality was a necessity. Throughout their journey to this place, they had encountered numerous bases, and unlike Lin Zhaoye, who collected crystal cores, they gathered supplies. When they fled, they had already brought along a scant amount of resources, leaving them without sufficient provisions to cover even the transient cost of lodging. Indeed, we harbor no particular regard for the crystal cores, Lung Yu remarked to Lin Zhaoye. Had it not been for Biao Ji's reminder that these cores are necessary for trade here, we would have intended to discard them, as they serve no apparent purpose. Lin Zhaoye nodded in agreement, stating, in truth, these cores possess considerable utility. It is merely that others remain unaware of it. However, your perception of their value contrasts with our past experience at a small base, which was roughly comparable in size to yours. They required us to submit 1 kilogram of food and 5 gene of water each day merely to afford us a brief respite, and our accommodations were quite dilapidated, lacking the comforts we enjoy now, with no meals provided. Lin Zhaoye furrowed his brow in disbelief. Is it truly the case that so much is demanded for just 1 day's stay? Indeed, it was merely for a day, as our numbers necessitated a greater contribution of resources. However, upon our departure, we were not in possession of substantial supplies. Our provisions dwindled during our journey. Were it not for Xiao Bai awakening to his water-based abilities a week after the apocalypse began, which provided us with a source of water and alleviated some of our burden, our food supplies would have been even more meager. She spoke with gratitude. I am fortunate to have encountered you. Chapter 43. The peculiar Lin Zhaoye shook his head. The potential of the crystal cores far exceeds your assumptions. I merely find myself benefiting from this situation, as long as we deem it suitable. You may rest assured in accepting this modest offering. Lin Zhao contemplated inwardly, thinking that once you comprehend the true capabilities of this crystal core, your perspective will undoubtedly shift. However, she refrained from voicing this to Lung Yu, merely nodding and asking, have you found it? Let's proceed. Lung Yu dashed ahead, with Lin Zhao closely trailing her. Their figures glided through the forest like apparitions. Suddenly, Lung Yu raised her hand, signaling a halt. Lin Zhao, following closely, came to an abrupt stop as well. They heard the unsettling groans of a zombie. With a swift motion, Lung Yu hurled her knife, embedding it into a tree trunk. Beside the tree, a strange entity gradually came into view. It resembled a zombie, its skin a ghastly shade of bluish-gray, with wounds festering and exuding a foul stench. Just moments ago, when it remained obscured, Lin Zhao had sensed nothing amiss. Yet if one were to classify it as a zombie, it was no longer human. Though it bore a semblance to a person, its flesh appeared enveloped in a translucent layer, as if it would burst upon contact. It glistened with an oily sheen, suggesting that its grotesque form was an amalgamation of fragmented meat, threatening to rupture the fragile facade at any moment. It seemed simultaneously liquid and solid. This was Lin Zhao's first encounter with such an extraordinary being. It lacked any discernible nose or eyes, merely a mound of disjointed flesh. The most apparent feature was where a heart should be. Within lay a milky white crystal core, unmistakably indicating a psychic zombie. This sight was rather repulsive. Let's conclude this swiftly. A putrid stench, intermingled with the scent of decay, assailed them, evoking a profound sense of revulsion. Indeed, the creature was grotesque, yet the allure of the crystal core was undeniable. Was this not your favorite? Thus, let us each rely on our own abilities, should you secure it. I shall reward you with something of greater value. If you fail to obtain that crystal core, it shall belong to me. It was a pact sealed in childish naivety. As they engaged, the disparity in their martial prowess became evident. Lin Zhaoye's technique was partly derived from her own extensive experiences in a post-apocalyptic world and partly honed under the tutelage of Mu Hongxiao. characterized by a lack of superfluous flair, favoring lethal precision. In contrast, Lung Yu, though appearing cold and unyielding, exhibited a fluidity reminiscent of Tai Chi, embodying the principle of overcoming rigidity with softness. To her surprise, Lin Zhaoye, who seemed somewhat endearing and socially anxious, unleashed a relentless barrage upon the zombie. The zombie, taken aback, found itself the object of their fervent aggression, as the two assailants eagerly aimed for its gaping maw. It opened its sickly gray mouth, a grotesque chasm stretching from shoulder to abdomen, exuding an utterly repulsive odor, writhing as if beckoning them to satiate its hunger. In unison, they struck, severing the creature's arms with precision, yet it continued to lunge towards Lung Yu. Seizing the moment, Lin Zhaoye swift in the chill of the night, Lung Yu swiftly retreated, attempting to evade the gaping maw that seemed to draw her in like a vortex. Despite her vigorous resistance, she found the distance between them diminishing rapidly. When she backed up against a tree, she exchanged a glance with Lin Zhaoye and suddenly sidestepped. Lin Zhaoye, who was closely following her, summoned all his strength and delivered a powerful kick, sending the zombie crashing against the tree. The airborne creature spun through the air before its mouth became ensnared by the trunk. Seizing the moment, Lung Yu thrust her dagger towards the creature's crystal core, easily piercing the membrane, yet feeling no resistance against anything solid, only to discover that the core had inexplicably shifted its position. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye punctured it with several strikes from behind, and Lung Yu joined in to deliver additional blows. Together, they relentlessly stabbed the creature, their blades coated in a viscous, gray-green liquid that splattered around them. Apart from a slight sense of revulsion, there was nothing else to be concerned about, yet the crystal core remained elusive. The zombie's incessantly writhing mouth appeared on the verge of consuming the very trunk it was lodged against. Realizing the urgency of the situation, they hastened their actions. Finally, with a sharp clang, Lung Yu's dagger struck something solid. She dug downward and grasped the crystal core, causing the zombie to gradually lose its vitality. Despite her disgust, she extracted the core, and Lin Zhaoye conjured some water for them to cleanse their hands. Lung Yu, casually rinsing the pearlescent crystal core, turned to Lin Zhaoye with a triumphant smile. "I told you, this crystal core is rightfully mine. When can I redeem my rewards?" Lin Zhaoye lamented that his luck had betrayed him. What should have been his was unexpectedly seized by Lung Yu. "If you hand over the crystal core in your possession, I can immediately provide you with your rewards." Lung Yu's mysterious demeanor left Lin Zhaoye somewhat perplexed. Could it be that she intended to bestow this item upon me as a reward? After hearing Lung Yu's imaginative musings, Lin Zhaoye found himself admiring the breadth of her imagination. "No, it is indeed a valuable item, but I have one condition." As she spoke, she retrieved the golden crystal core water she had prepared the previous day from the system. "It is this cup of water. You must drink it. However, you must not disclose this matter to anyone." Lin Zhaoye had specifically set aside a cup for her, and after a night of purification, its contents were entirely clean. Lung Yu gazed at the transparent liquid in the ordinary cup, seemingly unimpressed. "Is this it?" Lin Zhaoye's mysterious presentation turned out to be merely a cup of water. Yet she sensed there was something extraordinary about it. "Prepare yourself. It may cause some discomfort, but once consumed, it will undoubtedly leave you enlightened." Lin Zhaoye assured her, "This substance holds great significance." Without uttering a word, Lung Yu downed the liquid in 2 swift gulps. Lin Zhaoye had intended to advise her to sip it slowly, yet she had consumed it so eagerly. He was also taken aback that, despite her heavy sense of vigilance, she had readily accepted the drink. "Perhaps you should delay your departure for a while. I fear you may not be able to endure it," Lin Zhaoye kindly cautioned. However, Lung Yu felt that she was somewhat exaggerating the situation. What was there to endure? She knelt on one knee, gazing at Lin Zhaoye. "Isn't this a bit excessive? Just for winning a crystal core, you administer such a potent remedy?" The pain caused her to break out in a cold sweat, her fingers gripping the hilt of the dagger, its blade embedded deeply into the earth. Her trembling arms betrayed the agony she felt. Chapter 44. Fo Wine. This was her first experience with crystal core water, and her body possessed no resistance to the agonizing expansion it induced. Consequently, the energy within her bloodline was repeatedly washed and expanded by the energy contained in the crystal core water. For those like Mu Hongxiao and Lin Yuanshan, who had consumed crystal core water for an extended period, they had developed a certain tolerance to this pain. Over time, their reactions diminished, and they could consume it as casually as water, having grown accustomed to the sensation of energy surges. However, for Lung Yu, a novice encountering the energy of second-tier core, it proved to be an overwhelming experience. She endured nearly 20 minutes of intense discomfort before finally catching her breath. She intended to suggest to Lin Zhaoye that she should provide earlier warnings in the future, but was taken aback by her own body. She had been stuck at the mid-level of the second tier for quite some time, while others felt no effects. She sensed a recent blockage arising from her use of supernatural abilities, fearing that advancing further would become increasingly arduous. To her astonishment, this object harbored a substantial amount of extraordinary energy, not only clearing the obstructions, but also enabling her body to store a greater quantity of such power. The energies found suitable places within her form and came to rest. The extraordinary abilities had advanced significantly. Now, she could perceive distant realms with unprecedented clarity and brightness. This object is truly remarkable. Is it a one-time use? She inquired, contemplating the transient nature of the energy. Cold Moon, caught up in her curiosity, refrained from lamenting and posed further questions. Lin Zhaoye hesitated, deliberating whether to divulge the information. Upon witnessing Cold Moon's inquisitive and fervent gaze, she opted to respond. It is both yes and no. This energy is indeed one-time use, yet your capacity to store energy has also been enhanced. What is this made from? Can I exchange it for a crystal core? She asked, well aware that Lin Zhaoye's Achilles heel lay in the crystal cores. If she proposed a trade involving cores, Lin Zhaoye would undoubtedly comply. Promise me you'll keep this a secret, and I will reveal it to you, Lin Zhaoye stipulated. She had merely made a casual remark, knowing that in a few days, should they hear the broadcast, the origin of this object would become apparent. Cold Moon readily assured, this is not a problem. I still possess a degree of credibility. However, she added, I would also like them to have a taste. If you have any to spare, I would appreciate it. I promise not to disclose its purpose. Lin Zhaoye produced a most ordinary first-tier, transparent crystal core alongside a cup of water. Observe, this is how it is done. She poured water in a specific ratio, added the crystal core, and remarked, in my hands, it will be ready to drink within a day. In a soft murmur, Lung Yu remarked, no wonder you mentioned the immense significance of the crystal core. It all makes sense now. Is it not possible to consume it raw? She appeared like an inquisitive child, eager to pose further questions. Naturally, it was not feasible, for this was a zombie's crystal core, imbued with energy cultivated by the undead, and inevitably, it also harbored their virus. Purification must rely on water. Although mine is specially formulated, other types of water would suffice, yet only my water could significantly reduce the time required for purification. Lung Yu quickened her pace, inquiring, so, do you all drink this water? Only those endowed with abilities are permitted a sip. For those without, it bears little effect and is somewhat wasteful. Wouldn't that mean you're at a loss, exchanging one crystal core for another? Lung Yu recalled that Lin Zhaoye was notoriously miserly. You've reminded me. I should hasten to pay a little extra for the labor. I specifically selected a second-tier mental-type crystal core, which harmonizes splendidly with you, rivaling the one you just acquired. To her surprise, the previously concerned Lung Yu now feigned ignorance, stating, I've already consumed it all. Do you truly believe I would compensate you for the labor? Lin Zhaoye realized that this individual possessed a flair for being a rogue, finding amusement in the situation. While Lung Yu understood the advantages of this item, she remained oblivious to what else might be contained within it. It seemed more prudent to rely on Lin Zhaoye for its creation, saving her both trouble and effort. In the future, I shall procure more crystal cores for you. You shall be responsible for providing us with this substance. Consider the excess as a fee for your craftsmanship. Shall we? Besides, I still possess a considerable number of crystal cores as backups, so there is no cause for concern on my part. Very well. If you can procure matching crystal cores, I shall arrange for some to be sent your way. However, there is a stipulation. For every 5 crystal cores, you must provide me with 1 equivalent core as a fee for your service. This is no trifling sum. After some contemplation, I find this arrangement acceptable, yet I lament, you have truly ensnared me. I cannot bear to refuse your request. When next you venture out, do remember to include me. Otherwise, I shall soon find myself destitute due to your clever schemes. In truth, I have never consumed crystal core water myself. Its efficacy in awakening latent abilities is only significant when nearing the moment of awakening. Consuming it prematurely yields little benefit. My own powers only manifested during the 2nd year of the apocalypse in my previous life. However, my abilities were rather unimpressive, and I am uncertain what powers I shall awaken in this lifetime. Prepared for whatever may come, I settled myself in a vacant space, as I am unsure whether my abilities will be triggered this time. Should they awaken, I might uncontrollably unleash my powers upon the surroundings. Thus, the empty area is ideal for honing my skills. Of course, this is merely my conjecture. Should my abilities fail to manifest and I be discovered, I shall simply claim to be seeking respite from the heat. I began my experiment with the lowest grade of diluted crystal core water, taking a tentative sip and then waiting patiently for 5 minutes. Yet, I felt nothing at all. Instead, the oppressive heat outside caused me to break out in a sweat. She exchanged it for a water infused with a higher concentration of crystal nuclei, taking a sip and waiting for 5 minutes, yet no reaction occurred. Even when she switched to a concentration suitable for those who already possessed abilities, there was still no response. A wave of frustration washed over her. Could it be that she needed to accumulate 2 more years before awakening her powers? Despite the numerous attempts she had already made, she refused to give up, boldly consuming a generous gulp of 2nd-tier crystal nucleus water. To her astonishment, less than 2 minutes after drinking, her body surged with warmth, as if her blood were ablaze, reaching a boiling point. However, this state lasted barely a minute before she gradually calmed down. Undeterred, Lin Zhaoye drank the entirety of the 2nd-tier crystal nucleus water. Preparing herself for potential agony, she unexpectedly felt a sensation akin to being intoxicated by a fine spirit. Following that, consciousness slipped away from her. Chapter 45. Rescuing a life, he stepped on the balcony of Lin Zhaoye's room and discovered her lying in the yard, seemingly unconscious. He hurriedly leaped from the balcony and rushed to her side, checking her breath and pulse, realizing she simply fainted, showing no signs of having been attacked. Mu Hongxiao felt a twinge of panic. He pinched Lin Zhaoye's face, marveling at her delicate and smooth skin, unable to resist giving it another gentle squeeze. He also pressed on her philtrum, but there was no reaction, contemplating the feasibility of splashing her with cold water. He pondered for a long time, but ultimately could not bring himself to do it. After much deliberation and finding himself at an impasse, he made a resolute decision. He drew forth his dagger, making a small incision on the tip of his left index finger, allowing a droplet of crimson blood to form. Leaning forward, he intended to smear the blood upon Lin Zhaoye's lips. Just as he was about to pry her mouth open to press the blood inside, she opened her eyes and noticed the wound on his hand, oozing blood. Mistaking it for an injury sustained during his earlier excursion, she hastily sat up, her sudden movement catching Mu Hongxiao off guard. In his moment of distraction, her head collided forcefully with his nose. The impact was sharp and painful, causing tears to spring forth from his eyes. It felt as if his nasal bridge might fracture. The other side of him, already reeling from dizziness, now felt as though he had suffered a concussion. The sensation of the blow against his nose was almost overwhelmingly intense, and he could not contain his tears as they cascaded down his cheeks. Despite her queasiness, Lin Zhaoye could not tear her gaze away from him. This marked the first time she witnessed Mu Hongxiao shed tears. Throughout their lives, even in the face of grave injuries, he had only bled and sweated, never wept. Yet now, this poignant discomfort pierced his soul, rendering him helpless against his own physical response. Tears flowed incessantly down his face. Lin Zhaoye found herself enamored with this rare image of a beautiful man in tears. Typically, Mu Hongxiao's formidable prowess overshadowed his appearance. But in this moment of vulnerability, he embodied an exclusive charm. Her voice dwindled to a whisper as she was surrounded by those she trusted within the villa, wishing for as few to know as possible. Why didn't you mention it beforehand? I was genuinely concerned that you might fall into a deep slumber, becoming akin to a vegetative state. At this moment, Mu Hongxiao began to confront her. The lingering feelings of fear had not entirely dissipated. Lin Zhaoye noticed his serious tone and earnest expression, realizing that she had indeed failed to think things through. I apologize. I truly did not consider the consequences. However, I never expected faint. I had braced myself for pain, yet this outcome was rather unexpected. Her voice softened, though she still felt compelled to defend herself. Observing her still clutching her head, Mu Hongxiao surmised that she had sustained a considerable blow. Any anger he harbored dissipated in her somewhat sulking demeanor. Nonetheless, this matter required her earnest attention. We all rely on you. If anything happens, it will be prudent for you to consult with everyone first. In truth, he wished to suggest that Lin Zhaoye seek his counsel, yet he hesitated to voice it. After all, following their last encounter, both had been somewhat evasive toward one another, creating an awkward atmosphere. He did not wish to relinquish his choice, nor did he want to pressure her into choosing him. Therefore, he endeavored to avoid any situation that could lead to discomfort. I understand. Please do not be angry. She felt a twinge of guilt, for Mu Hongxiao's concern was genuine. Suddenly, she recalled seeing his bloodied hand upon awakening and hurriedly inquired, "How did you get injured again?" Mu Hongxiao shook his head. "This is not an injury. I intended to save you. Thus, I inflicted this upon myself. To save me, you harmed yourself? Do you still remember that day when I was bitten? And you gave me an abundance of crystal core water? Afterward, I fainted. Since then, my body has felt rather peculiar, not in a particularly distressing way, but rather as if my energy was somehow trapped within. Today, after leading a team to eliminate a few second-tier zombies, I sensed a notable improvement in my condition." Glancing at Lin Zhaoye, he observed her expression remained quite composed, prompting him to tread carefully so as not to provoke her. He realized that he might have awakened a second ability. Lin Zhaoye herself was not entirely clear about the classifications of abilities. She had initially presumed that Mu Hongxiao possessed both fire and strength abilities, only to discover that his prowess was merely a manifestation of sheer physical strength. Now he had truly awakened his second ability. Does your ability have any connection to your current state? Lin Zhaoye had not considered that some abilities might come at such a significant personal cost. Mu Hongxiao smeared the blood on his hands across Lin Zhaoye's lips, the vivid crimson hue accentuating her fair complexion, rendering it even more delicate. He could not help but swallow hard. Lin Zhaoye tasted the blood on her lips. It bore the metallic tang of rust, nothing particularly extraordinary. I'm not a vampire, nor do I require blood for healing. Mu Hongxiao assessed his own feelings and, finding no discomfort, felt reassured. He then reached out to pinch Lin Zhaoye's arm, discovering that he could indeed feel a slight sensation. "This is as it should be," he muttered to himself. Lin Zhaoye, bewildered by his actions, pondered what he was attempting to accomplish. "So what ability have you awakened? Why are you pinching my arm?" "This is my unique ability. Perhaps it allows me to sense your feelings. But what about the time constraint?" Lin Zhaoye, having never encountered such a power, was rather curious. "Do I experience the same pain, or do I merely share the burden of it?" Mu Hongxiao spoke vaguely, suggesting, "I should feel the pain, I suppose. I haven't conducted any experiments." "All right, if you have no further issues, just rest a bit longer. I worry you might experience some lingering effects." He adjusted the air conditioning temperature slightly higher to ensure her comfort before leaving the room. As Mu Hongxiao closed the door to Lin Zhaoye's chamber, he let out a soft sigh, akin to the sensation of having committed a misdeed without the thrill of being caught. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaoye, compelled to rest, found it difficult to do so. After a brief period of sitting, she rose from her bed to ponder her recent experiences, yet found herself at a loss for clarity. Chapter 46. Suturing the following morning, Lin Zhaoye's door was rapped upon by Li Yihe. They had assembled a team, comprising abilities of earth, fire, and water. Equipped with all necessary tools, they were ready to commence construction. "When do you think would be the most suitable time to begin?" Li Yihe inquired directly, stating his purpose clearly. He had taken responsibility for the task, ensuring it would remain under his oversight rather than passing it on to Lin Yuanshan. He proceeded to coordinate with Lin Yuanshan, supervising the construction over the next few days, allowing Lin Yuanshan some time away. I will instruct them to get started immediately. After being disturbed, Lin Zhaoye found herself unable to sleep and decided to observe how they were constructing the house. Once she had tidied herself up, she descended the stairs. The house was situated between two villas, with the boundary of the adjacent villa already dismantled, paving the way for their new home. According to the blueprint, it was designed to accommodate a family of 3 in a 1-bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen layout, with the intention of creating a modest 2-story structure. Xiao Gao enthusiastically joined their ranks, and together, the 2 earth-powered individuals leveled the ground before laying down stone slabs crafted by another ability user. These slabs would serve as the foundation, gradually built up with stones and cemented in between. Although Lin Zhaoye was unclear about the specifics of their every move, it was evident that the ability users' manipulation of their powers made the construction process remarkably efficient. With a series of simple gestures, the soil and bricks flew into place as if guided by an unseen force. Regrettably, their powers were limited. They could only work for half an hour before needing to rest for another half hour. To expedite their progress, Lin Zhaoye retrieved some first-level crystal core water she had previously prepared, diluted to a concentration that would replenish their energy without causing them any discomfort. She packaged the crystal core water in plastic bottles, presenting it as if it were mineral water. "Come over, everyone, and have a drink. Take a break," she called out. The group approached with laughter, accepting her offering without hesitation. After expressing their gratitude, they eagerly drank. The crystal core water proved effective. This time, they rested for only 15 minutes before resuming their work for another half hour. Thus, Lin Zhaoye spent the entire morning observing as they constructed a modest 2-story building from the ground up. Others from the surrounding villas, similarly intrigued by the spectacle, gathered to witness the progress of the construction. After all, such events were rather uncommon. Just as Lin Zhaoye was due to tend to her garden within their villa, she entered the courtyard. Having previously agreed upon the task, her role was merely to sow seeds and water the plants, which required little effort. However, as she neared the end of her watering routine, an unforeseen incident occurred. While she was retreating slowly, her view was obstructed from the rear. At that moment, just as a large stone slab was being placed, she inadvertently stepped into the construction zone. One individual's ability slipped from control, causing it to plummet to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Zhaoye sensed something amiss behind her and quickly retreated a few steps, narrowly avoiding the falling debris. Yet the stone slab shattered upon impact, sending shards flying in all directions. Regrettably, a sizable fragment grazed Lin Zhaoye's leg, prompting gasps from those nearby. Her pants were torn, revealing a deep gash of approximately 5 centimeters on her calf, akin to the length of a finger, with a depth of 1 centimeter, excising a piece of flesh. Pain surged through her, emanating from the very marrow of her bones. It had been a long time since she had suffered such a severe injury. Weakness overtook her, and she collapsed onto the ground in agony. Upon noticing the commotion, Xiao Gao rushed over, and Lung Yu, having also perceived the anomaly, hurried to assist her in standing up. At this moment, Lin Zhaoye had grown accustomed to the pain in her leg. Though it was excruciating, she could slowly rise to her feet. Others rushed in, expressing their concern for her injury. Leaning against the sofa, Lin Zhaoye dismissed those around her, while Aunt Li continued her incessant worrying. However, upon hearing Lin Zhaoye's request for solitude, they complied and exited the room. Li Yihe had mysteriously vanished, leaving only Lin Yue to assist her. The crowding of people around her was detrimental to her wounds healing, as the air was rife with bacteria unsuitable for her recovery. Lacking sterile conditions, she and Lin Yue had to disinfect their hands before proceeding. After meticulously sterilizing the wound and tools, she steeled herself to suture the injury, yet found herself unable to proceed due to the trembling pain that coursed through her body. Please help me stitch it up. I can't move," she uttered, each word a struggle to escape her lips. Initially intending to perform the procedure herself with Lin Yue's assistance, she now found herself paralyzed by fear. She hastily stuffed a piece of gauze in her mouth and curled up on the sofa. Though Lin Zhaoye was not a doctor, she had previously aided others in stitching wounds and was competent in this task. After a thorough disinfection, she commenced the suturing process. In a fleeting thought, Lin Zhaoye recalled the anesthetic. There remained a small amount of powder from her last exchange of 5,000 points. Unsure of its effects, she cautiously dipped her finger into the powder and placed a small amount in her mouth. Before long, the effects of the drug began to take hold. She gradually began to lose sensation of pain, while Lin Zhaoye had already completed her task. It was not only Lin Zhaoye who found the passage of time agonizing. Lin Zhaoye felt a pang of unease within her heart as well. After all, she was stitching up a wound, and as a novice, she was indeed apprehensive. The last person she had sewn up had endured poor conditions, resulting in repeated infections before healing, leaving behind a scar. Lin Zhaoye, a girl who appeared gentle yet possessed inner strength, might not mind the scar, but a recurring wound would certainly be undesirable. When Aunt Lee saw him, she was pacing in the courtyard, and upon spotting him, she hurried over as if she had found her anchor. However, she did not expect Mu Hongxiao to speak first. "What happened to Yezi?" Mu Hongxiao simply replied, "I understand," before entering the house. He happened to encounter Lin Zhaoye coming out, and seeing the man with the grim expression, she felt no inclination to converse. Yet, unexpectedly, he stopped her. "How is she?" "You may go up and see for yourself. I have just finished stitching her wound and do not know if she is asleep." Chapter 47. Infection with no time to express her gratitude. Mu Hongxiao strode up the staircase and stood before Lin Zhaoye's door, intending to knock and enter. After a brief pause, he retreated to his own room to change into a clean outfit and wipe the sweat from his brow before knocking on the door. Lin Zhaoye, still under the influence of the anesthesia, hoped to drift into slumber before the effects wore off and the pain returned. However, Mu Hongxiao's knock startled away all her drowsiness. "Come in," she called, her voice tinged with weakness. Mu Hongxiao disregarded her words and took a seat on the stool by the bed. "I wish to see your wound," he stated. "It has already been bandaged. There is no need to inspect it." "It's nothing serious," Lin Zhaoye replied, for the injury was neither particularly large nor small. Merely a frightful sight at the time. Now that it had been tended to, there seemed no reason for excessive concern over the wound. Mu Hongxiao lifted her treacherous, revealing the fabric she had deliberately chosen to be loose-fitting to avoid pressing against the injury. Even through the gauze, he scrutinized the wound for an extended period. Yet he uttered not a single word. "I told you, there's nothing to see," Lin Zhaoye remarked as she lowered her pant leg once more. "What would you like to eat? I could bring you something for lunch." "Are you not leading the team?" he urged. "Go and find them. I am perfectly fine here with Aunt Lee's care. This is nowhere near as severe as your previous injury. I distinctly remember you cooking for me that very night. Now, I have someone attending to me. It is hardly a major issue. I am but a rough man. Can it be the same?" He retorted. "I shall not go today. I will have Zui take my place. Moreover, did you not schedule with Professors Qin and Shui to continue their work this afternoon? Hand me the materials, and I shall assist you. Just focus on resting," he insisted. Lin Zhaoye considered this, and, conceding, handed over all the seeds and nutrient solution. "There is no need for further words. I trust you understand everything. Just plant the seeds well and refrain from unnecessary chatter." Lin Zhaoye could not help but add a few more words. "I understand. Please take care of yourself." Mu Hongxiao gazed at the pale Lin Zhaoye with a twinge of sympathy. "Allow me to manage matters here. For the next few days, focus solely on recuperating." Without waiting for a response, he departed. His gait, however, was somewhat peculiar, a slight limp suggesting he had sustained an injury. "Wait," Lin Zhaoye called out. "Have you also been hurt? My misfortunes seem to be contagious." She feared her streak of bad luck was beginning to affect him as well. Mu Hongxiao turned to her with a smile. "I am unharmed. You must be mistaken." He spun around, and indeed, there were no visible signs of injury on him. He even rolled up his trousers, revealing no traces of blood. With his innocent expression, Lin Zhaoye found herself convinced. "Very well. Then it seems you shall take on the farming duties for the next few days. Do not worry so much, just rest." He gently closed her door behind him. It wasn't until he had left that Lin Zhaoye processed the situation. No one had informed him where she was injured. How could he know it was her right leg? What a trickster. Yet, as the pain in her leg intensified. She found herself drowsily cursing Mu Hongxiao before succumbing to slumber. When she awoke, the lights were already aglow in the evening sky. Remarkably, the pain in her leg had dulled considerably. Lin Yuanshan came to check on her, and, upon seeing she was awake, hurried to bring her a variety of food and drink, anxious that she might be hungry. You are becoming quite the national treasure, much like that girl, Zhaoye. She is with child, whereas you seem to have become disabled. Lin Zhaoye stuck out his tongue, expressing his discontent. I certainly do not wish to become disabled. These past few days have been exceedingly unfortunate. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhaoye perceived that the situation aligned closely with her suspicions. Uncle, could you summon Xiaoga for me? I have a matter to discuss with him. Lin Yuanshan, fully aware of the unfolding dynamics, remarked, It seems you two share an unspoken understanding, leaving your old uncle utterly perplexed. Lin Zhaoye refrained from further comment. After all, Mu Hongxiao had not disclosed anything about his abilities, and it would be inappropriate for her to intervene. She simply stated, We shall converse about other topics. It is not as you envision. Unexpectedly, her words left Lin Yuanshan feeling disheartened. He resumed his incessant chatter, berating both Lin Zhaoye and Lin Shiro. In that moment, Lin Zhaoye found solace. It was only fair that everyone faced reproach, as it would be far more gratifying. Within moments, Mu Hongxiao arrived. Uncle mentioned you were looking for me. Is there something you need? Today, I have sown the seeds here and have informed Professor Xue of any issues. He has been seeking my counsel these past few days. The aunt you enlisted to assist Aunt Li with vegetable picking has also arrived and has begun her work. I even received a reprimand from Aunt Li, who mistakenly believed I had taken her labor. You must vouch for me. Additionally, there is the matter concerning Leng Yue. Her subordinates failed to manage their abilities properly, believing they could flaunt them without consequence. Thus the stone slab fell. At that moment, many people noticed that the individual's powers had indeed been depleted. The moment the slab descended, he fell into a slumber. Li Yiha had investigated and confirmed its authenticity. Leng Yu had deliberately compensated you with 2 crystal cores, which had been entrusted to me. He smiled as he outlined today's tasks, addressing all her concerns, and produced the crystal cores given by Leng Yu, one of vivid crimson and the other a soft milky white. Upon seeing the cores, Lin Zhaoye remarked, What trickery is she up to now? Despite her disdain, she accepted the cores with reluctance. Clearly, there was an implication here. All right, I'm already aware of these matters. Is there anything else you wish to convey to me? Lin Zhaoye's expression turned serious. Mu Hongxiao's face visibly tensed for a moment before he relaxed abruptly. There's nothing more to say. You already know everything else, don't you? What else do you wish to learn? He appeared resolute in his silence, inciting frustration in Lin Zhaoye. You truly want to speak? I might become angry. Lin Zhaoye fixed her gaze upon his face, scrutinizing every nuance of his expression. Do not overthink it. I have already shared all that you sought to know. Have I not? Now rest well. Sleep for as long as you desire. I have taken care of your responsibilities these past few days. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and gently patted Lin Zhaoye's hair. I have a few matters to attend to. Rest well. As he exited, Lin Zhaoye threw a pillow toward the door. You have the audacity to never speak again. Let us see whether I pay you any heed. Upon hearing her words, Mu Hongxiao, who was lingering behind the door, lingered for a moment before departing. Lin Zhaoye leaned against the bed, seething with resentment. Just yesterday, under the influence of that zombie, she had witnessed the demise of many, including Lin Shirong, herself, and even Lin Yuanshan, as well as Mu Hongxiao. She remained uncertain whether those haunting scenes were genuine occurrences from a past life or mere fabrications conjured by the zombie's supernatural abilities. All she knew was that as she watched Mu Hongxiao gradually lose his life, the agony was a torment she wished never to endure. Beneath the moonlight, leaning against the grandest tree, he gazed at her with a tender affection, saying, I long to be remembered by you, yet I also wish for you to forget me. How greedy I am, Yezi. Chapter 48. With heart, perhaps it was due to their long-standing familiarity or the unwavering trust she had in him as she matured. Each of his appearances fell well within Lin Zhaoye's expectations, as though he was destined to materialize behind her at precisely the right moment. Yet in truth, there is no such thing as destiny. It was merely his ulterior motives at play. Reflecting on their journey, Lin Zhaoye realized that Mu Hongxiao had always shielded her from unforeseen dangers, offering her unconditional trust. She, in turn, worried for his wounds, felt touched by his thoughtfulness, and wept for his unconscious state. Unbeknownst to her, he had insidiously woven himself into the very fabric of her existence, inescapable and unavoidable. Lin Zhaoye's emotions were stirred by him. She did not wish to miss out on someone who treated her well, and she endeavored to reciprocate his kindness. Moreover, the figure of that man bore an uncanny resemblance to Mu Hongxiao. Although she lacked the opportunity to inquire about Mu Hongxiao in this lifetime, she firmly believed that he would act similarly. The feeling of being cherished just right prompted Lin Zhaoye to consider giving him a chance, as well as an opportunity for herself. Whether it be a misconnection from a past life or a protective bond in this one, both required a chance to flourish. Not every situation guarantees a favorable outcome, yet Lin Zhaoye yearned to try. Unfortunately, someone was unwilling to seize that opportunity. Otherwise, why would they have fled? The intricacies of a girl's heart are indeed difficult to decipher. Initially, Lin Zhaoye intended to have an open conversation with Mu Hongxiao, yet he inadvertently missed all of it, leading her to resolve not to bring it up. A lady must maintain her reserve, even if she considers herself to embody only a fraction of femininity. The recently departed Mu Hongxiao remained oblivious to the convoluted thoughts of Lin Zhaoye, as his mind was preoccupied with ensuring he fulfilled his duties regarding Yezi. He diligently attended to the tasks left by Lin Zhaoye, and ever since she shifted her perspective and desired to explore a connection with him, she embarked on a playful pursuit of his affections. She wondered when this fool would finally comprehend her intentions. Only, may I ask if you could summon Xiao Ge? I have something to discuss. Aunt Li, there was something I neglected to mention yesterday. Could you please call Xiao Ge over so I can reiterate it? Only. Enough, you little girl. If you want to find him, then go ahead, but please stop troubling me. Aunt Li, who has been taking care of Lin Zhaoye's leg injury, is starting to feel exasperated. Why not just tie him up here? I have to run back and forth every day. I truly cannot comprehend what you young people are up to. Didn't Zhaoye say she could use her phone? Just give him a call. Lin Zhaoye's eyes widened in surprise as he smiled ingratiatingly. Oh, but the phone doesn't work outside the villa. You must call out for him quickly. I really owe you one. Despite her grumbling, she went to find Mu Hongxiao. At that moment, Mu Hongxiao was at Lung Yu's villa, continuing to work for Lin Zhaoye. Upon seeing Aunt Li come looking for him twice, Lung Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and tease. Looks like your superior is in need of a work report. It seems you're quite the cause for concern. After she spoke, a twinge of anxiety gripped her heart, for Mu Hongxiao always maintained a cold demeanor, and she rarely dared to speak to him directly, let alone jest with him as she did today. However, the amusing situation with Lin Zhaoye overshadowed her apprehension, prompting her to speak out once more. Perhaps he fears I might tire myself out. Mu Hongxiao coolly retorted. Unexpectedly, Lung Yu's slightly ambiguous teasing genuinely pleased Mu Hongxiao. The sensation of the entire world believing there was a connection between him and her greatly satisfied him. Lung Yu smiled silently. Alas, there is no other choice. I shall make a trip after all. He uttered these words of resignation, yet his body moved toward the exit, eliciting a disapproving click of the tongue from Lung Yu behind him. The others in the villa wore expressions of amusement. The antics of today's youth are indeed numerous. He skillfully drew out the stool beside her bed, settling down to observe her. Aunt Li, you wish to see me? She inquired. I was just tending to the field with Lung, having sown several varieties of seeds, including lettuce, scallions, and rapeseed. Mu Hongxiao meticulously detailed his itinerary, even specifying the exact vegetables he had recently planted. By now, Lin Zhaoye had discerned his intentions, finding his feigned ignorance quite amusing. However, she had no intention of shattering this peculiar atmosphere. Very well, Lin Zhaoye replied with a cheerful smile, encouraging him to continue. After a few minutes of fragmented narration, Mu Hongxiao found himself at a loss for words and shifted to discussing upcoming plans. This afternoon, I intend to visit Professor Shui to check on her experimental progress. I heard from Professor Qin that the laboratory equipment has begun to operate, although there are some electrical issues. I will procure a generator to ensure they have power. All right, I shall follow your lead, Lin Zhaoye responded, still smiling at him. Once that task is completed, I plan to take Xiao Gao to the mountain behind us. Did you not express a desire to excavate a bomb shelter? Xiao Gao should be reliable. I have yet to decide who else to bring along. For the time being, that was the plan. Lin Zhaoye shared this sentiment, continuing to smile and nod, though she remained silent. Mu Hongxiao felt a prickling unease under her gaze. Do you find my arrangement unreasonable? Lin Zhaoye shook his head and continued to gaze at him. Then, do you believe I've erred in some way? What is the reason for your lingering gaze upon me? He truly felt a sense of unease, uncertain of where he had gone astray. I simply glanced at you and found you exceedingly handsome. Although Lin Zhaoye was evasive in his response, the statement itself held truth. Mu Hongxiao often referred to himself as a rough man, yet his visage was entirely incongruent with such a label, even during battles against zombies. Each movement he made flowed with a grace surpassing that of others. This was the effect of Lin Zhaoye's aesthetic appreciation. Handsome? For a man. What need is there for such beauty? Despite his words, he subtly tilted his face, believing this angle rendered him far more attractive than before. His little gesture did not escape Lin Zhaoye's notice. She stifled a laugh, pretending not to see, and after suppressing her mirth, she spoke slowly. Had it not been for your face, I might not have felt inclined to protect you in the past. However, as I have grown accustomed to it, I find it rather average now. Mu Hongxiao's lips initially curled into a smile at her words, but quickly fell into a frown. Lin Zhaoye shifted her tone. Yet, recently, especially yesterday when you wept, I found you quite pitiable. Mu Hongxiao's eyes sparkled with light. Regardless of anything else, even if it was merely leveraging his face to gain some semblance of presence in Lin Zhaoye's eyes, it was still a commendable endeavor. As for the feelings associated with trading on one's appearance, his predominant emotion must surely be pride. Chapter 49, Confirmation. Mu Hongxiao's Adam's apple bobbed as he sat upright, fiddling with his hair. So, what do you think of my current appearance? The self-proclaimed rough man began to take such care with his image, prompting Lin Zhaoye to burst into laughter. Mu Hongxiao, aware of her playful teasing, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing he had just displayed himself like a peacock. Lin Zhaoye. He articulated her full name, a first since he had come to understand his own feelings. Lin Zhaoye giggled, burying her face in the pillow. Mu Hongxiao, reminiscent of his childhood, instinctively reached out to tickle her, only to be startled by his own voice. My leg hurts. It hurts. In truth, his hand had yet to make contact, and Lin Zhaoye had already surrendered. Once both had regained their composure, Mu Hongxiao advanced, seating himself at the edge of her bed. What does today signify? I need a clear answer. Someone was beginning to lose their composure. Lin Zhaoye recognized she may have gone a bit too far today. Both were straightforward individuals, acting on impulse rather than leaving each other in suspense. Well, it's just. She hesitated, uncertain of how to begin. Did you enjoy today? Mu Hongxiao shifted his tone, still reluctant to pressure her into making a decision. The topic was not difficult for Lin Zhaoye to address. Of course, I had a great time. Mu Hongxiao nodded thoughtfully. That's wonderful. Lin Zhaoye exhaled in relief. Although she had her thoughts in mind, it was her first romantic encounter in 2 lifetimes, and she found herself at a loss for words. Even the thought of battling zombies seemed more appealing than speaking at that moment. Suddenly, he turned sharply, locking eyes with Lin Zhaoye. Lin Zhaoye noted the fierce intensity in his gaze, as if she were a perfectly roasted piece of meat, awaiting consumption on his plate. Mu Hongxiao's face abruptly moved closer to hers, halting at a distance of approximately 50 centimeters. This invasion of personal space set her heart racing, leaving her uncertain of his intentions. So, does this mean you agree to my promotion? He inquired. Yet, how could she concede? Promotion? What promotion? How could one be promoted? Observing her feigned ignorance, Mu Hongxiao raised his hand, poised to tickle her. Are you teasing me? Lin Zhaoye glanced at his hand, instinctively retreating a step, even though she was aware he would not actually tickle her. It dawned on her that, due to Mu Hongxiao's repeated concessions, the initiative had consistently remained in her hands. Weren't you promoted long ago? She countered, her gaze striving for an innocent fade. Otherwise, Who was it that cried in my arms yesterday? Who stole a kiss while I slept the day before? And who climbed into my bed the night prior? For a moment, Mu Hongxiao was at a loss, uncertain whether to feel elated or irate. But it was you who spent the night in my bed. It is already 10 in the morning, and yet you remain in slumber. I find myself utterly exhausted, resting my head on the edge of the bed for a moment. The night before last, I stole a kiss while you were asleep, not out of mischief, but out of concern as I saw you uncomfortably sprawled on the sofa. I lifted you into my arms, hoping to adjust your position, and your hand inadvertently brushed against my lips. Furthermore, yesterday as I held you close, tears welled up in my eyes. It was you who accidentally struck my nose, causing a sharp pain that brought forth tears of a physiological nature. With each word he uttered, he inched closer to Lin Zhaoye, until by the end of his statement, his body nearly touched hers. Lin Zhaoye could discern every single eyelash of his, and within his eyes, she saw a tiny reflection of herself. So, regarding the injustice you have accused me of, how shall we resolve this? His breath brushed against Lin Zhaoye's face, flushing her cheeks with warmth. A subtle smile played upon his lips, imbued with a hint of pheromones, enticing her further. Due to her leg, Lin Zhaoye was unable to move freely, left to watch helplessly as his hand supported her on either side, creating a confined space. The weight of his presence pressed down upon her, ensnaring her within a minuscule realm. There was no retreat. Lin Zhaoye could no longer endure the tense atmosphere that enveloped them. With a sudden resolve, she managed to slip through the narrow gap beneath him, inadvertently grazing her injury in the process. Mu Hongxiao was taken aback. How could this person be so oblivious to the atmosphere? It was merely a matter of inches, and yet she dared to escape, even at the cost of her own injury. Watching her grimace in pain, Mu Hongxiao felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Had she voiced her discomfort earlier, he would not have pressed her so insistently. Yet, she chose to provoke him. Now, faced with her own suffering, she seemed indifferent to the anguish of her own leg. It left him torn between sympathy and reproach. Lin Zhaoye cradled her wounded leg, tears glistening in her eyes. Despite having lain in repose for 2 days, bolstered by the system's healing waters, her injury had healed considerably, yet her actions had undone that progress. The wound had reopened, blood seeping through the bandages, and a wave of cold sweat enveloped Lin Zhaoye as the pain struck her anew. Mu Hongxiao recognized that without anesthetics, she had to endure this torment alone. His heart ached for her as he gently rubbed her back, seeking to soothe her frayed nerves. In that moment, the atmosphere between them began to shift. She placed a pillow on her thigh, resting her upper body upon it, akin to a contented kitten basking in his caress. Emitting a soft sigh of satisfaction, he smiled tenderly, teasing, "Have you taken to thinking of yourself as a little cat? Xiao Yezi." Mu Hongxiao responded with a gentle hum, his hands never ceasing their motion. Sunlight poured into Lin Zhaoye's room, casting a radiant glow upon her, illuminating her form with a soft halo. She resembled a serene goddess in his heart, while her lively spirit exhibited the playful charm of a young girl, capable of mischief, yet possessing the maturity to ponder life's complexities. Mu Hongxiao gazed at Lin Zhaoye, lost in admiration, oblivious to the notion of being merely a tool in her presence. "How long do you think we will be together?" Lin Zhaoye spoke her mind without a hint of consideration for the appropriateness of her words. Mu Hongxiao was not one to dwell on trivialities. Moreover, the onlookers behind the door were waiting to witness the unfolding drama. He pondered for a moment, realizing that the spectators were of little consequence. It was the person before him who truly mattered. Time cannot be measured in absolute terms. Sometimes, a mere second can encapsulate a lifetime. Lin Zhaoye, who had been comfortably squinting her eyes, was compelled to open them upon hearing his heartfelt words. Eager to ascertain whether the one uttering such peculiar sentiments was indeed Mu Hongxiao. However, to her astonishment, upon opening her eyes, she not only beheld Mu Hongxiao, but also discovered Aunt Li and Lin Yuanshan peering through the slightly ajar door. Embarrassed, she promptly buried her face into the pillow, overwhelmed by shame. Mu Hongxiao had long been aware of the presence behind him and was indifferent to the situation. What mattered most was the promise they had made. Was it not? The two individuals at the door, feeling a tad awkward, chuckled as they explained, "You didn't close the door, so how can we not take a look? It would be so dull otherwise." They then hurried off, leaving Mu Hongxiao alone to observe the flush of Lin Zhaoye's earlobes. "This is your only audacity, daring to act so brazenly in my presence." Chapter 50. Secrets in the blink of an eye. It had been 10 days since Lin Zhaoye was injured. Now, her wound had completely healed, leaving no trace of scar. She was even capable of ascending the mountains to hunt tigers, much to the concern of Lung Yuebai. For the past few days, Mu Hongxiao had taken on all of Lin Zhaoye's responsibilities. The self-built house between the two villas had been completed. They all moved into their new homes. The area in the back mountain had been inspected by the cold moon, revealing no presence of advanced zombies. With the enhancement provided by Xiao Gao and Su Yuan, the air raid shelter had been successfully constructed, awaiting Lin Zhaoye to store some valuable items inside. The weather that day was splendid, and Lin Zhaoye's mood was equally bright, finally free from the oppressive confinement of Mu Hongxiao. In truth, she had fully recovered by the 8th day. However, someone had made a mountain out of a molehill, insisting she stay in bed a little longer. 10 days had passed in this manner, prompting her to exclaim, "Have you all been so diligent in maintaining confidentiality that even I feel the need to be cautious?" Xiao Gao chuckled heartily, "Of course. When it comes to secretive endeavors, one must keep them discreet." With a mysterious smile, he did not keep her in suspense, utilizing his abilities to showcase the results. At the foot of the mountain, a doorway half the height of a person emerged, requiring one to bend to enter. The entrance featured a slope inclined at a certain angle. In no time, Xiao Gao was at it again, gradually revealing the archway, as the earth from a slope was moved aside. "This special treatment is due to your leg injury, little Lin. Everyone else has to crawl in." He grinned foolishly, launching into a tirade, while Lin Zhaoye was left bemused. "I could have gotten out of bed long ago. I could easily take you on now." Mu Hongxiao sensed something was amiss. "How can you say take you on? Your injury is far from healed." Enough of this. Xiao Gao interrupted him, saying, "Follow me. I assure you, you will be utterly astonished." Upon entering the air raid shelter, they encountered a staircase that meandered slowly downward. Mu Hongxiao, trailing behind, remarked, "I personally supervised the construction of this staircase. It comprises 9 steps, each with a tread extending to half a meter in width, facilitating descent for both the elderly and young children." Lin Zhaoye nodded in understanding and proceeded down the steps. Below lay a corridor, 5 meters wide and approximately 6 meters high, crowned with a circular ceiling. After traversing 7 or 8 meters, they confronted a formidable stone wall that completely obstructed their path. Xiao Gao, acting as their guide, commenced his explanation. "This door ahead is of my own selection, a stone portal measuring a full meter in thickness. It's not that I wanted to avoid an iron door. A wooden door simply lacks the requisite sturdiness. Thus, I sought the assistance of a most reliable craftsman to create this stone door for me. Recently, Zhaoye has been involved in numerous high-tech endeavors, and I managed to acquire a rather intriguing device." He placed his hand on the middle of the stone door, where an inconspicuous handprint was situated. Aligning his hand with the mark, the stone door began to open slowly. Mu Hongxiao cautioned her, "Few are privy to this matter. Only Xiao Gao, Zhaoye, Xuan, and Li Yihe, who authorized the use of the materials. Our palm prints have already been recorded. When the time comes, you can go to Zhaoye to have yours entered." The resonant sound of the heavy stone door echoed gently through the empty tunnel. Beyond the stone door lies an elongated tunnel, flanked on both sides by water channels designed to divert all surface water. Numerous intersections twist and turn, presenting a labyrinthine path before Lin Zhaoye. This door, Lin Zhaoye, oblivious to worldly matters in recent days, remains unaware of its origin. Could it possibly require the impetus of extraordinary powers? Mu Hongxiao hesitated for a moment before grasping her wrist and leading her behind the door. As they turned, they discovered that the imposing door, as solid as a stone wall, was indeed powered by the energy of crystal nuclei. "You are researching crystal nuclei?" "Indeed. These past few days, Zhaoye has been quite bored at home and has crafted many remarkable items. Crystal nuclei are indeed immensely useful. She has fashioned numerous weapons from them. You must see for yourself, and I assure you, you will be astounded." Lin Zhaoye believed this wholeheartedly. In her previous life, Wang Jiahui had created many exceptional inventions. In this lifetime, with an abundance of resources at her disposal, her creativity knew no bounds. The stone door bore several grooves of varying sizes, from the size of a fingernail to as large as a basketball. Lin Zhaoye couldn't help but laugh. Whose crystal nuclei could possibly grow to the size of a basketball? Mu Hongxiao explained, "These are reserved spaces for the crystal nuclei, as we are uncertain of how large they may eventually become." This foresight truly astonished her. Xiao Gao raised a hand to scratch the back of his head, saying, "That was my thought. What if a zombie king appears in the future with a head of colossal proportions? Perhaps it would indeed possess a crystal nucleus the size of a basketball." Indeed, there exists a zombie king, of which Lin Zhaoye had heard whispers, yet its true form remained a mystery to her. She raised her hand to caress the crystal core above, a transparent, attribute-less second-tier ability crystal. "Where did you acquire this crystal core?" Lin Zhaoye questioned, perplexed. Wasn't everything submitted to me? The notion that they were secretly hoarding their own was baffling. She cast a glance at Mu Hongxiao, hoping he might divulge a fragment of truth. Naturally, Mu Hongxiao was the first to clarify, "I have certainly given you mine, but that of others is not guaranteed. This must belong to Sister Jiahui's private stash, not mine." Xiao Gao stood silently nearby, observing their exchange, meticulously noting every gesture. How long can this mechanism sustain itself with a second-tier crystal core? Lin Zhaoye refrained from pressing further. After all, it was merely a handful of crystal cores. One must possess a degree of generosity. A second-tier crystal core holds a value of 500 points, and if utilized for a fleeting moment, it would be rather unwise. It would be more prudent to exchange it for points. Having already tested for 5 days, the crystal core had shown no signs of diminishing. The precise duration would require further observation, as she planned to stroll around twice daily to ensure consistent usage. Lin Zhaoye understood that this matter could not be rushed, so she ventured deeper inside. To her left lay habitable rooms, seemingly nearing completion, each capable of accommodating 3 to 5 individuals, while to her right were storage rooms for provisions. Mu Hongxiao elucidated the internal structure of the air raid shelter. Each room boasted its own ventilation system, facilitating 24-hour airflow. This ensured not only silence, but also the timely exchange of air. "Is this also a crystal core?" Lin Zhaoye inquired, her flesh aching. Mu Hongxiao understood the significance of her question. After deliberation, he nodded. "Using crystal cores is unsafe. There is a possibility of sudden power outages. Initially, the generator had insufficient storage to support the entire air raid shelter. We could only ask Sister Jiahui to research and create a similar device, which has so far proven successful. The second-tier crystal core has been in operation for 5 days and is still capable of air exchange. We will have to wait a bit longer for precise experimental results. Yet again, it is a matter of waiting." Lin Zhaoye's heart ached. Although this was a resource consolidation for future use, the waiting was excessively costly. Chapter 51. The Stonewall. Rest assured, you money-minded individual. Over the past few days, Xu Yuan has exerted considerable effort. I have rarely ventured outside. It is he who has been eliminating the zombies. The crystal cores currently in use have all been exchanged through him. Exchanged? What did you offer in return? Nothing of significance. There is no need for concern. He was reluctant to elaborate, and Lin Zhaoye refrained from pressing further. After all, trust is the foundation of their relationship. Yet, she could not help but remind Mu Hongxiao, "Do not forget what you promised me back then. Rest assured, I have my own methods." Seeing his assurance, Lin Zhaoye decided not to dwell on the fact that all the crystal cores were contributions from others. The group continued onward, excavating a space sufficient to accommodate 2 merged rooms. The door appeared to be made of iron, seemingly more perilous than the stone door outside, yet imbued with a higher degree of technological sophistication, requiring an iris scan for entry. Mu Hongxiao approached the machine, scanned his iris, and the door slowly creaked open. Perhaps next time, a few individuals with steel-based abilities could be summoned to test their strength against the door. Nevertheless, I still harbor reservations. Lin Zhaoye's apprehensions regarding this iron door are not unwarranted. While it is indeed robust, it remains relatively straightforward for those with steel abilities to breach. Zhaoye had deliberately altered the metal smelting process, theoretically ensuring no adverse effects. If you could find someone to experiment with it next time, that would be acceptable. After all, true knowledge is born of experience. Mu Hongxiao did not wish to dampen her enthusiasm. An additional layer of concern could indeed enhance safety. Opening the door was tantamount to unveiling the very core of this bomb shelter, which was entirely constructed of stone walls. In her previous life, Lin Zhaoye had never encountered any abilities capable of completely controlling stone walls or altering their properties. At most, one could merely create an opening, but could not change the state of the stone for offensive purposes. Thus, prior to the shelter's renovation, she had made a casual remark. Mu Hongxiao took note of it, understanding that all vital constructions should be fashioned from stone whenever possible. The entire room occupied approximately 100 square meters, adorned with a few scattered objects resembling firearms on the walls, while the cabinets stood empty and the table bore a few crossbow bolts. This was essentially all that Zhaoye had researched since arriving at the villa. Some items did not require crystal cores for activation, but the later studies necessitated the use of essences to harness their power. Although it may seem somewhat wasteful of resources, the advantage lies in the fact that individuals devoid of special abilities can also utilize it. This is beneficial. Please allow me to give it a try. Xiao Gao assumed she was merely testing it, but only Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao understood the true potential of such a weapon that could be wielded without supernatural powers. Mu Hongxiao selected the smallest modified crossbow. You can carry this from now on. After alterations, this crossbow resembled a toothpick crossbow, armed with a specially crafted bolt the size of a toothpick. It was compact enough to fit in the palm of one's hand, making it suitable for both adults and children. Though its power was naturally less than that of standard bolt, it was exceedingly convenient for concealment, serving as an essential small weapon for the household. Even a child could muster the strength to use it. We shall test it once we venture outside. The two then led her to the right, a space designated for food storage. This area contained supplies meticulously stored by Lin Yuanshan in the villa, along with ample vacant space awaiting fulfillment. The environment was remarkably dry, ideal for preserving provisions. Having toured all significant sections, the trio exited through the opening. The exit lay on the opposite side of the mountain, requiring someone like Xiao Gao, with earth-based abilities, to unseal it. Others could also manage to push through the soil with tools if they were determined. Lin Zhaoye expressed great satisfaction with their accomplishment of constructing this bomb shelter within just 5 days. I initially believed it would take longer. I am astonished at your prowess. Xiao Gao remarked, recently, I have noticed a considerable enhancement in my abilities. I am on the verge of reaching the 2nd tier. I feel an unending surge of energy. The act of making wishes is indeed remarkable. Each time, my efficiency is considerably enhanced by him. What Xiao Gao mentioned holds a degree of truth. Ever since we arrived at the villa, the water consumed by everyone has been imbued with a certain concentration of crystal nuclei, which, though subtle, gently nourishes their bodies and imperceptibly elevates their abilities. Reflecting on the enhancement of abilities, Lin Zhaoye recalled that prior to her injury, she had infused herself with a substantial amount of crystal nucleus water to facilitate their ascension to the next level. As for Wang Zhaoye, despite having acquired abilities, Lin Zhaoye would postpone providing her with crystal nucleus water, considering she is with child. While low-concentration crystal nucleus water is beneficial for the baby, high-concentration water aimed at enhancing abilities is best avoided. With the principal characters in mind, Xiao Gao naturally took the lead as the first supporter. Throughout her journey, Lin Zhaoye busily calculated her current score. After 10 days of recovery, coupled with the previous 3 days, she had amassed a total of 19,500 points available for redemption. Upon returning home, Lin Zhaoye intended to exchange for a robot. She still had 9,500 points remaining, in addition to the 8 second-tier crystal nuclei and some first-tier crystal nuclei recently submitted by Mu Hongxiao. She was relatively unconcerned about the points from the first-tier crystal nuclei. Since discovering the first-tier crystals, she had transformed all of them into various concentrations of crystal nucleus water for future use. Thus, Everyone in the villa consumed this crystal-infused water, ensuring that even those without abilities would experience enhanced health due to the power of the crystals. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Gao willingly made space for the two individuals. That day, Su Su had scheduled an appointment with me in the afternoon, but I had other matters to attend to, so I decided to leave first. He intended to express his wishes for you to cultivate your romance, but was quickly restrained by his own thoughts. Lin Zhaoye tilted her head slightly, her eyes questioning Mu Hongxiao about the situation. Mu Hongxiao, enchanted by her quirky demeanor, felt a flutter in his heart as he reached out to tuck a stray hair behind her ear. He certainly wouldn't disclose his recent mischievous antics. Perhaps he was busy with other matters. After all, one cannot labor continuously for another, aside from myself. Lin Zhaoye, contemplating this, chose not to dwell on his peculiar expression from earlier and promptly made her way toward Professor Shue's residence. Just as Mu Hongxiao was about to grasp her hand, he found himself frozen in place, observing the girl before him, blissfully unaware of any awkwardness, striding ahead with purpose. He was momentarily uncertain about his standing in her life. Chapter 52. Energy Professor Shui was pleasantly surprised to see Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao arrive. Having heard about your injury, Xiao Xiao had mentioned that you were always asleep. Consequently, I refrained from visiting to avoid disturbing you, but it appears you have recovered. Sleep? Always sleeping? Lin Zhaoye turned to glare at Mu Hongxiao. Am I truly napping every day? Mu Hongxiao ignored her gaze and continued. By the way, Professor Qin mentioned that the experimental equipment is now set up and many data points can be discussed with Yezi. Correct, Professor Shui? Heaven knows how much sweat he shed while dodging Lin Zhaoye's stare. Observing the two of them, Professor Shui chuckled, remarking on the intriguing nature of youth. Indeed, come quickly. I have recently made significant progress in my research. Our initial hypothesis holds merit, as empirical evidence demonstrates that distinct scents can indeed be differentiated. Professor Shui quickly alleviated the awkwardness, urging, do not stand there idly. Come with me to take a look. Lin Zhaoye promptly followed her lead into the room. Before departing, he silently exchanged a few words with Mu Hongxiao. Mu Hongxiao turned to securely close the door behind them, trailing closely behind the two, silently bracing for the impending storm that would follow their work. Professor Shui led them to the basement, which mirrored the layout of Lin Zhaoye's own basement, now transformed into a laboratory for collaborative experiments between Professor Shui and Professor Qin. The sparse number of experimental machines rendered the entire basement rather empty, though the primary apparatus remained intact. I must tell you, I have analyzed the energy levels of various vegetables and discovered that they exhibit remarkable vitality, particularly those batches you cultivated yourself. In contrast, the subsequent crops tended by Xiao are noticeably less vibrant. Less vibrant? She cast a glance at Mu Hongxiao, who stood silently behind them. The energy level of the leeks was clearly displayed at 150, while the more pungent garlic registered at 120. The energy value for cilantro was noted at 100, with celery and carrots slightly higher at over 80. The remaining common vegetables languished with energy levels ranging from 30 to 50. Do higher energy levels correlate with the influence on those mutated insects? Indeed, we once conducted an experiment wherein we combined mutated insects with vegetables. The vegetables with higher energy values elicited more pronounced reactions from the mutated insects, reflected in their heightened activity levels. Furthermore, Xiao provided us with an excellent insight. She gazed up at Mu Hongxiao, a remarkably reliable young man. He suggested that we explore the crystalline cores you mentioned. Through various methods, we ultimately identified the appropriate machinery to validate the energy values associated with these crystalline cores. The simplest first-order crystalline core possesses approximately 100 units of energy, while the second order ranges between 500 and 800. Lin Zhaoye was taken aback by this revelation. Could this exchange value be the same as the exchange points granted by the system? What other secrets does this system hold? Regrettably, she had not summoned the system for quite some time. It seemed to have frozen. The energy contained within the vegetables you personally cultivated can tentatively be considered consistent with the energy within the crystalline cores, yet a portion of that energy remains undetectable, existing outside the core. We conducted a rudimentary cultivation experiment. Due to time constraints, We only planted the simplest crops like rapeseed for testing, discovering that their energy content was exceedingly low. It appears that you are indeed quite extraordinary. Professor Shui regarded Lin Zhaoye with a smile, as if observing a specimen. Eagerly anticipating her dissection, Lin Zhaoye shivered. Under such advanced technology, many deceptions would inevitably be unveiled. She decided to temporarily request that Professor Shui pause his experiment. After all, if further investigation were to ensue, she would inevitably discover that the seeds themselves may not be at fault. Rather, the issue lies with the water source used for cultivation. Few are privy to this matter, and given its connection to her extraordinary abilities, Lin Zhaoye refrained from taking any risks. Since a conclusion has been reached for the time being, that suffices. Presently, it is of greater significance that you assist Professor Qin in researching the zombie virus. It would be splendid if a serum or vaccine specifically targeting the virus could be developed. Professor Shui's smile faltered. I wish to assist him as well. Yet the adage a different field is like a different mountain rings true. My capacity to aid him is indeed limited. Moreover, studying the human body is inherently more complex than researching plants, and lacking the necessary equipment poses a significant challenge. Lin Zhaoye contemplated this, recognizing that even the most skilled artisan cannot craft a meal without ingredients. Many matters can be boldly hypothesized, yet such hypotheses must undergo a process of verification. In the absence of the requisite machinery for validation, no matter how close the hypothesis may be to the truth, it remains merely a conjecture. She glanced at Professor Qin and then at Professor Shui, perceiving a sense of responsibility in both. With your affirmation, there is no doubt. Professor Qin has immense faith in Lin Zhaoye, just as she once believed in their expertise and character. After bidding farewell to the two professors, Lin Zhaoye proceeded to Lung Yu's residence. The passage between the two villas measures only 2 or 3 meters, yet the self-constructed building is quite exquisite. Upon her arrival, someone promptly informed Lung Yu. She swiftly emerged to greet Lin Zhaoye, expressing her respect. Let me see who has managed to rise from bed in just 10 days. This remark was evidently a jest. Lung Yu assumed that Lin Zhaoye's recent rest meant she could barely walk. Under the circumstances of the apocalypse, as long as one was alive, one could continue to walk. However, to her surprise, this fierce and resolute girl had lain in bed for a full 10 days to recuperate. Such behavior was incongruous with her established persona. My uncle has a matter to discuss with me. I must take my leave. You enjoy yourself here, Lin Zhaoye said, unwilling to watch the instigator depart, but was abruptly pulled back by Lung Yu. Stop searching for your beloved. You must account for your extended rest in bed to another. In truth, Lin Zhaoye did not care much. Li He had already clarified that the incident was indeed an accident. Moreover, she had compensated with a crystal core as restitution. Although she was in considerable pain at the time, by the following day, she had scarcely felt any discomfort. Having always regarded her body as exceptionally resilient, Lin Zhaoye did not dwell on it. By the way, you injured your right leg. How is it that the cold-faced Yama limps while walking? You recognize the need for rest. Why not let him rest as well? Lin Zhaoye furrowed her brow. Who is limping? Who else could it be? She replied, shifting her mouth slightly. Isn't it the one who just left? Lin Zhaoye caught a glimpse of that figure departing. Broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, he carried himself with poise, unchanged from the person she had previously known. The only thing that had transformed was Lin Zhaoye's heart, now softer than ever before. Chapter 53. Meal arrangement. Lung Yu pulled her into the room and instructed her to sit on the sofa. It seems that others are already aware of her slight social anxiety. When the aunt working alongside Aunt Li saw her approach, she promptly volunteered to bring a cup of water, cheerfully departing without uttering much more. Lung Yu, akin to a person lifting a small chick, brought forth a young man who appeared to be in his early 20s. Quickly apologized to Sister Lin, she urged. The young man, his face aflame and head bowed, exclaimed loudly, Sister Lin, I'm sorry. He then dutifully stood there, awaiting Lin Zhaoye's response. I have already halved his meals for this month. You wouldn't believe it. He has an appetite that could rival 3 people. To cut his rations in half feels akin to taking his life. Lin Zhaoye recognized that this was the child who had begun to flaunt his powers. Recently come of age, He possessed a touch of pride and a desire to demonstrate his capabilities, which Lin Zhaoye understood if she would not indulge him. The punishment was warranted. Thankfully, the injury I sustained was not severe. Had it been an elderly person or a child, the consequences would have been dire. Lin Zhaoye's assertion was indeed accurate. She had the ability to generate water enhancements, which had expedited her healing process. Had anyone else sustained such an injury, they might not recover for a month. Lin Zhaoye had no desire to foster animosity with Lin Yue over this incident. The punishment had been administered and compensation provided. She was not one to be petty. Yet, he cannot be coddled. Since you have already faced Lin Yue's retribution, I shall appoint you as the team leader for the construction project. Henceforth, all tasks related to building will require your direct involvement. Upon hearing this, the boy was taken aback. Instead of receiving reprimand, he found himself resigned to his fate. Indeed, Sister Lin, I shall endeavor to perform diligently and will no longer act recklessly, he proclaimed. Lin Yue chuckled and remarked, "Why do you coddle them even more than I do?" Before she could finish her sentence, she declared, "I will simply revoke his salary, making him work for me free of charge for half a year." Wages? Both Lin Yue and the boy inquired simultaneously, directed at Lin Zhaoye. Yes, indeed. More individuals will be arriving soon, and I plan to establish a small base, starting with these 2 villas. In the future, there will be greater demands for construction, and it will be your responsibility to build for me at no cost. The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. As long as Sister Lin does not take offense, I will work for you for a year, provided my meals are taken care of. Lin Zhaoye was taken aback, realizing that the boy had essentially bound himself to her. Let your sister Lin Yue handle it. I certainly cannot afford to feed you. Lin Yue chuckled at the boy's naivety, realizing that her initial intention was merely to have him sign a 6-month contract, only for him to extend it to a year on his own accord. There is no saving you now. You might as well work alongside her and hasten her downfall, she teased. Laughter ensued among the group, creating a jovial atmosphere. Afterward, Lin Yue instructed the boy to step aside and turned to Lin Zhaoye with a serious expression. Are you truly considering establishing a base? While you may possess ample provisions, the space here is indeed rather limited. Furthermore, can you guarantee their safety? What amount do you intend to charge for protection? Lin Zhaoye contemplated the matter carefully. The initial intention of establishing a base was to safeguard his family. Yet being able to assist others is indeed a noble endeavor. Encountering a team like Cold Moon's, which could join forces to combat the undead, is a fortunate opportunity. This remains a mere hypothesis, as no one has approached us for refuge yet. Should someone seek shelter, I would be inclined to accept them, provided they possess a certain degree of self-sufficiency. I do not require them to be as adept at slaying zombies as you are, but complete dependence on me is not feasible. Those who lack combat skills could engage in work, such as agriculture or education, and medical roles would also be welcome. I shall not harbor idlers. Lin Zhaoye conveyed his thoughts to Cold Moon, who supported his perspective. Indeed, the conditions here are quite favorable. If one were to cling to you like a leech, draining your vitality, we would not be far from demise. Such a grotesque analogy, Lin Zhaoye retorted, dismissing Cold Moon's peculiar comparisons. Salary is salary. If one works as a doctor or a teacher under my roof, they shall receive their wages. Those residing in my accommodations must pay rent. Every transaction is accounted for. Cold Moon chuckled. It is indeed you. Money flows in and out with ease. It seems no one can outwit you. How can this be termed as cunning? It is merely mutual benefit, he replied. By the way, do you have anyone capable of tending to chickens, ducks, or geese? I possess a batch of eggs, though I lack the expertise to incubate them. Cold Moon pondered for a moment. There was an elderly woman from the countryside who had raised many animals. However, I cannot assure you of her ability to incubate. Lin Zhaoye felt a surge of excitement. No worries. I'm merely going to give it a try. I do not possess many eggs, and I shall compensate her regardless of the outcome. Whether successful or not, I will ensure she receives her wages. If she fails, it will be calculated by the time spent. If she succeeds, I shall offer her 2 choices, either to exchange for crystal cores or for meat, or even eggs. At this hour, the elders are likely taking their afternoon rest. Once they awaken, I will discuss this matter and surely provide you with a definitive response. Lin Zhaoye understood that Cold Moon had her own methods of doing things and was not concerned about the passage of time. That is all I wish to convey today. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. Alas, wait. Cold Moon stopped her. I inadvertently teased him today. Please don't let him hold a grudge against me. Lin Zhaoye was momentarily taken aback, taking a second to realize she was referring to Mu Hongxiao. I thought you feared no one. I didn't realize you were intimidated by him. You have no idea. When he came to discuss your work with me, his expression was as grim as if I owed him 200 crystal cores. Very well, if you can manage to raise all these chickens, ducks, and geese, I shall be in your debt for 200 crystal cores. Cold Moon seemed inspired by her words, her eyes sparkling. I assure you, I will accomplish the task, and you shall have your 200 crystal cores signed. She merely wished to test whether she could pluck a feather from the miserly rooster. I was merely exaggerating. How could one possibly acquire 200 crystal cores? Even if you sold me, I could not muster that amount. Cold Moon, however, was undeterred. You, the grand proprietor, just claimed it was 200 cores. At most 20. Deal. Deal. I've saved several months' worth of rent. Lin Zhaoye, feeling cheated, was amused at Cold Moon's sudden foray into such tactics. How curious that she has begun to tread this path. She perused her long-anticipated caretaker robots within the system, now with an excess of over 9,000 points. She contemplated exchanging a few for chicken and duck eggs to experiment. Thus, she continued to browse the system's interface while awaiting Wang Jiahui's awakening. Chapter 54. The Way Forward. Sister Jiahui, you've awakened. Wang Jiahui slowly descended the stairs. Upon seeing her, Lin Zhaoye hurriedly greeted, I noticed you crafted numerous weapons. They all seem quite formidable. As they conversed, she recalled Mu Hongxiao showcasing a toothpick crossbow, but neglecting to demonstrate its use. Wang Jiahui settled onto the sofa beside her. These are merely projects I've worked on during my leisure time. However, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Yes, please speak candidly, Lin Zhaoye replied with eagerness. Wang Jiahui's concerns were inevitably tied to the resources at hand and her child. The little girl, Guan Yuan, ought to be attending school by now. For the time being, I can still teach her. Cold Moon also has a child, though I have yet to meet her. It is uncertain whether there are children in need of education. Now that we have secured the fundamental conditions for our existence, it would be prudent to invest additional resources in the education of our children. While reading is not the sole path to success, a lack of education would undoubtedly limit their opportunities. The two individuals found themselves in agreement. The base has yet to be established. Attracting talent to the base requires not only basic infrastructure and survival supplies, but also essential services such as healthcare and education. I share this sentiment. We previously discussed the necessity of building a base, which will require the protection of individuals with special abilities, while their livelihoods must also be sustained. Professions such as teaching and medicine are currently scarce resources for us, particularly in elementary education, as the children are of an age that is perfectly suited for such learning. Lin Zhaoye, observing her deep concerns, eagerly added, the child you carry will also require education once born. Wang Jiahui gently caressed her belly, remarking, this child has come at an inconvenient time. Lin Zhaoye reassured her, our current circumstances are already better than those of many others. This child will be born healthy and safe. It is indeed one approach. Presently, most information relies solely on word of mouth, and very few bases have access to the internet. By the way, I possess a robotic nanny capable of cooking, washing dishes, and cleaning tables, which I intend to use to alleviate some of Aunt Lee's workload. After all, we are not few in number now, and she is growing older. It is difficult to bear the burden of her labor any longer. When the time comes, we shall attribute the credit for this invention to you. Wang Jiahui was aware that Lin Zhaoye had foreseen the coming of the apocalypse, so she readily decided to bestow the accolades of this robot upon him. You truly embody the spirit of altruism. It is not advisable for too many people to be privy to this knowledge. Besides, you might very well be capable of making this discovery yourself. Aunt Lee has always shown great care for Wang Jiahui, and given that she is merely offering a flower borrowed from another, she naturally agreed. You truly overestimate my abilities. By the way, what do you intend to name the base? When asked, Lin Zhaoye realized he had not given this matter any thought. I am quite inept at naming things. Perhaps we should consult everyone when the time comes. The base is something we have all been protecting together. I am merely contributing my part. Wang Jiahui added. What about the reactions of the other residents? After all, we are about to establish a base, which may have some impact on them. Some might not want unfamiliar faces joining their midst. Lin Zhaoye had contemplated this issue previously and began to share his thoughts with Wang Jiahui. There are not many households living here. We can have Uncle collect their opinions. They have been neighbors for decades, and as long as the benefits we offer are sufficiently enticing, I believe no one will oppose it. Furthermore, I have ideas regarding the newcomers as well. The ability users consistently record their powers and levels, while ordinary individuals are provided with suitable jobs, receiving crystal cores as monthly wages. Thus, even ordinary people who cannot eliminate high-level zombies can still reside here with the crystal cores. Wang Jiahui, upon hearing her thoughts, couldn't help but exclaim, "This strategy of yours is quite ingenious. Essentially, you are merely offering housing and sustenance, and they come to work for you. Truly, Boss Lin possesses remarkable foresight." However, Lin Zhaoye declined her insincere flattery, stating, "I am not swayed by such empty praise. Wages will still be calculated based on abilities. Currently, we are in dire need of doctors and teachers, so their compensation may be set at a higher rate. As for other positions, we are not lacking at the moment and do not intend to hire in excess of idle individuals." Wang Jiahui understood her cautious approach to expansion, yet remarked, "For now, these are merely plans. Once the base is truly operational, you will discover that there is a shortage of personnel everywhere and many gaps to fill." Lin Zhaoye lightly tapped her knee with her finger, acknowledging, "Indeed, I have pondered this matter thoroughly. There are many tasks that we cannot accomplish with just a few of us. We certainly need to recruit more talented individuals. However," she added, "these concerns pale in comparison to the immediate issue at hand. Your time here is extending, and I currently have very little meat left, although you still possess some supplements. Without meat, it is impossible to adequately replenish your nutrition. In my possession lies a collection of eggs, with the intention of allowing them to hatch into chicks and ducklings. This notion is indeed captivating, particularly given that many creatures have been afflicted by the zombie virus, rendering them inedible. While your idea is intriguing, it is worth noting that both chicken and duck eggs are not fertilized. Where, then, do you propose to find viable ones?" Lin Zhaoye, brimming with confidence, declared, "Fear not, for I possess a clever scheme. The eggs available in the system are indeed fertilized. However, whether they will survive hinges on both skill and fate. I hope these several thousand points will not go to waste. Very well, I will heed your counsel. Observing your diligent efforts, you are as devoted as Aunt Lee. Consider yourself the godparent of this child, for you show more concern for it than I do." Lin Zhaoye reflected, recognizing that each tiny life, though yet to be born, is a precious rarity in this apocalyptic world. She may be fortunate, granted 2 chances at existence, while many others possess but this singular life. Every life deserves reverence. Wang Jiahui interrupted her contemplation. Previously, a considerable number of crystal cores were utilized in weapon crafting. I wonder if you intend to reimburse me? She delicately broached this pivotal matter, hoping that Lin Zhaoye, the harbinger of wealth, would generously bestow a few crystal cores. In an instant, Lin Zhaoye felt as though her very soul had been siphoned, collapsing onto the sofa. Help. Why am I not a millionaire? Why do I not possess millions of crystal cores? Wang Jiahui replied with a smile. You are now the wealthiest of landowners. Surely reimbursing me 20 crystal cores is not too much to ask. She desires reimbursement for the 20 crystals, which is already a modest request. The ventilation system of the air raid shelter, along with the main entrance and the armory, contains far more than 20 crystals. Sister Jiahui, Lin Zhaoye, sat amicably beside Wang Jiahui and suggested, "Let's discuss this, shall we? After all, those crystals hold no real utility for you. Why not exchange them for something else?" Chapter 55. Craftsmanship. Wang Jiahui recognized that Lin Zhaoye's proposal was merely a testament to her possession of the crystals, yet she was reluctant to part with them. In truth, she was not entirely fixated on acquiring more crystals. What could we possibly exchange for? Lin Zhaoye pondered thoughtfully before inquiring. I wonder if we have enough diapers for our little treasure? What about formula? These were the items she knew a small child would require most, and they were conveniently available for redemption within the system. However, their current level was merely 1, and it took approximately 10,000 points to redeem items. Coupled with the experience gained from planting trees and growing vegetables, leveling up would require a significant amount of effort. I have already prepared some diapers and formula for the little one, sufficient for 3 months. How about I trade 20 crystals for diapers and formula that will last the child from infancy to growth? Wang Zhaoye was naturally intrigued. The supply she had gathered would only last 2 to 3 months at most. Lin Zhaoye's assurance of fulfilling her promise instilled confidence in her. Thus, she readily agreed. That would be splendid. It truly alleviates a great deal of concern. Upon entering, she immediately exclaimed about the unbearable heat. Lin Zhaoye redeemed the caretaker robot and asked Wang Zhaoye to accompany Aunt Li to inspect it. The two of them, one on each side, linked arms with Aunt Li and made their way to the kitchen. Standing there was a robot, towering at nearly 1.8 meters, adorned in a pink lace apron. It was a lifelike automaton, possessing a nose and eyes, indistinguishable from a human in many respects. The trio circled around it, soon realizing that it lacked autonomous speech and required command from humans. There were 2 operational modes, one for cleaning, responsible for tasks such as washing dishes and sweeping floors, and another for cooking, which could prepare designated meals based on the provided ingredients and the owner's preferences. Goodness, this was indeed a remarkable invention. Aunt Li scrutinized the caretaker robot for quite some time. Zhaoye, I can't believe you managed to create something so impressive. Wang Zhaoye was equally astonished by the appearance of the robot Lin Zhaoye had described. Yes, indeed, she responded, feeling somewhat embarrassed, as the robot's attire exuded a distinctly retro and rustic charm. Lin Zhaoye, too, was taken aback by the quaint aesthetics of the system, pondering how it could possess such tastes. A flicker of relief washed over her as she realized her tattoos did not need to match the pink lace as a signature. Thank heavens for that. Aunt Li and Wang Zhaoye busied themselves exploring how to operate the robot switches. While Lin Zhaoye critiqued the system, she discovered something astonishing. Her system had upgraded. Following her purchase of the caretaker robot with 1,000 points, it had reached the threshold for advancement, elevating her to level 2. As she entered the system interface, she was taken aback by a gift package that seemed to leap out at her. The system, which had been silent for a long time, finally came to life. Successfully unlocked the finished dish feature. Received a blind box gift package from a system. Why did you ignore me before? Lin Zhaoye confronted it regarding the issue of her previous inability to secure a loan, but no amount of calling brought a response. Before her stood a gift wrapped in a pink theme adorned with a yellow bow. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Zhaoye decided to open it. Congratulations, host. You have received a fence worth 5,000. Congratulations, host. You have received an energy shield one. Lin Zhaoye's little black hand had transformed into a little red hand. The contents of this gift package were quite astonishing. The fence alone amounted to 5,000 units, translating to 2,500 meters, which effectively saved Lin Zhaoye 50,000 points. As for the energy shield, she was uncertain of its exact function, but it sounded like an impressive defensive mechanism. Gently tapping the energy shield option, she discovered the following inscription. Activate with a crystal core. It can withstand attacks. The higher the level of the crystal core, the longer the protection lasts. Upgradable. What a splendid item. It seemed that fortune had favored Lin Zhaoye at just the right moment. In the days that followed, none would find life particularly easy. This energy shield would provide everyone with a much-needed respite. During the 2 minutes, she stood in a daze. She had already drawn the attention of Aunt Li and Wang Zhaoye. Aunt Li waved her hand in front of her. What is this child doing just standing here? Could it be that you miss my skills so dearly that you cannot bear to let me employ them? Very well, then I shall take a well-deserved respite. Tending to the garden and admiring the flowers is quite delightful. Indeed. Yes. Both individuals echoed Aunt Li's sentiments. After deliberating for some time, they resolved that tonight's meal would be prepared by the robot, marking a significant first step. They gathered an assortment of vegetables and meat, selecting the evening's culinary offerings on the robot's control panel. The machine promptly whirred to life, bustling about in a manner that truly resembled a human. Once the onlookers witnessed its operation, they ceased to monitor it. Lin Zhaoye shared his aspirations to invest in education and healthcare, and the others expressed their agreement. "Uncle, please inquire if our neighbors are willing to join our collective," he requested. "If they decline, we shall ensure that future expansions do not encroach upon their vicinity." Lin Zhaoye chose to honor their autonomy. "Very well, I shall ask them tomorrow. Iha, you're free to venture out starting tomorrow." With Li Iha's task complete, the two could now alternate their duties. It remained uncertain whether everyone preferred to dine before or after the meal, before others could voice their opinions. Aunt Li descended with urgency. "What is this about before or after dinner? The meal is nearly ready. Come and savor the culinary delights." Unbeknownst to the others, who were unaware of the newly arrived robot, they assumed Aunt Li had concocted a new dish, and thus they eagerly rallied in support. A series of exquisitely presented dishes adorned the table, eliciting a sense of anticipation among the guests, even managing to deceive Mu Hongxiao. The attendees showered compliments upon Aunt Li's culinary skills, acknowledging that today, as offerings were exceptionally delightful. However, the initial gleam of expectation in Aunt Li's eyes morphed into a forced smile as she remarked, "Ah, so it turns out that it tastes better than my own cooking." Chapter 56. The gift. Her words conveyed a clear message to everyone at the table. The meal was not prepared by Aunt Li. Wang Jiahui, not one to keep the suspense, revealed, "I have created a robot that can assist Aunt Li in cooking." To her surprise, the guests expressed considerable satisfaction with her invention, prompting her to thank them for their enthusiastic support. As Wang Jiahui clarified the situation, the guests finally grasped what had transpired. Lin Zhaoye naturally approached Aunt Li to offer reassurance, stating, "The better the robot cooks, the more at ease you will feel entrusting it with such an essential task." "One to you?" Aunt Li, though momentarily sulking like a child, was fully aware of the distinction between right and wrong, and she graciously acquiesced. Thus, they joyously concluded their meal in a lively atmosphere. After dinner, Lin Zhaoye invited everyone to stay. They gathered around the sofa, uncertain of Lin Zhaoye's intentions as she placed cups of crystalline water upon the coffee table. The sight of these cups astonished Aunt Li and the others. "Aren't you endowed with wood-type abilities?" Having witnessed her produce a substantial amount of vegetables, he was taken aback. What is this wood attribute? The last time, she presented a plethora of vegetables for trade. Was it not of the space attribute? In that moment, everyone present, except for Mu Hongxiao, looked towards Lin Zhaoye, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Lin Zhaoye felt a pang of distress within, yet she could not articulate it. She could only feign ignorance, attempting to navigate through the situation. Aunt Li remarked, "So it turns out she possesses dual attributes. The girl is indeed impressive." Lin Zhaoye, her hand trembling slightly, discreetly retrieved other cups, and soon the table was adorned with an array of colorful and extravagant liquids. She placed each cup before the attendees. Mu Hongxiao's cup was red, while Lin Yuanshan and Su Yuan's were a milky white. The cup in front of Wang Jiahui was significantly lighter in hue, a delicate shade of green. Xiao Gao's cup held crystal water that resembled coffee. The cups before Zui and Aunt Li contained colorless crystal water. This was the gift for today, inviting everyone to partake in a tasting. However, prior to sipping, a word of caution was warranted. This concoction, derived from crystal cores, had the potential to stimulate and enhance supernatural abilities. Upon consumption, one might experience intense discomfort. Therefore, the decision to drink or not rests solely upon your discretion. Sister Jiahui, the water before you should not elicit any pronounced sensations. It can be regarded as ordinary drinking water. Mu Hongxiao was well acquainted with this substance, yet he did not anticipate that this time the water would manifest in a fiery red hue reminiscent of watermelon juice. Lin Yuanshan and Zui were already aware of the nature of crystal water. The wish remained remarkably calm, as if privy to certain truths. Wang Jiahui had long been aware of the significant properties of the crystal nucleus, yet she had not anticipated its potential for consumption. Xiao Gao appeared utterly bewildered. "Is this truly drinkable?" he questioned, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Aunt Li, too, was taken aback. "Oh dear, why would I drink this? What a waste. At my age, Lin Zhaoye promptly corrected her perspective. Given your age, possessing an extraordinary ability that could mitigate or counteract risks would indeed be beneficial. It would certainly ease our minds as your juniors. Mu Hongxiao was naturally the first to seize a cup, downing its contents in one swift motion. This elixir clearly emanated from crystal nuclei of at least the second tier, and Xiao Yi had expended considerable effort to prepare a suitable cup for each of them. Thus, it was imperative not to squander her generosity. Lin Yuanshan and Zhu Yi were determined not to lag behind. Lin Yuanshan sought to enhance his abilities, while Zhu Yi, still devoid of any extraordinary skill, harbored a sense of urgency. Wang Jiahui deliberated over the cup for an extended period before finally raising it, although she did not finish it in one gulp, choosing instead to savor it slowly. However, the flavor was undeniably peculiar, prompting her to frown and hasten her pace. Su Yuan gazed at the liquid within his cup, his lashes gently lowered, lost in thought before finally lifting the cup to his lips. Observing that everyone else had taken a sip, Aunt Li and Xiao Gao also embraced their cups and began to drink. Yet, the taste was quite unpalatable, causing their consumption to slow with each passing moment. Only Mu Hongxiao, who had initially led the charge, concluded his ordeal, feeling a sudden surge of pain throughout his body, even more intense than during his awakening. His feelings were intensely profound, and others experienced varying degrees of pain. The most pronounced reaction came from Zhu Yi, who initially instinctively bore the discomfort, curling his entire being into a tight ball. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, he struck the marble coffee table before him, shattering it into pieces. Lin Zhaoye, sensing the situation had escalated, feared the energy surge had become overwhelming, and he activated his abilities. He urgently shouted at Zhu Yi, "Get out! Quickly leave the house!" Mu Hongxiao, bravely suppressing his own agony, swiftly lifted Zhu Yi and dragged him into the courtyard. Zhu Yi was entirely like a mere ornament being pulled along. The others gradually regained their composure, yet remained unchanged. However, Zhu Yi's pain intensified. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the courtyard shifted dramatically. Lin Zhaoye quickly pulled Wang Jiahui back to prevent her from being inadvertently harmed by Zhu Yi's uncontrollable unleashed abilities. In an instant, the courtyard was engulfed in a whirlwind of dust and debris, as the upper layer of soil rose into the air, forming a swirling vortex. The suction of the vortex grew increasingly powerful, and many onlookers felt the immense force, retreating several steps back. After a minute or two, he finally managed to bring the tempest to a halt. Lin Zhaoye was the first to approach him with congratulations, exclaiming, "Congratulations! You've finally achieved your wish and acquired your own powers." It turned out that the true manifestation of wind-based abilities created such a grand spectacle. Previously, he had thought he had witnessed wind powers, but he realized that they were incomparable to what Zhu Yi had just displayed. She uttered these words with a hint of ambiguity, yet the veterans of the harrowing battle against the wood-type zombies erupted in laughter. The subject of their jest, Su Yuan, retorted, "Now that someone has acquired supernatural abilities, you find it amusing to mock them?" A wave of mirthful laughter rippled through the group. Lin Zhaoye, ever mindful, cautioned, "This crystal nucleus water is not as simple as steeping the nucleus in water. I must prepare it according to precise proportions. I will administer it to each of you at scheduled intervals. There's no need for you to attempt to do it yourselves. If you tamper with it and fail to eradicate the zombie virus, you risk transforming into a zombie." Wang Jiahui, seemingly lost in thought, inquired, "So, that elderly woman downstairs, that's what she did?" From my deduction, she likely consumed it raw. So, if you're hungry, please satiate yourself with something else. Resist the temptation to consume the nucleus, lest you become a zombie and endanger your child. Understood? Who would dare snatch your nucleus? The tables had turned, with Lin Zhaoye now the target of their playful banter. Unwilling to endure further teasing, she decided to retreat. Chapter 57. Seeds. Lin Zhaoye opted to inspect her cherished vegetables. Zhu Yi's earlier outburst had scattered soil far and wide, coating not only the courtyard but also much of the living room floor in a layer of dust. Fortunately, her vegetables proved resilient, their roots firmly anchored in the ground, largely unaffected. Lin Zhaoye devoted herself to tending to the injured seedlings, and before she knew it, night had fallen. The waning moon in the sky glowed with a crimson hue, as if foretelling some portentous event, a notion that Lin Zhaoye comprehended all too well. Gazing at the moon, she contemplated the thousands of points she could exchange. Lin Zhaoye traded 2 eggs, expending a total of 2,000 points. Fervently wishing for the survival of both chicks, ideally a rooster and a hen, to bolster her flock. With a heavy heart, she inserted a second-tier crystal core, elevating her points to 8,000. Then, she acquired a seed previously labeled as unknown within the system. This seed was exceptionally unique, radiating a translucent amber hue, glistening under the moonlight like a gem. Filled with delight, Lin Zhaoye generously watered it with crystal core-infused water, hoping this 8,000-point seed would yield a delightful surprise. Although the system itself was unreliable, the products it generated invariably brought joy. After purchasing the seed, Lin Zhaoye found herself once again destitute. Having experienced this tumultuous ebb and flow several times, she remained unaccustomed to it. Given that her health had been restored, she resolved to venture out the following day to slay zombies for crystal cores. Just then, Mu Hongxiao, who had been observing her daydreaming in the garden from upstairs, approached her door. Without knocking, he entered, witnessing Lin tenderly watering the seed as if it were a cherished possession, even conversing with it. Talking to it is futile. It cannot provide you with crystal cores. Unlike me, who could procure them for you in a single day. Oh, look who is talking, Lin Zhaoye retorted, unable to suppress her response. You weren't always this silver-tongued. Mu Hongxiao puffed up, and you were never this fierce. At this point, Lin Zhaoye suddenly recalled something. Regarding the matter of my constant exhaustion and the imminent threat of my legs giving out, I have chosen to overlook it. I am curious. How have you managed things with Professor Shui? Since the water is specially formulated, I could simply dilute it further, couldn't I? Lin Zhaoye surmised that this must be the case, yet he did not expect him to be so meticulous. This investigation cannot proceed any further under Professor Shui's oversight. It will be preferable for Professor Qin to take the lead in researching the zombie virus. If Professor Shui continues his inquiries, there may be many aspects that Lin Zhaoye cannot clarify. Rest assured, the team has been scouring the vicinity for vehicles, and I will need you to retrieve some of the gasoline we store at that time. Many vehicles are still operational, but they lack fuel. We should find a suitable time to embark on this endeavor. Lin Zhaoye had mentioned the laboratory situation, and the vehicles to get there have become crucial. The following day, Lin Zhaoye rose early. The affairs within the villa had been mostly resolved. She had merely requested Wang Jiahui to create more devices akin to generators. Only 2 sets of generators could provide power to the 2 villas, while other areas remained unstable, necessitating further machinery. Wang Jiahui agreed. As long as you provide the crystal cores, I shall create whatever you require. Farewell. Upon hearing about the crystal cores, Lin Zhaoye promptly turned and ran, prompting Wang Jiahui to laugh heartily, clutching her stomach. Today, she and Mu Hongxiao led a team, accompanied by 8 young individuals, venturing nearly 10 kilometers away from the villa complex to slay numerous zombies. Seizing this opportunity, she vented the pent-up frustrations of the past several days, lying down until she felt almost as if she could sprout mushrooms. Additionally, she could replenish her crystal cores, achieving 2 objectives with 1 endeavor. For 3 consecutive days, she fervently dashed out. By day, her sole focus was on exterminating zombies and acquiring crystal cores, much to the chagrin of the young team members, who lamented their inability to keep pace with her fervor. By night, her sole concern was the delayed sprouting of her little seed. However, fate favored the diligent, and on the day of the autumn equinox, the seed finally broke through the soil, its tiny head peeking out. It resembled its seed form, a translucent amber hue, albeit slightly lighter. Each morning henceforth, Lin Zhaoye dedicated herself to observing it, watering it diligently, and repeating the ritual in the evening. Yet after 3 days, her body began to protest. The relentless zombie hunts had taken a toll on her recently rested physique. Reluctantly, she was compelled by Mu Hongxiao to remain home and recuperate. By this time, the seed had burgeoned, enveloping the entire villa in its intricate branches, reminiscent of climbing ivy. Regrettably, Unlike the ivy, it lacked expansive leaves, presenting only bare branches, the thickest no more than the size of a pinky finger. Fortunately, its coloration was quite appealing, even in the absence of leaves. Its growth was not unpleasing to the eye. Everyone knows that this is the plant nurtured by Lin Zhaoye, and its rampant growth has not been a cause for concern. In fact, Antley even complimented it to Lin Zhaoye, exclaiming, "This plant is quite attractive. It sparkles under the sunlight. Exceptionally beautiful." While it is indeed beautiful, Lin Zhaoye feels a deeper pang of disappointment. After investing 8,000 points and tirelessly watering it with crystal core water day and night, it has only yielded an aesthetically pleasing plant, with no discernible utility thus far. She recalls the housekeeping robot she exchanged for through the system, and her heart sinks momentarily. Perhaps, just perhaps, she has truly been misled by that system. Nevertheless, Lin Zhaoye remains undeterred, diligently watering her little vine every day. The vine has now encircled her villa, Antling Yue's residence, and the self-built house in between, tightly binding the three homes together. From a distance, it resembles a shimmering golden glazed tile, but upon closer inspection, one realizes it is merely a leafless vine. When she approaches to touch it, she feels its inherent resilience, which starkly contrasts with its crisp appearance. One day, Lin Zhaoye, having chosen to stay indoors, begins her day by watering the vine. Although it lacks leaves, she still perceives it as a legitimate vine. After several days of diligent care, Lin Zhaoye has accumulated another 9,000 points and acquired 5 additional second-tier crystal cores. The first-tier crystal cores were directly transformed into crystal core water. As she observed the world around her transforming for the better, humming a tune while contemplating her accumulated points, a security guard ushered 2 individuals inside. In Chapter 58, Reclusive, Antley was watering the flowers in the courtyard when she heard the commotion outside and hurried to investigate. Upon opening the door, she was met with a figure who, in an instant, oscillated between tears and laughter. This peculiar display caught Lin Zhaoye's attention. Looking down, she beheld a girl clad in a pink outfit, her hair styled into 2 playful pigtails, exuding an immaculate appearance. Witnessing Aunt Lee's emotional turmoil, the girl offered words of comfort, though Lin Zhaoye could not discern their content. Nonetheless, Aunt Lee was soon pacified, and Lin Zhaoye found herself indifferent to the exchange. Behind the girl stood a man, towering nearly 6 feet tall, slender and elongated in stature. He donned a black and white vertically striped suit, presenting an air of meticulous organization, standing resolutely behind the girl. Then, the sound of footsteps descending echoed through the air, unmistakably the arrival of Lin Yuanshan, drawn by Aunt Lee's voice. Lin Zhaoye felt a tumult of emotions, unsure whether excitement or resentment prevailed within her. At last, they had crossed paths once more within less than 2 months since the apocalypse had begun, a reunion both expected and unexpected for Lin Zhaoye. She was reluctant to confront her at that moment. Not long ago, she had been haunted by the memories of her own demise at the hands of a zombie, replaying the scene in her mind repeatedly. If she were to face her now, it was likely she could not maintain her composure, fearing that in Lin Yuanshan's presence, she might unwittingly unleash a violent outburst. Therefore, out of deference to Lin Yuanshan and Aunt Lee, she elected to remain indoors, viewing it as a filial act on Lin Zhaoye's part towards Lin Yuanshan. Torn between animosity and familial affection, Lin Zhaoye exercised utmost restraint, granting her but this solitary chance. Should she dare to provoke Lin Zhaoye in this lifetime, she would not be shown leniency. Lin Yuanshan descended, embracing the girl with mingled tears and laughter, appearing almost frenzied. Lin Zhaoye stealthily retreated to the balcony, observing their embrace. After much effort, he stemmed his tears, and the two entered, arm in arm. Serendipitously, Lin Yuanshan glanced up, meeting Lin Zhaoye's gaze, and offered a sheepish smile, inwardly lamenting that the 2 daughters were truly incompatible, even in the face of the apocalypse. Unexpectedly, the girl followed his gaze, spotting Lin Zhaoye standing regally in the room, bathed in the morning light, exuding an ethereal aura. She couldn't help but muse that she was living quite well, but she had no intention of allowing Lin Zhaoye to continue to prosper. Zhaoye, it has been a long time, she greeted with a beaming smile. What, after all this time, you don't even recognize your older sister? Lin Zhaoye departed from the balcony, her expression impassive, berating herself for her foolishness in witnessing their father-daughter reunion. Lin Yuanshan had grown accustomed to the volatile dynamic between the two, and upon seeing Lin Zhaoye's utter disregard for Lin Zhaoye, he felt no embarrassment, as it had been their way for many years. Come, let's go inside. Our family is finally reunited. Lin Yuanshan half-embraced Lin Zhaoye as they approached the threshold of their home. This daughter was the fruit of his labor and dedication over the past 2 decades. He bore no bias towards any of his children. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaoye lay quietly on the bed, seemingly aware of the happenings below. As they engaged in lively conversation, Wang Jiahui descended the stairs and caught sight of a charming young girl, delightful in her innocence. Yet in these tumultuous times, her pristine appearance suggested she was no ordinary individual. Chen Yuanshan hastily introduced her, saying, "This is Zhaoye's sister, my daughter, Lin Zhaoye." Lin Zhaoye. Wang Jiahui recognized that Lin Zhaoye held little regard for this so-called sister. However, she could not disregard Lin Yuanshan's feelings, so she offered a polite nod in greeting. Lin Zhaoye, seemingly oblivious to her excessive courtesy, continued to beam as she greeted her. "Hello, I am Lin Zhaoye. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I know how to address you?" Wang Jiahui, adhering to the principles of politeness, responded, "My surname is Wang." Her implication was clear. Even the formality of names was a statement of allegiance with Lin Zhaoye. She hoped Lin Zhaoye would grasp her meaning, but alas, she seemed not to comprehend Wang Jiahui's intent and cheerfully remarked, "Since you have a little one, I shall call you Sister Wang." Wang Jiahui began to empathize with Lin Zhaoye's sentiments and realized she must retreat swiftly. She walked out with a feigned smile, her hands resting on her belly. Did Sister Wang truly harbor a dislike for me? How could Lin Yuanshan remain oblivious to the undercurrents of tension? He could only feign ignorance. Shortly after Wang Jiahui left the living room, she sought a breath of fresh air and a moment of respite, only to encounter Mu Hongxiao. She had intended to discuss Lin Zhaoye with him, but upon entering, she was confronted by 2 unfamiliar figures on the sofa. To label them as strangers would be somewhat misleading. One was Lin Zhaoye, whom Mu Hongxiao had come to know during his extended stay at the Lin residence. Lin Zhaoye's aversion to her naturally influenced Mu Hongxiao's sentiments as well. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. Lin Zhaoye was merely a supporting character. What intrigued him far more was the man seated beside her. Both individuals were impeccably dressed, their appearances tidy, with the man in particular exhibiting an air of precision in his attire, devoid of any wrinkles. It was evident that both possessed formidable capabilities, enabling them to navigate the harsh realities of the apocalypse with such ease. The man in the suit exuded a particularly chilling demeanor. Even as Su Yuan approached them, Mu Hongxiao realized that it was unwise to underestimate Su Yuan. It became apparent that the true force to be reckoned with was the man beside Lin Zhaoye. Unlike Su Yuan, who emanated an aura of scholarly freshness, this man exuded a more sinister and restrained presence, akin to a silent puppet, not easily dismissed. Lin Zhaoye was merely a jester. Should any misfortune befall her, it was highly likely that the mastermind behind it would be the man pulling the strings from the shadows. Though he had numerous thoughts, the time spent merely amounted to a few seconds traversing the living room. He did not linger at all, treating their presence as if they were non-existent, and ascended the stairs to seek Lin Zhaoye. Behind him, Lin Zhaoye's sweet voice floated through the air. "Xiao Xiao, why are you still as reclusive as before?" Chapter 59. The green tea. Wang Jiahui leaned against the door, silently laughing to the point of nearly causing herself discomfort. Was Mu Hongxiao truly reclusive? The Ice King, perpetually frosty, had never been one for conversation, especially with Lin Zhaoye, whom Lin Zhaoye disdained. It would indeed be peculiar for him to engage in dialogue with her. After relishing the spectacle, Wang Jiahui departed, intending to pay a visit to Ling Yue. After all, the base needed to recruit teachers, and it was essential to assess the current state of the children to find suitable candidates. At that moment, Mu Hongxiao knocked on Lin Zhaoye's door. Assuming it was Lin Yuanshan, she hesitated momentarily before rising from her bed, her expression one of reluctance. Upon opening the door, she initially intended to coldly convey her displeasure through a glance, only to be taken aback by the sight of Mu Hongxiao. Noticing her demeanor, Mu Hongxiao understood that Yezi was feeling unwell emotionally. He raised a hand to gently caress her cheek, uttering not a word. The circumstances within this household were indeed peculiar. The grievances between Lin Zhaoye and Lin Zhaoye had not arisen overnight. In truth, Lin Zhaoye was merely a green tea girl with a few notions. While what truly troubled Lin Zhaoye were the attitudes of Lin Yuanshan and Aunt Li. Closing the door, the two fell into a silent stillness. Mu Hongxiao enveloped her in his embrace, providing silent comfort for Lin Zhaoye's grievances. Neither Lin Zhaoye nor Lin Yuanshan was in the wrong. Isn't it all the fault of that troublesome Lin Zhaoye? This sentiment is not only shared by Mu Hongxiao and Lin Zhaoye, but also resonates with Wang Zhaoye, who is currently expressing her grievances. Wang Zhaoye became acquainted with Lung Yu due to Lin Zhaoye's previous leg injury. Both of them present a facade of coldness. Their first encounter merely a formality dictated by Lin Zhaoye's circumstances. However, upon deeper acquaintance, they discover that beneath their similar icy exteriors lie two distinctly different personas. Wang Zhaoye exudes confidence and competence, infused with an inherent spirit of rebellion and flamboyance, which is softened slightly due to her pregnancy. Conversely, Lung Yu is inherently a lively and cheerful individual, yet she has cloaked herself in a veneer of coldness, compelled by the weight of her abilities that dictate the fates of her teammates. This transformation is a shield against the judgment and scorn that could befall her entire team due to her role as their leader. The two women quickly find a rapport, and Wang Zhaoye candidly shares her frustrations about the situation. Lung Yu finds herself intrigued by the little girl Wang Zhaoye describes as audaciously thick-skinned. Despite Lin Zhaoye's seemingly frigid demeanor and meticulous nature, she possesses a remarkable capacity for tolerance and a kindness that surpasses that of many in this post-apocalyptic world. Her goodness is not blind. She holds firm beliefs, and truly, there are few who can earn her disdain. Although Lung Yu has yet to meet Lin Zhaoye, she has already begun to admire her through Wang Zhaoye's accounts. What formidable strength of mind must one possess to remain unfazed by Lin Zhaoye's cold demeanor for all these years? The cold moon naturally did not miss the opportunity to witness the unfolding drama, and that very noon, she accompanied Wang Zhaoye to the villa. With a confident demeanor, she approached Lin Yuanshan and explained, "I have come to visit Xiao Yi and, incidentally, to share a meal. Uncle, I trust you won't tea mind." Lin Yuanshan understood the underlying significance of this meal, yet it was an inevitable realization that would dawn upon him sooner or later. So he chose not to conceal his thoughts. "Come in, make yourselves at home. You are all just children. If I cannot provide anything else, surely I can offer you a meal." Lin Yuanshan laughed heartily, his generosity unwavering. He promptly decided to personally welcome Lin Zhaoye with a sumptuous feast that very noon. As he contemplated the dishes for the day with delight, a twinge of guilt crept in. Both Lin Zhaoye and Lin Zhaoye had grown up under her watchful eye. While her heart leaned more towards the obedient and sensible Lin Zhaoye, she held no deep aversion toward Lin Zhaoye. The child was not inherently bad. It was merely a lack of understanding that had persisted over the years. Little did they realize that the family's troubles continued unabated, even in the face of an apocalyptic world, prompting Aunt Li to let out a sigh in the kitchen. Simultaneously, Lin Yuanshan sighed on the sofa in the living room. Now that both daughters had matured, he could not have anticipated that the strife within the household would intensify, with conflicts escalating further. As a father, Lin Yuanshan found himself in a quandary. After all, each was his own child. With a mix of shame, awkwardness, and curiosity, everyone took their seats. Marking the beginning of today's meal, Lin Zhaoye seated herself alongside the gentleman, graciously expressing her gratitude for the meal before her, her demeanor revealing no hint of surprise. In contrast, Lung Yu felt a quiet admiration. She had not anticipated that the Lin family, regardless of the individual, enjoyed such a commendable living environment. While one person might be a coincidence, the fact that both children exhibited such qualities compelled her to respect Lin Yuanshan for nurturing their abilities so well. Although initially reluctant to join, Lin Zhaoye eventually descended the stairs. She and Lin Zhaoye positioned themselves on either side of Lin Yuanshan. At this juncture, the assembled company became aware that the previously silent individual was named Wu Yueshuan. Lin Zhaoye was indifferent to his name. However, she was acutely aware of the intensity of his gaze upon her. Ever since her arrival downstairs, his eyes had unwaveringly followed her. Those privy to the situation understood he was Lin Zhaoye's boyfriend, while others mistakenly assumed he was Lin Zhaoye's suitor. Even if his intent was to seek vengeance for Lin Zhaoye, his scrutiny lingered excessively. Moreover, Lin Zhaoye discerned that his gaze was not one of retribution, but rather one of comparison and contemplation. In response to her confusion, Mu Hongxiao expressed his dissatisfaction more directly, fixing his stare upon the man named Wu Yueshuan. The two faced each other without yielding an inch. To alleviate the peculiar tension between them, Lin Yuanshan resorted to animatedly chiding Lin Zhaoye, exclaiming, "You made but a single phone call back then, and thereafter there's been nary a word from you. Do you have any idea how worried I've been? It's not easy for a girl to navigate the world alone. You truly keep your father in a state of unrest." He persistently nagged Lin Zhaoye, yet she effortlessly soothed him, reminiscent of the way Lin Zhaoye once dealt with him, prompting a quiet chuckle from Lin Yue, who was observing. Indeed, it is often one's adversaries who understand them best. The two sisters employed strikingly similar tactics in their exchanges. As Lin Zhaoye sweetly coaxed Lin Yuanshan, refraining from labeling her as an unfilial daughter, Wang Zhehui could not help but murmur, "Green tea BTCH." Lin Zhaoye, who had initially been indifferent to the matter, was engrossed in eating and attending to her own affairs. Upon hearing those words, she burst into laughter. Wang Zhehui was indeed forthright. She had once responded in much the same manner without uttering a word. Now, faced with the identical phrase, Wang Zhehui, ever candid, directly branded her as a green tea BTCH. Such double standards endeared Wang Zhehui to Lin Zhaoye even more, leading her to resolve to treat her to a chicken leg every day henceforth. Lin Yue, however, refrained from laughing, mindful that this was a matter concerning someone else's family. Meanwhile, Mu Hongxiao, unperturbed, smiled at Lin Zhaoye's joy, contributing to an oddly tense atmosphere. Lin Zhaoye's inner strength was palpable. She pretended not to hear and continued to comfort Lin Yuanshan. Despite the evident discord between the sisters, they adeptly managed to placate both Lin Yuanshan and Aunt Li, knowing precisely how to elicit smiles from their guardians. Thus, the meal passed in a rather bland manner, save for Lin Yuanshan and Aunt Li. Meanwhile, Mu Hongxiao resumed his work from the afternoon. After a long period of silence between him and Lin Zhaoye, he unexpectedly ventured into her bedroom to seek her out. "The grievances between you and your sister are trifling matters. It is the individuals behind her that warrant attention." Lin Zhaoye recognized that he was referring to Wu Yueshuan. It was not only Su Yuan who had spoken of her, but also Mu Hongxiao. This man possesses an air of peculiarity. Both individuals share a unanimous perspective regarding Wu Yueshuan, and Lin Zhaoye herself harbors a profound discomfort towards him, suggesting that he is indeed a complex character. The evening atmosphere was markedly more pleasant than that of midday, likely due to others growing accustomed to the circumstances surrounding the two sisters. Following dinner, Lin Zhaoye resumed her moon-gazing activities, while Lin Yuanshan had spent the entire day pondering Lin Zhaoye. By nightfall, he could no longer suppress his feelings of indebtedness towards Lin Zhaoye. He struggled to articulate those heartfelt sentiments that would convey his love for her. Yet, Lin Zhaoye understood the heart of this middle-aged man. Standing together beneath the same moon, they lingered in silence for several minutes as tranquility enveloped them. Ultimately, Lin Yuanshan had to take his leave. Lin Zhaoye closed her eyes. "Will you blame me?" Lin Yuanshan remained silent, seemingly weighing his thoughts. "Will you blame me?" She repeated the question. "Life and death are fated. I am uncertain whether I am destined to share such moments with my two daughters." As Lin Yuanshan departed, his footsteps seemed to age him by a decade in haste. After a brief pause, Lin Zhaoye turned towards a certain direction to her right and called out, "Having observed for so long, you might as well come out." Not long after, a figure clad in pink emerged from the shadows. It was Lin Zhaoye. Chapter 60, The Banquet. "You've been staring at me for quite some time. Do you wish to say something?" Lin Zhaoye took the initiative weary of prolonging their exchange. It was evident that his sister, having grown in strength and independence, now regarded him with such disdain. Her face bore the guise of sorrow, yet Lin Zhaoye understood it to be nothing more than crocodile tears. As she stepped from the darkness into the illuminated embrace of the moonlight, a silvery glow cascaded upon the earth, draping both figures in a frigid veil. Facing each other, the distance between them was less than a meter. Lin Zhaoye, do you know? I have never harbored such hatred for you throughout my life. Suddenly, a tear slipped from her eye, tracing a path down her contorted cheek. The animosity radiating from her gaze threatened to scorch Lin Zhaoye. He pondered her tumultuous experiences that could have ignited such fury within her. Something felt amiss. Lin Zhaoye's demeanor was decidedly peculiar. To ascertain whether she had indeed experienced rebirth, Lin Zhaoye softly uttered a name. Kong Nan. Have you encountered him? He was the captain of their previous team, the one who had always played the benevolent role from behind the scenes. Lin Zhaoye had met him after the apocalypse. Prior to that, they were strangers, only becoming a couple in the wake of devastation. Yet, she displayed no reaction, confirming Lin Zhaoye's suspicion that Lin Zhaoye had not been reborn. Why then? Did she utter such words? A multitude of questions surged forth. There are things I cannot articulate, but I assure you, I shall no longer show you any mercy. She approached Lin Zhaoye, gritting her teeth as she uttered those words. Lin Zhaoye smiled faintly. Do you truly believe at this time I would spare you? With old grievances and new vendettas intertwined, both Lin Zhaoye and Lin Zhaoye understood that only one of them could emerge unscathed. Lin Zhaoye scrutinized Lin Zhaoye from head to toe. Last time, you managed to escape. How fortunate for you. This time, we shall see if fortune favors you again. Last time? Lin Zhaoye frantically searched her mind for any recent events that might connect her to Lin Zhaoye. What is the matter? Did you not guess it was me? A glint of realization crossed Lin Zhaoye's face. It appears you are not as dim-witted as I thought. Since I could send them, I certainly have more at my disposal. This is a fight to the bitter end. Lin Zhaoye, this is far from over. With that, she departed, akin to a victorious rooster strutting away. Lin Zhaoye felt ensnared in a web, tracing the threads from A to the serpentine maneuvers, all linked to Lin Zhaoye. Moreover, Lin Zhaoye and Wu Yueshuan shared clandestine secrets. Lin Zhaoye, since the enmity between them remained unresolved, as if shrouded in a thick fog obscuring the truth. The next morning, Lin Zhaoye prepared to lead her team, only to discover a letter resting on the coffee table in the living room. It was merely a sheet of paper. The upper half bore writing, while the lower half remained blank. The note read, 10 o'clock at the Hot Springs Palace. It was from Lin Zhaoye. Lin Zhaoye almost instinctively pressed the letter beneath her cup. She resolved to attend Lin Zhaoye's banquet, yet she could not go directly. She wished to inquire if Wang Jiahui possessed any useful items for self-defense. Just as she ascended the stairs, she encountered Mu Hongxiao descending. He casually inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be leaving? Why have you come back up?" Lin Zhaoye had left a note and departed, effectively declaring war. Mu Hongxiao swiftly made his way to the same level as Lin Zhaoye, leaning slightly forward, their gazes aligning. "Are you going?" His eyes reflected a profound concern. This was not merely a conflict between two individuals. It also involved the emotional complexities of Lin Yuanshan. "Of course I must go. Why wouldn't I? This is an opportunity, one fear missing, one that could haunt me for a lifetime." Mu Hongxiao regarded her intently, recognizing that this audacious young woman would bravely confront any challenge ahead, displaying courage without recklessness. "I'm going to seek something from Sister Zhaoye. If she dares to invite me, there must be a trap. I must be cautious." Mu Hongxiao grasped her hand, leading her to find Wang Jiahui, only to discover that she was not in her room. He casually opened Lin Zhaoye's room and noted its immaculate condition, utterly devoid of any signs of an overnight stay. It seemed likely that the two individuals had already set an ambush at the resort. The immediate priority was to locate Wang Jiahui. Just as they were preparing to search for her, they encountered Lin Yuanshan. "In such a hurry, where are you off to?" Lin Zhaoye gazed at the oblivious Lin Yuanshan, momentarily still. "Make the decision. I shall assist you in making it." With that, Lin Zhaoye grasped Mu Hongxiao's hand and departed, leaving Lin Yuanshan with no chance to respond. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 9:40. If it had not arrived by 10, given Lin Zhaoye's temperament, it was likely that this confrontation would come to an abrupt conclusion. Lin Zhaoye was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. She recognized that in her previous life, her naivety had led her to trust Lin Zhaoye. This time, however, she had long since shed such childish notions and would no longer tolerate Lin Zhaoye's antics. To hell with any sense of obligation. The two of them settled into the fully equipped, modified SUV they had arrived in, their emotions mirroring the uncertainty of what lay ahead. Lin Zhaoye filled the tank to the brim and took her seat in the passenger side. She turned to Mu Hongxiao and asked, "Do you regret accompanying me on this journey?" The road ahead was fraught with uncertainty and intricately designed challenges. Mu Hongxiao remained silent, pressing the accelerator and driving away. If there were regrets, they belonged to him, for he was the one behind the wheel. The pair swiftly exited the villa complex, heading west towards their designated location, the Hot Spring Palace. It was a resort complete with hot springs, bamboo groves, rockeries, parks, and accommodations, a sizable leisure destination. Previously, they had consistently ventured eastward to eliminate zombies, primarily because of the existence of this resort to the west, which had likely been overrun during the outbreak, with a significant number of people trapped within. The zombie population there was undoubtedly immense. Every day, the small team sets out, numbering few and mostly lacking any extraordinary abilities. Unprepared, they hesitate to confront and cleanse the hordes of zombies, fully aware of the responsibility that lies upon them. This marks the first visit for the two to this resort. Throughout the journey, Mu Hongxiao occasionally glanced back at Lin Zhaoye, pondering whether today was truly the day. Lin Zhaoye possesses abilities. I fear for your safety. Perhaps we should wait a little longer. However, Lin Zhaoye resolutely affirmed, I fear that if I miss this opportunity, I shall never have another. Today is the day of reckoning. Mu Hongxiao recognized her determination, and without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator. What should have been a half-hour journey was hastened, and at 9:58, they arrived at the entrance of the resort, now transformed into a playground for the undead. It is precisely this transformation that renders it most perilous. They speculated that second-tier zombies were possible, and even third-tier ones could not be dismissed. Ascending to the third tier is a formidable challenge for both zombies and humans alike, yet they must brace themselves for the worst. Having never faced a third-tier zombie, Lin Zhaoye did not dare to underestimate the situation. As Mu Hongxiao approached her, he placed a sharp object into her hand. Chapter 61. The Treasure. Lin Zhaoye looked down to find a toothpick crossbow that had not been tested that day, which he had brought along. Aware of Mu Hongxiao's extraordinary abilities and his formidable combat skills, she also understood that his greatest concern remained her safety. Hence, she did not refuse accepting the weapon. This would serve as the perfect aid to compensate for Lin Zhaoye's lack of long-range attack capabilities. Upon entering the gate, one is greeted by a rockery and the soothing sound of flowing water. Alas, this water is not crystal clear. Instead, it is tinged with a faint red hue and contains indissoluble green substances, the very carriers of the zombie virus. As one ventures deeper, the silence is profound, devoid of any birdsong or insect chirping. You truly dare to come. A delicate voice emerges from behind the rockery. You seem much braver now than before. In the past, you would cower when I bullied you. Now, you even approach me to confront me. I am rather impressed, Lin Zhaoye. Her high-pitched tone resonates distinctly in the stillness of the garden. The pink garment she wears contrasts with her delicate features, making her appear even younger. Lin Zhaoye scoffs at this. Not only does she seem youthful in appearance, but her intellect is equally juvenile. She still lacks your audacity, daring to emerge at such an hour to declare war against me. You have indeed gained some courage. Faced with her provocation, Lin Zhaoye remains undaunted. However, she did not anticipate that Lin Zhaoye would smile, yet remained silent, her gaze towards Lin Zhaoye laden with significance, leaving Lin Zhaoye momentarily startled. Suddenly, with a swift sound, a slender object hurtles through the air. Mu Hongxiao extends his long arm, pulling Lin Zhaoye forward as they roll to narrowly evade the hidden arrow. Upon rising, they discover that 3 arrows have embedded themselves in the ground, nearly half a meter deep. Wu Yueshuan emerges from the shadows, his suit now disheveled. A stark contrast to the pristine and orderly appearance he had yesterday. He remained silent, yet his expression was peculiar, appearing even more perilous than the previous day. His demeanor was evidently disturbed. Lin Zhaoye, what trickery are you up to this time? Our matters should be resolved privately, without interference from others. Lin Zhaoye, with a strained voice, leisurely replied, once you arrive here, everyone must heed my words. Regardless of who is involved or not, my command prevails. Before her words had fully settled, Lin Zhaoye had already advanced toward her. In a desperate attempt to escape, she retreated. Observing the unfolding confrontation, Wu Yueshuan, witnessing Lin Zhaoye being pursued, hastily readied an arrow, aiming it at Lin Zhaoye. However, he was swiftly kicked aside by Mu Hongxiao. Your opponent is me, he declared, and a fierce battle ensued between the two. While dust swirled around them, Lin Zhaoye dared not engage Lin Zhaoye directly. In the scant month since the apocalypse, his entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. Once timid and only daring to offer faint resistance, he now confronted her boldly. Even with his newfound abilities, she refrained from a direct clash. Sensing impending danger, Lin Zhaoye fled deeper into the thicket, prompting Lin Zhaoye to pursue her. Yet they found themselves increasingly adrift, and in a moment of distraction, Lin Zhaoye vanished amidst the bamboo groves. With no target before him, Lin Zhaoye furrowed his brow. The silence enveloping the area was unnervingly profound, clearly indicating a trap. He scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate Lin Zhaoye, when suddenly he heard a faint rustling behind him, the bamboo shadows swaying ominously from multiple directions. Uncertain of what transpired, Lin Zhaoye understood that it was no good omen. Lin Zhaoye's audacity to enter indicated that she had surely devised a trap, yet she remained unperturbed. Gripping the short blade tightly, she meticulously surveyed her surroundings. Within mere moments, she observed numerous figures staggering toward her, closely followed by a throng of rigid forms. Though they appeared rather dim-witted, their movements were astonishingly nimble. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 first- and second-tier zombies closed the distance of 100 meters. While Lin Zhaoye could contend with 1 or 2 second-tier zombies, this dense amalgamation of nearly 100 first- and second-tier creatures posed an insurmountable challenge. Recognizing the dire nature of her predicament, she sought refuge in an area with fewer zombies and fled. Strangely, once she began to run, she found that the zombies did not pursue her. All the large, small, fat, and thin figures congregated in the opposite direction, their numbers escalating and becoming increasingly dense, accompanied by a cacophony of hissing sounds. Such an aberration hinted at something sinister. These mindless creatures disregarded her presence entirely. What then lay beyond humans or zombies? Swiftly dispatching the nearby zombies, she resolved to rendezvous with Mu Hongxiao, prioritizing his safety over the pursuit of Lin Zhaoye. The current circumstances were far too peculiar. Two people contending against 100 zombies, along with the constant threat of ambush, magnified the danger exponentially. Lin Zhaoye mused that if death were to come, it would be preferable to face it together. At that moment, Mu Hongxiao had successfully subdued the man, who knelt on the ground, his head buried in the earth, his body bound tightly by Mu Hongxiao against a stone. From a distance, Mu Hongxiao spotted Lin Zhaoye rushing towards him, his expression fraught with panic, leaving Mu in a state of confusion regarding the unfolding events. Lin Zhaoye cast a fleeting glance at Wu Yueshuan, then addressed Mu Hongxiao with urgency. I cannot find Lin Zhaoye. There's a gathering of zombies over there, and it feels exceedingly eerie. He then kicked Wu Yueshuan, who was feigning death on the ground. Do you know what Lin Zhaoye's ability is? Stop pretending to be dead, or I shall ensure you never have the chance to do so again. To Mu's astonishment, the man, despite his handsome appearance, exhibited no backbone. Haha, Lin Zhaoye possesses a truly formidable power. If you do not eliminate her, I fear you shall not escape this time. Mu Hongxiao swiftly dislocated the man's wrist, crushing the bone with force. Speak honestly when prompted. Do not play tricks and divulge only half the truth. Her ability is to control zombies. She can control zombies. Wu Yueshuan's eyes glowed crimson, indicating something amiss. He too was likely under Lin Zhaoye's influence. The two had no intention of engaging further with him, and instead deliberated on how to locate Lin Zhaoye. According to the man's assertions, Lin Zhaoye could command the zombies, and even if they managed to flee, she would undoubtedly know the whereabouts of the villa complex. Should she, in a fit of madness, direct those zombies to hunt them down, it could spell disaster for many innocents. After rendering Wu Yueshun unconscious and binding him to a rock, they resolved to return to interrogate this spineless individual at a later time. The two contemplated their next steps and decided to head toward the site of a zombie congregation. The atmosphere was undeniably sinister. Lin Zhaoye stood majestically atop a towering artificial mountain. Below, the zombies reached upwards, as if in a posture of worship. They were eerily silent, devoid of any cries, each one gazing up at Lin Zhaoye with profound reverence. The girl in the pink attire seemed to embody the essence of the zombie king among this horde. Suddenly, Lin Zhaoye turned around and caught sight of two figures lurking in the shadows, a strange smile spreading across her face. "Do you think you can escape, Lin Zhaoye? I possess your hair, and as long as I live, She gestured towards the ravenous zombies below, drawing a circle in the air with her fingertip. "Will undoubtedly chase you to the ends of the earth." Her voice gradually grew hoarse. "No rest until death. Experience my new extraordinary ability, darling." Chapter 62. Agony New Extraordinary Ability? Do you think you're the only one blessed with such a gift? I've heard whispers of your wood-based and spatial powers. It seems you're faring quite well. In her previous life, Lin Zhaoye had survived, not solely due to Kong Nan's protection, but also because her ability was one of insight. She could observe securely stored confidential documents from afar. However, she had not anticipated that her powers would transform in this lifetime. More importantly, her mention of a new extraordinary ability indicated that she, too, had been reborn. While Lin Zhaoye pondered the peculiarities surrounding Lin Zhaoye, she was already poised to issue her command. "If you possess the courage, then kill me." Lin Zhaoye believed that he had indeed evolved differently in this life compared to the last. Provoked, Lin Zhaoye spoke with a frenzied tone, declaring otherwise. "I will not let you off easily." She clapped her hands, commanding, "Lin Zhaoye, if I can kill you once, I can certainly do a second time." With a casual gesture, the horde of zombies turned and charged towards Lin Zhaoye and her. Among them were numerous first-tier zombies, with a few second-tier ones sporadically mingling within the throng, but their numbers were not overwhelming. Although they lacked the strength to pose a significant threat, the sheer quantity of the undead could exhaust the two of them to death. This marked the first occasion that Lin Zhaoye felt no allure from the crystal cores atop the zombies' heads. "Enjoy this, dear sister." It was the first and last time Lin Zhaoye referred to Lin Zhaoye as her sister since her rebirth. The two exchanged glances, resolute in their decision to confront the oncoming zombies. Even if they attempted to flee, these creatures would not relent. It was better to fight now and see how many they could slay. Moreover, the forest offered some advantages. The ancient bamboo here could easily support a person, albeit with some effort. The zombies, devoid of intelligence, would not attempt to climb. As Lin Zhaoye and Lin Zhaoye adeptly battled the zombies, Lin Zhaoye erupted in laughter, her demeanor clearly unhinged. Unexpectedly, from the opposite direction, a man approached. "Enough of this, Lin Zhaoye. Have you forgotten what the saint commanded you to do?" His furious voice drew Lin Zhaoye's ire. "No one could stop me. At this point, I cannot possibly halt my actions. Having been made aware of your recent manipulation, the Sacred Master is now cognizant of your actions. Rectify the situation promptly. It is not too late to salvage your scheme." With keen hearing, Lin Zhaoye overheard their exchange. "The Sacred Master, again? Who exactly is this Sacred Master?" The man drew back his bow and released an arrow. Lin Zhaoye attempted to evade it, but was grazed nonetheless, resulting in a pool of blood. The blood trickled down her arm, dripping onto the rocks of the artificial hill. Abruptly, the zombies attacking Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao froze in place, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao seized the opportunity presented by this infighting to eliminate all the zombies in their vicinity. After a 2-second standstill, the remaining zombies abruptly turned and, as if seized by madness, converged on Lin Zhaoye. Unlike their earlier reverence, their eyes now reflected a bloodthirsty frenzy. The zombies in the front ranks reached out, dragging at Lin Zhaoye's legs and feet. The man had not anticipated that the wound would incite such a violent reaction. Lin Zhaoye panicked, never having encountered such a situation. She lost her footing, teetering precariously, which only served to agitate the zombies below, their guttural moans growing louder. Barely regaining her balance, she saw an enormous hand, the size of a sack, descending towards her feet. She quickly shifted her position to another rock, just as the wind from the iron palm swept past where she had been standing. A massive handprint was imprinted on the stone. Lin Zhaoye shuddered with dread, realizing how close she had come to disaster. Not only was that zombie attacking, but the surrounding undead also began to riot. In an instant, both empowered and ordinary zombies converged upon Lin Zhaoye. Lin Zhaoye initially intended to fuel the flames, yet he was taken aback by the erratic woman. Disregarding her own peril, began to engage him in conversation. Lin Zhaoye, are you satisfied with the current situation? Lin Zhaoye's expression was one of confusion. Lin Zhaoye's current plight was a result of her own malevolent intentions. Having fallen into such a predicament, she audaciously turned to Lin Zhaoye for solace. It could only be said that Lin Zhaoye was indeed unhinged. He aimed the toothpick crossbow in his hand at her. Lin Zhaoye, I have afforded you countless opportunities. I even contemplated that if you complied and showed submission beneath our uncle's authority this time, I might consider sparing your life by nullifying your powers. However, you have persistently provoked me. The venue is of your choosing, and the zombies are under your command. You reap what you sow. This phrase describes you perfectly. The bolt in my hand is no idle threat. It has yet to taste blood. Why not become its first? Lin Zhaoye, defiantly lifting her chin, gazed at the frenzied zombies below with resolute despair. She shouted at Lin Zhaoye, you have never understood the agony I have endured since that incident. Who suffers more? You or I? Lin Zhaoye interrupted her words, unable to suppress a scoff in his heart. This individual was perpetually selfish, both in her youth and in her adulthood. It is I. It is I. It is I. Only the living endure the greatest suffering. Only those who have been chosen and subsequently discarded experience the deepest anguish. Lin Zhaoye did not interrupt her. He merely wished to comprehend how, in Lin Zhaoye's world, everyone had wronged her to such an extent that she became an object of betrayal. You will never know what I endure before my arrival. The Holy Master. Lin Zhaoye's voice faltered, trapped within her throat, rendering her unable to utter a single word. This scene mirrored the previous one, as the snake charmer could not divulge any of his secrets. Surely, it must be yet another misdeed of that so-called Holy Master. Her voice momentarily ceased before resuming. After he found me this time, I was imprisoned, beaten, and coerced into submission. And you know nothing of this. You remain here with Lin Yuanshan and Mu Hongxiao while Lin Zhaoye understood that she was speaking of her rebirth. I have done nothing, yet I have suffered so much. Soon, she could no longer endure it, frantically leaping among the rocks, striving to evade their assault, only to slip and fall half a meter. That half meter allowed a tall zombie to seize the opportunity, dragging her down nearly another half meter. Though her hands clung desperately to the stone, her lower body was already being gnawed upon by the frenzied zombies. The agony coursing through her body incited a wild frenzy, compelling her to claw her way upward with all her might. The dismembered zombies behind her surged forward with desperate fervor, and in an instant, Lin Zhaoye found herself gnawed upon to the level of her knees. With a forceful exertion, she had half of her leg violently torn away, leaving her upper body precariously perched atop an artificial mountain. A grimace of agony contorted her face as she nearly succumbed to the pain. This incident was not isolated. It echoed a torment that had lingered since that fateful moment when her ties to the world were severed, leaving her utterly abandoned. The so-called moment she referred to was this life, where Lin Zhaoye, in his thoughts, chose to allude to their two lives indirectly, perhaps to evade Mu Hongxiao. Or was it, Kongnan had sought me out, using your affair as a pretext to cast me aside? It was his idea, yet I became the discarded pawn. Lin Zhaoye, you shall never comprehend the anguish of being chosen only to be forsaken. You have always been the one selected. You have never experienced abandonment. Her expression shifted dramatically, her voice growing increasingly hoarse. Lin Zhaoye, in light of these years gone by, I owe you an apology. Can you grant me a release? A release. Yet, where is such liberation to be found? Lin Zhaoye raised the toothpick crossbow in his hand, aiming it at her shoulder. Clearly, the zombies had not inflicted sufficient pain upon her. His intention was to induce a measure of suffering, to awaken her senses, to compel her to recognize the gravity of her actions and words. As the bolt was released, just as it was about to pierce Lin Zhaoye's shoulder, an astonishing scene unfolded. Chapter 63. Care. Lin Zhaoye's head unexpectedly shifted with remarkable agility, veering off in another direction. Her head shifted to the vicinity of her shoulder, poised to descend further. Yet alas, Lin Zhaoye's bolt struck her shoulder precisely as her head neared it, resulting in the projectile piercing directly through her face. While her brain remained unscathed, half of her visage was impaled upon her shoulder, rendering her immobile. At this juncture, Lin Zhaoye bore scant resemblance to the delicate, endearing girl she once was. Wu Yueshuan, she bellowed, her voice a cacophony of agony and wrath. The effusion of blood served only to galvanize the ravenous zombies, who eagerly lapped up any stray droplets that fell within their reach, exacerbating the already frenetic atmosphere. Lin Zhaoye observed that Wu Yueshuan, too, was writhing in torment. The once flamboyant figure was now kneeling, spewing blood from his mouth, clutching his chest in apparent agony. Indeed, his suffering appeared to eclipse that of Lin Zhaoye. Evidently, there was a deeper significance to their bizarre transformations, inextricably linked to Wu Yueshuan's unique abilities. Perhaps he had sought to preserve her life, never anticipating that Lin Zhaoye had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. Now, with his powers disrupted, he was enduring the repercussions. Thus she remained, suspended in a grotesque state of limbo. Lin Zhaoye remained uncertain whether this turn of events was auspicious or ill-fated. Lin Zhaoye's cheeks twitched spasmodically, and, after a protracted interval, she fixed her gaze upon Lin Zhaoye, her words laced with anguish. Each syllable tore at her flesh, causing a steady trickle of blood to cascade downward. Lin Zhaoye strained to decipher her words, drawing closer to catch her murmured confession. I was the one who did it. I did it all. Her lips curled into a mocking smile, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the abyss. What have you done? Lin Zhaoye pondered, overwhelmed by the multitude of her misdeeds, uncertain of which one she specifically referred to. She bellowed, it was Lin Yuanshan. I am responsible for Lin Yuanshan. Her voice gradually diminished, two streams of tears cascading down, mingling with her wounds, creating a horrifying crimson smear. Kong enforced my hand. He possesses no abilities and could not escape. At that moment, the zombies were closing in on us, and Kong Min kept insinuating things. If I didn't push him out, he would have pushed me out instead. I was compelled to act, thus to stay with his group. Her lips trembled, so I confess he is dead. Indeed, it was I who did it. Upon finishing her revelation, Lin Zhaoye slowly closed her eyes, the corner of her mouth lifting in a sardonic smile. The one who killed her father felt a flicker of remorse. Lin Zhaoye, upon hearing her confession, trembled with rage. That man had cherished them for 20 years, and he was not even Lin Zhaoye's biological father. Yet, to her astonishment, Lin Zhaoye had not only taken his life, but had also committed such an unspeakable act. Preparing all the spare arrows, she released them one by one, firing 3 consecutive shots. Lin Zhaoye trembled uncontrollably, the crossbow bolt slipping from her grasp and crashing to the ground. Lin Zhaoye's head, heart, and neck were all struck at critical points. In an instant, she expelled streams of crimson blood from her mouth, the dark liquid cascading onto the heads of the nearby zombies, fueling their frenzied zeal. Suddenly, she erupted into laughter. I never wished to perish at the hands of these inhuman creatures, yet it seems I have unwittingly granted them this boon. With her eyes closed, Lin Zhaoye's body weakened and fell lifelessly downward. Faced with the feast that had been delivered to them, the zombies were naturally exhilarated, eagerly vying for a satisfying meal. Lin Zhaoye made no attempt to struggle. With her remaining strength, she cried out, Lin Zhaoye, I despise you. Many are enamored with you. Even he hold affection for you. Instinctively, She cast a glance at Mu Hongxiao, yet swiftly realized her own confusion. Lin Zhaoye had never held Mu Hongxiao in high regard and would not utter such words. Who, then, was she referring to? Take care of. Lin Yuanshan. This was the final utterance of Lin Zhaoye. In the face of impending death, one's words often turn tender. Enraged, Lin Zhaoye picked up the crossbow and shot several arrows toward that direction, slaying numerous zombies in a surprise attack. How dare you mention him? You are unworthy. Lin Zhaoye's thoughts lingered on Lin Yuanshan. Yet she spoke of Lin Yuanshan, not her father, until the zombies ceased their movements. It seemed they had devoured her entirely. Leaning gently against a nearby stone, Lin Zhaoye murmured, "You need not worry. I shall take good care of him." Lin Zhaoye's heart was tumultuous, grappling with the reality of having witnessed the sudden demise of someone he had contended with for 2 lifetimes. Coupled with the revelation of such momentous matters, she now harbors a deep resentment for not being able to personally seize her and end her life, rather than allowing those wretched zombies to devour her. While Mu Hongxiao was distracted by the sorrowful Lin Zhaoye, he hurriedly dispatched the nearby first-tier zombies, leaving no trace behind. Lin Zhaoye, fueled by a burning rage, joined in the fray to vent her frustrations. As she eliminated the zombies, she simultaneously kept a vigilant eye out for Wu Yueshuan's whereabouts. After the zombies had finished feasting on Lin Zhaoye, a portion of them turned their attention to the 2 of them. An even greater number of zombies were now advancing towards him. Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao exchanged glances, realizing the dire situation, and swiftly resolved the zombies surrounding them in order to capture Wu Yueshuan alive. However, they found themselves ensnared by the relentless undead. Among them, the zombie that had consumed the most of Lin Zhaoye's remains underwent a transformation in its limbs. Its hands became as impenetrable as steel, striking with such ferocity that a mere swing could cause chaos among the surrounding zombies, injuring or even devouring them in the process. Its current ambition had shifted from mere reproduction to the voracious gathering of energy. If this continued, it would not be long before Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao finished clearing their immediate vicinity, only to find that this zombie had advanced to the 3rd tier by consuming its own kind. By then, it would be too late to remedy the situation. Lin Zhaoye, considering that Mu Hongxiao's powers had been nearly exhausted throughout the day, realized that without replenishment, his abilities would drain his vitality. Thus, he exchanged for an energy pill within the system, utilizing 4 crystal cores, and tossed it to Mu Hongxiao. Upon receiving the pill, Mu Hongxiao glanced at it and recognized it as one he had consumed previously. Without uttering a word, he tucked it away. Lin Zhaoye, puzzled by his actions, wondered, "Isn't your power nearly depleted? You should replenish yourself quickly." Unexpectedly, Mu Hongxiao shook his head. After dispatching a nearby zombie, he patiently explained to Lin Zhaoye, "I will ration my consumption." Lin Zhaoye, unable to dissuade him, resigned herself to the situation and leaped forth to continue her battle against the undead. The wind carried her parting remark, "You eat alone, and that is plenty." Her voice not only captured Mu Hongxiao's attention, but also drew the gaze of the menacing iron palm zombie, which was observing intently. It clapped its hands, producing a sharp sound, while its eyes fixated on the swiftly moving Lin Zhaoye. Chapter 64. Pleased with a delicate tap of her toes, Lin Zhaoye propelled herself into a flying kick aimed at the zombie. The creature staggered back a few steps, regaining its balance swiftly before letting out an enraged growl. Advancing rapidly towards her, with a mere wave of its hand, it unleashed a powerful gust, nearly toppling Lin Zhaoye to the ground. Hearing what seemed like a whistle-like signal from behind, Lin Zhaoye felt a surge of determination. Utilizing the recent rush of air from the zombie's swing, she fell backward, retreating swiftly to evade the attack. This particular zombie had evidently gained intelligence. It recognized Lin Zhaoye's gesture as a sign of weakness, consequently halting its palm strikes and cautiously approaching her. Lin Zhaoye had to tilt her head back to gaze up at the approaching menace. Suddenly, the iron palm began to morph, the fingers taking on a more human-like shape. With each sinister step forward and a mocking grin, elongated claws emerged, poised to plunge deeply into the vital areas of Lin Zhaoye's upper body. Lin Zhaoye dared not act recklessly and hurriedly stepped back a few paces, causing the creature to miss its attack, its claws embedding deeply into the earth. After struggling for a considerable time, it realized that its hand was irretrievably stuck. It had fallen victim to the enemy's cunning ploy. Enraged, it swung its other hand wildly in pursuit of Lin Zhaoye. At that moment, Mu Hongxiao appeared like a specter, suddenly materializing not far behind it. The fire dragon struck first, inflicting severe wounds upon its back, and in an instant, the acrid scent of charred flesh permeated the air. Provoked, the creature flailed indiscriminately, stirring up clouds of dust. Lin Zhaoye, unable to approach due to its presence, gathered all his strength and, with a crossbow bolt, pinned both its palm and wrist to the ground. No matter how vehemently it raged, it could not extricate its hand from the earth. Perhaps due to a lack of mental fortitude, it had yet to learn the resolve to sever its own flesh, and thus could only continue its erratic attacks. Mu Hongxiao's flames, far from being extinguished by its winds, only grew fiercer. Suddenly, all the flames were snuffed out. The zombie, oblivious to what had transpired behind it, momentarily stood dazed, just as it was about to raise its hand, akin to a sandbag, to strike at Lin Zhaoye once more. Mu Hongxiao's blade plunged deep into its skull. The resonant clash of blade against crystal core echoed, a clear chime heralding its demise. Mu Hongxiao withdrew his dagger, only to strike again. At that moment, this nearly third-tier zombie finally ceased its futile struggles, lifeless beyond recovery. With a twist and a pull, he cleaved open the creature's skull, revealing a glimmering silver light within. Before them lay an exquisite silvery crystal core, a rare representation of the steel element, which they had never encountered before. Mu Hongxiao presented the crystal core to Lin Zhaoye. This nearly third-tier crystal, roughly the size of an egg, felt weighty in Lin Zhaoye's palm. Without hesitation, he stored the crystal in the system, which appraised it at 1,500 points. While this may not seem substantial, it was quite reasonable considering the scarcity and formidable nature of third-tier zombies. This particular creature was merely on the cusp of the third tier and had yet to harness its abilities, which allowed them to seize this opportunity. Had it been a true third-tier zombie, they might have faced the peril of being counterattacked. Having dealt with the zombie, the duo's primary objective shifted to locating Wu Yueshuan. Only he possessed knowledge of the undisclosed matters concerning Lin Zhaoye. Even though the hope was faint, they felt compelled to pursue it. Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao hastened towards Wu Yueshuan's location, where he was engaged in combat with a second-tier zombie, wielding a bamboo flute. Due to the backlash from his powers, his movements appeared unsteady and languid. The two swiftly dispatched the zombie, and upon their intervention, Wu Yueshuan's bamboo flute bore a striking resemblance to that of a snake charmer. One couldn't help but wonder what he might summon. In a rush, they approached Wu Yueshuan, interrupting his imminent flute playing. Lin Zhaoye executed a flying kick, sending him sprawling to the ground, while Mu Hongxiao swiftly confiscated the flute from his grasp, extinguishing any chance of summoning something peculiar. Observing Wu Yueshuan produce the flute confirmed their suspicions. He was indeed affiliated with the so-called Saint Lord. Lin Zhaoye raised his crossbow, aiming it at Wu Yueshuan's forehead. You witnessed the consequences faced by Lin Zhaoye. I would not hesitate to eliminate you and continue feeding the zombies. Wu Yueshuan, now on the ground, wore a grim expression. Without uttering a word, Lin Zhaoye swiftly turned to one side and released the crossbow bolt. The arrow sliced through the air with remarkable speed, nearly creating a sonic boom. With a resounding thud, it struck down a zombie that attempted to approach, sending it flying backward and impaling it onto a bamboo pole. The bamboo leaves trembled and fluttered to the ground as the zombie lost all capacity for resistance. Lin Zhaoye swiftly loaded another bolt and aimed it at Wu Yueshuan's head, asking, "Will you speak or not?" Suddenly, Wu Yueshuan composed himself, shifting from a prone position to a sitting one, gazing at Lin Zhaoye with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. He had not anticipated that the one sought by the Holy Master would be so savage. I admit that Protector Rong's actions were somewhat extreme, but how can you take lives so recklessly? Protector Rong? Distorting the truth? Lin Zhaoye retorted, his indignation almost causing his nostrils to flare. Who is truly taking lives so recklessly? Please clarify who issued the challenge to me. That was Protector Rome's command. I could only obey her orders, Wu Yuxian replied. Lin Zhaoye scoffed. Lin Zhaoye, you claimed to follow her orders, yet just now you shot at her with a bow. Wu Yuxian, seemingly unfazed, responded. The Holy Master's commands supersede those of Protector Rome. After speaking, his expression became somewhat dazed, as if enchanted, his demeanor turning vacant and foolish. Then tell me, what can you summon? Lin Zhaoye kicked his leg lightly, retrieving a flute and gesturing for him to continue. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that apart from their size, the items in their hands were entirely identical. The small flute at the wishing site remains a mystery, its true purpose yet to be uncovered. Wu Yuxian lifted his head, a foolish grin illuminating his features, as though he were experiencing the mastery of his body for the very first time. At last, I have found you, my Lin. His voice resonated deeply, the cadence akin to a celestial being beckoning attention. Yet, this was not the voice of Wu Yuxian. After uttering those words, Wu Yuxian's form began to wither at an alarming rate, his corporeal shell collapsing onto the ground. Like a deflated balloon, it was devoid of flesh and blood, leaving an eerie emptiness. A black butterfly burst forth from his gaping mouth, circling around Lin Zhaoye several times, its wings adorned with glittering black gold dust, radiating brilliance. Mu Hongxiao hastily trapped its escape route with a torch, but despite a valiant struggle, the butterfly managed to slip away. This scene was profoundly horrifying. The intertwining of Rebirth and the affairs of the Holy Lord left Lin Zhaoye feeling that the world was far more perilous, fantastical, and inscrutable than she had ever imagined. Chapter 65. The current situation was rather peculiar. One had been entirely consumed by zombies, while the other had transformed into a butterfly and flown away. She felt a sense of disorientation. Whose sorrow did this outcome truly signify? Lin Zhaoye needed an outlet for her frustration. Grabbing a dagger, she charged forth to unleash her wrath upon the zombies. Mu Hongxiao silently allowed her to vent, trailing behind her to extract the crystal cores from the zombie skulls. Lin Zhaoye regarded the zombies as manifestations of her own confusion, severing them one by one. In just half an hour, she was nearing the completion of her task. The clock showed barely 40 minutes had passed. There was still ample time. The two contemplated incinerating the corpses to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. Just as Mu Hongxiao's powers began to surge, Lin Yuanshan arrived. He stood by, gazing sorrowfully at the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, tears streaming down his face as he looked at Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao. Was this my blessing or my curse? He approached Lin Zhaoye, his demeanor unsettling. Mu Hongxiao instinctively reached out to draw Lin Zhaoye behind him, but she resisted, her body rigid as she endeavored to meet Lin Yuanshan's gaze. I ask you this, Lin Zhaoye, is she still alive? His trembling voice and reddened eyes seemed to muffle her words, rendering her voiceless. Lin Zhaoye felt no remorse for her previous indifference, nor for her actions that had exacerbated his suffering. She only felt a pang of sorrow for the frail elder before her, oblivious to the fact that the daughter he longed for was the very one who had brought about his demise in a past life. Their eyes locked, and in that moment, only the two streams of tears could convey the depth of their anguish. One mourned the loss of a beloved daughter. The other lamented his own unworthiness. Lin Yuanshan clenched his teeth and turned away, his gaze falling upon the blood-stained ground, knowing it had once belonged to Lin Zhaoye. Thud! He knelt there, trembling hands brushing against the still warm earth, each crimson trace akin to touching his daughter's skin. Silence enveloped them for a moment. Lin Yuanshan chose to confront reality and activated his extraordinary ability. His expression shifted dramatically. Through his powers, he beheld a frenzied Lin Zhaoye, a grotesque version of her, uttering words that chilled him to the bone. It is Lin Yuanshan. I am the one who has done this. Lin Yuanshan continued to delve deeper into his abilities, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Lin Zhaoye's words. Kong Nan compelled me. He possesses no powers and could not escape. At that moment, zombies were closing in on us, and Kong Nan constantly hinted at me. His brow furrowed. Who is Kong Nan? If I do not cast him aside, I will be the one to be sacrificed. I had no choice but to act in accordance with his group. He observed Lin Zhaoye's trembling lips as her fingers dug into the earth. So I say, he is dead. Indeed, it was I who did it. Upon finishing her words, Lin Zhaoye slowly closed her eyes, the corners of her lips curling upward in a mocking smile. Lin Yuanshan comprehended the true essence of what the girl named Lin Zhaoye had conveyed. His hand struck the ground with force. How could he not harbor resentment towards such a daughter? And what fault lay with Xiao? Tears streamed down his face, mingling with Lin Zhaoye's blood, diluting the crimson stain that enveloped the area, while his powers persisted. He saw Lin Zhaoye whisper, "Take good care of Lin Yuanshan." In that instant, she was completely engulfed by the horde of zombies. Until her last breath, Lin Zhaoye did not utter the word father. He lay sprawled on the ground, oblivious to whether his daughter was possessed by a demon. Why utter such heart-wrenching words? What use is feign concern? His tears mingled with her blood, washing over the earth. What was once a day bathed in brilliant sunshine had turned ominous, with dark clouds gathering and rain beginning to fall. Lin Yuanshan remained in that position on the ground, caught in a tumult of regret and hatred, love and pain. Not far away, Lin Zhaoye wept in the rain, unable to bear the sight of this man. Past his 50s, in such profound sorrow, Mu Hongxiao enveloped her in his embrace, gently comforting Lin Zhaoye. It was their most intimate gesture, yet devoid of romance, filled instead with compassion for her. As Mu Hongxiao observed the sky darkening, he urged Lin Zhaoye, "The rain is intensifying. It may become unsafe here. Let's depart." Lin Zhaoye nodded, reluctantly leaving the warmth of his embrace. Initially, she felt nothing, but as they parted, a warmth flushed her cheeks. She collected her emotions and approached the grief-stricken Lin Yuanshan. "Uncle, let us go." Lin Yuanshan was numb in his sorrow. "Xiao Yi, it is my fault. I am sorry. I believe she would get better. She is your sister." His words trailed off as Mu Hongxiao swiftly rendered him unconscious with a precise strike. Continuing this conversation would only waste precious time. It was better to leave swiftly. Lin Zhaoye sat on the sofa, the rain-soaked fabric absorbing the moisture. She felt like a lifeless marionette, rigidly seated, lost in a haze of contemplation. Wang Jiahui quietly seated herself beside her, their fingers entwined, attempting to offer solace with her warm touch to the rain-soaked girl. We all witnessed that it was the letter that led Uncle to his destination. At that moment, neither Aunt Lee nor I could intervene. We had initially attempted to stop him, but was struck unconscious by Uncle. At this juncture, Wang Jiahui hesitated, pondering how he could have been ambushed by Lin Yuanshan. Both Aunt Lee and I were in a daze, and by the time we regained consciousness, Uncle had already vanished. Her voice was gentle. "I understand this is profoundly painful for you both, but this is the best outcome we could have hoped for. I wonder if you have fully read the letter she left behind." "Fully?" Lin Zhaoye's thoughts stirred. Why would she suggest reading the letter in its entirety? Before Lin Zhaoye could exhibit any outward reaction, Wang Jiahui, in her own reverie, retrieved the letter pressed beneath her. "Father, by the time you read this letter, I may no longer be here. The matter between Xiao Ye and me is far more complicated than you could ever imagine. We are separated by time, by your familial ties, by 2 lives, and by my love. There are many things you may not comprehend at this moment. However, I firmly believe I have done nothing wrong. Regardless of who survives, it is merely a matter of victors and vanquished. There is no need for entanglement over this. I, Lin Zhaoye, shall never be defeated. Death is merely another form of liberation for me. The gravest error I ever made was departing from you. This is my regret, my guilt. Yet if I were granted another opportunity, I would make the same choice. It is my destiny. The Holy Lord is a formidable and irresistible miracle. If you truly care for Lin Zhaoye, perhaps you should allow her to meet the Holy Lord. That would be an unparalleled honor. The handwriting is hasty, the words chaotic, devoid of logic." Chapter 66. Watching the show, Lin Zhaoye interprets the preceding words as a rare flicker of humanity within Lin Zhaoye. However, the subsequent phrases grow increasingly peculiar. The tone of sealing magic leaves Lin Zhaoye astounded. This Holy Lord wields dominion not only over lives, but also over hearts. "You wish to see me?" Lin Zhaoye scoffs. She desires to shred this paper, to tear it apart, yet ultimately, she folds it neatly and squarely. This may be the final relic Lin Zhaoye has left for Lin Yuanshan. Lin Zhaoye understands that there will be no next lifetime. She will not grant Lin Zhaoye another chance to inflict harm upon Lin Yuanshan. When Lin Yuanshan awakens once more, the sky has darkened. After a day of rain, the room feels somewhat cold. She has been frail since childhood. When he found her, she was merely 2 or 3 months old, and this little one was already smaller than her peers. He took this delicate girl into his care, embracing the responsibilities of fatherhood. He tended to her ailments, clothed her, and provided her with sustenance. Subsequently, he also took in Lin Zhaoye, a pitiable child and his only blood relative in this world. The two girls attended school together and grew up side by side. He treated them both equally, yet some minor conflicts inevitably arose between them. However, Lin Yuanshan believed that this was the most blissful affair. He was blessed with 2 daughters who could revel in his affection, both healthy, lively, and kind-hearted. Even though neither was his biological offspring, blood relations could not overshadow the time they spent together. Although the two often bickered, he was aware that both children possessed the same innate goodness. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, as time progressed, the discord between them escalated to an irreconcilable level, akin to a battlefield. One child, whom he had always felt indebted to, unexpectedly brought forth a heart-wrenching situation. He had been the steadfast pillar for these 2 girls for over 20 years. But one day he awoke to the realization that he could no longer bear the weight of the world above him. He could no longer support the earth beneath his feet. Ultimately, he had aged. His body faltered, and his heart was shattered into countless pieces. Meanwhile, the villa lay cloaked in darkness, with no soul able to find solace in sleep. The following day dawned anew. Lin Zhaoye set out early, leading the way, while he waited for Lin Yuanshan to descend. Within the entire villa, only Aunt Li remained, gazing at a letter with a heavy sigh. Look, not long after your departure, we encountered this. The content was a stark contrast to the few hastily scribbled lines from the previous day. He took the letter and began to read it word by word, his brow furrowed, and by the end he was so overwhelmed that he coughed up blood. Clutching the crumpled and smooth paper in his hand, Lin Zhaoye ascended to his room, only to witness this poignant scene. She found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to confront this man who seemed to have aged so suddenly. Lin Zhaoye stood frozen at the doorway, her legs feeling as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Lin Yuanshan gently patted the edge of the bed, beckoning her to come closer. You have seen this paper, haven't you? It was the very sheet left behind by Lin Zhaoye, its edges worn and frayed from Lin Yuanshan's incessant handling. He sighed deeply. In the end, your uncle, have wronged you. I believed you would be well, yet I never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. I worry for her, and equally for you. He comfortingly patted Lin Zhaoye's arm. Upon reading her message, my heart was in turmoil, fearing for the well-being of either of you. After awakening, I pondered over it, and to my astonishment, this current situation appears to be the best outcome. In a way, it is for the best. Little Rong has always lived in fear that her abilities would not match her ambitions, leading to her own suffering. Perhaps it is better this way. She is spared from worldly hardships. Lin Zhaoye was unaware of the profound resolve that had led this man, who had cherished both of them so dearly, to utter such words. After all, Lin Zhaoye was his child, and the blow to him was monumental. Just as she attempted to offer words of solace, she was interrupted. Xiao Yi, you're all I have left. All I have left. For the first time in her life, Lin Zhaoye witnessed him shedding silent tears, a sight that pierced her heart deeply. His tears flowed unbidden, and in a moment of clarity, she realized that the girl he had once held as a precious gem could descend to such depths, but would not feel a chill in their heart. The pain within him was beyond the touch of anyone. It was a wound that only he could bear. Thus, Lin Zhaoye silently accompanied him for a while. She was uncertain how to console him, and her feelings towards Lin Zhaoye had been resolved after her passing. All she desired was vengeance, both her own and Lin Yuanshan's. Everything had returned to dust. The past events held no significance anymore. This time, she would safeguard him with all her might under her uncle's watchful gaze. Lin Yuanshan was engulfed in sorrow, yet he was not foolish. The events that unfolded between the two children had surpassed his imagination, even touching upon an impossible yet tangibly real existence across 2 lifetimes. This could elucidate Lin Zhaoye's warnings before the apocalypse and the skills she possessed, which were utterly unlike the former her. As Lin Yuanshan gazed at the child before him, a wave of tenderness filled his eyes. Lin Zhaoye, in turn, was silently moved by his words. Protection had always been reciprocal. For a moment, neither spoke, merely offering each other silent companionship. Upon leaving the room, Lin Zhaoye noticed the vines on her balcony had grown considerably. Everything resembled the moon outside her window, a fresh beginning, a renewal, accompanied by new challenges. That morning, Lin Zhaoye resumed her gardening, contemplating her plans for the days ahead. Wang Jiahui's condition had slowly worsened, yet she persisted in her daily morning strolls, taking advantage of the cooler temperatures to breathe in fresh air. Lin Zhaoye had intended to greet her, only to discover an even more awkward figure trailing behind her. Li Yihe, hunched over, carrying a large object in both hands as he emerged. As he huffed and puffed, arranging the items in the yard, Lin Zhaoye finally discerned that it was a large iron box, measuring a square meter. The resounding thud upon its landing attracted considerable attention, particularly from the neighboring Lin Yue family, where numerous children were filled with curiosity about the peculiar object. One by one, they beamed with delight, pressing their faces against the fence to get a better view. Noticing them, Lin Zhaoye waved his hand, inviting the spectators to come closer and take a look. The children streamed in, followed by several adults who had come to supervise them. They were equally eager to satisfy their own inquisitiveness. Lin Zhaoye, unfazed, shared the anticipatory expressions of the onlookers, eagerly awaiting the explanations from Wang Jiahui and Li Yihe. Chapter 67. Charging Wang Jiahui found an ideal spot and exchanged a glance with Li Yihe, signaling the beginning of their demonstration. He surveyed the eager faces surrounding him, yet refrained from elaborating, his expression brimming with intrigue, heightening everyone's anticipation. Turning back, he entered the house and retrieved a wire, connecting it to the large box. Externally, only a small light illuminated, with no other discernible changes. The crowd trained their expectant gazes upon him for a full 5 minutes, only to realize that the imposing object displayed no further characteristics beyond its size and shape. The children, lacking patience, soon dispersed, disappointed by the absence of novelty. Wang Jiahui urged him, "Stop keeping us in suspense. Hurry up." Li Yihe unplugged the wire and reconnected it to the air conditioner in the living room. With 2 beeps, the air conditioner activated, and a refreshing gust of cool air filled the small courtyard, dispelling much of the heat. The source of power was indeed this square box. "It resembles a power bank," Lin Zhaoye inquired, noting its considerably larger size, suitable for powering substantial electrical appliances. Thus, it was aptly named a large power bank. Capable of functioning for 24 hours after merely 10 hours of charging, it presents an opportunity for neighboring households to recharge their devices, thereby enabling a lucrative business venture. Wang Jiahui conceived this idea due to the absence of backup generators in many homes, leaving them enveloped in darkness. The creation of this device is indeed a commendable achievement. For Lin Zhaoye, it also proves advantageous. How much should this power bank be priced for the neighboring families? After scrutinizing it for a while, Lin Zhaoye realized that he still lacked a comprehensive understanding of the device. Wang Jiahui began to elucidate the benefits of this large power bank. In essence, it functions similarly to conventional mobile power banks, yet it is capable of sustaining the operation of large machinery, even powering an entire villa with ease. Lin Zhaoye felt a sense of joy regarding this invention. However, he acknowledged that it still required charging, and not every household could effortlessly transport it for recharging. After a moment of contemplation, just as Lin Zhaoye was about to speak, an adult, who had come with children to witness the commotion, stepped forward. It was none other than Xiao Yezi, the vice captain of the Cold Moon Squad, the very individual Lin Zhaoye had previously engaged in conversation with in the living room. He approached Lin Zhaoye and asked, "Sister Zhaoye, may I get a try?" Lin Zhaoye's eyes lit up. He possessed lightning-based abilities. If he could charge this power bank, it would save the effort of transporting this hefty device back and forth, undoubtedly attracting numerous potential buyers. Moreover, the provision of on-site services is considerably more valuable than merely selling power banks. Lin Zhaoye turned her gaze towards Wang Jiahui, for she was the inventor, and the feasibility of this idea ultimately depended on Wang Jiahui's design at that moment. The eyes of the group converged on Wang Jiahui, filled with hope. As for your special ability, she hesitated, aware that having a unique power did not guarantee success. Xiao Yi observed her conflicted expression and, momentarily forgetting to introduce himself, hastily explained, Sister Jiahui, I am the assistant to Sister Lin Yue. My name is Xiao Yi, and I possess the ability of lightning. Logically, I should be able to provide charging. However, I am uncertain whether my powers might damage the machine. His face wore an innocent smile, yet internally he was silently lamenting. After all, Sister Lin Yue had informed him that anything could be transformed into a crystal core by Sister Xiaoye. If this machine were to be ruined by his abilities, it was likely that Sister Xiaoye would demand a hefty compensation in the form of numerous crystal cores. He had none. It seemed he might have to work for Sister Xiaoye, which he dreaded. Upon witnessing his expression, Lin Zhaoye understood his unspoken thoughts. For anyone capable of serving as Sister Lin Yue's assistant could not be truly foolish. Noticing Xiao Yi's cautious demeanor, Wang Jiahui recognized that he was apprehensive of Lin Zhaoye's notoriously frugal reputation. She smiled at Lin Zhaoye and remarked, You may give it a try. If it breaks, you won't have to compensate. Her playful words teased both individuals, though the younger ones remained oblivious. Xiao Yi's face flushed, and he awkwardly replied, Thank you, Sister Jiahui. Thank you, Sister Jiahui. Though spoken words suggested otherwise, her legs remained firmly planted, while her eyes inadvertently glanced toward Lin Zhaoye. The one addressed was momentarily taken aback. She had always conducted her transactions with utmost fairness and integrity, so how could she possibly be so petty as to shy away from the repercussions of a failed experiment? A bemused smile crept across her face. Sister Jiahui has already consented, so why are you looking at me? She couldn't help but mutter. I didn't ask you to compensate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him as he strode purposefully toward the square power bank. He halted approximately 3 meters away. With his palms facing each other, he gradually drew them apart, allowing a trickle of electricity to escape from his fingertips, akin to a timid child tentatively exploring a new path. The surrounding world held its breath, the air thick with anticipation as everyone awaited the outcome. The delicate current made contact with the box, and in an instant, it seemed to discover its pathway. The once timid sparks surged with newfound vigor. Wow, how impressive! The children, having rarely witnessed Xiao Yi's abilities, were captivated. Shielded by adults from the chaos of battle, they were now enthralled by his prowess. Lin Zhaoye, too, found himself in agreement. Under the bright midday sun, only a faint lavender glow had been visible, but now it shifted towards a deeper purple, with boulder lines connecting the electricity to the power bank. This power, though not yet at the second tier, possessed an inherent strength that eclipsed many others, a testament to the formidable nature of lightning-based abilities. Indeed, the reality was as such, having just adopted a charging method after approximately 5 minutes. The power bank illuminated only 1 bar, barely managing to power the air conditioning, yet proved insufficient. In stark contrast, the electric surge filled the second bar in merely 1 or 2 minutes, showcasing remarkable efficiency, much to Lin Zhaoye's astonishment. Wang Jiahui was equally surprised to discover the existence of lightning-based abilities capable of charging. This was undeniably more convenient than the usual method of powering with power. By this point, 10 minutes had elapsed, and the expressions of the gathered children shifted from admiration to boredom. It seemed that Xiao Yi's abilities had reached their limit, though his demeanor remained calm, beads of sweat already rolling down his forehead. Noticing his discomfort, Lin Zhaoye promptly retrieved a suitable crystal core water from the system and handed it to him, saying, If you're tired, take a break. Your experiment has been quite successful. He accepted the offering without hesitation, recalling Sister Lin Yue's words that anything given by Sister Xiaoye was truly exceptional. Ceasing his abilities, he eagerly drank the water in large gulps, finishing an entire bottle in one go. Refreshing, he exclaimed, drawing the attention of the surrounding children. Indeed, Sister Zhaoye's provisions were remarkable. Having finished the drink, he felt invigorated once more. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he resumed his work. After approximately 5 minutes, he was able to utilize his abilities again, albeit not fully replenished, but the ability to regain energy in such a short time was impressive. Although Xiao Yi had exhausted his powers, he felt rejuvenated. Unlike his previous state of fatigue, the power bank was now fully charged. He was drenched in sweat, grinning as he looked at Lin Zhaoye. Sister Lin Zhaoye once told us that if Sister Zhaoye offers us something, especially water, we must never refuse. It seems Sister Lin Zhaoye was indeed correct. This water from Sister Zhaoye is simply delightful, invigorating me immensely. Chapter 68. Snacks delicious. Upon hearing his description, the eyes of the other children sparkled with excitement. Sister Xiaoye, I want to drink that water too. I want to try it. They chattered eagerly, yearning to sample Lin Zhaoye's treasured offering. Observing their eager expressions, Lin Zhaoye took a bottle of water, diluted it once more, and distributed it among the children. Each child was allowed a few sips. Yet their tolerance for the crystalline water proved rather feeble. The sensation was overwhelmingly stimulating. Like fledglings, they opened their mouths in anticipation, their eyes wide with eagerness. However, once the crystalline water actually touched their lips, they all scrunched their faces. One little girl furrowed her brow. Her expression contorted as she exclaimed indignantly to Xiao Yi, "Brother, you deceived me. You lied. This is definitely not tasty." Even the youngest boy, who appeared to be merely 2 or 3 years old, joined in the revelry, only to burst into tears after tasting the sour liquid. In an instant, wails erupted, and several children were left with tears streaming down their faces. Xiao Yi found himself at a loss, never anticipating such. Seeing Wang Jiahui brought a wave of amusement to her, as she gently caressed her abdomen, seemingly tenderly touching her child. A smile graced her face while her heart whispered secrets to the little one within. Li, noticing Bang Jiaoi's affectionata gestura, quietly approached her side. Laughter and tears filled the courtyard, creating a delightful commotion. After a while, Xiao Yi managed to soothe them all, their little faces flushed, their lashes glistening with tears. The delightful confectionery had been procured from Lin Zhaoye's system. Observing the children's satisfied expressions, she realized that she had underestimated the significance of these snacks. They could indeed be sold. It was a waste to let them sit idly in the system. Glancing at the power bank in the yard and contemplating the items within her own system, she resolved to take action. However, before articulating her decision, she needed to secure her future employee to compensate for her losses. Clearing her throat, Lin Zhaoye looked at Xiao Yi, rubbed her hands together, and, feeling a bit bashful, ventured to speak. "Xiao Yi, look how much the children adore these candies. They're so easy to please. Sister has plenty of candies here, along with other treats. There are snacks galore, potato chips, jellies, chocolates. We have it all." Before she could finish her sentence, the attention of the tear-streaked, drooling little ones was already captivated. They were still too young to comprehend the changes in the world around them, and with the absence of snacks, the prospect of Lin Zhaoye's offerings was irresistibly enticing. Having achieved his objective, Lin Zhaoye intended to cast his net, a quantity neither too few nor too many, sufficient to last for several years. Initially, I had not anticipated that the children would take quite a liking to it. The first little girl tugged gently at Xiao Yi's sleeve, swaying it softly. Lin Zhaoye shifted his tone. "This battery, however, is rather inconvenient to charge. You cannot continuously charge it every day. It would halt the operation of other devices in the villa." The others grasped Lin Zhaoye's implication. "If you could agree to assist your sister by ensuring these power banks are fully charged daily, then I would be able to set up a machine in the yard to supply snacks." "Brother." The little girl's eyes glistened with moisture as she alternated her gaze between Lin Zhaoye and Xiao Yi. "Just think about it. How difficult it is for you to entertain these children every day. If I had plenty of snacks, wouldn't these younger siblings no longer need your coaxing? They could enjoy themselves as well." A wave of frustration washed over Xiao Yi. He certainly did not intend to make these younger siblings cry every day. The small hand on his sleeve swayed, distracting his thoughts. The prospect of snacks was indeed enticing. It had been over a month since he last indulged, and naturally, The children were craving treats. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi nodded in agreement. Sister Zhaoye, I want to be eating snacks every day. Are there no other options? Lin Zhaoye was taken aback by his greed and remained resolute. Are snacks not sufficient? I still have plenty of other treats. Candies, peanuts, sunflower seeds. She revealed another piece of news. Whatever snacks you desire, there are some available. Xiao Yi could hardly fathom this. How simple it once was to indulge in snacks. Yet, after the apocalypse, even having a meal had become a daunting challenge. Where could one possibly find surplus supplies for snacks? As he contemplated strategies for overcoming hunger, Lin Zhaoye seized the opportunity to examine the machine in the marketplace more closely. The machine seemed to categorize its offerings into 3 types. One for packaged snacks, another for candies, and the last for the beloved milk teas and desserts from a bygone era. She was uncertain of the specifics within, merely stating it to astonish Xiao Yi. All these items required a certain number of points for exchange. Thus, even Lin Zhaoye herself had refrained from redeeming too many. With a sly smile, she successfully devised a strategy. Every time you visit someone to charge their power bank, request a crystal core when it is fully charged. If you hand these cores over to me, I can offer you a pound of snacks, and additionally, you will be able to exchange for meat once a week here. This is the current wage. In 3 months, if I succeed in raising chicks and ducklings, the price will increase further. If you find this acceptable, then it will be your responsibility to charge and maintain the power banks daily. The children gazed at Xiao Yi with hope in their eyes, having grasped Lin Zhaoye's words. There would be meat and snacks. Xiao Yi could not bear to disappoint them, and thus agreed to Lin Zhaoye's proposal. All right, if you need anything, just seek me out. After agreeing, Xiao Yi felt a twinge of regret. He should have consulted with Sister Lung Yu. Internally lamenting, Sister Lung Yu, I believe I've been duped. Unfortunately, his silent cries went unheard. Chapter 69. The temptation of the tongue. Xiao Yi maintained a cheerful demeanor, his smile intact, yet his heart was tumultuous. Wang Jiahui, noticing how swiftly Lin Zhaoye was negotiating business, naturally sought to add a touch of amusement. I can still manage the power bank, but my materials are running low. Do you have any supplies you could spare? Lin Zhaoye readily agreed, for even the most skilled artisan cannot create without resources. Thus, Wang Jiahui began to list names. Approximately a dozen items. With each mention, Lin Zhaoye's heart grew colder. Despite it being August, her spirit felt frozen. She recognized that she could exchange for 90 of the materials Wang Jiahui named within the system. Yet each required a significant number of points. If she were to prepare adequately, it would take 20 points just to gather materials for the power bank, with expenses soaring into the thousands. Lin Zhaoye felt a tightness in her chest. No one knew how painfully scarce her points were. With each expenditure, her heart ached. Yahoo Yi. I can only provide you with 5 sets of materials. The rest. Her words trailed off. But surely Wang Jiahui understood her implication. It was merely a reluctance to part with them. She truly wished to offer 10 sets, knowing the demand for such items would be considerable. In truth, Lin Zhaoye's mental threshold was 8 sets, allowing her to retain a few points for herself. However, upon observing the unwavering gaze of Wang Jiahui, she clenched her teeth and purchased 10 sets of materials, each costing 500 points, totaling 15,000 points. At this moment, her points were entirely depleted. Li Yihe thoughtfully caught the materials she handed over, ensuring that Wang Jiahui wouldn't tire herself. I will assist her. Once everyone departed, the courtyard fell into a profound silence. Lin Zhaoye resumed his diligent efforts to earn points. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lung Yu listened with keen interest to Xiao Yi's account regarding the power bank. However, she was momentarily taken aback when she learned that he had already agreed to help Lin Zhaoye with the power bank. Xiao Yi's expression was conflicted. He thought the conditions proposed by Zhaoye were quite reasonable, yet after agreeing, he felt as though he had been ensnared. It was all Xiao Jingjing's fault. That little girl, with her insatiable curiosity, had looked at him in such a way that he could not resist impulsively agreeing. Xiao Jingjing was the little girl who had persistently tugged at his sleeve, his biological sister whom he had always cherished and protected, making it difficult for him to utter a refusal. Upon hearing his account, Lung Yu playfully tapped him. Isn't this a good thing? You get to collaborate with her, which will ultimately benefit you. Lung Yu was well aware that Lin Zhaoye possessed a wealth of resources. With her assistance, others could reap boundless rewards. Material resources were certainly not something she lacked. However, what conditions? Lung Yu had yet to inquire about the specific terms he had agreed to. Xiao Yezi, like a child pouring beans from a bamboo tube, had thoroughly articulated the conditions laid out by Lin Zhaoye. Thus, she agreed that he could exchange snacks daily. Xiao Yezi naturally nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Is it free? Upon observing his expression, Lung Yu instantly grasped the situation. Lin Zhaoye was once again exploiting the children. Lung Yu did not anticipate that she would start taking advantage of the young ones again, though it was difficult to ascertain who was older between Xiao Yezi and her. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to uphold the responsibilities befitting an older sister, as others referred to Lin Zhaoye as sister. Ignoring Xiao Yi's protests, she marched off to confront Lin Zhaoye. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye was in her garden, tending to her vegetables, lamenting over her dwindling points. "Why are you bullying my little ones again?" Lung Yu asserted, taking the initiative. "This is not bullying. I paid for these items," Lin Zhaoye retorted. Lung Yu shot her a glance, urging her to clarify. Lin Zhaoye had already exchanged for the machine, which she had placed against the wall. The entire machine cost her a crystal core and yielded 500 points. Filled to the brim with products worth a total of 500 points. Lin Zhaoye felt quite satisfied with her acquisition. "It's just this. I cannot alter it. It merely consumes crystal cores." Lin Zhaoye led Lung Yu to the machine. "You must insert a crystal core for it to dispense items. Even if I were to take from it, I cannot do so without cost." She was not lying in that regard. However, she failed to disclose to Lin Yue that these crystal cores would ultimately flow into her system, transforming into the delectable treats within the snack cabinet. Each crystal core could procure a delightful morsel, which in this apocalyptic world would become a rare and invaluable commodity, whether as a gift or a personal indulgence. It was an excellent choice. After Lin Zhaoye finished speaking, she proceeded to demonstrate. Like an automatic vending machine from the pre-apocalyptic era, she selected her desired item and pressed the corresponding button, inserting the crystal core into the right-hand slot. The machine promptly dispensed the goods. She had just chosen a milk tea flavor that had once been adored by young ladies, a refreshing cantaloupe-flavored iced milk tea. Although the brand was unknown, its taste rivaled that of renowned labels. "See, I did not deceive you," Lin Zhaoye said, shaking the cup of milk tea in her hand. "I also had to spend a crystal core to purchase this. Why not give it a try yourself?" Lin Yue had long been eyeing the desserts, for she was an avid enthusiast of sweet treats. Alas, since the onset of the apocalypse, conditions had rendered such pleasure scarce, and she had craved the sweet scent of creamy confections for quite some time. She selected an adorably petite cake, expending 8 first-tier crystal cores. A palm-sized cake emerged, adorned with an array of fruits and emanating a delightful aroma of cream. Without hesitation, Lin Yue seized the accompanying plastic fork and began to indulge. The cream was rich and velvety, gratifying her sweet tooth immensely. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded in approval while savoring the cake. "Thus, this machine shall remain perpetually accessible to us. Initially, I had no intention of unveiling it, yet I observed that the children took quite a liking to it. How much of it can you actually make available, or will it solely be for our use?" Lin Yue harbored some concerns if she intended to profit from it. The pricing was rather low and the quantity limited. If not redeemed promptly, she feared others might purchase it. Her apprehension was valid, yet to Lin Zhaoye, it posed no issue whatsoever. "You needn't worry. The machine is capable of automatic restocking. As long as there are individuals willing to buy from it, supplies will continuously flow." With this reassurance, Lin Yue felt at ease and thoroughly enjoyed the cake in her hands. It was not until the last delectable, soft morsel of cake was consumed that she remembered the matter of Xiao Yi's salary. "Xiao Yi mentioned you hadn't specified a concrete salary for him?" Chapter 70. Robust. "Well, it's not entirely accurate to say he hasn't been compensated. I did promise him a fair share of rewards." Lin Zhaoye scratched his nose. Whenever he goes to recharge, he collects crystal cores from each household. At the current rate of 1 first-tier crystal core per household, it adds up to a significant amount over the course of a month. Lin Yue concurred. Given that he needed to recharge daily and remained irreplaceable for now, she decided to let the matter slide. By the way, I recalled something. I wish to reinstall the guardrails to enclose our households. The 5 surrounding villas could be incorporated into our plan, marking the establishment of our very first small base. Uncertain whether your team would agree, Lin Yue was pleasantly surprised to find herself included in the protective arrangement. Naturally, she consented, stating, "Of course, I am willing. After all, you are my landlord. Your word is law." Despite Lin Zhaoye's less than amiable demeanor towards them, the conditions remained relatively favorable. Furthermore, residing within the same enclosure significantly enhanced their safety. "Given your affirmation, I shall consider it agreed. Shortly, I will arrange for the fencing to be erected," Lin Zhaoye declared. Observing the sturdy fence of her villa, standing over a meter tall and reputedly capable of deploying high-voltage electricity at any moment, Lin Yue felt compelled to contribute her share. "Is assistance truly necessary? I have resources readily available," she replied. Her team had consistently been assigned to exterminate zombies, thus leaving behind a cadre of young individuals within the villa. At the very least, they could serve as a watchful presence, safeguarding the elderly, women, and children residing therein, an unwavering commitment of their team. Lin Zhaoye, eschewing formality, replied, "Very well. Then summon your people. We shall commence immediately." As Lin Yue turned to call for assistance, Lin Zhaoye interrupted, Wait. I previously mentioned my desire to find an experienced individual to assist in hatching chicks, ducklings, and goslings. Have you made any arrangements on your end?" For Lin Yue, this was no daunting task, although she had overlooked it in recent days. Yes. I have indeed found someone. I completely forgot about it. I shall bring her over shortly." Lin Zhaoye nodded, recognizing the urgency of the matter. She produced the eggs she had previously exchanged, 2 exquisite specimens that appeared larger than ordinary eggs from the pre-apocalyptic era, their colors a shade deeper, adorned with subtle yet distinct patterns. Although Lin Zhaoye was not particularly knowledgeable about eggs, she sensed a certain uniqueness about them. Before long, Lin Yue arrived with 3 robust adult men, accompanied by a tall woman we affectionately referred to as Aunt Xian. Lin Yue and the woman stood at the forefront, while the 3 young men stood obediently behind them. Lin Yue took the lead in the introductions, and Lin Zhaoye greeted Aunt Xian with a warm smile. "Hello, Aunt Xian. I have 2 eggs here, and I hope to trouble you with them." Aunt Xian appeared somewhat plump, exuding an aura of prosperity. A beauty mark graced the corner of her mouth, and her smile was particularly captivating. "There is no trouble at all. Leave everything to me," she replied, swiftly taking the eggs from Lin Zhaoye's hands. Lin Yue promptly shared her insights, stating that Aunt Xian had previously owned a small chicken farm in a village near the county town, possessing considerable knowledge about poultry. Although the farm was mechanized, Aunt Xian herself was quite skilled. Lin Zhaoye felt quite satisfied with her. Aunt Xian seemed experienced, cheerful, and warm-hearted. Entrusting her with the task was also a demonstration of Lin Zhaoye's faith in Lin Yue. Aunt Xian cradled the 2 eggs in her hands, examining them intently for a considerable time. She marveled, exclaiming to the others, "These eggs appear larger than the rest. Surely, the chicks that emerge will be far more robust than the ordinary ones." Upon hearing the words of the seasoned Aunt Xian, Lin Zhaoye felt reassured that the recent system was indeed reliable. They could only await Aunt Xian's successful hatching of the chicks, hoping that fortune would grant them either 2 hens or 1 of each gender, which would undoubtedly benefit them in the future. I had previously mentioned to Lin Yue that if we could successfully hatch the eggs, she would receive free eggs or meat daily, should she be dissatisfied. A trade for crystal nuclei could be arranged. Upon hearing this, Aunt Xian was naturally overjoyed, confident in her abilities. She glanced at Lin Yue and assured her, "Rest assured, very few eggs have perished under my care. As for the salary matter, just discuss it with Lin Yue. I shall not concern myself with that." Lin Zhaoye, having listened to her words, felt a sense of trust. "Please proceed with the hatching at once. Should you require any materials, feel free to come here, and I will arrange for assistance." The next course of action involved Lin Yue, accompanied by her entourage, encircling all the surrounding villas along with Lin Zhaoye. Her first task was to dig up the fencing surrounding her own villa. Excavating the soil beneath the fencing proved to be a formidable challenge, as it had been buried deeply by Xiao Gao using earth-based abilities. Now, It required the same powers to unearth it. Today, Xiao Gao had joined the team to combat zombies. Fortunately, there were others in Lin Yue's household with earth-based abilities. Since the cold moon has produced people, Lin Zhaoye naturally must provide some supplies. She selected several suitable crystal core waters and handed them to them, saying, "Drink a bit of water if you are weary." This seemed to have become an unspoken understanding. During their previous endeavor to construct houses, those individuals found that after consuming the water, their energy was significantly restored, alleviating their fatigue. Everyone had tacitly come to regard the water provided by Lin Zhaoye as a divine elixir. "Thank you, Sister Zhaoye." "Thank you, Sister Lin." They addressed Lin Zhaoye as sister, even those who appeared to be considerably older than her. Lin Yue, who had always served as the captain, was similarly referred to as Sister Lin Yue, a title that signified mutual recognition. Lin Zhaoye did not mind this designation. Understanding this, she refrained from any further objections and, alongside the others, began to dismantle the surrounding fences. With the fences provided by the system during their last endeavor, the 5 villas in the vicinity could be effortlessly enclosed within the perimeter. The majority of the work proceeded smoothly, though they encountered a few minor issues. Specifically, while dismantling their own fence, a portion of the golden, shimmering vine that had sprouted from Lin Zhaoye's room had become entangled with the outer fence, tightly binding it in place. Although the earth-based abilities could pry open the fence, dealing with the vine above posed a challenge. If removal was necessary, it would require a more forceful approach. Aware that this plant was nurtured by Lin Zhaoye, they hesitated to dismantle it recklessly and exchanged glances to signal Lin Yue to discuss the matter with Lin Zhaoye. Lin Zhaoye instinctively comprehended their meaning and stepped forward to scrutinize the situation closely. The vines, regardless of their size, intricately entwined around the fence, thick and thin. They tightly bound it to the fence, making it quite challenging to extricate the fence independently. Lin Zhaoye felt a gentle prod at her fingertips, initially dismissing it as an illusion. However, upon raising her hand to pinch a small branch of the vine, she discovered it was no mere figment of her imagination. A slender vine, akin to the thickness of a wire, delicately clasped her hand, preventing her from proceeding further. This moment went unnoticed by the others. Yet Lung Yu observed it keenly, her brow slightly arching in intrigue. Chapter 71. Control with a tentative spirit, Lin Zhaoye began to explore the surrounding small branches. They seemed to revel in her touch, each one eagerly chasing her hand. Thus, she gradually dislodged the vines from the fence, allowing the others the opportunity to excavate the fence from the earth. The small vines that were removed coiled around Lin Zhaoye's wrist, with some mischievous ones climbing upwards to her elbow. Bathed in sunlight, they appeared remarkably radiant, prompting Lung Yu to exclaim, "These vines on you resemble a suit of armor. Snugly fitting and breathtakingly beautiful." Lung Yu might not have realized it, but Lin Zhaoye was acutely aware that after receiving such praise, the vines adorning her body responded with a subtle movement. Lin Zhaoye found it perplexing, pondering the nature of this system that seemed to comprehend human speech. Soon, the vines in this area had been thoroughly dealt with, and numerous tendrils had made their way up Lin Zhaoye's arms. Though some vines attempted to ascend further, Lin Zhaoye felt a lack of security. Venturing higher would breach her safety threshold, prompting her to deftly push many of them downward. The vines, having understood their limits, chose to remain on her arms, no longer climbing recklessly. In this measured dance of retreat and advance, Lin Zhaoye found a certain fondness for these creatures. After all, she had invested a considerable sum and a plethora of crystal cores to cultivate them, hoping they would serve a greater purpose. If only they could exhibit such obedience on the battlefield, following her commands with precision, they would become a formidable hidden strength for Lin Zhaoye. Upon touching the ground, the vines displayed a reluctance to descend, yet Lin Zhaoye, with a firm hand, compelled them down. Once on the ground, the vines quietly inched closer to her, content to remain still and not intrude upon her space. Lung Yu approached Lin Zhaoye and inquired, "Can you control them?" A few vines subtly shifted away from her presence. Lin Zhaoye pondered for a moment and replied honestly, "I do not know, nor can I be certain." The two of them gazed at the vines swaying gently in the wind, caught in an unspoken moment. Unbeknownst to them, A portion of the vines was quietly growing, extending beyond the boundaries Lin Zhaoye had delineated. Some had even begun to climb the existing fence of the outer villa, where translucent tendrils had taken root. Thus, a kingdom of golden vines unfolded silently. Oblivious to this development, Lin Zhaoye, after addressing the fence in this area, commenced her calculations for the journey ahead. According to the established plan, the 5 surrounding villas could easily be encompassed, but the greater the area available for expansion, the better, especially since she intended to raise chickens and ducks. Land was utterly essential. The location she had in mind was a vacant plot behind her home and that of the Lung family. Beyond that, it extended into the woods. Although there were certain dangers, including the occasional emergence of zombies from the mountains, this land was an indispensable resource. To expand, it was necessary not only to extend forward, but also to cultivate the area behind. Thus, they embarked on a journey to measure how to enclose as large a section of the rear land as possible for the future raising of poultry. Having endured more than a month in the apocalypse, many had exhausted their stockpiled meat, and the longing for flesh grew stronger by the day. Having gone so long without tasting it, Lin Zhaoye felt a heavy weight in her heart when contemplating the future. There were numerous tasks before her, yet the information she could share with others was painfully limited. Many matters could not be disclosed directly to everyone. After spending most of the day encircling the 5 villas closely, including her own, the Lung family's, and Professor Qin's residence, they established the initial layout of this base within the confines of the newly erected fence. Other families expressed a desire to join, but currently, there were not enough fences to enclose them, so Lin Zhaoye decided to exclude them for the time being. Lung Yu, in a few days, you will need to construct additional houses, either 2 or 3 stories high, to align with these small buildings. Lin Zhaoye gestured towards the villa, outlining the tasks that lay ahead in the coming days. The additional buildings were intended for those willing to join the base, but who had not yet been encompassed by the surrounding fence. Now, they could comfortably reside in their own villas, and should any unforeseen events arise in the future, they would have alternative accommodations available. As for those who declined to join the base, Lin Zhaoye tacitly acknowledged that they did not require her assistance in planning their subsequent paths for the time being. Thus, she did not intend to construct an excessive number of houses. Having resolved the housing issue, Lin Zhaoye also considered that a portion of supplies resided within the air raid shelter. Therefore, the distance between her home and the shelter would be of paramount importance. She possessed a protective energy shield, which she envisioned encompassing an area sufficient to include both the base and her residence. For the ordinary, mindless zombies, breaching the air raid shelter would indeed challenge their limited intellect. As she surveyed her surroundings, she noted that the fencing had been entirely replaced. The afternoon had already arrived. If anyone does not mind, please come to my home for a meal and try out the snack cabinet. Yay! Thank you, Xiao Yezi. Upon returning home, Lin Yuanshan was seated on the sofa, lost in thought. When Lin Zhaoye entered, she quickly greeted him before hastening to adjust the cooking robot to prepare a meal. At that moment, Lin Yuanshan had ceased his reverie, his gaze fixated on Lin Zhaoye's figure. Uncle, just now Lin Yue and the others assisted me with quite a few tasks, so I would like to invite them for dinner. Have you eaten lunch? Come dine with us. Lin Yuanshan's expression was somewhat vacant, yet he nodded in agreement. All right, I shall dine with you. Lung Yu and her companions did not enter, but instead gathered around the snack cabinet in the courtyard, examining it with eager curiosity. They huddled close, their eyes gleaming with desire to sample the treats. Unfortunately, they possessed no crystal cores, as all the cores of the team were entrusted to Lung Yu, a rule they adhered to. Understanding their silent plea, Lung Yu generously distributed 5 first-tier, transparent crystal cores to each of them. The young men, in their 20s and 30s, joyfully pointed and discussed the offerings within the display case, ultimately exchanging 15 crystal cores for a substantial handful of snacks. Lin Zhaoye called out to them from the entrance. Once you've finished your exchanges, come in and take a seat. They responded with cheerful laughter. We're coming. Zhaoye, is there anything else? Lin Zhaoye shook her head. Nothing more. Lung Yu playfully nudged them. What you have is sufficient. Don't be picky. Lin Zhaoye laughed, unbothered by the comment. Chapter 72. No worries. The group happily settled at the table, only to discover that Lin's elder uncle was also present. They respectfully greeted him before commencing their meal. Lin Yuanshan maintained a cheerful demeanor, observing everyone eat and chat, choosing not to engage, but instead diligently serving dishes to Lin Zhaoye. She graciously accepted his offerings. In truth, this was his way of compensating in his own heart, and Lin Zhaoye willingly obliged. Upon reflection, neither Lin Yuanshan nor Lin Zhaoye had erred in their actions. They cannot punish one another for Lin Shirong's mistake. The duration of their meal swiftly elapsed, and in the afternoon, they resumed their work, addressing the issues with the electrification of the experimental fence and the design of the house extension. Unexpectedly, someone approached to summon her outside, drawing the attention of the neighboring residents. Lin Zhaoye sensed something amiss, prompting Lung Yu to follow her outside while leaving the others behind. The newcomers, a pair consisting of one stout and one slender individual, sought their assistance, reminiscent of the earlier Cold Moon team. Consequently, the inhabitants of the other villas paid little heed to this matter, occasionally dispatching someone to inquire about developments and partake in the commotion. They had previously deliberated that should another team require reception, it would be entrusted to Li Yihe or Lin Yuanshan, encompassing details and room arrangements. Now that Lin Zhaoye was present, she would undertake this responsibility. The duo's peculiar combination piqued Lin Zhaoye's curiosity, compelling her to cast them several glances. The leader was a thin, sharp-featured fellow, the most vociferous among them, while the stout individual loomed behind him, nearly twice the size of the leaner counterpart, ample flesh adorning his frame. Such corpulence was indeed a rarity in the apocalypse. This odd pairing captivated Lin Zhaoye's attention. The security guard who accompanied them elucidated that these two had come at the behest of Long Gu, seeking to exchange goods, remarkably through the same channel as Lung Yu. Lin Zhaoye comprehended that they must either possess considerable strength or exceptional luck to have arrived at this juncture. What perplexed her was another statement made by the security guard. He mentioned that the corpulent man had been carried here by the lean fellow, leaving her to wonder what had transpired. Lin Zhaoye nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze fixated on the two individuals. Even at this moment, the portly man rested a hand on the shoulder of the slender one, appearing exceedingly frail. His ample flesh did not convey strength. Rather, it accentuated his apparent weakness. His complexion was ashen, clearly indicating that he was unwell. Lin Zhaoye felt an unsettling intuition. Something about his condition seemed peculiar. Moreover, she noticed several exceptionally thin vines nearby, writhing restlessly. The significance of this was unclear, yet it struck her as profoundly odd. A crowd had gathered around them, pointing and murmuring, reveling in the spectacle. Lin Zhaoye raised her voice to caution the onlookers, "Do not approach them." Upon hearing her words, many retreated several steps, distancing themselves from the two men, fearful of the consequences of proximity. The demeanor of the portly man grew increasingly unsettling. He leaned heavily against the slender figure, exuding a sense of utter lethargy. His visage contorted in a grotesque manner, as he incessantly jerked his neck, an odd sight. Yet the lean man remained unfazed. Recognizing the weight of Lin Zhaoye's words, the slender man turned to her and said, "Brother Long sent me to find you. Who among you can address this matter?" Lin Zhaoye instructed Ling Yue to remain vigilant while she stepped forward, asserting, "I am in charge here. You must set him down first." She pointed at the rotund figure, remarking, "His condition seems off. I sense something amiss." Ling Yu understood this as a signal to remain vigilant, promptly grasping her weapons. The lanky man, upon hearing her words, dismissed the concern, believing it to be mere meddling on Lin Zhaoye's part. He was simply feeling unwell today, with no other issues at hand. "We primarily seek refuge with you, hoping for a place to eat and stay. If lodging isn't possible, some food would suffice," he explained earnestly. "We have prepared the crystal cores. Brother Long has already informed us." He spoke with a serious demeanor, discussing matters with Lin Zhaoye. Yet the more Lin Zhaoye observed the stout man, the more he felt that something was amiss. Suddenly, Lin Zhaoye shouted retreat. He then charged forward, intent on dispatching the hefty man who was about to bite the slender figure. The lanky man was taken aback by the rapid turn of events. He had never encountered such a situation, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. By the time he regained his wits, the stout man had already been kicked away by Lin Zhaoye. rolling twice before coming to a halt. His struggles intensified. His voice became hoarse, clearly indicating he was on the brink of zombification. Lin Zhaoye brandished his dagger, ready to end it. Unexpectedly, the stout man, even in his struggle, unleashed his powers, encasing himself within a cocoon of earth, transforming into a solid clay egg. Lin Zhaoye's blade plunged directly into the earthen shell, but failed to inflict any harm. The lanky man quickly interjected, "Wait, he is unharmed. He is fine." Lin Zhaoye was a loss for words when it came to this person, who, despite nearing the state of a zombie, still believed everything was all right. The thin man hurriedly stepped forward to clarify, his tone urgent. "He is an earth-based ability user. He will be fine. He has been in this condition for 2 or 3 days and has not transformed into a zombie." Lin Zhaoye was not convinced by this explanation and bluntly revealed the truth. He has not turned into a zombie because he possesses special abilities. The power within him is battling against the zombie virus. There is a significant risk that he could transform into a zombie at any moment, potentially attacking those around him without warning. Only the oblivious thin man remained convinced of his lack of danger. Upon hearing the explanation, others began to withdraw, while a few young individuals stood in front, shielding the onlookers behind them. Some of them began to condemn the duo. "If you're going to turn into a zombie, do it far away. Otherwise, you should eliminate him now. What if he truly becomes a zombie? This is far too dangerous. Indeed, zombies should stay away from us, or else we will have to kill you." They all began to wish for the two to leave, for no one had ever turned into a zombie in this area. The team in the villa frequently hunted zombies nearby, so disturbances from zombies were rare. Accustomed to safety, they naturally reacted with great aversion when confronted with someone who might transform into a zombie. Chapter 73. Toxin. The thin man immediately shook his hands in denial. No. He truly has not transformed into a zombie. After a brief moment, his supernatural ability would automatically dissipate. The stubborn demeanor he exhibited incited Lin Zhaoye to the brink of delivering a couple of punches to jolt him back to reality. To his surprise, before Lin Zhaoye could make any move, the portly man's powers vanished, and the once firm shell became soft. The soil crumbled and merged with the ground, and the rotund figure shook his body, rising stiffly with a grotesque expression. His complexion had turned ashen, even tinged with a hint of green. Now that he had regained consciousness and had not succumbed to the fate of a zombie, Lin Zhaoye refrained from taking the life of a stranger's friend. With no prior acquaintance or enmity, he addressed the thin man. He was on the verge of becoming a zombie. "If you do not leave immediately, we shall eliminate him to eliminate any potential threats to our safety." Her resolute demeanor prompted the lean monkey to mutter, "If you're afraid, just say so. We are leaving." However, Lin Zhaoye's peripheral vision caught a glimmering object, which suddenly sprang into action, racing towards the hefty man with extraordinary speed, firmly binding him to the ground, rendering him immobile. The struggle he had just exhibited ceased entirely. He was completely ensnared by the golden vine, devoid of any capacity for resistance, his face contorted in a ghastly manner, mouth agape, eyes wide with terror. The thin man, witnessing this spectacle, was left in utter shock. "What are you doing?" "I said we were leaving." This situation was undeniably bizarre. Lin Zhaoye resolved to sever the vine with her dagger, allowing her to package the hefty figure for transport. "Apologies, but it must be cut." Just as she reached out to sever the vine, an even more bizarre occurrence transpired. The vine found an opportune spot and commenced its sanguinary feast. The once golden-hued vine now transformed into a vivid crimson, interspersed with streaks of murky green. Human blood is red, thus the green must undoubtedly signify the toxin of a zombie. Initially, the vine merely consisted of branches, devoid of thorns or foliage. However, upon commencing its blood-sucking, it sprouted numerous thorns, which burrowed deeply into the flesh of the rotund figure, ensnaring him like a hedgehog. While it was indeed a bloodsucker, the mixture of red and green was nearly equal. Lin Zhaoye's heart sank. She had inadvertently opened the box containing the formidable boss. In this dire situation, although there might be a chance to cleanse the toxin, it was equally possible that it would drain him completely. With urgency, Lin Zhaoye swung her blade, determined to save the hefty figure first. even if he were to transform into a zombie afterward. It would be preferable to being drained of blood in such a cryptic manner. No one could guarantee whether the vine, having consumed the zombie virus, would mutate into a plant that continued to feast on ordinary human blood. Lin Zhaoye dared not take that gamble. The others, witnessing this scene, instinctively recoiled. The young individuals at the forefront displayed mere apprehension, while the ordinary folk without abilities in the rear regarded Lin Zhaoye with a mixture of disapproval and ire. They were all aware that this vine had been nurtured by Lin Zhaoye herself. Without hesitation, she brought her blade down. Little did anyone know that this vine had been remarkably unyielding. When it was first bound, it was no thicker than a finger. Yet now it had grown to the girth of a watering hose. As Lin Zhaoye struck with her blade, a sharp clang echoed, followed by a jolt of pain that coursed through her hand, leaving it tingling and nearly causing her to lose grip on the knife. Fortunately, she managed to tighten her hold just in time. The vine bore no visible wounds. The imagined severance was non-existent, leaving behind merely a faint mark. A slender white line seemed to mock Lin Zhaoye's strength. Meanwhile, the vines on the ground began to writhe, twisting and advancing towards her. The others, taken aback, hastily retreated, unsure whether the vine had succumbed to a zombie-like state. Her only recourse was to hasten their evacuation. She did not forget to instruct one of them, Xiao Wang. Go to my house and inform them. Tell Sister Jiahui to bring some weapons. Xiao Wang comprehended the gravity of the situation and took off running. As the one who had inadvertently conjured this potential disaster, Lin Zhaoye understood that she must first address the problem. Should it prove insurmountable, she would seek an opportunity to escape. Upon hearing her command, the vines on the ground twisted more violently, surging towards Lin Zhaoye. Rather than retreat, she charged forward, resolved to strike again. She thrust downwards with renewed vigor. The tip of the knife penetrated a portion of the vine, which reacted as if it could feel pain, thrashing wildly, yet refraining from attacking her. With a successful hit, she swiftly withdrew the blade, preparing for another attempt, this time with greater force and a more cunning angle. Unbeknownst to her, at the critical moment, she evaded a perilous situation thanks to the vines. The blade embedded itself a full inch into the earth, and, sensing something amiss, she hastily relinquished her grip on the weapon and distanced herself from the tendrils. Yet, the vines were alarmingly swift, ensnaring her hand. They did not constrict with excessive force, but neither did they permit her to extricate herself. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye resolved to exert brute strength to free herself. After all, this particular vine was relatively feeble, neither stout nor excessively long, rendering her escape not entirely hopeless. Just then, footsteps echoed from afar. Lin Zhaoye took a step back, stretching the vine considerably. Yet she remained ensnared. Xiao Ge used fire. She tugged at the vine coiling around her wrist, signaling Mu Hongxiao to unleash flames. A dragon of fire surged forth, targeting the vine that ensnared her. It did not release Lin Zhaoye, nor did it relinquish its hold on the portly figure nearby. The tendrils ahead appeared even more pristine and translucent. The vivid crimson of blood and the virulent green of the infection starkly contrasted. The section binding Lin Zhaoye remained still, merely holding her captive to prevent further harm to its core, without exhibiting any overtly aggressive behavior towards her. Although the others had retreated into the room and secured the doors and windows, they remained vigilant regarding the vines. Some still clung to the walls. Yet they refrained from launching any assaults. The only one under attack was the rotund individual. Lin Zhaoye pondered these circumstances carefully, and with her other hand, she gently pinched the vine, noting its slight quiver, yet it offered no immediate reaction or aggression. Seeing the situation unfold, Mu Hongxiao sensed something amiss and extinguished the flames. The charred sections bore witness to the recent heat, and the vine, feeling quite aggrieved, shifted its body slightly, tugging at Lin Zhaoye while swaying towards Mu Hongxiao. As if to lodge a complaint, Lin Zhaoye became increasingly convinced that the vine could comprehend her words. Thus, she tentatively suggested, "Then might you release me?" To her astonishment, the vine indeed relinquished its grip on her wrist, causing neither redness nor pain, merely restricting her movements. Strangely, Lin Zhaoye felt as if this vine was confiding its grievances to her. Grievances? Could it truly possess its own thoughts? The notion struck her as humorous, yet upon reflection, given that it originated from the system, it was not entirely implausible. The vine dramatically slumped down, crawling along the ground, twisting and winding its way to Lin Zhaoye's feet, extending its delicate tendrils to brush against her ankles. She bent down to pick it up, and it writhed even more vigorously, exuding an air of triumph. However, Lin Zhaoye found herself at a loss for how to respond. Even Mu Hongxiao, approaching the third tier, was rendered powerless against it. The knife she had brought along inflicted no significant harm. Meanwhile, the corpulent individual nearby appeared somewhat better, having ceased excessive bloodletting, while the lean one knelt beside him, futilely pawing at the vine without effect. Thus, the only course of action now is to temporarily placate the emotions of the vine, awaiting the arrival of Wang Zhehui or others armed with weapons to eliminate this unknown threat with firearms. Lin Zhaoye cannot gamble the lives of so many on a solitary vine. It must be obedient and pose no threat to them. Around the nearby villas, many spectators observed the scene, noticing that Lin Zhaoye had not been captured and drained like the portly fellow, who had also ceased his actions. The portly man appeared significantly rejuvenated, now capable of exchanging coherent words with the lean man. Indeed, he had lost a considerable amount of blood, his face devoid of color. The vines entwined around him had grown considerably, stretching nearly 5 meters in length, a vivid red intermingled with green, having thrived on the blood they had drawn. As the audience pondered the intentions of this vine, it astonishingly released the portly man. Freed from the vine's constraining embrace, he collapsed to the ground, eyes closed in concentration. Simultaneously, Lin Zhaoye prepared himself, ready to strike down any zombies that might mutate. In that moment, only the lean man's wails pierced the air. "You mustn't die. What am I to do?" He was truly taken aback. The portly man was riddled with numerous small puncture wounds, and the lean man hastily helped him to his feet. Supporting him while wiping his own face in disbelief, he exclaimed, "You are truly going too far. Knowing full, while he is in such a weakened state, you still drain his blood. You are unbelievable." He stomped his foot, wishing to condemn them. What difference is there between this base and those zombies? They're all man-eating monsters. Monsters! He incessantly cursed Lin Zhaoye and the others, as well as these plants. Indeed, there exists this uncanny entity that indiscriminately siphons life. You are all devils. No one could refute him. After all, such an unforeseen occurrence was indeed difficult to elucidate. They too were at a loss to explain precisely what had transpired. As he spoke, tears began to stream down his face, splattering onto the rotund figure beside him. Unexpectedly, this portly individual stirred awake in his embrace. Upon hearing the curses, he delivered a punch that sent the lean man tumbling to the ground. Without support, the rotund fellow also collapsed. In a moment, the two began to shove each other. The portly man, frowning, bellowed, "Why are you holding me? How disgusting." The lean man retorted, "If I hadn't held on to you, you would have been on the brink of death." The bystanders awkwardly scratched their noses and gazed at the sky. Suddenly, the lean man realized, "Wait, something's amiss. How come you're fine now? Just a few days ago, after being bitten, you were in a daze. What did you gain such strength?" The portly man was taken aback. Over the past few days, his consciousness had been hazy. Sometimes awake, sometimes fainting, he had no idea what he was doing. Yet now, his mind was remarkably clear, and he no longer felt particularly heavy, though he still lacked energy. Overall, he felt significantly better than in the previous days. The portly the slender individual's mind raced, and he promptly bowed to Lin Zhaoye, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, goddess, for your base's intervention that saved my brother's life. I am uncertain how we might repay this kindness." In truth, Lin Zhaoye herself was somewhat bewildered. She had been prepared to subdue the overweight man, perhaps even resorting to fatal measures if necessary. To her astonishment, he had regained consciousness, his countenance devoid of the pallor typically associated with the undead, as if the toxins of zombification had been entirely purged. Lin Zhaoye could not ascertain the veracity of this phenomenon and recognized the need for further verification. What astonished her most was the revelation that the zombification process was indeed reversible. After a moment of contemplation, drawing from the wisdom of her previous life and the patterns of this existence, she realized that this was the first time she had encountered a genuine method to prevent human zombification. Should she successfully avert the overweight man's transformation, she would certainly set a high price for such a service. Others silently regarded her, keenly awaiting her valuation, for the man's state had teetered precariously on the brink of complete transformation. The possibility that he could revert to normalcy was nothing short of miraculous. Eradicating the zombie virus was tantamount to granting him a second chance at life. Naturally, the onlookers hoped that her price would be within their reach, as even in the unfortunate event of infection, a glimmer of hope for survival would remain. Confronted by their eager gazes, Lin Zhaoye did not hesitate to respond. "Let us exchange for a crystal core, either 1 third-level core or 4 second-level cores." Her statement was well-founded. A crystal core that was nearly third-level but not quite attained was appraised by the system at 1,500 points, equivalent to 3 second-level cores. A genuine third-tier crystal core undoubtedly surpasses a score of 1,500. Thus, we tentatively estimate its value at 2,000 points. Consequently, possessing 4 second-tier crystal cores is entirely reasonable. Moreover, acquiring a third-tier crystal core poses a greater challenge for individuals in the present time. Accordingly, it is quite acceptable for the quantity of slightly easier second-tier crystal cores to be somewhat larger. In Chapter 75, titled Weapons, upon hearing her words, the two individuals exchanged glances. The slender man, who managed the finances, was well acquainted with their assets. Previously, we deemed these crystal cores to be of little utility, hence we did not retain many. It was only upon Brother Long's reminder that we began to accumulate them, and thus we currently possess only 2 second-tier crystal cores. The stout man earnestly implored, "Might you allow us a few days' time? I assure you we will be able to gather those 2 crystal cores." He appeared genuinely clear-headed, his expression sincere, embodying a sense of chivalry reminiscent of the martial world. Observing the demeanor of the two men, Lin Zhaoye resolved to invite them in for a more detailed discussion. As they navigated through the villa community, many families peeked out to observe. The two men noted the absence of fear or panic on the faces of those present, who appeared to be content and prosperous, thereby reaffirming Lin Zhaoye's stature. She was far more formidable and affluent than Brother Long had portrayed. The two men exchanged glances while following Lin Zhaoye, though she remained indifferent to their silent communication. It mattered little to Lung Yu as well. However, what went unnoticed by all was that the vines that had previously bound the stout man had now withered away to a point where they evaded attention, transforming into a completely transparent amber hue. However, the areas stained with blood gradually blossomed into vivid red flowers. Leading the group was Li Yihe, who brandished a modified firearm. The others behind him were also equipped with newly crafted weapons by Wang Jiahui, hurrying towards this direction. What had transpired? Their urgency compelled us to assist, as they assumed something dire had occurred. They had ventured out without gathering all their belongings. His words were laced with both inquiry and pretense. In truth, Li Yihe had already discerned the approach of strangers, their attributes ambiguous. Only by speaking in half-truths could he confound the enemy. Indeed, his words left the stout and slender figures perplexed. In the post-apocalyptic world, many possessed weapons, yet few wielded firearms. The majority relied on knives and sticks for self-defense, which could also be deemed weaponry. Lin Zhaoye, understanding his intentions, shook his head in a gesture of reassurance that all was well. Lin Zhaoye led them to the reception room, where the stout and slender individuals settled on the sofa, displaying a relaxed demeanor as they discreetly surveyed the decor of the room, an arrangement typical of affluent households from the world before, thus not particularly extraordinary. It was not until Lin Zhaoye casually handed them 2 bottles of water that the atmosphere shifted. "Feel free to have a drink," he urged. The slender one appeared slightly taken aback, while the stout one seemed more adept at navigating social interactions, promptly accepting the water with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you. Thank you." The others gathered around the sofa, each with their own cups. More than just water. The pregnant woman had milk before her, a luxury they had not experienced in quite some time. The two awaited the others to initiate discussions regarding the crystal cores. Previously, Lin Zhaoye and his companions had deliberated over the possibility of working off their debts. However, they remained uncertain about the unique abilities or special skills possessed by the two newcomers, the fatty and the thin one. If their powers were of no use, it might be more advantageous to send them out to exterminate zombies. Once everyone was settled, Li Iha, a seasoned worker adept at organizing tasks, took the initiative to inquire, "What are your abilities?" The names of the two, along with their extraordinary powers, truly astonished Lin Zhaoye. The world is vast, brimming with wonders. Wang Jiahui exhibited considerable curiosity regarding their abilities, as their current knowledge of such powers remained rather limited. Thus, gaining further insight would be a valuable experience. How should one articulate such abilities? Having journeyed far and wide, the duo had encountered much skepticism from others. Baozi was the first to showcase his unique talent. "I possess the ability to shape-shift into any object I have seen or touched." He gently stroked the edges of his belly and continued, "Of course, this transformation is merely superficial. The true effectiveness depends on my comprehension of the object. The form I adopt reflects my understanding of it." Noticing the lingering confusion among the onlookers, he provided an illustrative example. "I can assume the appearance of a computer, but I lack its computational capabilities. My mind is simply too limited to execute such functions." This vivid example elicited a chuckle from Lin Zhaoye, who, feeling a hint of embarrassment, covered her mouth and gestured for Baozi to proceed. Subsequently, Baozi rubbed his palms together, seeking a moment of relaxation. He then caressed the surface of the sofa upon which he had been seated. Moving to an available spot in the living room, he assumed a horse-riding stance, transforming himself into the very sofa. Before the onlookers, two identical entities appeared, eliciting a sense of novelty. Linga, seated beside him, could not resist reaching out to touch the sofa that Baozi had become, eager to experience its texture. Upon contact, she discovered it felt quite authentic, though devoid of any human warmth. Overall, the sudden transformation was indeed impressive. She nodded at Lin Zhaoye, conveying her approval, just as everyone believed the moment was uneventful. Baozi's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on Li Iha, exclaiming, "I see you possess quite a few weapons here. To be candid, I can transform into a weapon myself." This declaration piqued the interest of the group, prompting him to add, "Moreover, a functional weapon." This revelation particularly captivated Lin Zhaoye and Wang Jiahui. The former contemplated the savings on crystal cores, while the latter yearned to investigate the composition of the weaponized Baozi. However, he sheepishly admitted, "Unfortunately, my powers are not sufficiently robust. I can only transform once every week or so." There was a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he touched the tip of his nose. Nevertheless, this was precisely what Lin Zhaoye had been hoping for. She had an abundance of food to offer him. Chapter 76. Counterbalance. Lin Zhaoye sought further confirmation, if this were indeed the case. Would they not possess an infinite supply of ammunition? His inquiry left the rotund individual momentarily speechless, for he had never had the opportunity to experiment with Lin Zhaoye's hypothesis. Ultimately, he spoke candidly. The combative Cold Moon's eyes lit up at his words. "I have provisions. Next time you come to my place, we shall put this to the test." Lin Zhaoye was taken aback by Cold Moon's interjection, yet it mattered little. The ability to transform might hold little significance, but the potential to convert into a formidable weapon, one that could be wielded, was truly extraordinary. Not only were Cold Moon and Lin Zhaoye intrigued, but even Baozi himself was eager to partake in the experiment. "Tomorrow, we shall try it out. When are you available?" Cold Moon naturally preferred an early start. "Come to my house in the morning." Lin Zhaoye seized the opportunity. "I shall accompany you." Of course, all of these plans hinged on Baozi's willingness to become a weapon. Receiving the admiration in the gazes of those around him, Baozi chuckled softly, scratching his belly. "Very well. Prepare plenty of delectable treats." "Absolutely." Cold Moon readily agreed, and Lin Zhaoye silently concurred within his heart. The group's attention then shifted towards the bomb. Surely, to partner with Baozi, it must possess its own unique prowess. There was palpable anticipation about what surprises this bomb might unveil. observing the eager gazes directed at it. The bomb began to share its tale. I am capable of entering relatively enclosed spaces, as long as there exists even a slight crack in air circulation. I can gain access. Once inside, I can open a door, deploy a sedative, and withdraw without any complications. He glanced at the steam bun, then at Lin Zhaoye, and confidently thumped his chest, declaring, though we may lack offensive capabilities, there remains a plethora of tasks we can accomplish. The unwavering self-assurance of these two individuals in advocating for themselves is indeed commendable. While it may hold little significance for others, for Lin Zhaoye, it is akin to discovering a treasure. She harbored great interest in their unique abilities and tacitly agreed to allow them to work off their debts. Particularly in light of their impending excursion to a clandestine laboratory in the next 2 days, their extraordinary talents would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Observing Lin Zhaoye's expression, Li Yihe discerned her approval of the duo's participation and thus proceeded to inquire further. Apart from your special abilities, what other skills do you possess? The two exchanged glances, feeling a touch of embarrassment, yet brimming with pride as they responded. We are colleagues. We have been navigating life together in our professional endeavors. What sort of colleagues share such a close bond? This answer piqued everyone's curiosity. The bomb expert pointed to himself and proclaimed, I am an obstetrician. The steam bun, equally proud, chimed in, I am a midwife. This revelation elicited a sense of reflection, as it is quite rare to encounter male obstetricians or midwives in the mainland. However, it is true that men often possess greater physical strength and stamina, allowing them to provide continuous encouragement and support to expectant mothers during labor. In certain respects, they may even hold a slight advantage over female practitioners. Societal prejudices regarding both roles have undoubtedly caused some challenges. Yet it seems that these two individuals remain unfazed by such judgments. Lin Zhaoye expresses considerable satisfaction with their work, particularly with Wang Jiahui, who has prepared herself for the possibility of a natural delivery. With these two doctors present, her chances of a successful outcome have significantly increased. It is evident that Wang Jiahui exhibits a warmer demeanor towards both doctors, who, seemingly afflicted by their professional instincts, are engaged in a thorough examination of her abdomen, discussing various details for an extended period. They then share numerous precautions, some of which Wang Jiahui had previously learned in prenatal classes, while others are more specialized insights from experienced practitioners, offering a more comprehensive understanding. In summary, from an external and lifestyle perspective, her pregnancy appears to be progressing safely, though further detailed examinations are still necessary. This assurance greatly boosts her confidence. That's reassuring. After all, her diligent care over the past months seems to have paid off. She exhales in relief. In approximately 2 months, she will welcome her child. Although she outwardly maintains a calm demeanor, any mother inevitably harbors some anxiety at the thought of her baby. Fortunately, she has encountered these two professionals. Seeing their enthusiastic conversation, Li Yihe felt it was the perfect moment to set aside his defenses and broach the topic of collaboration between them. The current base is rather modest, lacking dedicated facilities for medical care and education. However, these will gradually be established in the future, leaving the two doctors without immediate responsibilities. Therefore, a monthly remuneration of 2 second-tier crystal cores has been proposed. How do the two of you perceive this? Both individuals are obstetricians, and with only Wang Jiahui attending to a single expectant mother, they find themselves devoid of work for the next month or two. They express considerable satisfaction with the offered salary. The decision was swiftly made. No objections. Baozi contemplated further. Since there are no patients presently, why not engage in teaching? They are confident in their ability to impart even the most fundamental literacy skills, as elementary knowledge is relatively straightforward. If everyone feels assured in their capabilities, the children may be entrusted to their care. The two possess a firm belief that they can effortlessly fulfill this role, allowing them to earn their wages through meaningful work. Li Yihe mused over the arrangement. 3 hours of work in the morning and another 3 in the afternoon. The workload is quite manageable. Additionally, they could opt to join a team in hunting zombies. However, only the zombies they personally eliminate would yield crystal cores for them. Both were exceedingly pleased with this arrangement. As former corporate drones, such an opportunity felt like a serendipitous windfall. They did not even contemplate the notion of taking a break. Before their expressions of joy had faded, Li Iha raised a pressing concern regarding the accommodation fees. The only option would be to place them in another villa with utilities provided, thus necessitating additional crystal cores each month. This was merely adhering to established protocols, calculating the rent at 3 second-tier crystal cores per month. There were two alternatives. The first option required 4 crystal cores monthly, inclusive of meals and lodging. The second option entailed 3 crystal cores monthly, with meal expenses billed separately, necessitating Lin Zhaoye's assistance in food delivery, amounting to 5 first-tier crystal cores for each meal for both individuals. After deliberation, they opted for the first choice of 4 crystal cores, which covered both meals and lodging. Their salaries conveniently matched the costs of housing and sustenance, and they could swiftly repay their debts through casual zombie hunting. This was a strategic aspect of Li Iha's plan, balancing expenditures to prolong their stay, allowing them to assist Wang Zhaoye with her delivery in the second month. Chapter 77. Unwavering. Li Iha's calculations were clearly audible even to Aunt Li. Though both individuals ultimately agreed, Lin Zhaoye and his companions could provide shelter as well as the essential food and water they desperately required. This was sufficient for 2 individuals without kin, seeking a foothold in a world ravaged by calamity. Lin Zhaoye also hoped for their continued presence, as the debts owed in crystal cores could not be compared to the potential benefits brought by the 2 doctors. In a post-apocalyptic world, the growth of the population was exceedingly scarce. Conception became increasingly challenging, with many individuals facing the tragedy of losing both mother and child. Sanitary conditions posed one set of difficulties, but the more significant issue lay within the human constitution itself. In the new generation, children acquire extraordinary abilities within 3 to 5 years after birth, a potential gift bestowed upon humanity by a higher power, enabling them to swiftly adapt to the perils of this world. This phenomenon arises from the vast reservoir of energy accumulated by their mothers prior to their birth, laying a foundation for their offspring. Regrettably, many expectant mothers lack these extraordinary abilities. They cannot endure the overwhelming energy consumption by the child within, resulting in numerous fatalities or cases of dual demise. The number of those who can successfully bring a child into the world is exceedingly rare. The heavens are just offering humanity a glimmer of hope, yet the ember of that hope proved challenging to sustain. Lin Zhaoye harbored a private desire for 2 individuals to remain, ensuring that Wang Zhaoye would safely deliver her child, just as in the previous life. A lively discussion ensued among the group regarding these matters, leading to the arrangement for Baozi and Jia Dan to continue their work and life here. Cold Moon, momentarily entranced, withdrew from their conversation, her expression troubled as she raised her hand to pose a question. "You are not an Earth ability user. Why did you just transform into an Earth-type egg?" "An Earth-type egg?" Among those present, only Lin Zhaoye and Cold Moon, along with Jia Dan, comprehended her words. As for why it was an Earth egg, Jia Dan scratched his face, expressing his ignorance. The others, having never witnessed such a scene, perked up their ears, eager for an explanation from another. Baozi, with a chuckle, patted his belly and remarked, "I too am at a loss. Each transformation is beyond my control. When I regain consciousness for a moment, I can still exchange a few words with the bomb. Yet, when I drift into oblivion, I become oblivious to my actions. I feel utterly disoriented and fatigued. It seems that this is the sensation one experiences just before transforming into a zombie." Lung Yu murmured softly, perhaps reminiscing about someone else. The others were equally astonished. This was their first encounter with an individual on the brink of zombification narrating their experience, a truly remarkable phenomenon. However, the question remained unanswered. Wang Zhaoye leaned more towards inquiring of Lin Zhaoye. She turned her gaze towards him, hoping for an elucidation. Lin Zhaoye received her signal and pondered thoughtfully. Uncertain of the reason, he merely ventured a hypothesis. "Perhaps you are on the verge of becoming a zombie with Earth-based abilities?" This statement ignited contemplation among the group. They were all unaware whether the abilities manifested at the onset of zombification or developed gradually thereafter. For the time being, no conclusive answer existed, and they collectively accepted his proposition. Those few who were aware of Lin Zhaoye's identity possessed a deeper understanding of the matter. It appeared that much remained to be uncovered regarding the evolution of zombies, even aspects unknown to Lin Zhaoye himself. As everyone's thoughts wandered in diverse directions, Baozi suddenly inquired, "By the way, Zhaoye, what is the name of our base?" The two had conformed to local customs, readily referring to Lin Zhaoye as Xiao. Lin Zhaoye, composed and serene, remarked on the name of the base, confessing that he had yet to decide. Baozi, brimming with enthusiasm, proposed, "I have a suggestion." With no other ideas forthcoming, Lin Zhaoye was more than willing to hear his insight. "I am all ears," he replied. Rising to his feet, Baozi scanned the surroundings. Speaking with earnest gravity, the base has provided us with shelter, sustenance, and a sense of belonging. Although we have yet to embark on our new lives, this place instills in me a feeling of stability and safety, freeing us from the burdens of wandering. Therefore, I propose we name our base No Wandering. What do you think? The words hung in the air as the group pondered their significance. No desire to drift, no intention to roam, no more aimless wandering. A profound silence followed. It was Cold Moon who first articulated her thoughts on the name. Before we arrived here, we were constantly evading and drifting. Only in this place are we liberated from daily worries about our safety and whether we will find enough to eat. With a stable foundation, it truly embodies no wandering. Xiao Gao, who had remained silent until now, added, "I too believe this name is fitting. Though I have lost my family, you all are my family." His words cast a slight shadow over the atmosphere, and Lin Zhaoye, wishing to avoid a somber mood, decisively stated, "Then our base shall be called No Wandering." In their eyes sparkled a fervent hope. This place was not merely a home, but a sanctuary, a foundation for mutual trust and reliance in the days to come. After finalizing their arrangements, Li Yihe moved into the vacant villa with Baozi and Zhandan. This villa marked the inaugural site for conducting all-day electricity experiments utilizing Wang Jiahui's power bank since the establishment of the base. Li Yihe informed them that should new members arrive and the number of residents be appropriate, they would share accommodation, collectively bearing the rent, consistent with the arrangement made with Lin Yue and others. The two expressed no objections, recognizing that they were currently benefiting from the situation. Once they grasped the general circumstances, they posed a question. Could they hold classes for children here? Given that the area was presently unoccupied, it would be beneficial for both education and medical care. Baozi chimed in, stating, "Although I am an obstetrician, I am also proficient in diagnosing certain pediatric ailments. To say nothing of common illnesses, I can certainly manage minor issues, such as headaches or colds." His words brought joy to Li Yihe, who appreciated having a doctor available for the children, whose immune systems are not as robust as adults. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you on behalf of the children," he said. After Li Yihe departed, Baozi and Zhandan set about organizing the villa, which had seen little habitation. They occupied the upper floor, while the living room on the ground floor was designated for teaching and consultations. However, the situation soon turned to Lin Zhaoye, who was now plagued by headaches. Complicating matters, the vines had grown significantly, making their removal a daunting task, and there was uncertainty regarding whether they possessed the capability to eradicate the zombie virus. To leave them unchecked posed its own challenges. One must observe the subsequent developments of the dumpling for a while longer. Only when it does not undergo a transformation can one truly ascertain its capabilities. Lin Zhaoye remains steadfast in his belief in the system and harbors a greater hope that this vine possesses such power. It would serve as a formidable tool for humanity to combat the process of zombification. Experience brings enlightenment. Chapter 78. The flower, it is beneficial that it poses no threat to others. Better early than late. With the daylight still lingering, she decided to first retrieve the vine. Having resided in the villa complex for a considerable time, it had nearly traversed the entirety of the estate. Today marked the first time in a long while that it displayed its aggressive nature. Particularly for Lin Zhaoye, this plant seemed more inclined towards appeasement than hostility. The initial task was to move the original flower pot from the bedroom out to the balcony. Its roots were exceedingly long, rendering it impossible to navigate the stairs. Thus, Lin Zhaoye had to employ her abilities to lower the pot from the second floor to the ground of the courtyard. Lin Zhaoye designated a patch of land to plant it outside the fence, situated between the villa and the mountain. A significant portion of the vines still clung to the upper floors of other buildings, necessitating Lin Zhaoye to retrieve the vines from each structure. Fortunately, Lin Zhaoye possessed a unique allure for these vines. Wherever she went, upon touching the main body of the vine, they would entwine around her. Ensuring her own safety, she diligently relocated numerous branches to the exterior of the fence. Summer nights tend to linger in darkness, and by the time she had finished relocating everything, it was already 9 o'clock. Lin Zhaoye gazed at the twisting vines thrashing against the branches, retrieving the protective shield from the system and adjusting its size to envelop the vines entirely. Selecting No for the option regarding allowing entry, she ensured that the vines could not escape. This exemplified the concept of using magic to vanquish magic. Regrettably, it required crystal cores. Fortunately, during the transportation phase, she had promoted the power banks to numerous households. Thanks to her established reputation, many were eager to give it a try, as they were truly out of power, possessing only a modicum of light during the day, while the nighttime illumination remained largely unstable. Most expressed their intent to visit the following day. Lin Zhaoye explained that currently, only one sample was available and that they would need to pay a certain amount as a deposit in advance. Once completed, the delivery would be made to their doorstep, with daily visits for recharging, requiring merely a first-tier crystal core. They all agreed to these terms and prepared to visit the next day. Standing within the enclosure, Lin Zhaoye was somewhat taken aback by the enormity of the vines outside. The vines, perplexed by their predicament, looked at Lin Zhaoye as it was being displaced, feeling a sense of injustice. However, its expression of grievance appeared rather terrifying, illuminated by the faint light of day, its translucent form dazzling to the eyes. Each fork of the vine extended several hundred lengths. When shorter, it could be deemed cute, yet at such a size, it was undeniably fearsome. Lin Zhaoye observed the vine's menacing display and hesitated to advance, even though she possessed wood-based abilities. In the face of such a frenzied plant, she felt an uncontrollable dread. Grasping Lin Zhaoye's arm, she cautioned, its emotions seemed rather volatile. "Please be careful." Lin Zhaoye gently patted her hand and proceeded to the forefront, stepping into the protective shield, leaving others confined outside. With deliberate steps, she made her way to the central position, where the roots remained nestled in the pot. Without hesitation, Lin Zhaoye shattered the entire flower pot. The vines instantly came alive, writhing eagerly as they emerged. "You shall reside here, no longer clinging to the house. In a few days, when I require your assistance, you may return, all right?" She tentatively attempted to communicate with a particular plant. To her surprise, as she concluded her words, the other branches continued their usual writhing, while the root gradually shifted to find the most comfortable spot, firmly embedding itself into the soil, quaking with satisfaction. The most exquisite of them all was the vine, a stunning blend of red and green. Its hue revealed that it had recently absorbed the essence of a corpulent creature's blood and toxins, adorned with a glimmering little red flower. 3 vibrant red petals flourished. Lin Zhaoye felt an inexplicable connection, as if it mirrored the tattooed flower on her own skin, though hers remained merely a bud, while this blossom appeared fully unfurled. The stamen was a pale green, and the combination of the red flower and green core surprisingly exuded a sense of elegance rather than earthiness, shimmering with a vibrancy that surpassed ordinary blooms, appearing more radiant and spirited. The vine's undulating movements led Lin Zhaoye to interpret it as a sign of agreement. Observers outside the protective shield watched as she stood before the vine, feeling diminutive, even insignificant. Concern enveloped them, fearing that a moment of displeasure from the vine could result in the disintegration of the figure before it. Fortunately, Lin Zhaoye exited safely, and only when she had completely left the protective shield did their worries begin to dissipate. "Xiao Gao, please electrify the fence shortly." The one who was pointed at immediately responded, "All right." This dual assurance must be maintained until the safety of the vines is confirmed. As the crowd dispersed, many found themselves sleepless that night. Lin Zhaoye, too, would not find rest, as she and Mu Hongxiao remained in the courtyard, vigilantly observing the condition of the Baozi. Prepared for the worst, Mu Hongxiao leaned against a tree branch, admiring the moon, standing beside Lin Zhaoye in the yard. There was a palpable silence between them, punctuated only by Mu Hongxiao glancing at the moon and then back at the figures illuminated beneath it. What was it about the moon that captivated him so? What secrets lay upon its surface? Over the course of more than a month, he noticed that whenever she had a moment, Lin Zhaoye would gaze at the moon. She possessed too much knowledge, yet what enigma did the moon hold? Lin Zhaoye stood there, contemplating how to articulate her thoughts. Before finally speaking, once this new moon passes and the moon is full again, a catastrophe shall unfold. Do you believe it? The silvery moonlight will fade. A blood-red moon and a blue sun will soon shroud the world. Her words were gentle, yet their essence detonated within Mu Hongxiao's heart like an atomic bomb. After 2 decades of scientific education, he was now forced to confront the apocalypse, realizing that nature itself could mutate. On the next full moon night, Mohenxios Boditenset, muscles coiling as he fixed his gaze upon Lin Zhaoye, determined to discern every nuance of her expression. The gates of the underworld swung wide open, and malevolent spirits roamed freely. Undead hordes would soon descend in droves. At that time, the true apocalypse would descend. In fact, a considerable number of humanity still survived, with only about 30% transformed into zombies. Yet, on that fateful day, the sky would rend itself with countless gaping wounds, and the undead would randomly descend upon the earth. That moment would mark the inception of a genuine hellish realm. Upon hearing her description, Mu Hongxiao swallowed hard. Chapter 79. Fingers, I do not know how long we can endure. We can only strive to make this place as secure as possible. If all else fails, we may have to retreat to the air raid shelter. Mu Hongxiao's voice trembled slightly, not from fear, but from concern. Whilst you know, Lin Zhaoye let out a sigh. This time, there will be third-tier zombies appearing, though their numbers will be limited, while the first-tier zombies will be more abundant. It is imperative to protect the elderly, children, and women. Those who can fight should engage, and those who can step onto the battlefield should do so. This presents an excellent opportunity for trial and growth. Everyone's abilities will advance through combat experience, yet it is a cruel test, as many elderly, children, and women will not evade their attacks, and will succumb to zombification. To my knowledge, this large-scale arrival of zombies is a consequence of spatial distortion. However, I cannot ascertain when the next wave will occur. She described the state of the world with an unassuming demeanor, refraining from excessive embellishment regarding the scenes of this hellish existence. Yet it sent a shiver through Mu Hongxiao's heart. Though he was no longer employed in a special department, his sentiments towards the vulnerable mirrored those of Lin Zhaoye. If there was a chance to provide aid, it should be seized. How many individuals will survive this time? Lin Zhaoye pondered carefully. Perhaps a loss of around 30%. Another 30%. Currently, the realm in which humanity can operate has significantly diminished. Many individuals lack a stable residence, let alone the ability to protect themselves. Those with supplies at home can still manage to scrape by. However, should they be unfortunate enough to be besieged by zombies, those incapable of defending themselves will find mere survival insufficient for safeguarding their lives. A 30% loss may indeed be an optimistic estimate. What shall we do? Lin Zhaoye shook his head. I do not know what to do. I suppose you can roughly surmise. I possess knowledge of many things due to my memories from a previous life. Lin Shurong also harbors recollections of that past existence. It seems we both experienced a shared dream, and certain scenes from that dream are now manifesting in reality, while others diverge from our envisioned scenarios. She gently traced the tattoo behind her ear, aware of the flower bud's location. Touching it revealed no contours or warmth, as if this peculiar mark had never existed. According to Lin Shurong, she had been here in her previous life, or perhaps Lin Yuanshan had ventured out of the villa, and their paths crossed on the very day the zombie apocalypse began. This explains Lin Shurong's actions to ingratiate herself with Kong Nan, sacrificing Lin Yuanshan for her own safety. In other words, Lin Yuanshan, perished approximately 2 months after the onset of the apocalypse in his previous life. Yet, she deceived Lin Shirong for nearly 3 years. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Zhaoye's fists clenched once more, filled with regret for not having delivered a fatal blow to her heart from the very beginning. With death looming on either side, it would have been more merciful to have resolved it swiftly. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Mu Hongxiao's inquiry interrupted Lin Zhaoye's reverie. Is there a solution? A solution. In her previous life, she had been fortunate enough to escape with her colleagues while working in a hospital. They stumbled into a supermarket, only to be besieged by zombies. At that moment, it felt relatively safe, as there were no spatial rifts near the base, which correspondingly meant fewer zombies. A week later, armed forces were deployed within 100 kilometers of the base, conducting a thorough cleansing to create a safer environment. The only option was to kill zombies. Failure to do so meant becoming one. There was no viable solution. The rift had remained open for a day and night, and as the moon waned, the opening gradually diminished, fixing the number of zombies in place. Humans who killed zombies could survive. Those who did not would turn into zombies. At that time, she was merely an ordinary person, devoid of any supernatural abilities, and thus did not join the expeditions to eliminate zombies, allowing her to survive. In areas with a higher density of zombies, one had to slay more than 10 to barely endure. Mu Hongxiao descended from the tree, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Zhaoye as they gazed at the moon together. So, we can only fight, correct? Indeed, we can only fight. Time crystallized, and the two individuals harbored disparate thoughts. I wish to send a message to the organization. She stiffly nodded, only to be embraced by Mu Hongxiao, cradled in his arms. There would be no cause for concern. I merely intended to remind them. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet the possession of precious things can bring peril. Lin Zhaoye closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, yet she held her breath for an extended moment. She had long been evading, but inevitably, she would have to take the initiative to forge connections. All was for the sake of those innocent lives. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke. Throughout the night, the portly gentleman had not succumbed to zombification. Lin Zhaoye and another person distantly heard his snoring, which was indeed a fortunate circumstance. She had tended to the vegetable garden and made her way to Professor Qin's residence. Professor Shui, I trust you are aware of the incident yesterday involving someone on the verge of becoming a zombie, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. This time, I sincerely hope you can investigate the matter of the vines. Professor Shui nodded. Had you not come today, I would have sought you out. I find it exceedingly intriguing, particularly its functions. Lin Zhaoye replied with a smile. That is splendid. Yesterday, I was concerned for its safety and relocated it elsewhere. We can go at any time. With Professor Shui's experiment, it would not be long before conjectures transformed into results. She awaited Professor Shui to don his professional attire, and together they proceeded to the site designated for the vines. Entering the protective barrier alone, she left Professor Shui in a secure location. He peered inside, meticulously observing the characteristics of the vine's essence. After a night of recuperation, the vine had found its most comfortable posture as she surveyed the landscape. The ground was now adorned with delicate tendrils, having transformed into its dominion. Lin Zhaoye pondered with it. Could you perhaps grant me a portion of your... She struggled to articulate her thoughts, finally conjuring a single word. Fingers. With this utterance, the atmosphere turned somewhat eerie. It remained uncertain whether the vine comprehended her intent. The entire vine quivered momentarily, prompting Lin Zhaoye to adopt a defensive stance, while those outside furrowed their brows, eager to rush in and rescue her. Chapter 80. Seeking a vehicle, however, after a brief movement, the vine returned to its normal state, refraining from any attack. Lin Zhaoye persisted in her persuasion. You possess so much. I truly need only a little. She gestured with her hand, unsure if the vine could perceive the action. It swayed vigorously, leading Lin Zhaoye to speculate that it was reluctant. If it resisted such requests, it implied that fundamental weapons would be ineffective against it, and employing larger weapons might provoke its ire. A sudden inspiration struck Lin Zhaoye. She recalled that since its inception as a mere seed, she had nurtured it with crystal core water. What if she continued to entice it with crystal cores? Would that be effective? She produced a small cup of crystal core water and poured it onto its primary root system. Two bubbles erupted with a gentle gurgle and vanished. It was evident that its essence began to relax, the various tendrils assuming a more languid demeanor. There's hope. Lin Zhaoye crouched down, retrieving another bottle of crystal core water, pouring it while softly negotiating. The vines exhibited little response, only occasionally swaying their branches. Lin Zhaoye patiently waited a moment longer. How about one more cup? The entity began to writhe, with some tendrils ensnaring her ankles, though she deftly brushed them aside. Are you being coy? Lin Zhaoye issued her final ultimatum. I shall grant you but 2 cups at most. Otherwise, you shall have none. Upon hearing her words, the vines hesitated for a moment before extending a slender tendril from afar. It lightly touched her, coiling around her wrist and remaining still. Then I shall take that as your consent. The tendril possessed considerable resilience, yet was not so hardened as to be impervious. Unlike that day, when blades could not pierce it, the vine she had severed coiled around her forearm, rubbing against her. A sense of unease gripped Lin Zhaoye. The last time she had tasted the blood of a bun, it had also begun with such caresses. She quickly brushed it off, lest she become the next dumpling. Once her limbs were cleared of the tendrils, she carefully placed the cut vine into a bag designated for specimen preservation. She felt a sense of satisfaction with her sample, and she patted the writhing vines before her. Well done. Consider this your reward. With that, she generously poured 2 bottles of water upon it. One must keep their promises to plants. After completing her act of consolation, Lin Zhaoye departed, delivering the specimen to Professor Shui. She meticulously inspected the protective barrier, ensuring that no one could enter without her consent, until the truth was unveiled, regardless of how emotive or understanding this vine might seem. It posed no danger to Lin Zhaoye. It was merely an illusion. We have devised a plan and shall embark on our quest for experimental machinery in the coming days. This matter cannot be postponed any longer. The day of reckoning draws ever closer, and with each delay, the peril increases. Let us venture forth in search of those vehicles. Lin Zhaoye harbored uncertainty regarding whether her space could accommodate such machines. If it could, that would be splendid. If not, they could drive them to a designated location for future use. Observing her earnest demeanor, Mu Hongxiao found it difficult to refuse her request. Upon exiting the villa, the two soon discovered their first vehicle, a minibus. For reasons unknown, it had been abandoned by the roadside, yet its exterior appeared relatively intact. Is anyone present? Mu Hongxiao inquired, shaking his head in response. By the time we arrived, we had thoroughly checked. There was no one around. Lin Zhaoye, having received this confirmation, halted in front of the bus only to realize it could not be stored in the system. Thus, she conjured 2 makeshift tools from her sleeve and began to prod at the door. Mu Hongxiao watched her with intrigue as she anxiously attempted to unlock the door, seizing the opportunity to eliminate a nearby wandering zombie. When he approached Lin Zhaoye, holding a first-level crystal core, she had already begun to inspect the interior of the vehicle. It appeared capable of seating 7 or 8 individuals, with all facilities intact. There were no signs of shattered windows, and the fuel tank was still more than half full. Lin Zhaoye clapped her hands in satisfaction, guiding Mu Hongxiao to the front seat. Watch me. She then used the makeshift tools to start the vehicle. Fantastic. In truth, Lin Zhaoye felt a twinge of apprehension within his heart. This particular skill had been acquired from someone associated with Lung Yu. The individual in question was a man in his 40s, once a habitual thief. His appearance was rather unassuming, with a square face and bushy eyebrows, exuding an air of righteousness. Yet, only those who truly knew him were aware that he was one of the most adept pickpockets in the area, possessing not only the ability to steal, but also the skill to pick locks, effortlessly maneuvering vehicles of this nature. Lin Zhaoye seized the opportunity to learn the art of lock-picking from him, recognizing that mastery of diverse skills could prove invaluable. After much practice on the doors of her home, she finally managed to succeed, although the seasoned thief often chided her for her clumsiness, emphasizing the stark difference between wielding a surgical knife and the feel of a lockpick. This marked her first foray into outdoor experimentation, and to her surprise, it was a resounding success on the first attempt. Lin Zhaoye contemplated taking him along for their next outing, should any complications arise that her novice skills might fail to address. The two set off, each on a separate vehicle, to a secluded grove near the villa, where they concealed themselves before searching for other cars. Some vehicles had already suffered shattered windows and exhibited poor security, leading her to decisively abandon those options. Others bore unsightly patches of red and green stains, their exteriors marred and battered, suggesting they would not withstand prolonged use, which also led to their dismissal. After much deliberation, they identified only one suitable vehicle, a small bus and a trailer. That would suffice. Lin Zhaoye then retrieved information about Lung Yu's squad, a record originally compiled by Li Yihe regarding the abilities of the residents, with certain individuals circled to indicate their questionable true strengths. She deduced 2 names from the clues and decided to borrow personnel from Lung Yu. Tomorrow, the squad at the villa would not embark on a mission to hunt zombies. Instead, they would remain stationed within the villa complex. Upon hearing that Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao were leading a team outside, Lung Yu sensed that the situation was far from simple. "I will remain," she declared, her intention clear. The two understood one another without the need for words. Chapter 81. Borrowing personnel, she was acutely aware of the impending circumstances. With both Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao departing, it was likely they would also take along several other formidable ability users. Consequently, the combat effectiveness within the villa would be significantly diminished. Thus, the responsibility of leadership would rest solely upon Zhuo and Lung Yu. Zhuo prioritized Lin Yuanshan's safety above all else, inevitably placing others lower on the list of concern. Lin Zhaoye hoped that Lung Yu could keep an eye on Wang Jiahui, Professor Shui, and Professor Qin, offering assistance when necessary. They, too, were crucial figures, albeit it would prioritize their protection below that of Lin Yuanshan. Of course, all of this was predicated on a hypothetical scenario fraught with danger. It remained uncertain whether peril would truly arise. It was merely that Lin Zhaoye tended to overthink. Nothing more. He also sought to borrow 2 individuals, aware that they possessed a dual ability user. Lung Yu paused mid-sip, pouting slightly. "You intend to borrow him to help me move some items tomorrow, don't you? You know?" She slouched against the sofa, exasperated. "You might as well stop calling him Lin Zhaoye and refer to him as the encyclopedia, given how much he knows about everything." At present, Lin Zhaoye needed to borrow personnel from her, so he refrained from engaging in any dispute. Instead, he merely smiled and listened to her grievances, while also delivering a striking remark. "In addition to that dual ability user, I also require the same hand. It is possible for 2 individuals. However, you must offer a higher salary. Your current endeavor undoubtedly entails significant undertakings with considerable risks. Otherwise, you would not be venturing forth together. As the leader of the team, I can grant permission for them to proceed, yet the final decision rests with them." Lin Zhaoye fully comprehends her responsibilities. The level of danger is incalculable, potentially culminating in death, and it is imperative to convey this clearly to them. Upon hearing the unvarnished truth, Lung Yu felt a sense of relief. How you persuade them, whether through crystal cores, resources, or compensation, is entirely at your discretion. All negotiations are to be conducted by you. I shall merely act as an intermediary. A month has elapsed since the outside world has changed. How many zombies remain within the factory? Is there a possibility of encountering 3rd-tier zombies? What is the actual state of the laboratory? These uncertainties loom large. The perils they face on this outing surpass the risks involved in the team's usual zombie hunts by at least 2 tiers. Even she and Mu Hongxiao cannot guarantee a safe return. Very well, I shall summon them. Lung Yu ascended the stairs in search of the individuals. This represents not only an opportunity for training, but also a chance to gain substantial benefits. She possesses neither the authority to refuse on behalf of others, nor the right to accept for them. Lin Zhaoye waited on the sofa for a brief moment, soon observing 2 figures trailing behind Lung Yu, one diminutive, the other towering. The smaller individual appeared relatively normal, with a physique slightly larger than Lung Yu's. However, when compared to the person beside him, he seemed notably more slender. The person beside me, with thick brows, large eyes, and a square face, is the master thief known as Sheng Shou, whom Lin Zhaoye had been closely studying. In this era, individuals possessing dual abilities are exceedingly rare, and even among those known to Lin Zhaoye, they they are few and far between. In the previous life, there was one person with formidable dual abilities. In this life, Mu Hong Xiao is one, and the individual before us is another. After Lung Yu introduced them, she proceeded to present the dual ability experts, our esteemed dual ability practitioner, Xiao Li Tianyu. He possesses a combination of earth and space abilities, both at the first tier, with our calculations indicating his spatial capacity is approximately 50 cubic units. The other individual, as you are aware, is Sheng Shou. Given the current circumstances, do you not have any supplies stored? Lin Zhaoye recalled that when they first arrived, they were rather destitute. He was somewhat familiar with them and thus felt comfortable posing his inquiries directly. By the time we awakened, our resources were nearly depleted. We had the system, yet no supplies to store. Lung Yu candidly elucidated their plight, confirming that their situation had indeed been quite dire. The two were familiar with Lin Zhaoye as well, and after exchanging a few brief pleasantries, they delved into the matter at hand. We will embark on a mission tomorrow, with the destination being a factory located several dozen kilometers away. I require your assistance. Sheng Shou, you will handle the door unlocking and lockpicking. I believe you are more than capable in this regard. Xiao Li, your responsibility will be to assist with the of items. Do not burden yourself too heavily with expectations. Carry as much as you can manage. I must forewarn you, the factory harbors considerable dangers. Whether there are indeed living beings, how many zombies exist, and the levels of these zombies remain uncertain. The journey ahead is lengthy, and we may very well encounter a formidable horde of zombies or a significant force of humanity. Should conflict arise along the way, it would be an unavoidable consequence. Her words resonated deeply within them, urging them to act within their capabilities. If you are willing to join, I can offer crystalline cores as your compensation for this endeavor. 5 second-tier cores for each individual. Alternatively, should you prefer not to accept cores, you may exchange them for the right to consume meat freely for the next 3 years, contingent upon our having sufficient provisions, rather than in our current state of scarcity. He readily acquiesced. Given our prior acquaintance, I am inclined to accompany you, as there is a necessity for my skills. I have no particular demands. I shall choose the meat option. His response was refreshingly candid. Lin Zhaoye had anticipated his agreement. Although Sheng Shou was a thief, he was of upright character and possessed a remarkably easygoing demeanor. This perhaps epitomizes the zenith of their thieving clan's philosophy, a thievery governed by principles. They did not pressure Xiao Li, who shifted through various stances, still indecisive. Observing his turmoil, Lin Zhaoye resolved to speak on his behalf. However, before he could offer words of comfort, Xiao Li interjected, I shall join you as well, but I wish to renegotiate the terms. If in the future, should there be any cigarettes available, I would appreciate being prioritized for them, and I can exchange some crystal cores in return. Cigarettes? I never anticipated that this young Li's primary interest lay in tobacco. Without hesitation, Lin Zhaoye produced 2 packs of cigarettes and placed them upon the table, sliding them directly before young Li. Consider this a deposit. Upon successful completion, 20 more will follow. There may be future sales, and you shall enjoy a 50% discount. Upon seeing the 2 packs, young Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 82. Indulging in Flesh. In his struggle for survival, he had not indulged in tobacco for quite some time. The last occasion he tasted tobacco was when he placed some shredded leaves in his mouth, savoring the flavor, only to have it knocked away by a zombie. Enraged, he unleashed a flurry of punches upon the creature, ultimately burying it in the ground. Yet this did not quell his fury. Now, confronted with the sight of the 2 packs, his cravings resurfaced. Previously, he had no alternative but to endure his desires. Yesterday, with the discovery of candies in the snack cabinet, he began to indulge in them as a form of solace. But now, standing before his true desire, he had completely forgotten about substitutes. His hands, seemingly no longer under his control, began to caress the cigarette boxes. Indeed, they were fine items. Sister Zhaoye truly is remarkable. Observing his eager demeanor, Sheng Shou felt a pang of envy, prompting Lin Zhaoye to produce another 2 packs for Sheng Shou as well. Here, indulge your cravings. Wonderful. He did not hesitate, swiftly seizing the 2 packs, his movements so rapid they were nearly imperceptible. Wait, Isn't Sister Zhaoye a wielder of wood-based abilities? Lin Zhaoye had previously mentioned her affinity for the wood element due to the rapid maturation of her vegetables. And she had even sold vegetables and water in front of others, an observation that Lung Yu was well aware of. She assumed that everyone was informed of this matter, believing that Lung Yu had shared the details of her dual abilities, only to discover that this was not the case. Nevertheless, it attested to the fact that Lung Yu was indeed a person worth befriending. With a serene smile, Lin Zhaoye offered little explanation. I merely possess the ability to gather certain items. There is nothing more to say. She refrained from acknowledging her extraordinary capabilities. Yet in the eyes of the two individuals, Lin Zhaoye was nothing short of a celestial being. Her skills rivaled those of their captain, Lung Yu, while her formidable abilities and abundant resources rendered her an object of envy and admiration. After concluding their discussions, Lin Zhaoye expressed her intent to take her leave. Following the recent incident involving Wu Yueshan, both Mu Hongxiao and Su Yuan had previously conveyed their concerns regarding Wu Yueshuan's peculiarities. Since then, Lin Zhaoye had grown inclined to trust Su Yuan. At the very least, the oaths he had sworn still held weight, and she was willing to believe in his abilities. This time, she hoped Su Yuan could accompany her, as his presence would be beneficial should they encounter any strange occurrences. Although the laboratory was a bastion of scientific inquiry, it was not immune to the emergence of inexplicable phenomena. Having Su Yuan by their side would be akin to wielding a formidable sword, clearing their path and safeguarding their journey, an assurance that, while perhaps not strictly necessary, was certainly wise to possess. Upon returning home, Su Yuan gently tapped on his bedroom door, with Lin Zhaoye patiently awaiting his entrance. Shortly after, the door swung open, revealing Su Yuan clad in a white shirt and black trousers, seemingly unperturbed. As if he had anticipated her presence outside, Lin Zhaoye had no intention of entering. He was inherently decisive, taking little time to reach conclusions. Upon grasping Lin Zhaoye's intentions, Su Yuan offered no further response, but instead fixed her gaze intently upon his face. She wondered if there was something amiss, raising her hand to wipe her face. Unexpectedly, Su Yuan averted her eyes, her fingers swiftly forming a gesture. Very well, I shall accompany you. With one hand resting against the doorframe, she inquired, Is there anything else? None, Lin Zhaoye replied, shaking his head. Get some rest. We depart tomorrow. Su Yuan acknowledged this, preparing to close the door. Shall I convert it into a crystal core for you? Lin Zhaoye's words interrupted her motion. Su Yuan smiled gently. That item holds little value for me. Consider it my meal money. There is no need for reimbursement. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Lin Zhaoye felt a twinge of envy, while others regarded the crystal core as inconsequential. She truly cherished it. Good night, he said before shutting the door. Lin Zhaoye was uncertain whether the outcome of his calculations was favorable or not. But Su Yuan's assistance provided a semblance of assurance for the impending endeavor. With a quiet sigh of relief, he set off to find Baozi and the bomb. Two individuals busily transformed their living room into a clinic and classroom. When Lin Zhaoye arrived, they were engaged in tidying up, completing the final touches. Baozi was the first to notice her and greeted her warmly. Sister Zhaoye, what brings you here today? He inquired. Tomorrow. We hope you can accompany us to a distant factory to gather some items, which may pose certain risks. You are free to choose whether to join us or not. Upon hearing the request for their assistance, Baozi immediately resolved, of course, I will go. He patted his little belly and added, I don't have much else to do, so I might as well serve as a reliable weapon tomorrow. Just don't think poorly of me. Hearing his partner's declaration, Zhao Dan was naturally inclined to accompany him. If you need someone to open the doors at the factory, I'll gladly do it. Lin Zhaoye shook her head and replied, As for unlocking, I have someone for that, and I can manage a bit myself. The main concern is that the factory houses a secret laboratory. I hope you can enter and allow us access. A laboratory? They exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Lin Zhaoye affirmed, It is a factory that develops experimental machinery, and within it lies a laboratory. Our primary objective tomorrow is to retrieve the machines, but we also need to collect some experimental results hidden inside. However, according to the information obtained, it is anticipated that there are numerous advanced technologies within. It may require your extraordinary abilities to navigate the situation. Understanding the circumstances inside would be ideal, particularly if we could gain entry. Of course, this entails a considerable risk to life, and thus I shall contemplate offering a crystal core as your reward. However, upon reflection, I reconsider the crystal core. Should they choose to depart, selfishly speaking, there may be no physician available to ensure Wang Zhaoye's safety. I quickly added, or perhaps future complimentary meat meals. Upon hearing the phrase free meat, both Baozi and Baum completely disregarded the perilous undertones of the preceding statement. Meat. The prospect of meat was irresistible. There is no denying when it comes to meat. I accept. Me too. Baum was equally eager, for this was a chance for complimentary meat. Lin Zhaoye tested his hypothesis and found he was correct. Indeed, the duo's anticipation for meat outweighed their interest in the crystal core. Thus, the team preparing for tomorrow's endeavor was fully assembled. Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao led the group, accompanied by Xin Yuan, Baozi, and Baum, along with 2 members from Lin Yue's side, as well as 2 of the stronger individuals from their squad, resulting in a total of 9 participants. They agreed to gather at 6 o'clock the next morning, armed and ready to embark. The 2 readily concurred. Lin Zhaoye recalled matter he had overlooked. Baozi, have you had the chance to visit Lin Yue's home today? The food was exceptionally delightful. Mentioning food prompted Baozi to speak at length. Chapter 83. The handgun. The conversation was abruptly interrupted by the bomb, prompting Baozi to recall the matter at hand. He had transformed into a formidable cannon that morning, and soon he found himself ravenous. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he rubbed his belly. However, once I finish my meal, I shall unleash 3 rounds. There's promise in this. I've grasped it. Hard work indeed, not arduous. Can the endeavors of a devoted eater be deemed laborious? Lin Zhaoye and the bomb exchanged glances. The following day, as dawn's light began to illuminate the sky, Lin Zhaoye and his companions had already gathered in the open space ahead. All were lightly equipped, with provisions and water supplied entirely by Lin Zhaoye. Wang Zhaoye descended the stairs, her eyes still heavy with sleep, stifling a yawn. Trailing behind her was Li Yihe, delicately balancing a tray laden with a dozen handguns. These are the crystal core handguns I hastily crafted overnight. They are capable of dispatching first-tier zombies, but do not dare to challenge second-tier ones. The others eagerly surrounded him, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Handguns made from crystal cores? They exclaimed. Fueled by first-tier crystal core, each could accommodate up to 21 cores, with 1 serving as the energy source and the remaining 20 functioning as ammunition. Lin Zhaoye's interest was piqued as he picked up a crystal core handgun. Examining it closely, it was heavier than a standard firearm, its design distinctly more robust. Mu Hongxiao, possessing a deeper understanding of weaponry, swiftly disassembled it to better comprehend its internal structure. Notably, the chamber required a first-tier crystal core, a minuscule gem that could potentially provide enough energy to obliterate an ordinary first-tier zombie. Primarily, this handgun is relatively silent, even when fired. It does not attract the attention of other zombies. Once a zombie is shot in the head, it is devoid of its crystal core. Wang Zhaoye consoled her. Neither profit nor loss, just ensure safety. Indeed, safety is paramount. The machine is important, but security holds equal weight. Thank you, Sister Zhaoye. Wang Zhaoye gently patted her shoulder, conveying unspoken understanding. Lin Zhaoye meticulously reviewed the handgun's usage precautions with Wang Zhaoye. When confronting second-tier zombies, a single shot to stagger them will suffice, impeding their advance. Others also receive their own handguns, eagerly showcasing them to one another, their excitement unabashed. Firearms have long been objects of fascination and admiration. However, opportunities to handle them were scarce in the past, especially in this apocalyptic landscape. With such a tool in hand, everyone was eager to experiment, and Lin Zhaoye granted them the chance to do so. After leaving the villa, they captured a few zombies to practice their aim. Lin Zhaoye allocated 42 first-tier crystal cores to each individual as ammunition, promising further supplies if needed. Most had previously handled toy guns or air guns, but lacked experience with real firearms. Thus, they took turns shooting the first-tier zombies in the head. The novelty of the experience thrilled them, and Lin Zhaoye allowed them to fire, ensuring they became accustomed to the sensation, lest they panic in genuine peril. Once the zombies had been riddled with bullets, rendering their former appearance unrecognizable, Lin Zhaoye instructed them to cease fire. "Let us depart." With that, everyone boarded the minibus, driven by the skilled hand of Sheng Shou. Lin Zhaoye had placed a frame atop the trailer, draped with a large cloth, ensuring that onlookers could not discern whether the vehicle contained any cargo, thus preventing any potential ambush by those in the know. The group traversed the road for the better part of the morning, hastily arriving near their destination. The factory stood alongside an ordinary highway, with a small creek nearby that appeared relatively clean and hygienic. A few wandering zombies, upon spotting their vehicle, began to pursue. As they disembarked, Lin Zhaoye instructed them to practice by luring the nearby zombies. After the furthest zombie was dispatched with a headshot, Su Yuan twirled his gun and remarked to Lin Zhaoye, "I didn't expect this firearm to possess such impressive range." The more seasoned Mu Hongxiao also appeared behind Lin Zhaoye, offering his insight. The effective range of a standard self-defense handgun is approximately 50 meters, with a maximum reach of 150 meters. This crystal core pistol, however, surpasses 300 meters, indeed showcasing substantial power. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhaoye contemplated the implications. In her previous life, she had wielded a handgun that was a hybrid of crystal core and gunpowder, with a range of around 100 meters, which was deemed a top-tier weapon accessible to the general populace. It was surprising that Wang Jiahui's exceptionally long-range weapon could maintain both power and accuracy. As for the assertion that it could not fell second-tier zombies, Lin Zhaoye considered the possibility of testing this theory. Within the few minutes of their conversation, they had successfully dispatched all the zombies in the vicinity. Subsequently, the group convened at their true destination, Jiyun Technology Company, Limited. The imposing letters etched upon the stone monument outside the factory stood out vividly, their crimson hue basking in the glaring sunlight, imparting an eerie ambience. The perimeter of the factory boasted no excessive defensive measures. The outermost barrier was merely a commonplace electric gate. The factory itself appeared modest, comprising only two substantial buildings interconnected by a corridor of a creamy beige hue. The two structures differed in color. One was a bare red brick edifice, strikingly simple and unadorned, with 3 stories that towered impressively, comparable in height to a typical 2-story building. The other structure was merely coated in light beige paint, exuding a more formal air, adorned with the inscription Technology Research Building. Though the golden metal lettering had succumbed to rust, a sense of decay permeated the atmosphere. It seemed rather implausible for a mere month to have rendered the place so dilapidated. At that moment, the reconnaissance had provided a thorough understanding of the surroundings. I observed that apart from the 2 main buildings, I had scanned every other structure. He shook his head, a hint of regret in his tone. There were neither people nor zombies. The absence of any presence was indeed peculiar. The day the apocalypse commenced was a weekday, and such a vast area could not possibly be devoid of both zombies and humans. "Everyone be cautious," Lin Zhaoye warned, urging vigilance. There could be formidable creatures within. Upon hearing her somewhat grave tone, the others heightened their defenses. However, aside from their vigilance, they were also quite exhilarated, each eager to showcase their skills and test their new weapons. A few of them swiftly traversed the electronic gate, entering the depths of the factory. It was only upon stepping inside that the factory's uniqueness became apparent, although the exteriors of the 2 buildings appeared somewhat unkempt. A closer inspection revealed that the construction was remarkably robust, with walls thicker and sturdier than those of typical edifices. As their gaze shifted to the door, they felt relieved to find it was merely a simple push-and-pull mechanism, presenting a manageable challenge. The bomb quietly reported to Lin Zhaoye, "I have attempted to enter. The outer door is just a straightforward push-and-pull type, but there's an electric door inside equipped with infrared sensors." I hesitated to proceed, for if the power remains operational, the infrared system will automatically open the door upon detecting movement. Yet, there is no one else around, and I fear that should it sense presence, numerous zombies may emerge from within. His words were not without merit, as no one could ascertain what lay beyond the door. Chapter 84. Return. Understanding the need for caution, she advised the others to be mindful of the door issue. The Holy Hand stepped forward to probe, effortlessly breaching the outer door, revealing the electric infrared sensor door within. Subsequently, the Holy Hand positioned themselves at the forefront, ready to advance, only to be halted by Lin Zhaoye. Danger weight. Yet, the Holy Hand shook their head, steel type. We can give it a try. He gently touched his chest, where a heart-protecting mirror, a gift from his late wife, resided, a talisman that would surely safeguard him. Upon hearing his words, Lin Zhaoye felt reassured and allowed him to proceed ahead. The steel-type ability, having partially enhanced between the first and second tiers, could protect vital areas, ensuring he would not succumb to a single fatal blow. Should danger arise, as long as she swiftly summoned the Saint Hand, there was still a possibility for redemption. Everyone held their breath, not daring to exhale, their focus entirely on the Saint Hand. He took a step forward, then another, remaining unresponsive. As he bravely advanced, yet another step, two beeping sounds pierced the silence, causing eyes to widen in astonishment. The electronic door emitted a series of clicks before sliding open to the sides, releasing a wave of acrid stench that nearly overwhelmed the leading Saint Hand. Those behind him instinctively recoiled, unable to bear the foul odor. This factory, initially dedicated to manufacturing experimental machinery, had transformed in just a month, its air now reeking of a nauseating blend reminiscent of fermented soybeans in a public restroom, utterly unbearable. Lin Zhaoye exchanged some protective masks through the system and distributed them, uncertain of the toxic effects this miasma might pose to human health. The masks offered a barrier against the direct invasion of harmful gases, providing a measure of safety, however minimal. They ventured deeper into the facility, which lay enveloped in an eerie silence. Aside from the altered scent, everything seemed frozen in time since the day the apocalypse had begun. Yet they remained vigilant, acutely aware that beneath this noxious veil lurked dangers that were likely far more sinister. A few individuals stood back to back, meticulously surveying their surroundings, fearful of any sudden emergence of a monstrous entity. A couple of minutes passed in hushed silence, yet nothing stirred. The warehouse, devoid of life aside from the rhythmic sounds of their own breathing, was largely empty apart from a plethora of large machinery. The machines were arranged methodically, and after dispersing to inspect them, they confirmed that no hostile elements were concealed within. Subsequently, Lin Zhaoye gestured to Xiao Yezi, drawing a circle to indicate that he should collect the machines. Upon receiving the command, Xiao Li hastily activated his abilities to gather the equipment. However, due to their considerable size, he was only able to retrieve 3 or 5 before running out of space. Lin Zhaoye, observing him, swiftly recognized the predicament. She had attempted to store the machines herself, but regrettably, the system did not acknowledge her efforts, rendering her incapable of integrating them into her inventory. Faced with this dilemma, they had no choice but to exit and load the collected machines onto a trailer before re-entering. The eerie stillness of the vicinity unsettled Lin Zhaoye, prompting her to request Mu Hongxiao and Baozi to accompany Xiao Li in placing the machines outside, while the others maintained their vigilance at the original location. They designated one person to stand guard at the entrance, ready to sound the alarm at the first sign of trouble. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye discovered the proximity of a bomb and quietly urged him to seek out the secret chamber, where a hidden door lay within the walls. Upon receiving the directive, the bomb moved cautiously towards the wall, with Lin Zhaoye closely following to ensure his protection. His extraordinary ability swiftly filtered potential locations of hidden chambers. Wherever there was a slight crevice, his power could be activated. Methodically, he scanned the surroundings, while Lin Zhaoye and Su Yuan's gazes remained fixed upon him, their muscles taut and minds focused, ready to spring into action should any peril arise to disarm the bomb. Fortunately, amidst the tension enveloping the group, the bomb indicated the presence of something behind 2 walls, one in the northwest corner and the other in the southeast. The southeast location was adjacent to the building's entrance, while the northwest was positioned at a considerable distance, diagonally opposite to the door. He pointed towards these 2 directions, noting their stark opposition. One offered a quick escape at the entrance, while the other posed a longer, riskier route. Lin Zhaoye was aware of the disorientation, but received no clues from Professor Qin, compelling her to further inquire of the bomb. Which door is more challenging to access? She asked. The hidden chamber should logically reside in the more difficult one, ensuring greater safety. The bomb shook its head, responding, I cannot discern the difficulty, but the door at the entrance appears to be thicker than the one inside. The true challenge can only be determined through experimentation. She then sought Su Yuan's opinion, but he too shook his head, uncertain. It's hard to say. Both sides harbor danger. I must enter the hidden chamber, she asserted, emphasizing her resolve. Regardless of the risks, I am determined to take a look inside. She cast her gaze over the others. Though they did not fully grasp Lin Zhaoye's determination, they were willing to accompany her on this venture, their eyes sparkling with trust. It can only be done this way. A few individuals busied themselves for a while, ultimately leaving Xiao Li and 2 members of the Villa team behind. The others had long been prepared. The bomb at the door could be accessed, and the healer could attempt to open it from the outside as well. For the sake of safety, Lin Zhaoye opted to let the healer take the lead. Baozi had already transformed into a firearm, held by Mu Hong Xiao, aimed at the entrance. Should a horde of zombies emerge, they would be the first to feast. With mental preparations in place, the healer began to fumble outside the secret chamber, yet found no clues to unlock it. The others searched meticulously, but to no avail. The door was indeed made of steel. However, even with the healer's abilities activated and the blessing of wishes, it remained impervious. The challenge led them to believe they were indeed seeking the correct target. Armed with professional tools, he listened intently and tapped away, muttering under his breath, sweat dripping into his eyes without a thought to wipe it away. Suddenly, his expression froze. Blinking twice to ease his tension, he shifted his hand to a different spot and pressed gently. The door swung open. Chapter 85, Standard. The healer swiftly stepped aside from the entrance, retreating a few paces. Contrary to his expectations of a zombie onslaught, the door opened by itself. What greeted him were 2 zombies clad in white lab coats, facing the door with expressions of torment. Their hands bracing against the corridor as if attempting to prevent the zombies behind them from rushing out. Further back, a throng of zombies in blue overalls writhed, presumably the ordinary workers from the factory at that time. Strangely, the 2 zombies closest to them continued to maintain their stance. Their bodies had succumbed to zombification, yet they exhibited no desire to feed on human energy. Meanwhile, the zombies behind them, upon witnessing a multitude of living beings, surged forward with fervor, causing the foremost 2 to topple to the ground. Mu Hong Xiao, perceiving the absence of any living souls within, decisively unleashed 2 cannon shots. The others had long since retreated to a safe distance, as the projectiles arced through the air and descended into the passageway, while the zombies continued their relentless push outward. In a mere second, 5 or 6 zombies had emerged, drawn away by the commotion, only to be dealt with elsewhere. Those that remained, however, met an unfortunate fate, obliterated within the confines of the narrow corridor. With a resounding bang, smoke billowed forth. The firearm, transformed by Baozi, had been modified by Wang Jiahui. Unlike the original sugar gun, it ignited more swiftly, delivering just the right amount of power. It managed to avoid collapsing the entire passage while ensuring that the dozen or so zombies were instantaneously reduced to mere remnants, thus conserving their strength. The few zombies that had previously escaped were effortlessly dispatched by others. Curiously, the 2 zombies clad in white lab coats were not trampled into mere jerky. Unlike their counterparts, they did not seem to yearn for human energy. They appeared simply to have perished, albeit after undergoing zombification. The phenomenon of zombification without succumbing to the control of the zombie virus was indeed a remarkable occurrence. Summoning her courage, Lin Zhaoye advanced, intending to move the 2 figures aside, sensing a deeper enigma concealed behind this peculiar spectacle. As she grasped the shoulder of one of the white-coated figures, poised to lift him, the cadaverous figure abruptly raised his head. His countenance was contorted in agony, yet a sinister grin stretched across his face, exposing nearly 20 teeth. Despite the vacant eyes and decaying flesh, an unsettling glee was evident. Reacting instinctively, Lin Zhaoye's right hand drew a dagger, aiming for his neck. From past encounters, She knew a diagonal upward thrust would pierce the brainstem, allowing for the extraction of the crystalline core. This method, honed over time, was the most efficient and preserved the integrity of the core. A zombie with the cunning to lure its prey must be either a rank 2 or close to it. She mused, anticipating the acquisition of the core. However, his neck proved as unyielding as steel, deflecting the blade and thwarting her attempt to pierce his brain. The grinning ghoul lunged, jaws agape, aiming to mock her underestimation with a bite to her wrist. Lin Zhaoye retaliated with a swift kick, sending him sprawling. Turning to the other zombie, who remained pinned beneath her foot, she dispatched him without ceremony, crushing his skull. As anticipated, the extracted core was nearly of rank 2 size, exhibiting nascent intelligence. "Little imp, trying to lure me in, were you?" she muttered. Lin Zhaoye did not wait for the zombie that had been kicked away to leap back and attack her. Instead, she charged forward, seizing the opportunity to deliver another kick as it stumbled. This particular zombie possessed extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, her knife would not have failed to penetrate its flesh earlier, suggesting it was likely of the steel affinity. Realizing that a single knife was futile against it, Lin Zhaoye produced another blade. With her left hand, she thrust it into the zombie's neck while her other hand stealthily drove another knife into its skull. As she had anticipated, the knife aimed at the neck merely struck with a resounding clang, failing to pierce and instead grazing her shoulder. However, the second knife, unenhanced by the power of steel, easily sank into the soft flesh of the zombie's head, causing it to gape in astonishment as it met its demise. A tactical feint, Lin Zhaoye tossed a gleaming crystal core, resembling an iron sphere, upward with a gentle flick of her wrist, her gaze tracking its ascent. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. Without waiting for the core to descend, she reached out and captured it, storing it within her system. Lin Zhaoye sensed the presence of Mu Hongxiao behind her and caught a glimpse of Su Yuan nearby. The passageway was littered with shattered limbs, remnants of an explosion, and occasionally, a few broken crystal cores lay scattered on the ground. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was a figure clad in a laboratory coat standing at the deepest end of the path. More precisely, it was a standard third-tier zombie. The outward features of the zombie had nearly faded away. His skin now bore a normal hue, albeit lacking in warmth, appearing somewhat pallid rather than the characteristic ashen gray of the undead. The dim light cast an ethereal glow, illuminating his figure in a flickering manner. One hand clutched an iron rod adorned with several small iron rings, its base resting in a square pedestal, while the other hand hung limply by his side. His expression blended a cold indifference with a fervent excitement, and upon noticing the arrival of Lin Zhaoye and his companions, he revealed sharp, protruding fangs, 3 of which stood out prominently, reminiscent of a vampire, poised to sink into prey at any moment. Lin Zhaoye recognized the object in his grasp as a common iron frame used in laboratories, albeit modified by what was once a human. The topmost rod had become a dangerously sharp weapon for self-defense. This creature was an evolved third-tier zombie. Lin Zhaoye whispered a warning to the 2 individuals behind him. "It's a zombie." As the 2 in front received the alert, the zombie sprang into action. Like a gust of wind, it traversed the corridor, covering the 30 meters between them in the blink of an eye. True to its third-tier classification, it exhibited complete control over its body, unlike lower-tier zombies, which mindlessly gnawed at their prey. Instead, it displayed an unsettling intelligence, wielding the iron frame, swinging its arm in a wide arc towards Lin Zhaoye. The sound of air being sliced open erupted above Lin Zhaoye's head, prompting her to retreat swiftly, with the 2 behind her hastily stepping back to create space for evasion. Undeterred by the failure of its initial strike, the zombie surged forward once more. Chapter 86. Meltdown. Several individuals hastily shifted their battlefield to the open space of the factory. At that moment, a fresh wave of zombies emerged from unknown corners, engaging in skirmishes with others in groups of 3 or 5. Fortunately, it was a one-sided massacre in favor of humanity. Lin Zhaoye cast a glance and felt reassured. No longer distracted, they had retreated to a more spacious area, where the movements of this particular zombie became increasingly unrestrained, wielding the iron frame with ferocious vigor. Lin Zhaoye immediately urged the others to move away. Stay back. Her intention was to prevent any accidental injuries during their skirmishes, naturally encouraging them to distance themselves as much as possible. The others recognized their inability to contend with this half-human, half-zombie creature and retreated to another location, clearing a substantial space for the three of them and the zombie to maneuver. They rearranged themselves, with Mu Hongxiao now at the forefront, possessing the best skills among them and the most potent offensive abilities. However, this zombie displayed a tendency to bully the weak, targeting Lin Zhaoye, who lacked any supernatural powers, as if it could see through her vulnerability. Regardless of who engaged it, it relentlessly pursued Lin Zhaoye. Mu Hongxiao summoned fire dragons to circle around the creature, seizing opportunities to scorch it here and strike it there. Yet, the zombie seemed indifferent to Mu Hongxiao's assaults, instead discarding the iron frame it wielded and charging directly towards Lin Zhaoye. After Lin Zhaoye narrowly evaded yet another assault, she prepared to regain her footing with a nimble roll. However, she discovered that the iron frame had tilted ominously, with its sharp edges resembling blades, hurtling towards her at supersonic speed. Once again, Lin Zhaoye deftly dodged, continuously maneuvering to evade further attacks. In her mind, she cursed her predicament, but could only flee, unable to control the iron frame and forced to buy time. Meanwhile, Mu Hongxiao and Su Yuan quickly grasped a ruse. As they focused their efforts on Lin Zhaoye, Mu Hongxiao attempted a close-range attack, only to find many parts of the creature's body exceedingly resilient, impervious even to brute force. Its head was particularly well protected. Realizing that melee combat was futile, they resorted to their supernatural abilities. At this moment, an extraordinary synergy blossomed between them. One unleashed a fire dragon, while the other amplified its power. Instantly, Mu Hongxiao's enhanced fire skill struck the zombie, igniting its garments and leaving its body entirely exposed. Resembling a boiled shrimp, its skin turning a vivid pink. Lin Zhaoye, observing the unfolding battle, noted the distinct areas reinforced with steel on the zombie. Intensifying their firepower, she shouted, urging them to melt it down. As she narrowly evaded a perilous strike, she recalled that the steel-enhanced areas would behave like iron, where, at approximately 1,540 degrees, steel could be liquefied. With Mu Hongxiao and Su Yuan amplifying their assault, they could indeed reduce the creature to molten metal. Upon hearing Lin Zhaoye's words, the two individuals perceived it as a plausible scenario. They promptly activated their supernatural abilities, intensifying their offensive. Indeed, the escalation of their firepower proved effective. Within a short span, the iron frame platform that had been pursuing Lin Zhaoye had significantly slowed. The zombie, besieged by their formidable powers, was enveloped in a relentless onslaught. Its entire form seared to a crimson hue, with molten traces beginning to drip from its left knee. However, it was not solely the zombie that struggled to endure the extreme heat. Lin Zhaoye, positioned at a considerable distance, was also beset by waves of scorching air, rendering her face flushed and her sweat evaporating almost instantaneously, leaving her in a state of severe dehydration. The others, situated further away, fared somewhat better, merely perspiring without experiencing any significant adverse effects. Yet, her primary concern remained the proximity of Mu Hongxiao and Su Yuan to the disintegrating zombie. Being mere mortals, even with their enhanced physical forms due to their abilities, it was likely they would sustain injuries once the zombie met its demise. Meanwhile, the others remained vigilant, refraining from encroaching further into the fray and unable to assist in alleviating the overwhelming heat, thus resorting to alternative measures. They shattered every breakable glass within the warehouse, allowing a breeze to circulate and mitigate the oppressive heat felt by the three at the center. Lin Zhaoye poured 2 bottles of water over herself from her system, seeking to soothe the scorching sensation enveloping her. Braving the scorching waves of heat, I advanced towards the 2 figures. Upon reaching them, I discovered that they were unharmed. It seemed that Su Yuan had performed some sort of enchantment, as a delicate layer, reminiscent of a soap bubble, enveloped them, shielding them from the searing temperatures that could reach thousands of degrees, rendering them seemingly untouched by the chaos. Meanwhile, the zombie was simultaneously mending its own body with its extraordinary abilities while fending off fiery assaults, leaving it devoid of any offensive potential. However, the situation for Su Yuan was far from favorable. His complexion was pallid, his lips devoid of color, and he clenched his jaw, desperately holding on. Without hesitation, Lin Zhaoye exchanged 2 energy pills to offer to the pair. Yet, upon touching the bubble, she too found herself encased within it. The air inside was relatively cool, at least bearable compared to the oppressive heat outside. Lacking any extraordinary powers to assist the two, she could only bring the energy pills to their lips. Mu Hengshao, not one to stand on ceremony, took the energy pill directly from Lin Zhaoye's hand. Su Yuan, however, displayed remarkable restraint. Even as he fought to sustain the operation of his abilities, he managed to spare some focus to take the energy pill himself. Lin Zhaoye, on the other hand, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Her intention was merely to conserve their strength. At that moment, the zombie had been so severely scorched that it could no longer stand, reduced to maintaining a semblance of human form while half kneeling on the ground. A pool of molten iron mixed with blood lay beneath it, which soon evaporated into the air. Lin Zhaoye perused her system, pouring a modicum of water over them in a desperate attempt to alleviate the heat. However, just as she was about to take action, the iron platform behind her unexpectedly surged towards them. Unbeknownst to Lin Zhaoye, the others were intently observing the unfolding scene, and some had noticed the anomaly of the iron platform. They were well aware that this platform was under the control of a steel-type zombie, and they were not foolish enough to confront it head-on. Instead, they silently resisted with their abilities. Saint Hand, also a steel-type, though only at the first tier, was strenuously trying to counteract the zombie's powers, striving to prevent the iron platform from injuring the 3 individuals. Unfortunately, their combined energy proved insufficient to withstand a 3rd-tier zombie. Their attempts merely slowed the iron platform's advance towards them, failing to alter the outcome. Zhaoye, to the left. At their urging, Lin Zhaoye, upon seeing the oncoming iron platform, formulated a plan. She stepped forward, increasing the distance between herself and Mu Hengxiao. As the platform approached her, she executed a flying kick, striking it from the side and sending it crashing to the ground with a resounding clamor. The platform lay in ruins. Her blow accelerated the depletion of the steel-type zombie's energy, and in the wake of the collapsing platform, the zombie itself weakened, kneeling on the ground in a pitiful display of vulnerability. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaoye bent over, her hands resting on her knees, her expression tinged with pain. Those behind her gasped, concerned for her well-being. Those with keen eyes noticed that Mu Hengxiao, who had been relentlessly attacking the zombie, was now trembling slightly at the knees. Only he understood the suddenness of the pain that had beset him. He had reached a critical juncture, gritting his teeth to continue unleashing his supernatural abilities. By the time this zombie had been completely reduced to molten iron, only a large, smooth crystal core remained on the ground, a standard 3rd-tier crystal core. At this moment, Mu Hengxiao was drenched in sweat, on the verge of dehydration, cradling his left knee as he knelt on the ground. Su Yuan gasped for breath, her expression one of survival against the odds. Otherwise, given their current capabilities, relying solely on their abilities to challenge those beyond their means would likely result in mutual destruction. Inside the factory, the aftermath of their powers had left the surroundings charred and blackened, the once pristine white walls now unrecognizable due to the flames. The entire space was in disarray, yet the ground remained relatively intact, with the molten iron floating above it, a crystal core perched atop. Upon witnessing that Mu Hengxiao had dealt with the zombie, the others rushed over to assist their fallen companions. Lin Zhaoye, having recovered somewhat, approached the pool of molten iron, using tongs to extract the crystal core and employing her system for analysis. Steel-type crystal core, 3rd tier, value, 2,000 points. This aligned perfectly with her predictions. Mu Hengxiao gestured towards her, but Su Yuan shook her head, declining the offer. Ecstatic, Lin Zhaoye stored the core in her system, squatting down to study the molten iron, which, though devoid of flames, retained its shape and had not solidified. Mu Hongxiao and Su Yuan took a moment to recover, their expressions gradually becoming more pleasant as the energy pills began to take significant effect, allowing their bodies to harbor a greater reservoir of energy than before. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. Mu Hongxiao approached Lin Zhaoye, extending his hand to offer her assistance. However, to his surprise, Lin Zhaoye ignored his outstretched hand. While she had been leveraging her strength moments earlier, she had been injured by the additional wires protruding from the iron frame, which had cruelly grazed her knee and connected to her calf. Fortunately, her clothing had offered some protection, preventing blood from flowing freely. Lin Zhaoye decided to temporarily disregard her injury, primarily because she recalled the words Mu Hongxiao had spoken after her last injury. He had gained dual abilities. She had thought that the effects of his powers would soon fade, and since that time, she had refrained from tasting his blood. Yet, unexpectedly, in this instance of injury, Mu Hongxiao still found himself involuntarily sharing the pain inflicted upon Lin Zhaoye. What other explanation could there be for his recent actions? Was it not pain that prompted his response? Mu Hongxiao's hand moved closer, resting in front of her. Lin Zhaoye looked up and met his helpless gaze, then struck his hand away with a sharp motion. The previously boisterous crowd, who had been concerned for one another, fell into an eerie silence, the sound of a pin dropping echoing throughout the factory. Lin Zhaoye had no desire to say anything to him. Her opportunities for injury far outweighed Mu Hongxiao's, rendering such sharing of pain meaningless. However, this was not a moment for quarrels. It was inconvenient for Lin Zhaoye to confront him with questions. Thus, she opted to temporarily refrain from discussing the matter, prioritizing the completion of their ultimate task. Mu Hongxiao's index finger trembled slightly, yet remained resolutely positioned before her, mirroring the steadfastness of his heart. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye extended her hand to him, lending each other support as they stood upright. The molten iron on the ground had begun to solidify, but the lingering heat from its recent incandescence persisted. Lin Zhaoye retrieved 2 boxes containing a total of 24 bottles of water from the system, replenishing their hydration while also utilizing the discarded water to cool down the factory's interior. With the third-tier zombie dealt with, the passageway was now devoid of any undead presence. The group entered and explored the passage, discovering it connected to a large warehouse filled with abundant supplies and basic experimental equipment, meticulously organized within. They promptly summoned Xiao Li to assist in gathering more resources. Lin Zhaoye was thoroughly delighted by this revelation. The trio remained motionless, despite the protection granted by their abilities. Their skin burned with discomfort. Witnessing their agony, the others found it impossible to muster any semblance of mirth, even amidst their relief that no lives had been lost. They had all paid a price, as one door had just been opened, revealing nothing of value. It was evident that the next door was the one they truly desired to unlock. They still required the expertise of the skilled healer. After a prolonged examination of the door, the healer hesitated, stating, "Regrettably, this door necessitates a fingerprint or an iris scan. If one does not open from within, a forceful assault from the outside is futile." Fingerprints and irises. Lin Zhaoye recalled the initial moments when 2 zombies, clad in lab coats, blocked the door. They were likely once members of the laboratory, though their viability remains uncertain. Chapter 88, Glass. These 2 zombies had been significantly desiccated by the intense heat, their bodies emaciated and devoid of moisture and fat. She meticulously examined their fingers, detaching them to obtain fingerprints. 3 attempts were permitted. The Saint Hand explained to Lin Zhaoye, "This door is rigged with explosives. Exceeding 3 attempts will trigger the bomb, potentially endangering the entire factory." The group gasped in unison. Lin Zhaoye swiftly resolved, "Your presence here may distract us. It would be wiser to retreat a distance and join Xiao Li in guarding the entrance. Report any developments to us promptly." She reassured her companions, "Even if we cannot prevail, we will flee. As long as we run swiftly, your assistance will ensure our safety." Her gaze exuded confidence, and the others recognized that their abilities could not tangibly aid Lin Zhaoye. Merely avoiding hindrance was their best course of action. Thus, they chose to withdraw, leaving only Lin Zhaoye, Mu Hongxiao, Su Yuan, and the bomb behind. Should 2 fingerprint verifications fail, the bomb would be required to open the door from within. This act of opening the door could entail a perilous sacrifice, and all understood the implications. Rest assured, I am the bomb. My explosive prowess far surpasses that of the bomb on the door. His jest shattered the slightly somber atmosphere. Lin Zhaoye responded with a subtle lift of his lips, revealing a faint, bitter smile. The bomb was handed Lin Zhaoye's finger, and under the guidance of the saint hand, the fingerprint was pressed down. A 2-second-long beep pierced the silence, yet the door remained unyielding. The saint hand shook his head, his tone tinged with regret. No, that is not it. The bomb took a deep breath and proceeded to switch to the second attempt without a moment's pause. Everyone understood the principle that initial enthusiasm tends to wane if not followed by immediate action. If the first attempt failed, and there was a delay in trying again, the courage to initiate a second attempt would diminish, let alone the despair of a potential third failure. With delicate fingers placed upon the fingerprint scanner, everyone held their breath, awaiting the outcome. Another disheartening beep resonated through the air. The group exchanged glances to obtain the experimental data and locate the professor. This door must not explode. Lin Zhaoye's throat felt parched, his voice hoarse. Bomb, think again. There may be zombies behind that door, or perhaps living humans. Zombies can still be resisted for a time, and with urgency, we might escape. But living humans possess intelligence and weaponry, making this endeavor exceedingly perilous. I have a plan. Our crystal core is stored on the second floor of the villa in my nightstand, and the password is the birthday of my bun. He began to speak as if bequeathing a legacy, imparting instructions to Lin Zhaoye. Then he lifted his gaze, staring out at the sky beyond. Without waiting for others to utter further words, he unleashed his extraordinary abilities, transforming into a thin wisp of smoke, both tangible and ethereal. Faintly, one could discern that he had morphed into a formless, transparent entity, nestled against the wall, compactly positioned by the door. Gradually, his form diminished in size, shrinking until he was no longer perceivable from any angle. The onlookers understood that the bomb had infiltrated. The few individuals outside exchanged silent glances. Their only recourse was to await either his emergence or his complete disappearance, accompanied by an unsettling silence. Fortunately, after nearly a minute, sounds began to emanate from within. A cacophony of clattering echoed, interspersed with anguished cries. It appeared that a struggle had ensued inside. Lin Zhaoye clenched his fists, wishing he could join the fray. Yet lamentably lacking such powers, he could only fret outside. Others shared his sentiments, uncertain of the unfolding events within. The clamor gradually subsided, and the door began to emit faint rustling sounds. 2 urgent, abrupt knocks resonated, igniting a flicker of hope within them. The door swung open, revealing the scene inside. The most striking sight was the bomb, his face marred with swelling, yet adorned with a triumphant grin. Before him stood a man, seemingly more formidable, yet subdued by the bomb, who resembled a gaunt monkey. There were both living beings and zombies within. This fellow had attempted a sneak attack on me. Fortunately, I proved to be the stronger. He was powerless against me and had become my captive. Thus, he must grant me passage. His words betrayed an unmistakable sense of pride. You wield your extraordinary powers unfairly, while I am devoid of such abilities. Who then is truly despicable? You have dispatched numerous individuals to divert the attention of the zombies, using the bodies of your own comrades to shield yourselves from the onslaught, thereby creating a semblance of safety for your group. Lin Zhaoye stepped into the concealed passage. Am I mistaken? The interior was adorned with an expanse of silvery white walls, with transparent glass to the left and opaque laboratories to the right, numbering at least a dozen at a glance. Through the transparent glass wall, one could observe several rooms housing specimens of zombies, while the purpose of the opaque walls remained a mystery to Lin Zhaoye. She slowly approached the man, lifting his chin. So, what exactly is your esteemed laboratory conducting experiments on? Human subjects, or perhaps the zombie virus? With each word she uttered, a shadow of gloom passed over the man's countenance. It seemed she had hit the mark. The first laboratory upon entry revealed little more than rudimentary equipment. Test tubes filled with vivid red and green liquids, neatly arranged on a rack. Venturing further, the The second glass laboratory presented a stark contrast, featuring sizable glass tanks. One contained a specimen resembling a hulking green giant, its muscular form encased in a grayish-green hue. Ensnared by plant-like tendrils, its limbs submerged in formaldehyde within the tank. In this room, there were at least a dozen such zombie specimens. It appeared that your progress was quite swift. Under the weight of ambition, Lin Zhaoye lamented that she was burdened by too many ties, leaving her no time to address the viral dilemma. Venturing further ahead proved far more intriguing. Each glass laboratory was significantly smaller than the last, resembling a series of compartments partitioned from a previous space, each housing live specimens of the undead. As Lin Zhaoye approached, the creatures pressed against the glass, some clawing, others frantically battering the surface, ravenously yearning for the energy pulsating within her corporeal form. Enough! Do not advance any further. A man shouted from behind her. If you provoke them any further, they will break free, and it will spell doom for us all. She pointed towards the zombies behind her. Just tell me where Professor Wei is. Where are the documents? Otherwise, I shall cast you in there to serve as their meal. Before the man could respond, the glass wall behind them could no longer withstand the force of one of the zombies' relentless assaults. With a resounding crash, shards of glass erupted in all directions, transforming the floor into a sea of glittering fragments. A robust zombie, as formidable as an ox, emerged silently into the corridor. Chapter 89. Dazed, the eyes of the others widened involuntarily. The zombie that had just struggled free was indeed a formidable sight. Its entire body was exposed to the air, towering over 2 meters, with skin of a deep green hue. Its muscular chest was well-defined, shoulders broad, and arms thick, the bulging muscles resembling solid stone. The creature stood there, imposing and impenetrable, akin to a fortified wall. The creature bore an array of experimental apparatus, with needles and various tubes dangling haphazardly from its form, unyielding to the tumult around it. An alarm blared within Lin Zhaoye's mind, as she recognized the formidable foe before her. The distance between them was negligible, making her the prime target for its assault. At that moment, the bomb and the wish were jointly restraining the male researcher, while Mu Hongxiao dashed swiftly in her direction, prompting Lin Zhaoye to brace herself for defense. The zombie, sensing the excitement among the group, surged forward with the ferocity of a tempest, sweeping up shards of glass and causing the corridor to tremble precariously. The brunt of the impact was most acutely felt by Lin Zhaoye, as the creature's bulk threatened to fill the entire passageway, compelling her to summon all her focus to confront the impending threat. When the behemoth barreled into her proximity, the suffocating pressure was palpable. Its movements were straightforward, aimed directly at Lin Zhaoye's vital points. With a nimble leap, she found her footing on its shoulder, seizing the moment to unsheath her blade with fierce determination. In retaliation, the zombie flailed its arms wildly, attempting to dislodge her. Alas, the sheer musculature of its limbs hindered its ability to strike at her head in the confined space, granting Lin Zhaoye a considerable window for counterattack. Suspended from the creature's neck, she plunged another dagger decisively into its skull. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed, yet it failed to diminish the zombie's relentless existence. It was merely a more furious howl, thrashing against its surroundings, causing the nearby glass to rattle ominously, on the verge of shattering. Some of the zombies within echoed its guttural sounds. Lin Zhaoye's attempts to strike at its head proved ineffective for the time being, and should more zombies emerge, the few of them would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. The only feasible strategy was to lure this particular zombie out of the passageway and confront it in a more spacious area, subsequently dealing with the other less threatening zombies. Lin Zhaoye relinquished the notion of attacking its rear, as Mu Hongxiao had already positioned himself before them. Draw it out. The glass doors in the other rooms can scarcely hold, she urged anxiously, prompting Mu Hongxiao to swiftly alter his stance and unleash a barrage of strikes against the zombie's front, each punch landing with a resounding impact, successfully drawing its ire. Lin Zhaoye, seizing the opportunity, was no longer the primary target of its aggression. She promptly followed Mu Hongxiao as they dashed through the passageway. At that moment, the bomb had ensnared the researcher, suspending him from a railing, rendering him powerless to intervene with the zombies, his mouth sealed to prevent him from uttering a word. Aware of his own limited offensive capabilities and unable to assist with his abilities, he could only wait from a distance. Meanwhile, the Holy Hand concealed himself in a shadowy corner, striving to obscure his presence from the zombie, ever prepared to unleash his powers. Ready to transform into various metallic forms for a surprise assault on the undead creature. She was not idle either, having already plunged a blade directly into its eye. The zombie, enraged, shook its head violently, attempting to dislodge her. Having reached a more spacious area, Lin Zhaoye gracefully descended. The zombie stood alone in the center, its greatest nemesis before it, Lin Zhaoye to its rear, and Su Yuan nowhere to be seen. Bomb gazed at the researcher, while Sacred Hand stood ready to ambush. The zombie gurgled, seemingly expressing its fury. It charged directly towards Mu Hongxiao, its hands flailing forward. Mu Hongxiao, naturally, did not remain stationary, deftly evading its attacks, and seizing the opportunity to strike at its wrists and elbows, attempting to dislocate its arms, yet failing. Furthermore, the fire-based abilities proved ineffectual against it, failing to even singe its skin. His series of actions only served to further enrage the zombie. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaoye had raised the crystal core gun, targeting its vital areas. Just as she was about to relinquish the crystal core gun, a flash of silver light appeared before her. It was Su Yuan's ability. She surmised that the next crystal core bullet, and indeed all subsequent ones, would be enhanced by his ability. Lin Zhaoye, determined not to squander his power, focused her attention even more intently, aiming at the zombie's vulnerable spots. Having already tested the head, and finding it to have little effect, she realized a direct kill was not possible, and thus resolved to first restrict its movements. The knee of its left leg became the target of her relentless assault. The two combatants engaged in a fierce struggle, their movements both swift and forceful. Mu Hongxiao was engaged in a struggle against the zombie, often retreating to defend himself. Having long abandoned the use of his supernatural powers, he relied solely on his agility to combat the creature, their positions shifting rapidly. Lin Zhaoye had to concentrate intently, striving to avoid mistakenly injuring Mu Hongxiao. With a resounding bang, a crystal core projectile erupted from the muzzle, hurtling towards the zombie's left knee. The very air seemed to ignite upon the projectile's release, embedding itself deep into the zombie's knee. A peculiar, mutated scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. Pain! Lin Zhaoye, fixated on the wound she had inflicted, momentarily lost in a haze as she thought she heard the hoarse voice of an elder. She quickly scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of any other humans, and shook her head, attributing the sensation to her heightened tension, dismissing it from her mind. The zombie turned to face Lin Zhaoye, a knife still lodged in its right eye, with a trickle of pale gray pus streaming down its face, presenting a grotesque and terrifying visage. Chapter 90. The sound advanced step by step towards Lin Zhaoye, exuding an aura of vengeance. After Lin Zhaoye redirected the zombie's ire towards him, Mu Hongxiao was not idle. Wish granted, he bellowed, as another streak of silver light flashed towards him. Mu Hongxiao possessed far greater experience with firearms than Lin Zhaoye. During his tenure in the Special Operations Unit, he had been a champion marksman for several consecutive years. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon and fired several shots. The zombie, with its back turned, revealed the location of its left knee, and each of his shots targeted the very wound Lin Zhaoye had just inflicted. Nearly every shot was superimposed upon the last, each crystalline projectile burrowing deep into its knee. The zombie seemed to grin derisively, extending a hand to swat Lin Zhaoye, but its left knee had already been perforated by Mu Hongxiao's relentless barrage. The behemoth before Lin Zhaoye collapsed with a resounding crash, its left knee buckling. The zombie was forced to kneel, sending up a cloud of dust. Its movements obscured by the haze, Lin Zhaoye exercised heightened caution, swiftly evading to avoid both the dust screen and the zombie's grasp. The others were far from idle, unleashing a torrent of attacks into the dust cloud. A cacophony of crystalline gunshots mingled with the metallic shriek of blades slicing flesh. A thought struck Lin Zhaoye, and he promptly directed Mu Hongxiao. Hongxiao, immolated. Uncertain of the effect, Mu Hongxiao nonetheless complied without hesitation. A fiery dragon spiraled around him before hurtling toward the dust-laden area. Lin Zhaoye followed with a shout. "Everyone, fall back." The fiery dragon immediately ensnared the zombie's form, and inexplicably, a series of explosions erupted. Mu Hongxiao's power detonated upon contact with the zombie, the blasts emitting a cloud of ashen smoke that billowed outwards. The stench of charred flesh grew ever more pungent. The explosions persisted for several minutes, punctuated by the zombie's desperate roars and the rapid glint of silver. Those with abilities used them to protect the group and assault the zombie. Until the sound of the explosion ceased, another flicker of silvery light danced through the air. All the dust and ash dispersed, revealing the zombie at the epicenter of the storm of attacks. Its body bore numerous bullet holes, at least a dozen, inflicted by the enhancement of wishful abilities, alongside several gaping lacerations caused by metallic blades, all oozing with greenish pus. While these wounds were not fatal, they nonetheless inflicted considerable harm. Additionally, there were various explosive injuries, which represented the primary source of damage. Lin Zhaoye couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards others. After exhausting himself for half a day, he had merely managed to create a shallow incision. Manipulating metal with his abilities could certainly inflict substantial damage, but if only he possessed such powers himself. Yet again, it was a day filled with envy for those endowed with abilities. Meanwhile, the eyes of the Holy Hand sparkled with intrigue, pondering the method Lin Zhaoye employed to generate an explosive effect around the zombie. However, the blasted zombie commenced its genuine counterattack. Despite the multitude of injuries adorning its form and its left leg rendered limping, preventing it from standing upright, this did not hinder its relentless pursuit of Lin Zhaoye. It swung a colossal fist forward and then executed sweeping kicks. Lin Zhaoye, relying on her slender physique, evaded whenever possible, knowing that a direct confrontation with such a behemoth would not bode well for her. Meanwhile, Mu Hongxiao, a seasoned marksman, had charged his crystal core, unaware that a wish from an unknown source had just bestowed his firearm with a surge of extraordinary power. With a series of precise gunshots, the bullets found their mark, embedding themselves deep into the flesh of the creature, leaving little unscathed on the right side of Mu Hongxiao. If it were a human, it would have surely succumbed to its injuries. Yet this zombie persisted, relentlessly pursuing Lin Zhaoye. It epitomized the indomitable spirit of resilience in the face of adversity. The researcher, suspended beside a bomb, was paralyzed with fear, a foul stench emanating from him, as if even the bomb wished to distance itself from his presence. Lin Zhaoye had been fleeing for quite some time, observing as the wounds on the creature multiplied. However, these injuries merely impeded its speed of assault without diminishing its ferocity. Lin Zhaoye's stamina began to wane. After all, the zombie had devoted most of its efforts to capturing her, a defenseless individual devoid of any special abilities. And she could hardly withstand the relentless pursuit. Her pace gradually slowed, yet the zombie continued its tireless chase. Mu Hongxiao, noticing Lin Zhaoye's growing fatigue, was consumed by thoughts of how to bring an end to this conflict. It was only when a glint of silver flashed through the air that he commenced his actions. A shell was fired, landing mere meters in front of the zombie. Lin Zhaoye paused momentarily before dashing towards the bomb. As the zombie closed in, she resumed her flight. With several powerful strides, she leaped forward, the silver light illuminating her path as she soared through the air like a delicate leaf carried by the wind. An ethereal bubble enveloped her form, and then a deafening explosion echoed as the shell detonated behind her. A significant portion of the wall, along with half of the zombie's form, was utterly obliterated. The relentless zombie that had pursued her was finally rendered incapable of rising again. Protected by a bubble, Lin Zhaoye gently descended to the ground, assisted by Mu Hongxiao, who half embraced her to help her up. As they gazed upon the scene, a sigh of contemplation escaped their hearts. Humanity. Lin Zhaoye seemed to hear a sound, her gaze fixated on the zombie, pondering something profound. Xian emerged from a discreet corner, and Mu Hongxiao approached as well. Together, they skillfully severed the immobile zombie's head. With Mu Hongxiao's dagger infused with supernatural power, they exerted tremendous effort for over 10 minutes before finally prying the crystal nucleus from its skull. This zombie was of the third tier. Its crystal nucleus half transparent and the other half a milky white. Lin Zhaoye, her strength nearly restored, approached and recognized that this was a zombie on the brink of the third tier, recently having evolved into a psychic ability. Thus, the sound she had heard earlier was emitted by this very zombie. Everything fell into place, although she remained uncertain of what the zombie wished to convey. Ultimately, it no longer mattered. With this zombie dealt with, there were still approximately 7 or 8 more lurking in a nearby passage. At that moment, the bomb, relieved, disdainfully kicked the suspended researcher. Coward! He then turned to Lin Zhaoye and the others, expressing admiration. Your teamwork is truly remarkable. Upon being reminded by him, Lin Zhaoye felt a surge of joy. The few of them had never conferred prior. Their trust in each other was palpable. Mu Hongxiao needed not elaborate. Lin Zhaoye found herself glancing at Su Yuan, offering him a smile. Chapter 91. Sample indeed. It was you who brought about this demise, wasn't it? The two exchanged playful banter, and the atmosphere instantly lightened. However, Lin Zhaoye's thoughts ventured deeper. She approached the researcher, who was reeking of a foul odor, and pointed at the remaining remnants, inquiring, "Is this also a product of your experiments?" In her lifetime, both past and present, she had never encountered such a robust zombie. It was her first experience witnessing a zombie undergoing a mutation that endowed it with extraordinary abilities. The crystalline core resembled this, leading her to reasonably deduce that it was a novel creation from the laboratory. Yes, it is Professor Wei. At last, you are willing to speak of Professor Wei? If you can manage sample number 93, you ought to be able to save Professor Wei. Are the other samples similar? Where are they? Why save Professor Wei? What has happened to him? Lin Zhaoye seized him firmly, demanding, "Speak honestly, do not attempt any tricks. If we can handle it, we can certainly manage you." His speech faltered. "Previously, I collaborated with Professor Wei on other experiments. I'm unaware of the whereabouts of the other samples, and Professor Wei is also missing." At that moment, a commotion erupted from the corridor to their right. He swallowed hard and said, "These are other experimental samples. They frequently erupt into chaos. Previously, we managed to suppress them, but the sheer number of you newcomers has stirred their primal instincts once more, igniting their bloodlust." Lin Zhaoye furrowed his brow. They had spent nearly an hour dealing with a single specimen, yet there were at least 7 or 8 more zombies ravenously waiting within the corridor. The opaque side of the facility remained shrouded in mystery, leaving the contents of the house unknown. They had already encountered the zombies within the glass enclosure. But what lay beyond that barrier? A dreadful thought crossed his mind. Professor Wei's child. Let us go together. Do not attempt any tricks. Lin Zhaoye severed the rope dangling from the researcher's hands, pressing the blade of his dagger against the man's back, ready to extinguish his life with a mere exertion of force. All right. The researcher, indeed timid, was only human after all. He led the way, with Lin Zhaoye closely following and the others cautiously trailing behind. The corridor ahead was illuminated by a sterile, silvery light, devoid of any vitality, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Meanwhile, behind the glass on their left, the zombies gazed at them with hungry eyes, eagerly anticipating their chance. As he passed the third glass chamber, he hesitated, stealing several furtive glances inside. Lin Zhaoye sensed that this young man was up to no good. He thrust the dagger forward, pressing it firmly against the young man's body. "Do you commit your misdeeds faster, or shall I kill you quicker?" At that moment, surprisingly, the researcher ceased to cower. He struggled, attempting to engage Lin Zhaoye in face-to-face conversation. Mu Hongxiao stepped forward, positioning himself alongside Lin Zhaoye, effectively sandwiching the researcher between them. Only then did Lin Zhaoye release his grip. The researcher turned to glance at Lin Zhaoye before shifting his body towards the glass door. "Look at them. They were once my colleagues." He forced a smile, though it appeared more sorrowful than joyful. "When the apocalypse first struck, Professor Wei had confined us, forbidding any contact with the outside world, isolating each of us in separate rooms to compile our previous experimental data. We no longer dared to speak, for Professor Wei frequently conducted human experiments, instilling a fear that we might be next. Lin Zhaoye was astonished to learn that Professor Wei conducted human experiments using individuals from his own laboratory. If there is a risk to life, why continue working here? The remuneration offered by Professor Wei is substantial, and we have no alternatives, the researcher replied. I have been assisting Professor Wei with previous human experiments, gaining considerable knowledge in data management. After the apocalypse, I was relocated to a house adjacent to Professor Wei's dedicated laboratory, where I spent each day organizing his prior data. And what is Professor Wei currently engaged in? The researcher gazed at Lin Zhaoye, his lips murmuring incessantly about an old Qin and a coward. He appeared quite enigmatic. Lin Zhaoye speculated that old Qin likely referred to Professor Qin, and the mention of cowardice hinted at deeper implications. He continued to recount the events of the past month. Those who had previously partnered with him had gradually departed. One day, after consuming a meal delivered by Professor Wei, he fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in Professor Wei's laboratory, accompanied only by two others, a woman and a peculiar child. Professor Wei was nowhere to be found. With no hope of assistance from them, he was left to explore on his own. Then, he made a shocking discovery. His hand traced the glass enclosure before him. They were all students of Professor Wei, fervent followers of his work. He sighed, acknowledging the greatness of Professor Wei as a true scientist. He had even utilized his own wife for experiments, and could easily turn against his own students. He fell silent, and Lin Zhaoye's gaze shifted from the zombie before them to his face. This included the recently slain subject 93, who had been the elderly Mr. Wei, father of Professor Wei Ji, visiting that day. Lin Zhaoye was taken aback, not only by Professor Wei's fervent obsession with human experimentation, but also by the revelation that subject 93 was indeed an elderly man. The sound she had just heard. Lin Zhaoye turned to Mu Hongxiao and asked, "Did you hear him speak?" Mu Hongxiao, bewildered by her inquiry, glanced at the individual standing between them. Him? She refrained from responding, her expression devoid of emotion as she turned her gaze toward the distant shards of glass scattered on the ground. Following her line of sight, Mu Hongxiao seemed to grasp something and then looked back at Lin Zhaoye. Observing his actions, Lin Zhaoye realized that she was indeed the sole listener of subject 93's voice. She could not help but question this informed individual, suppressing the tremor in her voice. What about Professor Wei's wife and children? Subject 92 was Professor Wei's wife, while Subject 93 represented the most formidable zombie known to them thus far. According to another researcher, Miss Wang, Professor Wei had also mentioned Subjects 94 and 95, who had vanished a week ago. Vanished? Chapter 92, Evolution. Before I lost consciousness, Professor Wei's samples had only reached Subject 93. Upon regaining awareness, I discovered that Professor Wei had disappeared. However, he gestured towards the less robust zombie before him, whose muscles were visibly pronounced, and stated, Professor Wei developed the evolution serum. Both subjects 94 and 95 have already been utilized, thus confirming their existence. Upon hearing this, several individuals could not help but furrow their brows, with the bombastic one among them unable to refrain from commenting. Is this what they call an evolved human? The researcher elucidated that he had previously been engaged in another project and was entirely uninformed about Professor Wei's endeavors following the apocalypse. Upon awakening, he perused Professor Wei's notes and discovered the professor's belief that zombies are a manifestation of human evolution. Only the most formidable among humanity could harness the genetic makeup of zombies, and the evolutionary reagent he had developed was the pinnacle of the zombie genes. This reagent could enhance the physical prowess of all zombies, even catalyzing the emergence of extraordinary abilities in those devoid of any powers. Lin Zhaoye pondered the crystal core he had just encountered. Thus, Sample 93's crystal core is a product of a powerless zombie, forced into developing a mutated ability? Indeed, initially, Professor Wei harbored a profound fear of these zombies. Many of them stormed into the factory, resulting in the fatalities of several employees. Those who were bitten subsequently resurrected, frantically pursuing the others. The professor was deeply averse to their manic behavior. However, after several days of research, he unearthed the potential benefits of zombies, believing this to be a characteristic of humanity's impending evolution. Consequently, he selected a few of his most loyal followers from amongst numerous students to impede the onslaught of zombies, diverting them to another space. This was the very first door you opened. Lin Zhaoye's heart sank. This strategy employed living individuals as bait, demonstrating a ruthless disposition even towards his own. Professor Wei's mental state indeed raises grave concern. The majority of those in the current compartment are merely ordinary people seeking employment and financial stability. He was compelled by his fervent followers to become a subject of Professor Wei's experiments. Regrettably, his so-called evolution serum did not yield success. As he began to move, a subtle expression of either ineffable regret or mockery surfaced on his face. After all the innocent individuals had been rendered into specimens, he still had not grasped the true secret to becoming a successful, evolved human. Consequently, some individuals willingly volunteered to become his experimental subjects, from specimen number 70 onward. They all had made such requests themselves. This notion seemed rather absurd, and Lin Zhaoye maintained a neutral stance regarding his current claims. However, this so-called follower mentality resembled that of the brainwashed, akin to those associated with the previous sane organization. The bombastic Baozi quietly scoffed, wondering if their brains had been devoured by zombies. Pouting, Baozi also found the situation ludicrous. The more the researcher spoke, the more animated he became. Once all the followers had transformed into specimens, only a few of us, diligently compiling experimental data, would remain by his side. We understood that many data points held significance only if we had personally managed them. This mad scientist would undoubtedly wait until we had meticulously organized all the data before posing a genuine threat to our safety. Thus, each day we diligently compile the data. Yet the completion of this task remains perpetually elusive, at least until we manage to escape. His tone gradually escalated to a crescendo. Professor Wei had truly lost his mind. His wife had become sample number 92, and his father was designated as number 93. Did he have children? Yes, indeed he had children. His eyes glazed over as he murmured, "His child is the true savior." Observing the man's frenzied expression, Lin Zhaoye understood that this individual was not entirely innocent. He had already knelt on the ground, facing the glass door that contained the number 92 experimental specimen. His face oscillated between tears and laughter, resembling someone far from normal. The faces of these zombies appeared almost identical. She speculated that the evolutionary genes extracted by Professor Wei initially came from the same individual, or perhaps the genetic makeup was determined by him, who believed that this was the visage of the evolved beings. The researcher noticed Lin Zhaoye also observing the scene within and grinned, softly inquiring, "Do you see that face?" He pressed his entire being against the glass, his breath forming white mist upon it, confronting the bound zombie inside. Lin Zhaoye softly acknowledged, mimicking his stance, leaning closer to the glass. The zombies inside varied in form, yet it was evident that those with higher serial numbers were indeed larger and more formidable, exhibiting greater strength. The female zombies were noticeably more petite than their male counterparts. Looking at their faces, do you not feel as though Professor Wei is gazing back at you? Even Lin Zhaoye could not help but swallow hard, astonished to discover that this Professor Wei was not only a perverse individual indulging in human experiments, but that the very criteria for these so-called evolved humans were based upon his own visage. Observing her expression of sheer horror, the researcher could not suppress a hint of amusement. "You do not recognize Professor Wei? What then brings you here? Merely those insignificant machines outside?" To him, it seemed absurd that they would risk their safety for such trivial contraptions, leaving one to ponder whether to label them foolish or remarkably brave. "I may not know Professor Wei, but I am acquainted with Professor Qin. Did he send you?" Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. "Could you take me to see Professor Qin? He knows me, he knows me." His excitement surged as he slammed his palms against the glass door, creating a thunderous sound that drew the attention of all nearby zombies. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye realized how truly terrifying it was to witness a horde of zombies fixating on her with identical faces. She had no time to placate him and instead drew her knife, pressing it against his artery. "If you wish to see Professor Qin, you must behave and lead me to meet his child." Upon hearing her threat, he responded as if receiving a divine command, eagerly exclaiming, "Follow me. Follow me. This child is unlike any other." Several individuals promptly followed him, and, at the rear, Su Yuan snapped his fingers. A flash of silver light illuminated the scene as the blackout curtains were drawn across the glass door, intensifying the brightness within. Many of the zombies could not withstand this radiance, becoming listless in its presence. Chapter 93. Temptation. They accompanied the researcher to a seemingly unremarkable position in the middle rear of the room, indistinguishable from other laboratories. However, when he produced a key and entered, a hidden world unveiled itself. This laboratory was of a size comparable to 4 or 5 compartments across the way, with tables and experimental apparatus haphazardly positioned against the walls and in front of the door. It was evident that they had previously made efforts to evade the zombies. Upon opening the door, they beheld a female researcher standing nearby. Upon noticing the strangers, she instinctively clutched the child on the table, her face weary and her eye bags nearly descending to her lips. She furrowed her brow in silence, her gaze vacantly fixed upon them. Even as Lin Zhaoye approached her and the child step by step, the female researcher merely tightened her embrace around the child, retreating beneath the table without fleeing, attacking, or uttering a sound. The man behind them clarified, "Xiao Wang, they're not zombies. There is no need for fear. They are human." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wang hesitantly set the child down within her reach. The individual behind inquired, why, when faced with zombies, did she only hold the child and refrain from any other reaction? This question was also pondered by Lin Zhaoye. However, before she could utter a single word, she caught sight of the child, referred to as Xiao Wang, who had just been set down by the researcher. To her astonishment, the child bore the same visage as Professor Wei, resembling a miniature version of a zombie. Lin Zhaoye could hardly fathom that even his own infant was not spared by Professor Wei's machinations. In a state of shock, she observed the child, who suddenly broke into a smile. A tiny being injected with the zombie virus. Yet instead of transforming into an unsightly gray hue, he appeared as an ordinary human. His smile radiated an angelic charm, and in that moment, Lin Zhaoye's heart softened, compelling her to reach out and embrace him. Slowly, she approached the child, her expression filled with compassion. Witnessing this unfold, Mu Hongxiao, just as she was within mere inches of the child, abruptly yanked Lin Zhaoye back. She fell into his embrace, a sharp pain piercing her mind, as if something vital had been lost. Inhaling a familiar scent, Lin Zhaoye suddenly regained her clarity. As she struggled to rise, her lips brushed against his taut muscles, causing her cheeks to flush crimson as she regained her composure. She realized that she had almost been beguiled by that child. Despite being a mere zombie, he had evoked feelings of innocence and pity within her, igniting a desire to hold him close. She was not one to succumb to maternal instincts for unfamiliar children. It was this zombie that posed the true threat. At that moment, Xiao Wang gazed at them with sheer terror, exclaiming, "You mean to say, you are both unharmed?" The researcher behind her remarked, "They are Professor Qin's people. Dispatch here to find Professor Wei. Do you believe your little trick will be of any use?" Sample 93 was resolved by them, though the words were uttered. A warning bell resonated within Lin Zhaoye's heart. Mental attacks were her Achilles heel. Even without supernatural abilities, her agility was commendable. She possessed the means to counter the assaults of other practitioners. However, mental power was colorless, tasteless, soundless, and formless, capable of launching an attack at any moment, rendering evasion impossible. She privately lamented her need to bolster her defenses against mental assaults while observing the child before her. At that moment, she realized he was not as innocently charming as he appeared. He bore a striking resemblance to the zombies outside, differing only in his complexion, which leaned more towards humanity. Yet his visage remained that of Professor Wei. Since he was sent by Professor Qin, would it be permissible for me to raise this child? Lin Zhaoye swiftly brandished her knife, pushing him against the wall. Do you not understand what this child is? Little Wang dared not make any sudden movements, merely shifting his head slightly, fearful that his neck might inadvertently brush against the blade. He cautiously negotiated, I know. Could you let me go? Then be compliant. Share what you know with us." Lin Zhaoye's tone softened from harsh to gentle, akin to delivering a slap followed by a sweet date. soothing little Wang. Xiao Wang reached out and gently tapped the blade's tip, prompting Lin Zhaoye to withdraw the knife from her neck, observing her with a cold detachment. Xiao Wang widened her eyes, gazing at Lin Zhaoye's composed demeanor. After a moment of hesitation, she raised her hand again, unzipping her clothing to reveal a black cord adorned with a small sachet. "I can offer you this sachet," she declared, "but only if you ensure my safety." Lin Zhaoye raised an eyebrow, dismissing her words, while the others remained vigilant, their attention focused solely on the unfolding scene, oblivious to the man beside them. Meanwhile, another researcher, Xiao Li, had long been silenced and bound to a table, her movements constrained. As Xiao Wang surveyed her surroundings, it became evident that no one was in a position to assist her, leading her to despair. Finally, Lin Zhaoye spoke. "If the information you possess holds sufficient value, I may consider sparing your life." With no other recourse, Xiao Wang recounted her tale. Through her narrative, they learned of the child's unfortunate plight. He had been transformed into a zombie after being bitten by a specimen. Yet, despite his tender age, Professor Wei believed that individuals bitten by specimens had a high likelihood of evolving into advanced beings. Thus, he kept the child close. Unlike other zombies, who were deemed failures and preserved in glass tanks filled with formalin, this child appeared remarkably normal, eating, drinking, and growing just like any other child. One day, while conducting an experiment alongside Professor Wei, an unfortunate individual was inadvertently bitten by a sample, transforming into a zombie that roamed the entrances of various laboratories and infected the majority of the people present. Xiao Wang, who was responsible for caring for a child, found herself shielded from detection by the zombies due to the child's presence. The undead paid her no heed as she cradled the infant. From that moment onward, even in the absence of Professor Wei, I vowed to diligently care for this child. Its unique abilities could serve as a means of survival for me, and fortuitously, I remained unaffected by its powers. In the face of peril, her instinct was always to grasp the child tightly, for it was her talisman of safety, ensuring she encountered no issues with the zombies. In truth, there were others who survived as well, much like yourself, who found the child endearing and wished to hold or kiss him. However, when physical contact was made, chaos ensued, and several zombies clad in lab coats were a testament to this mischief. Chapter 94. The amulet. Xiao Wang pointed to the bound researcher, stating that those zombies had been lured away by him to other locations, as they had previously wandered from room to room. It was due to the child's extraordinary abilities that we were able to evade disaster. Did this mean you were not seduced by it, nor tempted to embrace or kiss him? Lin Zhaoye reached out to touch the amulet, which was intricately embroidered with colorful threads depicting various patterns, some parts of the fabric already frayed from her caressing. It was indeed an amulet. This fragrant sachet enables me to resist its allure, though I cannot assert this with absolute certainty. Typically, I avoid gazing upon his face or meeting his eyes. Xiao Wang, ever astute, removed the sachet and handed it to Lin Zhaoye. She accepted it, cradling the sachet in her palm, casting a fleeting glance at Mu Hongxiao before turning her attention back to the child. At that moment, her heart was indeed as tranquil as a still pond. She harbored no extraneous thoughts regarding this zombie child, suggesting that the sachet was truly effective. What could be contained within it? Lin Zhaoye felt a genuine curiosity. While the sachet proved beneficial against this particular zombie, would it also be effective against other psychic-type zombie attacks? Her vulnerability lay in her feeble defense against psychic abilities. She could train with Lung Yu, but such progress would be painfully slow. The sachet appeared to be akin to a magical tool. If she could discern its secret and utilize it effectively, Lin Zhaoye's strength would undoubtedly soar at a breathtaking pace. Upon learning that this was a custom from her hometown, the sachet in her hand suddenly became warm to the touch. Despite Xiao Wang being, in a sense, her captive, she had encountered numerous peculiar occurrences since her rebirth and endeavored to maintain a respectful attitude towards certain traditions. Thus, do you know what lies within the sachet? She examined the sachet closely. It was meticulously stitched with fine threads, not tied with a cord. To uncover its contents, she would need to snip the threads and open it. This marks the 5th year since I left the village, and it is the first time I have received something sent from there, a reminder that I should keep it close. Skeptical, I carried it for 2 days until an incident occurred, after which I saw no reason to part with it. From what I understand, the exterior of the sachet is inconsequential. It is the contents that truly matter. I wish to seek out Professor Qin, and if you can assure my safety, I am willing to entrust this sachet to you, allowing you to dispose of it as you see fit. Though my words may sound assertive upon hearing them, Lin Zhaoye recognized that their ancestral home was not of the highest secrecy, which eased her mind. Very well. As long as you remain honest and refrain from any mischief, I will ensure you meet Professor Qin safely. What he decides regarding your work is beyond my concern. She gazed intently into Lin Zhaoye's eyes, her eyelashes fluttering as she contemplated for a long while before ultimately conceding, agreed, but you must open it in my presence. Lin Zhaoye acquiesced to her request. Before unveiling the contents, he carefully felt the interior, discovering it to be a solid, square object, devoid of any powdery substance, which prompted him to confidently proceed with the opening right there. He used a knife to carefully slice along the seams of the fabric before revealing the contents. A rich aroma of wood enveloped him. Inside lay a wooden piece, measuring less than a centimeter in thickness, length, and width. After examining the object repeatedly, Lin Zhaoye discovered its remarkable smoothness, revealing only the natural grain of the wood, devoid of any inscriptions. It possessed a certain luster, suggesting it was not freshly felled, but had been harvested at least 3 to 5 years prior. As Lin Zhaoye contemplated the potential significance of this piece of wood, Xiao Wang's eyes brimmed with tears. In that moment, Lin Zhaoye felt utterly bewildered. She had only unwrapped the sachet with Xiao Wang's consent, yet here was Xiao Wang, weeping sorrowfully, making Lin Zhaoye feel as though she were the villain. "Why are you crying? It's merely a piece of wood." She turned the sachet over and over in her hands, finding it utterly empty. It was indeed just wood. "Do you know what kind of tree this is?" Xiao Wang's voice trembled as she reached out, taking the wooden fragment from Lin Zhaoye's grasp. "This is my tree." In times of sorrow, words often fail to convey the depth of emotion. Lin Zhaoye understood that it was merely a piece of wood, without any extraordinary attributes. So she refrained from pressing Xiao Wang for further explanation, allowing her the space to regain her composure. Gently, she covered the child's face with a cloth, shielding it from the inadvertent gaze of others. Upon rising, the onlookers turned their attention towards them. With a mere glance exchanged, they resumed their activities, though their thoughts remained subtly attuned to Xiao Wang's distress. Lin Zhaoye had previously experimented with these large-scale instruments outside, realizing they were far beyond her system's capacity. Previously, the male researcher Xiao Li had mentioned that Professor Wei consistently instructed them to organize the experimental data in their respective cubicles. Consequently, Lin Zhaoye surmised that the other experimental data resided within the cubicle, with the majority having been completed, while the remaining few were nearing their conclusion. Having spent considerable time in this laboratory, she contemplated the possibility of discreetly taking a USB drive or printed documents. If there were any experimental data on the table, she would gladly take it all. Upon hearing her words, the others promptly gathered their nearby materials, signaling to Lin Zhaoye to collect the documents. When she received the paper handed to her by the skilled individual, she fell into a deep reflection. The experimental report boldly read, Sample 95 Experimental Subject Data Research Report. Flipping to the next page, she found the following details. Name, Wei Ji, age, 55. Accompanied by a photograph that bore a striking resemblance to the familiar face Lin Zhaoye had previously seen on the zombies. It was not the ashen complexion of the undead, but rather the normal hue of humanity. Lin Zhaoye's hands trembled in disbelief. What had transpired? Chapter 95, Wei Ji. As she continued to flip through the pages, they revealed nothing but blank sheets. In a panic, Lin Zhaoye hastily scanned all the materials around her, discovering that both Sample 93 and Sample 94 were present. Yet there was no additional information regarding Sample 95, Wei Ji himself. Her distressed demeanor caught the attention of those nearby, prompting several individuals to approach her with inquiries. Lin Zhaoye then handed the documents to the closest individual, exclaiming in astonishment, "Goodness, it is me." Others gathered around, catching sight of Wei Ji's information, including the blank space that followed. As they expressed their astonishment, Xiao Wang's emotions gradually settled, and she approached the group. With just a fleeting glance, she comprehended the essence of their exclamations. Number 95 was Professor Wei Ji himself, and none of them possessed knowledge regarding the other data, including the usage of the evolutionary reagents. Silence ensued, and their perceptions of Professor Wei Ji became increasingly intricate. Before long, they dispersed once more, continuing their quest for information. Xiao Wang pulled Lin Zhaoye into a corner, where they squatted side by side against the wall, idly toying with the wooden piece that had just been dampened by her tears. Now, you may share why you cried. How does this tree become yours? Is the sachet capable of shielding us from the zombies due to this tree? In response to Lin Zhaoye's trio of inquiries, Xiao Wang began to elucidate each one with patience. According to the customs of our clan, every newborn child is assigned a tree that belongs solely to them. We grow alongside the tree until we reach adulthood at the age of 18, at which point we depart from this village to forge our own paths in the outside world. As the life tree matures alongside us, once we leave the village, the villagers will sever the trunk, leaving behind a few branches to perpetuate life. Thus, the number of trees in the village will increase, symbolizing the flourishing of its inhabitants. Her gaze softened as she looked at the wooden piece in Lin Zhaoye's hand. This piece should be crafted from my own life tree, perhaps left for me by my grandmother, serving as a cherished memento. Uncertain of whether such calamities have befallen the village, and whether the trees of life can indeed safeguard the villagers' existence, Lin Zhaoye found himself lost in thought. In a village steeped in tradition, one might expect it to be relatively remote and underdeveloped. Yet, from her words, it was evident that there was a profound yearning for progeny within the community, while simultaneously nurturing the curiosity of a younger generation to explore beyond their confines. However, her tale did not elucidate the true significance of the wood in question. Biting his lower lip in contemplation, he hesitated before returning the wooden piece to her, remarking, "Since it is your tree of life, you should keep it. I will take you to find Professor Qin. I hope your village remains unscathed." Xiao Wang nodded, carefully wrapping the piece and securing it to herself. "I now need to access all the organized materials in this laboratory. Though Professor Wei is missing, Professor Qin can continue the experiments that Professor Wei left unfinished. Are there any other documents you can provide me?" Xiao Wang's previously animated demeanor suddenly turned somber. "Do you also believe that Professor Wei's experiments were justified?" After a brief pause, Lin Zhaoye expressed his perspective. "Professor Wei is an admirable scholar. He sought the truth through personal sacrifice, and it cannot be denied that he is indeed a commendable professor." As Xiao Wang listened to her words, her expression grew increasingly cold, prompting Lin Zhaoye to shift his tone. "However, the experiments he conducted lack any humanitarian spirit and are not worthy of admiration. Knowing the dangers, yet still opting for human trials violates the fundamental principles of humanity, and such actions are far from commendable." Hearing this, Xiao Wang's face brightened momentarily. "At first, Professor Wei never involved me in human experiments. The numerous experiments we conducted were exceptionally flawless, and I once held great admiration for his spirit of scientific inquiry." Yet, her smile gradually turned bittersweet. "However, the more I collaborated with him, the more I realized that he was rather extreme, even resorting to conducting some explicitly prohibited human experiments in secret. By the time I discovered his intentions and sought to dissuade him, it was already too late for me to escape. He had completely sealed off the laboratory. If my experiments did not continue, I would become his subject." Faced with Xiao Wang's account, Lin Zhaoye found herself at a loss. She gently patted Xiao Wang's shoulder. "It's all in the past now. Help me locate other materials, and we shall leave at once." Looking into her earnest eyes, Xiao Wang thought of Professor Qin, stood up, and resolved to provide her with the remaining materials. Meanwhile, the bound Xiao Li, witnessing Xiao Wang's freedom, babbled incessantly, though regrettably. No one understood him. His struggles did not escape Lin Zhaoye's notice. After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to release him. "You should also submit the organized materials to us. Once everything is collected, we will take you both away." However, Lin Zhaoye was aware that this Xiao Li was not to be underestimated. He took the time to caution him. "Do not entertain any ulterior motives. Otherwise, you may find it impossible to see Professor Qin again. Xiao Li immediately nodded and bowed, assuring, yes, yes, I will certainly find all the materials for you. He then began to ingratiate himself with Lin Zhaoye, leading her to the exterior of the adjacent room. Once everyone had gathered, he cleared his throat and stated, inside this room is zombie number 78, which was previously lured in. It possesses formidable strength, nearing the second tier, capable of chasing me around the room. He proceeded to the next room. In here are numbers 53 and 49. Number 49 was quite robust in life, albeit slow-moving, and I managed to trick him inside as well. Thus, he continued to enumerate each zombie's number and distinctive traits, aiming to garner favor in the eyes of Lin Zhaoye and her companions. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang, who had never previously let a zombie into a room, silently trailed behind them, refraining from speaking, for she had no accomplishments to boast about, unlike Xiao Li. After acquiring a comprehensive understanding, Lin Zhaoye and her group grasped some information. If Xiao Li's claims were indeed accurate, then within the opaque room to the right, the most formidable occupant would merely be nearing the second tier, significantly weaker than the previous specimen, number 93. Chapter 96, Strategy. All individuals, except those on guard, have entered. A few individuals convened and decided to form small teams of 2 or 3 to enter a room, where they aimed to exterminate zombies while searching for information. Indeed, strength in numbers proved advantageous. Within mere minutes, they had eradicated all the zombies in the houses along the right side of the corridor. The process was time-consuming, primarily due to the formidable muscle mass of the zombies, augmented by the reagent, which rendered their skin considerably tougher, making it challenging for weapons to penetrate. The bombs that had been collected quietly expressed their discontent to the dumplings, saying, if even the frogs are this tough, I shall abstain from eating. The keen-eared Lin Zhaoye overheard this and suddenly recalled that there might be chickens or ducks available for consumption later, lamenting the absence of frogs. I wish to have frogs too. As the group erupted into laughter, the others had also completed their tasks, and all the gathered information was consolidated in Lin Zhaoye's hands. She promptly uploaded this data into the system for safekeeping. The large experimental equipment was entrusted to Li Tianyu, who belonged to the spatial department, to transport it onto the trailer. However, due to the substantial amount of equipment, some machines could only be stored within his spatial realm. During the transportation, they ensured that either Mu Hongxiao or Lin Zhaoye remained in the passageway to safeguard their safety, while the surplus members refrained from entering the corridor. This was to prevent an excess of individuals from attracting the zombies on the left side, which could potentially lead to chaos and cause them to break through the glass enclosure. After a long and arduous day, with the sun now setting in the west, the only remaining task was to address the zombies on the left side, which were obscured by fabric and had been subconsciously overlooked by many. As these individuals stood at the entrance, the movements of the zombies on the left grew increasingly pronounced. Even the most formidable light had minimal effect in suppressing them. Their potential danger could not be overlooked. However, Lin Zhaoye was reluctant to engage in combat. The zombies on the left were numerous and far more challenging than those on the right. The most powerful weapon they possessed could only eliminate a single specimen, designated as Specimen 93. Within the premises, there were fewer than 10 specimens, all of which were comparable in strength to Specimen 93. Even if each was slightly inferior to 93, their combined might far exceeded that of a solitary specimen. An offensive strategy relying solely on weaponry appeared impractical, leading Lin Zhaoye to contemplate whether to seal the door entirely. She paced at the entrance of the corridor, lost in thought, when researcher Xiao Li approached and halted beside her. I am aware that there is a self-destruct system here, yet I am uncertain how to activate it. Once the system is initiated, we would have 3 minutes to prepare for withdrawal, which should suffice. His words served as a reminder to Lin Zhaoye. If a self-destruct mechanism existed, all the zombies would be obliterated, alleviating her concerns about any ill-intentioned individuals releasing them upon arrival. The precise location of the activation button remained unknown, but the laboratory inside was replete with items, potentially concealing the answer. He suggested, "Let us venture inside and search for it." Although his speech was somewhat hesitant, the essence of his suggestion was quite reasonable. Lin Zhaoye raised an eyebrow, uncertain of his intentions. Everyone should also search in other areas. Once the self-destruct system is activated, a ticking sound or some other auditory cue will serve as a warning. If anyone inadvertently touches the self-destruct button and the alert sound is triggered, it is imperative to immediately notify others to withdraw. Upon hearing Xiao Yezi's considerate words, everyone promptly dispersed, venturing outside to search. However, the few individuals who had initially remained to pry open the door did not budge upon hearing Xiao Li's remarks. Lin Zhaoye glanced at Mu Hongxiao, Su Yuan, and the others, who remained still, casting a knowing look as a sense of concern lingered among them. Clearing his throat, Lin Zhaoye deliberately reminded everyone, "Make sure to check every nook and cranny. Xiao Ge, you all should hurry as well." The acting skills of these individuals were rather lackluster, prompting Lin Zhaoye to smirk in disbelief. Xiao Wang rubbed his hands together, nodding as he inquired of Lin Zhaoye, "Shall we go in and take a look? I believe Professor Wei's laboratory is quite significant. There may be something of interest." The two proceeded in that direction, observing their entrance. The previously silent Xiao Wang prepared to follow, but was halted by Su Yuan, who leaned closer and whispered, "It's all right. You all should evacuate quickly." Xiao Wang then realized this was their premeditated, unspoken understanding. She quickly asserted her role. "I can open the door." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan ceased her insistence to send her away. Just then, Lin Zhaoye, leading the way, had already entered the secret passage, while Xiao Li surveyed the bustling crowd, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he secured the door of the passageway. As Mu Hongxiao and his companions discovered that the door had been locked, they promptly organized the evacuation of others. The remaining individuals soon realized that the passageway was sealed off, and Lin Zhaoye had been confined alone within. Panic ensued as they gathered around. The bomb, taking the initiative, exclaimed, "There's a bomb on the door. We completely forgot about that. I fear for Sister Zhaoye's safety. I must go in and rescue her." Mu Hongxiao and Su Yuan implored him, "Let's evacuate everyone first. Every life saved counts. The explosion will occur shortly." Upon learning that Lin Zhaoye was trapped inside and in grave danger, the group expressed their willingness to enter and save her. "It's just a minor setback. I could take on 10 of them single-handedly." Everyone understood that time was of the essence concerning Lin Zhaoye's predicament, and they reluctantly stepped back, declaring, "We will wait for you outside. Good luck." Meanwhile, the bomb utilized his abilities to gain entry, leaving Mu Hongxiao, Su Yuan, and Xiao Wang outside. Xiao Wang raised his hand and extended his ring finger, saying, "My fingerprint can unlock the door." The group was taken aback, surprised that he would use the least convenient digit as the key. They pressed against the door, hoping to catch a sound from within. Despite their confidence in Lin Zhaoye's prowess and the belief that the bomb would alert them in a crisis, their anxious and worried hearts offered no solace. Those inside were facing perilous circumstances. Upon entering, Lin Zhaoye took the lead, despite harboring a constant wariness toward Xiao Li. Nonetheless, his body language exuded an air of casualness. Xiao Li had always appeared rather timid, yet now, standing alone before Lin Zhaoye and the multitude of potential zombies, his expression was a curious blend of madness and exhilaration, a stark contrast to the terrified figure who had once soiled himself at the sight of number 93. Chapter 97. The pursuit of knowledge. Lin Zhaoye exhibited no surprise at the closing of the door, which momentarily puzzled Xiao Li before his expression swiftly shifted. "After all, you have always been a suspicious individual. Since you were already aware that I might pose a threat, why did you choose to follow me? My intention in trailing you was merely to ascertain why you sought to impede us. From a moment this secret passage was unveiled, you have never genuinely wished to escape from here." He let out a sinister chuckle. "Indeed, I never intended to allow your departure. Old Qin's belief that you could simply take my experimental data upon your arrival is truly naive, an extravagant delusion." Lin Zhaoye discerned the ambiguity in his words. "Who exactly are you? If Professor Wei's data has become yours, then he must be. Am I not the very person you seek?" His voice suddenly shifted, evolving from a relatively youthful tone to one that bore the weight of age, slightly gravelly, and his laughter was laced with malice. "Ha! I am none other than Wei Ji. Look at that coward. What great experiments could he possibly conduct? He merely seeks to pilfer my research data." Lin Zhaoye was taken aback to discover that the seemingly youthful individual before him was, in fact, the Professor Wei Ji they had been searching for. He could not help but wonder how this man had transformed into his current self. Lin Zhaoye's curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to inquire, "How did your appearance change?" Professor Wei Ji, or rather, Xiao Wang, merely clicked his tongue in disdain. "Given the circumstances we find ourselves in, you still harbor such curiosity?" Lin Zhaoye felt a considerable degree of trust in the capabilities of his companions, yet he remained cautious. Feigning ignorance. One ought to remain a wise spirit, even in the face of death. This statement seemed to provoke Wei Ji. "Good child, just like me, you are a seeker of knowledge. In light of your eagerness to uncover the truth, I shall reluctantly share it with you." He sauntered slowly into the largest laboratory, where a discrete section of the wall caught his attention. With a mere touch, the entire room underwent a significant transformation. What had once been a thoroughly searched area now boasted several cabinets extending from the walls. The shelves were filled with an array of jars and vials, most notably a row of emerald green reagents, boldly labeled from 96 to 100. Moreover, several firearms had mysteriously appeared on the wall, ominously aimed at Lin Zhaoye, as if poised to unleash a barrage at any moment. Most alarmingly, Lin Zhaoye found himself bound to the door by a metallic cord, with his hands secured behind him, rendering him powerless to act. She exerted 6 or 7 parts of her strength to break free, only to discover that the ropes binding her had merely deformed slightly, allowing a bit more space and granting her hands the freedom to move. If she were to apply her full strength, it was not impossible for her to escape. One hand had already quietly slipped free. However, Lin Zhaoye had no intention of revealing her true intentions just yet. Now, do refrain from moving too much. These firearms do not heed my commands. Should you provoke them, I cannot assure your safety." The threat was genuine. Lin Zhaoye silently calculated her odds of escaping unscathed while facing Wei Ji and other dangers alone. She feigned curiosity and inquired, "Is this the human evolution serum you have developed?" "Indeed, this is the remarkable serum I have created," Wei Ji replied, his enthusiasm ignited. "Regrettably, those who came before you were not fortunate enough to experience its benefits. But from you onward, humanity shall be blessed." Lin Zhaoye disagreed with his assertion. "Transforming into a zombie with your serum, does that truly qualify as evolution or a blessing?" Upon hearing her question, he clapped his hands in protest. "You are mistaken. An evolved human is still human, not a zombie. Just look at me. Examine me closely. What resemblance do I bear to a zombie?" Lin Zhaoye scrutinized the individual before her. He indeed appeared to be in his 20s, and, aside from a significant change in his voice, it would be difficult for an unacquainted person to identify him as Wei Ji. It is merely a matter of regaining youth and embellishing one's visage. Lin Zhaoye's eyes involuntarily widened as she heard a voice once more. This time, it was a feminine tone. Following the cue of the voice, she scrutinized the individual before her, noticing the resemblance between this person and other samples of the undead. "Have you seen enough? This is where I diverge from the zombies. The serum for evolved beings has nearly reached perfection, enabling us to rejuvenate, to rediscover the pinnacle of our existence, and to maintain that moment until the inevitability of death. While eternal life may elude us for now, I shall uphold the essence of my prime in every conceivable aspect. What does it matter if immortality is beyond reach? I shall strive for it in the decades to come." As he expounded on his grand vision, he suddenly pivoted. "Little girl, I perceive potential in your unique bone structure. You would make an excellent candidate for becoming my 96th specimen." Faced with the frenzied ambition of Wei Ji, who was willing to experiment on himself, Lin Zhaoye found herself at a loss, caught between admiration for his fervent pursuit of scientific advancement and disbelief at his reckless madness. She endeavored to redirect Wei Ji's attention by posing questions. "We are aware of the 92nd, 93rd, and 95th specimens. Who, then, is the 94th? The 94th has been the subject of extensive research. He is my beloved son. Regrettably, the serum seems to have induced some mutations within him. I had anticipated that he would transform into a robust youth, and together we could embark on our research and achieve longevity. Little did he expect that after the injection, the lad exhibited no discernible changes and even attempted to bite him. A lunatic, indeed a lunatic. Lin Zhaoye stared at the few remaining vials of the so-called evolution serum neatly arranged on the wall, contemplating how to destroy them. There is no need to gaze upon those useless items. Things that do not belong to you will forever elude your grasp. After Wei Ji uttered these words, he restored the cabinets on the wall as if nothing had transpired, leaving only a single vial of serum in his hand. 96. Without me, you shall never acquire these serums. However, should you comply, I could transform you into number 96. He waved the vial between them, fantasizing about the success of the 96th specimen. Do not acquiesce to him. He is a demon. The voice of the woman reminded Lin Zhaoye, fearful that she might succumb to the temptation of immortality. What difference is there between you and those mindless zombies that merely reproduce? Upon hearing Lin Zhaoye's words, Wei Ji laughed heartily and shook his head. You are still too young to comprehend the merits of my serum. However, once I administer it to you, you will understand the benevolence of my intentions. At that time, you need not express excessive gratitude. After all, I have always taken great pleasure in assisting the younger generation. Observing his shameless demeanor, Lin Zhaoye could not help but spit in disdain. Those who defy the laws of nature shall face retribution. Ah, dear girl, at such a tender age, do refrain from such foul language. He pointed to the protruding gun on the wall, its dark muzzle aimed directly at Lin Zhaoye's body. You see, if you provoke it, you might find yourself riddled with bullets. Lin Zhaoye feigned annoyance, ignoring him as she turned her head to survey the surroundings. Wei Ji, undeterred, cheerfully approached the door of the glass laboratory to observe the various samples numbered in sequence. While examining them, he explained, some of these samples failed and are beyond my control. However, from this moment onward, everyone will obediently join me in creating a brighter future. Oh, by the way, weren't you planning to blow this place up? Only I possess the activation button. It seems you will never fulfill your wish in this lifetime. He continued, his tone laced with mockery. Look how long it has been, and your friends have yet to come to your rescue. Chapter 98, Anger. His tone was dripping with sarcasm. See, the bond between you all is hardly remarkable. It resembles what I experienced in my time. His voice softened slightly, leading Lin Zhaoye to believe this seemingly heartless individual could indeed feel sorrow. In truth, it is vastly different. You. He glared fiercely at Lin Zhaoye, his face marred by a network of blood vessels, turning his complexion an unsettling shade of green, resembling that of a zombie. His hands trembled slightly, as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Lin Zhaoye surmised that these changes were a direct result of his escalating anger. Yet he remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to how his anger had transformed him into this very state. Sighing, he remarked, you must be the one sent by that old fellow, and naturally, you are unaware of the good deeds he has accomplished in the past. Since you pique my interest so, allow me to share some insights about the esteemed Professor Qin and his past contributions. His tone gradually softened, the veins on his face receding, the pallor fading, rendering him once again a semblance of a normal individual. This transformation transpired in the span of mere sentences. Yet it seemed that Professor Wei Ji was rather uninformed about the side effects of the evolutionary reagent. Lin Zhaoye intended to provoke him deliberately, curious to discover the extent of the reagent's adverse effects. What insights might Professor Wei hold? Lin Zhaoye feigned innocence, as if genuinely seeking his counsel, which prompted the professor to open up, eager to unburden himself. Insights, you say? I can merely share my story, he replied, stepping closer to Lin Zhaoye. In that moment, she could discern that the veins on Wei Ji's face had not entirely vanished. Rather, they resembled fine lines that seemed to etch themselves into his skin, indelible marks that would not fade. His facial muscles bore signs of aging, presenting a visage of a man in his 30s or 40s, with the flesh around his cheeks slightly sagging. Yet he remained blissfully unaware, animatedly recounting his tale to Lin Zhaoye. Why, one might wonder, was it not because the final experimental data necessitated human subjects? Was he afraid? Due to his sudden departure, a portion of individuals chose to follow him, resulting in the failure of my experiment. It has failed. After 3 years of arduous dedication to a grand endeavor, at a pivotal moment of triumph or defeat, he chose to withdraw. Can one still dare to collaborate with such a person, devoid of responsibility and accountability? He has maneuvered you into this predicament without a thought for your safety. Can you still place your trust in him? Lin Zhaoye retorted. Isn't my current state a consequence of your actions? All my safety concerns stem from you. What relation do they have to Professor Qin? Indeed, her rebuttal struck a chord. Wei Ji's veins throbbed visibly, and this time his gaze bore a hint of crimson, his chest heaving dramatically, his demeanor teetering on the brink of madness. Lin Zhaoye observed his transformation, a silent smile gracing her lips. Was it truly possible for the side effects of this so-called human evolution reagent to manifest so swiftly? He had morphed from a youthful visage in his 20s to one resembling that of a man in his 50s, strikingly similar to the photographs Lin Zhaoye had perused in the archives. Witnessing her demeanor, Wei Ji was consumed by fury and raised his hand to strike her. Slap! Lin Zhaoye managed to evade slightly, yet his hand collided forcefully with the door frame, the sound resounding ominously. He had struck with intent. Even in her evasion, she felt a sharp pain as her ear was grazed, prompting a sharp intake of breath. Nevertheless, she resumed her fearless facade, determined to provoke him further. Once again, he resorts to violence against women. After all these years, it seems he has mastered nothing but this despicable act. Lin Zhaoye overheard a voice of derision, presumably belonging to number 92, his wife. Her words ignited a spark of thought within him, prompting her to stoke the flames further. Is this all you can do? Resorting to violence against women. Unable to strike your own wife, you now turn to unfamiliar women. Must you strike every woman in this world? Mentioning his wife seemed to strike a nerve, provoking an uncontrollable fury within him. Wretched creatures, all of you are the same. He raged, as he fumbled against the wall in search of the button, his anger causing him to shake his head in a daze, unable to locate it after a considerable time. Seizing the moment while he was distracted, Lin Zhaoye twisted her hands behind her back with fervor, maintaining a semblance of composure on her face, as she had nearly freed herself from the chains binding her. Meanwhile, Wei Ji grew increasingly frantic. However, Lin Zhaoye had successfully liberated her hands, leaving only the chains around her waist unshackled. She discreetly gestured towards the distant air, where a shadow flickered momentarily before settling into stillness. In the midst of his chaotic flailing, Wei Ji re-established his stance, panting heavily as he glared at Lin Zhaoye, threatening, "In a moment, you shall receive an injection. You will experience the wonders of becoming an evolved being." Lin Zhaoye endeavored to maintain a smile, noting that before her stood Wei Ji, who appeared to have aged beyond his years. He seemed at least 70, with deep-set wrinkles and a gradually stooping posture. Yet he remained oblivious to his surroundings, lost in the depths of his own world. The reagent was swiftly placed in his hand. Lin Zhaoye exerted a forceful tug, and with the aid of the crystal core gun, he quickly freed himself from the lone metallic tether binding him. The two guns perched above had yet to react when Lin Zhaoye executed a flying kick, sending one crashing down. The other gun was promptly subdued by a bomb that had just transformed into a humanoid form. In an instant, before Wei Ji could fully draw the reagent into the syringe, Lin Zhaoye had already pressed him to the ground, rubbing him against the floor. However, Lin Zhaoye was not without his own troubles. The proximity of the crystal core gun had left him with painful reverberations coursing through his body. The bomb hastily bound Wei Ji with ropes, securing him tightly and leaving him as a mere bundle by the wall. Meanwhile, the others had entered the passage, provoking the zombies in the glass chamber to erupt into a frenzy. Chapter 99. Retreat. Mu Hongxiao was the first to locate them. Upon seeing the chains on Lin Zhaoye, he attempted to wrench them apart with brute force, only to be halted by Lin Zhaoye's intervention. "Let us withdraw first. We can discuss the rest later. Take him with us." Mu Hongxiao cast a penetrating gaze at Lin Zhaoye, their eyes locking in a wordless exchange. He then turned to lift the figure slumped against the wall, only to discover that he had transformed into a frail, white-haired elder. He chuckled foolishly. "None of you shall escape." Subsequently, he leaned against the wall, writhing as he attempted to stand, inadvertently triggering the left glass door to swing wide open. The zombies ensnared within the glass enclosure seemed to have been liberated from their enchantment, swiftly shedding the aquatic vegetation that bound them, and surged towards Lin Zhaoye and his companions with alarming speed. They varied in size and strength, yet all bore the same countenance, leaving bombs stunned in place. They closed the door. Lin Zhaoye urgently urged Baozi, the closest to the entrance, to secure it. Complying with the directive, Baozi sprang into action while Baum positioned his slender frame against the door. The zombies, confined outside, pounded against the door with furious thuds, expressing their ire. The group exchanged glances, having locked the passageway's door prior to entering. Thus, the zombies were unable to escape, nor were they able to venture out. Mu Hongxiao lifted Wei Ji, half draped against the wall, intent on inquiring if there were any alternative exits. Yet, upon seeing his countenance, the words failed to materialize. At this moment, Wei Ji appeared nearly depleted, having entered the passage with Lin Zhaoye only a mere 3 to 5 minutes ago. Yet he looked as if he had aged several decades. The group exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the situation, while only Lin Zhaoye understood the full extent of the ordeal. "He is Wei Ji, Professor Wei." This revelation struck like thunder in a clear sky. The current state of Wei Ji was starkly different from before, as the now feeble man, coughing and trembling, was overtaken by a visage of sheer terror. What has happened to me?" His voice had grown even more hoarse than before, a single utterance capable of triggering a relentless cough. Lin Zhaoye explained to everyone that he had injected himself with reagent number 95, yet it appeared that this reagent could not withstand anger. Each time he became enraged, it would precipitate further aging. The others gazed at the myriad of bottles and jars lining the walls, descending into a heavy silence. These were the very culprits behind the transformation of individuals into zombies. These reagents should not be left behind. They must all be destroyed. The others nodded in agreement. This seemingly relentless pursuit of evolution through experimentation was fundamentally inhumane. Should it ever reach the marketplace, countless vulnerable individuals would be coerced into becoming test subjects, subjected to even more inhumane trials. The apocalypse was already a grueling ordeal for humanity, and subjecting them to further experimentation would be an even greater injustice to the weak. Mu Hongxiao showed no mercy towards Wei Ji, gripping his neck and demanding, "Where are the other exits?" Unfortunately, at that moment, Wei Ji seemed either genuinely dazed or merely feigning ignorance, his eyes half closed and silent. When Mu Hongxiao released his grip, Wei Ji's body crumpled, devoid of any strength. A few individuals swiftly searched the laboratory for mechanisms. Apart from the ventilation shaft, there appeared to be no other passage leading elsewhere. However, she discovered that her previous energy shield was mobile. The energy shield enveloped the golden vine behind the villa, and she could teleport here for use through the system's operation, requiring an additional payment of 200 points. This would allow her to encase the zombies within the shield, leaving them with no escape, thus affording them the opportunity to exit through the passage. While there was a certain level of risk involved, the potential for success was equally high. After contemplating all of this, Lin Zhaoye summoned Baozi and Mu Hongxiao to discuss the plan together. They positioned themselves at the farthest wall from the laboratory door and mentally simulated their strategy for a while. With mutual agreement, Lin Zhaoye's plan commenced. Firstly, they arranged the useless tables and chairs in the center of the laboratory, effectively dividing the space into 2 sections. One side, where they stood, constituted a safe zone, separated by the makeshift barricade of furniture, while the right side was the area from which the zombies would surge forth. Lin Zhaoye then approached the door to open it, and the zombies rushed in as anticipated. As expected, they would not be able to surmount the nearly 2-meter-high barricade of tables and chairs in a short span of time. Seizing the moment, Lin Zhaoye leaped onto the makeshift mountain of furniture, with Xiao Wang lending a hand to pull her up. Meanwhile, Mu Hongxiao, accompanied by Baozi, took their position at the farthest wall. This time, Baozi transformed into an electric saw, a form he had assumed previously. Bolstered by his wish-granting abilities, The chainsaw effortlessly tore through the wall, creating an opening tall enough for a person to pass through. As the horde of zombies surged into the laboratory, Lin Zhaoye swiftly adjusted the energy shield to encompass the creatures just so, enveloping them like a delicate membrane. Selecting no for the option of allowing passage, the zombies were confined to a limited area, unable to breach the boundary of the protective field. Meanwhile, the cutting door had been successfully breached. The group emerged from the entrance into a remarkably clean corridor, devoid of any danger. Mu Hongxiao carried Wei Ji at the forefront, while Xiao Wang prepared to input his fingerprint, following closely behind. The others trailed in succession, with Lin Zhaoye bringing up the rear, vigilant of the situation behind them. How wonderful! Take good care, Xiao Shi. Lin Zhaoye couldn't help but sigh upon hearing such sentiments as they retreated. Fortunately, the mere distance of 30 meters was traversed without incident. Upon reaching the doorway, Xiao Wang provided his fingerprint, and, as the door swung open, everyone filed out in an orderly fashion, with Lin Zhaoye sealing the entrance behind them. In less than a minute, the vines exhibited a propensity to migrate outward, prompting Lin Zhaoye to deliberately expand the energy shield, striving to ensconce the vines within its protective grasp. Just as Lin Zhaoye secured the door, Mu Hongxiao had already attempted his fingerprint twice without success. Aside from him and Lin Zhaoye, the others had already bolted from the building. Exchanging a glance with Lin Zhaoye, he gestured for her to step back a few paces. Understanding his intent, Lin Zhaoye paused for just 2 seconds before sprinting outward without a moment's hesitation. Meanwhile, Mu Hongxiao pressed down on the last erroneous fingerprint. The alert sound resonated, and the alarm echoed throughout the factory. Lin Zhaoye dashed outside, closely followed by Mu Hongxiao. Not pausing for a moment, they swiftly exited the factory and jumped into a vehicle. A minibus led the way, with a trailer trailing behind. Together, they safely fled the confines of the factory. Shortly after the vehicle had started, traveling approximately 3 to 5 kilometers, they encountered a bus heading in the opposite direction. The curtains were drawn inside, revealing only a blur of blue. Numerous figures flitted about, indicating a substantial number of passengers on board. Several individuals caught sight of their vehicle, speculating about the identity of the occupants. As they pondered, a distant explosion reverberated, causing both vehicles to shudder slightly. Lin Zhaoye furrowed his brow, remarking on the considerable power of the factory's explosives. Fortunately, no immediate danger loomed, and the car continued its journey toward the villa. The other vehicle exhibited no hesitation, pressing forward as the two groups gradually distanced themselves from one another. Along the way, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and chatter, yet Lin Zhaoye remained preoccupied, sighing heavily at Wei Ji. Wei Ji was bound with several layers of rope, utterly lacking the ability to resist, eyes shut and lips sealed. Refusing to engage with the outside world, his demeanor profoundly listless, much of his hair now a stark white. He sat rigidly against the window, breathing shallowly, evoking concern for his longevity. Lin Zhaoye gazed at Wei Ji, while Mu Hongxiao noticed the chains that still clung to her, remnants of her recent struggle. He seated himself beside her, furrowing his brow as he exerted force to pry the chains apart. They were fastened so tightly, had I known, I would have freed you sooner. As he spoke, he contemplated lifting her clothing to check for injuries, but was halted by Lin Zhaoye's intervention. It's nothing, I'm fine. It merely constricted a bit. I'm not so fragile. Besides, if I had escaped just a second earlier, I would have been safer. Mu Hongxiao raised his hand to gently pinch her slightly chubby cheek, carefully assessing her waist. Once he confirmed that there was only a minor ache, he relented and ceased his inquiries. His touch was tender, savoring the delicate texture of her skin. Since childhood, her face had been round and plump, but as she matured, she had grown taller, yet the softness in her cheeks remained. What captivates your thoughts so? Noticing her silence, Mu Hongxiao became concerned. Haven't we already escaped? We retrieved everything. And he is still alive? You have done justice to Professor Qin. Lin Zhaoye turned her gaze toward the fleeting scenery outside, where the golden sunset bathed the verdant treetops, enriching the colors of the world beyond. Yet, within her heart, an indescribable sadness lingered. She leaned closer to Mu Hongxiao, whispering, "Did I not mention that I thought I heard the voice of number 93? When I was alone with him inside, I heard it. Perhaps it was his wife speaking. Mu Hongxiao felt a twinge of surprise, transitioning from pinching her face to gently caressing the crown of her head. What did she say? Why do you seem so lost in thought? Lin Zhaoye's gaze shifted from the window to the figure behind him, a shadow of her reflected in his eyes. Illuminated by the golden light outside, she expressed a desire for Xiao Shi to live well. The name lingered on Mu Hongxiao's lips. Xiao Shi. Is that the Shi of hope? A fragmented voice emanated from behind him. Xiao Shi. Indeed Xiao Shi. Lin Zhaoye felt a bitter irony stir within him. Now you utter her name, yet when you injected the reagent into his being as he cried out in anguish. Did you ever contemplate that he might be calling for Xiao Shi? Did you ever consider him as your child? Wei Ji leaned against the car window, her eyes closed, tears streaming down her cheeks. The others, sensing the awkward atmosphere in the back, gradually quieted their laughter. Lin Zhaoye cast a sidelong glance at Wang, who sat silently at the rear, cradling a child, and fell silent himself. The entire vehicle journey was marked by an oppressive silence. However, upon disembarking, Lin Zhaoye was taken aback. The villa complex before him was nearly enveloped in an amber glow. Their headlights illuminated it, making it shine like a palace. Each household was aglow, suggesting that Xiao Yi's service for recharging had been quite effective. She had merely borrowed the energy shield for a minute. Yet the vines had emerged in full, once again wrapping around the rooftops of each home, even more lush than before. Mu Hongxiao, who was well aware of the situation, could hardly have anticipated such an outcome. You have released them, Lin Zhaoye said, pursing her lips in silence, contemplating how to eliminate these vines. Her demeanor had already conveyed the answer to Mu Hongxiao. Has your protective shield failed? The security personnel, upon seeing Lin Zhaoye and her companions alight from the vehicle, permitted them entry. Lin Zhaoye meticulously scrutinized the expressions of those present. No one had reported any grievances. She inwardly sighed in relief, grateful that no one had encountered misfortune. It was still not too late to mend the situation. Aunt Li discreetly pulled Lin Zhaoye aside, whispering, "I've been keeping an eye on you. Today, this vine has caused no harm. In fact, it has done a good deed." Upon hearing the first part, Lin Zhaoye's heart sank, but the latter part caused her heart to race. She could hardly fathom what good deed it might have accomplished. Chapter 101. Concern, I must tell you. This afternoon, several individuals arrived, one of whom was particularly peculiar, stiff as a board, one moment airborne and the next docilely leaning against someone. They explicitly sought you out, though they did not know your name. However, with that description, everyone recognized it was you. Aunt Li's voice dropped even further. I thought you were in some sort of trouble out there. It frightened me. Lin Zhaoye found it amusing. How could someone seeking her out, in Aunt Li's eyes, be construed as causing trouble? I am ever so well behaved. How could I possibly stir up trouble? Wouldn't you agree? The words elicited a chuckle from Aunt Li, who playfully tapped her arm. Subsequently, the spirited girl, Cold Moon, took the initiative to inquire about the situation, ultimately discovering that he sought her assistance to rescue his brother. Lin Zhaoye listened attentively as she continued her tale, finding Cold Moon to be quite a dependable individual. It was unclear who had spread the rumor that the bun had nearly turned into a zombie, only to be saved by her. This notion circulated among their so-called underworld, prompting many to seek her out. However, the vine was indeed peculiar. After drawing a small amount of his blood, it retreated on its own. Remarkably, not long after, that individual was perfectly fine and even approached Cold Moon to offer a crystal core. Today, the relocation of this energy shield cost her 400 points, and maintaining it every 2 days would require an additional crystal core. Having received payment, she felt quite pleased. I must go request a crystal core from Cold Moon later. Aunt Li clicked her tongue, chiding, "You child, Cold Moon has helped you resolve such a significant issue, yet you still intend to ask her for money. As an elderly person left alone at home, I am bewildered by the affairs of the youth. Thankfully, she is here. Why would you still seek to charge her?" "Indeed, you're absolutely right," Lin Zhaoye quickly agreed, lest he be labeled an ungrateful scoundrel in Aunt Li's eyes. After settling the payment, that individual departed with his companions, appearing quite content. Those 2 vines had indeed proven to be quite effective. Having said that, Aunt Li, with a stern expression, earnestly addressed Lin Zhaoye. I must tell you, Lin Yue has come running over several times today, fearing that we might encounter some trouble. She truly is a wonderful child. Lin Zhaoye swiftly grasped the unspoken words of Aunt Li. Very well. This time I shall waive her payment, for she has lent a helping hand to you. At this, Aunt Li's face brightened with a smile, and she playfully patted Lin Zhaoye's waist. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. Indeed, that chain had caused her some injury, and she had not anticipated that a simple pat would be quite so painful. Nevertheless, she endeavored to maintain her composure, concealed by the veil of night, thus evading Aunt Li's notice. It is not that I have grown forgetful. Leaning towards outsiders, Aunt Li admonished Lin Zhaoye with a heartfelt tone, treating her as if she were still a child. Lin Yue is a sincere girl, yet no one will always be there to assist you. Understanding her intent, Lin Zhaoye interjected. I comprehend. Assistance is a matter of kindness, while withholding it is simply one's duty. Friendship is reciprocal, is it not? You have taught me for so many years, and I remember well. Ah, indeed, that is the essence of it. Aunt Li agreed. As for these crystal cores, let's not be overly calculative. In the future, should any issues arise, they will remember this instance and may lend us their aid once more. Lin Zhaoye raised her arm, draping it over Aunt Li's shoulder, and together they ambled into the living room. I understand everything you have said. We are friends. Her tone was lighthearted, suggesting that the group had not caused her any distress today. Whether they were friends was hard to determine. She was nearly becoming Aunt Li's cherished daughter. Lin Zhaoye ambled over to Lung Yu, counting on her fingers. What is this? Are you feeling jealous? Lung Yu, ever deft with her words, was not one to concede easily. Flatter me a bit, and I might just give you today as crystal core. She raised an eyebrow, eager to hear a compliment from Lin Zhaoye. However, Lin Zhaoye had previously promised Aunt Li not to ask Lung Yu for the crystal core she had collected, and she was rather disinclined to utter sweet words. Thus, she playfully shook her head. TCH, if you want tea, give it, then I don't want it anyway. Watching the exchange between the two youngsters, Aunt Li couldn't help but smile widely, and even Lin Yuanshan leaned back on the sofa, chuckling as if recalling a fond memory. Lin Zhaoye, sitting upright on the couch, turned to Aunt Li and asked, Are we having dinner? I'm quite hungry today. Her plaintive tone tugged at Aunt Li's heartstrings. Of course, everything is ready for you. Just heat it up and we'll be ready to eat. You all go ahead and take a seat. Yay, Lin Zhaoye exclaimed, beckoning everyone to the table. Come on, come on. Tonight, we feast, and tomorrow we rest well. Several young men responded enthusiastically, and Mu Hongxiao, who had just parked his car in the garage, walked in. His gaze immediately fell upon Lin Zhaoye, who was at the center of the living room, eagerly inviting others to join her for dinner. A lively gathering concluded with a sumptuous meal meticulously prepared by Aunt Li, who had spared no effort in crafting an exquisite feast to welcome her guests. Everyone had toiled today, and tomorrow promised a well-deserved respite, with an opportunity to settle wages at this gathering. Indeed, everyone agreed, eagerly anticipating the following day. After exchanging pleasantries, they departed. Even Ling Yue remarked to continue their conversation tomorrow, before taking her leave. The journey had been uneventful, yet rewarding. Chapter 102. The wound having tidied everything up, Lin Zhaoye cast a glance and departed first, followed closely by Mu Hongxiao. They made their way to the rear of the courtyard, where the main roots of the vines were cultivated. The darkness had enveloped the surroundings, with only the gentle moonlight illuminating the vines, casting a soft glow. Yet, Lin Zhaoye knew that beneath this enchanting exterior lay a compliant entity, its energy shield protecting the exposed roots, though many had already burrowed underground and escaped unnoticed. A significant number had long since fled, rendering the protective barrier futile and merely a waste of her crystal core. Thus, Lin Zhaoye retracted the shield and boldly ventured into the realm of the vines, with Mu Hongxiao following suit. When we escaped from the secret chamber this afternoon, I utilized this protective shield, inadvertently moving it, and to my surprise, within less than a minute, it had already made its escape. This little creature is quite clever. Not only clever, but also remarkably coincidental. She approached the vicinity of the plant's roots, firmly entrenched in the soil. When Lin Zhaoye arrived, She resembled an aggrieved child, ignoring her presence. It was rumored that a group had come today, among them a person on the verge of mutation, resembling a Bun. Their leader, having heard from some source, specifically sought me out to address the zombie virus. She squatted beside the root system. After today's outing, her clothes were in tatters. Yet she paid no heed to the dust. Just as Aunt Lee found herself a loss, Lung Yu stepped out to confront the issue. After a series of negotiations, their intentions became clear. She brushed aside a few tender leaves that had crept beside her. In my absence, no one can breach this protective shield. At that moment of indecision for Lung Yu, I conveniently removed the shield. Mu Hongxiao mirrored her actions, sitting down on the ground as well. The scattered vines around them slowly receded. It was said that this fellow, much like a dog encountering a certain scent, lunged at the person, draining a considerable amount of blood before releasing him. Once the individual recovered, Lung Yu collected some crystal nuclei as a fee. It chose not to linger, but instead turned to leave. The vines continued to disrupt Lin Zhaoye, preventing her from conversing further with Mu Hongxiao. I'm talking about you. Yes, you. She tapped the main stem of the vine. Didn't we agree that you would stay put and not wander? How is it that upon seeing someone infected with the zombie virus, you lose control and rush over? Be wary, for there may come a day when I enlist Ms. Jia Hui to unleash her fury upon you. Let's see if you can withstand it. As if comprehending Lin Zhaoye's threat, it contorted its form and swayed its leaves. Lin Zhaoye's gaze followed the quivering foliage, settling upon two vibrant crimson blossoms. The flowers bloomed resplendently, surpassing their previous size after the last instance of imbibing blood from the steam bun. This suggested that the individual on the cusp of zombification had not been as profoundly tainted as the prior bun, thus requiring less blood. Mu Hongxiao also attempted to grasp the tendrils beside him, but they writhed away. Lin Zhaoye could not suppress a smile, and playfully pinched the vine, remarking, "Do you suppose he is one to be trifled with? Be cautious, lest he uproot you entirely." The small vine then commenced to contort its form, circling Lin Zhaoye, evidently disbelieving that Mu Hongxiao would deign to mistreat it. Mu Hongxiao, discerning its disposition through Lin Zhaoye's tone and actions, inquired, "So, you do not intend to restrain them? Will you permit their unbridled growth? Will you not await the outcome of the experiment?" He jested with a hint of guidance. "Such confidence you possess in yourself?" Lin Zhaoye's hand, which had been toying with the vine's leaves, paused momentarily. "It is not a matter of confidence in myself, but rather, I have discerned something through Wei Ji. All experiments seem to be endeavoring to substantiate something with data, yet there exist numerous elements that elude the confines of experimentation, such as familial affection or amorous love. Wei Ji pursued scientific experimentation with utmost fervor, even resorting to human experimentation, yet in the end, he attained nothing. She found herself abandoned and isolated, with her family torn apart. You know that feminine voice beside me saying, 'Take good care of Xiao Shi.' My heart softened in a way I had never experienced before. This little zombie harbored a virus, just like Wei Ji, yet it exhibited no signs of aggression. She gazed up at the moon, contemplating that many matters could no longer be resolved by mere experimentation. Mu Hongxiao watched her, her small hands clasped around her knees, his heart equally softened and disarrayed. "I will heed your words. Everything happens for a reason, though we have yet to uncover it. Even if something goes awry, I will stand by you, and together we shall address all challenges at the earliest opportunity." His hand glided down Lin Zhaoye's head, gently brushing against her waist. "You're injured. Why didn't you tell me? I can understand not confiding in Aunt Lee, as you fear it would cause her undue worry. But why not share it with me?" His hand lingered at her waist, a steady warmth directed at her wound, causing a slight sting. She shifted Mu Hongxiao's hand away and explained, "It hurts a bit. Perhaps I've scraped my skin. I didn't tell you because you tend to overreact. It was merely a trivial wound, yet the atmosphere within the vehicle was rather awkward. I feared." Mu Hongxiao lifted Lin Zhaoye's chin to meet his gaze. "It is not that I am overreacting, but rather that I cannot bear the thought of you enduring any harm. Each of your injuries inflicts double the pain upon me. Have you forgotten my unique ability? My body experiences your pain, and my heart aches for you even more." he elucidated, acknowledging his second ability while revealing his innermost feelings. Next time, when I am in pain, I shall surely seek you out to weep. Upon hearing her playful remark, Mu Hongxiao understood her stance and chose to let it slide. However, Lin Zhaoye's spine stiffened. While she was explaining to Mu Hongxiao, she had been so engrossed in their emotional turmoil that she failed to notice a tendril stealthily approaching her back. Her clothing, having endured a day of skirmishes, had developed several small tears. To her dismay, the tendrils insinuated themselves through these openings, pressing against the wound on her back. She felt as if she were a dumpling, about to be drained of her essence. There had been no prior instances of being scratched. Previously, whenever she expressed her dislike, the tendrils would comply, retreating from her wrists and neck, which she deemed perilous. Yet this time, no matter how forcefully she struggled, she could not dislodge the tendrils. Lin Zhaoye was utterly unprepared for the intensity of the grip, akin to an eagle pecking at her eye, realizing the formidable strength of this vine. Her sweeping movements naturally captured Mu Hongxiao's attention, prompting him to swiftly assist Lin Zhaoye by severing the vines, ensnaring her. However, his forceful strike merely produced a crisp sound. The main vine was punctured but not severed. Just as he was about to proceed with his next action, Lin Zhaoye halted him. Chapter 103. Healing. This vine possesses healing properties. A patch of bruising marred her waist, her skin scraped raw. Initially, she intended to apply some medicine to herself after resolving all her troubles. To her surprise, the vine wrapped around her waist seemed to have alleviated her pain, an inexplicable relief washing over her. Curiously, she gazed at the vine and then at Mu Hongxiao. He activated his abilities, carefully assessing the situation, and found that her waist no longer bore the pain it once did. They exchanged a glance, realizing that this particular vine was indeed quite versatile. Unable to restrain himself, Mu Hongxiao gently lifted the hem of her clothing. Bathed in moonlight, Lin Zhaoye's skin glowed like jade, revealing no imperfections, and a light touch elicited no pain. In stark contrast to the earlier sharp discomfort, the healing effect of this vine proved remarkably effective against minor abrasions. Lin Zhaoye was the first to voice her curiosity. Are you suggesting it only heals me? Or it remained uncertain whether this so-called healing ability applied universally or was exclusive to her. After all, the vine exhibited many double standards towards her and others, rendering its behavior perplexing. In a moment of confusion, Mu Hongxiao decided to carve a small incision on his own skin. Blood dripped from the tip of his finger, falling rhythmically to the ground. Vines leisurely coiled around Mu Hongxiao's hand, their amber-hued forms brushing against the wound, rolling twice in the vicinity before absorbing the formed droplets of blood. Upon closer inspection, the wound had miraculously healed, leaving no trace of scar. The situation grew increasingly intriguing. Lin Zhaoye, eager to conduct further experiments, retrieved her knife, intent on inflicting a similar wound upon herself, but was promptly halted by Mu Hongxiao. Let this matter rest for now. Should anyone sustain an injury in the future, there will be an appropriate time for its resolution. There is no need to use our bodies today to uncover this answer. What about just now? She exclaimed, but Mu Hongxiao raised his hand to cover Lin Zhaoye's mouth, his gaze emanating an uncommon authority. Rarely did he exhibit such demeanor, compelling Lin Zhaoye to pout in compliance. Very well. Let us conclude our experiments for today. How obedient, he praised. Accepting his commendation, Lin Zhaoye resolved to continue spreading kindness. You must remain earnest if you truly possess the ability to heal. I shall provide you with additional crystal cores next time. Mu Hongxiao presumed her words were merely casual banter. What does a plant consume in terms of crystal cores? The following day, Lin Zhaoye, as was her custom, indulged in a lengthy slumber. Upon awakening, her first course of action was to seek out Professors Qin and Shui to discuss relocating the experimental equipment to the basement. The basements of the two adjacent villas have been connected by Earth-based superhumans, successfully merging the two spaces into a single area designated for the storage of experimental instruments. Functioning as a laboratory, the two professors greeted him amiably, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoli. Certain instruments require complementary usage, and it is preferable for them to be placed together. It's no trouble at all, professors. Please follow me. They proceeded to the trailer, where the professors meticulously selected the first batch of experimental instruments, placing them in the designated areas. Xiao Li patiently waited nearby as the two professors made their selections. In truth, he was not fatigued, as it merely involved transferring items to and from the space. Nothing more. Zhaoye, I see you have other matters to attend to. Do come over to my place when you have time to chat. His words trailed off, as he subtly hinted at a reward he hoped to receive after the completion of their tasks, feeling somewhat shy to voice it in front of Professors Qin and Shui, while eagerly anticipating the promised cigarettes from Lin Zhaoye. Very well, when I visit Lungyu, I shall certainly bring you along. With her assurance, Xiao Li departed joyfully, and the same sentiment radiated from Professors Qin and Shui. They eagerly examined the instruments, having longed for their presence, almost wishing to plunge directly into the laboratory. Alas, Lin Zhaoye hesitated momentarily, dousing their enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. I still have a considerable amount of data from Professor Wei's experiments. Upon hearing her words, Professor Qin's movements froze. Is Wei still alive? He posed a question, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Zhaoye's face, fearful of her response being anything but a confirmation. To exist is one thing, but to truly live is another. Professor Qin's gaze was glazed over, and after a prolonged silence, he managed to muster a faint smile. Well, it's something, I suppose. Where is he now? Professor Shui looked at Professor Qin with concern, who, despite his trembling lips, remained silent. She took it upon herself to decide. Let us go. We shall accompany you to see him. Lin Zhaoye led the way, with Professor Shui supporting Professor Qin as they slowly followed. Professor Qin lightly patted Professor Shui's hand, signaling that he was all right. To still be alive is a good thing. I had thought I might never see him again. A person like him should be studying a couple of zombies instead of just idly waiting. Lin Zhaoye felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this. She was aware that Professor Qin still held Professor Wei in his thoughts, though regrettably, Wei Ji harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards Professor Qin. Professor Qin, you're quite familiar with Professor Wei. He indeed acted upon that. Though it was far more extreme than you might imagine, her tone faltered momentarily as she glanced back at Professor Qin, carefully weighing her words before ultimately deciding to reveal the truth. It was even more outrageous than you could have anticipated. She hastened to the entrance of the house, with Professors Qin and Shui closely trailing behind. The three of them arrived at a small room on the third floor, which was entirely ensnared by Wang Zhaoye's vines, preventing any chance of escape or other actions. Aware of their intent to find Wei Ji, Wang Zhaoye retracted her abilities as they ascended the stairs. At that moment, Linda gently pushed open the door. Wei Ji was already awake, curled up on the sofa, lost in thought, eyes closed, trembling all over. Upon opening the door, a striking scene unfolded before Professors Qin and Wei. Neither had anticipated that a man in his early 50s would now appear so frail, with sunken cheeks and age spots, resembling a centenarian with his emaciated figure and shock of white hair. Wei Ji, Professor Qin called out tremulously, prompting Professor Wei to abruptly awaken from his reverie on the sofa. It truly is you. The two men exchanged a moment of silent astonishment, while Lin Zhaoye, sensing the need for discourse, discreetly retreated to a nearby room. Wei Ji remained bound by ropes, alleviating any concerns of aggressive behavior. The sound insulation of the room was quite effective, and Lin Zhaoye refrained from eavesdropping, thus he could not discern their conversation. Not long after, perhaps within the hour, Professor Qin knocked gently on Lin Zhaoye's door. Wei Ji is in your care, and if he can endure a little longer, I implore you to look after him. His complexion was ashen, and his tone imbued with despair. He may not have much time left. I shall never see him again, so I entrust him to you. Lin Zhaoye chose not to pursue the two men, instead approaching Professor Wei. Uncertain of the subjects they had broached, Wei Ji appeared to be in relatively good spirits. You, young lady, are quite remarkable, possessing the audacity to seek out experimental apparatus. Your presence brings me a sense of relief. He turned his gaze to the window before looking back at Lin Zhaoye. However, I beseech you, grant Xiao Xi a chance to live. He is not completely transformed. There is still hope for his salvation. He was but a child, an innocent child. Mentioning she, his voice faltered. Lin Zhaoye and he locked eyes, neither yielding. Suddenly, she erupted in laughter. Should she conduct himself without causing disruption, I shall undertake to raise him. Yet, not for your sake, nor out of regard for Professor Qin. It is on account of his mother's transformation into a zombie. Lin Zhaoye closed the door, and golden vines stealthily crept into Wei Ji's chamber, yet refrained from any action against him. Chapter 104. Survival. Lin Zhaoye escorted Xiao Wang to Professor Qin's residence. Upon entering, Professor Qin and Professor Shui were seated on the living room sofa, maintaining a conspicuous silence. Noticing their arrival, Professor Shui managed a strained smile. The child in Xiao Wang's arms, I presume? She gestured towards the infant Xiao Wang cradled, appearing tiny, no more than 3 or 4 months in age. Professor Shui, susceptible to the charm of children, reached out to receive the swaddled babe, only to have Xiao Wang evade her grasp. Undeterred by this rebuff, Professor Shui instead expressed concern for the child. Oh dear, why is the little face covered? The child is also a subject of experimentation, Xiao Wang uttered drily, causing Professor Shui's smile to instantly wither. Her outstretched hand remained suspended, uncertain whether to proceed or retract. Lin Zhaoye promptly emerged to explain. The child had been injected with a serum developed by Professor Wei. Currently, there is no typical behavior associated with zombie bites. Yet the child possesses an unsettling ability to bewitch the minds of others. It is akin to the gaze of Medusa. One cannot look directly at his face. Due to the serum, his visage bears a striking resemblance to that of Professor Wei. Professor Qin sighed, leaving behind a solitary remark. I need to step outside for some air. Professor Shui took a seat, a cloud of worry shadowing his face. This is a calamity. Young Wei has strayed from his path. Xiao Wang, cradling the child, settled onto the opposite sofa. Since becoming a subject of experimentation, I have been the one caring for him. He is still just a child, yet many of the conflicts arise because of him. At times, he behaves like a normal child, while at other times, he embodies a zombie. I am certain that subsequent research will still require his involvement. Her words conveyed a high regard for the child's abilities. As long as he is present, there will be others ensnared. Yet the solution lies with the one who initiated the problem. Lin Zhaoye had initially intended to confine the child to a more isolated space, avoiding contact with outsiders. Although it is a painful decision, it could be seen as a beneficial measure in the context of the zombie threat. Xiao Wang's statements also suggested that he was not entirely under the control of the zombie virus, indicating a possibility for salvation. However, why had the vines not acted against him? Lin Zhaoye pondered these questions in solitude. Yet, after a moment of hesitation, Xiao Wang mustered the courage to voice her true feelings. Since arriving here, I hope to assist you in conducting experiments. I wish to no longer see that child. Upon hearing her words, Professor Shui was momentarily taken aback and turned to Lin Zhaoye, saying, Xiao Wang, this is... She was uncertain whether there was an agreement between Lin Zhaoye and Xiao Wang, fearing she might encroach upon Lin Zhaoye's interests. Lin Zhaoye, perceiving Xiao Wang's unease, reassured her. If you believe she is a talent who can assist you, then do keep her. The two were already acquainted, and while Professor Shui acknowledged Xiao Wang's abilities, she still harbored some doubts. You have been closely following Xiao Wei's work, which aligns more closely with Professor Qin's direction. Why not choose Professor Qin? I have never collaborated with Professor Wei on human trials. Our paths diverge, and I am unwilling to engage in any human-related matters. Very well. Professor Shui nodded in agreement. Then you shall work with me from now on. There is some data and information that you can hand over to Professor Qin before joining me. Xiao Wang cast a grateful glance at Professor Shui, saying, Thank you, Professor. She then turned her appreciative gaze toward Lin Zhaoye, understanding that without his consent, it was unlikely anyone here would dare to take her in. Since her arrival at this unfamiliar villa yesterday, everyone she had encountered had shown profound respect for Lin Zhaoye, whose youth belied his significant standing. Even Professor Shui appeared to act according to his wishes. Xiao Wang is now able to continue collaborating with Professor Shui, ensuring her own future. After hesitating for a while, she could not help but voice her concern. What about this child? Anxiety gripped her heart. and expressing these thoughts was indeed a source of inner turmoil. The child, a half-zombie, was simultaneously innocent. She felt a mix of resentment and pity towards him. Upon hearing her words, Professor Shui hesitated as well. What do you think of this little wild one? When Lin Zhaoye agreed to Wei Ji, he had already considered the child's future placement. However, to bolster their defenses, Lin Zhaoye proposed an additional safeguard. I will take responsibility for the child's future arrangements, but I will require your talisman. Upon mentioning her talisman, Xiao Wang promptly retrieved it and handed it to Lin Zhaoye. We are both individuals of our word. The talisman is yours. If circumstances permit, I hope this unfortunate child can survive. I have a premonition that he is different. This statement startled Lin Zhaoye, causing his brows to raise in surprise. Even though Xiao Wang had previously clarified that her family and village possessed no mystical powers, hearing her assert this suddenly left him intrigued. Professor Shui's expression was contemplative, and noticing his demeanor, Xiao Wang decided to step away, granting the two men some privacy. Chapter 105. The ceiling. Once Xiao Wang departed, Professor Wei took Lin Zhaoye's hand. It may sound excessive, but I too wish for this child to remain. To speak candidly, Wei Ji has always harbored resentment towards both of us. This stems from the fact that during the final stages of the experiment years ago, Old Qin abruptly left the laboratory and ceased the experiment. She took a deep breath and slowly unraveled her scars. At that time, I was physically weak and lost a child, and thereafter, I was unable to conceive again. It was then that Lao Qin ceased his experiments because of me. In the following years, I experienced a degree of depression, and Lao Qin remained by my side, refraining from continuing his work. This incident led Xiao Wei to harbor resentment towards him, and towards me as well. It was surprising that even a tiger would not harm its young. He shockingly turned against his own child. Lin Zhaoye located the special files stored within the system and laid out several particular documents on the coffee table. These are a few unique experimental records. They pertain to the subjects of Professor Wei's recent evolutionary agent trials, which include not only himself but others as well. She opened one page and pointed at it, saying, "This is his father." Turning to another page, "This is his wife." She retrieved yet another document. "This is his child." Finally, she presented the information on sample 95, placing it atop the others. This was conducted by Professor Wei himself while he was conscious. He is also a subject of the experiment. As Lin Zhaoye revealed each document, tears glistened in Professor Shui's eyes. She found it difficult to articulate the pain swelling within her heart. Xiao Wei had endured hardships over the years. After much struggle, he found a wife and had a child, yet fate dealt such a cruel hand. Upon reflection, it did not feel as though I owed Xiao Wei anything. Rather, it was an unsettling feeling within me. If only I could attend to the child, it would bring a measure of comfort to my heart. Earlier, Xiao Wang mentioned that the zombie virus within him cannot maintain dominance indefinitely. With the advent of the instrument, research has commenced. Should the progress be swift, it may yet save his life. Despite being a zombie, Xiaoxi inherently poses certain dangers. The only remedy lies in the serum, which would detoxify him. His half-human, half-zombie state may indeed yield a breakthrough in the study of the zombie virus. It cannot be denied that Lin Zhaoye has shown a degree of tenderness toward Xiaoxi. The intertwining of subjective and objective factors has led him to offer her a chance. He hopes she will not let him down. The only place devoid of people is the air raid shelter. Lin Zhaoye carried Xiaoxi into the shelter, where the vines have established themselves as the dominant force. From the moment Lin Zhaoye appeared, the vines entwined around her, determined to accompany her even to the entrance. They clung to Lin Zhaoye, unwilling to release him, eager to enter alongside Xiaoxi. However, the air raid shelter is a sealed environment. You cannot enter, and holding on to me will not change that. Lin Zhaoye began to reason with the vines, confident that they could comprehend human speech based on their behavior. Yet, to his surprise, they continued to grip him tightly, deepening his suspicion that Xiaoxi's identity is indeed extraordinary. Xiao Gao, who opened the door for Lin Zhaoye, found it quite remarkable. These vines typically disregard everyone, yet they seem to hold a peculiar interest in this little zombie. Everyone is aware of Xiaoxi's zombie nature. Their trust in Lin Zhaoye's decision to shelter her outweighs their fear of zombies, especially since Lin Zhaoye himself has assured them, "I will keep a close watch on her and ensure she does not harm anyone." As the door of the air raid shelter gradually creaked open, the vines followed Lin Zhaoye into the interior. He selected the smallest room as a temporary abode for Xiao Yezi, enveloping it in an energy shield. Given the child's diminutive stature, the shield required merely 10 points daily to sustain itself. Once the protective barrier was in place, the vines audaciously tapped on its surface, attempting to burrow in alongside Xiao Yezi. Lin Zhaoye had no choice but to reason with it. His tone stern, "You are too large. If you wish to be included, you must retract the other vines. Otherwise, you cannot interfere with him." The vines seemed to grasp Lin Zhaoye's intent, pausing for a brief moment before autonomously severing a tendril nearly half a meter in length. Subsequently, the main vine retrieved the severed piece and placed it in Lin Zhaoye's hand. Were it not for the prohibition against sentience after the establishment of the nation, Lin Zhaoye would be convinced that the vine had indeed attained a form of consciousness. Following its lead, he positioned the severed vine alongside Xiao Yezi within the energy shield. Together, the three of them depart from the shelter. Meanwhile, Professor Qin was conducting experiments with a vial of blood drawn from Xiao Yezi, while Professor Shui pursued his own research direction. Others were similarly enhancing their extraordinary abilities. Lin Zhaoye wandered about, contemplating ways to bolster the overall defenses of the villa complex and to reinforce the constructive defensive measures of the small base. Within the villa community, many households had their own small armed forces. The proliferation of mosquitoes is merely a nuisance. Yet on that fateful day, Lin Zhaoye would undoubtedly offer some assistance. She comprehends the principle of mutual dependence better than anyone else. While she was diligently engaged in her repairs, someone outside sought her attention. "Sister Zhaoye, there are visitors." The past few days have been rather bustling with daily arrivals. They've come. Lin Zhaoye hastily set aside her work. Outside the villa, a group of individuals left her momentarily bewildered. The sweltering summer sun blazed overhead. Particularly after the apocalypse, the weather had become increasingly extreme. While others preferred to don lighter garments for comfort, the leader of this group was draped in a black robe, standing at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet. He exuded an air of mystery, his features obscured save for his penetrating eyes. Although tall, he appeared somewhat frail. His eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, conveyed an aloof demeanor reminiscent of an ethereal beauty described in literature, delicate, disinterested, yet radiating an aura of nobility. The dozen or so individuals behind him bore similar attire, albeit less flamboyant. Each possessed a commanding posture and resolute gazes, exuding an undeniable strength. Yet, Lin Zhaoye's intuition whispered that behind those indifferent eyes lay greater ambitions. Had they lacked such ambitions, they would not have journeyed here. Clearly, they had ulterior motives. With a composed demeanor, Lin Zhaoye approached them, her solitary figure standing resolute before their entourage of more than 10. The group exhibited little reaction to her presence, save for a man in his 40s who stepped forward. Beneath his kind facade lay a soul marked by maturity and experience. "May I inquire if you're Miss Lin?" Upon hearing this question, Lin Zhaoye became increasingly certain of the extraordinary background of this group. Even if those in the underworld were aware that this place could cure individuals who had yet to succumb to the zombie infection, none had ever accurately uttered Lin Zhaoye's name, let alone directly associate it with her identity. Confronted with such individuals, Lin Zhaoye knew she must tread carefully. "Indeed, is there something I can assist you with?" Her demeanor was warm and affable, yet her speech quickened as she spoke of a request. Lin Zhaoye scrutinized his face, then shifted her gaze to the man beside him. Their eyes met, and the figure clad in black nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The situation unfolded thus: Uncle M.O. This gesture indicated that the man enveloped in black cloth held a position of authority within the group, while the one referred to as Uncle M.O. merely played the role of a steward, lacking true power. Chapter 106, Brother, he is my brother, and he requires the assistance of Miss Lin. His voice was like a refreshing oasis in a desert, lacking the gravitas one would expect from a true authority. The stark contrast between his immense power and his indifferent exterior was striking. Even when pleading for his brother, his tone remained respectful yet assertive, as if he were bestowing a great honor upon Lin Zhaoye. Brother, if this concerns the zombie virus, why has the vine shown no reaction? Is it malfunctioning? If not, then there should be no ulterior motives. The sunlight outside was blinding, compelling Lin Zhaoye to squint slightly as she invited them to step inside. Perhaps it would be better to discuss matters within, where you can have a drink to cool down. This group undoubtedly belonged to the affluent class, and she was eager to seize the opportunity for profit, urging them to stay a while longer. The individuals behind her exhibited no reaction to her words, patiently awaiting his decision. He nodded leisurely and replied, "Time is of the essence when it comes to saving lives. I shall speak plainly with Miss Lin. The one in need of assistance is my brother. He has been bitten by a zombie and is in the process of mutation. I hope Miss Lin can lend her aid." The man in black expressed his agreement with a gesture, indicating for her to lead the way. As Lin Zhaoye walked ahead, she could hear the soft footsteps of the few individuals following her. Their movements were light, suggesting they were skilled practitioners, not due to any supernatural abilities, but rather their exceptional physical prowess. She remained subtly vigilant towards the group behind her, but after taking a couple of steps, she noticed their footsteps grew heavier. In her previous life, she had been acquainted with the 5 major and 2 minor factions within the realm, comprising 3 official bases and 2 major and 2 minor private bases. Lin Zhaoye had spent 2 years mingling within an official base, gaining insight into various rumors surrounding other factions. However, to her knowledge, the characteristics of this man in black did not align with any notable individuals from the aforementioned factions. Soon, they arrived at her doorstep, and she opened the gate, welcoming them into her courtyard. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye discerned the items being transported and placed them on the vacant ground of the courtyard, finally grasping their true nature. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she took a few steps forward to observe closely. There lay a meticulously arranged block of ice, transparent with hints of blue, measuring approximately the length of a person and half a meter thick. Why a person's length? Because encased within was unmistakably a human figure. Through the icy surface, Lin Zhaoye could only vaguely discern the visage of the figure, seemingly in slumber, though not peacefully. His expression was frozen in a grimace. The individual possessed a mane of fiery red hair, a portion of which veiled his cheek, allowing one to imagine how vivacious he must have appeared before being encased in ice. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the man in the black robe shared such flamboyant hair. Was this indeed the one in need of rescue? How had he been frozen? She had never anticipated such a method. Could freezing genuinely inhibit the proliferation of the zombie virus within an individual, while simultaneously preserving their vital signs? Lin Zhaoye pondered the capabilities of the one who had encased him in ice. Their powers could not be underestimated. It was likely that only someone nearing the 2nd tier, approaching the 3rd, could conjure such a substantial block of ice and sustain it until they found her. Lin Zhaoye circled the ice block, taking in its formidable presence. The others patiently awaited her verdict, whether rescue was possible or not. She halted and turned her gaze toward the man in black who held the authority to decide. In truth, she wished to request the unfreezing of the ice, yet before she could voice her thoughts, the individual known as Uncle Mo preempted her. "Miss Lin, we have ample rewards to offer. All you need to do is name a price, and we shall do our utmost to revive the young master." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhaoye felt a flicker of interest, though he harbored doubts about the speaker's credibility. Uncle Mo promptly retrieved a large canvas bag from his backpack, its lower half bulging with contents. When he unveiled the bag, the crystalline cores within collided, emitting a melodious chime that Lin Zhaoye clearly discerned. There are indeed more crystalline cores. He suppressed his inclination to extort them and offered a straightforward price, identical to the previous fee for rescuing Bowsy, according to the market standard 1 3rd-tier crystalline core or 4 2nd-tier crystalline cores. However, I cannot guarantee revival. I am unaware of how long you have kept him frozen. Less than 20 hours. If you manage to revive him, I shall increase the payment. Oncle Montac promisit, clutching the bag of crystalline cores, asserting that such cores were not a challenge for them. The preservation of life was paramount. Lin Zhaoye, however, dismissed his inducement. This is merely a professional matter. I have never transported anyone frozen by ice abilities to this location. Will he still be alive upon unsealing? Has the zombie toxin within him been suppressed by the frost, preventing further deterioration? The others exchanged glances, realizing that their initial gamble of treating a dead horse as a living one was devoid of any theoretical basis. I have never encountered such inquiries. You're the first case of this kind. No amount of money can assure that he will be revived, Lin Zhaoye stated. Awaiting the decision of the man in the black robe, Uncle Mo opened the canvas pouch and presented it to Lin Zhaoye, revealing dozens of crystalline cores of various sizes and colors. This was the first time in her 2 lifetimes that she had encountered such an abundance of cores before her. Yet she felt compelled to refuse. Such a gesture was a temptation too great for her to bear. However, the man in black interrupted her next course of action. Uncle Mo, Lin Zhaoye expressed her disinterest in their seemingly genuine yet deceptive ploys. First, unfreeze the person. If there's a chance, I will undoubtedly cure the virus. If the virus has already spread throughout his body, no amount of fusion will be of any use to me. Seeing Lin Zhaoye maintain her indifferent demeanor, Uncle Mo understood that it was not the matter of the crystalline cores that concerned her. With a smile, he beckoned someone forward. The individual who approached was unremarkable in appearance, lacking any distinctive features and possessing an average build. Yet, despite his plainness, his level of ability was notably high. Upon Uncle Mo's call, he hurried forward, activating his powers, causing the ice on the ground to begin to perspire, droplets forming and dampening the earth beneath. In a mere 3 to 5 minutes, as the ice thinned, Lin Zhaoye could clearly discern the features of the person encased within. His visage struck a familiar chord within her, and although his expression was fearsome, she could not shake the feeling that he resembled someone she had encountered before. There was no time to ponder further, as the ice gradually melted, revealing his entire form. His expression gradually softened from a menacing glare, and then he opened his eyes. One eye had turned a vivid red, a consequence of the zombie virus, while the other remained in normal, sparkling black, gazing intently at Lin Zhaoye. Iki, no. Who are you? He asked Lin Zhaoye with a furrowed brow. Where am I? Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, the moment he perceived that the surrounding environment deviated from his familiar reality, his attitude became exceedingly serious. Unfortunately, most of his body remained frozen, preventing him from surveying his surroundings, leaving him unaware of the presence of others. He could only silently remain on guard against Lin Zhaoye while stealing glances at her face. Lin Zhaoye offered no explanations. Perhaps he had yet to fully awaken, and once the ice melted away, he would no longer be constrained and would naturally encounter others who could elucidate the current circumstances. The individual wielding the supernatural ability continued to melt the ice, veins bulging in his neck, as the red-haired youth sat up and beheld the man in black and several others behind him. However, he did not greet the man in black, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Why am I frozen? Wasn't I just by the city's edge? Oncle Montauk, noticing that he appeared largely unchanged, hurriedly approached him, bending slightly to meet his gaze. Ah, young master, we are in a different location now. Were you not ambushed by zombies? Do you still have any memories? Just wait for Miss Lin to detoxify you. The red-haired youth frowned, processing the current situation, and then tilted his head back slightly to clearly see Lin Zhaoye's face. Miss Lin, you may call me Xingxing. This was ostensibly a mundane statement, yet Lin Zhaoye instinctively sensed an undercurrent of mockery in his tone. You may simply call me Lin Zhaoye. There is no need for the formal address of Miss Lin. Upon hearing her words, Xingxing erupted into laughter, exuding an air of innocent charm, yet Lin Zhaoye would not naively assume he was such a person. Perhaps due to his uncomfortable seated position, he raised a hand towards Lin Zhaoye, gesturing for her assistance in rising. Lin Zhaoye did not consider this action worthy of intervention and chose to ignore him, resulting in a stalemate that persisted for nearly 10 seconds. Xingxing's gaze remained fixed upon Lin Zhaoye, as if his eyes sparkled with stars. Suddenly, one of his eyes turned blood red, and the previously genuine, youthful smile twisted into a menacing grimace as he extended his hand into a claw-like form, lunging towards Lin Zhaoye. Witnessing this unfold, she remained unharmed and effortlessly evaded his assault, while others brandished their weapons, the ice elemental adept stepping to the forefront, poised to freeze him once more. The leader of the cloaked figures, however, remained motionless, exhibiting no reaction to Xingxing's sudden frenzy. Lin Zhaoye anticipated the vines that should have come forth to drain blood, yet they failed to materialize. The nearest vine lay nearly 5 meters away. After evading his attack, Xingxing began to turn his aggression upon his own comrades. Others, wary of his status, refrained from genuinely attacking him, instead seeking to confine him to a single location. This behavior provided Lin Zhaoye with a perfect opportunity. She swiftly turned and dashed towards the door, grasping the indifferent vines which eagerly engaged with her, showing no aversion to her peeling them off the wall. Lin Zhaoye tugged at the vines and ran towards the star, who was already adeptly subdued by a group, flailing his limbs in a futile attempt to intimidate others. Yet, they had grown accustomed to his antics. As Lin Zhaoye approached, she patted the languid vines resting upon her. "It is your moment to shine. Do not let me down." Upon hearing her words, the vines seemed invigorated, springing to life and actively coiling around the star, gradually tightening their grip to restrain him. The star, afflicted by the zombie virus, struggled violently, his veins bulging and face reddening as he exerted himself, resembling a boiled shrimp. The vines constricted ever tighter until they transformed the once ferocious lion into a motionless little kitten. Subsequently, tiny spikes emerged from the vines, piercing the star's flesh and commencing the extraction of his blood, leaving onlookers astonished by such an extraordinary method of treatment. Montauk, witnessing the vines directly penetrating the star's body to siphon his blood, observed the vivid crimson intermingled with a greenish hue covering the entire vine. He stepped forward, poised to question Lin Zhaoye, but was halted by a gesture from the man in the black robe. Reluctantly, Uncle Mo swallowed his inquiry. His crimson hair, plastered to his form with dampness, lacked its usual flamboyance, instead appearing pitiable due to its bloodless pallor. It can only be said that his constitution was indeed extraordinary. Whereas Bowsy was rendered utterly debilitated from a mere moment of bloodletting, he, having been drained for nearly a minute, appeared remarkably well, save for a somewhat pallid complexion. His eyes, bright as stars, fixed upon Lin Zhaoye, incessantly peppering her with questions. "This thing stings quite a bit. Could we perhaps refine it?" Faced with a patron's request for improved service, Lin Zhaoye could only offer a non-committal smile, as the decision was not hers to make. At last, the tendrils released him. 2 figures emerged to support him as Xingxing smoothed his bangs, remarking, "Not bad. Aside from the slight pain, there's nothing to fault." The tendrils, abandoning him, turned to seek out Lin Zhaoye, eagerly entwining themselves around her wrist, where they unfurled into a translucent, crimson bloom. Xingxing gazed at the blossom for a long while. Lin Zhaoye raised her wrist for him to examine closely, thinking he might be saddened by the apparent loss of blood. She preemptively consoled him. "It may seem like a lot of blood, but it's mostly tainted with toxins. Once it's all extracted, you'll be safe." Contrary to her expectations, Xingxing was indifferent to her words, his focus elsewhere. "Truly beautiful. As expected of my blood." Lin Zhaoye. "Thank you. I am amused. Perhaps you'd like to rest in another room? If it continues to mutate, we can provide secondary services until there are no issues at all, and payment will be made thereafter." Upon hearing her words, Xingxing exclaimed, "What excellent after-sales service! However, I'm not short on funds." He boasted about his robust physique, patting his chest and showcasing his muscles, even performing a couple of impressive jumps, completing 3 spins. Unfortunately, after his spins, his legs grew weak and he stumbled backward, only to be steadied by Uncle Mo coughing awkwardly. He glanced around, but no one seemed surprised by his antics, and he began to reclaim his dignity. "I slipped. It was merely an accident." Chapter 108. A smile. Lin Zhaoye was amused by his antics, her round, fair face blossoming into a sweet smile, which, paired with the vibrant red flowers, was so radiant that even the gods would pale in comparison. She had not anticipated that her smile would capture the attention of many. As she smiled, Xingxing found himself lost in thought, staring intently at Lin Zhaoye's face, while several others behind him were also captivated by her smile. Most wore expressions of indifference, yet their eyes betrayed their true thoughts. Unaware of the stir she had caused, Lin Zhaoye felt discomfort from their gazes and quickly adopted a stern expression. You should go and rest for a while. At this moment, Li Yihe had already noticed them. Hearing Lin Zhaoye's tone, laced with irritation, he quickly stepped into the center of the battlefield and suggested, "Why don't you all take a moment to rest? We will certainly address any subsequent issues." Xing, observing Lin Zhaoye's displeasure and recognizing his recent lapse in composure, hastily rummaged through Mo Shu's canvas bag, emerging with a generous handful of crystal cores, which he promptly deposited into Li Yihe's embrace. "Then let us first retreat and refresh ourselves," he urged. Li Yihe glanced at Lin Zhaoye and then at Xing, who was making exaggerated expressions at him, and his innate business acumen kicked in as he replied, "Thank you. Please follow me to rest. Our courtyard is equipped with vending machines. You can find something to eat or drink here that suits your taste. Each item can be exchanged for a single first-tier crystal core." He began to promote the various offerings within the vending machines, eager to earn a little profit. Subsequently, he arranged for them to stay in an available villa adjacent to Professor Qin's residence. Even if Lin Zhaoye was vexed, he deemed it prudent to secure their crystal cores first. Originally, he had intended to accommodate them in the villa occupied by Baozi and the others, but regrettably, their group was somewhat large, and Baozi and Baum had ventured out with the team today, making it inappropriate to assign them there. Thus, he allocated a separate villa for them, taking care to choose one overrun with vines, ensuring a touch of discretion. If the virus from the recent star incident had not been thoroughly eradicated, it would be timely for another feeding session. After ensuring their accommodation, Lin Zhaoye waited outside the villa for Li Yihe to emerge. With a nonchalant smile, Lin Zhaoye winked, feigning indifference. Li Yihe gasped in surprise. "When did you start this? I remember you used to abhor engaging in superficial pleasantries with them." "I suppose I've grown," Lin Zhaoye replied. Observing her, Li Yihe noted that she had indeed become considerably formidable. Unbeknownst to them, she had ascended to a position of authority in this realm, learning the very social dynamics she once detested among merchants. As they strolled and conversed, Lin Zhaoye's spirits remained buoyant. They were staring at me. Yet the detoxifying vines should have drawn their attention far more. Instead, they focused solely on my face. Something felt amiss, a palpable unease. Thus, I resorted to this desperate measure to extricate myself from their gaze. Li Yihe, having witnessed much of the unfolding events from above, recognized their missteps. However, it was imperative for Lin Zhaoye to follow up, leaving no room for evasion. "If there are further complications, you will need to address them. You know well that those vines do not heed our words." Lin Zhaoye replied earnestly, "That is only natural. Once night falls, I shall deliver them a meal. It is rather unsafe outside in the dark, so it would be best to have them stay the night." Li Yihe chuckled. "It seems it falls to you once again. Here, take this crystal core he just gave me." Li Yihe extracted the crystal cores, 3 third-tier and 5 second-tier. This collection of crystal cores could sustain many individuals for several years of diligent effort. Speaking of these cores, Lin Zhaoye indeed held a deep admiration for Xing. He was either an exceedingly rebellious child, frivolously squandering precious crystal cores, or the strength of their team was so formidable that these cores were but trivial matters to them. For now, she decided to keep them. She would not require them immediately, as their subsequent expenses for medical treatment, meals, and rent would surely be ample to cover these crystal cores. Her calculations were astute, and Li Yihe acknowledged her reasoning. "All right, I will hold on to them. Come to me when you need them." Xing occupied the central position, casually crossing his legs and surveying his surroundings. The men in black remained standing, and others did not dare to take a seat. However, Xing paid little attention to his brother, displaying a rather amiable attitude towards Uncle Mo. "Uncle Mo, please have a seat and take a break." He patted the adjacent sofa, but the leading figure in black did not acquiesce, leaving Uncle Mo hesitant to act. The others stood behind him, mirroring the same restraint, while only Xing sat there, nonchalantly observing the environment and disregarding their willingness to remain standing. After a brief period, he rose and began to explore the house. Though uninhabited for some time, it was consistently maintained, free from excessive dust. This villa area, prior to the apocalypse, was quite splendid, with interior designs that were far from mediocre. Many of the items were from high-end brands of the past, now reduced to their most fundamental functions. Stripped of any additional value, the stars gazed with rapt attention, even engaging in conversation with the air. I must say, the water here could grace a coffee table, inviting us to partake at our leisure, and the decor exhibits a certain refinement. Compliments flowed freely, yet the essence remained elusive. Was the amusement not yet satiated? Initially intrigued, the star turned to face her elder brother. What do you mean by playing? I am here to vanquish zombies, and I have no need for your protection. Your task is to locate others. Why have you included me? Noticing his willingness to communicate, the man in the black robe settled onto the couch. Though seated on a modest armchair, his demeanor exuded the grandeur of a sovereign upon a throne. Are you resorting to this again? Putting on a show before me? Is it truly entertaining? The star shouted in anger at her brother. Su Qingfeng, what do you desire? Can you not express it plainly? Must you always coerce us into making choices? It is utterly nauseating. Do you understand? Listening to her scorn, the man on the couch remained unperturbed, while the indifferent Uncle Emo stepped forward. Young master, the elder brother has his reasons. Please try to understand him. I have had enough. The star exclaimed, storming out. Uncle Emo reached out to stop her, but he relented as she continued on her way. Clearly, such situations were not new. Chapter 109. Captivating fuming, the star exited, yet found herself at a loss for direction. The surrounding houses bore a striking resemblance to one another, each adorned with amber-colored vines, albeit devoid of blossoms. The little flower I brought out is the most beautiful. What are you laughing at? The starry demon king appeared before the two, his expression one of displeasure. Bowsy and the other had always possessed amiable dispositions, and as adults, they certainly wouldn't hold a grudge against this little brat. I know the flower you speak of, a single red blossom. You. He stammered, astonished to discover that there were living, breathing examples here of those who had been cured of the zombie virus. Had you also been drained by that thing? Bowsy shrugged, nonchalantly replying, yeah, what is wrong with that? Starry, feeling unusually familiar, took his hand and asked, what does your flower look like? Can you show me? Bowsy, caught off guard by the excitement, replied. A Haven Tea looked closely. Perhaps you could ask Sister Zhaoye? Sister Lin Zhaoye? He scrutinized Bowsy and then glanced at the bomb behind her. Why do you refer to her as sister? Bowsy scratched his belly and chuckled innocently. I heard others calling her that, so I followed suit. Starry nodded thoughtfully, then beamed. Thanks, brother. Bowsy smiled foolishly at the bomb, both of them puzzled by what he was thanking for. The bomb pointed to the right. Just go straight, and you'll see the fence. All right. I am Su Xingxing. As he waved his hand and sprinted away, he left behind his name, racing towards Lin Zhaoye's home. Just in time, he caught up with Lin Zhao and Lung Yu, who were strolling leisurely while engaged in conversation. Lung Yu held a bag, and the keen-eyed Xingxing noticed it was filled with whole cigarettes. Sister Zhaoye. His call drew the attention of both, with Lin Zhaoye furrowing her brow. Hadn't it been stated that he should call her by her full name? Brimming with excitement, he inquired, at last, I have found you. I wish to see what that chubby person's little red flower looks like. Is this the person you mentioned? Indeed, there is a distinctiveness about him. Lung Yu teased Xingxing, prompting him to finally give her a proper glance. Yet his interest remained fixated on the cigarettes in her hand and the flower belonging to the plump individual. Dear sister, could you spare me a bit of that? Lung Yu and Lin Zhaoye exchanged puzzled glances, unable to decipher the intentions behind his exuberant demeanor. Noticing their confusion, Xingxing hurriedly clarified, It's not for me. Our old man at home adores smoking and is quite irked at the moment. If I could get some for him, then should I cause any trouble later, wouldn't it be just fine? Xingxing's explanation flowed, as he feared Lin Zhaoye and Lung Yu might decline his request. In a final attempt, he presented his trump card. Don't you like crystal cores? I have plenty to offer. It was evident that he was a child spoiled by his family. He possessed a sense of propriety, albeit limited. Cold Moon had no desire to engage with such individuals and promptly sought to take her leave. Oh, don't go. Lin Zhaoye interjected, preventing Cold Moon from departing. She was reluctant to engage in proximity with Xingxing, as his gaze often held an unsettling intensity. It was best to maintain some distance. Just as she prepared to pursue Cold Moon, Xingxing seized her wrist, pleading, Sister Zhaoye, I know that cigarette was given to her by you. Could you spare me a bit? Just a little, and don't let my brother find out. I promise I will persuade him to provide you with more crystal cores in return for your generosity. For Lin Zhaoye, this presented an opportunity. Albeit the peculiar tension between Xingxing and his enigmatic brother filled her with trepidation. What if a quarrel ensued between them? If she were to give him the cigarette and received nothing in return, it would be a considerable loss. If you desire the cigarette, have your brother come and negotiate with me. I shall trade with whoever can offer crystal cores, she asserted. Upon hearing this, Xingxing became obstinate, grasping her wrist with his other hand and gently shaking it. Sister, please just give it to me. His childlike appeal sent shivers down Lin Zhaoye's spine, causing goosebumps to rise on her arms. Just as she attempted to pry him away with her other hand, a robust hand intervened, deftly removing Xingxing from her grasp before she could complete her motion. Speak properly rather than tugging at others, came the voice of Mu Hongxiao, who had just arrived, forcefully pulling Xingxing's hand away from Lin Zhaoye, while simultaneously obstructing his line of sight toward her. Confronted by the formidable demeanor of Mu Hongxiao, Xingxing refused to be outdone. Gazing intently at Mu Hongxiao's face, he defiantly inquired, "Who are you? What gives you the right to meddle in matters between me and Sister Xiao? Mu Hongxiao let out a dismissive scoff, paying no heed to the child. If there's something to discuss, let your brother come speak with me. You are not worthy of such a conversation. This is between me and Sister Xiao. If you wish to acquire something but lack a crystal core, then seek one from your brother. If you cannot obtain a crystal core, do not disturb her." Taking a step forward, he towered over the boy, his imposing stature effectively suppressing him. "Do you understand, Su Xingxing?" Xingxing's pupils constricted in surprise. He had not anticipated that this newcomer would know his name, which no one had revealed. Mu Hongxiao, denying him the opportunity to react, seized Lin Zhaoye and began instructing her, "If any unfamiliar men approach you, make sure to swiftly distance yourself. Even such a small child can be bothersome, especially certain unreliable boys." His words nearly implied a direct reference to Xingxing, and Lin Zhaoye found amusement in the situation, nodding along as if pecking at grains. Left behind, Xingxing stamped his foot in frustration before hastily catching up to their pace. This time, he altered his approach, arriving in the living room ahead of them. The villa's architectural design remained consistent, though the interiors varied slightly. Having just studied the structure of the villa, Xingxing was already quite familiar with the surroundings. Upon entering, he promptly made his way to the sofa and settled in, only to feel a sense of discomfort and quickly adjusted a lean against the sofa instead. Supporting his head with one hand, he closed his eyes and began to lament in a tortured moan. Oh dear, my head aches terribly." After performing this act for a while without receiving any attention, he reluctantly opened one eye to glance at Lin Zhaoye, hoping she would provide him an escape from his plight. Lin Zhaoye responded with a questioning look, silently inquiring, "What troubles you?" He tousled his hair into a disheveled state to further convey his anguish, incessantly complaining. Perhaps the cleanup of the zombie virus was not thorough enough. "My head is throbbing again." Recognizing his playful demeanor, Lin Zhaoye understood it was all in jest, and was about to dismiss him when Aunt Li emerged with 2 plates in hand. The freshly prepared dishes signaled that dinner was ready. As she approached, she noticed Xingxing, who was indulging in his antics on the single sofa. "Oh dear, this child looks so pitifully thin. Come here and have a meal to nourish yourself," she urged. Chapter 110. The actor Xingxing seemed to have found a savior, finally encountering someone who understood him. With a sparkle in his eyes, he was eager to accept Aunt Li's invitation. Suddenly, he exclaimed in a flurry, "Don't patients deserve a meal? Is there no such thing as human rights?" He then dashed over to Aunt Li, beaming with pride as he boasted, "Just a moment ago, Auntie said I looked so frail and pitiful that I should eat more to regain my strength." Lin Zhaoye had long contemplated the evening's arrangements and, naturally, seized the opportunity to deflect with a clever retort. "It's not that we prohibit you from dining. It's simply that our humble abode cannot accommodate such a grand deity as yourself. In truth, we have prepared a feast and can deliver it to you at any time." With a verbal assault on one side and a physical presence on the other, Xingxing instinctively recognized which path to choose. Thus, he bore a substantial box of takeout, trailing behind Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao. Anli stood at the door, cheerfully bidding them farewell. Make sure to eat well. You're far too thin. Disregarding the lingering figure behind him, Lin Zhaoye strode purposefully out the door, engaging in conversation about Su Xingxing as they walked. How did you know his surname is Su? He inquired. He only told me his name is Xingxing. Mu Hongxiao candidly revealed, I once investigated his family for a mission approximately 3 years ago. Due to the nature of the task, I could only gather detailed information about 2 individuals, his father, Su Weihua, and the most flamboyant member of the family, Su Xingxing himself. This revelation was reassuring for Lin Zhaoye. The fact that Mu Hongxiao had prior knowledge of Su's family was beneficial, while their group was well acquainted with the mansion's circumstances. Having Mu Hongxiao with them ensured they were not entirely in the dark. Striving for mutual understanding was paramount. However, my encounters have solely been with Su Weihua's eldest son, Su Qingfeng. Su Qingfeng. Lin Zhaoye silently recited this name in his heart. The phrase clear breeze and bright moon seemed to align well with the nature of that cloaked figure. However, it was evident that anyone whom Mu Hongxiao would emphasize could not possibly embody the essence of a truly clear breeze and bright moon character. It appeared that his intuition was indeed correct. Such a fragmented personality and identity left one pondering the true nature of Su Qingfeng. What impression did he leave upon others? After Blackberry concluded, he was interrupted by the red-haired individual behind him. Dogmatism, chatty old hag. His response was rather intriguing, leading Lin Zhaoye to suspect that Su Xingxing was likely the true nemesis of Su Qingfeng. Despite being a person of few words, he was ironically labeled as verbose, which could be considered a form of unwarranted generosity. The distance between the 2 villas was not particularly far. A brief conversation was all it took to arrive. At this moment, Su Xingxing was utterly exhausted. Upon seeing him approach with a large box in his arms, onlookers instinctively rushed over to take the burden from him. Su Xingxing then began to gently massage his right arm with his left hand, easing the soreness in his muscles. Inside, news of their arrival had already been conveyed. Uncle Mo had come out to greet the 2 guests along with the young master. Please come in. Young master, the elder master is waiting for you inside. Lin Zhaoye found it hard to imagine what kind of person could berate his younger brother, and her curiosity was piqued. At this moment, Su Qingfeng had removed his mask, though he still wore his black robe. Upon seeing his face, Lin Zhaoye couldn't help but think that the family's aesthetic appeal was indeed striking. He and Mu Hongxiao both possess an air of nobility, yet they embody 2 distinct directions. Mu Hongxiao's nobility leans towards a sense of justice, reminiscent of a fallen yet honorable aristocrat. To others, he may often appear stern, but Lin Zhaoye perceives a subtle warmth and tenderness beneath his serious demeanor, even if he considers himself merely a rough man unconcerned with appearances. In contrast, Su Qingfeng truly embodies the essence of his name, gentle as a breeze beneath a bright moon, exuding a refined grace throughout, save for his eyes, which reflect both an all-encompassing acceptance and a world-weary indifference. Mu Hongxiao lightly stirred Lin Zhaoye's arm, a gentle reminder to avert her gaze. Abruptly awakened, Lin Zhaoye recalled her purpose for being there, to rid herself of the bothersome Su Xingxing and to promote her dinner offerings. Without waiting for Su Qingfeng to speak, she began her introduction. I fear none of you may possess culinary skills, and fortuitously, I have extra dishes available. I brought a total of 20 portions, which should certainly suffice. Su Xingxing, eager to facilitate this collaboration and secure the desired cigarettes, even resorted to flattering Su Qingfeng. I find it quite appealing. It smells delightful. I shall have this for dinner tonight. The takeout boxes were sealed, rendering the aroma undetectable from outside. Nevertheless, no one dared to expose his flimsy, bubble-like lie. Since Xingxing expressed interest, they would indeed dine on Miss Lin's prepared meals this evening. That is precisely as it should be. Su Xingxing hurriedly switched the conversation to another person. Uncle Mo, since Sister Zhaoye treated us to this meal, we should also show our gratitude by gifting her some crystal cores. Su Qingfeng nodded gently in agreement. Uncle Mo then took out a bag full of crystal cores. Before he could select any, Xingxing snatched a handful and presented it to Mu Hongxiao. saying, "As a man, you should hold onto these crystal cores. We wouldn't want to tire your sister out." After receiving the crystal cores, Mu Hongxiao displayed no further reaction, for in his eyes, all decisions were made by Lin Zhaoye. He merely served as a security guard. Having successfully completed a task, Lin Zhaoye decided to seize the moment and solidify their collaboration. "Once we finish our meal, night will have fallen, and the outside may not be safe. Besides, it would be wise for Xingxing to observe a bit longer. Let us all stay here tonight." Taken aback by this unexpected plan, Su Xingxing, as a professional actress, quickly adapted. "I believe Sister Xiaoye is right. We shall stay here tonight." Su Qingfeng Gungut. Thus, Uncle Mo's pockets became a tad lighter with the loss of more crystal cores, while Mu Hongxiao's arms were adorned with a handful of shimmering treasures. The others harbored no discontent regarding this arrangement. Lin Zhaoye was equally astonished by Su Qingfeng's remarkable patience towards Su Xingxing's incessant dramatics. With her objectives achieved, Lin Zhaoye chose to withdraw gracefully. Mu Hongxiao, following closely behind her, took his leave, while Xingxing, eager to pursue them, found herself momentarily detained. "Don't hold me back. Let me out. I still have matters to discuss with Sister Xiaoye." Chapter 111. The Mission. Xingxing, with her neck craned in frustration, could hardly utter a word. She simply huffed and ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaoye, having just departed from the scene, engaged Mu Hongxiao in a discourse about their backgrounds. "Xiao Ge, who exactly are they?" Lin Zhaoye could not suppress her curiosity regarding their origins. Thus far, she had received 2 crystal cores, indicating that the reward for rescuing Xingxing was exceptionally generous. Since Mu Hongxiao had initiated the conversation, he was bound to share their story with Lin Zhaoye. This matter began approximately 3 years ago when we undertook a mission to locate their father, Su Weihua. Our objective was to acquire evidence he possessed. However, at that time, he had been abducted by a certain organization. To rescue him, we collaborated with Su Qingfeng, who had not yet assumed his position. Ultimately, we succeeded in freeing his father. I was merely a team leader at that time and only interacted with him during the planning stages. Once Su Weihua was liberated, we lost all contact. Lin Zhaoye was taken aback to discover that their prior interactions were rooted in a relationship of rescuer and rescued. I had assumed that all those capable of engaging with you had long since vanished. In response to her remark, Mu Hongxiao smiled. "Not at all. We have undertaken numerous missions, wherein protecting key individuals to obtain evidence or their support is also a significant aspect." This conversation deepened Lin Zhaoye's understanding of Mu Hongxiao's previous work. However, it did not satiate her curiosity regarding Su Qingfeng and his entourage. How, within a mere month, had they amassed such a plethora of crystal cores? Each individual tasked with a mission diligently memorized the background information. And Mu Hongxiao was well aware of the influential figures standing behind Su Qingfeng. He gently leaned towards Lin Zhaoye's ear and whispered a name. Upon hearing it, Lin Zhaoye's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never anticipated that Su Weihua, a mere wealthy merchant, shared a profound connection with that individual. This revelation elucidated why he and his son could so freely wield substantial quantities of crystal cores. Indeed, one finds comfort in the shade of a great tree. Lin Zhaoye pondered this and nodded thoughtfully. Yet Mu Hongxiao, with a playful smile, inquired, "So, have you come to a realization?" She merely felt that the amounts he had offered suddenly seemed insufficient. Mu Hongxiao playfully flicked her nose and remarked, "Aha, I see, a greedy little thing." Her smile momentarily faltered, and Mu Hongxiao promptly noticed the shift in her demeanor. His gaze followed hers, landing on Su Yuan's room, which was illuminated. "You see the resemblance, don't you?" In truth, Mu Hongxiao had not closely observed Su Xingxing. However, guided by Lin Zhaoye, he too perceived the likeness. "No wonder I found the stars so familiar." Lin Zhaoye elaborated. "When we arrived, Su Xingxing was encased in ice. While I lay dormant within the ice, a sense of familiarity washed over me. However, the multitude of events that transpired upon awakening, coupled with his exuberant demeanor, rendered any connections elusive." Mu Hongxiao stood beside her, admitting that he had indeed not contemplated the matter. Previously, he was only aware of a second son, yet had encountered no pertinent information. It is rather peculiar, for the personalities of the three are remarkably divergent. Lin Zhaoye gently tugged at Mu Hongxiao's garment, signaling him to lean closer. Whether they share a connection remains uncertain. But today I heard Su Xingxing refer to me as Chi-Chi. Mu Hongxiao straightened, stating, "The only information I could find pertains to a girl named Anqi. It is said, passed away 3 years ago." Lin Zhaoye furrowed her brow, realizing the situation was far more intricate than she had anticipated. The identity of Su Yuan remains an enigma. What could be the nature of the relationship between Lin Zhaoye and Anqi? As their gazes shifted towards him, Su Yuan smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement to the two. It remained uncertain whether he had heard of Su Qingfeng and Su Xingxing's arrival at the base. The following day, Lin Zhaoye was roused by the cacophony emanating from downstairs. Upon stepping onto the balcony, she observed a throng of individuals utilizing the vending machine for refreshments. In the absence of Su Qingfeng, their demeanor appeared considerably more relaxed, nearly exhausting the machine's offerings. She received numerous system notifications and promptly proceeded to restock. However, her replenishment action astonished the crowd below. "Aunt, the chocolate you wished for earlier has been restocked." "I am taken aback. Just a moment ago, there was none." "Everyone, make way, I must replenish my stock." A stir arose within the crowd as others, upon hearing the machine had unexpectedly restocked, marveled at the phenomenon. They had witnessed no one come to deliver goods. The machine had simply replenished itself. How vast could its interior possibly be? "I must check my own supplies. Earlier, I yearned for a refreshing mint lemonade, and with ice, it would surely be delightful." His words sent ripples through the crowd, prompting others to surge forward, eager to seize the opportunity to purchase. Lin Zhaoye watched their enthusiasm with great pleasure. After all, the more they bought, the more she earned. Upon descending the stairs, she discovered that guests were already awaiting her in the living room. "Good morning, Miss Lin," Su Qingfeng greeted, seated on the sofa, a cup of milk tea delicately held in his right hand. Lin Zhaoye instantly recognized it as a product from the machine. "The milk tea is quite good. It has been ages since I last savored it." This remark served as a compliment to Lin Zhaoye, for it was indeed astonishing that someone of his stature would choose to indulge in milk tea in the morning, having not tasted it in so long. "As long as you enjoy it, that is what matters." Lin Zhaoye could only smile and inquire, "What brings you here so early today?" After all, this esteemed gentleman, as she had learned from Mu Hongxiao's account the previous day, had a time of great value. He would not be seated here merely to savor milk tea. "Please, have a seat." He gestured toward the adjacent sofa. "I wish to discuss a business proposition with you." This statement was both anticipated and unexpected for Lin Zhaoye. It remains uncertain whether this business transaction had been investigated prior to their arrival or if her inadvertent display of supply capability inspired him to take action. Nevertheless, such details are of little consequence now. Lin Zhaoye settled into his seat and inquired, "What do you desire, and in what quantities? Once you have provided the details, I shall determine the pricing. Given the nature of our dealings, we operate on thin margins and high volume. Hence, there will be no room for haggling or credit." Chapter 112. Milk tea. In response to her earnest presentation of the materials, Su Qingfeng lowered his head with a smile. "That sounds agreeable. Within my means, I assure you. Miss Lin shall not incur any losses." His voice was soft and melodious, a stark contrast to his father's formidable reputation as a business tycoon. After all, he had succeeded his father and managed the company with remarkable success. This gentle demeanor seems at odds with the ruthless and tempestuous nature of the business world. Yet, it curiously aligns with his personal character. "I shall have Uncle Mo compile a list of the desired materials for Miss Lin to review shortly. As for the pricing, feel free to propose any amounts. We shall purchase what we find suitable." This arrangement alleviates Lin Zhaoye and himself from extensive negotiations. "Good. I expect to settle the payment for my goods today, and I hope you can accommodate that as well." Upon concluding her statement, she appeared to recall something, adding, "The expenses for meals, accommodation, and medical fees provided by Xingxing yesterday are not included in this." Lin Zhaoye vowed that she truly witnessed Su Qingfeng's lips curl up and then down, only to irresistibly rise again. However, It was not she who struggled to suppress her emotions, so it mattered little. If one finds joy in laughter, let them laugh. Wealth is sufficient. Very well. I shall acquiesce. The two quickly reached an agreement, and Lin Zhaoye felt quite satisfied. Within half an hour, Uncle Mo had organized a multitude of items. Suddenly, Lin Zhaoye pondered a pressing question. The order contains numerous items. I can prepare about 80 of them, but how will you transport them? Uncle Mo smiled warmly. We have spatial ability users who can carry some of it. If Miss Lin could lend us a vehicle for convenience, that would be even better. Clearly, they were well prepared, and Lin Zhaoye was not overly surprised by his words. Lending you a vehicle requires a return. How will it be returned next time? Uncle Mo chuckled. If Miss Lin prepares a considerable amount of supplies this time, we will send more personnel and vehicles next time. Rest assured, Miss Lin, your vehicle will be returned promptly. His words hinted at a desire for a long-term collaboration, which Lin Zhaoye was eager to embrace as a potential major client. She promptly stated, "Give me a morning, and by 4 in the afternoon, you may send someone to collect the supplies. For any items that cannot fit, we will assist in loading them." Uncle Mo continued to smile amiably. Very well, then I appreciate Miss Lin's efforts. Once he departed, Lin Zhaoye could only trouble her family to begin retrieving items from the vending machines, as she herself could not directly procure the supplies. She had to exchange them according to the shopping list, with a maximum of 10 items per category at a time. Lin Zhaoye glanced over the list provided by Uncle Mo. Nearly every item required quantities in the thousands, with high-calorie supplements such as chocolate needing even more than 10,000. Lin Zhaoye sighed, acknowledging that while the money earned was substantial, it came at a significant cost. She slowly browsed through the shopping list and noticed it included a portion of medications. Many of these were antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs, with a considerable demand for hemostatic agents as well. Although Lin Zhaoye did possess a batch of medications, she did not intend to stock them according to the quantities specified on the list. After some calculation regarding her inventory, she decided to allocate 20 of the required quantities for each medication listed. Thus, for each type of medicine, she prepared 20 boxes. For Lin Zhaoye, this was not a large quantity, nor was it significant for the base. However, any assistance was still assistance. Moreover, considering the potential future need for these medicines, it would be wise to conserve them. Fortunately, she had other helpers, as her primary role was to assist in replenishing their supplies from the system. Working in tandem, they managed to pile all the goods in the courtyard before 4 o'clock. Around 3:50, Xingxing and her companions arrived at the courtyard, where Lin Zhaoye and her team were busy counting and adjusting the quantities of the supplies. Uncle Mo opened the door, and Su Qingfeng was the first to step into the courtyard. Upon seeing the meticulously arranged supplies, he turned to Lin Zhaoye to express his satisfaction. "Thank you for your hard work, Miss Lin. We shall increase your remuneration." Today, Su Qingfeng remained shrouded in black silk, clad in an enveloping black robe that concealed him entirely. Lin Zhaoye couldn't help but wonder if he was allergic to ultraviolet rays as he wrapped himself so thoroughly, despite possessing a commendable appearance, yet refusing to reveal his true visage. Lost in thought, Lin Zhaoye verified the list once more before presenting the bill to the esteemed Su Qingfeng for his review. Su Qingfeng extended 2 fingers, grasping the paper Lin Zhaoye had offered him. However, rather than perusing the bill, he tossed it directly to Uncle Mo, stating, "Settle the account according to Miss Lin's bill." As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Zhaoye, as if probing for something. Unfortunately, he was met with disappointment, for Lin Zhaoye maintained only a standard smile. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before Su Qingfeng's gaze slid away, diverting to another direction. Uncle Mo, upon receiving the bill, conducted no inspection, and with a grand flourish, summoned a man who appeared with a large wooden box cradled in his arms. He reached out to open the box, revealing an intricate 3-tier mechanism. As the lid lifted, 3 shimmering crystalline cores were presented before Lin Zhaoye and the others. Each tier sparkled with colorful crystalline cores, each approximately the size of an egg. In fact, some of the visibly larger 3rd-tier cores exceeded the size of an egg, filling the entire box with an abundance of cores exceeding the 3rd tier, totaling 12 in all. Her fortune was more than double that of others, which made her acutely aware of her own poverty. This realization solidified Lin Zhaoye's resolve to forge strong ties with the influential forces behind Su Qingfeng. With a sustained supply, there would be no concern over the availability of crystal cores. The scene left Lin Zhaoye spellbound, until a light chuckle from Su Qingfeng snapped him back to reality. "Miss Lin," he began with a gentle tone, "if you find this business arrangement agreeable and wish to continue our partnership, you may accept all these rewards." He gestured toward the nearby box. "Naturally, I have also received requests from other bases to convey their interest, hoping that Miss Lin might consider collaboration with them as well. However, I sincerely hope that, given the value of these crystal cores in our past cooperation, you will prioritize us for shipments when you have goods available." His words were delivered with an air of respectful confidence. Lin Zhaoye understood that her modest base was viewed as no threat by their larger establishment, which had undoubtedly conducted thorough investigations into her operations. According to the system's regulations, the presence of crystal cores guaranteed the availability of corresponding resources, and the quantity was never a concern. Prioritizing their shipments merely dictated the order of delivery. There would be no shortage for those that came later, ensuring that the credibility of their transactions remained intact. For Lin Zhaoye, this deal was undoubtedly profitable, leading her to agree readily. "Certainly, all goods will be prioritized for your shipment at the same time." With her solemn promise, Su Qingfeng nodded, signaling her trust. Uncle Mo dispatched someone to collect the more crucial supplies into the spatial realm, particularly the medicines, for which a dedicated area had been meticulously designed. A noticeably underage child stepped forward, and Lin Zhaoye was taken aback to discover that even such a young child possessed extraordinary abilities. Uncle Mo brought him forth to stand before Lin Zhaoye, inquiring, "Miss Lin, may we request 100 cups of milk tea in all available flavors?" Lin Zhaoye hesitated, for while other food items could be preserved adequately, milk tea was different. Its flavor would inevitably alter after 2 hours, becoming unpalatable by the end of the day. Even with the presence of spatial ability users, the taste upon arrival at the base would likely not match its current quality, and given the sweltering weather, it could spoil at any moment. Ultimately, she concluded, "I still advise against storing milk tea." Uncle Mo patiently elaborated to Lin Zhaoye, "This child is exceptional. Within his spatial realm, he can maintain a constant temperature over time. Thus, whatever is placed inside can be retrieved exactly as it was, ensuring absolute freshness." Lin Zhaoye was astonished by the diversity of spatial abilities among their ranks. Not only were there users with vast spatial capacities, but also this remarkably unique spatial talent, a true rarity. She gazed at the extraordinary ability user, her desire almost palpable. Uncle Mo chuckled and instructed him to gather the milk tea. After much ado, all the milk tea was finally stored within his spatial realm. At this moment, Su Qingfeng and his companions bid farewell to Lin Zhaoye. Lin Zhaoye felt quite satisfied. This trip had yielded abundant rewards for her, as these third-tier crystal cores could enable Mu Hongxiao to advance to the third tier. "Miss Lin 1T see us off. We shall return when time permits. I hope Miss Lin has some new supplies to offer us." After the farewell, the group departed in a grand procession, leaving only Su Xingxing lingering behind, reluctant to part from Lin Zhaoye. Lin Zhaoye understood his unspoken desires, but chose to ignore him. Growing impatient, Su Xingxing declared, "Why don't you all leave? I want to stay with Sister Zhaoye." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhaoye's blood pressure surged. She had no intention of keeping such a remarkable individual at home. Not wishing to tease him further, she instructed, "Uncle Mo, you may go ahead. I need to speak with Xingxing for a moment." Lin Zhaoye had long prepared the items she intended to give, stored within her system. Seizing the opportunity of their solitude, she retrieved the cigarettes and placed them into a backpack. Su Xingxing's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing her transformation. "So, it's true what they say about you being spatially gifted." Lin Zhaoye scoffed lightly. "That's merely a tale for children. Look at this." She opened the backpack to reveal its contents. "Here, everything I promised you is right here. 10 fine cigarettes, just as you wished." Upon seeing the very type he desired most at the top, Su Xingxing's heart soared. "When the opportunity arises, you might consider finding someone with ample space. I shall prepare a bit more for you, though fine cigarettes are rather scarce." His gaze fixated on the cigarettes. Unable to divert his eyes, This will suffice. With these cigarettes, I can appease the old man for a while. Once I make him happy, I'll be free to roam, and then I shall summon my sister." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhaoye felt a throbbing headache. "Perhaps it would be best for you to leave promptly. Your brother and the others must be anxiously awaiting you." Lin Zhaoye curled his lip in disagreement with his words. "Hurry and pursue them. You may miss your chance." In a flash, Su Xingxing departed from the scene. It was only after his figure had completely vanished that Lin Zhaoye exhaled deeply. Finally gone. I can no longer afford to engage with Su Xingxing. He is simply too clingy. Li Yihe stood behind her, sharing a similar sentiment. A bit too enthusiastic, youth does have its charms. She pondered the nature of the relationship among the three. If there was no connection, why did Su care for them so deeply? Yet, if there was indeed a bond, why did he remain silent, merely observing from the shadows? She fiddled with the crystalline cores, 12 in total, each a third-tier core, some noticeably larger than the standard third tier, all resplendent in color, not a single one transparent, rendering them exceptionally precious. Among these colorful crystal nuclei, 8 are relatively common variants, including 2 of the fire element. Lin Zhaoye silently contemplated in her heart, planning to seize the opportunity to help Mu Hongxiao advance to the third tier, thereby ensuring a formidable and reliable ability user to assist them in combating zombies should any misfortune arise. The remaining 4 are rather unique. One is the largest among them, glimmering with a faint golden light. Lin Zhaoye examined it from every angle for quite some time, yet she remained uncertain about which element this crystal nucleus belonged to. There is also a psychic crystal nucleus, and she pondered whether it should be used for Su Yuan or for Lung Yu. With only this one third-tier psychic crystal in hand, yet 2 individuals capable of advancing to the third tier, she found herself hesitating. It was a challenging decision. Lin Zhaoye sighed inwardly as she held the crystal nucleus, torn between choices. One of the crystals was a soft green, and amidst the myriad of vibrant hues, its simplicity stood out as another form of allure. Upon merely touching this crystal nucleus, its gentle green transformed into a warm glow, flowing from her fingertips up her arm, directly striking her brow before gradually fading away. Witnessing this, Li Yihe was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape. He had heard Lin Zhaoye's explanations and understood that these crystal nuclei harbored the zombie virus, requiring numerous steps to absorb their energy. However, Zhaoye had never mentioned that merely touching them could allow one to absorb the energy contained within the nuclei. "Xiao Yi, what is happening? Are you all right?" His face was marked by a palpable anxiety, his hands trembling as he yearned to reach out to Lin Zhaoye, yet hesitated. Merely an observer of the tender green luminescence enveloping her form, glowing before gradually fading away. Having experienced this phenomenon, Lin Zhaoye was beset by an indescribable sensation. There was a hint of exhilaration within her, reminiscent of the moment when her water-based abilities first manifested in her previous life. Regrettably, once the verdant glow receded, she was left devoid of any energetic sensation, let alone the awakening of her powers. The initial spark of excitement gradually dissipated as Lin Zhaoye came to terms with the stark reality of her continued lack of abilities. Noticing the worry etched on Li Yihe's face, she offered a reassuring smile, jesting, "It seems nothing is amiss. Perhaps you should tie me up and wait for me to transform into a zombie?" Her light-hearted quip alleviated the tension between them. "It's a relief to hear," he exhaled. "I was truly frightened that something dire was about to unfold." As both parties regained their composure, they resumed their examination of the crystalline cores. Ultimately, they came across the final metallic-hued core belonging to the steel category. To their knowledge, all existing steel-type cores were with Lin Yue, suggesting that she would need to send someone over to assist her. It was unfortunate that she had lost a core simply by a fleeting touch, leaving her with a sense of unjust loss. Chapter 114, Abilities. She placed the remaining crystalline cores into her system, preparing them for purification in water before attempting to elevate their power levels. As everyone's strength ascends to a higher level, the collective prowess will inevitably advance as well. Time swiftly passed, and it was already August 20th. Lin Zhaoye seized the moment to distribute the prepared crystal core water to them. This batch primarily consisted of Tier 3 and Tier 2 variants, and she had specifically instructed Lin Zhaoye to bring along a formidable metal-type ability user. All were summoned to the living room, where Lin Zhaoye meticulously placed the crystal core water before each individual. She surveyed their expressions. Most had already consumed it once, and were quite familiar with the benefits of the crystal core water. Without hesitation, they drank it down in one gulp. The crystal core water before Su Yuan was of Tier 3. Given the uniqueness of his ability, Lin Zhaoye had chosen to provide him with this higher grade. In contrast, Lin Zhaoye received a concoction made from 2 Tier 2 crystal cores, which, while differing in effect, would still yield significant benefits through diligent absorption in the days to come. In fact, Lin Zhaoye had privately prepared a bowl of crystal core water for herself as well. Its pale hue leaned towards the wood-type ability. This was due to an encounter she had with a light green crystal, which she had quickly absorbed without any noticeable reaction. Today, she wished to test whether she could absorb it again and possibly awaken her own abilities. As she lifted the bowl to drink, it caught Mu Hongxiao's attention. Observing the green liquid before him, he furrowed his brow, but seeing Lin Zhaoye gulp down the crystal core water seemingly without consequence, he felt reassured. Before long, several individuals exhibited varying reactions. Among them, Mu Hongxiao displayed the most significant response. With the accumulation from the previous crystal core water, he was now but a step away from Tier 3. After days of relentless practice with her extraordinary abilities, coupled with the energetic surge brought forth by the crystalline core water, she felt confident in her ability to tackle the 3rd tier. At that moment, Mu Hongxiao appeared to be in a dire state, his veins visibly bulging as he knelt upon the ground. His brow furrowed and his complexion reddened. He bore an expression of anguish as if a volcanic eruption were imminent within him. Others gathered closely, their eyes filled with concern for his condition. Lin Zhaoye had not anticipated the exhilarating sensation accompanying the challenge of the 3rd tier. Just as she contemplated exploring the system for potential remedies, she sensed a surge of energy rising from her dantian, striking against her brow. This energy felt distinctly different from her previous encounter with the crystalline core. It was far more vigorous, battering against her mind. For a fleeting moment, dizziness enveloped her, causing her to lean against the wall for support. Sweat broke forth from her body, but as she endured this intensity, she felt an unexpected lightness, as if she had emerged refreshed from a gentle spring breeze. Lin Zhaoye could distinctly perceive a gentle warmth coursing through her, reminiscent yet different from the water-based energy of her past life. In her previous existence, the water-based ability emanated a cooler essence, whereas this newfound power radiated a warmth akin to the gentility of spring, imbued with a hint of refreshing coolness. She instinctively sensed this ability was unique, yet she could not precisely identify its nature. It was undoubtedly not merely the effect of the wood-based energy from the crystalline core water she had just consumed. Just as she was about to experiment with her new ability, she found herself ensnared by creeping vines. Lin Zhaoye mistook the vine for play and reached out to it. However, upon the instant her hand made contact with the vine, she experienced a peculiar sensation, as if the vine moved with the same ease as her own arm, as nimble as her fingers. With a mere thought, she discovered that she could actually control this vine. Unsure if it was merely an illusion, she willed the vine to extend toward the distant point and was astonished to see it obediently slither into the center of the courtyard. With a thought of connecting with Mu Hongxiao, the vine promptly brushed against his body. At that moment of contact, Lin Zhaoye distinctly sensed a loss of energy. It felt akin to the rapid depletion experienced when wielding supernatural powers, yet was more like a gentle stream flowing steadily outward. Soon, she noticed a faint green hue enveloping Mu Hongxiao's form. Gradually, his complexion appeared considerably improved, taking on a rosy glow devoid of any signs of distress. Though he remained still in the center of the courtyard, his body motionless, Lin Zhaoye, still unaccustomed to her newfound ability, could only deliver energy reluctantly. Fortunately, Mu Hongxiao did not require an overwhelming amount, sparing her from a need to provide it all at once. Before long, he ceased absorbing the energy, and the connection between them was severed. Lin Zhaoye exhaled deeply, her curiosity piqued by her novel power. She then manipulated the vine to tease others. Noting that they exhibited no discernible changes, their expressions remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of being impacted by the surge of energy. After making contact with the vine, they even presumed it had merely taken on a different temperament. Li Iha inquired of Lin Zhaoye, "Why did it take the initiative to approach me today?" Lin Zhaoye feigned innocence, shaking her head, while the hidden puppet master pretended to be oblivious, and the others remained in the dark. At that moment, Mu Hongxiao had already risen and approached Lin Zhaoye, gently squeezing the vines entwined around her. "Was it you or the vines that healed my wounds earlier?" He could sense an infusion of energy, akin to a crystal-clear spring, coursing through him during his moments of agony, guiding the chaotic fire energy within his body into a harmonious flow. The only point of contact had been the vines, and the energy that once healed his wounds was evidently different from this experience. Coupled with Lin Zhaoye's earlier consumption of the wood elemental crystal water, he boldly speculated the connection. Indeed, nothing could remain concealed from him. Lin Zhaoye nodded, admitting, "I still cannot fully control it." As the two conversed in hushed tones, the others exhibited no reaction, showing no signs of an impending escalation. Lin Zhaoye felt no disappointment. Although she had expended a considerable amount of crystal cores, she had acquired the long-desired supernatural ability, rendering the investment worthwhile. Furthermore, while others had consumed the crystal water without evolving their powers, the accumulation of energy within their bodies was not in vain. The others exchanged glances, seemingly realizing that, apart from Mu Hongxiao, no one else had advanced their abilities. Wang Jiahui, who had refrained from drinking the crystal water, was the most curious about the others' experiences. "What reactions did everyone have after drinking the crystal water?" she asked, her entire being frozen in astonishment, her eyes wide with wonder. Chapter 115. News. Their gazes converged upon Su Yuan, who appeared somewhat dazed at that moment. Although his expression remained largely neutral, there was a subtle peculiarity that emanated from his calm demeanor. The others dared not disturb him. Only Lin Zhaoye, utilizing her extraordinary abilities, directed her will to guide energy towards him. Stealthily, she approached and made contact with his body. It felt as though her energy had become ensnared, unable to escape. After much effort, she finally mastered the use of this unique power, which felt entirely different from her previous life. The energy successfully detached from Su Yuan's form. By this time, Su Yuan had nearly regained his composure. His gaze shifted from a state of vacancy to clarity. Upon noticing the others fixated on him, he couldn't help but smile. He had just reached the third tier. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the presence of two individuals at the third tier indeed imparted a distinct atmosphere. Lin Zhaoye observed that while everyone else was in high spirits, Zuyi's mood was rather bleak. He maintained a stoic expression, but after years of familiarity, Lin Zhaoye recognized that Zuyi was troubled. Perhaps it stemmed from his desire to continue protecting his uncle, yet his abilities had not kept pace, leaving him somewhat disheartened. As they watched the two serious figures engaged in a grave discussion, the mood among the others similarly darkened. The Yunzhong base, a large facility established in the heart of the nation, was currently under the command of Thunder, whose father, a close friend of the base leader, was also a wealthy supporter, Su Weiwa. Su Qingfeng had long been aware that Lin Zhaoye had gifted Xingxing a backpack, which he cherished like a precious treasure, indifferent to its contents. When Su Xingxing finally found a place she deemed secure to unpack her belongings, she rummaged through all the cigarettes, calculating the preferences of various uncles and elders, aiming to curry favor for an outing. The farther she could distance herself from Su Qingfeng, the better. As she sifted through the items, she discovered a hidden compartment in the backpack. Upon opening it, she uncovered a folded note. 15 full moons, the gate of darkness opens. Space fractures, zombies roam. Such an enigmatic statement instinctively struck her as ominous. Lin Zhaoye was not the type to jest about serious matters. Although their acquaintance had been brief, many were drawn to her presence, and Su Xingxing held a high regard for Lin Zhaoye's credibility. Clutching the note, she was uncertain about her next steps until the perspiration in her palms rendered the paper thoroughly damp, prompting her to resolve her dilemma. She dashed toward the central base. sprinting up to the 6th floor, bursting through the door, and exclaiming, "Dad, look at this. It's sensational news." He often made a ruckus, and the other occupants of the office had grown accustomed to his antics, never truly believing it to be of grave importance. Yet, Su Weihua took the note from her, and upon reading its contents, his expression shifted dramatically. "Who gave you this note?" He stood up, his hands pressing against the desk, wide-eyed with fury as he interrogated Su Xingxing. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Su Xingxing was taken aback by the question. He had only just discovered the information and promptly brought it to him, but he did not anticipate being met with such an interrogation. Su Xingxing's expression gradually turned cold. Su Qingfeng, noticing the tension between the two, quickly intervened, advising Su Weihua, "Your younger brother may have just seen it. Please do not rush him. Take your time to ask." After this gentle admonition, Su Weihua realized that his tone had been somewhat hasty. The three of them sat down to discuss the matter regarding the note thoroughly. Upon understanding the reason for Su Weihua's urgency, both children were equally astonished. The base not only housed laboratories for scientific research, but also contained a specialized department that calculated the impending disasters of the apocalypse. However, during their observations, they discovered that on the next full moon, certain elements would disintegrate. At that moment, Su Weihua wore a look of deep concern. After receiving the note, they were at a loss as to how to proceed with it. Su Xingxing fidgeted with the note in his hand, the written words already elucidating how the predictions had come to fruition. The fabric of space tearing apart, zombies rampaging. He then handed the note back to Su Weihua, saying, "You should show this to Uncle Lei Tang. He will take the necessary precautions." After passing him the note, Xingxing abruptly stood up, exclaiming, "I have matters to attend to. I must leave now." His demeanor suggested a desire to escape. Knowing his son well, Su Weihua exchanged a glance with Su Qingfeng, who understood his intentions immediately. Two individuals approached Su Xingxing. One called out to her, while the other struck her with a swift blow, leaving her limp in Su Qingfeng's embrace, unconscious. He was certainly on a quest to find the person who had given him the note. Given his ability to articulate such thoughts, he must possess his own strengths. It would be perilous for Xingxing to venture outside, as her life would be in jeopardy. Su Qingfeng wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment. Lin Zhaoye indeed bore something of significance, and it was highly likely that she had provided the note to Xingxing. Not only had she supplied us with resources, but she had also conveyed a crucial message. The value of these crystal cores was undeniable. The two conferred on their future strategies. Initially, they had no intention of acknowledging the nascent force. However, due to Lin Zhaoye's remarkable prowess, they resolved to make every effort to win her over. Meanwhile, upon receiving news at the Thunder Base, Mu Hongxiao was also informed a message through their department's exclusive frequency. The information was acknowledged and under verification. Wang Yin. This was a frequency known to him and a select few others. After Lin Zhaoye had warned him of impending troubles, he had conferred with her, both sharing the hope that humanity could endure. Naturally, she agreed to allow him to disseminate the message. Any advance warning would encourage greater caution and facilitate humanity's survival. However, the condition for relaying the message was clear. Lin Zhaoye's identity must remain concealed. Mu Hongxiao was committed to safeguarding her. Now that the information had reached someone, the question of its authenticity was beyond Mu Hongxiao's control. As time grew increasingly constricted, the looming concerns regarding forthcoming events began to erode the psychological defenses of the few informed individuals. Until the early hours of the 15th day of the lunar month, Lin Zhaoye subtly hinted to everyone that the night had been rather tumultuous and that precautions needed to be heightened. Her calm demeanor and solemn expression conveyed the seriousness of her intentions. Lin Zhaoye's words undoubtedly foretold significant developments. That night, it was Lin Zhaoye who kept vigil, and after the others departed, she deliberately chose to retain Wang Jiahui by her side. The weapons were kept close at hand, as the likelihood of an incident occurring that night seemed minimal. The true confrontation awaited them in the daylight hours ahead. Thus, they could find solace. Lin Zhaoye gently patted the hands that were tightly clasped in hers, and an unspoken understanding lingered between them. Even though Lin Zhaoye had reassured everyone about the low probability of an incident that night, apart from the comfort provided to Wang Jiahui, the rest remained restless and troubled, tossing and turning through the night. Eventually, as dawn's light began to break, Lin Zhaoye, having kept watch over her companions throughout the night, found herself dozing off on the sofa just as they began to awaken. Chapter 116. Her supernatural ability could not be classified as a conventional wood-type power. Rather, it allowed her to effortlessly control an entire vine with merely a sliver of energy. She had experimented with the fruit trees in the yard, but her connection to other plants was merely one of affinity, lacking the freedom of control she possessed over the vines. Throughout the night, she utilized the vines as her eyes, exploring the surroundings with trepidation, fearful that a horde of zombies might descend upon a hidden corner unnoticed. Despite her current ability level being mid-first tier, the power she could wield surpassed those of an ordinary second tier, which could be seen as compensation for her late awakening. The atmosphere was tense among the crowd, and as the afternoon wore on, no unusual activity occurred. Lin Zhaoye estimated that by this time, numerous spatial rifts had likely appeared in various locations, allowing a horde of zombies to descend from the sky. Fortunately, this area remained safe for the moment. Yet the more tranquil it seemed, the more vigilance was required. It was destined to be a sleepless night. On the night of the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, by 9 o'clock, the sky had turned pitch black, and astonishingly, the moon had inexplicably transformed into a shade of blue overnight. The crowd gazed upward in awe at this spectacle. As they were lost in wonder, they noticed a stirring in the lower right quadrant of the moon. Suddenly, a pair of grayish-blue hands materialized before them, as if tearing through the sky in front of the moon, revealing a void deeper and darker than the night itself. Observing this phenomenon, Lin Zhaoye immediately launched a firework as a warning signal, alerting everyone in the villa complex at the time for battle was nigh. The firework erupted in the air, its gentle glow lingering long after, illuminating a small expanse. Bathed in the light of the firework, the crowd gained clarity on the celestial marvel above. The hand was connected to a thin, elongated arm that waved as if sounding a trumpet, summoning the army of the undead. A zombie, emaciated and resembling a mere stick, was the first to breach the black hole, plummeting downward under the influence of gravity. Due to the distance, they could only faintly hear a muffled thud emanating from the northeast. Everyone is acutely aware of the adage that what appears large from a distance may be deceptively small. This gaunt zombie looming in the sky promised immense calamity upon its descent to the ground. As this emaciated creature plummeted from the heavens, it seemed to unleash Pandora's box. With zombies of all shapes and sizes, some corpulent, others slender, tumbling forth from the breach. With each one that fell, a shiver of dread coursed through the onlookers. Like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, this macabre descent continued for a full 5 minutes before it ceased, the gaping tear in the sky gradually mending. The horizon was cloaked in darkness, rendering the recent horrors nearly invisible. Yet, the witnesses could not deny the terrifying spectacle they had just beheld. Silence enveloped them as they processed the imminent threat. Lin Zhaoye, clutching her abdomen and nervously twisting the hem of her garment, seldom ventured out to confront zombies due to her pregnancy, preferring to hone her skills at home or in the lab, where she researched weaponry. Now, confronted by such an array of grotesque, towering figures, the prospect of these zombies besieging their villa community was unfathomable. Many shared her apprehension, realizing that what had seemed considerable from above would only grow more formidable upon landing. Panic ensued as screams erupted and chaos ensued, leaving the crowd in disarray. Even those closest to her bore expressions of distress, their gazes shifting anxiously toward Lin Zhaoye. Lin Zhaoye had encountered the spectacle of the sky being torn apart before. Yet this was the first time she witnessed such colossal zombies descending from above. Previously, the male black hole would release a multitude of first-tier zombies, and the spatial rift would remain open for as long as half an hour. However, this time, the rift closed within a mere 5 minutes, indicating that the strength of the zombies they faced was formidable. Based on distance calculations, these zombies had arrived in this vicinity no more than 1 or 2 hours ago. With a pale face, Lin Zhaoye addressed the group, stating, "These zombies are at least second tier, and the very first one that appeared is likely at least third tier. Only Mu Hongxiao and Su Yuan had successfully advanced to the third tier among them. She meticulously analyzed the current situation, her words deliberate yet calm, gradually soothing the anxieties of those around her. As they listened to her comprehensive plans, the group found a sense of direction, and others began to gather, prepared to heed Lin Zhaoye's leadership. During the establishment of their small base, many had hesitated to join forces with her, but now, in the face of adversity, they found themselves lacking a guiding figure, and Lin Zhaoye emerged as the unequivocal leader. Mu Hongxiao looked at this articulate and astute girl before him, a wave of pride swelling within him. Lin Zhaoye cared little for whether others had once stood against her. What mattered now was their collective strength in combating the zombies. Initially, she had thought this remote location would be spared from a large-scale zombie assault, yet she was surprised to find that while the numbers were not overwhelming, the quality of the zombies was indeed commendable. They were of remarkably high caliber. According to her arrangement, they first needed to energize all the high-voltage power lines surrounding the villa, reorganize their ranks at various sentry positions, and dispatch swift-footed youths to the front lines to keep watch and relay the latest updates. Lin Zhaoye, under the cover of night, led a group of Earth-type ability users to excavate deep trenches around the villa complex, effectively filtering out a portion of zombies unable to traverse these barriers. Any zombie that fell into these pits would meet a grim fate, as Lin Zhaoye had doused the perimeter with oil and placed numerous flammable and explosive items within, eagerly awaiting the moment a zombie would ignite the oil, further exacerbated by the fire-type ability users' attacks, which proved quite effective against second to third-tier zombies. As for those capable of leaping over the trenches to launch direct assaults, Lin Zhaoye had made corresponding preparations. Many elderly, women, and children had already been settled in several villas near Lin Zhaoye's residence, secure by his system's barriers, which offered significantly greater safety and sturdiness than the outer defenses. Meanwhile, the younger individuals stood guard outside, constantly scouting the movements of the zombies. Humanity could not afford to remain idle. Otherwise, the zombies would evolve, and humans would gradually lose their courage to confront the challenge. As for the matter of the bomb shelters, Lin Zhaoye had no intention of disclosing this information for the time being. Should they learn of an escape route, some would undoubtedly choose to retreat without a fight. A continuous retreat would only embolden the zombies further. Thus, they had no choice but to fight to the last, igniting their latent potential to engage in a vigorous struggle against the undead. Of course, this situation did not imply that Lin Zhaoye wished for humanity to perish in this war. In urgent circumstances, she would opt to inform everyone of a retreat space and employ an energy shield to ensure their safety during the withdrawal. The previously dispatched psychics swiftly located the landing site of the zombies, approximately 10 kilometers away. The earlier reconnaissance indicated that, within a radius of several kilometers, apart from the villa district, there were no substantial human settlements. Thus, their trajectory was directed towards this location. The war was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 117. Confrontation. Xiao Yi. 5 kilometers is hardly a matter of half an hour for these zombies. What do they look like, and how many are there? At this moment, it was imperative to swiftly comprehend the enemy's situation ahead. Fortunately, the scout was rather astute. Upon discovering their movements, he recorded a video. Through the footage, Lin Zhaoye quickly discerned the characteristics of the leading zombies, enabling him to estimate their numbers and abilities. The foremost zombie was the one that initially tore open the spatial rift, flanked by 2 others, one on the left and one on the right. The first was robust like a barrel, its thunderous footsteps resonating as it ran, while the other possessed a normal physique, muscular yet notably diminutive in stature. Due to the encroaching darkness, they refrained from illuminating their surroundings to avoid alarming the enemy. The footage Lin Zhaoye observed was shrouded in shadows, presenting indistinct images. Despite their diligent efforts to analyze, they could not ascertain any distinctive supernatural abilities. The absence of a large horde of zombies behind them suggests that these 3 are either the most formidable among their kind or merely weaker sentinels. Serving as scouts for the undead army, Lin Zhaoye raised his gaze to the gathered crowd and made a decisive choice. Rather than waiting passively for an attack, it would be more prudent to confront the enemy head-on. Is there anyone willing to join me in slaying these zombies? Upon hearing this, many stepped forward enthusiastically to volunteer. They had long yearned for a decisive battle, having retreated time and again, their frustrations boiling over. For the sake of our families, I am ready to fight. Count me in, I must be included. The air was charged with fervor, as numerous individuals had previously embarked on missions prioritizing safety, believing that sometimes it was unwise to engage in a reckless confrontation. The accumulated grievances of the past erupted on this day. Observing the crowd's fervent spirit, Lin Zhaoye felt a deep sense of satisfaction. They had not been cowed by the so-called formidable foe. Courage is often the first step toward resolving issues. Lin Zhaoye and Li Yihe took stock of those willing to join the fray, ultimately selecting 10 individuals to accompany him. Mu Hongxiao, concerned for her safety and eager to participate, was halted. There are not many left at home. You must keep a watchful eye on them, as they may be vulnerable to ambush. You know how much I trust you. Their words were few, yet all their emotions were encapsulated within those 2 brief sentences: trust in their beloved and acknowledgement of his prowess. Once everyone had assembled, Lin Zhaoye turned to glance at Mu Hongxiao's final page before leading them outward without a trace of reluctance. Mu Hongxiao stood rooted in place, mustering all his strength to restrain his feet from following, acutely aware that ahead lay the battlefield, while behind, someone was needed to safeguard their home. The team hastened with utmost speed and lightness of foot into the woods, positioning themselves approximately 3 kilometers from the villa cluster. From a distance, the shadows of the zombies could already be discerned. Among them were numerous earth element ability users, who had long been assigned tasks by Lin Zhaoye to dig small pits along the path of the approaching zombies. Each pit spanned around 3 to 5 square meters and was 2 to 3 meters deep, accompanied by 2 steel element ability users, who placed spikes measuring 40 to 50 centimeters within the earthworks. The night vision of these zombies was not particularly keen. They could only pursue humans primarily due to their acute sense of smell, drawn toward the scent of the living. As the ability users excavated the pits from a distance, the fresh scent of blood tantalized the air, causing several zombies to exhibit heightened excitement and increased speed. Several earth element ability users quickly retreated while simultaneously setting traps above. The zombies, standing no taller than 2 to 3 meters, would find themselves ensnared should one fall into a pit. Apart from the steel-skinned zombies, the more fragile ones would undoubtedly be impaled by the spikes, and once ensnared, escape would be impossible. Although this battle did not result in a direct confrontation, the strategy of indirectly wearing down the enemy proved to be a commendable choice. Some individuals ventured afar to dig pits for traps, while others busied themselves nearby. Lin Zhaoye, accompanied by several wood elemental abilities users, wove multiple nets in the vicinity. Should a zombie inadvertently trigger the mechanism of their trap, the net would ensnare it, hoisting it into the trees. The aim was not to permanently confine them, but rather to restrict their movements temporarily. The effectiveness of their weapons would ultimately determine the outcome. This time, Lin Zhaoye had brought an array of weapons from Lin Zhaoye, ranging from lightweight crossbows to larger artillery, ensuring a diverse arsenal at their disposal. Should they succeed in eliminating these 3 zombies, the safety of the villa cluster would be significantly enhanced, and the traps laid along the route would also serve as formidable obstacles for the advancing horde. In the distance, a rhythmic thudding echoed, the unmistakable sound of zombies approaching, their footsteps devoid of stealth. Soon, 2 zombies appeared before them, eliciting a sense of relief. One less zombie meant a reduction in the pressure they had to face. Lin Zhaoye scrutinized the scene and recognized the small, muscular zombie ensnared in the trap, while the other 2 stood before them. Silence enveloped the group as they awaited the inevitable entrapment. 3, 2, 1. The leading, elongated zombie inadvertently stepped into the vine-woven net, prompting the wood elemental users to activate their abilities, lifting the net high into the trees. The zombie thrashed in a futile attempt to escape, only for an arm to emerge from the confines of the net. Before departing, Lin Zhaoye conferred with the vine and severed a vine approximately 1 meter in length from its offshoot, bringing along. As soon as the zombie was suspended, she deftly manipulated the vine, wrapping it securely around the creature's waist twice. Upon witnessing its companion suddenly take flight, another zombie, presumably one endowed with intelligence, refrained from charging directly at the multitude before it. Instead, it halted, leading to a tense standoff between the two factions. The bound zombie struggled futilely within the web of vines, momentarily disregarded as they concentrated on the more formidable foe that had not fallen into their trap. This particular zombie was robust, towering nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with a breadth of about 3 feet. Faced with such a hulking adversary, the group was eager to engage in battle. Lin Zhaoye was confident that their numbers, exceeding a dozen, would suffice to subdue it, thus refraining from interfering with their forthcoming actions and allowing them to select their methods of attack freely. The first to strike was a steel attribute ability user known for their formidable offensive capabilities. Their power allowed them to transform into steel weaponry for assault, and the initial onslaught was delivered in an instant, aimed directly at the zombie's vital head. The sound of clanging steel echoed, yet the zombie emerged virtually unscathed. Observing this, Lin Zhaoye immediately deduced that it was a steel-type zombie. The others, not lacking in acumen, swiftly adapted their strategy upon realizing the ineffectiveness of the first round of attacks. At this moment, the vice-captain of the Cold Moon Squad, Xiao Yezi, made his entrance. He was the one typically responsible for charging the power banks, an adept wielder of lightning abilities. Faced with the ironclad zombie, he was eager to take action. A delicate bolt of lightning descended upon the creature, momentarily rendering it dazed. It shook its plump face, causing its 3-layered chin to quiver uncontrollably. Alternating its arms, it pounded its chest, the sound of metal colliding resonating loudly, unsettling the ears of those nearby. A fire-wielding ability user, curious to test his powers, ignited a flame upon the zombie's body. The creature flailed wildly, producing a cacophony of slapping flesh and clashing metal, indicating that this particular zombie was of a lower tier. It had not yet achieved complete ionization. Observing its movements closely, the group noted that its upper body was significantly more metallic, while its lower half remained flesh. Lin Zhaoye advised them to target its lower body with steel-based attacks. Greenish blood splattered across the surroundings, tainting the earth. The zombie, now unable to move freely, defiantly swung its upper body. Its grotesque visage contorted in rage as it bared its gaping maw toward the group. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yezi conjured 2 larger bolts of lightning, primarily yellow with a hint of lavender trailing behind, and launched them forcefully toward the creature's head. The leading edge of the lightning made contact with the zombie's cranium, eliciting a shriek of struggle from the creature. The trailing and swiftly penetrated its skull, and the zombie, engulfed by the lightning, had its skin charred to a deep black, emitting wisps of white smoke. The zombie seemed disoriented by Xiao Yi's electric assault, its cognitive functions momentarily disrupted, causing a cessation of all other actions. The air crackled with the persistent sound of electricity coursing through its frame. Abruptly, the zombie emitted a belch, a movement so forceful that it exacerbated the extensive charring of its skin. This single convulsion rent open at least 70 of its epidermis, revealing putrescent flesh beneath. Though the muscles remained remarkably firm, their color was unsettling. Driven by a desire for swift resolution, Xiao Yezi conjured another bolt of lightning, obliterating the exposed, hardened flesh into fragmented pieces. Thus, this particular zombie met its end in a chaotic melee led by Xiao Yezi and supported by the others. Having dispatched it, the focus shifted to the one suspended in the tree. "Release it," Lin Zhaoye commanded. A wood elemental adept lowered the net, whereupon the zombie, its lower body unresponsive, abruptly opened its maw. From within, it launched a volley of 7 or 8 water droplet projectiles, striking several individuals nearby. Fortunately, most managed to evade the assault, save for one whose delayed reaction resulted in a glancing blow to the arm. The projectile embedded itself deeply into the tree behind him. The suddenness of this attack, originating directly from the zombie's mouth, raised concerns about potential viral contamination, causing palpable anxiety among the group. Despite possessing only second-tier strength, these 2 zombies faced a collaborative effort from over a dozen individuals, leading Lin Zhaoye to maintain confidence in their ability to subdue the undead creatures with relative ease. They held unwavering faith in Lin Zhaoye's words, and in an instant, the frail zombie was adorned with an array of peculiar weapons, letting out a roar before succumbing. A designated team approached to collect the crystal cores of the two zombies, while Lin Zhaoye had already taken control of the golden vines. Releasing the ensnared zombie to seek the injured person's arm, Lin Zhaoye endeavored to command the vines to absorb any potential zombie virus, only to be met with resistance from the 1-meter-long vine. Thus, she patiently guided the vine to draw upon her own energy, gently touching it before making contact with the wound. To her astonishment, the area she had touched began to heal gradually. The gushing blood that once flowed so fiercely began to clot. Lin Zhaoye was taken aback by her newfound ability. She had always believed her power lay in controlling the vines, yet she had not realized that she could also heal the zombie virus, akin to the vines themselves. "Come here for a moment." Lin Zhaoye called the injured individual over, and upon closer inspection, she recognized the child who had first encountered the wooden zombie and provided them with bullets. The child's arm was in excruciating pain, with parts of the flesh already turning a ghastly gray, a testament to the corruption wrought by the zombie virus. Yet, not a single tear fell from the child's eyes, nor did they utter a word of pain. "Can it still be cured? I have one last bullet left unused." She smiled reassuringly, comforting Lin Zhaoye with her words. "Do not feel sorrow. I have finally fulfilled my father's dying wish by vanquishing many zombies. I have avenged my mother." Lin Zhaoye observed her as she muttered to herself, playfully giving her a light tap on the head, leaving the child momentarily stunned. With a look of innocent grievance directed at Lin Zhaoye, she was met with a softened tone. "Trust me, you will be able to vanquish even more zombies in the future." Lin Zhaoye then harnessed her extraordinary ability, channeling her energy to envelop the child's wound. A soothing sensation washed over the injury, alleviating all pain. Gradually, the wound transformed from a bluish-gray hue to a healthy human color, ceasing to bleed or hurt. In just a minute or two, the skin was restored to its pristine state, revealing no trace of the previous injury. Lin Zhaoye affectionately patted the child's head, stating, "I did not summon you out. Stay put in the villa. You're not allowed to sneak out." Chapter 119. The army. Lin Zhaoye's words were not meant to genuinely reproach the child. She merely wished for the little one to embrace a sense of carefree innocence, much like other children, and to relish in the protection offered by adults. The burdens of hatred she carried were far too heavy, inviting greater dangers in her path. "Sister Zhaoye, here's a crystal core for you." The individual approaching was specifically tasked with extracting zombie crystal cores. He presented 2 cores to Lin Zhaoye. One was transparent, while the other was of the steel type. "Whoever slays the most zombies today will receive all these crystal cores as a reward. You can exchange them with me for supplies later." The bodies of the zombies had been completely incinerated, save for the steel-infused portions resulting from their powers. The bodies of 2 zombies had been incinerated by a fire-based ability user. The parts that had undergone steel-like transformation could not be entirely reduced to ash by someone of this fire wielder's caliber, necessitating the excavation of a small pit for burial. Acknowledging this, I understood that another zombie remained ahead. Furthermore, reports had surfaced indicating that both of these zombies bore the same floral emblem. In her past life, Lin Zhaoye had been aware of the mark on them. Hence, she did not dwell on it, but instead issued a command to eliminate the other zombie. Upon hearing her directive, the assembled individuals promptly organized their equipment, forming a line in anticipation of her instructions. Lin Zhaoye cast a glance at the smallest child at the very end of the line, signaling towards the forward direction. The squad set off in an orderly manner, sprinting cheerfully towards that point. Approximately 500 or 600 meters away, they discovered the zombie that had fallen into the pit, thrashing furiously at the bottom. This particular zombie, a fire type, had been wounded in the pit and was filled with rage, its powers flaring wildly. The surrounding grass had already ignited, prompting Lin Zhaoye to hastily dispatch someone to extinguish the small blaze, fearing it might escalate. Ironically, the zombie's extensive use of its abilities had rendered the iron spikes created by the steel manipulators exceedingly hot. When Lin Zhaoye peered down to assess the situation, she was met with the unexpected aroma of roasted meat. It seemed this creature had inadvertently cooked itself. Observing the zombie, Lin Zhaoye noted its strength was merely at the first or second tier. Thus she refrained from engaging, waiting instead for others to hone their skills. After she departed from the edge of the pit, the others swiftly converged, unleashing a flurry of blows upon it. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye was not idle either. He ventured nearby to assess the surroundings. The three zombies posed little threat, clearly mere minions within the horde. Based on the timeline, it was evident that the main contingent of zombies would soon arrive. Lin Zhaoye cautiously scouted ahead and spotted several additional zombies emerging from the trees. It appeared that a vanguard was being sent forth to scout the area. More zombies, perhaps 3 or 5, would soon follow, granting them a precious opportunity to set additional traps. Excellent. The earlier zombies proved to be rather feeble, succumbing to mere prods. One could only hope that the forthcoming zombies would present a greater challenge. Lin Zhaoye smiled, for indeed, stronger zombies were on the horizon. The forthcoming adversaries would likely be more formidable, making the traps they set now all the more invaluable. Some team members hurried to the front to keep watch, while others busied themselves with preparations. Drawing upon the intelligence gathered from his earlier reconnaissance, Lin Zhaoye promptly adjusted the dimensions of the traps. As the team regrouped, they retreated swiftly, poised for the impending catch. Scattered across various vantage points, they awaited the approach of the zombies. Each time, they heard a distant splash. Their hearts leapt with joy, a testament that some zombies had indeed taken a bait. A wave of 8 zombies now approached, and from Lin Zhaoye's previous tally, 3 had fallen into the pit, unable to escape. She glanced at each of the zombies, estimating that they were roughly at the second tier, allowing everyone to utilize their abilities to dispatch them. Just as they were reveling in their kills, Lin Zhaoye brought Xiao Yezi out. You stay here and keep a watchful eye. If any zombies exhibit unusual behavior, act swiftly. I will proceed ahead to eliminate the other zombies. We must remain vigilant, as other waves may approach. Lin Zhaoye was aware that Xiao Yezi was an imminent third-tier ability user. Yet he had been unable to find a suitable crystal core for his powers, which had prevented him from participating in the recent skirmishes. He could easily challenge these zombies one-on-one, but he refrained from displaying his true strength, allowing others to gain experience. Trusting him to oversee the group, Lin Zhaoye ventured alone to inspect the situation with the other zombies. Among the 3 zombies in the pit, one was nearing the third tier. It was attempting to leverage its hands to escape. Such agile movements indicated a higher level of ability. Naturally, she seized the opportunity to strike decisively. With a forceful kick, she struck its brain, only to discover that the crystal core, which was close to the third tier, had sustained some damage when she went to collect it. This revelation saddened Lin Zhaoye deeply, prompting her to swiftly eliminate the other 2 zombies as well. Having already dealt with over a dozen zombies, the night was still young, and many more awaited their turn to appear. The recently fallen horde of zombies descended for a full 5 minutes, with their numbers not merely reaching 300 or 500, but rather comprising a couple of hundred at most. They had only managed to vanquish approximately 1/10 of them, and the night ahead promised to be long and sleepless. Lin Zhaoye, bold and skilled, pressed forward alone. Whether it could be deemed fortunate was uncertain. What she truly encountered this time was a formidable army of the undead. Zombies of all varieties staggered towards her, and none appeared to be grotesquely disfigured. Each one was robustly muscular, a stark contrast to the emaciated one she had previously encountered by the roadside. The majority of these zombies were of the second and third tiers, and as she gazed further, the horizon remained elusive. However, it was not difficult to surmise that the third-tier zombies were likely leading the charge, with the possibility of fourth or even fifth-tier zombies lurking behind them. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Zhaoye made her decision. Fortunately, she had brought along some artillery shells. She resolved to impart a lesson to these zombies first. Adjusting her angle on the spot, she fired a shell into the fray. The projectile soared forth successfully, and Lin Zhaoye was not one to linger in combat. She understood that single-handedly combating such a multitude was futile. Her strategy would resemble guerrilla warfare, striking here, then there. Thus, She unleashed another shell in one location before swiftly retreating to a nearby position, repeating her tactic with 2 additional shells. Regardless of whether the shells detonated or how many zombies were injured, Lin Zhaoye remained indifferent, continuously shifting her artillery's position to elude detection while simultaneously inflicting harm upon the relentless horde. Chapter 120. The Girl in the Distance. The sound of artillery explosions resonated through the woods, startling the others. However, Xiao Yi quickly discerned that it was Lin Zhaoye who had caused the commotion, likely having encountered other zombies and engaging them in combat. He reassured everyone, saying, "It's Sister Zhaoye fighting the zombies. Let's swiftly finish our tasks, and then we shall go to support her." "All right, it will be done shortly." Once everyone gathered, Xiao Yi, acting as the temporary commander, addressed the group. "You must have heard the cannon fire. It is Sister Zhaoye attacking the zombies, and there must be quite a number of them. While ensuring your own safety, do proceed to support her." The group, with grave expressions, brandished their weapons and hastened toward the battlefield, the only sound between them being the heavy breaths of exertion. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhaoye had launched no fewer than 15 or 16 shells, each capable of claiming the lives of 2 or 3 zombies. Although this horde numbered merely over 100, the cacophony of their pursuit of Lin Zhaoye was thunderous, allowing her to retreat based on the sounds. Simultaneously, this facilitated Xiao Yi and the others in pinpointing their positions to locate Lin Zhaoye, despite their stationary defense. The zombies relentlessly pursued Lin Zhaoye, driven by the instinctive enmity born from the lives they had lost to her. They possessed a certain animosity value, enabling them to target individuals based on their distinct sense. As Lin Zhaoye faced his adversaries, it was evident that even if an entire squad stood equidistant, the creatures would prioritize their pursuit of him. With the squads positioned even further away, Lin Zhaoye became their primary target. Fully aware of this, he swiftly sought out Xiao Yi and the others before they could close in. 3 individuals per group. "Come here to collect a shell," Lin Zhaoye proclaimed, unveiling a map and gesturing for each group leader to identify their respective locations. Upon reaching their designated areas, they would signal with fireworks. Remember, after the first group launches their shell, the second group must wait 3 to 5 seconds before their launch, followed by the third group with the same interval, until all 5 groups have completed their launches. Then, the first group will commence again. Do you understand? Lin Zhaoye's gaze meticulously scanned each face, anxious that any confusion could attract the attention of the entire horde of zombies. Survival was not a guarantee for any group under such circumstances. Understood. Each member grasped the significance of teamwork in the impending endeavor. Once they had secured their shells, they hurried to their designated positions. While they raced to their spots, Lin Zhaoye continued to deploy smoke grenades around the throng of zombies, creating a diversion. Once all groups had reached their assigned locations, the formal attack commenced. This method of engaging from a distance, diverting the attention of the foes, could aptly be described as kite flying. This method allows for the safe elimination of certain zombies. However, it is regrettable that the zombies struck by artillery fire may not possess intact crystal cores. Nevertheless, when faced with a multitude of zombies, the crystal cores are not the foremost priority. Extermination is. Each group is equipped with 10 shells, and, as they had just discharged 5 or 6 rounds, Lin Zhaoye noticed a peculiar shift within the horde. It was evident that they were gravitating towards Group 3, with her standing precisely between Groups 3 and 4. Lin Zhaoye swiftly launched a flare, signaling the cessation of the kite-flying strategy. Upon receiving the signal, the various groups commenced their convergence towards Group 1, which was situated approximately 3 to 4 kilometers directly opposite the villa complex. During the assembly, Lin Zhaoye remained stationary, opting to temporarily divert the attention of the remaining zombies. Within the horde, only about 40 to 50 zombies were left, a number significantly lower than her initial expectations. However, each of these lingering zombies was of at least Tier 3. Tier 2 zombies could be swiftly dispatched, but the emergence of Tier 3 zombies necessitated a collective effort of 3 to 5 individuals to subdue a single one, rendering them a considerable threat. Indeed, there seemed to be a commander among the zombies, an intelligent, more evolved specimen leading them towards their target. Lin Zhaoye. Their pace quickened, and she could almost hear the incessant hissing of the leading zombie. Her heart raced wildly amidst the profound silence, the only sound being the relentless thumping of her heartbeat. Suddenly, a shell descended upon the horde of zombies, exploding with a resounding boom, obliterating 3 of the creatures and sending their remnants soaring into the sky. It was the team's strategy to divert their attention in this manner. Yet, Lin Zhaoye understood the futility of this tactic. The group had fallen entirely under the dominion of a singular zombie. Once this particular undead had fixated on Lin Zhaoye as its target, the others would inevitably follow its command, regardless of the ensuing casualties. Only when the last of the zombies was vanquished would their obsession with Lin Zhaoye truly dissipate into the ether. Naturally, Lin Zhaoye would not resign herself to inaction. She continuously shifted her position to draw attention away. Her retreat was executed with precision, alternating her movements from one side to the other, ensuring that the horde remained within the artillery's range. Simultaneously, she seized the opportunity to observe the true leader among the zombie ranks. At last, while resting on a vine suspended from a tree trunk, she discerned something peculiar within the zombie collective, a particularly frail little zombie. Appearing no older than 7 or 8, it clutched a small teddy bear. This diminutive creature resembled a doll, clad in a princess dress, and as it tenderly caressed its toy, it became evident that its youthful age belied a remarkable intellect. As Lin Zhaoye drew nearer to the throng of zombies, she felt the need for further confirmation. Utilizing the vine, she swung to another tree several dozen meters away, just as the small zombie approached the very tree she had occupied moments before. Gazing up at the trembling leaves, lost in thought. A cacophony erupted among the throng of zombies as they shifted direction, resuming their pursuit of Lin Zhaoye. This time, she spotted it clearly. Indeed, it was the very one. She raised her crystal core pistol, a prized possession she had kept close since her last excursion. If she could hit that diminutive zombie from several dozen meters away, it would surely meet its demise. Lin Zhaoye entertained a macabre delight at the thought of the creature facing its reckoning. Yet her hands were not idle. They were slick with perspiration, betraying her tension. After all, regardless of the outcome, that little zombie would undoubtedly detect her presence. If she succeeded, the other zombies would be thrown into disarray. If she failed, she would be discovered and besieged. Escaping at that point would prove far more challenging than in the current moment, when they remained unaware of her whereabouts. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zhaoye steeled herself and pulled the trigger of her crystal core gun. The bullet sliced through the stillness of the night, aiming straight for the little zombie's brow. In a critical moment, the small zombie performed some unknown maneuver, and a robust, hulking zombie interposed itself before it. Alas, the crystal core round merely embedded itself within the large zombie's body, failing to penetrate, allowing the little zombie to evade catastrophe. The formidable zombie toppled backward with a resounding crash, prompting the little zombie to hastily retreat to safety. Dust billowed into the air, obscuring Lin Zhaoye's view of the unfolding scene. In her urgency, she seized the opportunity to shift to another tree using the vines, but in the process, she inadvertently dropped her crystal core pistol to the ground. With a thud, her heart plummeted alongside her weapon. The situation was dire. There was no time to retrieve it. She could only flee. However, when the smoke from the zombie horde finally dissipated and clarity returned, Lin Zhaoye fixed her gaze ahead and encountered a pair of cerulean eyes staring back at her from a distance. Chapter 121. The little bear, the child's complexion was as luminous as jade, even in its zombie form. One could discern the pampered life it once led. Before the apocalypse, it must have been cherished by its parents, raised like a princess. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, lasting but a mere second, Lin Zhaoye instinctively recognized that this was not a creature to be trifled with, sending a chill down her spine. Without hesitation, she turned and fled deeper into the vast, shadowy forest, concealing herself from sight. The distant sounds of cannon fire echoed in her ears, and despite having sprinted several hundred meters away, she still felt the weight of a gaze upon her, relentless and unyielding. The more she pondered, the more unnerving it became, prompting her to ignite a red emergency flare. As the firework ascended, Illuminating her surroundings, she caught sight of the little girl breaking away from the throng of zombies, pursuing her with singular determination. The child smiled, revealing a few wobbly baby teeth, yet the essence of innocence was overshadowed by the chilling presence of its undead nature. Lin Zhaoye could not afford to wait for the flare to fully explode. She quickly darted away, summoning every ounce of strength she had to evade the creature. She aimed her escape towards a slightly western direction of the villa cluster, ensuring that she would neither lead the zombies towards other teams nor stray too far from the safety of the villas. Lin Zhaoye remained incredulous that an adult could not outrun a mere child. Regrettably, before Lin Zhaoye could fully exhale a sigh, a diminutive figure emerged gracefully from the woods. Taking deliberate steps, the child, adorned in a delicate azure princess dress, with hair elegantly styled and cradling a teddy bear, stepped out from the shadows of the dark forest, her face illuminated by a warm smile. Lin Zhaoye held tightly onto her makeshift toothpick crossbow, her fingers tense and poised for imminent action. The child, in her tiny leather shoes, produced a sound akin to high heels, sending shivers down Lin Zhaoye's spine with each echoing step. Top! Top! Each sound resonated within her heart. It was only when the child approached to a distance of approximately 50 meters that Lin Zhaoye, startled, exclaimed, "Enough! I know you can understand me." The little zombie halted, a bewildered expression gracing her features. Upon closer inspection, Lin Zhaoye noted that only a few patches of the child's skin bore a faint ashen hue, while the rest appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary child. "What brings you here?" Lin Zhaoye pondered, recalling that in her previous life, she had only known of their arrival across various parts of the earth, yet remained oblivious to the motives behind their incursion or the entity that had summoned them. With such a small face uttering such a sorrowful statement, Lin Zhaoye found herself lacking any recollection of the term Corpse Emperor. Ultimately, in her previous existence, the prevailing narrative was that humanity's strength lay in their relentless pursuit of exterminating zombies, while in certain locales, the undead proved formidable, leading humans to fight desperately for survival. It was through the unity of various bases, the introduction of skilled individuals, and a monumental collaboration that humanity managed to thwart the zombies' attempt to conquer the earth. At that time, all the zombies that had not been slain vanished overnight, leaving no trace behind. The term vanished is used rather than slaughtered because each bore a floral mark upon their arms. Since that day, no marked zombies have been seen. "You are the flower," a small zombie suddenly uttered, placing a teddy bear on the ground beside it, and advancing step by step. Lin Zhaoye, feeling a surge of anxiety, launched a toothpick crossbow, the arrow striking the zombie's shoulder with a forceful impact. The creature merely glanced at the wound, unfazed, and continued its approach. Lin Zhaoye retreated cautiously, soon finding himself at the edge of a pit. "You are the flower, this flower." The small zombie halted, perceiving Lin Zhaoye's agitation, and felt compelled to clarify its intentions. "Look, my flower." It raised its left hand, tugging at the puffed sleeve on its right arm, yet Lin Zhaoye, wary of a sudden attack, released another crossbow bolt, which struck the very arm it had just lifted. Still, the creature remained undeterred. The arrow failed to impede its actions, and it continued to roll up its sleeve, revealing its right arm. On the upper arm, a flower bloomed, even under the pale blue moonlight. Lin Zhaoye could discern its crimson petals, partially unfurled, resembling the blossom behind her ear. Lin Zhaoye ses pupilles constricted. She was perplexed by the connection between herself and these zombies, and what relevance this collective assault on Earth bore to her. "Flower, come to you." Her words were fragmented and difficult to comprehend. "Protect you." Without waiting for her response, the little bear had already fallen into her embrace. The little girl scampered away, her shoes clattering against the ground. Her figure quickly disappeared into the darkness of the woods. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye refrained from releasing any more crossbow bolts. Cold sweat cascaded down her body as she closed her eyes and exhaled in relief. Due to a prolonged lack of replenishment, she had only 2 bolts remaining. Had the little zombie advanced any further, her only weapons would have been 2 daggers. She gazed down at the bear in her hands. It appeared unremarkable compared to the typical teddy bears that children often possess, save for a half-blooming flower on its cheek. Lin Zhaoye was reluctant to involve others in this matter, so she attempted to store the bear within her system, and to her astonishment, it succeeded. Safety was the utmost desire for everyone at that moment. Clearly, Lin Zhaoye did not disappoint Mu Hongxiao. Chapter 122. Scorpion reluctantly. They decided to split into 3 groups to search for Lin Zhaoye. Just as Mu Hongxiao was about to leave, he was ensnared by the vines. It is a well-known fact that the vines possess a certain sentience. Thus, they followed the trail of the vines to the western part of the villa area, where they indeed spotted Lin Zhaoye's figure. Everyone is very concerned about you. Please do not venture out alone next time. Rest assured, this occurrence was unexpected, and I will certainly consult with you in the future. She gently caressed the guiding vines and addressed the group, stating that the zombie threat had not been entirely neutralized, as numerous third-tier zombies still remained. For many, the third-tier zombies were mere hearsay, never before encountered. We are not afraid. Sister Xiao Yi, please organize us to slay the zombies. Their excitement was palpable, the recent victory instilling a sense of joy derived from newfound strength. Alas, Lin Zhaoye could not acquiesce to their request. Many of you are no match for them. Do not act impulsively. She stifled their yearning for battle. We shall continue to employ strategy, but this time we must form groups of at least 5 to engage a single zombie. The others gathered around her, adhering to Lin Zhaoye's directives. She deliberately pulled the youngest child aside, saying, "You are the exception. Remain here and stay safe." The others stifled their laughter, only to be silenced by Lin Zhaoye's stern gaze. "You too are not exempt. Your age does not grant you the confidence to confront a zombie alone. It is only because your abilities have reached this level that I permit you to venture forth. However, the strength of a third-tier zombie is vastly different from what you might envision. Remember, life takes precedence. If you cannot win, flee. There is no shame in retreating. Losing your life is the only true tragedy." Laughter ensued, as they understood Lin Zhaoye's intentions were for their well-being. "Rest assured, we are resilient and can certainly escape." After a brief moment of relaxation, the grouping commenced. The participants were organized based on their abilities and distinct powers, forming groups of 5, each complementing one another's skills. Red fireworks were distributed to each individual as a signal for retreat. Should any significant disturbance arise, they would deploy these signal flares to alert the other teams to hasten their withdrawal. Lin Zhaoye was acutely aware that numerous zombies lingered, waiting for the command from smaller zombie to launch an assault against them. The impending conflict would undoubtedly incur casualties, a thought that weighed heavily on her heart. Once all arrangements were meticulously made, an unexpected silence enveloped the group. They collectively cherished these final moments, even though the option to retreat was available. Each individual had prepared thoroughly, bidding farewell to their loved ones and friends, possibly for the last time. Suddenly, a scout rushed in, breathlessly relaying the current situation. Approximately 30 zombies were approaching, including a scorpion zombie. Upon hearing this, the group steeled themselves, and Lin Zhaoye issued the command. "All teams, advance." Following her directive, they surged forward. Each group found an appropriate position along the trench's edge, preparing for a stealthy ambush. Under the control of the smaller zombie, these zombies moved in an organized and disciplined manner, suggesting a formation. Consequently, the teams had devised strategies to counteract them. However, as the 30-odd zombies charged towards the villa cluster, the once orderly formation descended into utter chaos, starkly contrasting the anticipated disciplined approach. If a horde of zombies were to be controlled by a leader, it would exhibit a remarkable degree of order and strategy, yet strength would inevitably be diminished, as the need to protect the leader would impose significant limitations. In contrast, a disorganized, undisciplined group of zombies, devoid of leadership, would attack humanity with reckless abandon. Their sole desire, driven by primal instincts, is the urge to propagate, leaving no room for other motivations. Lin Zhaoye speculated that the little girl might have sustained injuries, rendering her incapable of managing the horde. Perhaps she was no longer even present. Consequently, facing such a mindless swarm of zombies necessitated a more cautious approach, as previous strategies could no longer be employed. The only viable option was to engage from a distance, employing artillery fire supplemented with supernatural abilities for range assault. If close combat became unavoidable, the general populace would be ill-equipped, and Lin Zhaoye did not advocate for others to engage directly. At that moment, they prepared to unleash a few shells from their positions. The advancing horde of zombies was led by a dozen grotesque figures, their frail bodies seemingly struggling to support their oversized heads as they rushed forward. The subsequent zombies began to take on bizarre forms, showcasing a variety of grotesque appearances. Some wielded sickles. Others were so rotund they resembled rolling spheres, while some were oddly, its forebody is relatively diminutive, measuring perhaps only 30 to 50 centimeters in length. While its posterior, the tail, rises high, brandishing a venomous appendage nearly 2 meters tall. The black venomous stinger, illuminated by the fiery explosions, appears matte and seamlessly merges with the surrounding darkness. Suddenly, a shell strikes its body, and the tail deftly swats the projectile aside. Fortunately, its aim falters, preventing the shell from being hurled into the crowd. Instead, it detonates upon lodging in a tree. Lin Zhaoye, upon noticing this, pulls Mu Hongxiao to observe the condition of this zombie. Behold that scorpion zombie. One shell proves insufficient to inflict harm upon it. Mu Hongxiao focuses intently on the creature for several seconds, finding no significant vulnerabilities. It is as impervious as a steel drum, devoid of weaknesses. Its formidable armor renders all assaults akin to mere tickling, causing no pain whatsoever. What if we were to roast it? Lin Zhaoye muses, struck by a whimsical idea, suggesting that if the scorpion's flesh is edible, it would surely be delectable. Chapter 123. Barbecue. This creature harbors a virus. Do not entertain thoughts of consumption. Mu Hongxiao had long since calculated the risks in her mind, yet the notion of roasting this scorpion remains a plausible endeavor. Currently, the horde of zombies is approximately 300 meters from their trench. Lin Zhaoye habitually calls upon Su Yuan for assistance, urging her to ignite a fire, enabling Mu Hongxiao's abilities to incinerate the zombie. Su Yuan, it's your turn. However, there was no response from the surroundings. Lin Zhaoye scanned the area and found no trace of others. Xu Yuan, where is he? Mu Hongxiao pondered for a moment and stated a fact. It seems I have not seen him today. Others also searched for Xu Yuan's whereabouts, yet no one recalled where they might have seen him earlier. Xu Yuan has vanished. It is not the time for him to make wishes. He has already reached the 3rd tier and possesses the capability to handle danger. Lin Zhaoye believed that Xu Yuan had departed of his own accord, rather than being taken away by anyone else. Without Xu Yuan's enhancement, Mu Hongxiao's abilities could only reach approximately 200 meters, a full 100 meters short of the necessary distance. As the sole 3rd-tier ability user present, he found it difficult to attack from such a range, and he feared others might struggle as well. Mu Hongxiao looked at Lin Zhaoye, contemplating for a long while before deciding to venture forth. I will go. I'm sure I can handle it, so do not worry. Lin Zhaoye was aware of his strength, yet trust aside, concern lingered. She even jested to alleviate her own tension. Let me give you a taste of flying. Crossing this chasm, they faced 33rd-tier zombies. With the chasm serving as an obstacle, there was a measure of safety, but crossing it would undoubtedly provoke a surge from the creatures. Mu Hongxiao ruffled Lin Zhaoye's hair, recognizing that he could not outwit her stubbornness and thus acquiesced. Just stay on the sidelines. I will take care of the rest. The two utilized the abilities of others to bridge the gap, successfully traversing the trench. Upon the sight of two individuals rushing toward them, the zombies descended into a frenzied state. However, shielded by the barrage of gunfire, these sentient undead exhibited an instinctive awareness of the peril ahead, scattering to evade the onslaught. Only a few deranged zombies pursued the pair. The first of these was a creature whose left hand had morphed into a scythe. It wielded its 1-meter-long scythe arm with an air of ferocity, covering a distance of 5 to 6 meters in a single swift motion, significantly closing the gap between them. This transformed zombie, with its formidable scythe, presented a dire threat. The only recourse was to seize the opportunity and attempt to eliminate it before it could close in. Lin Zhaoye grasped the vine tightly, intending to discern the erratic movements of the zombie to predict its next position, thus allowing her to ensnare it. She mentally calculated the few points where it had evaded moments prior, her ability intertwining with the vine. In a flash, Lin Zhaoye acted decisively, accurately anticipating the next appearance of the scythe zombie. As the vine, under her control, approached the creature, she ensnared it completely, binding it securely. With a forceful tug, the monstrous scythe zombie found itself helplessly restrained, its sharp scythe arm unable to sever the vine. Mu Hongxiao held his breath, concentrating intently as he wove his ability into a binding cord, closely intertwining it with the points where the scythe zombie was secured by the vine. The zombie relentlessly ground against the vines with its strengths, yet, bolstered by Lin Zhaoye's extraordinary abilities, its struggles proved futile. The vines continued to bind its form tightly, while another fiery serpent incessantly scorched both its body and spirit. In a mere span of seconds, Lin Zhaoye detected the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. Perhaps due to her prolonged deprivation of fresh grilled delicacies, the scent stirred within her a longing for sustenance. Although her thoughts meandered through a chaotic landscape of desires, her hands remained deftly occupied. She retrieved the recently replenished toothpick crossbow and forcefully pinned the exposed feet and legs of the zombie to the ground. Suddenly, she lifted her crossbow and unleashed 2 bolts towards the distance. The powerful projectiles pierced through the target's body, securing it to a tree. A plump zombie, caught unawares, had no chance to launch an ambush before Lin Zhaoye seized control over its movements. The restrained scythe-wielding zombie was left for Mu Hongxiao to handle, while Lin Zhaoye concentrated on her current adversary. Her blade seemed ineffective against the zombie, as its high defensive capabilities rendered her strikes insufficient to breach its guard. Resolutely, she stepped back and retrieved the upgraded crystal core gun she had recently acquired from Lin Zhaoye, capable of firing second-tier crystal cores that would yield effects commensurate with their rank. The only drawback was its effective range of less than 100 meters. Yet this posed no significant challenge given the present circumstances. Let us see how this new product performs, Lin Zhaoye declared, loading a second-tier crystal core into the chamber and taking aim at the zombie for a decisive shot to its head. The plum creature was swiftly dispatched. Fortunately, the upgraded firearm proved effective. Even when employing a second-tier crystal core against third-tier zombies, headshots were effortlessly achieved. Lin Zhaoye recognized the formidable nature of this weapon and embarked on a protracted career of ambush. She first targeted a few seemingly vulnerable zombies, granting them no chance as her gun was aimed at their necks. The wounds inflicted upon these necks were considerable, simultaneously damaging the spinal nerves, rendering their upper bodies nearly incapable of movement. Consequently, the zombies with shattered necks could only collapse to the ground, futilely attempting to elevate their bodies with their legs, akin to a fish stranded on shore, initially thrashing but ultimately surrendering to despair. While Lin Zhaoye reveled in her zombie-slaying spree, on another front, Mu Hongxiao was concluding his battle against the scythe-wielding zombies. He meticulously extracted the crystal cores, placing them securely in his pocket, and gathered the vines that had bound the zombies, untouched by his fiery abilities. Despite having ascended to a third-tier ability user, the blazing flames could not fully incinerate the golden vines. They were coated in a layer of ash, tainted by the remnants of the zombies, but upon careful cleaning, they regained their luster, even appearing more vibrant than before. After tidying the battlefield, Mu Hongxiao set off to locate Lin Zhaoye. At that moment, she was brandishing her crystal core firearm, having thoroughly incapacitated more than a dozen zombies, which, combined with the artillery fire from other teams, resulted in a spectacular explosion of gore. Lin Zhaoye weaved through the throng of zombies, each one having been threatened, to some extent, by the menace of her crystalline core gun. As she raised her weapon once more to take aim, an unexpected rigidity seized her hand, rendering it unresponsive. Her fingers, poised to pull the trigger, were utterly beyond her control, and in that instant, cold sweat trickled down her brow. A zombie loomed merely 10 meters away. Yet she found herself immobilized, unable to enact any defensive maneuver, even her breathing becoming increasingly labored. She was acutely aware that she had fallen under the sway of a zombie capable of manipulating mental energies. Her resistance to psychically endowed zombies was notably feeble compared to her defenses against other abilities. This time, The control exerted over her was almost instantaneous, leaving her powerless over her own body. Chapter 124. Abduction. Among this horde of zombies lurked one with the ability to control humans. This was an experience Lin Zhaoye had never encountered before. Despite her fervent struggle to reclaim dominion over her own body, she found herself utterly helpless. She could only watch in horror as the foremost zombie lunged forward, its clawed hands reaching out. Lin Zhaoye caught sight of its obsidian nails, which seemed to harbor a more potent toxin than that of its counterparts. Surely, the pain would be more excruciating if it were to scratch her. In a fleeting moment, Lin Zhaoye widened her eyes, as if to imprint this harrowing instant in her memory. Just then, the frenzied zombie was sent flying by a well-aimed kick from Mu Hongxiao. A wave of relief washed over Lin Zhaoye. At that moment, she could feel Mu Hongxiao's concern for her, along with a vine that continued to entwine and explore her form. A surge of botanical energy suddenly surged into her body, as if Lin Zhaoye had been pulled from the icy depths of the ocean, enveloped in a warm, protective aura of extraordinary power. Her limbs, soaked in the essence of wood, felt as though they were thawing, and with the aid of the vines, Lin Zhaoye regained control over her physical form. She harmonized her own powers with those of the wood element, sending warmth through her limbs, while some of her stiffness melted away, granting her newfound freedom of movement. At that moment, Mu Hongxiao had already dealt with the first zombie that had charged toward them. Rejuvenated, Lin Zhaoye swiftly surveyed the horde of zombies nearby. Upon witnessing the demise of their first comrade, they emitted a series of guttural sounds, seemingly plotting something sinister. Lin Zhaoye darted about, observing the zombie throng from various angles, and soon discovered that the little girl was indeed missing. The plump, rotund zombies that had guarded her side had vanished as well, explaining the disorganized and chaotic behavior of the once cohesive horde. It was well known that in her previous life, many insignificant small bases had been decimated by organized and leaderless zombies. This must be the case. After acquiring extraordinary powers, zombies often exhibited physical changes related to their abilities. The appearance of this particular zombie was markedly different from the others. It was emaciated, resembling little more than a skeleton, devoid of any soul, reminiscent of the sensation she had felt when under someone else's control. Lin Zhaoye made a gesture, and Mu Hongxiao immediately understood her intent. With the aid of vines, Lin Zhaoye surged into the throng of zombies, determined to claim their heads. Another adeptly utilized fire-based abilities to create a diversion, drawing the attention of the other undead. The vines were anchored to the largest nearby tree, and Lin Zhaoye tugged at them, confirming their sturdy grip, thus ensuring her preparations were well in hand. One hand entwined with the vines, serving as both anchor and pivot, while the other clutched a dagger firmly. With a few running strides, she swung through the forest like a nimble monkey, leaping into the heart of the zombie horde. She delivered several powerful kicks to the bodies of a few zombies, skillfully altering her position until she finally confronted the zombie capable of controlling human bodies. This particular zombie continued to exert its powers in an attempt to regain dominion over Lin Zhaoye. However, after her recent assault, Lin Zhaoye's body had fortified significantly, resulting in a stalemate between the two adversaries. Mu Hongxiao arrived, wielding a dagger with precision, slicing through the zombie's flesh to reveal a radiant crystal core. This core was remarkably vibrant, resembling the one encountered previously with the crystalline zombie. It was only now that she comprehended the nature of the abilities possessed by that earlier zombie. Regrettably, no one shared the same powers as it, leaving the core to rest in her system, awaiting a fated individual. Once the troublesome foe was vanquished, the remaining zombies seemed to grow even more frenzied, charging fearlessly into the barrage of bullets and flames. Their original target began to exhibit signs of agitation as well, leading both individuals to realize that the current situation was spiraling beyond their control. Mu Hongxiao's words garnered the support of Lin Zhaoye, necessitating an immediate retreat. The zombies that had leapt down discovered that they could not ascend at all. However, some of the more astute zombies, possessing a certain level of intelligence, realized they could not simply jump across and began devising alternative methods to reach the other side. The fallen zombies would be welcomed by humanity in due course. A mere fire-based ability unleashed would transform the entire ravine into a sea of flames. Previously, Lin Zhaoye had approved the dispersal of ample gasoline and crude oil, using the raging inferno to create a barrier between them and the zombies. Presently, it was evident that only 16 zombies remained on the opposite bank. These 16 were among the more enlightened and formidable of their kind, standing at the edge of the fire, unwilling to advance or retreat. The scorching flesh could not be discarded. Instead, it would only lead to their suffering. Lin Zhaoye silently conversed with the zombies across the divide. This distance was trivial for Mu Hongxiao's powers, and even the use of crystal core firearms could eliminate them. The scene had devolved into a one-sided massacre. The sounds of blades and firearms echoed continuously, as many zombies had become so resilient that they were impervious to conventional weaponry. Yet they could not evade Mu Hongxiao's supernatural attacks. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaoye was not idle. Utilizing the characteristic of vines that obeyed her command, she ensnared all the zombies on the opposite side and hurled them into the fiery pit below. Since you refuse to leap, I shall assist you in your jump. However, these zombies were not to be underestimated. The steel-enhanced ones, dragged to the pit's depths, could only wail in despair, while some of the wood-based zombies, witnessing Lin Zhaoye's onslaught, emulated her by ensnaring a human. Zhaoye, help. This desperate cry drew everyone's attention to the unfolding situation. The one ensnared was none other than their familiar comrade, Xiao Wang. Lin Zhaoye was caught off guard. The vine she had unleashed swiftly redirected their course to engage with the wooden zombie. Other wood-type ability users attempted to assist, only to realize that their vines could not traverse the lengthy trench. How could they offer aid? They could only stand by anxiously, watching Xiao Wang being captured, feeling utterly helpless. Chapter 125. Boiled Egg. Mu Hong Xiao noticed two vines of different hues clashing in midair above the trench. With a person caught in the fray, perilously close to being scorched by the flames, crying out incessantly. Without hesitation, Mu Hong Xiao redirected his assault, enveloping the zombie with his fire abilities. Wooden zombies inherently feared fire-based powers. Xiao Wang experienced a brief, harrowing plunge before Lin Zhaoye caught him just a second before he would have touched the flames, yanking him back to safety. Other water-type ability users quickly conjured water to cool him down urgently. Fortunately, this unfortunate soul sustained minimal injuries, though most of his hair had been singed away, leaving only a few curls atop his head. Thankfully, his spirits remained high as he patted his chest, grinning through the pain. What a stroke of luck! The group chuckled softly, feeling a mixture of sympathy and relief. While his plight was unfortunate, the preservation of his life lent a touch of humor to the situation. Lin Zhaoye glanced at Xiao Wang and noted that he merely bore the soot on his body, overall unharmed. The skin is somewhat tender, dear sisters. Lin Zhaoye attempted to approach him, and upon her arrival, the others made way for her. She squatted down and, employing her unique ability, sought to make contact with Xiao Wang's body. The instant her skin touched his, Lin Zhaoye's power enveloped her in a parched desert. With a cracked earth desperately longed for the gentle nourishment of her energy. With utmost care, she controlled her ability, weaving through the fissured terrain, gradually soothing the cracks in his skin. At that moment, she was entirely focused on wielding her power, oblivious to the scene before her. The onlookers, however, could only perceive Lin Zhaoye's ability as a gentle, radiant light that surrounded both her and Xiao Wang. In approximately a minute, Xiao Wang's skin had completely regenerated, and he appeared as though he had undergone a remarkable transformation. It doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you, Sister Zhaoye, he exclaimed in astonishment, poking and prodding at his skin, feeling no pain whatsoever. The others, witnessing the remarkable improvement in the young man's complexion, expressed envy, even wishing for Lin Zhaoye to perform her rejuvenating magic on them. As Xiao Wang adjusted to his new skin, the crowd marveled at his appearance. He resembled a delicate young man with rosy lips and pearly whites. His body pristine and smooth, devoid of any body hair. Even his once thick hair had vanished. He looked like a freshly peeled, soft-boiled egg, fair and tender. Lin Zhaoye, observing his transformation, couldn't help but chuckle. I truly didn't expect this outcome. Perhaps you should endure a little longer? Or perhaps seek the assistance of someone capable of regrowing hair. Xiao Wang grimaced, finding the latter suggestion less than favorable. He raised a hand to touch his bald head, a bashful smile gracing his lips as he stammered, No need for that. I shall take my leave now. The others, sensing his embarrassment, refrained from further teasing. The brief moment of levity alleviated the somber thoughts of many. Currently, 5 zombies remained opposite them, neither slain nor dragged into the pit below, including the one that appeared to be the mightiest, the scorpion zombie. The intellect of the 5 zombies was evidently high. They had discerned Mu Hongxiao's maximum attack range during the skirmish. Now, they stood at a distance, refraining from unleashing their abilities. The humans' attack powers could not reach such lengths. Thus, both sides stood at the water's edge, locked in a tense stalemate, neither daring to advance, as the billowing smoke rose between them, obscuring their vision. Lin Zhaoye stood at the shore, unable to articulate what felt amiss. The atmosphere was expected to be charged with the fervor of battle, yet it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Mu Hongxiao, lost in thought, leaned slightly to engage her in conversation. As Lin Zhaoye observed the diminishing space between them, her heart began to race unexpectedly. She had never feared Mu Hongxiao's proximity. Yet this distance, neither too close nor too far, provoked an unfamiliar anxiety within her. You're not Xiao Ge. Who are you? Lin Zhaoye retreated 2 steps, demanding answers from Mu Hongxiao. The latter offered a resigned smile, attempting to reach out to tousle her hair, yet found himself halted by the threat of Lin Zhaoye's dagger. Immobilized in place. Do you truly doubt my authenticity? The furrowed brow of Mu Hongxiao betrayed an indescribable sorrow within. Zhaoye, why do you perceive me in such a manner? Upon hearing these words, Lin Zhaoye immediately glared fiercely, pressing the dagger against Mu Hongxiao's throat. Speak. Who are you really? As if that were insufficient, she pressed the blade further, drawing a trickle of blood from his neck. Where's my Xiao Ge? Her furious expression failed to provoke Mu Hongxiao. He raised one hand in a gesture of surrender while the other gently held the dagger at his neck, preventing Lin Zhaoye from advancing further. His eyes were filled with resignation. I have told you I am who I am. Perhaps we should focus on how to confront the zombies before us. He attempted to divert the conversation. Yet Lin Zhaoye's conviction deepened that this man was not Mu Hongxiao. The 2 locked eyes, and Lin Zhaoye scrutinized his features closely. She found his visage to be consistent with her memories. As she examined Mu Hongxiao, her other hand stealthily grasped the crystal core gun she had just retrieved from the system, silently aiming it at his head. In a shared gaze, despair etched across Mu Hongxiao's face spoke volumes. So you still do not trust me? A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Zhaoye's mouth. The surrounding environment fell into a profound silence. The previously boisterous crowd had quieted, further affirming the emptiness of the world before them. Just tell me who you are, and I shall refrain from ending your life at this moment. Her intention in uttering those words was not genuinely to spare the zombie, but rather to discern whether the individual before her was the true Mu Hongxiao or merely an illusion, his body manipulated by another. The Mu Hongxiao in front of her alternated between a smirk and a frown, his lips twisting into a pout of feigned grievance. Observing Lin Zhaoye's unwavering distrust despite his every transformation, he decided to abandon pretense. I didn't expect you to see through me so quickly. How boring. Lin Zhaoye did not lower her firearm. The stakes had been raised, and caution was paramount. So who exactly are you? Where is Mu Hongxiao? The figure of Mu Hongxiao lowered his raised hand, appearing unfazed by the crystalline gun in her grasp. This is my illusion, and I am in control here. As for Mu Hongxiao, he has his own matters to attend to. You need not worry about him. Perhaps you should focus more on yourself. It was Lin Zhaoye's first encounter with the term illusion, and she boldly speculated that the Mu Hongxiao before her was not his corporeal form, but rather a mere shadow. Chapter 126. The trap then, where are you? She scrutinized Mu Hongxiao's face intently, noting the familiar features adorned with unfamiliar expressions, arrogance, indifference, contrasting sharply with the tenderness, trust, and affection she had previously known. If you can find me, you can find your brother Xiao. However, I shall only play with you for 30 seconds. If you cannot break this illusion within that time, you shall remain trapped here forever. Ha ha ha. 30 seconds. Lin Zhaoye, caught off guard, had no time for idle thoughts. She was determined to silence the incessant prattle of the zombie before her. With a resounding bang, she dispatched Mu Hongxiao to the ground with her crystal core gun, the figure before her dissolving into ripples, vanishing into thin air. Even as an illusion, you are unworthy of this visage. Having accomplished this task, she still had 28 seconds left. Since this was a phantasm, it must contain more falsehoods than truths. The genuine elements would serve as the key to escaping this dreamscape. Hence, it was best to cut through the chaos with decisive action. Lin Zhaoye recharged her crystal core and, unreservedly, unleashed a barrage upon every illusion within her sight. The figure stood dazed, all mere fabrications. Some, upon being struck, exploded like balloons, leaving nothing but their outer shells. Others shattered like mirrors, disintegrating into fragments that scattered into the void, leaving no trace behind. Within this illusion, she not only felled numerous allies from her past battles, but after the phantasms of these individuals had all vanished, only two remained, Lin Zhaoye and Lin Yuanshan. The young Lin Zhaoye greeted Lin Zhaoye with a radiant smile. You must be the new little sister. I am your elder sister. Just call me Rong. Lin Yuanshan, observing Lin Zhaoye, exhaled a long sigh of relief. You gave me quite a fright, you rascal. Next time you wish to go out to play, just tell me. Don't sneak off with your sister. It's far too dangerous. They spoke of the past, reminiscing about the rare moments of joy shared among Lin Zhaoye, Lin Yuanshan, and themselves. In those days, Lin Zhaoye had yet to develop her current malevolence, even though Lin Zhaoye understood that it was the zombie orchestrating the charade. Excavating fragments of her memories as a guise, a part of her felt reluctant. Biting her lip, she cast aside any hesitation and raised her crystalline core gun, firing once. Then again, to eliminate the threats. In that realm, only she and another Lin Zhaoye remained, both raising their weapons, gun to gun, person to person. Even aware that this was an illusion, Lin Zhaoye found herself marveling at the vividness of the figure before her. As if gazing into a mirror, every gesture and movement identical to her own, as though it were a mere copy-paste. Are you me? With 10 seconds remaining, Lin Zhaoye speculated that this doppelganger was the nexus of the illusion. The other Lin Zhaoye smiled gently. You are you, and you are also me. You just do not realize that you remain me. Her words were vague and cryptic, and time was of the essence. In a fleeting moment of closure, Lin Zhaoye closed her eyes and fired a shot. The figure before her shattered instantly. In that moment of fragmentation, the other Lin Zhaoye's lips curved in a mysterious smile, silently mouthing, "You will regret this." Indeed, I thought you were still hungry. Baozi hurried to check on her condition. Though not a professional, he held more authority than others. Thank goodness you've awakened. Otherwise, Xiao Ge would have been so anxious that he might have devoured me. Listening to his teasing remarks, Lin Zhaoye cast another glance at Mu Hongxiao and said, I'm fine, just a moment of distraction. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. You two carry on, I shall take my leave. Baozi, aware that the two still had much to discuss, decided to excuse herself. Although Lin Zhaoye had not been entirely truthful, Mu Hongxiao still offered her support. What you just experienced was certainly more than mere distraction. Gazing into his earnest eyes, which starkly contrasted with his earlier facade, Lin Zhaoye smiled brightly. There was a zombie before me, weaving an illusion, one that included each of you. However, I was aware that it was all a fabrication. Her fingers traced over the 5 zombies before her, each possessing distinct appearances and unique abilities, ultimately resting upon the one clad in a suit. It must be him. The targeted zombie appeared oblivious, seemingly indifferent to Lin Zhaoye's gesture. Following her finger, Mu Hongxiao laid eyes on the intended zombie, who seemed uncaring, yet could not conceal the underlying trepidation in its furtive demeanor. Perhaps the zombie itself had not anticipated Lin Zhaoye's swift resolution. Without allowing it to prattle on, she shattered the entire illusion. A typical individual might have hesitated, striving to uncover non-existent clues ensnared within that fabricated environment. Observing its furtive behavior, Lin Zhaoye was astonished to discover that such a manipulative creature could indeed be a coward at heart. The distance between both sides is somewhat considerable, rendering both abilities and crystal core guns ineffective. Just as the two individuals contemplated a second attempt, the scorpion zombie, which they genuinely feared, suddenly surged towards them as if driven mad. Facing a chasm nearly 5 meters wide, she leaped fearlessly into the pit. The remaining zombies at this juncture possessed a level of intelligence that was certainly not diminished, implying that this action held significant meaning. Flames roared within the chasm. Swirling smoke stung their eyes painfully. Quickly retreat. Back to the enclosure. Lin Zhaoye sensed a trickery at play and hurriedly warned everyone to withdraw from the imminent danger. Upon hearing Lin Zhaoye's sudden alert, the crowd momentarily panicked. Observing her gathering her belongings to retreat, they followed suit, retreating in an orderly fashion until they reached the vicinity of the villa complex. Lin Zhaoye stood atop a higher vantage point, surveying the situation ahead. She observed that the zombie at the bottom of the pit was indeed unaffected by the flames. Its elevated scorpion tail acted as a grappling hook, thrusting forward with force. The tip of its tail embedded firmly into the earthen wall of the pit, coordinating with the strength of its upper body. It ascended to half the height of the pit, withdrawing its tail to test again, revealing a slender line of its body. This signified its imminent emergence from the depths. Chapter 127. The emergence. The chasm was not far from the villa complex, and some individuals had already caught sight of a portion of the zombie's body emerging. Once again, it firmly grasped the edge of the land with its upper body, its tail raised high, the matte black shell appearing remarkably fierce against the backdrop of smoke. The sight of this zombie scorpion crawling ashore sent waves of panic among the onlookers. Yet, Lin Zhaoye and his companions remained composed, their hearts gradually steadying. Many individuals spontaneously unleashed their crystal core guns and shells upon it, hoping to dislodge or deter the creature, only to realize that such assaults were akin to a gentle drizzle, failing to inflict any harm whatsoever. Witnessing this, the crowd comprehended that these weapons bore little efficacy against the creature, their expressions turning grave as they ceased their attacks, waiting silently for the impending arrival of the behemoth. The scorpion zombie swaggered towards the human settlement, its elevated tail swaying ominously, incessantly striking at the strings of human anxiety. Some had already activated high-voltage electricity for defense, while Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao gestured for others to retreat once more. The two of them prepared to confront the creature, intending to intercept it outside the villa to prevent it from wreaking havoc within. Just as they were about to step out, they were halted by the hurried approach of Wang Jiahui, who bore 2 pairs of gloves and 2 vests. Without allowing for any objection, she insisted on outfitting Lin Zhaoye with one of the vests, explaining as she adjusted it. "These are the remains of the mutated insects you previously helped me collect. I believe their hardness is quite substantial, and I have been researching the possibility of crafting some form of armor. This time, they managed to create these 2 items, allowing you to use them for now. The armor first protects the heart, ensuring your survival. Next, it guards the hands, guaranteeing that your subsequent attacks remain unaffected." Lin Zhaoye was uncertain where she derived such words, and just as she intended to boast about her formidable strength, she met Lin Yuanshan's worried gaze, rendering her speechless. Mu Hongxiao silently donned his armor. Such defensive gear was certainly better than having none at all. Even if the durability of this armor remained uncertain, it was still preferable to enduring attacks with one's own body. The two swiftly adorned their armor, for time was of the essence. They had to seize the initiative. Behind them, Lung Yu and Xiao Yezi stepped forward, their skills not quite matching those of the former duo, yet their abilities could still provide some assistance. Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao stood resolutely before the group, exuding a formidable presence, akin to an unyielding barrier against countless foes. Upon sighting the two, the scorpion zombie paid them no heed, swaggering towards them at a leisurely pace. In Lin Zhaoye's grasp was a segment of vine, its essence now enchanted and controlled by her abilities. The toughness and compliance of the vine proved far more effective than some crystal core firearms. Lin Zhaoye was thoroughly pleased with this burgeoning weapon she wielded. Before her stood a zombie with an incredibly hard shell. Neither knife nor gun could inflict any damage upon it. Thus, she resolved to utilize the vine to bind it first, Lin Zhaoye's palms were slick with sweat, making it difficult to grasp the smooth vines. Her true connection lay in her ability to communicate with them through her unique powers. Holding them merely provided her with a sense of security. Having prepared themselves, the two advanced toward the scorpion zombie, maintaining a distance of approximately 30 meters. One moved to the left while the other took the right. Inside the villa, the occupants hurriedly installed bright lights high above, illuminating the ground ahead as brilliantly as day, facilitating the impending confrontation. The sudden brightness evidently affected the zombies' movements, causing them to slow down. Although the glare was somewhat blinding, the group quickly adapted. To prevent accidental injuries, those in the rear ceased firing their artillery, while select few with heightened abilities attempted to control their powers to attack the zombie. At the moment their powers activated, Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao swiftly approached the undead creature. Mu Hongxiao commanded a fire dragon, targeting the zombie's face and side. These areas bore a paler armor that starkly contrasted with its dark front, clearly indicating vulnerabilities. Lin Zhaoye recognized this as well. She maneuvered the vines to securely ensnare the zombie's tail, wrapping it multiple times to ensure stability. With a determined effort, she attempted to overturn the creature, straining every muscle in her body to no avail. Increasing her control over the vines, she finally managed to lift one corner of the struggling zombie. Seizing the moment, Mu Hongxiao directed the fire dragon to strike its soft abdomen. A piercing scream erupted as the zombie writhed violently, a stark departure from its previous indifference. The amplitude of its swinging motion was considerable, and the resounding thuds of solid objects striking the ground echoed incessantly. Lin Zhaoye, controlling the vines in her grasp, found herself unsteadily pulled by their force. She hastily released her hold, redirecting her abilities to ensnare the creature with the vines, wrapping its body several more times. Seizing the opportunity while it evaded the fire dragon, she bound its tail tightly to its body. Exhausting her powers, Lin Zhaoye managed to secure the creature firmly. However, its tail remained robust, persistently resisting the vines. Her mental energy was on the brink of depletion, her garments thoroughly soaked with sweat. She raised her hand to consume an energy pill, a substance she had never found useful before, having never tasted it until now. In this moment of exertion, with her powers temporarily subduing the zombie, Mu Hongxiao seized the moment to launch an attack. He swiftly fed 3 energy pills into his body, squeezing out the remaining energy within him, transforming it into 2 nearly 1-meter-long fire dragons to assault the scorpion zombie. The zombie, besieged from 3 sides, was intermittently struck by various other abilities, causing it to struggle and leap in an attempt to escape. The more it fought, the more they realized they had found its vulnerabilities. "Pain, you wretched humans." Lin Zhaoye seemed to hear the zombie's voice once more. The last time she had heard such a sound was from little Xi's zombie mother. Yet this time, it emanated from a creature that had shed its humanity. Lin Zhaoye felt a flicker of confusion within her. She had always believed her powers to be associated with the wood element, rather than a typical healing ability. To her astonishment, she once again heard the undead speak. She involuntarily raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of exhilaration. Who would have thought that in this lifetime she could awaken 2 extraordinary abilities? Unfortunately, communication with them remained elusive. Chapter 128. A surprise attack, however, her elation was short-lived. While others relentlessly assaulted the thrashing and struggling zombies, she was forced to endure not only the incessant cheers from her fellow humans, but also the agonizing, helpless groans of the suffering undead. A gentle energy surged within Lin Zhaoye, signaling that the energy pill had begun to take effect. She instinctively intensified her control over the vines, tightening their grip around the zombie once more. Unsurprisingly, she was met with yet another barrage of insults. As she listened to its curses, she remained vigilant, watching for any movement on the opposite bank, fearful that they might send this troublesome creature to launch a surprise attack while the humans were distracted. At that moment, the zombie was on the brink of collapse. Having endured relentless torment, its ironclad exterior, despite showing no visible damage, had sustained a breach to its abdomen and neck from their assaults. After nearly half an hour of relentless pressure, the zombie's defenses finally faltered. Mu Hongxiao, seizing the opportunity, pressed forward with renewed vigor, targeting the core within its skull and effectively desiccating it, leaving only a crystalline nucleus steadfastly positioned at the center of its head. Observing the zombie's newfound silence and lack of struggle, Lin Zhaoye approached, penetrating its oral cavity directly into the brain to extract the crystal core. As others witnessed the resolution of the colossal scorpion zombie, they erupted in cheers. Xiao Yi is truly remarkable. Xiao Gu is splendid. We are saved. The atmosphere shifted as those present released their anxieties, exchanging accounts of the recent perilous encounter and their exhilaration. This was Lin Zhaoye's inaugural experience with such an enormous insectoid zombie core. Its shape bore slight angularity compared to a human zombie's core, yet its dimensions were comparable. The hue mirrored that of its exoskeleton, a matte black, exuding a somewhat oily texture. Rising to her feet, she showcased the core to Mu Hongxiao, exclaiming, "This core is rather unique. It feels exceptionally sturdy. Perhaps it could be fashioned into another piece of armor." Lin Zhaoye gestured toward the armor adorning her own form, having perspired profusely due to her overexertion of abilities. Regrettably, the armor lacked breathability, rendering her uncomfortably hot. Mu Hongxiao observed her with a sense of pride, reminiscent of the innocent little girl she once was. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Lin Zhaoye leaning forward, her expression turning distressed. He swiftly moved to her side, steadying her wavering form. Lin Zhaoye's complexion suddenly paled, starkly contrasting with her earlier vivacity. It was a fleeting moment. Yet the cause of her distress remained elusive. "Yezi, what troubles you?" His tone betrayed a hint of urgency, as he hesitated to touch her, fearful of exacerbating her discomfort. Trembling hands, uncertain of what to do, she could only harbor resentment towards his powers for not being sufficiently potent. They could alleviate her pain, but not the other discomforts. Lin Zhaoye felt a fleeting dizziness, the urge to vomit strikingly clear. Her hands instinctively groped behind her, sensing something amiss. The meticulous Mu Hongxiao helped her turn, revealing the scorpion's tail lurking just behind Lin Zhaoye, concealed in her blind spot, ambushed. He scrutinized her body, noting that the exposed areas were unblemished. As he gently lifted her clothing, he discovered a tiny black puncture the size of a grain of rice on her waist. Mu Hongxiao attempted to sense the same location with his abilities, yet felt nothing, his brow furrowing in contemplation for a solution. The joyous atmosphere among the others was abruptly shattered by the two of them. They disregarded the lurking zombies on the opposite shore and rushed forward to express their concern for Lin Zhaoye. Leading the charge were Baozi and Jiadong, with voices calling out for Zhaoye echoing from behind. Lin Zhaoye, hearing these calls, found herself momentarily disoriented, her vision blurring. In a fit of urgency, Mu Hongxiao carefully avoided her injury and lifted her, carrying her to the edge of the vines, hoping they would aid her. Others gathered around, but Baozi and Jiadong quickly dispersed the crowd, declaring the need for some space to maneuver. Only a few remained nearby, while the rest chose to unleash their frustrations on the zombies across the way. Lin Zhaoye's lips gradually darkened to an alarming shade. Yet this transformation bore no resemblance to that of a victim of a zombie virus. However, the two doctors found themselves utterly at a loss regarding her condition. Faced with their shaken heads and heavy sighs, Lin Yuanshan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Gasping for breath, he toppled backward, but fortunately, he was close by and managed to catch him just in time. With two family members incapacitated, the vines displayed no reaction to Lin Zhaoye's plight. They neither absorbed the toxins nor writhed restlessly in response. Ultimately, when everyone was on the brink of panic, Lin Zhaoye's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. With her awakening, the tension in the others eased slightly. Yet, her lips remained a terrifying shade of black, and her face was contorted in a painful grimace. The others dared not approach her, uncertain of where the discomfort lay. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye was beset by a severe dizziness, summoning every ounce of her strength to activate her abilities. The flow of her powers, which should have coursed smoothly from her head downward, was impeded. Her body's pathways, both big and small, were clogged by the accumulated toxins, making it exceedingly difficult for her abilities to clear the blockage. Desperately, she concentrated all her energy to break through one of the obstructions, but the toxins behaved like a non-Newtonian fluid. The more she struggled, the tighter they became. Even the area around her waist, the entry point for the toxins, began to grow increasingly cold. Her powers, typically gentle and warm like a trickling stream, had never before made her feel such coldness. The toxins were wreaking havoc. As her complexion grew increasingly pale, Mu Hongxiao interrupted her efforts. "Your condition is not right. Cease using your abilities for now." Lin Zhaoye awoke from her dreamlike state, acutely aware that the more she utilized her abilities, the more the toxins obstructed her body. In her desperate attempt to expel the toxins, Lin Zhaoye found herself compelled to exert even greater effort in harnessing her powers. Thus, she became ensnared in a vicious cycle. In truth, her abilities did not dispel the toxins. Rather, they proliferated in response to her exertions. As an ability wielder, the instinctive reaction to myriad challenges was to resolve them through her powers. Yet this very instinct could lead her into the snare of toxins. She struggled to suppress her body's impulses, refraining from resorting to her abilities. Although she still experienced discomfort, it was not as intolerable as when she had attempted to expel the toxins with her powers. Gritting her teeth against the dizziness, she urged Mu Hongxiao to eliminate the zombies across from them, gesturing toward the suited figure. The suited zombie was their next target. As for the scorpion zombie, Wang Zhaoye had initially intended to preserve its shell for further study, but given Lin Zhaoye's predicament, she felt too embarrassed to voice her desires. Fortunately, Mu Hongxiao understood Wang Zhaoye's intentions and unceremoniously discarded the scorpion zombie's corpse into the ravine below. True value withstands the trials of fire. The most resilient parts would surely remain untouched by the raging flames. Once the inferno subsided, what remained would undoubtedly be the hardest and most valuable portions of the body. Given Lin Zhaoye's current condition, it was ill-suited for her to linger in this place. Nevertheless, they needed to expedite the elimination of the remaining 4 zombies. They were relatively reassured about Mu Hongxiao's strength, while some remained anxious, constantly concerned for their own safety, attentively monitoring the battlefield. The night had deepened, rendering it a sleepless night for the majority. Chapter 129. Awakening. Thus, no one noticed the vines gradually creeping up Lin Zhaoye's body, their purpose unknown. The room shimmered with soft golden and intermittent silver glimmers, a display that lasted for 2 to 3 minutes before fading. Outside, the combat continued, led by Mu Hongxiao, with Lung Yu assisting as they endeavored to lure several zombies from the opposing side to their vicinity for resolution. Upon witnessing the demise of the scorpion zombie, the creatures retreated a few steps. Mu Hongxiao scoffed, perplexed by their timidity. Since artillery could not penetrate the scorpion's hide, it was more than capable of dealing with the skins of other zombies. Mu Hongxiao took charge, directing various teams to launch extensive attacks from different positions. The area, once a forest, had been scorched black by the bombardment, with many trees now ablaze. Yet, the zombies remained driven by their primal urge to reproduce, relentlessly pursuing humanity. Their momentary retreat did not signify their withdrawal or surrender. Mu Hongxiao coordinated the artillery fire, then ascended to a higher vantage point, wielding a bow taller than himself. Drawing the bow with his left hand and knocking an arrow with his right, he pulled the string taut, forming a perfect arc reminiscent of the luminous moon, echoing the blue moon above. Suddenly, Mu Hongxiao released his grip, and a sharp arrow soared through the air, piercing the suit-clad zombie that Lin Zhaoye most feared, pinning it to the ground. Even if its head remained unscathed, being impaled to the ground through its upper body severely hampered its mobility. Upon witnessing their comrade, thus immobilized, the other zombies followed the trajectory of the arrow, their gaze settling upon a brightly illuminated area, yet devoid of any discernible figures. Having released his arrow, Mu Hongxiao promptly departed, melting into the shadows of the treetops. Satisfied with the outcome, he once again drew his bow, the arc resembling a cartwheel. With another resounding whoosh, a second zombie found itself similarly pinned between a tree and the earth, rendered immobile. Observing this, a wood-type zombie promptly ensnared itself with branches. its vines writhing incessantly in an attempt to create a protective barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Hongxiao commandeered a group's artillery, adjusted the angle, and launched a shell in the zombie's vicinity while its attention was solely focused on self-defense. Amidst the surrounding chaos of battle, the sound of an incoming shell went unnoticed. A mere 2 seconds later, the wood-type zombie perished, a victim of its own entrenched defense. Another zombie had already been obliterated into fragments by artillery fire. Once all the zombies were incapacitated, Mu Hongxiao utilized his abilities to approach and shatter the necks and upper bodies of the 2 pinned zombies with his crystal core gun. This ensured they could not launch any offensive maneuvers. He swiftly moved in, decapitated them, and extracted their crystal cores. For the time being, there were no casualties among their ranks, and the sentinels had thoroughly scoured the area, confirming the absence of any further zombie landings. At this moment, people finally set their minds at ease. Following the previous rotation of the squad, they shifted to a 3-shift system for the night, with sentinels alternating in 2 shifts. Everyone was urged to remain vigilant. The recent wave of zombie attacks had been dealt with, yet it was imperative for all to collaborate earnestly to navigate the challenges that lay ahead. Others understood that the safety of the group could not rest solely on the efforts of a few. They echoed Lung Yu's sentiment: united cooperation, together through adversity. Even during their rest, amidst the intensity of the night's battle, the thunderous sounds of artillery still reverberated in their ears, preventing them from attaining genuine slumber. Instead, they spent the night in a state of anxious wakefulness, clad in their garments, unable to truly relax. Mu Hongxiao, carrying several crystal cores, sought out Lin Zhaoye. He ascended the stairs swiftly and quietly, entering the dimly lit room where the lights remained extinguished. Lin Zhaoye did not make a sound, likely having already succumbed to sleep. Unable to quell his concern for her, he opted to guard her through the night. The night passed without dreams. Upon awakening, Lin Zhaoye discovered her right arm had gone numb, as Mu Hongxiao had inadvertently rested his head on it while dozing. She gently attempted to move her arm, taking care to minimize the motion, yet it was enough to rouse Mu Hongxiao. With bleary eyes, he looked at Lin Zhaoye and asked, "Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable?" Lin Zhaoye attentively assessed her body and found no unusual sensations. Gradually, she concentrated her abilities, only to realize that a significant portion of the toxins within her had vanished. Furthermore, her powers seemed to have intensified, enabling her to envelop the remaining toxins with her abilities, gradually transforming them into her own energy. Surprisingly, there was a sense of fortune amidst misfortune. Lin Zhaoye widened her eyes as she relayed this astonishing news to Mu Hongxiao. It seemed that the toxins had transformed into my unique abilities. However, her primary concern was not whether her powers had grown, nor was it even significant whether she possessed any abilities at all. "Are you still feeling unwell?" he inquired, his focus solely on Lin Zhaoye's current state of comfort. "I'm fine, don't worry," she reassured him. "I can sense that there are still some toxins within me, but in due time, I will undoubtedly cleanse them completely." She raised an eyebrow, playfully attempting to soothe Mu Hongxiao's anxious heart. "I want to perish. My abilities are quite formidable." Mu Hongxiao gave a dismissive snort, wary of her potential deceit. "Understood. Would you like to rest a while longer?" Lin Zhaoye sat up, determined not to linger in bed. "It seems that my uncle fainted yesterday. I must go check on him." Mu Hongxiao was already well informed about her concerns. "I inquired with Zhuyi. He fainted due to the excitement yesterday, but he is fine now and has awakened. He is still asleep, so it would be best not to disturb him." Understanding that Lin Yuanshan's worries stemmed from her, Lin Zhaoye hoped he could rest a little longer and decided against visiting him. Instead, she turned to Mu Hongxiao and suggested, "I wish to see the wishing room. He was not present yesterday. I suspect he left on his own." Naturally, Mu Hongxiao obliged her wishes and accompanied her to the wishing room. The room was impeccably tidy, devoid of any signs of disarray. The bedding and mattress were meticulously arranged, while a bulging bag lay atop the table, accompanied by a piece of paper beneath it. Chapter 130, Captive Breeding. Lin Zhaoye extracted the paper and discerned several lines inscribed upon it. "If there is anything, seek me at the Yunzhong base, Su Yuan." Regrettably, Su Yuan was yet to fully comprehend Lin Zhaoye. In truth, I had already informed them. Whether they could uncover the truth depended on their fortune. Mu Hongxiao shook his head, dismissing the notion of fortune. Have you forgotten? I also sent them a message. My superior has received the information, and communication between the major bases is ongoing. The two men gazed at the bulging bag on the table, lost in contemplation. Lin Zhaoye casually tossed the paper onto the table, causing it to flip. He discovered more words on the reverse side. A smile graced Lin Zhaoye's lips. Perhaps he had not misjudged the person after all. He pointed at the paper, indicating to Mu Hongxiao that there was a twist in the situation. Ultimately, he picked up the small, full bag of crystal cores from the table, which contained both second and third tier cores, presumably representing all of Su Yuan's earnings from recent labor. He shook the bag lightly, estimating there were around 30 to 50 cores of various sizes. Nodding in satisfaction, he took the crystal cores and departed. The raging fire in the trench had been extinguished, and the night shift personnel had changed over to rest. Lin Zhaoye manipulated the vines to haul up the scorpion shell that had been pushed into the deep pit the previous day. Perhaps it was due to the absence of flesh and blood within the scorpion shell, or perhaps it was because her energy had significantly increased. This time, Lin Zhaoye found it considerably easier to lift the scorpion shell without expending as much effort as she had the previous evening. Her actions drew the attention and concern of many around her. Xiaolin, if you're feeling unwell, you should lie down for a while. You frightened us terribly yesterday. The concerned voices of the uncles and aunts began to fill the air. One of the reasons she had ventured out so early was to alleviate the worry she had caused her family the day before. Though her body felt perfectly fine, if Aunt Lee were to catch wind of her activities, it could lead to yet another deluge of admonitions. As the saying goes, one may evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. She knew that even outside, she would still be subjected to their gentle nagging. Understanding that their intentions were rooted in kindness, she could only respond graciously, "No, I'm all right. My body has recovered, so please don't worry. I will go and organize this large fellow now." She seized the opportunity to divert their attention by tending to the task of arranging the scorpion shell. And seeing that Zhaoye was occupied, others refrained from further commentary. You young people should take care of yourselves. Yes, don't overexert yourselves. While Lin Zhaoye appreciated their concern, she felt her ears growing callous from their words, and still yearned to escape. On one hand, Wang Jiahui was genuinely interested in the matter. On the other, her research often led her to provide Lin Zhaoye with products for free in most instances. However, this time, Lin Zhaoye did not intend to let Wang Jiahui take direct action. One reason was that the scorpion could potentially launch a sudden attack even after its demise, leaving uncertainty about the presence of toxins within the remaining shell, which could pose a risk to her. Moreover, with the child due to be born in about a month, Lin Zhaoye hoped that Wang Jiahui could spend a little less time in the laboratory and focus on resting to better prepare for childbirth. The child within her was destined to be the first new life born in this small base, and Lin Zhaoye was filled with anticipation. Based on experiences from his previous life, the likelihood of zombies falling from the spatial rift during the day was minimal. They exhibited a certain aversion to daylight and preferred to move under the cover of night. Sure enough, around 7 or 8 in the evening, as dusk began to descend but the sun had not yet fully set, a larger rift opened in the sky, significantly more expansive than the last. Shaolin, look to the west. Upon receiving the notification, Lin Zhaoye hurriedly turned to the west and was taken aback to see countless zombies plummeting from the gaping void. They appeared emaciated, resembling ants from a distance, each one cascading downward. Their size was not particularly large, and, compared to the previous day, there was indeed a stark difference. A rough estimate suggested that most were first-tier zombies, with perhaps a few second- or third-tier zombies acting as leaders to orchestrate the assault on the human enclave. It was evident that these zombies were the ones planning to attack them that night, and surprisingly, Lin Zhaoye felt a sense of relief regarding their presence. Despite the relatively large number of zombies, the task at hand was not particularly challenging, making it suitable for individuals who had recently awakened their abilities to hone their skills. The team was organized based on the previous day's group, arranged into fixed formations of 5. This time, they would take the initiative to confront the zombies directly. The sentinels had strategically positioned themselves a few hundred meters ahead of the oncoming horde, ready to unleash their artillery. As the zombies caught the scent of humanity, they surged forward with frenzied urgency. When they reached an optimal distance, the team unleashed a barrage of fire. The zombies, seemingly oblivious to the raining projectiles, were ultimately met with their demise by these very missiles they disregarded. Following the onslaught, a significant portion of the undead perished on the spot, yet thousands still remained. Lin Zhaoye gathered the remaining human weapons to the side, declaring, "The rest is for you to practice on your own." It was essential to attract the zombies as a team. No one was to venture out alone. Upon hearing that they would engage personally, everyone eagerly prepared for action. The previous day's zombies had been of a far higher caliber, rendering them mere fodder, whereas today's adversaries were perfectly suited to their level. Lin Zhaoye calculated carefully. There were fewer than 10 teams, and the number of zombies was somewhat overwhelming for them. Utilizing a 1-meter vine she had severed the day before, she infused it with the abundant energy of the present day, causing the vine to grow significantly longer. With a flourish, she wielded the vine, intercepting numerous zombies and binding them together against 2 sturdy tree trunks. The zombies charged recklessly from various directions, battering against the vine, and the 2 trees soon began to strain under the pressure. Fortunately, thanks to the timely intervention of others who diverted several zombies to a distant location, Lin Zhaoye was able to release the vines. However, everyone had already fled, leaving only her and Mu Hongxiao behind, with the zombies now converging upon them. The two took refuge atop 2 trees, serving as bait. The zombies had not yet evolved to possess the agility required to launch attacks from above. Consequently, they could only assault the trees below, incessantly using various body parts as makeshift weapons, causing the trunks to creak under their relentless grasp. Each of them stood at a distinct tree, surrounded by nearly 100 zombies, some relentlessly battering the trunks, while others clawed and bit at the bark, causing the trees to tremble. In a moment of shared understanding, the two exchanged glances before leaping to another tree, as the one they occupied threatened to give way. Their actions were intended solely to grant the others a bit more time and space to hone their skills. Thus, they only dispatched the occasional zombie that obstructed their path, choosing instead to retain the remainder, akin to hurting the undead without engaging in further conflict. In addition to evading the zombies, the duo also surveyed the status of various groups scattered throughout the area. Today, Ling Yue had been resting, and Lin Zhaoye was not well acquainted with the capabilities of the others, leaving her uncertain about their strength. To ensure everyone remained safe, Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao were compelled to maintain their vigil from the treetops, anxious that any group might fall victim to a zombie bite, leading to complications that would be difficult to explain to the others. The members of the other group were aware that Lin Zhaoye and her companions were racing against time. They expressed profound gratitude and utilized their unique abilities, wielding their weapons to dispatch numerous zombies. Most of these undead creatures were of a similar level to themselves. However, humans possessed a significant advantage in intelligence and cunning, enabling them to employ weapons to enhance their combat effectiveness, thereby making it considerably easier to confront zombies of equal standing. A single person could swiftly deal with 3 to 5 zombies. "Zhaoye, we are here." The group divided into 2 factions. One half set out to rescue Lin Zhaoye, while the other half aimed to assist Mu Hongxiao. As more individuals arrived, the zombies became less preoccupied with whether to feast on the people in the trees or those on the ground, naturally opting for the larger and more accessible group below. Most of the zombies shifted their focus towards the team, and upon their convergence, the air was filled with the clashing sounds of weaponry. Aside from a few zombies that were still fixated on attacking the 2 individuals beneath the tree, the majority had redirected their attention, allowing Lin Zhaoye to easily eliminate the remaining undead. While perched in the tree, she counted the members of her team and realized that 2 were missing. She contemplated inquiring about their whereabouts, but noticed that everyone was quite occupied. Just then, she spotted Xiao Wang, whom she had rescued the previous day, and called out his name, Xiao Wang. 2 people are missing. Hearing her call, Xiao Wang recalled the situation. One person was injured and is lagging behind. "Zhaoye, please remember to go and save him." They all knew that Lin Zhaoye could utilize vines to treat the zombie virus and prevent zombification. Therefore, even when faced with calamity, they remained unperturbed. Just as Lin Zhaoye was about to crack a jest, Xiao Wang teased him, remarking on his family's wealth and advising him to procure more crystal cores. Mu Hongxiao stifled a laugh, while Lin Zhaoye cheerfully acquiesced, "Of course. I shall not hold back." With that declaration, she lightly tapped her toes, leveraging her strength to leap onto a taller tree, searching for the whereabouts of the two individuals. After a brief interval, they emerged from beneath a distant tree, and Lin Zhaoye soared to their presence. Although she was not particularly acquainted with these two, they were well familiar with her. "Sister Zhaoye, please save Xiangzi." Lin Zhaoye observed the injured individual, who bore a bite mark that, while concerning, did not appear excessively severe. Employing her unique abilities, she gradually smoothed the wound. The complete imprint of teeth had swollen, yet her powers glided over it, transforming the inflamed and painful injury into a seamless surface, as if the wound had never existed. Simultaneously, in an unseen realm, the zombie virus within Xiangzi's body was purified. "All right, make sure to deliver the crystal cores to our home." With that statement, Lin Zhaoye turned to leave, acknowledging the debt of gratitude while ensuring the acquisition of the crystal cores. Soon, at 11 o'clock that evening, they concluded this skirmish. Such battles, akin to today's encounter, were numerous as the members of the squad continuously evolved through practice, and Lin Zhaoye would provide them with crystal core water after each battle's conclusion. With the proficient application of their extraordinary abilities and the activation of the crystal core water, several members have ascended to the second tier. Meanwhile, she herself has gradually eliminated the toxins within her body, leaving only the remnants at the site of the wound sustained that day, where the toxins have yet to be entirely digested by her powers. Time marched on, and before long, it was early September. After nearly 10 days of rigorous training, the team's skills had become remarkably solid, allowing them to dispatch ordinary first-tier zombies with merely a few swift strikes. Just as they were basking in their substantial gains, while feeling a bit fatigued, a delightful piece of news arrived from Lin Yue. The chicks would all be hatching today. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhaoye's eyes sparkled with excitement. The emergence of the chicks signified that they would soon be able to enjoy chicken meat. Let us go, and take a look." She eagerly pulled Lin Yue along. Prior to this, a cozy little nest had been prepared specifically for the chicks, equipped with temperature regulation for optimal hatching conditions. Lin Zhaoye and Lin Yue, filled with joy, crouched in front of the nest, witnessing several chicks emerging from their shells, still glistening with moisture. Initially, she had only exchanged for 2 eggs to incubate due to her limited resources. However, as her companions, Baozi and Su Xingxing, were more affluent, she swiftly upgraded her approach, exchanging for several eggs and duck eggs in one go, all destined for hatching. The adorable pale yellow chicks, unperturbed by their visitors, chirped incessantly. Lin Zhaoye, though unfamiliar with these creatures, felt a yearning to touch them, yet was apprehensive about causing them harm. Lin Zhaoye extended her hand, brushing against the soft, downy body of a chick, feeling its warmth and the distinct rhythm of its heartbeat. Such vibrant life is a rarity in the apocalypse, especially considering that these delightful chicks will eventually transform into chicken legs, eggs, chicken fillets, wings, roasted chickens, and more. The mere thought of it nearly made her mouth water. However, as she regarded the chick, which had nearly reached the size of her palm, a wave of confusion washed over her. Wasn't a chick supposed to be much smaller than this? How long had they been born? We had set aside some water and vegetables mixed with millet, and a few chicks, eager for a feast, had immediately rushed to eat and drink upon hatching. It wasn't long before I noticed them, and they had already grown so large. They must have consumed nutrient-rich vegetables that facilitated their growth. In light of this, Lin Zhaoye found herself quite pleased. Perhaps tonight, she would indulge in a fragrant roasted chicken. Fresh meat. Chapter 132. Joining the battle indeed, there were some reserves of meat in everyone's homes. Yet these stored meats had lingered for quite some time and were no longer as delectable. How could they compare to the succulent, tender flavor of fresh chicken? Splendid. Once the remaining eggs hatch, we shall discover their genders. Hadn't I recently replenished the supply of chicken and duck eggs? They should be hatching in these next few days. Cold Rain, mindful of her children's desire for meat, recalled this even clearer than Lin Zhaoye. Just wait another 3 or 4 days, and that will suffice. She intends to consume all the refrigerated pork, chicken, and duck within the next few days, as it will soon be possible to replenish her supply with fresh meat at any time. Keeping them would serve little purpose. That very noon, they indulged in a feast of numerous meat dishes, generously sharing with their neighbors. In recent days, many had dispatched a significant number of zombies, leaving their bodies weary but their resources abundant. However, few households, unlike Lin Zhaoye, had stockpiled considerable provisions for trade, resulting in many having gone without meat for a month or even longer. When Lin Zhaoye delivered the meat, numerous families expressed their heartfelt gratitude. Furthermore, she announced the forthcoming opportunity to enjoy chicken and duck, having successfully raised chicks and ducklings. Everyone expressed joy, especially the Wang family, who remarked, "It is what I ought to do. Remember to bring Xiao Wang next time to select some chicks." Faced with such a sumptuous feast, the others were equally delighted, aware that future companionship would come from the presence of chicks and ducklings. That night, the zombies once again besieged the base, and the group was filled with vigor. Little did they expect that meat could possess such extraordinary effects. As per tradition, Lin Zhaoye took it upon herself to tidy the battlefield, aiding those unfortunate enough to be bitten in clearing the virus. Lately, the villa had been subjected to nightly waves of zombie attacks, typically of low intensity, with the highest level being merely a second-tier assault. The residents had grown accustomed to these nightly encounters, treating them as a pre-sleep exercise, usually resolving everything by 2 or 3 in the morning to retire for the night. There exists a rotation of duties, yet the vigilance of the group has considerably waned. However, Lin Zhaoye, having experienced the harrowing siege of the base by the zombie horde in her previous life, remained ever watchful. As fate would have it, on the night of her assigned watch, she ventured to the mountainside to inspect the vicinity of the bomb shelter for any lurking zombies. This task was a daily ritual for her, for the bomb shelter represented the last bastion of hope for these individuals. Should they encounter zombies during their retreat, it would pose a grave threat to their safety. After all, a retreat implied that the front lines had been compromised. The consequences of losing the rear would be dire. Taking a moment to ascend the mountain, she found the forest eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Yi, who trailed closely behind her, was equally vigilant in his search. However, midway through their journey, Lin Zhaoye was suddenly ensnared by a vine that coiled around her arm. Instinctively, she employed her abilities to penetrate the vine's branches and, to her astonishment, discovered the emergence of a vast horde of zombies in the distance. The numbers were staggering, no fewer than tens of thousands, approximately 3 to 5 kilometers away. The advancing army moved at a deliberate pace, likely to reach their location within half an hour. Given the urgency of the situation, many were weary from the recent battles, and aside from a few on watch, the others had succumbed to slumber. To rouse the zombies and prompt their swift movement would necessitate abandoning the loud methods of awakening. Therefore, Lin Zhaoye and Zhu Yi could only proceed door to door to alert their comrades. The members of the team emerged to confront the enemy, while Lin Zhaoye resolved to activate the air raid shelter. The sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming, and they possessed fewer than 200 personnel, many of whom lacked any special abilities. Ultimately, only half would be able to engage in combat. Moreover, the physical toll on everyone was considerable. The non-combatants were to be evacuated to the shelter while the rest would hold their ground as best as they could. Zhuo Yi proceeded with the mission, and the others awoke, still bleary-eyed. However, upon hearing the approach of the zombies, they quickly regained their senses. Within 10 minutes, all individuals in the villa area had assembled and were divided into 2 groups. One faction, led by Zhuo Yi and Li Yiha, escorted individuals to the air raid shelter and arranged their accommodations. Meanwhile, the others coordinated with Lin Zhaoye to establish their positions for artillery bombardment. The perimeter of the villa had already been fortified with trenches, but against this massive horde of zombies, the trenches would be easily filled in, allowing subsequent waves of the undead to continue their assault. Thus, The trench fortifications proved to be of little use. Their only recourse lay in relentless artillery fire, hoping to deplete the enemy, however slightly. Once the team had assigned their respective positions, they ventured forth in their designated directions. After advancing approximately 1 kilometer, they commenced bombardment. The zombies possessed an acute sense of smell, and proximity to humans could incite a rapid charge. Thus, the team was compelled to retreat to evade the onslaught and continue their artillery strikes. Along the way, they eliminated numerous zombies. Yet when the horde finally converged upon the villa compound, they realized that the number of zombies obliterated by their bombardments was but a mere drop in the ocean. A dense throng of zombies looms before you, incessantly shrieking and emitting a foul stench that assaults the heavens. At 4 in the morning, when one's fatigue is most profound, they stand behind the barricade, facing thousands of these ghoulish creatures, many of whom buckle under the pressure. Anxiety fills the air, yet their hands remain relentless, each individual striving to fire off as many shots as possible, for with each volley, they can vanquish a few more of the undead. The barricade is electrified, yet these zombies show no signs of retreating, undeterred by the towering barrier. The once lethargic vines that sprawled across the houses suddenly stir with a frenetic energy upon sighting the zombies, displaying an unsettling restlessness that Lin Zhaoye's powers can no longer quell. Instead, an increasing number of zombies gather nearby, though they refrain from attacking, while the vines take the initiative, sweeping away numerous undead. Every tendril that strikes a zombie unleashes countless barbed spikes, brutally piercing their decaying flesh to absorb the virus within. The vines extend their branches outward, their presence both on the ground and in the air encircling the zombies, trapping them in place, unable to advance or retreat. These zombies, drawn to the energy source, find themselves ensnared from a distance, gnawing at the vine's core. Unfortunately, their teeth and fingers lack the sharpness necessary to breach the vine's defenses, leaving them to merely struggle in vain. Chapter 133. The zombies surrounding the villa were swiftly ensnared by the attacking vines, which absorbed them entirely. In the blink of an eye, the vines, resembling a colossal sea creature, brandished countless tendrils, launching a frenzied assault on the nearby undead. Lin Zhaoye's abilities proved nearly ineffective against this formidable entity, akin to a mere pebble cast into the vast ocean, utterly inconsequential. In the face of such overwhelming circumstances, the others stood transfixed, gazing skyward. At that moment, the daylight had fully emerged, casting a dazzling golden radiance upon the vines, which shimmered brilliantly. They resembled a grand umbrella, sheltering all beneath its expansive canopy, while the enemies outside were reduced to mere remnants, consumed entirely. Within mere seconds, each zombie was drained completely, leaving behind only a fist-sized mass of refuse as evidence of their former existence, now manifested as delicate green blossoms adorning the vines. As the vines engaged in battle, humanity refused to remain idle. Aware of the vine's formidable defenses, Lin Zhaoye continued to strategically coordinate artillery fire, assisting the vines in cleansing the area of zombies. Shells detonated, preventing the undead from breaching the entrance, forcing them to perish amidst the intertwining vines. However, the stench was overpowering. The odor of absorbed zombies was particularly repugnant. Many who witnessed this spectacle initially felt a surge of wonder and gratitude, but as they became accustomed to the sight and were assaulted by the foul aroma, they could only suppress the urge to vomit. Lin Zhaoye recognized that this wave of zombies was, indeed, the vine's domain. Thus, let others retreat a little further, readjusting their angles to assist in the attack. It seems that the vines grow increasingly robust as they absorb the virus. Lin Zhaoye distinctly recalls that the vine which had consumed the blood of the bun was not particularly sturdy, although its blossoms were relatively large. The crimson flowers now stand out vibrantly among the multitude of green blooms, while the vine itself has grown significantly thicker than before, resembling a colossal python that could easily strangle several zombies with a mere coil. Unable to provide assistance on the front lines, Lin Zhaoye resorted to locating gas masks within her system to distribute to everyone. Those brave enough to collect crystal cores, follow me. Despite their pale faces and overwhelming nausea, The young individuals, filled with vigor, were very concerned about the label of bravery, and one by one, they followed Lin Zhaoye outside. Their primary objective was to gather crystal cores from areas where the zombies had been reduced to mere remnants. Although the vine frequently requested crystal cores from Lin Zhaoye, it showed little interest in unprocessed, raw cores. Each time it absorbed a zombie, it would expel the cores afterward. As Lin Zhaoye sifted through the piles of zombie remnants, she silently lamented the vine's finicky nature. It craved crystal cores, yet is so choosy. Meanwhile, those without combat abilities discovered for the first time that a vast underground palace had been secretly constructed beneath the nearby mountains, allowing families to reside together. No one has ever resided here, yet some basic furniture remains. The discomfort of being abruptly awakened is palpable. Many, upon seeing the bed, succumb to resting upon it. However, none truly slumber, for their loved ones are outside, confronting countless zombies, and to claim otherwise would be disingenuous. Most are parents of the external teams, while others are employers of their kin. The apocalypse has forged closer bonds among them, as they willingly support each other's endeavors while harboring concerns for safety. Originally optimistic, Lin Yuanshan has also begun to feel the weight of worry. He possesses immense trust in Lin Zhaoye's abilities. Yet even the most formidable powers can reach a point of exhaustion, while these zombies, driven by instinct, can ceaselessly engage in their relentless attacks. Grasping Zuiyi's hand, his gaze fervent, he implores, "Please, go check on her." Uncertainty is the most potent influence on one's thoughts. Understanding his intentions, Zuiyi, who initially had no intention of acquiescing, gradually found his resolve wavering. He solemnly nodded in agreement with Lin Yuanshan and stepped out after a brief exchange with Li Yihe. The moment he exited, he was besieged by the zombies outside. This territory, once shrouded in vines, had unfortunately provided sustenance for the zombies ahead, resulting in a significant number of them in this area. Suddenly, the scent of a living being emerged, prompting all the zombies to rush towards him. Prior to acquiring his powers, he had trained in agility within a major sect, and thus regarded these zombies with indifference. His skills and abilities were more than sufficient to deal with these second-tier zombies. 8 zombies, 3 of which were second-tier and 5 were first-tier. The second-tier zombies were particularly formidable, though their numbers were limited. Thus, Zuiyi opted to eliminate the first-tier zombies first, reducing their numbers to mitigate the risk of ambush. In the end, he confronted the 3 remaining zombies. One was dispatched in close quarters, while another was effortlessly blown away by several blades of wind unleashed from his powers. The last one met its end at the edge of his blade. Once all the zombies were vanquished, applause echoed from the distant woods. Zuiyi's pupils constricted. He was unaware of others in the vicinity. Following the sound, he beheld a little girl. She appeared as innocent as any child from the pre-apocalyptic world, dressed in pristine clothing, yet her smile bore no trace of humanity. He instinctively recognized her as a high-tier zombie and braced himself. His abilities were now nearing the second tier, enabling him to take down second-tier zombies, a feat made possible by his weaponry and agility. However, this particular zombie clearly surpassed the third tier or even higher, evident from her appearance. Fear gripped him. He dreaded failing to meet Lin Yuanshan's expectations. He swallowed hard, uncertain as he faced this zombie. He scrutinized her, hoping to discern any flaws during the brief seconds as she approached. Given his agility, a swift strike to her side was not beyond the realm of possibility, yet he remained unsure whether his dagger and powers could breach her defenses. Just as he was weighing his options, he noticed the girl's dress beginning to transform, causing him a slight headache. Lin Yuanshan urged him forward. "Did you not promise to find Xiao Yi? Hurry up." Zuiyi remained immobile, while Lin Yuanshan anxiously clapped his hands. "Oh dear, let me go." Unbeknownst to him, Zuiyi felt an urge to stop Lin Yuanshan, not wanting him to shield Lin Zhaoye. "Stay here. I shall go." After assuring Lin Yuanshan, Zuiyi advanced forward, and as he walked, he spotted Lin Zhaoye. The girl jogged towards him, extending her hand in an attempt to grasp Zuiyi's. He reached out to take her hand, but at the moment their fingers intertwined, he suddenly became aware of the gravity of the situation. Yet it was too late. A knife was embedded in the little girl's hand, and it had plunged deep into his chest. A metallic sweetness surged in Zhuyi's throat as he stiffly lowered his gaze, striving to discern whether the visage before him belonged to Lin Yuanshan or Lin Zhaoye. Alas, he misidentified. You. Blood involuntarily dripped from Zhuyi's mouth, the viscous liquid falling between the two. The little girl smiled, offering no words. Zhuyi, gazing at her grin, widened his eyes in fury, trembling as he sought to speak. The girl listened intently to his dying words, her smile unwavering. Seizing the moment while she let her guard down, Zhuyi's right hand discreetly retrieved another dagger from his forearm, aiming a decisive strike at the girl's throat. He poured all his strength into this final blow, fully aware that it would be his last, executing the maneuver with precision aimed at a critical point. Tragically, however, the girl before him was but an illusion. His strike faltered, and instead, the blade plunged deep into his own side. 5 meters in front of him, a little girl appeared, her smile unsettling. Suddenly, she spat a mouthful of blood directly onto his face. He reached out, touched the blood on his face, and tasted it. Thank you. This was the last utterance that Zhuyi heard before he felt his body weaken, unable to sustain his posture any longer. A wave of dizziness enveloped him, and he collapsed to the ground, fragments of light filtering through the trees and cascading onto his face. Lost in thought, he began to smile, ultimately closing his eyes. The little girl approached him, meticulously wiping away the blood from his body. Subsequently, she lay down beside Zhuyi. Her figure gradually faded away, and he rose once more. He brushed off the dust from his clothes, changed into a fresh outfit, and set out to find Lin Zhaoye. Chapter 134. Abduction. Zhuyi found Lin Zhaoye, who was collecting crystal cores on the outskirts, and requested someone to relay a message. Xiao Yezi, he is looking for you. She hurriedly set aside her task and approached. Zhuyi and Liha were responsible for matters concerning the air raid shelter, and this time it was Zhuyi who had come, not Liha, suggesting a possible connection to Lin Yuanshan. As this thought crossed her mind, Lin Zhaoye's pace quickened with anxiety. Had something happened to her uncle? Lin Zhaoye fixed her gaze on Zhuyi's face, scrutinizing every emotion. Initially, Zhuyi maintained a calm demeanor, but that tranquility soon shattered. He grasped Lin Zhaoye's hand and spoke slowly and deliberately. Do not be alarmed. It is not a grave matter. He fainted again, calling your name incessantly, which is why I sought you out. Upon hearing those words, Lin Zhaoye felt her heart plummet to the depths of the lake. Just a few days prior, everything had seemed fine, yet today, due to the sudden turn of events, anxiety had crept in. What if this led to lingering health issues? Please wait for me. I will join you shortly. With matters still demanding her attention, Lin Zhaoye could not leave at a moment's notice. She sought out Mu Hongxiao to inform him. My uncle has fainted again. I must go and check on him. Understanding Lin Zhaoye's concern for Lin Yuanshan, he did not hinder her. I will take care of things here. You may go with peace of mind. In Lin Zhaoye's heart, Mu Hongxiao's promise felt akin to a resolution for all her worries. They exchanged a deep gaze, and she departed from the scene. As she turned, she noticed a few tendrils behind Zhuyi, reaching out as if testing the air, their intentions unclear. Once she had relayed her message, Zhuyi rushed over, taking her hand and urging her to run. Lin Zhaoye, caught in the whirlwind of urgency, could do nothing but follow, her thoughts racing. The grip on her arm felt somewhat cold. They had seldom engaged in such physical contact, leaving her uncertain whether Zhuyi's temperature was typically low. This shift in demeanor perhaps stemmed from the seriousness of her uncle's condition. Lin Zhaoye pondered this, noting that Zhuyi indeed seemed rather anxious today. They swiftly navigated their way to the edge of the forest. With her keen eyes, Lin Zhaoye spotted a plump zombie in a corner of the woods, a sight that appeared strangely familiar. However, there were no other zombies present. She assumed it was merely a solitary zombie that had lagged behind the main group, and would be prudent to deal with it swiftly. I'll take care of it. Then we can proceed inside, she asserted. With a nod of agreement, Zhuyi followed Lin Zhaoye as she leaped forward. To her surprise, Zhuyi trailed closely behind. Upon reaching the zombie, Lin Zhaoye observed its face displaying a myriad of emotions. Excitement mingled with hesitation. This level of expressiveness suggested it was merely a third-tier zombie. Lin Zhaoye felt a sense of relief that Zhuyi had joined her, Together, they could coordinate their efforts to eliminate the creature. Most of the vines had been dispatched to the battlefield, leaving her with only a knife for offense, as her abilities lacked any significant striking power. With deft movements, she managed to keep the zombie at bay, skillfully maneuvering it in circles while awaiting Zhuyi's wind blade to finish it off. However, she soon noticed that Zhui, like her, also approached the zombie with a knife, opting against using his abilities. The two attacked the zombie from either side, but unexpectedly, Zhuyi's dagger pressed against her throat. In that moment, his menacing demeanor surfaced, and Lin Zhaoye finally grasped the peculiarities of their journey were not merely due to his urgency. A silent sigh escaped her. As long as it wasn't related to Lin Yuanshan, she would accept it. Yet, he was someone she had grown up with for over a decade. Why, she wondered, would he choose betrayal? Just as Lin Zhaoye's question slipped from her lips, she was struck from behind by the zombie, rendering her unconscious. Zhuyi, hoisting Lin Zhaoye over his shoulder, swaggered away, leaving no trace of their encounter. The battle on the battlefield rages on, while Lin Yuanshan anxiously awaits the outcome of Zhuyi in the air raid shelter. He paces restlessly within the confines of the room. Each time he contemplates stepping outside to uncover the truth, he is thwarted by the voice of doubt within him. This voice belongs to Lin Zhaoye, whose parting words before entering the shelter echo in his mind. Trust me. Trust yourself. Lin Yuanshan repeatedly recites this mantra, fervently wishing for Lin Zhaoye's safety. She lies supine on the bed. The first thing to catch her eye is a chandelier radiating a gentle yellow light, resplendent in its design, surrounded by 7 or 8 smaller lights that also emit a soft glow. Each is adorned with delicate, tiny diamonds, casting a warm, inviting illumination that is far from harsh. Her gaze drifts downward, directly opposite her, to a vast glass cabinet spanning an entire wall, filled with an array of toys, including various teddy bears. To her left stands a vanity, while to her right opens onto a balcony leading to a spacious courtyard. She reclines upon a luxuriously soft, pale, pink princess bed, and although her body remains motionless, her eyes have absorbed the surrounding scene in its entirety. This can only be described as an expansive bedroom, lavishly decorated, where even the most trivial sparkling item is crafted from crystal diamonds, and some decorative pieces evidently belong to the realm of antique haute couture. It exudes opulence. The door is firmly closed, leaving her uncertain of her ability to leave. Lin Zhaoye closes her eyes once more, takes a moment to compose herself, and gathers all her strength to prop herself up. She realizes that her attire has been changed to a pink princess dress, perfectly complementing the bed, creating an appearance reminiscent of a doll. This series of events has indeed left Lin Zhaoye in a state of perplexity. After much effort, she managed to bring her here, not as a hostage, but as a princess, who, after all, is Zhuyi. It has not been easy for him to remain hidden within the Lin family for so many years. With great determination, Lin Zhaoye rose from her bed and made her way to the balcony, only to discover that she was on the first floor. The balcony was adorned with numerous playful items, yet at the outer edge stood a half-meter-high white lace railing. Under normal circumstances, she might have effortlessly leaped over it. But now, even taking a few steps left her breathless, let alone attempting to step outside. The area beyond was ablaze with light, exuding a vibrant glow. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if she were the sole inhabitant of this place. After taking just 2 steps forward, a young girl suddenly appeared before her. To her astonishment, it was the same little girl who had previously clutched a teddy bear, her attire harmonizing perfectly with the ambience. The girl maintained a cheerful smile and nodded, stating, "The Holy One has instructed that you must meet him upon awakening." Upon hearing these words, Lin Zhaoye furrowed her brow. It had been a long time since she had encountered the term Holy One. She had not anticipated that this so-called Holy One would have such a myriad of mysterious followers, including Lin Zhaoye, the Snake Charmer, and Zhuyi, not to mention his influence even over the zombie girl who had emerged from Spatial Rift. Lin Zhaoye took a couple of steps alongside the girl before halting in her tracks. "What was Zhuyi?" she inquired, still yearning to comprehend the deep bond that had entwined the Lin family and Zhuyi for over a decade, regarding him as kin. A decade ago, Lin Yuanshan harbored hopes of entrusting the company to him, treating him as if he were his own flesh and blood. What could have prompted such treachery? The young girl lifted her head stiffly, the curve of her lips deepening ominously. It is, of course, the extraordinary powers bestowed upon me by the great Lord. All I need do is eliminate him, and I can don the guise of anyone. Lin Zhaoye's pupils constricted as he disregarded his physical discomfort and stepped forward forcefully, gripping her neck. You killed him? He glared at the little zombie, a single tear cascading down his cheek as waves of anger and sorrow battered against his heart. She sought answers, questioning why, despite her constant desire to protect everyone, there were always those who stood in her way. In her previous life, her uncle and her inseparable companion, E, had fallen victim to treachery, and in this life, though she had finally located her uncle, was what he had ultimately met with misfortune. She was consumed by hatred. Why, no matter how hard she strived, did her wishes always seem to be so easily shattered? Lin Zhaoye felt an insatiable rage, yet found herself devoid of strength. She longed to flay the zombie before her, to dismantle its very bones, wishing for it to suffer eternal torment. She even wished to grind its core into powder to feed to the pigs. Yet, she lacked the strength to enact such vengeance. Physically and emotionally drained, even in her current state of fury, she possessed little power. The little zombie effortlessly pried her fingers from its neck one by one, then leisurely adjusted Lin Zhaoye's dress, remarking, "The bow is positioned incorrectly. Such a lack of decorum will surely lead to abandonment by the great lord." She always wore a smile that adhered to the conventions of propriety, as if every angle had been meticulously rehearsed. In stark contrast, Lin Zhaoye appeared with reddened eyes and bulging veins, resembling a shrew, coarse and uncouth. Lin Zhaoye's hand was forcibly brought down, stiffly resting at her side. She closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and clenched her fingers into a fist. She was persuading herself to endure, given the current circumstances. Lin Zhaoye had no choice but to bide her time. A cold sneer emerged within her heart, for being so subjugated was indeed unbearable. If the day ever came when she turned the tables, none involved in this matter, including the undead, would find respite. At last, she regained her composure. It was time to confront reality. "Let us proceed to find your master," she declared. The little zombie, who had anticipated this outcome, turned and led the way upon hearing her words, while Lin Zhaoye followed at a leisurely pace. Her slow progress stemmed from two reasons. One, she was sulking and unwilling to hasten. The other, her body truly could not keep up, each step a struggle against her own limitations. She was unable to wield her abilities here, her body weak and feeble, unable to best even an ordinary person. Indeed, even a genuine elementary school student could easily overpower her. Noticing her sluggish pace, the little zombie adjusted its own steps to match hers. As the two of them made their way out of the building and into another, the two structures were not far apart, each boasting approximately 10 stories. The recently emerged structure she had just vacated was adorned in warm hues, whereas the edifice they now entered bore an almost stark simplicity, devoid of embellishment and clad in muted tones. She rapped gently on the door thrice, and the diminutive zombie swung it open, revealing a dimly lit interior. It stepped inside, beckoning Lin Zhaoye to follow swiftly. Once she found her footing, the little zombie firmly shut the door behind them. In the enveloping darkness, the room was devoid of any illumination. The creature showed no intention of turning on the lights, instead presenting Lin Zhaoye with a piece of satin, soft and smooth to the touch. "Just follow me, and refrain from asking questions that do not concern you," it intoned ominously from below. The little zombie, reminiscent of a miniature adult, cautioned Lin Zhaoye, "Do not look around. Be wary of incurring the wrath of the Lord." The pitch-black surroundings obscured all visibility until they descended further into a secret chamber. As Lin Zhaoye acclimatized to the shadows, she could faintly discern a staircase below. The little zombie promptly issued a warning, unperturbed by whether she had grasped its significance, and began to descend. The transformation wrought by supernatural abilities was no trifling matter. In this darkness, Lin Zhaoye found that the environment appeared less foreboding. Flanking them were rooms, their contents initially unclear to her, though larger decorative items came into focus with greater clarity. Each chamber stood without doors, allowing her to cast fleeting glances as they passed. Upon glimpsing a motionless humanoid doll frozen in the first room, she was startled, momentarily mistaking it for a person. As she ventured further, she encountered a doll resembling a human figure in each room, a sight she had grown accustomed to. Even in the darkness, she discerned that each doll bore a similar physique, yet their frozen postures varied distinctly. These dolls were uniformly female in appearance, and each modestly sized room, approximately 5 to 10 square meters, was adorned with an array of accompanying furniture. Throughout her journey, she observed around 30 to 50 chambers, each uniquely furnished, yet invariably housing one of these human-like dolls. Lin Zhaoye could sense that the staircase descended, subtly veering to the left. At last, the little zombie halted at the end of this corridor. "Master, we have arrived." Lin Zhaoye had never before heard the little zombie speak with such gentleness. In their previous encounters, its voice was either chillingly cold or markedly rigid. This display of humanity was a novel experience. The door swung open on its own, and the little zombie stepped aside, gesturing for Lin Zhaoye to enter. "The master awaits within. Do not keep him waiting." Lin Zhaoye loosened her silken garment and stepped into the secret chamber. The door closed automatically behind her. Chapter 136. The wheelchair. She followed the direction of the light, moving forward until she beheld a figure cloaked in black. "You have finally arrived." The figure, adorned with a dragon-patterned golden mask, spoke in a deep, mysterious tone that did not resemble anyone she knew. She noticed a chair facing the cloaked figure and instinctively approached to take a seat. Lin Zhaoye's arrival this time is far from honorable. This man is hardly a paragon of virtue. He let out a dismissive snort, seemingly unfazed by her audacious behavior. "Previously, I sent people to invite you, yet you consistently evaded their summons. In desperation, I resorted to this unfortunate tactic." Lin Zhaoye retorted, "What evasion? All I know is that you dispatched someone to assassinate me. Since when has the underworld become your domain? Is it only upon death that one is permitted to traverse your realm?" In the face of Lin Zhaoye's sharp tongue, the man in black patiently elucidated. "I merely tasked Cue and Wu Yu with locating you. It was unforeseen that Lin Chirong would sabotage my efforts. Aware of your disdain for her, I acquiesced when she sought refuge with me after my influence grew." He paused, contemplating for a moment before continuing. "I have already exacted punishment upon her. Xiao Yezi, I have executed every conceivable retribution you could imagine." His voice remained resonant, yet the words he uttered were chilling. To my surprise, despite enduring such punishment, she still dared to defy me, deceiving others with false commands, which led to so many troubles directed at you. Indeed, Lin Zhaoye harbored animosity towards Lin Chirong. However, she yearned for a resolution to their grievances between themselves, rather than enduring such extensive retribution here. It was not compassion for Lin Chirong that stirred her, but rather a profound sense of disillusionment towards the individual before her, who bore a shocking familiarity. Ultimately, when all else failed, I sent Nyo to seek you out, only to discover that you were not present. Indeed, Nyo is the child who just guided you here. Lin Zhaoye felt a surge of anger rise within him. So the rift in space is connected to you? Was the death of Zhuo Yi also orchestrated by you? Though there is no official data on the spatial rupture, the death toll is undoubtedly substantial. In the pursuit of finding her, you have callously taken the life of an innocent Zhuo Yi. Each of these incidents is a bloody tragedy. Wielding great power, yet treating human life with such disdain is truly heinous. The figure in black remained silent, his right hand groping at a certain spot, and Lin Zhaoye could only hear the metallic clinking of movements. Gradually, the room began to illuminate, and Lin Zhaoye's vision became somewhat clearer, though it remained dim. By the faint light, she discerned that the man in black wore leather gloves and was seated on an exquisitely ornate chair, which rested on a pair of steps. Beside the steps stood a wheelchair, crafted from pure silver. However, one of its wheels was wooden, creating a stark contrast with the rest of its structure. The wooden wheel had developed a patina over time, yet the hub had deteriorated, its color darker than the other parts, marked with various pits. Upon seeing the wheelchair, Lin Zhaoye's already weakened body felt even more insubstantial, nearly causing her to stumble. This wheelchair was one she recognized all too well, particularly the wooden wheel, which she had crafted herself many years ago. You are. Lin Zhaoye's voice trembled, choked with emotion. The person before her might be a companion from her youth, or perhaps an irredeemable fiend. I am, yet I am not. He removed the golden mask, revealing a visage that could scarcely be deemed human. Faint traces of his former self lingered, yet the contours of his facial muscles were strikingly pronounced, his skin resembling that of a toad, adorned in shades of brown interspersed with deep green, marked by numerous protruding blisters. Are you frightened? I have traversed a path devoid of extremes for over a decade. His hands gripped the armrests of the chair with fervor. I envy you, as well as Mu Hong Xiao. You both possess the solace of each other's company. After being forsaken by you, I was captured and subjected to experimentation, for within me lies the antibody she so desperately seeks. Lin Zhaoye had no intention of interrupting his confessional, yet upon hearing this, she felt an urgent desire to decipher the implications of his words. Who was it that captured you? What kind of antibody do they desire? He took a moment to compose himself, straightening his posture and reverting to his former lofty demeanor. 20 years ago, a meteorite fell in a remote corner of the Earth. It was through this celestial fragment that Dr. A.I. Li arrived on our planet. Her wife had fallen ill and required the antibody. He extended his hand towards Lin Zhaoye, allowing her to observe each tiny bubble on his skin, still animated and pulsating. This was the result of their experimentation, along with an additional, unforeseen consequence. His fingers suddenly changed direction, pointing towards the door. Those beings you refer to as zombies, mere living dead, are actually the result of a virus devised by Dr. Ellie. She initially intended to research antibodies but veered off course. Clenching his fists, his words laced with indignation, he continued, "She has unleashed this abomination, leaving me in a state of neither life nor death, and they exist in a perpetual limbo of existence." To my astonishment, what I believed to be a cataclysm wrought by nature was, in fact, the handiwork of beings from another planet, and the so-called zombies were artificially created as well. However, there is a silver lining. I possess the ability to control them, and Dr. Ellie will no longer see the light of day. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye found the current version of him unrecognizable. His life had been bleak, yet this man, consumed by revenge, bore no resemblance to the youthful figure he once knew. "Are you capable of controlling the zombies?" he inquired. "Indeed, I can manage the zombies, though those that tear through space are beyond my jurisdiction. The small zombie outside, however, is within my purview." With a sharp clap, Lin Zhaoye struck the armrest. "Then tell me, did the zombie you control kill Zui?" His tone was confrontational, for the individual before him had once shared an acquaintance with Zui, who was now irrevocably lost. He snapped his fingers, and the small zombie outside remained stationed there as he opened the door. The lights illuminating the path beyond mirrored those inside, casting a gentle glow. Yet the clarity was insufficient. The little zombie stood quietly outside the door, and upon hearing his praise, finally smiled sincerely. "Thank you, my lord. I will strive to do my best." The master and servant seemed to be engaged in some peculiar game. Had it not been for Lin Zhaoye's formidable presence, she would have turned away without a second thought. Chapter 137. It is she. Lin Zhaoye suppressed the anger swelling within him, eager to uncover more clues. "So, where exactly is this place? What is your ulterior motive in your relentless pursuit of me?" With a subtle gesture, the little zombie approached and assisted him into the wheelchair. Lin Zhaoye was aware that his legs had been rendered immobile since childhood due to illness, making him a target for bullying by other children. Back then, in their innocent youth, she had lovingly crafted a wooden wheel to replace the broken one, never anticipating that the wheelchair would be preserved in such pristine condition over the years, even as circumstances changed. Once settled in the wheelchair, he donned his gloves once more and adorned his golden mask. With a simple motion, he signaled for the little zombie to push him forward. He gradually extended his goodwill towards Lin Zhaoye. "There is nothing else here. It is relatively safe. You may stay for as long as you wish, and do as you please. No zombies will come to attack you, so rest assured." His voice was soft, barely audible from less than 10 meters away, and Lin Zhaoye found it increasingly difficult to discern his words. However, she managed to catch the final sentiment. Consider it my one-sided benevolence towards you, a compensation for the pity you once showed me. The little zombie pushed him further away, while Lin Zhaoye sat motionless in place. As they approached the farthest point of visibility, Lin Zhaoye mustered all his strength and shouted, "Wanqi, I loathe you." The figure in the wheelchair offered no response, and the little zombie continued to propel him forward. It was only after they had traveled a great distance that he finally relaxed and closed his eyes, murmuring, "Wanqi Liangshan has long since perished." The little zombie paused, bewildered by the Master's words. If the Master is eternal, why claim to be dead? Wanqi Liangshan smiled faintly and shook his head. "You do not understand. Human emotions are exceedingly intricate." The little zombie nodded in agreement, recounting, "I even gave her a teddy bear, yet she showed no interest in it. I have never seen her play with it." Upon hearing this, Wanqi Liangshan was momentarily taken aback. Then he smiled sadly and replied, "Well, since the key is already in her possession, let her forge the path ahead." The little zombie still did not comprehend his words, but knowing that the Master was always right, it resumed pushing Wanqi forward. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaoye had slumped entirely in his chair, struggling to grasp why a childhood companion had grown so cold and unfeeling, devoid of any remorse. The system proved useful. After extensive searching, she could not find an appropriate means of escape. Indeed, there were some weapons available, which she could keep as a contingency. Lin Zhaoye even stumbled upon the toy that the little zombie had given her that day. After some contemplation, she decided against taking it out, uncertain of its purpose, and chose to hold on to it for now. Suddenly, she rose to survey her surroundings and discovered that the place was rather rudimentary, devoid of anything particularly remarkable aside from the darkness. Given that there were no restrictions on her actions, Lin Zhaoye felt no need for restraint. She decided to explore the environment and contemplate an escape. After a thorough inspection, she resolved to leave. Upon stepping outside, she noticed the houses flanking the path, illuminated by a faint glow, which revealed something astonishing. In the first house, a doll bore an uncanny resemblance to her, adorned with a handcrafted floral crown and smiling joyfully. Lin Zhaoye refrained from entering and moved on to the next house, where another doll, still strikingly similar to her, was engaged in cooking. She ascended slowly, peering into each house, where an array of dolls, each resembling her in various forms, were depicted in diverse activities, showcasing different personalities. The doll in the first house wore a white dress, exuding a gentle smile. She recognized this dress as the one she had worn on the day she visited Song Wanqi, the wooden wheel. The wheel had been adorned with many thorns, leaving her hands and clothes punctured with splinters when she delivered it. After that occasion, she had never worn the dress again. As she approached, she noticed that this dress also bore several small holes. While the other dolls could be dismissed as mere coincidences in resemblance, this particular doll, along with the dress, was an exact replica of her former self. She lifted her hand to gently touch the doll before her, only to discover that its skin was remarkably smooth and possessed a certain elasticity. As she carefully squeezed it to fully experience this sensation, her astonishment and doubt intensified. Such a tactile quality suggested that this might not be a mere doll, but rather a living person. Lin Zhaoye scrutinized the girl before her, noting the striking resemblance in their features, the similar contours of their faces, and the delicate, smooth skin, albeit lacking in luster. The realistic texture implied authenticity. She must indeed be human. To be candid, Lin Zhaoye had dispatched no fewer than 8,000 zombies during her gruesome endeavors. Yet the thought of slaughtering so many to create dolls was utterly deranged. She suppressed her revulsion and exited the chamber, locking the door behind her. Lin Zhaoye had no desire to return to that dread-inducing place. Once outside, she increasingly felt her strength rejuvenating. The upper floors mirrored the building's exterior, devoid of any decor, shrouded in desolation. The style of the rooms within this edifice resonated with that of the chamber where she had awakened. All exuded an air of opulence and meticulous arrangement. Among the furnishings were not only the precious crystals and diamonds from her past life, but also the crystalline cores she cherished in the present. A grand cabinet displayed an array of vibrant colors, raising questions as to how many zombies Wanqi had excavated to amass such treasures. Yet, despite the evident care and effort, Lin Zhaoye felt no trace of joy from wealth. The riches she desired were pure and untainted, but upon encountering those dolls, she perceived that these exquisite ornaments were sullied with the blood of humanity. Resolutely turning away from this scene, Lin Zhaoye ventured into other rooms of the building, where the decor remained consistent, adorned with a regal, palatial opulence intermingled with the innocent embellishments befitting a young girl. Lin Zhaoye harbored no interest in these matters. Her sole desire was to escape this place. Yet, from every conceivable angle, the towering walls loomed, as she found herself unable to surmount them. The only course of action was to conserve her strength, awaiting the restoration of her body before contemplating her next move. Chapter 138. The Sea of Flames. Lin Zhaoye resolved to embark on her next exploration, having finally regained a modicum of strength. She dragged a low cabinet outside. With minimal assistance, she could not ascend the wall directly. Instead, she had to painstakingly step onto the cabinet. Upon exiting the hidden chamber, she found no one, neither human nor zombie, had ever graced this space. It was utterly deserted, leaving only Lin Zhaoye behind. Thus, she felt no trepidation about being discovered during her escape, even preparing an array of small tools to aid her ascent. After much toil, Lin Zhaoye finally scaled the wall. What would typically take mere seconds now consumed her over 10 arduous minutes. Fortune favored the diligent. Perched atop the wall, she surveyed the courtyard below, finding no traps or mechanisms. As she prepared to depart, an impulsive thought struck her. Why not leave a parting gift for this little courtyard? She rummaged through her system, retrieving several explosives, which she instinctively hurled into the distance. Just as she turned to leap down, she discovered a translucent protective membrane enveloping the walls. Though imperceptible at first glance, its formidable barrier became evident only through touch, rendering her incapable of escape. It appeared that the absence of watchers was merely an illusion, for the truth was that escape was utterly impossible. Lin Zhaoye could not breach the protective barrier and was left to meander along the wall. Just after taking a few steps, the bomb she had thrown erupted in rapid succession. Fortunately, her instinct had guided her to hurl the explosives far enough away. Had they been closer, she might have found herself injured as well. The 3 locations that had been bombed now bore craters approximately 20 to 30 centimeters deep, leaving the flora entirely stripped bare. Perched upon the wall, she contemplated for an extended period. With no feasible means of escape, she resolved to descend and find a place to rest. The crux of the matter either lay within or rested with Wanqi. However, after Wanqi's earlier remarks, Lin Zhaoye comprehended that he held no misconceptions. Their perspectives were fundamentally divergent, and he would never consent to her release. Rather than relying on him in vain, it would be more prudent to diligently search for clues within this vicinity. Exhausted, Lin Zhaoye reclined on the bed to recuperate her strength, rummaging through her system, only to find an assortment of trivial items. Her hand froze upon the sight of a small teddy bear. This bear had been gifted to her by the little zombie on that fateful day. At the time, she was uncertain of her motives, but had chosen to keep it within her system, concealing it from others. Thankfully, the bear had been preserved within the system, accompanying her to this very day. It was the sole item she possessed that bore any connection to this enigmatic courtyard. Thus, Lin Zhaoye retrieved the bear. It was not particularly clean, with many of its fur strands having been pulled away, rendering certain areas almost bald. She attempted to converse with the bear, to strike its body, yet no voice emerged, nor any melody. It was starkly different from the props and dolls she had previously encountered. This plush toy appeared as though it had been played with for several years, perhaps a remnant left behind after the little zombie had eradicated its entire family. Alternatively, the bear, bearing signs of over a decade of use, might have belonged to Wanqi himself. Wanqi could have bestowed this small bear upon the little zombie, or perhaps directly instructed it to transfer the bear to her. With this thought, Lin Zhaoye grew increasingly resolute that this bear was intertwined with her fate. She meticulously examined the bear from top to bottom, yet found no indication of hidden secrets. Subsequently, she impulsively tugged at the bear's arm, then its neck, until she finally reached its tail. Eureka! Lin Zhaoye gave the bear another gentle pull, and heard a sound reminiscent of a glass door being pushed open. It appeared that the focal point truly lay within this bear. The little zombie had already bestowed the focal point upon her, without offering any form of warning. It seemed this was Wanqi's intention. His arrival had been peculiar, as had his departure, yet he did not genuinely wish to confine her, leaving her perplexed as to why he would engage in such maddening behavior. Shaking her head, Lin Zhaoye pondered the whereabouts of the Wanqi she once knew, now replaced by a version both considerate and repugnant. Everything had irrevocably changed. Clutching the bear, she dashed outside, barely grazing the furniture she had just scaled over the wall. Continuing along the previously arranged tables and chairs, she reached the wall, lightly touching the sky beyond, discovering that her hand could pass through. This time, she resolved to obliterate everything here. She wished to ensure that no future victim would arrive at this dreadful place, nor did she desire for its horrors to be unveiled to others. As she passed the crystalline cabinet, she hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately decided to stow it away. After all, the crystalline core had been acquired without effort and had contributed to the demise of numerous zombies, thus serving a noble purpose. She busied herself, touching this and that, rummaging about for something, then sitting in contemplation. Her petite visage was awash with emotion, even her chubby cheeks failing to conceal her anguish. She gazed longingly at Lin Zhaoye on the screen, yet remained passive, awaiting her own reckoning. When Lin Zhaoye presented the small zombie to her teddy bear, Wanqi sensed that the outcome was imminent. Even if it foreshadowed a grim conclusion, his heart plummeted. He observed Lin Zhaoye's adorable demeanor as she retrieved the crystalline core. Her flurry of activity while installing the bomb was equally captivating. He watched her perched on the wall, surveying her surroundings, and witnessed the moment she pressed the detonator. As she executed her action, Wanqi closed his eyes, smiling as he whispered, "Farewell, Xiao Yi." Finally, Lin Zhaoye leaped down from the wall and sprinted forward with fervor, while Wanqi, with a serene and tranquil disposition amidst the inferno, gazed at her retreating figure, concerned that she might be too slow and sustain injuries from the explosion. In the heart of the blazing fire, Wanqi smiled, embracing his fate, sincerely wishing that Lin Zhaoye's aspirations would be fulfilled. Chapter 139. Acquaintances in a frantic dash. Lin Zhaoye feared the destructive power of the bomb might injure her. Only when the sight of the recent explosion faded from view did she collapse breathlessly onto the ground. Her body felt exceedingly frail. Perhaps keeping this doll would prove beneficial. In that channel, Mu Hongxiao frequently communicated with individuals from his former department. Lost in an unfamiliar forest, Lin Zhaoye pressed onward, hoping to catch sight of the city and find familiar landmarks. She activated her radio, yearning for a message from Mu Hongxiao, but silence enveloped her, devoid of any sound. Fortunately, she possessed a portable system, ensuring her sustenance was secure, with an abundance of food available for direct exchange. While she did not fully comprehend the content of the information, she managed to decipher a few words. The words search and reconnaissance sparked a vivid imagination within Lin Zhaoye. She grasped the implications concealed within them. Such promises are not easily made to an ordinary citizen, leading her to suspect that Mu Hongxiao had committed to certain conditions. Though she remained unaware of her exact location, she longed to inform Mu Hongxiao of her predicament. After much contemplation, she settled on the character for peace, yet found herself at a loss for further words. Fearful of making mistakes or revealing too much to others, she was uncertain whether she'd inscribed the character correctly. Nevertheless, the mere act of sending a message, even if only that one character, was a success in itself. Mu Hongxiao would surely receive it. With no time to rest, Lin Zhaoye quickly rose to her feet and pressed onward. Along her journey, she encountered a few scattered zombies, all of which she dispatched with her core energy gun. At this moment, she aimed to conserve her strength by minimizing her movements. Thus, she ambled along, stopping intermittently for over an hour, until she finally caught sight of the silhouette of a road. As she drew closer, Lin Zhaoye confirmed that it was indeed a road, still relatively intact despite some minor damage at certain points, which had been pushed aside, providing her with a valuable clue. The slope was barren, devoid of any vegetation. leaving only yellow earth that was somewhat slippery underfoot. With each substantial step, she found the layers of her skirt to be a considerable hindrance, especially with the numerous decorative trinkets weighing her down. Retreating to level ground, Lin Zhaoye tore the skirt, leaving only the final layer of the undergarment and the outermost skirt. The remaining fabric was a delicate pink, which she attempted to stash away, but the system offered her no leniency. Thus, she could only cast a fleeting glance before tossing the remnants toward the woods, hoping to conceal the pink fabric from view. The time was approximately 3 in the afternoon, and the sun blazed overhead. Lin Zhaoye squinted against the brightness as she continued forward, taking occasional sips of water to replenish her energy. The heat distorted her surroundings, and her body began to feel the strain. With no road signs in sight, she realized that regardless of the direction she chose, she had but one opportunity. The distance to human civilization, whether near or far, was a gamble. Having selected her path, Lin Zhaoye pressed on with unwavering determination. She gritted her teeth, persevering as her strength gradually returned. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction, until, in the distance, she heard a faint rumbling sound. Someone was approaching. Lin Zhaoye's heart tightened. She had no time to ponder, and her body instinctively ran down the road. She concealed herself in a spot where she hoped those above could not see her, lying low on the ground. She waited for the people above to pass by, knowing that under normal circumstances, no one would notice her presence below. The rumbling grew louder, and Lin Zhaoye's body tensed further. All she could hear was the rapid beating of her heart. The noise gradually diminished, even pausing directly above her head, causing a chill to seep into Lin Zhaoye's heart. She had been discovered. Despite it being the height of summer, her hands felt icy cold. Listening to the voices above, Lin Zhaoye surmised that there were at least 10 individuals in the group. Even at her peak, she might not have escaped unscathed, let alone now, when she had only regained 80% of her strength. Moreover, her abilities were limited to healing and not suited for combat. If the enemy does not move, I shall remain still. Lin Zhaoye had no intention of revealing herself. What if it was merely a coincidence? However, the chances of coincidence in this world were exceedingly rare. "Little sister, I know you're down there, come out." A coarse male voice boomed above her. It was evident that he was addressing her directly, confirming her fears. She resolved to feign death a moment longer. What if they were just lucky? Yet, fate had other plans. Soon, another male voice emerged. "Don't hide. We know you're down there. We mean you no harm. Just come out." In truth, Lin Zhaoye understood that hiding any longer was futile. Running away was futile, as she would never outrun the motorcycles beneath them. If negotiations failed, it would be better to confront them head-on. She adjusted her somewhat ill-fitting clothes and concealed her crystal core gun and crossbow within the ample sleeves of her garment. Prepared, she stepped out, ascending slowly. She deliberately took her time, moving at a measured pace, and the individuals above made no effort to hasten her. Soon, Lin Zhaoye's gaze fell upon the sun-baked pavement, nearly melting under the heat. She noticed the dust clinging to their black leather boots. She observed the sturdy, muscular calves, followed by their well-toned physiques and a group of familiar faces. "Little sister, we meet again." The voice belonged to an elderly man, one Lin Zhaoye recognized all too well. This was Brother Long, the leader of the motorcycle team they had once encountered during a supply exchange. Brother Long had introduced her to several individuals who sought to trade with Lin Zhaoye, thus allowing her to earn some crystal cores. Even without the later opportunity to profit from the specialized treatment of zombie transformation and the eradication of the zombie virus, he had unwittingly helped her forge valuable connections in the early stages. Naturally, Lin Zhaoye was well acquainted with one of her benefactors. She smiled politely. "I never expected to run into Brother Long here. It truly is fate." Longgood dismounted from his motorcycle and approached Lin Zhaoye, stopping approximately 5 meters away. The others also alighted from their bikes. Several bore numerous tire tracks, exhibiting signs of damage, with visible claw marks indicating they had engaged in fierce battles with zombies. "It is a matter of fate, yet this destiny was one I fought to attain." Chapter 140. The journey in response to Lin Zhaoye's expression of mild astonishment. He continued to explain in his youthful voice. "The reason we stopped is that there is an ability user among US who can detect your scent. Initially, We intended to pass by, but he mentioned that this scent seemed familiar, prompting us to halt and search for you. With his dark complexion and a gleaming smile revealing white teeth, he added, "What do you think? Does that count as a destiny I have earned?" Such an explanation seemed reasonable, and Lin Zhaoye nodded in acknowledgement. It had indeed been a long time since their last encounter. While she harbored doubts about Long Ji's sincerity, she was not entirely dismissive. If he could provide her with a ride to a human settlement, it would be beneficial. Moreover, she intended to continue exchanging supplies, and she was certain Long Gu would be tempted by that prospect. Long Gu and his companions scrutinized Lin Zhaoye, noting her peculiar attire. At that moment, she stood alone on the highway, devoid of any signs of human presence around her. She donned a bizarre pink dress, her hair neatly styled, and her face adorned with a hint of makeup, giving her an unexpectedly charming appearance. Indeed, it had been quite a while since they had last seen each other, and she had seldom ventured in their direction since then. "By the way, what are you all doing here? I never expected to run into you, Long Gu. Where are you headed?" Upon hearing her words, the others were equally perplexed, unable to grasp the situation. Nevertheless, being men of both strength and sensitivity, they naturally understood the peril of a young woman wandering alone in this area. They chose not to pry further into her circumstances. Fortunately, Long Gu took charge. "Since you are by yourself, why don't you accompany us? We are heading to the Yunzong base. A signal has been dispatched from there, requesting various mercenary teams to complete a certain mission." Lin Zhaoye's brow furrowed at his statement. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. "All right, I appreciate your help, Long Gu. How long until we arrive?" Long Gu glanced at the sky, noting the time to be around 5 or 6 o'clock. "We should reach Yunzong base before nightfall." Lin Zhaoye revealed her most heartfelt smile in recent days. "Great, let us set off swiftly." After saying this, she turned to Long Gu, signaling him to arrange a vehicle for her. Long Gu understood her intent, but felt a twinge of shyness. "Many of the vehicles have been damaged. We'll need to wait until my brother returns to the main base to get a proper one for you." Otherwise, he surveyed the surroundings, seeking a trustworthy companion to accompany Lin Zhaoye, someone who would not take advantage of the young lady's vulnerability. However, after a thorough scan, he realized that all those present were rugged and burly men, none of whom seemed worthy of this delicate young woman. As everyone exchanged awkward glances, Lin Zhaoye cast her eyes upon the tattered skirt she wore, torn to shreds. Resolutely, she made a decision. Although initially hesitant, fidgeting with her hands, she finally spoke. "How about I rent a motorcycle? Who would like to pair up?" The remaining few were all robust men, unwilling to take Lin Zhaoye along. Thus they had no choice but to compromise and pair up with each other for the sake of resources. At the mention of supplies, Long Gu, who had been somewhat conflicted, turned his gaze towards his fellow brothers, only to find them staring at the sky or the ground, entirely disregarding him. Cursing under his breath about their lack of loyalty, he ultimately conceded and climbed onto someone else's vehicle, exclaiming, "You better drive carefully." Unfortunately, with his high-pitched voice, Lin Zhaoye couldn't help but chuckle. It lacked any semblance of intimidation. Lin Zhaoye exchanged 20 liters of water for the largest, most powerful, yet most challenging motorcycle in the convoy. Before setting off, Long Gu watched her anxiously, fearful that she might not be able to ride it and ruin his prized possession. He contemplated backing out of the deal several times, yet Lin Zhaoye offered him a reassuring glance. "Just follow this path, right? Then I'll take the lead and wait for you up ahead." She had already clarified the route to the Yunzhong base. After confirming once more and bidding her farewells, she twisted the throttle. With a thunderous roar, the motorcycle surged forward, propelling her ahead with great force, embracing the raw essence of machinery. Amidst the thunderous roar of the motorcycle, a bold beauty of individualism radiated from Lin Zhaoye. A refreshing sense of conquest enveloped her heart. This bike was undeniably challenging to control, evoking the spirit of an untamed stallion within her. Yet, the greater the challenge, the more exhilarating the experience became. Taming the motorcycle felt akin to mastering freedom itself. As Lin Zhaoye showcased her skills, others were inspired to ignite their own engines. The speakers behind them roared to life, and a collective of riders surged down the highway, their fervor undeterred by the setting sun. Lin Zhaoye surged ahead, while several attempted to overtake her, only to be thwarted by her prowess. As twilight gently descended, she spotted a freshly painted sign on a white metal board, bold blue letters scrawled across it. Yunzhong Base. 3,000 meters. The base, adorned with a fluorescent material, began to gleam under the motorcycle's headlights. A small zombie approached, gnawing at the sign, perhaps driven by insatiable hunger. Lin Zhaoye swiftly dispatched it with a single shot. At her current speed, the 3,000 meters would be covered in just a minute or two, far exceeding Long Ji's estimated time. She paused, awaiting the arrival of her comrades. Another individual, having attempted to overtake her on the winding path without success, joined her in anticipation. "Your riding skills are impressive. Have you trained before?" he inquired. Lin Zhaoye patted her motorcycle, replying, "Long Ji's bike is superior." This statement held truth, as this machine brought her joy and exhilaration, allowing her skills to flourish. The individual exchanged pleasantries, and soon after, the main group arrived. They arrived at the cloud base together. The cloud base can be regarded as the foremost stronghold of the future, sprawling over an expanse comparable to 2 city districts. Its armed forces are notably formidable, having erected thick walls to fortify the borders within just over a month. Numerous soldiers clad in standardized uniforms patrol the premises, armed with real firearms. It remains uncertain which holds greater power, their weapons or the crystal core guns. Following Long Ji's guidance, they halted their motorcycles approximately 500 meters from the cloud base. This distance is a stipulation established by the cloud base itself, marked by a sign reminding all to dismount. Beyond this 500-meter threshold, they would be subject to the scrutiny of the guards. Approaching with a friendly demeanor necessitates adherence to their regulations. Any disruption of peace could lead to dire consequences, as the guards positioned atop the walls would not hesitate to retaliate. Naturally, Lin Zhaoye complied with the rule. Dismounting within the designated area, they stowed their motorcycles into the spatial realm of the space-type abilities user and proceeded on foot. The guards, having encountered individuals like them numerous times before, exhibited a relaxed demeanor. Upon reaching the city gate, they needed to register to gain entry. A small booth had been constructed at the gate for this purpose, staffed by personnel who managed the computer registration. Upon recognizing Long Gu, the registrar became overly amiable, suggesting that this was not their first visit and that they were quite familiar with these individuals. "Long Gu has returned. Is he here to undertake a mission this time?" The assignment is a standard procedure for every major base, guaranteed by the government to fulfill various wishes and provide an array of rewards. This time, we adhere to the established protocol. Each individual receives a second-tier crystal core. After the payment is made, they are escorted to a designated isolation area. They are well-versed in this process. The deputy swiftly handed over the crystal cores, including one belonging to Lin Zhaoye. Chapter 141. Unloaded 1, 2, 3. 22, 23. This time, an additional person was included. Brother Long remained silent, while the deputy stepped forward to clarify. "We have brought an extra individual this time. Since the numbers match, please allow us entry." Naturally, they were granted passage to the first isolation zone. As a major base, they had developed a device that requires all newcomers to remain in a specialized isolation area for half an hour. Through this half hour of instrument testing, it can be determined whether one has been infected by the zombie virus. And a second-tier crystal core must be surrendered as a fee for utilizing the device and as an admission charge. The Yunzhong base established 3 isolation zones, each designated for different individuals undergoing testing. Lin Zhaoye naturally entered the first zone alongside his team, guided by the aforementioned administrator. After leading Brother Long inside, the administrator stationed himself at the entrance while the others filed in. However, when Lin Zhaoye attempted to enter, he was halted. "My dear young lady, we must observe the distinction between genders. You cannot remain with them. Kindly step aside and accompany me." In Lin Zhaoye's previous life, there were no such peculiar regulations at the base. Since it was a standard quarantine that did not involve privacy, there was no necessity to segregate by gender. To her surprise, the Yunzhong base adhered to such stringent distinctions. However, she now needed to enter the city, and, as this matter was not of great significance, She decided to cooperate with his arrangements. Just as she was about to step away, Long Gu, the first to enter, emerged again. Wait. Jean Fei. Why has the division of personnel suddenly become gender-specific today? Long Gu was typically a man of few words, so his initiative to speak aroused Lin Zhaoye's suspicions about some undisclosed matters. She silently regarded this Jean Fei with caution. Jean Fei, the sycophant, smiled and reassured Long Gu. It has always been the case. It has always been the case. It was simply because there were no women in Long Ji's team before, which is why you were unaware. Long Gu fixed a steady gaze upon Jean Fei's obsequious demeanor, snorting through his nostrils. Let's hope so. Having received this confirmation, Jean Fei promptly invited Lin Zhaoye to follow him to another area. Please, come this way. Lin Zhaoye glanced at Long Gu, who nodded in affirmation, and thus she followed Jean Fei to a different location. Indeed, there were a few women seated there, which reassured Lin Zhaoye. The separation of genders was quite normal, and she found a corner to sit in. Before long, the other women were called out, likely because the time was deemed sufficient. At this point, Lin Zhaoye found herself alone in the area, seated in her corner while she focused on restoring her supernatural abilities. Now, her strength has nearly returned, and although her movements are slightly sluggish, overall, there are no significant issues. The Yunzhong base is quite substantial, and she is not overly concerned about having to engage in combat after entering. Thus, she has ample time to recover gradually. Just as she was contemplating this, a noise emanated from outside the small cabin, drawing part of her attention. Soon, the door swung open, revealing the administrator Jean Fei, whom she had encountered not long ago. Lin Zhaoye initially presumed he was ushering someone else in, only to realize that he entered alone and promptly locked the door behind him, with no one trailing. Even Lin Zhaoye, not particularly dim-witted, recognized this as Jean Fei's ploy. As for what he desired, that remained to be seen. She stood up and leaned against the wall, feigning a frightened demeanor. Why lock the door? What do you intend to do? Jean Fei, a man in his 40s, appeared even more brazen upon witnessing Lin Zhaoye's evident fright. A lewd smile spread across his greasy face as he licked his lips and reached out to touch her. How could such a fair maiden be entangled with a bunch of filthy motorcycle riders? His repulsive grin revealed no shame, and his contempt for Long Gu starkly contrasted with the sycophantic behavior he had displayed moments earlier. Lin Zhaoye, holding disdain for such duplicitous individuals, now comprehended his true intentions. He lunged forward, but she deftly evaded him. Instead of irritation, he found the encounter amusing. Ah, you are quite playful. Why not join me for some fun? And perhaps I can arrange for you to secure a position here to earn your keep. He grinned as he lunged once more at Lin Zhaoye, but this time, she did not engage in their game of hide and seek. Instead, with a swift kick, she sent him sprawling to the doorway. Although her body had yet to fully recover, subduing a frail middle-aged man with a deficiency in vitality was child's play. He flew into the corner, crashing into the wall, grimacing as he rubbed the back of his head. There was no blood, yet the impact left him dizzy. You ungrateful woman, after I show you a modicum of kindness, you still fail to appreciate it. If you wish to enter the cloud base, you must heed my words, otherwise, you shall meet your demise at the hands of those armed men. Lin Zhaoye let out a cold snort. Was he attempting to threaten her? Yet, she was not one to be easily intimidated. She flexed her wrists, then seized him by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Jean Fei had yet to recover from the pain when she hoisted him off the ground and hurled him against the opposite wall. He believed he heard the sound of his bones fracturing. You, just wait to die. I assure you, even in the cold, I can still find amusement. Lin Zhaoye strolled leisurely to his side, methodically examining his injuries. Quite the play you've had, engaging with both the living and the dead. But you may find yourself disappointed. She discovered that only his right arm was fractured, which was not overly severe. Gripping the break in his arm, she remarked, I used to be a doctor. This is where it's broken, particularly painful. I assenti it? Jean Fei, provoked by her words and inquiries, assumed it was Lin Zhaoye who was intimidated and sought to offer him support. Ah, yes, indeed. I must warn you to be gentle. If you cause me pain, just wait and see how I shall retaliate. Lin Zhaoye merely curled his lips and pressed hard on Jean Fei's wound. A loud cry escaped from Jean Fei, who was drenched in cold sweat. His face flushed a deep crimson. Just you wait. For a brief moment, Jean Fei felt nothing. It took 2 or 3 seconds for the pain from his body to converge in his mind, and he exclaimed, "You scoundrel!" He raised his hand to strike Lin Zhaoye, but as the cold sweat poured down, his hand fell limply to the ground, and he lay there howling. His cries were deafening, grating on Lin Zhaoye's ears. In an attempt to silence him, she tore off a piece of cloth and stuffed it into his mouth, even dislocating his jaw in the process. However, her timing was slightly off. Others outside had already heard his wails and began knocking at the door. "What is happening in there? Open the door for us." Chapter 142. The encounter. Uncertain of who was outside, Lin Zhaoye chose to ignore them and retreated to another corner of the room. She had already verified that there were no cameras inside. Thus, the forthcoming conversation would rely solely on her discretion. The individuals outside were quite persistent. After a few knocks and receiving no response, they forcefully kicked the door open. Jean Fei lay on the ground. Tears streamed. The individual who entered appeared considerably more authoritative. Standing at an impressive height of over 6 feet, clad in standardized attire and armed, exuding an air of righteousness. He cast a glance at the prostrate Jean Fei and then at Lin Zhaoye, who had huddled in the corner. What transpired here? Seizing the moment while Jean Fei was rendered speechless, Lin Zhaoye stepped forward to reveal the truth. He orchestrated my placement here with the intent to bully me. The accusation was veiled, yet significant. Jean Fei, his face a portrait of terror, shook his head vigorously, his eyes wide as saucers. Judging by his reaction, it was evident that the newcomer was indeed a figure of justice and held a rank far superior to Jean Fei's. Otherwise, Jean Fei would not have displayed such fear. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 2 others who promptly dragged Jean Fei away, closing the door behind them, leaving only the 2 of them in the room. Lin Zhaoye's initial favorable assessment of the man rapidly diminished. He had assumed the uniformed individual was a benevolent presence, only to be disillusioned. "Has he bullied you?" the man queried, remaining stationary and striving not to exert pressure on Lin Zhaoye. Lin Zhaoye shook his head. "He was simply too bothersome, so I dislocated his jaw. It could be reattached later. Consider it a lesson for him." The man paused upon hearing the truth. "That is acceptable. Let this serve as a valuable lesson for him. I am Laying. He ain't there matters that require my presence at the defense team. Simply state your name." As for Laying, it must be said that he is quite adept at navigating human interactions. This is Lin Zhaoye's first encounter with him, yet she is not unfamiliar with his name. He is the son of the base's commander and the destined successor. His capabilities are commendable, and his character is upright. His previous demeanor was not mere pretense. Is there nothing amiss? Even though Lin Zhaoye is a woman brave enough to traverse this foreign realm alone, armed with ample resources and undeniable strength, the safety of her companions, particularly Dragon Brother and his group, remains a concern, for she is, after all, a girl. Aware that they cannot contravene the regulations of Yunzhong Base without verifying the situation, Lin Zhaoye harbors no resentment towards their inaction. It's nothing. It has already passed. She has acquaintances within this base, so she took her leave. "We possess a villa in Zone C. A simple inquiry will lead you to Dragon Brother. Should you encounter any grievances, remember to seek me out." With this assurance, Lin Zhaoye felt satisfied. After their farewells, she departed first. A casual inquiry led her to discover the whereabouts of the illustrious Su family. Following the broadest path within the base, she reached the central area and, upon proceeding north, arrived at the center zone. The most striking yellow villa there belongs to Su Xingxing. Upon reaching the entrance, she was met by 2 rows of soldiers, all armed, who confronted Lin Zhaoye directly. "Whom do you seek?" No entry without an invitation. Lin Zhaoye stood her ground, motionless. She did not dwell on the few individuals before her who brandished weapons threateningly. Instead, her gaze drifted further afield, resting upon a quaint little garden and a modest 3-story villa. Between the windows, she caught sight of a figure. "I'm looking for Su Xingxing. Is he upstairs?" Upon hearing that Lin Zhaoye was in search of Su Xingxing, the 2 men in front exchanged glances, conferred briefly, and hastened inside, while the others maintained their vigilant watch over her. The 2 who entered emerged within mere minutes, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a straight posture, whose features bore a resemblance to Su Xingxing, clearly their father. Uncertain as to how her inquiry about Su Xingxing had led to his father's appearance, Lin Zhaoye could only remain quietly in place, awaiting her invitation inside. As Su Weihua stepped out, he was greeted by an oddly dressed, yet strikingly beautiful young woman standing at the entrance. Upon hearing from the guards that someone was seeking Su Xingxing, he was momentarily taken aback, surprised that this young man had begun to attract unwelcome attention, now with a girl coming to pursue him for debts. He hurried towards Lin Zhaoye, momentarily stunned, as if lost in thought. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, he finally spoke to Lin Zhaoye with unexpected gentleness. "You are here to see Xingxing. Please, come in for a more detailed conversation." After a thorough search, confirming she bore no weapons, Lin Zhaoye was permitted entry. She and Su Weihua made their way to the hall. Instead of proceeding to a formal reception room, they entered a smaller, yet warmly decorated and inviting little chamber. The sofas were positioned closely together, suggesting it was a space meant for intimate conversations among those familiar with one another. Though it may appear to lack sufficient gravity, there exists a subtle intimacy within the exchange. Lin Zhaoye found himself puzzled by the courteous demeanor directed towards him, which felt anything but formal. Su Weihua frequently pressed her lips together, hesitating for quite some time before she took the initiative to inquire of Lin Zhaoye. "What is your name, young lady? Is anyone else at home?" Lin Zhaoye had originally sought out Su Xingxing, yet unexpectedly found himself subjected to an interrogation. "I am here to find Su Xingxing. He is a friend I met outside." He continued, "Just mention my name to him, and he will know who I am." Su Weihua maintained her cheerful demeanor as she gazed at Lin Zhaoye, replying, "Yes, I understand you are looking for Xingxing. Has he done something to upset you? If you wish to take it out on him, I can certainly intervene on your behalf." Lin Zhaoye sensed that Su Weihua might have misunderstood his intentions. He merely wished to ask Su Xingxing a few questions, perhaps also inquire about Su Yuan's whereabouts. If Su Xingxing was unavailable, he could also seek out Su Qingfeng. He expressed his thoughts, clarifying that he did not hold a particularly close relationship with either brother. Either of them would suffice. However, given Su Qingfeng's eccentricity, he found Su Xingxing to be more approachable and easier to engage in conversation. Su Weihua got pet, taken aback by the realization that Su Qingfeng had also caught the attention of this young lady. These two brothers truly were unpredictable. "Ah well, I shall not concern myself with this matter any longer. Su Qingfeng has gone out to lead a team in combating zombies, as you're likely aware of the situation outside. As for Su Xingxing, he ventured out a few days ago, but I am uncertain of his whereabouts." According to his words, both Su Xingxing and Su Qingfeng are absent. So, who was the person she just saw? Was it Su Yuan? Lin Zhaoye tentatively inquired. Chapter 143, Silverlight. Su Weihua's heart was indeed shaken. He had not expected that this mysterious girl would possess such intimate knowledge of his three sons. Knowing Su Xingxing seemed reasonable, as he was everywhere, and perhaps knowing Su Qingfeng was due to having been saved by him, which could be understood as an act of gratitude. However, she also knew Su Yuan and sought him out. It appeared that one individual had truly impacted him profoundly. The girl knows Su Yuan too? From his tone, it seemed promising. Thus, her search for someone would be even easier to resolve. If Su Yuan is present, then conversing with him would be feasible. Su Weihua could not make a unilateral decision regarding his second son. Su Yuan was a person of considerable determination, far exceeding that of the other two. He could not dictate Su Yuan's actions. "I will go call Su Yuan, and whether he wishes to come is contingent upon his own desire." Just as he finished speaking and was about to rise to find him, Su Yuan descended the stairs. Leaning against the doorframe, he regarded the poised Lin Zhaoye. Long time no see. Lin Zhaoye seldom witnessed him smile, and now, seeing the carefree expression on his face, the last remnants of their unspoken estrangement dissipated. After all, it was for the sake of family. Su Weihua departed with the others, finally closing their door behind them. "Do you remember what I said before? On the first night of the spatial rift, you utilized my extraordinary ability. As for how she intends to employ the power of wishes," upon noticing Lin Zhaoye's perplexed expression, Su Yuan decided not to dwell on the matter. "Thankfully, you are unharmed now. Pray, tell me, How did you arrive here alone? Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao are almost inseparable, especially given the considerable distance between the two bases. It would be improbable for them to allow Lin Zhaoye to come unaccompanied. Lin Zhaoye surveyed his surroundings, seeking any surveillance devices nearby. Su Yuan snapped his fingers, and several beams of silver light flashed. It is now safe to speak. My powers will never bring you harm. Yet, he had never uttered the latter half of that statement. I shall protect you. That day, when you utilized your abilities, you were unharmed, correct? However, these words were not something he wished to disclose to Lin Zhaoye. He merely shook his head. The fact that you could access my powers suggests that the situation was rather dire. Yet I am relieved you are safe. Observing the expression on his face, Lin Zhaoye noted it remained serene, unchanged from when they first met, indicating that all was likely well. And he chose not to pursue the matter further. I, too, am uncertain how I came here. One day, our villa was besieged by zombies, and while we were combating them, so you suddenly appeared and took me away. However, it was not Sui, but rather a shape-shifting zombie. When I awoke again, I found myself near this base, having been imprisoned there. Eventually, I escaped and encountered Brother Long, who brought me to the base alongside them. Xu Yuan was astonished to hear of her experiences. The ability of the zombies to infiltrate the base silently and to render Lin Zhaoye unaware of their presence, while disappearing from within the stronghold, was undoubtedly a power to be reckoned with. Is there anything you require of me? Indeed, I need to send a message to Mu Hongxiao through the official channel. In truth, she hoped to utilize the base's heavy artillery to bombard the area once more. For Dr. AI, Li had conducted numerous experiments, and with his mobility greatly compromised, the surrounding buildings were highly suspicious. However, she understood that voicing this concern was futile for the time being. The paramount duty of the base was to safeguard its inhabitants and preserve lives, at least until the tide of zombies had receded. The base would not deploy a significant armed force for search efforts, even though this endeavor might yield substantial medical research findings. They paled in comparison to the value of ordinary lives. Moreover, Lin Zhaoye's troubled expression stemmed from more than just the need to send a message. She also yearned to establish an armed team to accompany me to that location, as she suspected there might be a research facility nearby. We can go after everything settles down. There is no rush at the moment. Xu Yuan propped her chin in contemplation, realizing she could not simply acquiesce to her request. I can't promise anything, but I will endeavor to advocate for you when the time comes. Lin Zhaoye understood that this base did not belong to them, and venturing outside posed a risk of injury. From the perspective of the base, the lack of substantial benefits rendered it implausible to mobilize such a formidable operation merely to validate her hypothesis. For her, these supplies were akin to points. In fact, the Su brothers had previously bequeathed her numerous crystal cores, alongside those she procured from Wan Qi. Moreover, the water acquired from the system was complementary, significantly alleviating her financial burdens. With her assertion, Su Yuan's chances of achieving a favorable negotiation increased considerably. All right, await my good news. After their discussion, the two exchanged insights regarding their respective circumstances. Ultimately, Lin Zhaoye audaciously posed a question. May I inquire about something? Perhaps I shouldn't, but the way you look at me makes me somewhat uncomfortable. Who is that person named Qi? This inquiry effectively rendered Su Yuan speechless. Perhaps Su Xingxing, known for his candidness, had mentioned her, otherwise no one would have invoked that name. It was understandable, as even during their initial meeting, he experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation. And Qi is my fiancée. We grew up together, and my family is quite familiar with her. Prior to the apocalypse, she encountered a tragic incident. Thus, I apologize. Upon our first encounter, we were indeed taken aback, perceiving a slight resemblance between you and her. However, upon closer acquaintance, it became evident that you are not alike in appearance or temperament. Upon encountering similar individuals, comparisons are inevitably drawn, particularly in the context of a childhood bond. It is said that once it is gone, it is truly gone, leaving her with little more to express. Chapter 144, codenamed subsequently, Lin Zhaoye followed others to the designated area for her rest. The room was impeccably clean, lacking the comfort of home, yet it boasted adequate facilities. She was unable to fully decipher the specialized transmissions from Mu Hongxiao and his team, necessitating the assistance of someone well-versed in this domain for direct communication. Due to her connection with a specialized department, it was imperative to engage personnel from that very department for relaying information, which further required verification of their identities. Even if she wished to solicit assistance, she had to adhere to proper channels and meet the necessary criteria to secure their cooperation. Thus, Lin Zhaoye found herself resting in unfamiliar surroundings, her sleep troubled and uneasy, prompting her to rise early. An encounter signified that expert Chun was about to assess her, seeking to understand the nuances behind the transmissions. This was an unavoidable circumstance. The base S computer network operated solely within its local intranet, rendering her incapable of sending messages via the internet. Professor Chen arrived promptly, and they convened in the conference room. Miss Lin, we have gathered some information regarding your situation. However, could you elaborate on the details of the information received from the individual on the other end? Regarding Mu Hongxiao's employment within the specialized department, her knowledge was scant, and she had no intention of disclosing even the most rudimentary code name. She was uncertain how Mu Hongxiao communicated with his superiors, thus shouldering all inquiries herself. Professor Chen slid a piece of paper across the table. So, you sent this character? It was merely the character for peace. Hastily scribbled yesterday afternoon, with the location and time clearly noted, yet the sender remained unknown. Professor Chen marveled at Lin Zhaoye's keen perception. Despite lacking formal training in decryption, she could decipher a single character. Indeed, Miss Lin possessed considerable talent. Have you considered joining us? He inquired. Upon receiving a refusal, Professor Chen accepted it with grace. One final question. Is it Lin Xiao? After all, the codename Lin Xiao had long fulfilled its purpose before the apocalypse. Lin Zhaoye lacked the authority to reactivate this designation. That prerogative belonged solely to Mu Hongxiao. The message Lin intended to send had already been meticulously drafted on a piece of paper, and now Professor Chen sought confirmation, a means to ascertain whether the child he once taught still lived. Even a silent acknowledgement was preferable to outright denial. Observing Professor Chen's expression, it was evident he had collaborated with Mu Hongxiao. In this desolate world, discovering a former colleague still alive was indeed a poignant sentiment. However, the decision of recognition lay entirely with Mu Hongxiao, and all Lin Zhaoye needed to do was respect that choice. Having resolved this matter, Lin Zhaoye did not depart. She borrowed paper and pen to compile a list of supplies she could contribute, meticulously detailing 70 to 80 items, each in significant quantities. She summoned Su Yuan for reference, who scrutinized the list for some time before pondering. Is there no water? At present, water is indeed a precious commodity, truly valued only after one has departed from the comforts of home and realized the scarcity of external water sources. Ordinary households must queue to receive a mere 100 milliliters of drinking water each day. In fact, many individuals resort to consuming the wash water of others. The need for water may demand a prolonged duration, with an approximate requirement of 3 tons. She has intentionally understated this necessity. More could certainly be accommodated. Yet one must not cultivate an insatiable appetite. Future opportunities for collaboration may arise, and should one indulge the counterpart's avarice, subsequent dealings could become cumbersome. Upon learning of this situation, Xin Yuan took up a pen and made a few careful notations. These items are considerably valuable, and should negotiations falter, I shall augment my offer. The aforementioned goods include sugar and oil, which, despite the capabilities of many with supernatural abilities to hasten the ripening of vegetables and produce grains, are challenging to process in large quantities. Currently, mass production remains improbable. The several thousand pounds offered by Lin Zhaoye may not seem substantial for a large base, yet it is far from insignificant. Very well, this is my bottom line. You shall assess the situation accordingly. Naturally, as I have previously stated, I shall protect you. Within the Yunzhong base, it cannot be said that everyone is united in purpose. Nevertheless, the majority of officials manage to uphold a standard of equity in the distribution of food and water resources amongst the populace. A select few affluent merchants, due to various circumstances, possess a significant amount of resources and are reluctantly permitted to allocate more than the norm. However, The greedy faces of these individuals will inevitably come to collect their dues in due time. Set your heart at ease, for I shall message you this afternoon. With ample time remaining in the morning, Lin Zhaoye refused to squander it. After confirming that her abilities posed no issues, she bid farewell to Su Yuan and ventured out on her own. It had been quite some time since she had encountered such a throng of people. The ordinary citizens were primarily those rescued from nearby cities, often lacking adequate clothing. Instead, they carried essential provisions for sustenance, resulting in their garments appearing rather tattered. Nevertheless, the smiles upon their faces were genuine. Observing the most marginalized of society offered a glimpse into the efficacy of the base's management. It seemed that while the infrastructure might not be entirely robust, the populace's trust and sense of security in the base remained remarkably high. At present, Lin Zhaoye was in urgent need of a new outfit, as the Yunzhong base had adopted crystal cores as its currency. She gazed at the various shops lining the street. Although their wares were limited, the fervor of the bidding and shouting among the crowd was quite captivating. Even compressed biscuits had become a hot commodity, and Lin Zhaoye paused to watch the scene unfold with great interest. Chapter 145. A reunion. The entrances of food shops were bustling with onlookers eager to join the excitement, while the clothing store saw a significant decline in patrons. Most individuals were grappling with the fundamental need for sustenance, regarding clothing as a secondary concern. Anything to wear sufficed. However, Lin Zhaoye found her current attire quite inconvenient. She desired to purchase a well-fitting, practical outfit, whether it be for men or women. Dressed in an eccentric ensemble, she drew the attention of others as soon as she entered the ready-to-wear shop. Her face was impeccably clean, her gaze resolute, and her demeanor calm, reminiscent of someone who had not endured hardship, albeit her attire was indeed peculiar. Upon closer inspection, however, the fabric was far from ordinary. The shopkeeper, a shrewd individual, instantly recognized that such garments were undoubtedly expensive. Despite their unusual appearance, he could tell at a glance that Lin Zhaoye was a genuine magnate. This young lady has come to browse our collection. We have numerous outfits well suited for youth. Just look at this dress. A French sultry style that would be particularly flattering on you, he suggested. Lin Zhaoye appraised her figure and thought. Indeed, the merchant's words were merely a guise for deception. Noticing her expression, the shopkeeper discerned her preference for something different and quickly recommended another option. How about this set? It exudes a ladylike charm. It was a dress featuring a white base adorned with delicate blue and green floral lace. Lin Zhaoye had never chosen such attire before, and she certainly would not now. Perhaps men's clothing would suffice. Something more tailored, she stated. The shopkeeper glanced at Lin Zhaoye, noting the contrast between her frilly pink dress and her desired aesthetic. While men's wear yielded less profit than women's, selling any was beneficial. He promptly selected 3 suitable outfits for her. You have a statuesque figure. This blue one is particularly striking. Interrupting his presentation, Lin Zhaoye asserted, just wrap them all up for me. As she was about to retrieve the crystal core, she was interrupted. The shop is mine, so there's no need to purchase it. The establishment boasted a second floor, from which a red-haired youth descended the staircase with a leisurely gait. He flashed a toothy grin and greeted Lin Zhaoye. Sister Zhaoye, it's delightful to see you again. Lin Zhaoye had presumed that Su Xingxing had ventured elsewhere, only to discover that she had opened a shop right here, while others appeared to possess little knowledge about it. The shopkeeper, upon witnessing this oddly adorned woman conversing with his employer, ceased his efforts to attend to other customers. Lin Zhaoye then accompanied Su Xingxing upstairs with 3 sets of clothing. As for other matters, where could she change? Su Xingxing pointed to a location, and Lin Zhaoye proceeded there to change her attire. Upon emerging, Su Xingxing was momentarily taken aback. Lin Zhaoye was clad in a blue-patterned suit that exuded a sense of calm without being dreary. Her hair was elegantly styled upwards, with a few stray strands gently framing her cheeks. Her gaze was bright and powerful, embodying a blend of youthful charm and enduring grace, creating a captivating allure of both softness and strength. Didn't Tiwi say we don't resemble each other? Why am I so entranced? Lin Zhaoye, unwilling to engage with the childish banter, deftly shifted the topic. So, did you see the item I gave you last time? At the mention of that particular item, Su Xingxing's expression turned serious. I did see it, but how did you know? Lin Zhaoye produced a bottle of water, offering it to Su Xingxing while partaking in some herself. The management of this base adheres to stringent regulations when it comes to the allocation of resources. Therefore, even for Su Xingxing, the son of a wealthy merchant, the provisions available for indulgence are rather limited. This scarcity is precisely why those individuals were so exhilarated to discover an abundance of snacks and beverages in her courtyard. Without hesitation, Xingxing seized a bottle of water and drank heartily. With only a single bottle of water supplied each day, the liberation to drink freely was a delightful experience. Zhaoye, when you leave, please take me with you. I haven't enjoyed drinking water like this in days. She lamented, her enthusiasm spiraling once more. I merely happened to learn about this matter in advance. Your early warning was just a fortunate byproduct of my knowledge. As for taking you with me, that seems impractical. You can eat, drink, and sleep, but if you cannot work, what use would you be? With a sigh, Su Xingxing continued, You have no idea, Zhaoye. Ever since Su Yuan arrived, he has been overseeing my every move. Thankfully, he remains unaware of this little shop of mine. Otherwise, I will be left with no sanctuary at all. Do you think he is a villain? He seeks to win over Lin Zhaoye, but he should consider how long she has known Su Yuan compared to how long he has known me. Besides, Su Yuan is still assisting me with business negotiations. Well, what about you? Upon hearing these words, Su Xingxing's expression darkened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. If he can negotiate, so can I. Tell me whom to approach, and I shall assist you without delay. His presence alone suffices. As for you, it is best for you to remain quietly in place. In truth, Lin Zhaoye feared that he might rush over and inadvertently complicate matters. However, she would not voice this concern. Otherwise, this troublesome individual would surely begin his antics anew. Was Xiaoye's sister merely visiting for business discussions? Was the frosty-faced individual beside you? And have you brought any supplies for me? Upon mention of Mu Hong Xiao, Lin Zhaoye pondered when Professor Chen would send him a message. I possess the items you seek. Yet what valuable offerings can you provide in return? A reciprocal exchange is essential for a mutually beneficial collaboration. If Lin Zhaoye were to continuously give or suffer losses unilaterally, the business could not thrive. Su Xingxing discreetly leaned closer to Lin Zhaoye and whispered, I possess some research materials regarding the development of a zombie virus vaccine. Would you be interested? The proposition was indeed tempting, yet she feared that should this mischievous child disclose such critical information, he might face dire consequences from his father. If the project is completed, revealing the progress of the entire base due to your personal desires could lead to severe repercussions. Be cautious, or you may find yourself severely restricted by Su Yuingguan. She was not inclined to accept this child's offer, although tempted. The improper origins of such material could easily result in her being blacklisted by the Yunzhong base, should the future endeavor wish to continue. Collaboration with larger bases would be imperative, rendering this transaction somewhat unwise. You underestimate me. In fact, many research teams at this base are collaborating with me. His words instilled a sense of doubt in Lin Zhaoye, yet she did not entirely dismiss them. After all, Su Xingxing is a child who embodies both exuberance and mischief. However, the indulgence of his family does not grant him the license to behave so tyrannically within the base. There must be something commendable about him. Even if these endeavors are undertaken by him, the information belongs to all. Can he truly take unilateral control? Su Xingxing, thumping his thigh, made a resolute decision. To contribute private property is indeed commendable. However, utilizing private assets for trade is equally justifiable. With this declaration, Lin Zhaoye felt reassured. Since Su Xingxing dared to regard the team's medical outcomes as personal property, it seems he indeed possesses considerable acumen. Chapter 146, Acquaintance in Truth. I have not fully developed a vaccine for the zombie virus. Although there has been some progress in the data, the overall experiments are still ongoing. During this process, I consulted the invaluable contributions from Dr. Su Jia, Dr. A.I. Li, and a mysterious researcher in a wheelchair, among others. The supplies I possess are all from my subordinates. Many of them are well compensated for their research. However, resources such as tobacco are somewhat scarce, and they would prefer to have a bit more stock. They refer to the goods as tobacco, but Su Xingxing personally does not smoke. All of this tobacco is intended as bribes for his subordinates to conduct experiments, with a portion also designated for his uncles and aunts to facilitate his escape. Yet, Lin Zhaoye's thoughts were entirely consumed by the two individuals he mentioned, Dr. A.I. Li and the person in the wheelchair. Noticing a change in her expression, Su Xingxing was puzzled by the source of her concern. Do you know them? Have you seen Dr. A.I. Li or the appearance of the person in the wheelchair? So it must be her. What are your thoughts on these two individuals? Lin Zhaoye remained silent for a moment before asking, when did you collaborate with them? How do they assist you? Noticing her grave expression, Su Xingxing dared not jest further, having pondered for quite some time before concluding. However, after the apocalypse descended, I found their collaboration proposal one day and discovered it was related to the zombies of the end times. They refer to them as living dead, and thus forged a close partnership with them. Until about half a month ago, just days before the spatial rift caused the zombie surge, Dr. Ellie vanished without a trace. The researcher in the wheelchair only occasionally sent us some information to continue our studies, but yesterday, his messages ceased as well. With each word spoken, Lin Zhaoye felt her heart sink further. Do you know where Dr. Ellie and that man in the wheelchair are? Can you still get in touch with them? What has become of him? Where could he possibly be? She looked at Su Xingxing with hopeful anticipation. Yet the answer she received was not what she desired. Lin Zhaoye wished to escape, yet she did not truly want to leave Wanqi to perish there. Su Xingxing first expressed excitement, then was taken aback. Sister Zhaoye, do you know them? Lin Zhaoye nodded stiffly, yearning to venture forth soon and see that sinister place, to ascertain whether Wanqi still drew breath. She would rather he subsisted in perpetual torment than succumb to death. It was difficult to resist the presumptuous notion that Wanqi's reluctance to depart stemmed from her. She was only acquainted with the enigmatic man, and her present circumstances were entirely attributable to him. Lin Zhaoye approached the window, observing the sallow-faced commoners on the street below and contemplating the cruel experiments conducted by Dr. Ali. Lin Zhaoye even thought with resentment, why didn't Wanqi eliminate her sooner? I require the data and 200 packs of cigarettes. Having made such a determination, Su Xingxing found there were certain inexplicable aspects, but with the assurance of the cigarettes, it would serve as an excellent perk for rewarding subordinates. He was delighted. Very well, Sister Zhaoye, there's no need for excessive concern. My intention was to offer the vaccine formula to other bases upon its development, so there's no need for guilt. He surmised that Lin Zhaoye's transformation was due to his trading of the vaccine data. Confronted with his consolation, Lin Zhaoye remained indifferent. She had always been aware that the Yunzhong base was indeed progressing favorably, which explained why so many had rallied to its cause in her previous life. Our base is also conducting research, and we will inform you of any new developments. In truth, Su Xingxing was inwardly elated, but observing Lin Zhaoye's subdued demeanor, he dutifully nodded in agreement. Together, they descended the stairs, and Lin Zhaoye intended to explore the other shops in the vicinity for any worthwhile items, particularly concerning seeds. There are indeed numerous varieties available. Should one manage to unearth some rare seeds absent from their collection and cultivate them within the base, they would soon flourish and bear fruit, thereby enriching their assortment. However, Su Xingxing resolutely refused to leave her side, insisting, I will follow you closely and shall not be a bother. Please, just carry on with your tasks. Out of sheer exasperation, Lin Zhaoye continued onward, her attention swiftly captivated by an array of peculiar items being sold nearby. The market lacked established stalls. Instead, a wooden table draped with a somewhat unclean cloth served as the foundation for a modest booth. The proprietor of this stall was equally disheveled, with hair in disarray and features obscured. He repeatedly wiped what appeared to be crystal cores with fingers still smeared with mud. It seemed that each of these items was a third-tier crystal core. Yet, Lin Zhaoye sensed no energy emanating from them. They were mere facades, lacking the essence of true crystal cores. Despite her initial disinterest, as a few individuals gathered to inquire about his wares, Lin Zhaoye recalled that a genuine third-tier crystal core could sustain a family for quite some time, and she resolved not to be deceived by this charade. Approaching the stall, She was about to expose the ruse when her gaze fell upon a sign that read, Ability Collector. Instead of unveiling the trickery, Lin Zhaoye found herself intrigued by this so-called ability collector. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, what purpose does this serve? Chapter 147. Sarcasm. Upon the arrival of the pristine and delicate young girl, the vendor, upon noticing her affluent appearance, surveyed her coldly before indifferently stating, Don't wealthy families want to purchase this? It merely encapsulates the ability, allowing one to unleash it whenever desired. This marked Lin Zhaoye's first encounter with the vendor, having never crossed paths with him before. Yet, she found herself the target of unwarranted derision. Despite the provocation, she chose not to engage in a rebuttal, as her curiosity about the item remained piqued. Might you demonstrate how to utilize another's ability? The man scrutinized her for an extended moment, ultimately fixating on her head. Isn't this your invention, you wealthy folk? If you created it, shouldn't you know how to use it? His sardonic remarks ignited a spark of indignation within Lin Zhaoye, compelling her refined upbringing to wrestle with the urge to retort. At that moment, Su Xingxing rushed to her side, incensed by the vendor's scornful treatment of Lin Zhaoye. She retrieved a handful of crystal nuclei from her pocket and slammed them onto the vendor's stall, which wobbled precariously before stabilizing. The 5 or 6 third-tier crystal nuclei shimmered under the sun, their brilliance outshining the counterfeit ones. Just demonstrate it. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. The vendor, taken aback by the abundance of crystal nuclei and Su Xingxing's bold demeanor, let out a huff through his nose. Nevertheless, he refrained from openly contesting the nuclei and begrudgingly picked up the smallest energy collector to showcase for them. He first placed the ability collector in the palm of his hand, then used a specific tool resembling a screwdriver to unscrew the cap atop it. He subsequently displayed the opened ability collector to all those gathered at the stall. This is an ice-type ability. Personally, I possess no abilities whatsoever. After speaking, he brought the collector to his lips and consumed the liquid within in a single gulp, leaving behind only a transparent shell the size of an egg. The material was neither plastic nor glass, possessing a certain uniqueness. Upon finishing, he clicked his tongue, indicating the unpleasant taste, and his already minimal facial expressions became even more constricted. Following this, his chest rose and fell dramatically. Burp. He let out a belch, then swiftly clenched his fists, unleashing a chilling gust of icy wind towards the crowd. As he was merely an ordinary civilian without any self-defense skills, the icy wind merely carried a frigid aura, lacking any true offensive power. Immediately after, he brought his hands together and then apart, forming a simple icicle between the middle fingers of both hands. As his hands trembled, the icicle gradually took shape, transforming into a spear, though it was only about 20 to 30 centimeters in length. Upon releasing his grip, the ice spear fell from his hand, landing on the stall with a jolt that caused it to shake violently. Lin Zhaoye, quick-witted and nimble, caught the ice spear and steadied the stall, averting the possibility of a topple. The icy spear, chilling to the bone, does not merely reflect the temperature of ice. Rather, it penetrates deeply with a piercing coldness. She is not an adept of ice abilities, and thus, this unfamiliar energy is foreign to her. The moment it grazes her skin, it invades her body. Consequently, she envelopes herself with her own powers, and when she next examines the spear in her hand, she can discern its coldness, but no longer feels the excruciating chill that once accompanied it. The spear is perhaps only slightly longer than her forearm and is roughly the diameter of 3 fingers. Its form is somewhat haphazard, lacking any embellishments, and while it is not particularly sharp, it is more than adequate for dealing with simple zombies. For those devoid of supernatural abilities, it represents a significant means of enhancing one's strength within a brief span of time. What tier of ice abilities could have crafted such a weapon? Perhaps due to the invasive energy within her, the proprietor's temperament has grown more volatile. Yet it carries an element of frostiness. Second tier. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. A second-tier ability wielder is considered a formidable minor expert, and possessing such a powerful ability collector is a fortuitous charm for those who traverse the outside world. However, Lin Zhaoye is not particularly impressed by the second-tier ability. To her, it is not exceedingly formidable. There are still many other options available, and her gaze shifts toward the other ability collectors. Recognizing her dissatisfaction, the proprietor understands that Lin Zhaoye seeks something beyond the second tier. Yet, he had merely intended to demonstrate with something of lesser value. His fingers lightly traced over the surface, selecting a few crystalline cores and gathering them into a central position on the stall. All of these belong to third-tier psychics. Su Xingxing was not particularly well-versed in the intricacies of psychic collectors. After all, it was not within his area of expertise, and his interests were rather limited. However, this did represent a relatively novel invention in his memory, undeniably reliable. Yet, given the shabby attire of the old man, it was uncertain whether he could procure such a substantial number of dependable psychics willing to bestow their abilities upon him. One might fear that the quality of these abilities might not be entirely up to standard. Thus, Su Xingxing nodded and shook his head, indicating his lack of confidence in the matter. It seemed she would have to take matters into her own hands. I wish to personally test this collector. It would not be a loss for you. Let us settle on a price. The stall owner glanced at Lin Zhaoye and then at her companion, Su Xingxing. Lin Zhaoye was impeccably dressed with a fair complexion, while Su Xingxing exuded a more lavish and self-assured demeanor, unmistakably the offspring of someone of significance in this place. The stall owner's mind began to calculate. A single third-tier crystalline core could be exchanged for 2 equivalent-tier psychic collectors. Lin Zhaoye felt the price was steep, and others around her gasped in astonishment. Just as she was about to negotiate for a lower price, she felt a hand clutch her shoulder. Naturally, Lin Zhaoye would not indulge him. She grasped his wrist firmly, yanked him forward, and executed a throw, causing Jin Fei to collapse onto the ground. The surrounding onlookers instinctively retreated, forming a circle to witness the unfolding spectacle. Jin Fei, clutching his waist, lay sprawled on the ground, rolling about in a dramatic display. "Oh dear, how can you, a young lady, be so violent toward a stranger?" His demeanor had shifted markedly, leaving Lin Zhaoye perplexed as to what performance he was now enacting. Just as she anticipated further theatrics, someone else seized the scene. How audacious! Who dared to injure a staff member in broad daylight? Jin Fei had thoroughly disheveled himself, a large piece of clothing obscuring his face and clad in casual attire, rendering him nearly unrecognizable. The individual who spoke, donned in a uniform, had just emerged from the crowd, confidently identifying himself as a staff member. Clearly, he was one of the actors who conspired with Jin Fei to stage this farce. The entrance of the armed man prompted a collective retreat among the onlookers, even the vendors quietly tidying their wares. In that moment, only Lin Zhaoye, her companion Su Xingxing, and the rolling Jin Fei remained encircled. Chapter 148. Brothers, I am the captain of the local self-defense squad, Jin Gang. Miss, what prompted you to assault a staff member without cause in the street? Upon hearing the name Jin Gang, Lin Zhaoye realized that Jin Fei was indeed a fool, even if he were to act. One would think he could choose a name less closely related to his own. It was evident that those sharing the same surname were likely kin. Who could possibly be oblivious to that? He brandished his identification, displaying it to the surrounding crowd as if it could augment his authority. However, Lin Zhaoye was not swayed by such theatrics. You come from afar? Yet he wallows on the ground in a fit. Surely, those unfamiliar with him would not recognize who he is. How could you discern he is a staff member amidst such a throng? You're known as Jin Gang, while he is Jin Fei. What connection do the two of you share? In just a couple of sentences, the onlookers began to cast their glances back and forth between the two men. Initially perceived as an impartial enforcer of the law, it soon became apparent that there were familial ties at play. Bold individuals among the crowd even shouted, "That Jin Gang is Jin Fei's brother, a nest of snakes and rats." Jin Gang turned sharply, glaring at the person who had just spoken, but the individual had swiftly retreated, evading his gaze. With his duplicity exposed, Jingang's expression soured. Regardless of the circumstances, this lady has assaulted someone in public, leaving him incapacitated. Is that not wrong? Lin Zhaoye was quite confident in his own strength. He had merely executed a simple throw, devoid of any excessive force. If it hurt, it should have subsided by now. The fact that Jin Fei still lay in agony, unable to rise, suggested he was either feigning or nursing an old injury, now using it to take advantage of her. Apologies, but when he approached and touched my shoulder, I felt he was harassing me, so I applied a modicum of force, not anticipating his fragility. However, I find it hard to believe that a girl could possess much strength. It is likely that he is merely feigning. If you don't believe me, go ahead and summon a doctor. Su Xingxing promptly positioned herself in front of Lin Zhaoye, shielding him from the majority of the gazes directed his way. Let us indeed consult a doctor, for I happen to know quite a few. After uttering these words, she reached for her communicator, intending to summon several doctors to assess Jin Fei's injuries. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaoye feigned grievance, crouching down to examine Jin Fei. Her hand brushed against his body as she used her ability to explore his internal condition, discovering that he indeed bore old wounds. Regardless of whether they had flared up again, as long as Jin Fei insisted that he still felt pain and attributed the old injuries to her. This injustice could never be rectified. Yet, was her ability not meant for healing? Lin Zhaoye increased the flow of her powers, discreetly mending his old injuries where no one could see. A gentleman's vengeance may be delayed, but is never forgotten. Healing his wounds now does not guarantee that he will always enjoy such good health. Jin Gang hastily rushed to intercept Su Xingxing. Hold on. The doctors you seek are undoubtedly your accomplices. If you dare to summon a doctor for an injury assessment, then I shall fetch a physician from the base. Su Xingxing found this amusing. He too intended to consult a doctor from a base, and regardless of whom he called, Su Xingxing would recognize them. He relished the prospect of an easy victory. Very well, go ahead and find them. Just remember to have them bring their credentials. If they are fraudulent doctors, we will not acknowledge them. Jin Fei did not recognize Su Xingxing and assumed that this red-haired individual was merely boasting. Nonetheless, he was indeed prepared to seek the counsel of a professional physician. I would never stoop to the level of a brash young lad like you, fabricating tales before the public, blissfully ignorant of the consequences. He promptly retrieved his communicator and stepped aside, bowing respectfully to summon a qualified doctor. Medical professionals were scarce within the base, and with the large population residing there, each doctor was perpetually occupied. Convincing them to come forth was no small feat. Lin Zhaoye had already treated him, and now, regardless of Jin Fei's attempts to throw a tantrum, he bore no wounds. As long as the doctor did not collude with them, the outcome was assuredly in their favor. Noticing Lin Zhaoye standing calmly in place, Su Xingxing realized that everything had been settled, and he merely needed to observe the unfolding drama. Thus, he concealed himself among the crowd, eager to discern which physicians might conspire with the outside world to ensnare the innocent. After a few minutes, a doctor shouted from afar, "Make way! Make way!" The crowd parted just enough for him to enter, whereupon he beheld the fearsome figure of Jin Gang standing menacingly. The flailing Jin Fei sprawled on the ground, and a frail girl standing nearby. Those within the base were well aware of the fraternal bond between Jin Gang and Jin Fei. Upon assessing the situation, the doctor quickly surmised that the misfortune had befallen the girl, who had evidently provoked these two brothers, leading to this unfortunate predicament. The altercations within the base indeed come at a considerable cost. Observing the frail and helpless demeanor of the little girl, he resolved to assist her. He raised his identification badge. "I am a surgeon from the cloud base. Allow me to ascertain whether the individual lying on the ground has sustained any injuries." Upon witnessing the arrival of what appeared to be a rather earnest intern, Su Xingxing felt a sense of relief wash over him, as he believed this intern to possess integrity. In his estimation, a doctor would not conspire with the Jin brothers. After displaying his credentials to the surrounding crowd, he approached Jin Fei and halted his theatrical display. Initially employing a scientific method to examine for any injuries, he was met with Jin Fei's anguished cries. "It hurts. It truly hurts." Lin Zhaoye found his dramatic performance amusing and continued to observe his lamentations with interest. Subsequently, the doctor employed his extraordinary abilities to conduct a thorough examination, only to discover that Jin Fei bore no injuries. Upon examination, his body is entirely unscathed. This revelation elicited gasps from the gathered crowd. Witnessing Jin Fei's exaggerated suffering, they had assumed he had genuinely fractured a bone. only to find that he was completely unharmed. Had it not been for the doctor's testimony on behalf of the girl, one might have feared that this individual known as Jin Gang would seize her away. Such malice is truly reprehensible. Who could argue otherwise? The discontent among the populace was palpable, and Jin Gang's expression darkened in response to their murmurs. He is now resolutely asserting that Jin Fei has a physical ailment. Even in the absence of visible wounds, his current excruciating pain must certainly stem from internal injuries. Observing Jin Gang's unwavering certainty, the doctor realizes that today he is intent on teaching Lin Zhaoye a lesson. In truth, he could have advocated for Jin Gang. After all, if that girl had any backing, she would have sought assistance long ago, rather than facing the malicious conspiracy of two men alone. Yet, witnessing Lin Zhaoye standing resolutely on one side, innocently combating evil while the other side languishes in isolation, the doctor feels a pang of compassion, not only for Lin Zhaoye, but also for his own conscience. I have utilized my abilities to examine his body, and there are absolutely no injuries. No matter how many doctors are summoned, the outcome remains unchanged. With such assurance, others increasingly scorn the sinister intentions of the Jin brothers. As public opinion tilts overwhelmingly against them, Jin Gang proposes to take Lin Zhaoye and Jin Fei to another location for resolution. I shall not go. Whatever the issue, it should be resolved here. Is there anything that necessitates concealment? Jin Fei, lying on the ground, winks at Jin Gang, who then employs his authority to disperse the surrounding crowd. Even the doctor who had just defended Lin Zhaoye is politely dismissed. Chapter 149, Body Search. A few onlookers, eager for the spectacle, are forcefully driven away by Jin Gang. However, they continue to observe the unfolding events from a distance. Yet, how could Jin Fei so readily concede defeat? He disregarded the myriad of glances exchanged by Jin Gang, both overt and covert, resolutely intent on confronting Lin Zhaoye today. Before the gathered crowd, they witnessed him throw me to the ground over a mere disagreement. Even if I emerged unscathed, it was merely luck. Yet, you are not without fault either. This tactic of deflection, skillfully employed by Jin Fei, was not lost on Lin Zhaoye, who would not be easily intimidated. My act of casting you down was justified by my own reasons. Jin Fei presumed she referred to the initial incident of his hand brushing against her shoulder. I touched your shoulder to caution you against believing the vendor's deceitful words. You, without discernment, threw me down. Thus, you owe me compensation. Naturally, this remark provoked the vendor's ire. Otherwise, shall we meet in court, where one might face the dual fates of military service or imprisonment? He deliberately invoked these two punitive choices to threaten Lin Zhaoye, seeking to elicit a conciliatory response for his own ulterior motives. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye was not one to be trifled with. Nonetheless, his words served as a timely invitation to her, prompting her to call out to the crowd. I hope everyone can grant this newcomer to the base a measure of justice. They all witnessed him touching my shoulder, which justified my act of bringing him down. However, my actions were not without cause. With this rallying cry, those who had come merely to spectate were drawn in once more, undeterred by Jin Gang's subtle signals for them to depart, feigning ignorance instead. All attention was solely focused on Lin Zhaoye. Come, little girl, tell us about your troubles. Let the uncle bear witness for you. With one person taking the lead, others naturally felt emboldened to speak. I too can testify on your behalf. They would certainly not allow anyone to bully her. A wave of indignation swept through the crowd, and the intimidating gaze of Jin Gang proved ineffective, even attracting the attention of other customers who had previously been oblivious to the situation, encircling them in layers. With so many eyes bearing witness, should anything unfavorable transpire against Jin Fei, it would seem that even Jin Gang himself would be powerless to intervene. However, upon seeing the crowd rally around her, Jin Fei felt as though he had gained the moral high ground. Let us hear why you so unjustly caused me to fall, and why it was such a painful experience. Lin Zhaoye lowered her head in silence, but when she lifted it again, her eyes were slightly red. Her nose tinged with pink, and her expression was one of fragile vulnerability, exuding an air of profound grievance. All my possessions are in your hands. It was only my agitation that led to this. She spoke of the 10 second-tier crystal cores and 1 third-tier crystal core left to her by her mother, enough to ensure a comfortable life for the remainder of her days. Her mournful words ignited a sense of compassion among the onlookers. Jean Fei was taken aback. How is this possible? I merely brushed against you. It was indeed your touch that led to the theft of my belongings. Jean Fei breathed heavily, consumed by a desire to strangle Lin Zhaoye. He knew he hadn't stolen anything from her. After all, Lin Zhaoye had entered with money provided by Long Ge. Jean Fei had mistakenly assumed she had sold herself, believing her to be impoverished and thus a woman of easy virtue. Little did he know she possessed such a wealth of crystal cores. As he discreetly rummaged through his pocket in an isolated corner, he discovered a small pouch. The soft silk fabric bore intricate patterns, and to his astonishment, it contained indeed a number of crystal cores, likely matching the dozen she had mentioned. He had been lying down earlier, oblivious to the sensation, but upon sitting up and engaging in the argument, he realized he was now in possession of this unexpected treasure. Jean Fei initially intended to refute Lin Zhaoye's accusation of theft. However, upon a moment's reflection, he understood that possessing these crystal cores could affirm his ownership. Thus, he swallowed his retort against the idea of a body search, for the cores were truly on him, and he yearned to claim them as his own. He was acutely aware of the exact nature of each crystal and the manner in which they were contained. If anyone doubts my word, let them search me. If any cores are found, we shall reveal their types together. Hearing this, a sense of trepidation washed over Jean Fei. If they were indeed discovered, he would be branded a thief, likely leading to legal troubles that would jeopardize the hard-won position he had secured through much effort. I say there is nothing to find, and you have no right to search me. Since I cannot conduct a search myself, let us summon someone who can. Naturally, King Kong was eager to take on this task, as Lin Zhaoye would not allow the two to conspire together. However, wait, perhaps we should find another individual. I do not trust the two of you. We need a third party who is impartial and just. The expressions of the two men stiffened. Their carefully laid plans now thwarted. Lin Zhaoye, unfazed by their thoughts, began to search the crowd for a suitable candidate. Then, a robust voice rang out. Since we're lacking a fair and impartial witness, why not allow me to step in? What do the three of you think? The speaker was none other than the righteous Lei Ying, whose presence caused a noticeable change in the demeanor of Jean Fei and King Kong. Nevertheless, King Kong courteously greeted Lei Ying. Captain Lei, we are currently investigating this individual. She is slandering Jean Fei. This is merely a trivial matter. Captain Lei, you need not trouble yourself with it. Jean Fei quickly interjected, attempting to disrupt Lei Ying's intentions, for King Kong remained unaware of the hidden items on him, while Jean Fei was fully aware. Since I have nothing pressing, I shall serve as the witness. You wish to search Jean Fei, correct? Allow me to assist. With each step Lei Ying took, his complexion grew paler. Lin Zhaoye, privy to the inside information, was nearly overcome with laughter. Jean Fei, raise your hands. Lei Ying began his search from above, eventually locating the small pouch. His movements faltered as he glanced at Jean Fei, then at King Kong. Subsequently, he grasped the small bag tightly in his hand. I indeed encountered a bag, yet the ownership of this bag remains a matter open to discussion. Perhaps it would be best for this young lady and Jean Fei to describe the appearance of your bag. Lin Zhaoye's lips curled slightly. Though she had no intention of providing a definitive answer, why not let Jean Fei make a guess first? Jean Fei had merely touched the bag, which contained numerous crystal cores, yet he was utterly oblivious to its color or shape. However, Lei Ying had already gestured for him to proceed, and the others looked on with eager anticipation. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he clenched his teeth and randomly guessed. Black. To his surprise, that was indeed correct. Lin Zhaoye did not expect Jean Fei to be so fortunate, making the correct guess on his first attempt. Hearing that both individuals agreed on the answer of black, Jean Fei, buoyed by his success, smugly taunted, "You must have guessed first, as I know my own belongings." While you could only rely on my answer, around them, a few individuals began to whisper among themselves, for Jean Fei was a man of stable employment. While the newly arrived girl remained an enigma, her background tinged with a hint of tragedy. Gradually, some began to lean towards Jean Fei. Fortunately, Lin Zhaoye promptly added, However, when I say black, I do not mean pure black. It is a kaleidoscope of colors within the black. The crowd looked at Lin Zhaoye with puzzled expressions, unsure of how to interpret her statement. The background is black, yet it is adorned with vibrant threads of various colors. Hence it is referred to as a kaleidoscopic black. Is there an issue with that? Lang lowered his head and smiled, then turned to Jean Fei. Do you have anything to say? Jean Fei was utterly flustered, unsure of what to articulate, his face flushed with urgency, unable to utter anything coherent. I know how many crystal cores there are. A total of 11. This statement was made earlier by Lin Zhaoye. If she intended to slander him, she must bear the consequence of all these crystal cores belonging to him. Lin Zhaoye smiled faintly. I suspect there are 9 inside. Meanwhile, Jean Fei's heart raced in alarm, realizing that this wretched person had deceived him previously. Thus, he sought to make an excuse. I misremembered. It's actually 9. Lei Ying regarded him, reaffirming. Are you not changing your answer? Chun Fei closed his eyes and nodded randomly, accepting whatever fate awaited him. Lei Ying then turned to Lin Zhaoye, who remarked, Oh, I too made an error. It is indeed 11. Jean Fei glared at her with fury. You tricked me. The corners of Lei Ying's mouth curled into a subtle smile as he tightly held onto a pouch, stepping forward a little to present to everyone. This is the pouch I just retrieved from Jean Fei, the only possession he had. Please take a good look. He then opened his hands, revealing a colorful pouch brimming with crystal cores before him. The backdrop was a deep black, adorned with colorful ropes. Previously, it housed a block of wood, but Lin Zhaoye had an ingenious idea and replaced it with a crystal core. The crowd erupted in astonishment, pointing fingers at Jean Fei, who was unexpectedly found to have a stable job here and yet indulged in petty thievery. Did this not disrupt the order for those who were unemployed? Severe punishment is warranted, one voice declared, prompting others to echo the sentiment. Lei Ying then opened his pouch, revealing 10 second-tier crystal cores, each resplendent in color. The sole third-tier crystal core was particularly striking, shimmering like a celestial body surrounded by stars, radiating its brilliance at the center. These crystal cores dazzled the onlookers, and even Lei Ying himself momentarily lowered his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the calm young woman beside him. He pondered the origins of Lin Zhaoye. With such a substantial fortune, he could not be an ordinary individual. As the results were announced, Jean Fei and Jean Gang's faces drained of color, especially Jean Gang's. He had presumed his younger brother merely possessed a lecherous disposition, only to discover that he had unwittingly hit a snag and attempted to pilfer someone else's crystal cores. Jean Gang retaliated with a kick to Jean Fei's backside, catching the unsuspecting Jean Fei off guard, who immediately knelt before Lin Zhaoye in a gesture of deep respect. The crowd stifled their laughter, and Lin Zhaoye approached Lei Ying, who had just cast a glance at him. The thief shall be detained for 1 month, with double the punishment and a 25 penalty, Lei Ying decreed. Lin Zhaoye nodded in agreement with this course of action, although the punishment was not overly harsh. The value of these crystal cores represented a significant sum for the common folk. The punishment elicited sighs of sympathy from the onlookers, while Jean Fei and Jean Gang's faces turned ashen. Their monthly salaries were meager, barely sufficient to make ends meet, with their additional income entirely reliant on illicit earnings. Given the current predicament, Jean Fei would likely find it impossible to secure employment upon his release. It would be challenging for Jean Gang to gather the necessary resources solely from his salary. Furthermore, the repercussions of Jean Fei's situation on Jean Gang's future career prospects remain uncertain. Both men appeared pallid, and Jean Gang, consumed by indignation, sought to continue his assault on Jean Fei. Meanwhile, Jean Fei knelt on the ground, utterly devoid of strength, his face wan and eyes brimming with tears. The others, witnessing the duo's well-deserved plight, exchanged a few words before dispersing. With a gesture from Lei Ying, the guard stepped forward to escort Jean Fei away. You wretch, wait. I am innocent, he shouted as he was led away, leaving Jean Gang rooted in place, bewildered and unsure of how to react. Lei Ying then approached Jean Gang. The matter requires further investigation. For now, your duties will be temporarily assumed by the vice captain. Jean Gang had initially thought that once Jean Fei was taken away, he would be free of trouble, yet he soon realized he could not escape his own fate. Reluctantly, He handed over his credentials to Lei Ying, effectively accepting his suspension. Meanwhile, as Lei Ying dealt with Jin Gang's affairs, Lin Zhaoye was pulled aside by the vendor who had previously looked down upon her. I wasn't targeting you earlier. I was simply quite upset. Please forgive me. In the past, a man named Jin Fei abused his power, leaving my child disabled. One leg is unable to bear weight, making walking a challenge. Thus, I harbored deep resentment toward officials and the affluent. Yet, I discovered that you are unlike them. Although you possess wealth, you do not wield it to belittle us. The vendor trembled, on the verge of kneeling. Benefactor, please allow me to pay my respects. Lin Zhaoye, who acted out of self-interest, unexpectedly found herself aiding him. How could she accept such reverence? With a firm grip, she lifted the vendor. Today I act solely for myself. Do not overthink it. The vendor wiped his face, his tone filled with fervor. Since the benefactor is unwilling, I shall gift you these ability collectors. Lin Zhaoye's face brightened. She indeed held a keen interest in these collectors. Yet she had no desire to exploit a resource-poor citizen. For her, these ability collectors were valuable, yet not essential. For the vendor, however, they represented a crucial means of survival. The same object holds different significance for each individual. Why not lower the price for the collectors? I shall purchase them all, Lin Zhaoye asserted with determination, insisting on a purchase. The vendor, left with no choice, pondered for a moment before proposing. Then let these be yours for 5 third-tier essence cores. The stall displayed a collection of 20 to 30 ability collectors, and the price offered seemed reasonable. He quietly approached Lin Zhaoye once more. Besides this, I shall teach you how to utilize this energy core collector to gather abilities. In the future, you will only need the outer shell to collect them independently. These words astonished Lin Zhaoye, causing her to involuntarily part her lips, as he was essentially imparting the most crucial aspect of the energy collector's technology to her. The 5 golden energy cores were insufficient to purchase such expertise. Determined, Lin Zhaoye subtly nodded. Very well, I humbly seek your guidance. Chapter 151. Instruction. The vendor handed her a used energy collector, while he held one himself. Lin Zhaoye emulated his stance, discovering the secret of the energy core collector's shell. Simply press here, then mentally summon the abilities of the energy user. Directing them to this point, he instructed. His fingers tapped lightly upon the surface of the energy collector, and Lin Zhaoye followed his movements, gradually channeling her own abilities to the designated point of the collector. It absorbed her abilities gently, akin to water flowing smoothly, and remained under her control. Soon, a light green liquid filled the outer shell of her second-tier energy collector. Lin Zhaoye gently swayed the shell. It was her first attempt, and it was relatively successful. After sealing it securely, she presented it to the vendor. This collector has gathered my abilities. Since you are knowledgeable in its use, please apply it to the child. She patted the vendor's hand. Trust me, my abilities will benefit the child. Though the duration of the injury suffered by the vendor's child remains uncertain, her extraordinary ability proves to be quite effective in the realm of healing. Even if complete recovery is unattainable, she can certainly facilitate a temporary improvement, restoring him to a certain degree of well-being. The vendor's lips quivered incessantly, and Lin Zhaoye could sense his agitation through the connection of their hands. He inhaled deeply, rummaged through his belongings, and produced a handkerchief, carefully wrapping the ability collector within it, layering it meticulously before cautiously tucking it into his bosom. He then smoothed his clothing, as if nothing had transpired. Subsequently, the vendor discovered a box beneath the stall. I was once a craftsman, and later, someone taught me how to create ability collectors. Using my skills, I fashioned quite a few shells for these collectors. With my craftsmanship, I need not worry about the future, so consider these shells a gift for you. He opened the box, revealing neatly folded layers, which spread out before Lin Zhaoye upon the lid's removal. The 3 layers varied in size, with the first tier being the smallest, consisting of only a single row. The second tier filled the remaining space, while the other 2 sides comprised shells for third-tier ability collectors. There was even a row larger than the third tier, though not standard 4th tier. Lin Zhaoye surmised this was due to the vendor's unfamiliarity with the 4th-tier crystal core, resulting in a misjudgment of size. Lin Zhaoye accepted graciously. Very well, I shall accept this. Please, take my crystal core in return. Lin Zhaoye directly handed over to him the items from his pocket, additionally including 4 second-tier crystal cores. You may keep the extra ones, he suggested. The boss, being a person of character, accepted them without scrutiny, unaware that Lin Zhaoye had actually presented him with a total of 15 third-tier crystal cores, which he deemed as remuneration for imparting the knowledge of using the ability collector and methods of gathering powers to Lin Zhaoye. After resolving the issues at hand, Lei Ying waited nearby, engaged in conversation with Su Xingxing. He learned that Lin Zhaoye was a guest of the Su family and the individual responsible for exchanging supplies for the 2 brothers of the Su family. Lei Ying contemplated that this person could be a valuable ally. Astute and resourceful, she could prove to be an excellent asset if utilized wisely. The stall owner, having profited from the crystal cores, was eager to conclude matters for the benefit of his son and thus did not delay any further. Su Xingxing introduced Lin Zhaoye to Lei Ying, stating, "This is my esteemed brother from a prominent family, Lei Ying. And this is my sister, Xiaoye, who possesses a wealth of knowledge. She saved my life the last time." Lin Zhaoye nodded in acknowledgement. "Lin Zhaoye, a pleasure to see you again." Lei Ying reciprocated with a nod. "Indeed, this encounter is more timely than the last." Observing their familiarity, Su Xingxing inquired, "How did you 2 come to know each other?" Lin Zhaoye remained silent, allowing Lei Ying to explain. Miss Lin faced some difficulties at the city gate, and this time, Jin Fei was also deliberately provoking her. Su Xingxing was unaware of such a matter. From his words, it was evident that Lin Zhaoye had been wronged. Clenching his fists with righteous indignation, he thought it necessary to seek an opportunity to teach the offender a lesson. Lei Ying, having struck the boy, was rather impulsive. Should the situation escalate to a fatality, it would be dire. Just as he contemplated intervening, Lin Zhaoye preempted him. "This is my affair. You should remain obediently in the background. If I discover you meddling." Though her words were left unspoken, Su Xingxing was acutely aware of the repercussions should Lin Zhaoye withhold her favors. After all, it pertained to his treasured freedom. "All right, Sister Xiaoye." Observing her steadfast composure amidst the tension, Lei Ying couldn't help but regard her with newfound respect. Indeed, it was rare to encounter someone capable of rendering Su Xingxing so compliant with a mere utterance. This audacious boy, unafraid of anything, was surprisingly subdued by this seemingly fragile girl, hinting at an extraordinary bond between them. Su Xingxing harbored a desire to introduce Lei Ying to Lin Zhaoye. Given Lei Ying's stature, she could facilitate matters far beyond his capabilities, ultimately benefiting Lin Zhaoye. "Why don't we discuss this further at the shop?" he proposed, suggesting a deeper conversation between the 2. Lin Zhaoye, however, remained indifferent to the notion, as her aspirations were modest, and the acquaintance with Lei Ying held little significance for her. "I shall refrain from attending. I have tasks to attend to. Perhaps another time." In Lei Ying's bracelet, messages flickered, and he graciously declined Su Xingxing's invitation. After bidding farewell to the 2 individuals, he led his team away. Among them was Jin Fei, whose disheveled appearance reflected his tumultuous emotions. Even as they distanced themselves, his curses directed at Lin Zhaoye echoed in the air. Yet, Lin Zhaoye remained indifferent to his vitriol. During this time, Lin Zhaoye encountered a plethora of novel sights, many of which had not graced her eyes in her previous life at the base, including some rather peculiar items. For instance, at one stall, a bracelet was being sold. Chapter 152, The Sweep. This bracelet appeared merely to be an ordinary piece crafted from jade. Its price modest, yet its intrinsic value was remarkable. Each bracelet contained a space of 10 square meters, serving as a portable storage solution. In addition to bracelets, rings and necklaces were also available, all reasonably priced and open to haggling. She maneuvered through the crowd and quickly spotted a rather fine jade ring. "Boss, how much for this?" The proprietor, with a kind smile, regarded the young girl before him. "This one has a slightly larger space, approximately 20 square meters, and its quality is commendable. I'll give you a discount. So no haggling, just a third-tier crystal core will suffice." This price fell well within Lin Zhaoye's budget. "All right, I'll select a few more." She examined several other commendable items at the stall, carefully choosing a total of 20 pieces, leaving a handful behind. Whether adorned with bracelets, rings, or necklaces. A woman's choice in accessories is boundless. However, for men, the options are limited to signet rings, as necklaces and bracelets are deemed unsuitable. Thus, she selected 5 exquisite bracelets specifically intended for women, while other items remained suitable for both genders. Observing her meticulous selection process, several onlookers seized the opportunity to choose their own possessions. In a fleeting moment, Lin Zhaoye ignited considerable interest in this stall. Kindly wrap these items separately. The remainder can be bundled together, she instructed. The vendor's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you truly taking all of these, young lady? He had not anticipated encountering such a wealthy patron so early in the day. Indeed, let all that remains be packaged for me. Lin Zhaoye's presence could be likened to that of a village dweller who, upon entering the city, indulges in a splendid array of goods. These items were indeed of exceptional quality, and her needs for them were genuine. However, her primary intention was not merely to purchase, but to gather materials for future study once Lin Zhaoye gave birth. Should she uncover valuable insights, this base would possess avenues for development beyond mere sustenance and essential supplies. Very well, I shall take 23rd tier crystal nuclei in total. The shopkeeper retrieved packaging, meticulously preparing each of her chosen items. After settling the payment for the crystal nuclei, Lin Zhaoye departed, leaving behind a tale of her extravagant purchase, 20 coveted 3rd tier crystal nuclei, leaving all present astonished by her affluence. Lin Zhaoye had made quite a name for herself after sweeping through 2 stalls in quick succession on this street. All the stall owners hoped that Lin Zhaoye would grace their stalls with her presence, for wherever she went, everything would be gathered and claimed. The crystalline cores she collected could sustain a family for several years. As everyone eagerly anticipated her arrival, she, in turn, managed to procure a substantial amount of advanced items. By the end, she found herself with only a few remaining cores, having retained 100 or so 3rd tier crystalline cores in her system, intending to exchange them for supplies after finalizing her business deals. Thus, she decided to conclude her shopping. Lin Zhaoye then accompanied Su Xingxing to the renowned 5-star restaurant at the base. However, just before entering, Su Xingxing cautioned her to mentally prepare for the possibility that the food might not be as delectable as Aunt Lee's. Upon entering, they discovered that the establishment was rather empty, with an abundance of waitstaff present. A few waiters ushered them into a private room. Su Xingxing proceeded to order all the signature dishes. Don't worry, we'll eat first, and if we can't finish, I'll pack some for the other doctors of the laboratory. Reassured, Lin Zhaoye allowed him to place the orders. When the dishes arrived, they appeared appetizing, even though they were the signature dishes of a 5-star restaurant. The meat was somewhat scarce, with a greater emphasis on cultivated vegetables. She took a bite of the meat, and though it looked enticing, the flavor did not quite match her expectations. There was even a faint, peculiar taste that felt oddly familiar. Xingxing, have you dined here before? She was uncertain whether her thoughts were correct, as this matter held significant importance, and she needed further confirmation. At the moment she was speaking, Su Xingxing was about to take a bite of the meat before her when Lin Zhaoye struck his hand with his chopsticks, halting his action. Don't eat it. There might be an issue. He held a deep trust in Lin Zhaoye, and upon hearing those words, he nearly retched the bite of vegetables he had just consumed. Do you know what's wrong? Su Xingxing couldn't discern any difference himself. However, if Lin Zhaoye asserted that something was amiss, there must indeed be a problem. Do you know who the owner of this restaurant is? I suspect there is something off with the meat. Su Xingxing furrowed her brow, pondering for a while before shaking her head. I don't know. This is my first time here. Since it's a bit pricey, I usually don't come. The Su family employed a cook, and their meals were sumptuous, not inferior to what this so-called chef could offer. Moreover, this kind of restaurant charged exorbitantly for the sake of profit, and Su Xingxing was reluctant to be a fool paying such high prices for food. This time, she had hoped to let Lin Zhaoye sample the cuisine, only to find that her good intentions had led to trouble. After listening to him, Lin Zhaoye's brow also furrowed involuntarily. Su Xingxing was unaware of the restaurant owner's identity, but this meat, surely it couldn't enter without a proper source. Was there a poultry farm at the base? Or perhaps pork, beef, and so on? Indeed, there was a chicken farm, though its output was not particularly high. The other meats were discovered in cold storage facilities located in various cities. Some may possess a peculiar taste, possibly indicating a lack of freshness. Is this the flavor in question? It is certainly not the flavor of stale meat, for due to her extraordinary abilities, she is acutely sensitive to the nuances of meat quality. This flesh might, I say might, be that of zombies or creatures that have undergone zombification. Lin Zhaoye could not assert with certainty. Although she found the taste peculiar, she could not conclusively identify it. Moreover, the restaurant has been operating for quite some time. If anyone had suffered adverse effects from consuming zombified meat, it is likely that reports would have reached the higher authorities long ago, rather than remaining unaddressed until now. Su Xingxing's expression betrayed no emotion, yet a tempest raged within him. If this indeed were zombified meat, perhaps not everyone would succumb to infection, but the risk of contagion remains. Should a significant portion of the population become infected, the entire base would face internal collapse. The onset of widespread infection would signify the beginning of the end for the Yunzhong base. Su Xingxing's hands trembled as he activated his communicator, sending a message to his father. Urgent investigation of Yunzhong restaurant. Chapter 153. Anomaly. The two did not continue their meal. Lin Zhaoye offered Su Xingxing some snacks, which he declined. The Yunzhong base was established through the considerable financial and material investments of the Su family, a significant portion of which originated from them. It can be said that the Su family and the Yunzhong base are mutually dependent. They rise and fall together. Though he may often appear unperturbed, he certainly comprehends this matter with clarity. Before long, his communicator chimed, displaying but a few words, Jin Xiangyu. He showed the words on the communicator to Lin Zhaoye. She is the head of the Jin family, somewhat akin to a puppet leader. The true authority lies with the alliance of the heads of the various branches of the Jin family. She is merely a target. Jin Gang and Jin Fei are collateral branches of the Jin family, ever watchful of the Lei family, poised to seize any opportunity to undermine their influence should they uncover any compromising evidence. Currently, the Lei family merely serves as the Fa of this base. The actual control is equally divided between the two families, which is why the Jin descendants can act with such impunity within the base. This explains why today you encountered both Jin Fei and Jin Gang. Lei Ying's assistance to you stems not only from their violation of the base's code, but also from their affiliation with the Jin family. It turns out that this involves a power struggle within the base, and Lin Zhaoye is reluctant to be drawn into it. However, given her close ties with the Su family, she fears the Jin family will not show her any mercy. All these items should be collected and sent to the research facility to investigate for any traces of the zombie virus. The restaurant's actions undoubtedly stem from a scarcity of quality meat resources. Thus, they do not serve good meat to outsiders, resorting instead to substituting inferior quality. Her tone shifted sharply. Whether or not they use quality meat is trivial. What truly matters is the malicious intent behind their use of tainted meat. Persecuting the common people and colluding with zombies is a crime deserving of condemnation. With each word she uttered, Su Xingxing's eyes gleamed brighter. In the early morning and late evening, the Lei and Jin families would inevitably clash over power, leaving the common folk to suffer. The Su family, despite their wealth and a contingent of mercenaries and research facilities, could offer no substantial support and naturally did not wish for war between the two families. Even in the worst-case scenario, they would align themselves with the Lei family. The Lei family has long been a friend to us, and we have confidence in the integrity of the Lei father and son. This aligns with Lin Zhaoye's thoughts. The Su family would undoubtedly bind themselves to the Lei family. Thus, to counter the Jin family, we must simultaneously address both public opinion and tangible evidence. You should secure those items for now. We will make another visit in the late hours. The two settled their accounts, and this meal surprisingly cost a third-tier crystal core. Making a gesture, Su Yuan descended, smoothly meeting on the first floor. There was something amiss at the Yunzhong Hotel. I suspected they were passing off inferior food, possibly using zombie meat in their dishes. This matter could escalate or diminish. You must prepare for public scrutiny. I will make the necessary arrangements for this issue. Professor Chen has also sent word that Mu Hongxiao is aware of your presence here and feels reassured regarding the safety of his family. The two exchanged glances, understanding what needed to be done at the Yunzhong base. Su Yuan nodded and departed with the message. That night, Lin Zhaoye and Su Yuan covertly investigated the Yunzhong Hotel. Su Xingxing initially intended to join them, but upon learning that Su Yuan would be going, he decided to remain at the Research Institute, patiently awaiting test results. The two managed to access the back of the Yunzhong Hotel, which led to a small courtyard. In the night, only a fierce dog stood guard, with no personnel on duty to monitor or protect the premises. After using her supernatural ability to incapacitate it, the two entered the backyard with an air of confidence. There, they discovered a small cold storage unit, presumably the place where meat and vegetables were kept. Donning gas masks, they ventured inside and were met with a grotesque assortment of meats, both large and small, intact and fragmented. Some of the meat bore a distinctly green hue, as if the toxins were seeping forth, while others were merely tinged with a pale green. Even Lin Zhaoye, who had spent considerable time in a hospital, found the sight before him repulsive. Among the assortment, some of the meat indeed belonged to animals that had already succumbed to zombification, but the majority was that of zombies. It was akin to humans consuming their own kind, infected with disease. The two captured numerous photographs and videos to document the grim conditions within. Lin Zhaoye selected the most unseemly piece of zombie flesh and stored it in a storage ring he had purchased earlier that day at a market for sampling purposes. Within the confines of the Yunzhong base, there was access to a network, albeit limited to that very base. All the gathered evidence could be uploaded online, leaving the Jin family unprepared and unable to manage the ensuing public outcry. As for their security, only Lin Zhaoye and Su Yuan were aware of this venture, while others remained oblivious. If their own people were unaware, how could the enemy possibly know? Their visit was swift, both in arrival and departure, and they managed to secure all the evidence in a single night. Fortunately, the restaurant was relatively upscale, experiencing minimal foot traffic. Typically, affluent patrons ordered only a couple of meat dishes, with the remainder of their selections being vegetarian, which resulted in a lower likelihood of poisoning. The general populace is unlikely to spend such a considerable sum on a single meal, thus the risk of widespread infection is minimal. This matter should be resolved expeditiously. Otherwise, should an individual succumb to the virus within their system and transform into a zombie, the consequences would be dire. Both individuals shared this sentiment and acted accordingly, spending the evening organizing their belongings and transferring them to a USB drive. Lin Zhaoye also moved a portion of the zombie flesh, entrusting it to Su Yuan. However, she retained a contingency, as she could not guarantee the absolute loyalty of all those working on her behalf. Upon completion of the handover, Su Yuan departed with the evidence. Meanwhile, Lin Zhaoye, alone in her chamber, employed her own methods to verify the substance's nature. She retrieved a piece of grayish-blue flesh, noticeably larger and more intensely colored than the others, suggesting a higher concentration of the zombie virus. Lin Zhaoye channeled her ability, directing a stream of pale green energy into the flesh. The energy revealed the presence of active zombie viruses. Following the ability's purification, the flesh was successfully transformed into a pure, virus-free substance, the difference from its original state strikingly apparent. This is zombie flesh, therefore is human flesh. Chapter 154. Auspicious hour, is it settled? Lin Zhaoye was quite concerned about this matter, as the more people who consumed it, the greater the likelihood of an incident. As for when to reveal this matter, that was for the Su and Lei families to decide, as long as it was resolved. Just as she was about to leave, Su Yuan pulled a piece of paper from her pocket and placed it on the table before her. Prepare the supplies according to this list, and the matter will be settled. This affair was connected to Lin Zhaoye, as she received this paper, which was the supply inventory she had prepared previously, now adorned with numerous new markings, likely made by Su Yuan during her negotiations to lower prices. Ensure that all the checked items are ready, and I can take you to the storeroom. She scrutinized the supplies listed, recognizing many items she could readily procure. However, the most challenging task remained the water. She could condense water, but the output was minimal. Most of the previously prepared water was mixed with crystal nuclei, and Lin Zhaoye had no intention of providing them with water containing crystal nuclei. As the major base had its own distribution standards for such resources, she saw no necessity to cater to them. The simplest water source was what they required the most. So according to Lin Zhaoye's allocation, they would receive 100 tons of water. This quantity may sound considerable, yet it was insufficient for an entire week's supply for the base. To the Yunzhong base, it was merely a drop in the ocean. However, the special emphasis marked in red indicated their significant concern for freshwater resources. As for water, if you could provide more, we would be willing to exchange it for crystal nuclei. This statement left Lin Zhaoye somewhat astonished. The crystal nuclei could forcibly bolster the presence of several third-tier experts. Their willingness to trade crystal nuclei for water was akin to offering a portion of their armed forces in exchange for the lives of civilians. After a brief respite, Su Yuan mustered his spirits to explain. The price offered here is 1 third-tier crystal nucleus in exchange for 10 tons of water, or 1 fourth-tier crystal nucleus for 1,000 tons. A fourth-tier crystal nucleus. Given the current pace, the likelihood of encountering a fourth-tier crystal nucleus is exceedingly slim. Yet, it is surprising that the Yunzhong base has managed to acquire one. You possess a fourth-tier crystal nucleus. Su Yuan stood by, meeting Lin Zhaoye's gaze. The base has 2, but can only part with 1. Although 1,000 tons may seem considerable, the fourth-tier crystal nucleus is exceedingly rare at present, and this price has been determined through careful deliberation. Lin Zhaoye gently bit her lower lip, understanding that this price was indeed quite reasonable. The fourth-tier crystal nucleus could assist third-tier ability users in advancing to the fourth tier, proving far more effective than high-concentration third-tier crystal water. While it may seem somewhat like hastening growth, the results are undeniably remarkable. There is no time like the present, so let it be today. Reserve the crystal nucleus for me. The implication was clear. Lin Zhaoye agreed to provide them with an additional 1,000 tons of water in exchange for the fourth-tier crystal nucleus. Su Yuan anticipated her acceptance of this condition, yet he was taken aback by her swift and decisive agreement. Wouldn't you like to negotiate a bit? Lin Zhaoye replied with a light smile. For me, these water resources are merely a matter of time. With higher-tier water-type ability users, you can also release such a volume of water. To me, this fourth-order crystal nucleus holds far greater significance than the 1,000 tons of water. Conversely, for you, that 1,000 tons represents the lives of many common folk, making it immensely more valuable than this crystal nucleus. Everyone merely seeks to fulfill their own needs, and there is little room for negotiation. However, Lin Zhaoye secretly harbors a desire to assist more people. Now that there's an opportunity for her to gain benefits while helping others, why not seize it? Following Su Yuan, Lin Zhaoye arrived at the storage warehouse of the cloud base, which houses 80% of the base's supplies. To streamline the process, she was entrusted to directly deposit the items into the warehouse, a gesture of trust. Naturally, Lin Zhaoye refrained from excessive commentary. Upon entering the warehouse, she followed the signs at each door to locate an available space, where she retrieved her system exchange items. There were designated personnel to tally the items Lin Zhaoye was depositing, but she was well aware of her contributions. Each time, she exchanged points for system tools, ensuring accuracy in quantity. After a bustling day, she finally gathered all the supplies by evening, except for the promised water. Miss Lin, the pure water source is not stored here. As it is late, someone will come to escort you tomorrow. All right, I will promptly verify today's supplies. If everything is in order tomorrow, there will be no need for further follow-up. Lin Zhaoye thoughtfully offered after-sales service, confident that the esteemed reputation of the cloud base would not lead her astray. In the evening, she seized the opportunity to condense some water and stored it in the previously acquired storage space. This way, her workload for the next couple of days would be significantly reduced. After all, places like warehouses are designed to be dark, and even if they're ventilated, they still harbor unpleasant odors. Each of them had their own tasks to attend to. Lin Zhaoye spent 3 days releasing the agreed-upon water source. While tirelessly working, Su Yuan finally attained some much-needed rest. At this moment, the Yunzhong base was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any chaotic occurrences. However, Lin Zhaoye was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the impending storm. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of her door being rapped upon broke the silence. Upon opening it, she found Su Yuan standing there. May I pose a question? When will this zombie tide come to an end? The teams venturing outside the base to eradicate the zombies were comprised of various factions, each organizing their own guard squads in succession. Recently, it happened to be the Jin family's turn to dispatch their guards, leaving the base's defenses considerably weakened. This presented an excellent opportunity. Yet engaging in open conflict against the tide of zombies would undoubtedly diminish the overall strength of the Yinchong base. Hence, the timing of the tide's cessation was of paramount importance. Having spent the past few days in idle contemplation, Lin Zhaoye had envisioned numerous scenarios and comprehended how crucial the end of the tide was for Su Yuan and her companions to take decisive action. The moon waxes and wanes, and this particular zombie tide emerged in mid-July, coinciding with the full moon, while the next auspicious moment would arrive with the subsequent full moon. Su Yuan lightly tapped the door frame twice. August 15th. Lin Zhaoye nodded in agreement. It is indeed a fine day. Su Yuan, lost in thought, concurred. Certainly a splendid day. Thank you. He gently shut Lin Zhaoye's door. At that moment, Lin Zhaoye leaned against the headboard of her bed, eyes closed. Lost in contemplation, time passed incrementally as Lin Zhaoye monitored the internal network of the cloud base. Yet there was not a whisper of negative news concerning the Cloud Hotel. The online atmosphere was tranquil. Chapter 155. Refuse on this day. Lin Zhaoye felt compelled to inquire with Su Xingxing about any progress made in her research, so she ventured alone to seek her out. Although Su Xingxing seldom ventured forth, locating the ready-to-wear shop proved to be quite simple. The shopkeeper indeed recognized her. Setting aside his work to greet Lin Zhaoye, since he is not here, there is no need for you to linger. Perhaps a stroll would do you good. I shall take a leisurely walk and return in the afternoon. Lin Zhaoye meandered towards other shops, hoping to discover some delightful treasures. After all, she had recently earned a considerable amount of crystal cores and was eager to continue her trading endeavors. Lin Zhaoye felt a flicker of confusion, suspecting her eyes might be deceiving her. However, her curiosity piqued. She could not help but follow. The more she trailed, the more familiar the figure ahead appeared. In a whimsical manner, she ascended the adjacent wall and hastened towards him, only to realize, to her astonishment, that it was indeed him. Jin Fei. Isn't he supposed to be imprisoned for 2 months? How is it that he has been released after merely 10 days? It seems the Jin family truly revels in their audacity. The rules they impose are not adhered to by their own kin. Lin Zhao, harboring ambitions, let out a cold snort. Today, she intended to teach him a lesson. She deliberately selected 2 third-tier ability collectors, imbibing the powers of both ice and fire. Following this, she experienced a fleeting sensation of dual cultivation, alternating between icy chills and fiery warmth, a rather unpleasant feeling. Yet, compared to her prior gentle abilities, it was indeed a novel experience. After a brief period of acclimatization, Lin Zhao discovered that one hand could conjure an ice spear approximately 1.5 meters long, perfectly graspable, adorned with fierce dragon patterns that emanated a chilling aura. The fire dragon formed in her other hand lacked the exquisite elegance of Mu Hongxiao's, but it was still discernibly draconic. How fortunate for him! Lin Zhao, eager to test the sensation of the ability collectors, fortuitously encountered this unfortunate soul to share in the experience. She first unleashed an ice ability nearby, sending a wave of frigid air toward Jin Fei from behind. Despite the sweltering summer heat, Jin Fei suddenly felt an inexplicable chill enveloping him, yet he saw no one around. His beady eyes darted about in confusion, failing to discern any presence. He scratched his head, pondering the oddity of the day. What a strange occurrence to encounter right upon his release. Lin Zhao felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing there seemed to be a peculiar fate binding them. Today, there would be no escape from the beating he was about to receive. Originally, she had hoped that 2 months of confinement would instill some sense into Jin Fei, sparing her the need to intervene. However, to her surprise, he was brazenly courting disaster, leaving her with no choice. A Frigidora, manifested in alternating shades of white and pale blue, bore down on him with menacing intensity. Jin Fei's eyes widened in terror as he scrambled backward. But Lin Zhaoye was relentless. With renewed vigor, she amplified her power, and the swirling vortex of energy slammed into Jin Fei, pinning him to the ground. These supernatural forces, as tangible as physical restraints, ensnared him, rendering him immobile. A ghost. It's a ghost. I'm being haunted. Jin Fei babbled incoherently, his mind consumed by fear. Lin Zhaoye, concealing her face behind a silver mask and shrouded in dark fabrics, emerged from the shadows. Without uttering a word, she brandished an ice spear, executing a series of intricate flourishes before plunging it mercilessly into his thigh, anchoring him to the earth. Then, with a mere gesture, she summoned a fiery dragon that roared to life, lunging toward his upper body. With his legs immobilized, Jin Fei was unable to evade the dragon's searing caress, his flesh charring and emitting the unmistakable aroma of roasted meat. "Who are you?" he cried out in agony, his voice laced with desperation as he questioned Lin Zhaoye. Pain engulfed his entire being. Jin Fei writhed on the ground, his struggles far more genuine than his previous displays of defiance. Yet he remained utterly helpless against her power. He was merely a man of ordinary constitution, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Lin Zhaoye harbored no intention of truly driving him to his demise. However, the present chastisement would assuredly inflict upon him grievous harm, an affliction of such magnitude as to render him incapacitated. She withdrew her supernatural power, causing the ice spears to gradually diminish, transmuting into a mere puddle of moisture. Jin Fei's hair, along with other parts of his upper torso, had been entirely shed, his entire being drenched in perspiration, his epidermis transformed into carbon. The ice-based supernatural power, now transmuted into a watery residue, gradually evaporated under the sun's radiant beams. Lin Zhaoye observed his upper body, charred and scorched, while his lower extremities bore 2 severe penetrating wounds. She then inverted Jin Fei, revealing that he had previously suffered from a lumbar ailment, which had been alleviated by his supernatural power. Lin Zhaoye, with a deliberate motion, inflicted another wound upon him, replicating the location of his former injury. Jin Fei managed to utter a cry of agony, albeit his voice was exceedingly feeble. His entire being, riddled with wounds, rendered him immobile, akin to a lifeless fish subjected to Lin Zhaoye's manipulation. Lin Zhaoye, maintaining her silence, turned and departed from the scene. This secluded nook was devoid of any surveillance apparatus, save for individuals possessing supernatural abilities akin to those of Lin Yuanshan for specialized reconnaissance. However, the probability of encountering such individuals was exceedingly remote, a matter of little concern to Lin Zhaoye. Having long since departed, Lin Zhaoye left Jin Fei's survival entirely to the whims of fate. With the disposal of this worthless individual, Lin Zhaoye's spirits were considerably elevated. She clapped her hands together and divested herself of the miscellaneous adornments upon her countenance. At this moment, the flowers by the roadside were beautiful, and the scenery was enchanting. She casually entered several shops, leaving them thoroughly emptied, delighting in her newfound treasures. Chapter 156. Astonishment. Lin Zhaoye organized all her belongings into the system and discovered an automatic vending machine. Was this not the secret to her fortune? After waiting for less than an hour, Su Yuan hurriedly arrived. "Do you remember that cabinet in the courtyard? I could place one at the cloud base." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having resided in the courtyard for so long, he was well aware of the valuable items that could be retrieved from the cabinet. The goods within were quite affordable, allowing even ordinary citizens to purchase items from the vending machine every few days to enhance their quality of life. Among the offerings were numerous high-energy foods, which served as excellent sustenance for soldiers during their campaigns. Moreover, the vending machine had been upgraded to dispense boxed meals, albeit at a slightly higher price, requiring 5 to 8 first-level crystal nuclei. For someone capable of battling zombies, this cost was negligible, even for the powerless women and children. The base provided certain subsidies, ensuring that with some willingness, they could enjoy meat every month. Su Yuan pondered for a moment. This was indeed beneficial for the general populace. However, if there were only one vast base, incidents of competition and long queues would inevitably arise, wasting precious time. If a team were dispatched to manage the situation, the costs of maintaining order would significantly increase. It would be unwise to place it outside, as it might incite chaos. It would be better to keep it for ourselves initially. When the time comes, a few individuals will be dispatched to retrieve the items, which will then be sold at a designated location, ensuring that others remain oblivious to their origin. Rest assured regarding the pricing, we shall set it relatively low, with the more expensive items requiring the addition of a single crystal core, while the more affordable ones will include a 10 labor fee. All labor costs will be accounted for publicly, and the crystal cores you are entitled to will remain yours. Lin Zhaoye was in agreement with the commitment made by Su Yuan. The primary purpose of this vending machine's implementation was simply to provide sustenance for everyone. Nothing more. Moreover, with each item sold, she would earn a point, which was advantageous for Lin Zhaoye. Very well, you may handle all arrangements, but remember, I can only provide one machine. Whether it serves as your political leverage or otherwise, my identity must remain confidential. Lin Zhaoye hoped that Su Yuan could ensure personal safety, and this condition was not a significant issue for him. He would naturally comply. Rest assured, what needs to be said is understood without my expression, and what should not be disclosed cannot be uncovered by others. A flash of silver light signaled the activation of Su Yuan's extraordinary ability, as he offered Lin Zhaoye his assurance in his own manner. Thank you. Where shall I place the items? Su Yuan pondered briefly and sent a few messages via his communicator. After receiving confirmation, he guided Lin Zhaoye through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a warehouse. This will do. Feel free to leave them here. There will be someone to handle the operations later. I will instruct them, so you need not worry. Lin Zhaoye took out the items, which were significantly larger than those in the courtyard, measuring nearly 2 to 3 meters in length. The variety had also increased considerably, and one could even add crystal cores to directly select dishes. Compared to Yunzhong restaurant, the prices were substantially lower, and Lin Zhaoye was confident that the meals produced by the system would not disappoint. Regarding compensation, in addition to our purchases and your earnings for every 10,000 items, you would receive an additional third-tier crystal core as a subsidy. This was the outcome of our discussions. It is not a buyout, but rather a share in the dividends. For a large base like Yunzhong base, this is truly not a significant amount, and Lin Zhaoye's pricing is exceedingly reasonable. Each day, she could easily account for dozens or even hundreds of third-tier crystal cores without issue. All right, then I shall await your delivery of the fine goods. Lin Zhaoye felt quite pleased at the prospect of passively receiving crystal cores. As the two walked and conversed, she inquired, "So when do you plan to conclude?" "The corpse tide will cease in 10 days. In 3 days, it would be the Jin family's turn, and that would determine the outcome." The fact that Su Yuan could say this implied that both the Lei and Su families had prepared for transformation. Their plans must be well developed to disclose such information to her. 3 days would pass swiftly, and she could certainly wait. Through today's incident with Jin Fei, she has developed a profound disdain for the Jin family. Even such a minor figure from a peripheral branch dares to brazenly challenge the rules established by a base, while those who have consistently adhered to these rules are harassed and disrespected by individuals of this nature. Retribution is inevitable. It is not that justice is delayed, but rather that the time has yet to come. Lin Zhaoye eagerly anticipates the events that will unfold 3 days hence. Upon returning to the Su family, she discovered that the shopkeeper was outside inquiring about Lin Zhaoye with others. "Shopkeeper, is the item I requested ready?" With Su Yuan still present, Lin Zhaoye decided to act with benevolence and assist Su Xingxing, keeping his identity concealed. The shopkeeper, quite astute, said little upon seeing Su Yuan. "Miss Lin, please accompany me to inspect the finished product." Lin Zhaoye gestured to Su Yuan, indicating her intention to withdraw, and followed the shopkeeper to the garment store. At that moment, Su Xingxing was already waiting above. As Lin Zhaoye pushed the door open, she saw him seated on a stool. "Eating. I came to ask you about the meat from last time." Su Xingxing anticipated her inquiry, handing her a stack of documents. "These are all the data from our recent vaccine research. As for the meat, it has been confirmed to carry the zombie virus, though the likelihood of infection is low. Due to the passage of time, the virus's activity has significantly diminished, even for an ordinary person consuming it. The chance of turning into a zombie is only about 30. Generally, those who can consume it possess some form of special ability. It is also possible that no one has been infected yet. This data presents a duality. It is both reassuring and concerning. The positive aspect indicates that some individuals have consumed this meat without falling ill, yet the negative side reveals that for the Sioux and Lei families to leverage the Gene family as evidence, the outcome may not be as favorable as anticipated. In order to prevent future calamities, any substandard meat is akin to a bolt of lightning. The plan has been meticulously crafted. It is now contingent upon the choices of the populace. She recalled the vending machine she had provided for Su Yuan today, which should significantly bolster public morale, especially after disseminating the news of zombie meat, followed by the announcement of their harmless, non-toxic box meals. The juxtaposition of the two serves as a strategic move. It is no wonder they are willing to grant her such abundant advantages. Lin Zhaoye tapped the table, lifting a snack from before her and popping it in her mouth. Upon reflection, I have indeed assisted you all quite a bit. My visit has proven fruitful, delivering evidence and supplies alike. Su Xingxing, not one to be oblivious to current events, was well aware of Lin Zhaoye's recent undertakings. Hearing her self-deprecating remarks, he chuckled. Indeed. If I don't reward you with a few more crystal cores, I shall feel remiss. Lin Zhaoye, already affluent, shared this sentiment. I hope the Yunzhong base continues to thrive, for the more it flourishes, the greater my gains. Her words were both a jest and a blessing. She genuinely wished for the primary base to prosper, safeguarding an ever-growing populace. Lin Zhaoye may not possess the means to assist more individuals directly, yet witnessing those with the capability and resources to do so is indeed a commendable act. 3 days swiftly passed, and on that aimless afternoon, Lin Zhaoye stumbled upon a piece of news. Shocking. The Yunzhong restaurant conceals a mystery. How many victims have fallen prey to the false chicken and genuine toxic meat? Accompanying the article were photographs and videos captured by netizens. The online community was in an uproar, with reports suggesting that the Yunzhong restaurant was besieged at its entrance, where people clamored to witness the alleged toxic meat, only to be thwarted by the forces led by the Gene family, who stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, blocking the crowd. Chapter 157. Conscience. A spokesperson emerged, addressing the gathering. These reports are unfounded. Please do not be misled. We will provide evidence for your reassurance. Subsequently, the spokesperson produced whole chickens, ducks, and pork, all appearing frozen. Given the scarcity of resources in the post-apocalyptic world, this seemed understandable. However, the common folk were not easily convinced, aware that anyone could stage a performance. We demand to see the meat in your storage. Is it truly of such quality? They pressed. How could they possibly produce such an abundance of fine meat? The Gene family's persistent obstruction only fueled the public's outrage. Initially, the crowd was only half convinced, but witnessing the spokesperson's demeanor and the attitude of those present, it seemed they were now inclined to believe the rumors with considerable certainty. Let us enter and see for ourselves. They insisted. The spokesperson could only continue to explain, given the large number of people, if we allow entry, it may compromise the hygiene of the meat. It would then truly spoil. Everything is currently stored safely within, and the Gene family possesses a commendable reputation. Such feeble words, as pale as paper, cannot silence the murmurs of the crowd. We simply wish to take a look. The more you obstruct us, the more determined we become. Let us enter and see. Let's enter and see. The masses spontaneously shouted, yearning to uncover the truth. Faced with the fervor of the crowd, the official found himself utterly incapable of managing the situation. His frustration mounted as he pondered why those who were not partaking in the spoils were the ones raising objections. Reluctantly, he gestured, prompting his associates to reveal the weapons concealed behind them. Each bore a firearm. Observing the guns, the crowd instinctively recoiled a few steps, rendered speechless by the unexpected display of seriousness. Yet, among them were those bold enough to recognize that they would not dare to fire upon the populace, to suppress the citizens with firearms. Are you tyrants? Numerous individuals were recording the scene on their phones, aware that should a shot ring out and lives be lost, the Yunzhong Hotel would be forever tainted by such an act. Nevertheless, The firm stance of the authorities left the crowd hesitant. They did not dare to advance. Yet they also refused to retreat. Thus, both sides remained locked in a stalemate. One too fearful to fire, the other too cautious to advance. When Lin Zhaoye arrived to witness the commotion, he observed this very scenario. The Jin family, intent on preserving their reputation, would surely not resort to gunfire. Therefore, Lin Zhaoye resolved to escalate the situation significantly. In the distance, Lin Zhaoye wielded his extraordinary abilities, rapidly nurturing a vine to an adequate length. Selecting an optimal angle, he deftly flung the vine into the air. The vine swiftly elongated mid-flight, ensnaring the 8 armed individuals and the innkeeper, binding them so tightly that there was no space between them, leaving no room for resistance. Upon witnessing the unexpected assistance, the crowd surged forward, seizing their firearms. Some reinforced the vine's grip, while others hastened to the kitchen. Upon entering, they were momentarily speechless at the sight of relatively fresh meat at the entrance. The only sound was the manager's frantic shout, "We are a conscientious establishment. You will regret this." Initially, they suspected they had misjudged the inn, but as some ventured deeper, they discovered a stark contrast. The meat inside was distinctly different, a sickly green hue that unmistakably bore the zombie virus. "Look, it's tainted meat." One individual lifted a piece, revealing the grim truth to the gathering. They swiftly seized control of the situation, detaining the 8 armed men and the inn's representative. Each faction's military attire differed, allowing the manager to swiftly recognize that it was the Lei family who had come to apprehend them. "Captain Lei, we are merely conducting business. How can you claim the right to detain us? Just moments ago we were ensnared ourselves. You must imprison these rioters." He wailed in despair, believing he had found salvation, unaware that it was the very decree of thunder that Lei Ying was enforcing. Manager Li chuckled, remarking that the reason for their visit was due to reports of individuals openly wielding firearms and threatening the public. To their astonishment, such incidents indeed occurred. According to the regulations established for the cloud base, they had violated the laws of the area and would consequently face sanctions. "Take them away." The Yunzhong Hotel had been implicated in using toxic meat, a matter that the Lei family would thoroughly investigate. They urged the public to remain calm, announcing the opening of a specialized grocery store that offered affordable box meals, candies, and more, encouraging everyone to supervise and report any issues. With this proclamation from Lei Ying, the previously dismissive stance of manager Li seemed to shift dramatically. The populace, having just witnessed recent events, harbored lingering doubts, yet began to differentiate their attitudes. While they remained skeptical of Lei Ying, their disdain for the Jin family was palpable. Under the meticulous control of the Lei family's forces, the situation concluded. Lin Zhaoye observed this scene, unaware that numerous establishments like the restaurant had simultaneously reported problems, leading to the Lei family detaining all members of the Jin clan. In a remarkably short time, the Jin family's influence had been significantly diminished. Suddenly, it seemed as though the Jin family was universally reviled, while admiration for the Lei family overflowed. Within the span of a single day, the cloud base had transformed entirely, now under the Lei family's dominion. Meanwhile, the Jin family members outside found themselves in a precarious position, neither able to advance nor retreat, lamenting the public's disdain for their kin's extravagant lifestyle. The head of the Jin family, recognizing the inevitable decline of their power, reluctantly sought refuge in another location, establishing a small stronghold to maintain some semblance of strength. However, their excessive indulgence in luxury and the absence of a guiding figure led to disarray among the leadership. Consequently, despite possessing a modicum of martial prowess, they lacked the resources for production, resulting in infighting among their kin. Before long, internal strife erupted, but that is a tale for another time. At this moment, the Yunchong base was thriving. As per their agreement, the Lei family sold items from their vending machines at discounted prices to the populace, while Lin Zhaoye diligently filled the gaps in the background. She watched as the statistics surged from 10,000 to 50,000, then to 100,000, and finally to 200,000, her heart counting her crystal nuclei, 1, 2, and then accumulating into a mountain, gradually numbing her senses. The sensation of possessing crystal nuclei was truly exhilarating. Chapter 158. Exhilaration. As Lin Zhaoye counted her crystal nuclei, she finally endured until the day when the tide of zombies would soon recede. Yet, on this particular day, for reasons unbeknownst to her, her heart was filled with an inexplicable anxiety. Xiao happened to be studying a map and handed her a note. "Look here. This situation could pose a threat to the base." Upon receiving the note, Lin Zhaoye discovered that a massive horde of zombies was rapidly approaching from the northwest of the Yinchong base. "Is there a plan? I would like to join as well." Feeling restless over the past few days, she thought it might be better to engage in combat. Xiao, upon hearing her words, circled a spot on the map. "Yes. Follow me. We shall depart immediately." The two individuals swiftly arrived at the city gates, a plan meticulously orchestrated in advance. They were part of a large contingent of troops dispatched to eradicate the zombies. Lin Zhaoye, alongside Su Yuan, boarded an infantry fighting vehicle. The advantage of such vehicles lies in their armament, equipped with small-caliber shells, akin to a miniature tank. Behind the infantry fighting vehicle, a small armored personnel carrier awaited to provide supplies. Once everyone had assembled, the gates swung open, and the procession gradually set forth towards the northwest. The speed of the infantry fighting vehicle was not particularly rapid, significantly slower than Lin Zhaoye driving a car. However, it offered a greater sense of safety. Furnished with an array of weaponry, including not only small-caliber shells, but also several machine guns. Such equipment was unattainable for a modest base like Wulong. Yet the inventions of Wang Jiahui might very well surpass even those of larger bases accustomed to conventional firearms. She nudged Su Yuan beside her and inquired, "Do you think Jiahui's crystal core shells would be of interest to the Yinchong base?" Lin Zhaoye casually posed this question, seeking insight into the prevailing market. He was uncertain if the larger base would regard the offerings of such a small locale as valuable. Su Yuan had not contemplated this matter deeply until prompted by her. After careful consideration, she replied, "For the time being, it seems unnecessary. Crystal cores hold greater significance for the larger base, as acquiring weaponry is comparatively easier for them. If Jiahui were to invent something defensively advantageous, it would likely be quite sought after, considering the higher-ups must guard against ambushes. You are aware that certain psychic zombies can be quite troublesome." Lin Zhaoye thought to himself, "I possess defensive measures." During the fierce battle against the scorpion zombies, Wang Jiahui had equipped her with a set of defensive armor. However, at that moment, they discovered that Xiao was missing, which is why he was unaware of it. Lin Zhaoye promptly donned the armor that Wang Jiahui had given her last time. The darkness at that time had obscured her attention to the armor's appearance. Now, in the daylight, she found herself clad in a striking black matte shell, which seemed somewhat conspicuous. As she touched the armor plates on her chest, she appreciated the texture. Although its defensive capabilities had yet to be tested, she was eager to give it a try. "What do you think of this?" Xiao remarked, regarding the armor adorning Lin Zhaoye. It appeared slightly oversized, yet one could discern the craftsmanship and the bespoke tailoring intended for Lin Zhaoye. She tapped the armor lightly and was met with a deep, resonant sound. Its thickness was adequate, and it was not excessively heavy. If its defensive strength proved sufficient, it could indeed be of great use. "Was this also made by Jiahui?" "Indeed, it was that day when we realized you were missing that Jiahui gave it to me," Lin Zhaoye replied, simultaneously teasing Xiao. Aware of his shortcomings as a friend, Xiao naturally offered to help Lin Zhaoye find a good price. "If there's an opportunity to create 2 more pieces, I could certainly promote them for you." Although he mentioned promotion, Lin Zhaoye knew that anything from his lips would fetch a handsome price. As their conversation flowed, they reached their destination, where sentinels had already alerted them of a massive horde of zombies advancing from a kilometer away. Behind them lay the cloud base. Su Yuan's voice carried a hint of fatigue. "This wave should be nearing its end, right?" Lin Zhaoye was not naive enough to think that this inquiry was directed at her. The base had long possessed its own surveillance equipment. As for whether this was indeed the final wave, Su Yuan was likely more aware of that than Lin Zhaoye herself. Just as Lin Zhaoye pondered the lack of orders, she noticed that the foremost vehicle housed Lei Ying. "Behind us is the cloud base, the dwelling place of our relatives and friends, our home." The zombies aim to invade our sanctuary and harm our parents. Can we allow that? No, we shall not permit it. Lin Zhaoye felt the fervor of her comrades invigorate her spirit. Like her, these soldiers were solely driven by the desire to protect their loved ones and safeguard their homeland. Zombies lie ahead. Let us proceed as planned. Kill, kill, kill. True soldiers exhibited unparalleled valor, charging forward in the face of orders. They all boarded the armored vehicles. Surging ahead, the leading vehicles, undeterred by the presence of zombies, pressed on relentlessly, crushing the undead beneath their treads. Lin Zhaoye observed from a distance as the armored vehicles swayed slightly, mercilessly trampling countless zombie corpses as they advanced. Behind them, machine guns atop some armored vehicles were set up, firing upon the approaching zombies. The cacophony of gunfire erupted around Lin Zhaoye, forming a formidable line of defense amidst the hail of bullets and shells. At the forefront, the armored vehicle embedded deep within enemy territory exhibited formidable defensive capabilities, exhibiting no fear of the relentless hail of bullets. In stark contrast, it was the zombies who trembled at the sound of gunfire. Even if a bullet missed its mark and failed to strike the head, the creatures would stagger to their feet, only to be felled once more by a subsequent shot. This exemplifies the advantages of a large base. There is no shortage of weaponry. Lin Zhaoye had little prior experience with such heavy artillery. Yet witnessing her comrades exuberantly fire machine guns at the approaching horde ignited a thrill within her. "May I get a try?" she inquired eagerly. This particular armored infantry vehicle was equipped with 2 machine guns, though only one was currently in operation. The other lay idle between Lin Zhaoye and Xiao Yezi. Xiao Yezi diligently reloaded the ammunition, instructing Lin Zhaoye on how to operate the weapon. As her hands grasped the machine gun, she was struck by its substantial weight, markedly different from the feel of the crystal core projectiles. Upon pulling the trigger, a barrage of bullets surged forth, the recoil powerful enough to jolt her backward despite her readiness. Her fingers tingled from the impact, yet Lin Zhaoye quickly acclimated to the machine gun, even managing to lift it and cradle it before her. Countless bullets rained down upon the throng of zombies. And as Lin Zhaoye observed the ghastly figures Co-Chapter 159, Madness Indeed, the resources of the Grand Base are remarkable. This unrestrained joy contrasts starkly with the earlier frustration of taking a single shot at a target. Her exhilaration lasted for several minutes, yet Lin Zhaoye soon found herself weary. The incessant vibrations from the machine gun had rendered her body numb, while the endless horde of zombies loomed before her. Xiao Yezi had clearly informed her that this wave of zombies contained no particularly formidable foes, with the highest ranking merely at the 2nd tier, almost reaching the 3rd. When one can effortlessly eradicate all the zombies, the thrill dissipates. The sheer volume of 1st-tier zombies stood no chance against the heavy artillery, yet they still managed to hinder their movements. Consequently, Lin Zhaoye abandoned manual operation and transitioned to a fully automated high-tech interface. With just a few effortless button presses, she could manage the majority of the tasks, leaving her to merely observe the spectacle unfolding before her. "You've already expended a dozen 3rd-tier cores with just a few shots," Xiao Yezi remarked half-jokingly to Lin Zhaoye. "I'll keep a tab for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Zhaoye pressed a few more buttons, and with her movements, several shells were launched from the front of the armored vehicle, following a predetermined trajectory straight into the midst of the zombies. A shower of sparks erupted, and thick smoke billowed, creating a scene akin to celestial clouds. For such minor nuisances, the Grand Base only needed to deploy a certain number of weapons to swiftly resolve the issue. Today marked the final day. People would no longer need to fear the repulsive zombies plummeting from the sky. Thus, Lin Zhaoye no longer needed to count the moons each day. Unbeknownst to others, every time she gazed at the frigid moon above, she pondered who had stained these moons a deep blue and who had torn the sky to unleash the zombies, polluting their environment. These questions remained unanswered after 3 years of the apocalypse, and Lin Zhaoye would continue her quest for answers. Xiao Yezi was taken aback by Lin Zhaoye's seemingly reckless thoughts, which were quite unlike her normally composed demeanor. It seemed rather imprudent. Lin Zhaoye pursed her lips, convinced that remaining in a safer position was the wiser choice. After relinquishing control of the armored vehicle to the others on board and finding herself at a loose end, Su Yuan's communicator beeped. She glanced at the message and then at Lin Zhaoye. It appears you can now autonomously control my abilities. The sender was Lei Ying. So this is what it feels like to have one's wishes granted. After all, Lin Zhaoye's home lay far away, while Su Yuan's was right behind her. Not to mention, the wasteland was also a home of sorts. The two exchanged few words as Su Yuan diligently restocked the supplies in their armored vehicle, ensuring Lin Zhaoye took some provisions as well. Quietly, the two set off. The armored vehicle's safety was unparalleled compared to other vehicles, though its speed was somewhat lacking. Faster, faster, faster. A flash of silver light surged past, and the armored vehicle noticeably accelerated. Lin Zhaoye felt as though she had stirred trouble and hurriedly turned to check on Su Yuan, for this was taxing her abilities. Surprisingly, Su Yuan showed no reaction. Aren't you using your powers? Su Yuan found it peculiar. It seemed not to stem from her own abilities, as she felt no discomfort whatsoever. The two exchanged glances, yet neither could articulate the reason behind it. Lin Zhaoye was equally certain that he had not acquired any additional powers. Perhaps it was a matter of psychological suggestion, for their vehicle indeed sped along the road, and with Su Yuan's prior experience, she was aware of shortcuts. Remarkably, by that very evening, they had arrived near the unremarkable area, having already spotted the previously dug trench. Ahead lay a group tasked with excavating the ground, creating a barrier that would hinder many zombies, serving as the first line of defense for the base. Lin Zhaoye elaborated on the surrounding changes to Su Yuan. They disembarked from the vehicle and utilized their abilities to advance. When I departed, I had instructed the elderly and children to seek refuge in the air raid shelter. They were likely resting within now. Their hushed conversation seemed to disturb the vines, and Lin Zhaoye heard a faint rustling. Soon, a massive vine emerged, its thickness akin to a human thigh, adorned with vibrant green flowers. Lin Zhaoye adeptly extended her powers to share her perspective with the vine, discerning that only a few individuals were patrolling the base, with no one present in the rooms. Listen, Lin Zhaoye could not communicate with the vine as one would with a human, yet the vine understood her intent. It writhed joyfully and swiftly ensnared Lin Zhaoye, and in an instant, both she and Su Yuan were drawn into the base with the vine's assistance. Lin Zhaoye gently patted the vine, upon which a particularly large flower bloomed, likely a testament to its recent achievements. To reward the vine for its obedience, Lin Zhaoye retrieved several bottles of crystal core water from her system and presented them as a gift. Even in her absence, the vine could serve as a protector for everyone. As the vine joyfully drank the crystal core water, Lin Zhaoye, accompanied by Xu Yuan, sprinted towards the air raid shelter. Their movements were remarkably graceful, darting through the moonlit night, rendering them nearly invisible to the naked eye. Suddenly, it seemed as though the patrolling personnel had detected something unusual. Yet under the moonlight, they could discern no figures. Perhaps their nerves were frayed. There had been no zombies in recent days, and it was unwise to be overly suspicious. The two concealed individuals exchanged signals, and with a gust of wind, they lunged at the patrolling guard below. Each targeted one adversary, and within just a few swift maneuvers, they had incapacitated them all. Afterward, they assisted their fallen opponents to their feet, brushing off the dust. You've worked hard these past few days, but your skills indeed require some refinement. You must train diligently. I will keep a watchful eye on your practice. It was only upon the completion of her words that the subdued individual began to comprehend. Who are you? Which zombie dares to impersonate my sister Zhaoye? It seemed that Lin Yuanshan had utilized his abilities to uncover the matter concerning Zhu Yi, which explained the heightened vigilance among the others. The mere thought of Zhu momentarily darkened Lin Zhaoye's gaze, yet she remained hopeful that all would eventually improve. Chapter 160. Homecoming. This vine, apart from Lin Zhaoye, could not be commanded by anyone else. It would only unleash its fury upon the zombies if they approached. Otherwise, it remained lethargic, indifferent to the words of others. Only in this manner could he be assured that the Lin Zhaoye before him was indeed the genuine article. After exchanging a few words, the group resumed their patrol. Lin Zhaoye and Su Yuan continued their journey forward, encountering several small teams along the way, assessing their reconnaissance skills and agility in various forms. Ultimately, Lin Zhaoye reached a resolution. Once this matter was concluded, everyone would undergo rigorous training. Amidst their anguished cries, the two finally arrived at the entrance of the air raid shelter. It was then that Lin Zhaoye spotted Mu Hongxiao perched atop the largest tree. Instinctively, he turned to look behind him, only to discover that the newcomers were indeed Lin Zhaoye and Su Yuan. Hongxiao. Lin Zhaoye felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Since the apocalypse began, they had never been apart for such an extended period. Mu Hongxiao leaped down from the tree and embraced Lin Zhaoye, spinning him around in delight. In that moment, Lin Zhaoye found solace in his arms, the howling wind at his ears, while his heart basked in the warmth of a safe haven. Noticing the affectionate reunion, Su Yuan quietly withdrew. He still favored the room that had been specially prepared for him in the villa, and without entering the shelter, he turned towards the villa, walking alone under the luminous moon. I cannot recall whether I have mentioned it to you, but today marks the final day of the zombie tide. Lin Zhaoye gazed at Mu Hongxiao with sparkling eyes. He must have been exceedingly fatigued these days, balancing patrols and battles while also attending to Lin Yuanshan's emotional state. It has been a strenuous few days. Mu Hongxiao remained silent, his gaze deeply fixed upon Lin Zhaoye. And suddenly, he leaned in, bestowing a gentle kiss. Lin Zhaoye closed her eyes. In that moment, amidst the expanse of heaven and earth, they existed solely for one another, rendering even the moon on the horizon superfluous. After a considerable pause, Lin Zhaoye retrieved a few mooncakes from the system. Understanding her, Mu Hongxiao accepted the mooncakes and tenderly pinched her cheek. Uncle is still downstairs. Let us go and greet him. Upon seeing Lin Zhaoye, Lin Yuanshan naturally seized the opportunity. Why do you trust everyone so easily? Left, he said you could leave, and you went. You've been away for days, and Uncle has had neither a proper meal nor restful sleep. Observing the gradual aging of her uncle, Lin Zhaoye felt a pang of sorrow. Ever since Lin Churong's departure, Lin Yuanshan had been in anguish. Each day, he compelled himself to engage in physical exercise and slay zombies to divert his attention. However, the recent events surrounding Left Yi's demise and her disappearance felt like the final straw, ultimately shattering Lin Yuanshan, the most steadfast and revered camel in the desert. He collapsed like a mountain, yet Lin Zhaoye, who could have supported him in continuing his journey, remained elusive. She could comprehend the despair that enveloped Lin Yuanshan at that moment. Upon noticing the unsettling situation of the two individuals, other relatives stepped in to mediate, striving to lighten the atmosphere. They promptly took the mooncakes from Lin Zhaoye's hands, sharing them among themselves in a gesture of camaraderie. Seated alone on the balcony with a glass of wine at her side, she observed that 2 glasses had already been poured on the table. As she glanced at the clock, she realized it had surpassed midnight, marking the arrival of the 16th day of the 8th month. The moon of the 15th is fullest on the 16th. Cheers. This phrase, though not entirely fitting for the occasion, was understood by the few present as Lin Zhaoye's sentiment. Timing is indeed a significant element. With family and friends gathered nearby, the passage of time seemed less consequential. The trio engaged in lively conversation, discussing a myriad of topics, with Lin Zhaoye revealing insights about the impending apocalypse. Listening intently, Su Yuan silently noted the scenarios that might unfold in the future, understanding that each word he recorded could potentially save dozens, if not hundreds, of lives one day. Meanwhile, Mu Hongxiao gazed at Lin Zhaoye under the moonlight, perceiving her as a celestial being descended from the heavens, sent to rescue humanity. The night slipped away as the three conversed. And although Lin Zhaoye was aware of her safety within the confines of the cloud base, there remained an unshakable tension within her, as if an immense weight pressed upon her, unmovable and unyielding. Each night, she found herself tossing and turning, unable to embrace the solace of slumber. Uncertain of her destiny and oblivious to the impact her presence might have on the progression of a post-apocalyptic world, she lay awake. Outside, a profound stillness enveloped the surroundings. Guarded by creeping vines, with her family nearby, the three of them had abstained from alcohol, choosing instead to engage in heartfelt conversation. During their recent visit to the Yunzhong base, they uncovered numerous issues previously overlooked. Lin Zhaoye gazed at the moon, inspired by its ethereal beauty. Tonight, It had transformed into a gentle blend of blue and soft gray hues. The moon of August 16th was surely meant to be resplendent, round, and full. Mu Hongxiao had yet to visit the Yunzhong base, yet he expressed a keen interest in Lin Zhaoye's reflections. He was eager to learn more. She settled into a comfortable position and elucidated to the two of them. Previously, my focus was primarily on ensuring everyone's safety. On that foundation, I encourage practice in agility and weaponry. They are indeed growing, but their pace of development is woefully insufficient to match the rapid expansion of this base. Ever since gaining notoriety, the influx of new arrivals have been a daily occurrence, with small clusters seeking refuge. The space was limited, yet the population continued to swell. The safe zones Lin Zhaoye could delineate began to feel inadequate for the burgeoning crowds, and the strain on land resources became evident. I must seek out some researchers to develop advanced weaponry. She harbored a deep envy for the Yunzhong base, which benefited from the support of the former government, enabling them to fabricate formidable firearms. In contrast, her small base relied solely on Wang Zhehui's efforts, which was undeniably exhausting. To establish a commendable school, it is imperative to welcome numerous young children. We must educate them in their studies, instruct them in martial arts, awaken their latent abilities, enhance their skills, empower themselves, guide them in scientific research, and invigorate the foundation. The adage to lag behind is to be beaten has become tiresome, yet remains eternally relevant. Currently, no major base discriminates against smaller bases or denies them the space to thrive. However, as time progresses, competition for population and territory may arise, and such issues may not remain perpetually absent. Simultaneously, the threat of increasingly formidable zombies looms over us. Any shortcomings in our collective strength could render the entire community susceptible to becoming fodder for the undead. All members of this community must cherish the abundant resources and protection it affords them by contributing their own efforts. It is essential for both adults and children to diligently pursue their studies. Only by shining in a particular domain can they genuinely aid in fortifying our community. Chapter 161. Hosting guests the following day dawned and set, as usual, without any hordes of zombies tearing through the sky to once again invade their sanctuary. Sister Zhaoye, has the tide of corpses finally come to an end? Someone inquired of Lin Zhaoye. For the past month, life had been shrouded in gloom, with daily concerns about safety. With the cessation of the zombie tide, the community could finally enjoy a brief respite. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in cheers. However, once their jubilation subsided, Lin Zhaoye added, once the rest is over, the team must intensify their training and abilities, and physical conditioning must not be neglected. In addition, based on age classification, I shall personally compose a book to aid everyone in comprehending the categorization of apocalyptic scenarios and supernatural abilities, as well as discerning related issues. Both those endowed with abilities and those without must participate, and an examination will be administered. Those who fail to meet the required standards will face my retribution. Upon uttering these words, the heads of the crowd drooped. Many were taken aback to learn that despite being employed, they were still required to study and take exams. However, today, everyone can relax, for I will treat everyone to roasted chicken. Oh, how delightful! Roasted chicken. Will we all be able to partake? Roasted chicken has nearly become synonymous with luxury. Our reserves are dwindling, and it has been ages since we last savored meat. During Lin Zhaoye's recent trip to the Yunzhong base, Lin Yue has tended to the chicks exceptionally well, thanks to the method of feeding them with crystallized core water. Many of the chicks have reached a weight and size suitable for consumption and have even laid numerous eggs. There are now sufficient chickens to be enjoyed, at least enough for 2 individuals to share one, which Lin Zhaoye can certainly appreciate. Moreover, aside from roasted chicken, there are many other foods that can be prepared, including chicken and duck eggs. Naturally, today let us feast heartily at home, is my treat. Upon receiving this delightful news, the crowd erupted in cheers, and the earlier feelings of discouragement dissipated like smoke. What problem cannot be resolved with a feast of roasted chicken? Even during the evening, even Aunt Li, who had long ceased to cook, began to lend a hand. Together, they roasted chickens, ducks, and vegetables. Lin Zhaoye's vending machine at the base had also been upgraded. now offering a variety of meats and vegetables for purchase. Many young men indulged heartily, feasting to their heart's content, yet Lin Zhaoye felt no remorse. Once today's joyous moments had passed, everyone would submit to her training, with hopes that they might continue to experience such happiness in the future. The meal extended over a considerable duration, with everyone's nerves taut and unwilling to relax. However, as they finally allowed themselves to unwind and engage in conversation, numerous individuals began to weep quietly. They were engulfed by feelings of helplessness and confusion about the future. Although the apocalypse had persisted for over 2 months, many had never encountered the intense reality of battling zombies. Confronted by unknown dangers in this fantastical world, they had been forcing themselves to accept the harsh truths. Yet the helplessness and anguish behind that acceptance had no outlet for expression. Now, as they feasted and reveled together, one person's frayed nerves triggered a cascade of emotional release among the others. Lin Zhaoye did not interrupt their expressions, whether joyful or sorrowful. This was their singular day. When the sun rose again tomorrow, they would need to dedicate themselves to relentless study, for there would be no time to ruminate or stray in thought. To survive, this was their only path forward. The atmosphere was profoundly peculiar, as a group of individuals, seemingly intoxicated, wailed mournfully, while another group sang and danced to celebrate their fleeting victory. Lin Zhaoye gazed contentedly at the flourishing base before him. After a hearty meal, he retreated to a corner to commence drafting the training plan for the upcoming days. He wrote and paused, corrected and revised, yet each time he finalized a plan. A knowing smile graced his lips, as if a delightful thought had crossed his mind. Meanwhile, those outside were oblivious to the nature of the training that lay ahead. Exhausted from their revelries, they unwittingly collapsed into disarray, only to be awakened the next day by the gentle yet firm embrace of vines. As they regained consciousness, it became evident that this was the work of Lin Zhaoye. The precise wake-up service provided by the vines allowed them to feel the warmth of his care. Shortly thereafter, the legendary figure herself appeared beside each individual. Rise and shine. Assemble for training in half an hour. The group responded lazily, yet punctually gathered at the designated meeting point half an hour later. They were filled with anticipation regarding the day's training agenda. And Lin Zhaoye did not disappoint as he announced the meticulously crafted training plan and study schedule. The dense lines of text mercilessly battered their resolve to learn, and the seemingly fantastical training regimen elicited groans of despair from the crowd. Sister Zhaoye, this militarized training is exceedingly arduous. We hardly have time to rest. One voice echoed this sentiment, and soon others chimed in. However, Lin Zhaoye was not one to indulge such complaints. Those willing to follow the training plan may do so with me. Those who are not, I shall not compel. But before you depart, please make your decisions thoughtfully. After departing from a squad, what further contributions can you make to the collective? Will your family still have someone like you standing before them, safeguarding their well-being? If everyone chooses to abandon the struggle and evade the hardships, who will shield us from the encroaching dangers? Observing the collective deep in thought, Lin Zhaoye set aside the training manual. The booklet merely delineates the schedule and curriculum, the extent of your effort, the magnitude of your talent, and the prowess of your abilities ultimately rest upon you alone. I am but an ordinary individual with limitations to what I can achieve. It is imperative that we all strive together. During squad training, no secrets were kept from others. Many elderly individuals from home, unable to sleep, would join in to stretch their legs, practice shooting, and exercise their bodies. This time, they gathered around the squad, resonating deeply with Lin Zhaoye's words. In this recent zombie tide, the losses for our group were not extensive, yet some departed from our lives forever. They bore witness to the passing of many, acutely aware that Lin Zhaoye was indeed, as she claimed, merely a person slightly stronger than the rest. However, there were areas she could not tend to. When she faltered, the only support left was oneself. At such a moment, neglecting training and failing to fortify oneself raises the question, when the zombies arrive, who will stand at the forefront, defending their family against all perils? Once everyone comprehended this reality, Lin Zhaoye commenced her rigorous training. The daily routine not only involves her leading physical training sessions, but also allows Mu Hongxiao, Su Yuan, Lung Yu, and others to impart their own knowledge according to their schedules and specialties, striving to ensure that every member of the team is trained in various areas. While they may not achieve mastery in every skill, having a basic understanding of each is undoubtedly beneficial. As time gradually passes, the team's initial cries of anguish and resistance to training have transformed into a proactive approach. And even in the face of injuries, their spirits shine brightly. They deeply comprehend that individual efforts are not sustainable. Only through collective advancement can the overall strength of the group ascend to new heights. Chapter 162. Wanted at the beginning of October, Wang Zhaoye, who had been silent until then, finally took action. Fortunately, under the care of everyone, she safely gave birth to a baby girl. This is Wang Zhaoye's first child and the first life to be born in the Bulang base. Lin Zhaoye, honoring his promise, provided Wang Zhaoye with essential supplies such as diapers and formula, temporarily exchanging some items to keep in her room. These things will stay here for now. I'll bring over more for the little one when I can. However, you must understand that these items are a form of compensation for the little treasure. When she learns to speak, the first word she utters should be mother, and the second must be towards me. Lin Zhaoye discussed this condition with her, and Wang Zhaoye readily accepted. As a single mother, raising a child presents numerous challenges. Yet now, in this world, there exists a genuine and caring mother for her baby. How could she not feel joyous for her little one? The child is affectionately referred to as Little Treasure, as a formal name has yet to be bestowed upon her. One reason for this is Wang Zhaoye's desire for the name to embody simplicity and grandeur, hoping that Lin Zhao could also contribute to the naming. However, Lin Zhao, lacking the skill in naming, wishes that the name would be selected by her mother, who carried her for 10 months. As both hesitated to make a decision, Su Yuan, who had previously received commendation, stepped forward with determination. I recall that you once expressed admiration for my name, so I propose we name our little treasure something similar. Under the expectant gaze of those gathered, Su Yuan revealed his thoughts. Let her be named Wanan, wishing that she may overcome all obstacles and grow up safely. The crowd was taken aback, and after a moment of contemplation, several individuals concurred, ultimately settling on the name Wanan for the child. With Wanan's arrival, various affairs at the base progressed in an orderly manner. In the realm of experimentation, armed with data from Su Xingxing's laboratory, Professor Qin and Professor Shui's teams achieved significant breakthroughs in vaccine development, with Su Xingxing even bringing numerous experts for consultation. The population of chickens, ducks, and geese at the base continued to flourish, prompting Lin Zhao to allocate a section of the barren hills for their free-range grazing. The abundant poultry became particularly popular among the youth daily. As for the air raid shelter, Lin Zhao had not abandoned it. She frequently invited individuals to clean the premises, and the armory within gradually filled with the latest inventions from Wang Zhaoye's research. Due to the resources and research, the strength of Bulang is not inferior to that of other major bases. The Yincheng base has always maintained a cordial relationship with Bulang, engaging in exchanges regarding weaponry. Wang Zhaoye finally seized the opportunity to showcase her talents, crafting several sets of armor and soft armor from the exoskeletons of scorpion zombies. After retaining the necessary materials, she sold the rest to Yincheng base at favorable prices. Consequently, the interactions between the two bases have become increasingly intimate, leading to greater profits for Lin Zhaoye. By the time all matters settled, November had arrived, with the weather gradually shifting from sweltering temperatures in the 40s to the 30s, still resembling a steamy cauldron, stifling everyone. While most issues seemed to have found resolution, Lin Zhaoye remained preoccupied with one particular matter. Had I not previously mentioned the so-called Holy Master, Wanqi Liangshan? I had engaged in a transaction with Yincheng base, and it was time for them to fulfill their promise. The essence of this transaction was a request for Yincheng base to dispatch troops to search for Wanqi Liangshan's villa, as he might possess some concealed academic research. After Yincheng base sent personnel to conduct the search, Lin Zhaoye hoped they would expend a few more funds on artillery to completely reduce these architecturally peculiar villas to ruins. The dispatch team searched for quite some time, but found no additional research materials. The place remained desolate, retaining the charred remnants of its previous state without any modifications. Lin Zhaoye's heart was torn between concern for them and elation for the base. Wanqi Liangshan and the little zombie girl may have been forever interred there. Or perhaps they have already departed. Lin Zhaoye was perplexed as to why Wanqi Liangshan seemed so indifferent to his own affairs. Due to his parents' issues, he had been rather reclusive since childhood, and Lin Zhaoye seldom witnessed his smile. He approached everything with a muted demeanor. It was only during this occasion, with his obsessive focus on Lin Chirong, that Lin Zhaoye glimpsed a sliver of light into his thoughts. She stood there, her gaze detached as she surveyed the scene before her, unaware of the musings within her heart. Mu Hongxiao approached her side. Liangshan has his own choices. Whether we encounter each other again in the future depends on whether our paths align. Sometimes silence conveys the best news. Lin Zhaoye concurred with this sentiment. Rather than agonizing over Wanqi Liangshan's whereabouts, it was preferable to envision him soaring across the vast expanse of Huaxia alongside the little zombie. Given their capabilities, no zombie would pose a threat to them in the near future. After leaving that place, Mu Hongxiao and the others also visited the Yinsheng base. He bid farewell to Lin Zhaoye alone. She understood that Mu Hongxiao sought to reconnect with former associates and matters, and she refrained from further inquiries. Miss Lin, the purpose of this visit is for my child to express gratitude to you in person. Upon arriving at their home, Lin Zhaoye discovered that the injured child was quite young, now leaning on a crutch, gradually able to stand and take a few steps. Upon her entrance, the young child instinctively fell to his knees in reverence, only to be halted by Lin Zhaoye, who remarked, "To me, this is not a significant matter. I am aware of the child's condition, and if you do not mind, I can offer my abilities to assist him further. However, the effectiveness of this remains to be seen." The stall owner's wife, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, wiped her face and departed the room with her husband, leaving only the 14 or 15-year-old boy and Lin Zhaoye behind. The child displayed no signs of timidity. He recognized her as the one who could heal his legs, a smile illuminating his face. His bright eyes fixated on Lin Zhaoye as he earnestly asked, "Sister, I will be all right, won't I?" There was hope reflected in his gaze. Yet Lin Zhaoye, unable to bear the weight of his expectations, chose to speak the truth rather than weave comforting lies. "I cannot assure you of that. Nonetheless, regardless of whether your legs will heal, I sincerely hope you can persevere. Your father and mother love you dearly, and for their sake, you must strive to endure. All right?" As tears cascaded down the child's cheeks, Lin Zhaoye felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Chapter 163. Healing. The child nodded amidst his sobs, prompting Lin Zhaoye to employ her abilities, directing them towards his legs. Upon the gentle green energy enveloping him, she discerned that many of the meridians within his body were obstructed by peculiar substances. Yet, for Lin Zhaoye, the prospect of healing was not entirely insurmountable. Previously, her extraordinary ability could assist him in breaking free from the shackles of his legs without her control. This time, however, Lin Zhaoye meticulously wielded her powers, carefully steering clear of the vital areas of his body as she gradually purged the toxins. Time trickled by, and despite Lin Zhaoye's relentless replenishment of her energy with crystal core water, beads of sweat adorned her brow as her powers neared exhaustion. The child still bore remnants of toxins in his lower limbs. After a brief respite, Lin Zhaoye resumed her task of toxin elimination. The child had long succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. Nonetheless, this was an unavoidable plight. His condition was not, as the vendor had claimed, paralyzed from injury, but rather a consequence of toxicity within his body. Lin Zhaoye would not delve into the reasons behind the child's poisoning. Her duty was to cleanse him of the toxins. With diligent practice and the avoidance of further contamination, his legs could potentially regain their former strength over time. Upon opening the door, she noticed the concerned couple waiting anxiously outside, hesitant to intrude. The child was nearly restored to health. His affliction was not merely due to a beating. The poison played a significant role. With consistent training over the course of a year or two, he could return to normalcy. As for the origins of the poisoning, that was a mystery they would need to investigate themselves. Upon hearing this, the vendor lamented, expressing deep regret. "It is my fault. I have brought this upon him. Had I not made enemies, the child would not have suffered such a fate at such a tender age." Lin Zhaoye's ability to cleanse the toxins from the child's legs was an act of profound kindness. She was reluctant to interfere further in others' family matters, waiting patiently for the vendor's emotions to settle before bidding farewell. After the two parents escorted Lin Zhaoye outside, she wandered aimlessly around the Yunzhong base, which was now entirely under the control of the Lei family. This time, her visit was considerably improved, with the official opening of several small shops offering items typically found in vending machines. Lin Zhaoye, concealing her identity, entered one of the shops like any other patron. She gazed at the shelves brimming with an array of food items, meticulously crafted into specimens, each adorned with a price tag reflecting their crystal core value. The pricing was transparent and fair, assuring honesty for all customers. Once the order was confirmed, the server retreated to the back storage to retrieve the fresh items preserved in the refrigerator. The current weather was exceptionally hot, and without refrigeration, even a brief period could lead to spoilage. Some items might even taste better after being chilled. After perusing the selections, Lin Zhaoye exited without making a purchase. Observing that others could afford their meals eased her heart a little. Although the primary efforts were attributed to the Yunzhong base, she felt she had contributed by caring for more people. As she continued her stroll, she found herself in a rather secluded corner, uncertain of her exact location, yet indifferent to it. Further ahead, she noticed a few individuals standing guard at a grand entrance, their postures upright and professional, firearms slung across their bodies. Was it already over? She was indeed taken aback. Having thought that only 3 or 4 hours had passed, she had expected Mu Hongxiao to endure many more inquiries. Mu Hongxiao gently tousled her hair and said, "Indeed, what do you think we should do? Capture me?" The two of them, fingers intertwined, leisurely traversed the commercial street nearby. The local customs and culture of the Great Base were indeed distinct. As they discussed the merits of the Cloud Base and contemplated the future developmental plans of Bulang, it became evident that Bulang was merely a vision of Lin Zhaoye. Her intention was to create a simple sanctuary for herself and her loved ones. Yet she was surprised by the growing number of individuals willing to join and contribute to its construction. Since they placed their faith in Lin Zhaoye, she resolved to uphold their trust and embrace her responsibilities, diligently crafting the blueprint for Bulang's future. Ultimately, they spent the night at the Cloud Base. When it was time to depart, Lin Zhaoye requested an armored vehicle equipped with artillery. This time, she directly communicated her request to Lei. "I wish to exchange a piece of information for a fully fueled and armed armored vehicle. Will you accept this trade?" Lei gazed intently at Lin Zhaoye, then glanced at the poised but indifferent Mu Hongxiao beside her. "I will accept. You may approach me with any information or requests you have." The value that Lin Zhaoye brought to their base far exceeded that of a few vehicles and cannons. Moreover, whether the information was useful or not, conceding a favor to Lin Zhaoye was of no consequence. Mid-December heralded preparations for the cold. In truth, mid-December was typically quite frigid each year. However, since the onset of the apocalypse, the circumstances have been rather peculiar. It is now November, yet the sun still blazes fiercely overhead, devoid of any hint of winter's chill. They remain uncertain how long this sweltering weather will persist. Should a cold wave strike suddenly overnight, it would catch anyone completely off guard. Furthermore, the expansive territory of the large base requires extensive preparations, and receiving news sooner would allow them to make necessary arrangements in advance, which is highly advantageous for them. The surprise on Lei Ying's face was unmistakable. While he had anticipated a sudden drop in temperature, he had not expected Lin Zhaoye to provide such an open and precise forecast. "The supplies will be ready outside the city. Just take them when you leave," he remarked, indicating that Lei Ying was quite pleased with this information. "We shall meet in an hour." When Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao exited the city, they found others waiting for them. After a smooth handover, Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao bid farewell to the others via their communicators before departing. This was the very location where Lin Zhaoye's previous life had concluded, the territory once ruled by a formidable 5th-level zombie. Based on their brief encounters in the past, the strength of that particular 5th-level zombie was not particularly daunting. The The true terror lay in a mutated willow tree. Once the zombies reached the 5th level in this life, they would surely prove to be quite formidable. Thus, it would be prudent to obliterate that mutated willow tree before it had the chance to thrive. With a mindset fueled by desire for retribution, Lin Zhaoye and Mu Hongxiao proceeded leisurely towards their destination. They possess a source of water and ample supplies, and in the short term, there is no imminent danger. This journey can be likened to a leisurely excursion. Chapter 164. No danger until we return home. When Lin Zhaoye once again set foot on this land, her heart was filled with profound emotions. During her previous visit, she was merely a feeble water-based ability user. Yet now she arrives alone, not accompanied by those who betrayed her, nor her so-called teammates or cousin, but rather with the one she loves and her family. To this place that marked the end of her previous life, once stained with blood and permeated by the aura of death. This location has transformed into a vibrant park adorned with lush willows and blooming flowers. Mu Hongxiao was unaware of the events that transpired here. Yet upon witnessing Lin Zhaoye's expression, his heart was equally tumultuous. What thoughts occupy her mind? This is the place where Lin Zhaoye perished in her past life, and also the site of her first reunion with Mu Hongxiao after the apocalypse. Having listened to her words, Mu Hongxiao stepped into this place. He gazed thoughtfully at the unfamiliar scenery before him, contemplating for a long while. Perhaps I should have known this once, yet it has slipped my memory. Can you enlighten me? In truth, Lin Zhaoye understood that his words implied his ignorance of this place, and that the former Mu Hongxiao had once aided her. However, it mattered little now. Whether it was the past Mu Hongxiao who protected her in her final moments, or the present Mu Hongxiao through a series of fortuitous events. They had been together since before the apocalypse, supporting one another through countless trials until they reached this moment. In truth, it is nothing significant, merely a tale of a young girl who, in her quest to find her relatives, was betrayed by another kin. Yet, at the moment she faced peril, a valiant soul selflessly intervened to rescue her. Unfortunately, the girl could not endure and departed from this world. Lin Zhaoye felt a tinge of melancholy. The events of her previous life were indelibly etched in her memory, and it was only natural to feel a pang of sorrow. Nevertheless, in this lifetime, Lin Zhaoye has acquired the strength to safeguard herself and her uncle, and she harbors the hope of being able to protect the person beside her as well. Mu Hongxiao remained silent, as if he comprehended the tale Lin Zhaoye recounted. He gently patted her head, assuring her, "Do not worry, no matter the circumstances. I will always protect you." Lin Zhaoye nodded resolutely, knowing that Mu Hongxiao's words rang true in both this life and the last. "Let's proceed. We shall explore within." She grasped his hand and led him through the park's grand entrance, observing the scene before her that starkly contrasted with her previous life. The imposing willow tree, once fierce and formidable, now stood placidly, devoid of any supernatural ability. It appeared to be an ordinary willow, and under the sweltering sun, with not a whisper of wind. Its leaves curled tightly to shield themselves from excessive sunlight, presenting a feeble demeanor entirely at odds with its former commanding presence. Lin Zhaoye gazed at the tree and softly inquired, "Do you believe?" The future iteration of it diverges starkly from the present, resembling a malevolent entity that seizes the lives of many, only to extinguish them one by one, alongside a mummified zombie, the two assassins wreaking havoc. "Mummy," she chuckled, "with me here this time, we'll obliterate it preemptively, leaving no chance for its emergence." Mu Hongxiao's gaze shifted from the willow tree to Lin Zhaoye's earnest face. He knew that if Lin Zhaoye thought so, it must hold significance. "Whatever you desire, I shall do." He finally had the opportunity to utter these words. He had acted accordingly before, yet never had the chance to express it. At last, at this moment, he would reveal his innermost thoughts. "Whatever you wish to do, I will accompany you." Mu Hongxiao raised a hand, and a soaring fire dragon swayed twice before lunging towards the willow tree. As it neared, the willow tree surprisingly evaded the attack. Had it awakened its sentience this early? Lin Zhaoye was astonished, earlier than she had anticipated. After dodging the fire dragon, the upper half of the willow tree frantically evaded, but Mu Hongxiao missed his mark. He turned and attacked again. Alas, being of the wood element, and having only recently awakened its intelligence, its body was firmly confined to the earth, leaving it to only lash out wildly with its branches, attempting to extinguish the flames. However, the fire of the fire-type ability was not so easily quenched. No matter how much it struggled, it could not escape the sea of fire. Coupled with the exceptionally sweltering weather, the leaves on the tree were soon entirely consumed, leaving only bare branches trembling in the heat. Lin Zhaoye would not show pity for its feigned vulnerability. If one must act, then one should eradicate it entirely. Suddenly, an energy flickered within her, an instinctive sense that something was amiss. Moments later, she recognized a familiar sensation. It was the water-based ability from her previous life, now rekindled. Raising her hand, she observed a faint blue luminescence dancing at her alabaster fingertips, the very feeling she had long cherished. Reacquainting herself with her powers, Lin Zhaoye infused the willow tree with her water abilities. The willow, upon encountering the water source, seemed to discover a verdant oasis of life, voraciously absorbing the water energy. However, once the ability was fully consumed within its being, the willow faced impending doom. The water-based abilities and the water source merely appeared similar. Their essences were entirely divergent. Within the willow's form, the water energy obeyed only Lin Zhaoye's commands, as she urged it to extract the remaining moisture from the tree. The scant water within the tree hastily congregated beside the water energy, leaving the trunk devoid of any moisture. The willow rapidly withered, deprived of any chance to struggle. Outside, Mu Hongxiao's searing flames fervently scorched it, creating a synergistic devastation from within and without, leaving the willow with nowhere to retreat. Soon, it was reduced to a desiccated husk, succumbing to Mu Hongxiao's relentless incineration, ultimately transforming into a heap of ash. What remained was an imperfect second-tier wood crystal core, serving as a semblance of closure for Lin Zhaoye from her past life. Mu Hongxiao took her hand and approached the ashes, retrieving the crystal core. Its verdant hue remarkably pure, utterly inconceivable as the core of the formidable mutated willow tree that would wreak havoc in the future. As pure as if it were a newly born infant, innocent and tender. Lin Zhaoye held the crystal core in her hands, placing it carefully in a box, opting not to store it within the system. She hoped to use this crystal core as a source of motivation. In time, it would flourish into a fifth-tier, mutated willow tree, a force that would claim many lives beneath its malevolent grasp. All I can do now is to preemptively address a future calamity. Mu Hongxiao recognized that Lin Zhaoye harbored numerous secrets, yet he supported any righteous decision she made. Do you know anything else? Let's strive together to uncover them. Upon hearing his words, Lin Zhaoye felt that this approach was commendable. With 3 years of experience in the apocalypse, she was well acquainted with numerous troublesome locations of the undead. Even if these zombies were not imminent threats, she possessed knowledge of formidable zombies from the first, second, and third years of a catastrophe. These would undoubtedly pose future risks. It would be wiser to locate them at the right moment and swiftly eliminate them before they precipitated widespread devastation, extinguishing the flames while they were still mere embers. After all, the task of managing the current situation had been entrusted to Wish and Ling Yue, and they were well aware of the impending cold wave expected in mid-December. The present threats no longer troubled them. Instead, I also know the origins of 2 zombies, one of which is a mutated plant of the wood element. It should be easy to track down. Let's go. Mu Hongxiao smiled indulgently. I will follow your lead. A voice within their hearts cries out.